30 years ago, 4 demon knives that could control people's hearts wreaked havoc in the martial arts world in the East China Sea. More than 100 sects were destroyed or declined, and countless innocent souls died in this catastrophe. The heroes of the East China Sea worked together and sacrificed heavily to seal this thing. Now, people from the 4 major sects are being killed one after another. The murderers' murder methods are cruel, the circumstances of the case are strange, and rumors of the demon sword's rebirth are spreading. Is there really a demon sword? Who can quell the evil sword this time and restore peace to the world? Today I will explain a new comic to you, Zhang Fengxing, the beginning of the Yangtu War, the remnants of the Su Yuan demon sect. The 4 legendary demon swords were released. The heroes of the East China Sea, regardless of good or evil, worked together to destroy the demon swords. One of the demon swords was named Uning. The howling wind blows, the crow crows, and the world is in chaos. The man is shirtless, his eyes are fierce, and he is holding the alchemy knife tightly, like a walking zombie. At this time, he is no longer the Yi Shixiang he once was. Now he is just a swordsman. And in his hand is the legendary demon sword Uning. Everyone at the scene rushed forward, holding wooden sticks and knives, but I can't stop the swordsman in the slightest. Such power is really terrifying. Tang Shiqi couldn't help but be a little scared. The person behind him patted Tang Shiqi on the shoulder, and claimed that he would try his best to hold down the sword master Uning. Let Shiqi hurry up and prepare. Maybe this is the only chance to seal the demon sword. Everyone present had already given up on their way out. It is bound to perish together with the demon's sword. The crowd roared forward again, and the swordsman took up his stance. Wuxiang Daojing came out with the same moves as the people at the scene. Use the way of a strange person to cure a strange person's body, but it came first, and everyone was seriously injured. And the only person who might be faster than the swordsman is the swordsman's junior sister Shumi. Only a shadow flashed by. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the swordsman, but the sword master's speed is faster than expected. He turned around and struck vertically, seriously injuring the book girl on the neck in an instant. At this time, the book girl finally realized that senior brother Yi in front of her was no longer alive. When she was seriously injured, the book girl desperately used her silk winding hand. His hands were like ghost snakes, tightly wrapped around the swordsman's arms, his ribs crisscrossed. The leading man seized the opportunity and ducked behind the swordsman. From the ground, a dragon-shaped sword energy penetrated the swordsman. The unreserved strength shocked the book girl and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Unexpectedly, the swordsman still did not fall. Looking back at Wuxiang Daojing, he actually used the same trick. The dragon-shaped air blade instantly enveloped the man. Men can't escape. With his unique understanding of the martial arts, he was able to respond to this slashing blow. Fortunately, the swordsman was at the end of his strength. This slashing blow was successfully resolved, and the swordsman also fell to the ground. But the demon sword in the man's hand began to eat away at his body. Want to turn a man into the next sword master? The man hurriedly shouted. Tang Chi, take action! Tang Chi said nothing. Moving machinery and wooden cages arranged in advance, covering the man and Tang Shiqi. The man forced himself to remain calm and said, Although you don't know martial arts, you have never touched the demon's sword, but we dare not lie. We have mastered all the conditions for Uning's transfer to prevent him from possessing you. Escape from this place and cause trouble again, so killing people means killing the sword. In the face of righteousness, the carpenter Tang Shiqi lost his sense of justice. Having already put life and death aside, the carpenter is better than a hero at this moment. Tang Shiqi had no hesitation and pulled down the trap. Gradually they came from all directions and penetrated the 2 people in the cage. The knight and the carpenter were buried here, and a huge rolling stone fell down, burying their bodies in the ground, and sealing the demon sword Uning with their lives. Time flies. There are only a few heroes who personally participated in the crusade against the demon sword that day. When people gradually forget the fear and pain caused by the demon sword in the torrent of history, extremely strange darkness and rumors of demonic sword possession enveloped the East China Sea. 30 years ago, the legendary murderous weapon demon sword, wreaking havoc in the East China Sea, the heroes of the East China Sea worked together and made countless sacrifices. The evil spirit has just been wiped out. When people gradually realized the fear and pain caused by the evil sword, forgotten in the torrent of history, extremely strange and sinister darkness has caused rumors of demonic sword possession to envelope the East China Sea. East China Sea Zhuqing Mountain Byrelia Cinema. A boy brought back good tea and ginseng to replenish the health of his elders. The boy has lived here for 12 years. Returning here makes him feel more at ease. The boy's name is Payi, the son of a veteran of the ZT army. His father makes a living by making horseshoes in this town where the Uyghur army was forged. Not very popular. When he was 5 years old, his father sold his donkey and sent Payi to Luoying City. Pei Lai was determined to earn enough money for my sister's dowry. My father brought a piece of cast iron with him, looking for opportunities everywhere. But because of Pei Lai's small stature, he hit the wall everywhere. He was simply taken in by the one-armed seventh uncle and helped out in a small shabby house in Changxing Garden. 12 years have passed in the blink of an eye. A few days ago, Pei Lai was transferred to the ruling department. The income has also increased. Few people know that Uncle Chi's skill in forging weapons is very good, because everyone else in Luoying City is afraid of this place. It was said that there were ghosts and ghosts causing trouble. It was spread so brightly that no one wanted to come. This is probably because of Uncle Chi's scar and the weird Uncle Clogs. Uncle Clogs is dull and weird. He only dares to move when playing with Pei Lai. I saw Uncle Clogs holding up his knife and dropping it. The sound of the sword and gun rubbing against each other was only louder than the silk finger. The firewood didn't even move. The content between the two people depends on who can split the firewood and fly it. The two of them have been playing this game for more than 10 years. Pei Lai saw that the firewood in front of him had been chopped dozens of times and scattered everywhere. Why not make Uncle Clogs happy? He simply slashed with the knife at an angle and was about to split the firewood. Who would have thought that the firewood would not be scattered before it was scattered? Uncle Clogs slashed at the waist, dividing the firewood into two parts. The upper half was scattered in all directions, while the lower half was bundled by the force of the dragging knife. Standing still in place, Pei Lai couldn't help but feel shocked. He is truly worthy of being an uncle with clogs. He is convinced that he lost. Uncle Chi brought Pei Lai into the house. This time Pei Lai came back. I have a mission. Heng Shui, the second manager of the enforcement department, asked Pei Lai to pick up something. Uncle Chi opens the box. A sword is lying in the mirror. The scabbard is 3 fingers wide. The long mirror is 4 fingers. The brass mouth is swallowed. Birds and swords are evil. The sword is strong and fearless of willfulness. The blade of the sword narrows from the edge towards the edge, and the scabbard was originally 3 fingers wide. When it reaches the tip of the sword, there are less than 2 fingers left. If you control it skillfully, you should be able to lift heavy and lift light, which is convenient for stimulation. This sword is called Kunwu. Heng Shui will ask Pei Lai to hand over the sword to Shui Weting Xuan's second branch. In the hands of the red man, Pei Lai has never been to Shui Weting Xian. I heard that only female disciples are accepted there, but men can only go as far as the foyer. And I heard from Uncle Chi that Shui Wer Zanjiwen is a shrewd woman. Before leaving, I told Pei Lai not to push himself too hard if he encounters any trouble. At that time, Pei Lai had no idea that this trip to deliver the sword would be the beginning of a turning point in Pei Lai's fate. Broken Long Lake Water Qiankyu. The old girl meets the great Luo Xian. Black hair and white temples turn into smoke and rain, not like the human world Shu Yuexuan. Takedo's Sujetsu Pavilion. 2 women are sitting in this pavilion in the middle of the lake. The heavy rain that lasted for several days felt like the sky was falling, which made Rang Kailan feel a little sad. Huang joked, the 4th most beautiful girl Kailan is looking for life and death. Could it be that she was hurt by some handsome gentleman from a famous family? I don't know whether it was the romantic talents who only saw Qigong or the little Taoist priest who Guanhai Tianen. Shui Weting Xian is divided into 4 courtyards. Only the direct disciples of the master can serve as masters. There are only 3 masters under the current master. The 4th courtyard still has no master. Pihu, who was ranked 4th and was more promising, is now unconscious. That day when Pihu punted the boat out of the lock, Huang Ying and Kai Lan followed secretly. I wanted to see where he was going, but everything went dark. When he was discovered, only Pihu's pretty face had a tragic slash. They all said that this happened 30 years ago because of the demon sword that caused trouble in Jianghu. Kai Lan also agreed. He heard that tragedies occurred one after another in other sects. This time, the head senior sister was invited to attend the alliance meeting of the 4 major sword sects just to clarify this matter. During the conversation, Huang Ying suddenly felt something strange. I quickly turned around, clearly feeling that someone had appeared just now, but now at this time, Shui Weting Xian was secretly there. There were only Huang Ying and Heir Zhangyuan. Huang Ying couldn't help but convince himself that it might be an illusion. On the other side, Pei Lai, holding an umbrella, has arrived at the outer courtyard of Shui Weting Xian. Seeing that the font of Jun Xiu is not on the door, it makes this place a little more fragrant. Pei Lai walked out of the house and was warmly received by Ding Suo, the front office manager. Pei Lai is coming tomorrow and claims that the general manager ordered this sword to be handed over to the second master in person. Please inform me. Unexpectedly, even the front office steward could not enter the inner courtyard and could only wait for the maid to send a message. Pei Lai plays with the delicate teacup. I couldn't help but feel a little curious about the inner courtyard. It was still raining outside the window, and Pei Lai didn't know it. He actually fell asleep. After such a long time, there was no reply from the inner courtyard. And Manager Ding didn't come back either. Payi couldn't help but lift up the door curtain and left looking for Manager Ding. I never thought that this back house and its servants. They died one after another, and their bodies were deeply embedded in the wall. This scene made Payi feel a little overwhelmed for a moment. This is the first time in Payi's life that he has encountered a murder scene, and remembered the teachings of his seventh uncle. Payi forced himself to calm down. There were strange dents in the corpse in front of him. The ribs were broken neatly, as if they were struck by a huge weapon, and there were obvious peeling marks on the ground. This is also confirmed again. The direction of the removal of traces led to the inner courtyard. Payi immediately made up his mind. No matter what, I have to inform the Shui Tingxian disciples about the situation first. Maybe I can save more people. Payi broke into the inner courtyard alone. Most of the disciples were not in the courtyard at this time. For a moment, he didn't know where to look for them, just when Payi was in a dilemma. A cold light touched Payi's neck. Who are you? Who ordered you to break into Shui Tingxian without permission? A woman's voice came from behind. Payi was pressed against the tip of a knife. He quickly revealed the truth and claimed that the sword on his back was Kunwu. And the person behind it is none other than Shui Tingxian, the second chief of the academy. Only Fengjiang is stained with red clouds, and the green sword appears in 13 generations. Thousands of miles of Fengjiang River is dyed with red clouds, the fragrance of lying plum blossoms is lined with the wings of orioles, and the fairy farmers are combined with willow silk. After learning that she had misunderstood Payi, Ran Hongxia took out a handkerchief and asked him to treat the wound. Payi, who was holding a handkerchief, his cheeks were slightly red, and his words were incoherent for a while. He didn't know where to start. Suddenly a woman's scream came from the inner courtyard, and Ran Hongxia ordered. You go to the front hall and wait. You are not allowed to step in without my order. Say it. Ran Hongxia went to the inner courtyard alone. Payi looked at the handkerchief in his hand longingly. The delicate silk was rippling with a hint of warmth and sweetness. Suddenly I thought that the Kunwu sword was still on my back. That intruder must have used a huge, hard weapon. Kunwu is an extremely strong sword. Send the sword over now, maybe it can help a little bit. Payi followed the direction of the sound and gradually heard the sound of weapons clashing. At this time, the leader of the second master court held a broken sword and faced the murderer alone. There was a flash of thunder and lightning in midair, and the perpetrator could be vaguely seen, like a hill. After a while, Payi clearly saw that the two Shui disciples had fallen to the ground. The huge stone knife in the murderer's hand gives people a deep sense of ominousness. Ran Hongxia didn't know why the person in front of her would act like this and launch an attack. She could only barely understand it from the murderer's vague words. I could distinguish the word million catastrophes, and saw the murderer's giant sword coming down. Jumping up, the chains around him made a sharp sound, and he waved his hands. The giant blade like a flower gang rock will definitely cut the person in front of you into pieces. Ran Hongxia protects the disciples and can no longer retreat, holding the broken sword tightly with both hands. It's no longer enough. Ying grasps the wicker figure and shakes it with a thunder blow. Unexpectedly, Ran Hongxia could complete the block and unloading force and backhand siege in a short period of time with just this broken sword, forcibly knocking the murderer back several meters. The hunter on the side looked shocked. Is this terrifying strength really a woman? Taking advantage of the victory, Ran Hongxia pursues the victory, and her graceful figure turns into an afterimage, stabbing the murderer from close range. The broken sword stabbed the murderer's left eye accurately. This man was like a monster, unable to dodge. Reaching out to grab it, I was defeated and held the broken sword in my hand. The dyed red clouds were helpless in midair. Throw your back violently and retreat. Fortunately, I was able to reach out quickly and do a backflip and land firmly on the bridge. When the murderer clung to the red glow and fell to the ground, he suddenly came with a knife. The rapid speed left Ran Hongxia with no time to dodge, so she had to use her arm to defend against the broken sword. But the force of this blow was so great that the whole body of Ran Hongxia was shot into the pavilion in the middle of the lake. After breaking through the wall, she still had enough energy left to force Ran Hongxia to spit out a mouthful of blood. Accompanying the hunter, he saw the murderer in front of him. He seemed not to be afraid of pain at all. The situation was very critical. After looking around and finding two small boats, the hunting companion had an idea. The two confront each other, and the murderer currently has the upper hand. The terrifying stone knife exudes a faint purple aura. The murderer attacked with a more ferocious attack. When the sword was swung, there was a strong sound of wind, and the dyed red clouds dodged after the sword was swung. The thick chain pulled by the arm came from the blind corner like a head shake. Although Ran Hongxia subconsciously avoided it, she was still hit in the arm. Ran Hongxia also realized at this time that although the person in front of her moved awkwardly, her moves were powerful and not based on pure brute force. During the fight, the murderer rushed in again and struck with his knife. There is no escape from the dyed red clouds. At this critical moment, Payi jumped out of the water. Holding the Kunwa sword, he stabbed into the crook of the murderer's leg and successfully broke the murderer's hamstring. Payi also retreated to Ran Hongxia, preparing to fight alongside her. Payi hero saves the beauty and wants to fight side by side with the second commander. My mission is to hand over the sword to the second master with my own hands. I also asked the second master to try this Kunwa. Ran Hongxia took Kunwa and admired secretly. Payi was quite loyal, and was slightly stunned. A huge black shadow stood up slowly. The murderer actually used chains to tie his feet to support him, and continued to walk towards Ran Hongxia and Ran Hongxia like a puppet on a string. Ran Hongxia said in a daze. The murderer was he Asen who was pulling goods from 10 miles away. He has been doing chores in the outer courtyard for our Shui Watingxian for many years, but he didn't know martial arts at all, and he didn't know why he was like this. Just when Payi was surprised why he was like this, the murderer's eyes flashed fiercely and he slashed straight at Payi. Ran Hongxia relies on Kunwa to block. This attack is evenly matched on defense. Zanjuan half squatted and half knelt, holding Kunwa's handle that was longer than a foot and a half with both hands, eyebrows slightly raised. There is a bit more pretty eyebrows under the words, Ran Hongxia said. The two people on the bridge were originally disciples of our sect. They are not dead. I'd be very grateful if you could help take them away first. There's another one in the pavilion and I'll find a way. Although Payi is not good at martial arts, he has good water skills, so he naturally agreed to help. At this time, the murderer raised the stone knife high above his head and spun it rapidly like a windmill. A vague sound of catastrophe echoed in my ears. The murderer swung the deformed giant blade like granite and swiped it, colliding with Kunwa's arrow. There was a loud roar, dyeing Hongxia's whole body and hugging the steel edge. His thick hair flew away and he turned around to tell Payi to leave quickly. Here, it will hinder yourself. Payi naturally understands this fact and is not sloppy. Seeing Payi leaving, Ran Hongxia made up her mind. How can we allow foreign enemies to let me go to Shui Watingxian? I saw the phantoms of red clouds twinkling and the shadows of arrows shining like maple leaves blown by the wind. There is a sound of salsa, and even the 13 postures of Qigong shot by Kunwa arrows penetrate the skin and flesh. Gradually discover the identity of the murderer Huiwu. Payi was frightened when he saw it in the distance. He was indeed the second master of Shui Watingxian. Payi took the opportunity and quickly picked up Huang Ying and Kailan to escape. At this time, the dyed red clouds have gained the upper hand, and I secretly admired. This Kunwa is indeed the work of Lu Yingqing, and it perfectly fits his 13 styles of Qigong. This move is an arrow move created by Ran Hongxia and copied from the Shuiwa sword manual inside the door. Because this arrow style is more damaging to the sword, I asked Lu Yingqing for help with a suitable arrow. When a powerful enemy invades, Ran Hongxia just happens to get this arrow and is so handy that Ran Hongxia can't help but wonder if this is really a coincidence. The willow's charming figure, soft and light, successfully pierced the murderer's leg bone again. This murderer didn't feel any pain at all, and he swept out a sharp blade with no regrets. He rolled up the battle bridge easily, and this blade attacks. It turned out to be Payi in the distance. This blow hit Payi's back, and the battle bridge also broke. Payi also fell into this heartbroken lake. At this time, Payi's back was completely numb. Gradually sinking to the bottom of the lake, my vision began to blur, as Payi's consciousness gradually blurred. A royal hand seeps into the lake. It was Huang Ying who pulled Payi out of the water and came to the rescue. In fact, Huang Ying had already woken up before, but his martial arts skills were mediocre. He was just looking for an opportunity. During the sneak attack on the monster, Kailan was also rescued by Huang Ying on the boat. Fortunately, Payi was hit and captured. In addition, my body has been much stronger than others since I was a child. It's nothing serious. Huang Ying pointed to the Huxing pavilion in the distance, and the injured senior sister Bai Hu. Still in that pavilion, the second Zhang Yuan refused to leave. It's because she had a knife-like air when she spoke. Destroy Fuqiao again. This monster is too powerful. I'm not afraid of pain. It's not an option to continue like this. Payi and Huang Ying discussed ways to save people. Payi thinks that although this monster is very strong, it seems that its hearing is not very good. You can try to save Bihu yourself. At the same time, the murderer has no regard for physical factors. Ran Hongxia, who slashed with strange power with each move, was defeated step by step. Ran Hongxia also had to calm down and concentrate, holding the sword behind her back and attacking with softness to overcome strength. Ran Hongxia calmly analyzed that the person in front of her was indeed domineering with her sword energy, but the speed of her sword skills was not stable enough. There should be a chance. But what exactly happened between this and Asan? At this time, dying red clouds can't control much. The beautiful shadow flickers and uses the 13 postures of Qi Feng again. The body is like running water, stained with red clouds, risking one's life. As long as we can avoid the murderer's knife, we have a chance of success. The murderer once again wielded the blade without reservation. The fierce blade brushed against the copper body stained with red clouds, and the stained red clouds were like entangled flowing water. Wrapped with the blade, there is no wasted range of motion. With graceful posture, he flicks his wrist and lifts the sword. The sword is as sharp as a sharp edge. The breeze caused the stone to break apart, and this blow accurately pierced the murderer's arms. The monster's hands were tightly sealed. At this time, the monster's eyes were wandering, as if he was looking for something. Suddenly I saw Hu Xingding accompanying the hunter and preparing to rescue the gecko. Ran Hongxia also noticed this scene at the same moment. Suddenly, the murderer cut off his own arms and tore them apart to replace the flesh. Throw out the stone saw blade in your hand. The target is the hunting companion. The hunting companion shouted that it was not good and pushed the gecko away. This blow broke the beams and pillars of Hu Xingding. Companion hunter took the opportunity to jump onto the trestle. Ran Hongxia also took the opportunity to jump up and kicked her legs hard. Rabbit Boying used all his strength, kicked the murderer into Hu Xingding, and with a loud noise, Hu Xingding collapsed completely, burying the gecko and the murderer underneath. The second commander shouted loudly to the gecko, but to no avail. At this moment, I found a shadow flashing on top of the rubble. Everyone looked in disbelief. Gecko, who had been unconscious all this time, actually stood up, and in his hand is the ominous giant blade. The gecko in Thor's masterpiece looks like he's gone crazy, yelling for 1,000 catastrophes. The voice echoed in this broken heart lake. Huang Ying took Kai Lan to the carriage outside the pavilion. Although Kai Lan was not injured, she was still unconscious. Ran Hongxia and Pei Liji were seen running out of the inner courtyard in a hurry, shouting loudly, "Hurry up and help people onto the carriage and untie the reins." Huang Ying was horrified and thought that the killer was coming after him, very concerned about how the gecko is doing at this time. But the second commander said with a solemn face, "Come here now to kill." It was Gecko who picked up that strange knife at that time. After that, the whole person seemed to be possessed by a demon, shouting about all kinds of calamities. He would kill anyone he saw. No matter how many times he was called, he would not respond. He just wanted to kill Ran Hongxia and the other two. Moreover, Gecko's martial arts became so powerful that it was impossible to restrain him. Trying her best, Ran Hongxia could only delay him. For the current plan, we can only lure him out of Shui Weting Xian and then make plans. Huang Ying's face turned pale after hearing this. Is he really a demon sword? In panic, everyone jumped onto the carriage, and Pei Lai quickly waved the reins. The moment the carriage started, a figure emerged from behind. It's the possessed gecko, whose thin body hides a fierce look, dragging a giant blade down from the sky. Easily throw out a sword and chop the carriage into pieces. Fortunately, Ran Hongxia's quick eyesight and quick hands allowed Kunwa's sword to withstand the attack. Ran Hongxia pushed hard and successfully repelled the gecko's attack. But the gecko's eyes are still confused. He kept saying, "I must kill you." Then he chased after her closely. After turns of hard fighting, dying red clouds spurted out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Huang Ying, he was worried. This sword technique is really weird, but what worries Ran Hongxia the most is that if the gecko's qigong is caught up, it will be difficult for Ran Hongxia in this state to protect everyone. Huang Ying asked again, "Why is this happening? Is it really the demon sword that has deceived people's hearts?" But Pei Lai doesn't think so. His seventh uncle always insists that everything happens for a reason when making knives. Swords turning into monsters sounds unreliable. Maybe there are other reasons. There is no good way to solve it at the moment. When I think of Uncle Qi, I might as well head towards Luoying City first. That's all I can do now. Ran Hongxia looked at Shui Weting Xian, who was gradually going away, and felt sad for a while. I can't help but think of my senior sister. If you were in your senior sister's shoes, how will we deal with it? Takedo, Zhangzhou first governs Huyangqing. The heavy rain is pouring. Xiao Laotai City wants to discuss important matters with the Four Sword sects, but I chose this ruined temple. The subordinates heard that Lao Taiching suspected that the imperial training of various sects a few days ago was related to the demon sword. They also said that the demon sword would come to this ruined temple today. At this time, all the representatives of the four major sword sects have arrived. The matter of the demon sword. It actually started from a murder case. Representatives of the four sword sects in the ruined temple. They are all arriving one after another. Why is it that the letter talks about the demon's sword and the demon's sword? No one has come today. The speaker has a pair of slender phoenix eyes that are more black than white. The pupils are big and full, and there are countless gods from ancient times. This person is one of the four deputy heads of Guanhai Tianen. Lu Biejia, sword and axe dangling. The person in front of me responded with both hands. This person is Fu Taiching, the man who buried Huang Jianzhong. Chao Tian Golden Lock, Tan Jianhu and Lao Taiching can't escape. Quan will be responsible for today's demon sword incident. Lu Biejia had a fierce look on his face at this time. Whether the demon sword really reappeared, he put it aside for now. The first important thing today is to find an explanation for the 12 lives of the people he blocked Haitian men. Lu Biejia pointed at his adopted son lying on the stretcher and said, "Fortunately, my adopted son is Mingda. I have brought everyone here. Please be fair, Mr. Tan. Otherwise I, Lu Biejia, will never give up." I saw the man on the stretcher, his whole body wrapped in bandages. After a sword energy entered his body, it instantly destroyed the meridians and blood vessels in his body, causing blood coagulation. After being attacked, his whole body was bruised and turned purple, gradually dying. The only thing that can cause such injuries is the unbearable sword that only sees its bow. Lu Biejia insisted on this point and sent people to investigate. He must have only seen the bow to confirm the matter. What Muyans did, Master Lu, I think there is something fishy about this matter. This matter came out in a woman's voice. I only saw this woman, wearing a dark green silk brocade dress, with long hair that reaches past the shoulders, flowing like a fairy, and the foolish curves are looming. This person is Shui Yuting Xian, the first disciple of the sect, and the acting sect leader. Suzi said, "Our 4 major sword sects have had a truce and alliance for nearly 100 years. If it was really the 4 heroes of Mu, why did he use the unbearable sword to blow himself up? Plus, Lao Taiching mentioned the demon sword. There might be a misunderstanding about this matter." Lu Biejia looked dismissive and interrupted Su Zi's words. "I heard that the head of Su dynasty, Bing Xue, was smart and would believe that the demon sword could bewitch and kill people. Moreover, Xiao Lei taking was very young. I'm afraid I've just listened to one side of the story and become confused." Lu Biejia's arrogance made the woman behind Su Zi quarrel. This woman looked about 18 or 19 years old. She was wearing a purple satin dress with wide sleeves and narrow shoulders. She looked domineering. This person is none other than Shui Weting Xian San's Hanjuan. Ren Yitzi mocked Lu Biejia. He was so angry, it was as if his own son had died. The disciple next to him quickly stopped him and said in a clever voice, "This Lu Biejia is second only to He Zhui, the master of the Guanhai Tianmen, and there are rumors that Lu Yanqing is his illegitimate son. But he wanted to inherit the position of head teacher, so he had to tell the outside world that he was an adopted son. Today I saw the disciples of Guanhai Tianmen. They were all looking at Shui Weting Xian with lustful eyes. This rumor is probably true. As the saying goes, the upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked." Ren Yitzi simply didn't believe what Tan Jianhu said just now. How could there be a demon sword to confuse people's hearts? I thought it would be more interesting if Shui Weting Xian appeared, but I didn't even see the figure of Mu Yun. At this moment, a box half as high as the wall appeared in the yard. This box was tied up and guarded by several people. And this box? It was brought here specially by Xiao Taiching. It is said to be related to the injuries to the disciples of various sects. Seeing this, Ren Yitzi said calmly, "Master Lu, don't worry. Since Xiao Lei taking insists that the murders in various places have nothing to do with his crime, is it related to the big box outside the door? Why don't Master Lu ask Mr. Tan to open the box and take a look?" Lu Bienjia had Lu Shanyang's beard and wanted to open the box to confront him. Naturally, he was stopped by Tan Jianhu. With this move, Lu Bienjia sent a dart directly. "Is it possible that you have to hand this evidence of crime to someone like Qigong to take it away? You, Xiao Lei taking, want to protect the man who used the unspeakable sword. Is it Mu Yuns who killed my son?" At this moment, a burst of hearty laughter came from outside the door. "To kill your son, why should I bear the sword?" I saw this man with black hair and white hair, carrying a guqin on his back, and a fierce aura that made people fear him. This man was Wei Wuying, the Lu Shui Qin demon. 30 years ago, the heroes who personally participated in the crusade against the demon sword are still alive. At this time, it ends at burying Huang Jianzhong, whose Taiwan name is Xiao Jianji, who is haunted by the tide, and Du Zhuanglian, the head of Shui Weting Xian, is in seclusion to recuperate. No one could see him except Wei Wuying, the elder of the Qigong Wuzi generation. At this time, Wei Wuying's arrival involuntarily shocked everyone present. The young Taoist priests and Guanhai Tianmen are talking a lot. The Qing demon himself is here. I am afraid he is here to help his apprentice support the demon. Lu Bienjia stroked his Shanyang beard and said in a strange tone, "It turns out that Elder Wei, who has a far-reaching reputation as a hero of Qigong, is here in person. He thinks that I will be able to get justice for the murder of Guan Haitian men." Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Wei Wuying chose to ignore it and walked past Lu Bianjia without any expression. Stand still and come to Su Zi. Su Zi's hands were slightly sweaty as she greeted her in formal attire. Wei Wuying also said politely, I send it on behalf of the head. Please send my greetings to the distinguished master. Just say that I am old and frail, and the sword has withered. After the head of Du is released from seclusion, he hopes to come as soon as possible to take the witness, so as to avoid regrets. Su Zi once again had a hard dream. Lu Bianjia continued the yin and yang path at this time. Could it be that Senior Wei was feeling guilty if he avoided answering like this? Wei Wuying's undisguised anger at this time can be heard in this tone, as if my disciple's crime has been proven beyond doubt. Did you see him murder someone with your own eyes? Lu Bianjia pointed at Lu Yanqing on the stretcher reluctantly, claiming that the adopted son survived the tragedy because of his faith, and that it was Lu Jing, and the scars on his body were unsightly. Various clues except your apprentice Mu Yun's. Who else could it be? But according to Lao Taiching's wishes, the 4 heroes Mu might have been captured by the demon's sword, which led to indiscriminate killing. The 4 heroes Mu would appear later, if it is inconvenient for Senior Wei to kill his relatives for justice. I, the disciple of Guanhai Tianmen, are also willing to help. Even those who died unjustly are the same as justice. Lu Bianjia's high-sounding words made Wei Wuying sneer. It is claimed that my disciple has been missing for a long time. I sent my 3rd son out to look for him a month ago, but there is no news yet. If I were to know that there were villains who slandered and framed my disciple and hid him, or designed him not to come forward and confess, I would never give up. As soon as these words came out, Lu Bianjia became very angry. He asked me to close Haitian Gate today, see the strange bow, the unique skill, and the unheard sword. After saying that, the 2 of them were at war. Lu Bianjia held a sword in his left hand and a sword in his right hand. He used Guanhai Tianmen's unique swordsmanship. Dehito, show your weapons. Wei Wuying laughed and said, Don't you know that I only saw that Qigong was cultivating an invisible sword? But when the thief said that he was only worthy of my hair, Wei Wuying pinched off a hair with his fingers. In a duel with them, Lu Bianjia was the first to bear the brunt, and their swords collided with each other. Make a harsh sound and use the rustling sound of the sword to confuse the opponent's judgment of the speed of the sword's swing. The next second, a sword struck Wei Wuying on the shoulder. He walked all over the mountain without seeking immortality. Attacking the flower moon alone makes me want to sleep. One stop, the saddest autumn red feeling. Xing Qi Feng 13 strings. Lu Bianjia slashed Wei Wuying's shoulder with his sword, but I didn't expect that this was just an afterimage of Wei Wuying. At this time, she had already flashed behind Lu Bianjia. I only saw Wei Wuying, Qining's fingertips, the true energy everywhere. The swaying hair trembled until it was straight, like steel needles. Before anyone could react, Wei Wuying had already passed through the crowd. A disciple collapsed limply. A piece of soft black hair was stuck in the hole on his left shoulder and neck. Less than 1.5 inches was left outside the flesh. The blade was sharp and penetrated the shoulder. Wei Wuying laughed loudly and waved his hands repeatedly to squeeze out the pain. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 Tianmen disciples fell down. Yuan was so panicked that the lamp formation was in chaos, and he saw her moving freely like a ghost. Lu Bianjia was horrified. The truce had not lasted more than 100 years, and the evil heretic who had only seen his skills had actually developed such physical skills, only to make the rare enemy in his life no longer hold back. Lu Bianjia mentioned the teaching. Wait for others to stand at the business door, close the door position, go to the Jiufeng Tiangang department, form a group of magic numbers to line the big formation. Tan Jianhu on the side made Su Zi look at him as soon as he heard about it. Su Zi never thought that Lu Bianjia would go to such lengths for his injured adopted son. No wonder there were rumors that the adopted son was actually his biological son. If the real Guanhai Tianmen were here today, he would definitely not let him go. Lu Bianjia and his gang are doing this. Zongshimen, on the other hand, originally wanted to escape, but had to avoid it. However, the Jiufeng Tiangang tribe went down the river. The chaotic scene of dozens of people doing their own thing suddenly disappeared. Within 3 steps, the formation formed itself, as if he had already mastered the 4 elements. Rao Shiwei was silent and faster than lightning. There was no room for advancement or retreat. Lu Bian clashed with his sword and was very energetic. He shouted loudly, Bai Ming Xianfan, Xinhu Xianming, walking on 7 stars, Zhou Za summer camp. Everyone moved with my breath. To suppress him, Wei Wuying kept dodging and retreating, but his formation did not waver. The speed and strength increased, and high walls seemed to be erected in all directions. Wei Wuying has endless perseverance, and has not fought against each other for decades. He does not want to be awesome, but he has developed such a unique formation. Wei Wuying relied on his supreme lightness skills to soar into the sky, climbed on the black boat and rushed out of the salt, and his body was submerged in the rain curtain. Lu Bianjia smiled. Do you think you can escape through the temple door? It's not that simple for the demons to form a large array. Everyone, follow me and move the array. A group of disciples roared in again under the blessing of the formation. Unexpectedly, there was a hoarse howl in the rain. Idiot, you can't get out of the palace. I am the one who wins. I only see Wei Wuying and Qing Mo's strings. True energy ripples throughout the body like waves. The raindrops seem to be still in midair. With the melodious music of the piano, the raindrops on the road turned into sword energy. Defeat all the Taoist priests in front of you. This trick of rain and dew is even worse. It is a small punishment for Guan Haitian men. At this time, Lu Bian was left alone. No matter how much he scolded him to maintain the formation, it would not help. Lu Bianjia was already at a disadvantage at this moment. A carriage rushed straight into the battle scene and the crisp bell rang. The rain came in, and when everyone got up, an old carriage with a broken roof had already arrived in front of the temple. The waste knife will never recover. The appearance of color acquires importance. A childish voice pulls the Jian donkey Mayhan to stop. The little Taoist priest hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Who are you? Get out of here quickly. Suddenly, a young man with pure red teeth and white teeth and beautiful features jumped down from the car seat. His clothes had been soaked by the rain. He claimed that my grandfather is old and frail and wanted to take shelter from the rain. This temple is not your home. Why should you have to have it? We must not. These words directly angered the little Taoist priest. While he was cursing, a slim purple figure came walking on the water. Who said it will never rain? I said it will definitely rain. The person holding the umbrella is none other than Shui Weting Xian San's Hanjuan. Ren-Yitzi walked in and the young man stretched out his hand to hold him back. He gave a naughty smile. Little brother, don't be afraid. What's your name? Where did you come from? Who else is in the car? The boy did not answer, but looked thoughtfully at the seriously injured Lu Yanqing on the stretcher. Said, if you give me and Grandpa water and food, I'll tell you, any son can be exchanged for a gold string. Drinking blood brought tea and cakes. The little boy claimed that his grandpa was afraid of meeting strangers and would feed it to him later. Then the little boy hurriedly stuffed the pastry into his mouth and said slowly, My name is Yao. My grandpa and I live in the village. In addition to Grandpa, there was also the body of my sister Aluan in the car. We came all the way here just to seek revenge. This murderer not only killed Aluan, but also all the men in the village. These words came from the mouth of a little boy. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Everyone pricked up their ears. About half a month ago, a group of scoundrels came to the village. They said they were from the village of Mu. I came here in the name of the clear water, but it turned out that I wanted to catch women for fun. The women in the village were so scared that they all hid in the mountains. The bad guys couldn't catch any women, so they arrested all the men in the village and tied their hair into bunches, like the straw darts in front of the market. He was tied high to the rack for drying nets, with a rope loop around his neck. Yao's sister is the most beautiful person in the village. Regardless of opposition, she decides to use herself to call everyone back. Aluan went down the mountain alone and ran into the village square. Yao was scared at first, but she followed her sister quietly. The bad boys were instantly attracted by her beauty. The subordinates pushed Aluan to the leader. The leading villain looked at the oil mist in front of him with a fearful expression. He grabbed Aluan's face and said obscenely, Give me a smile and make me happy. Maybe I will let someone go. Aluan tried his best to force out a smile. But as the leader waved his hand, his subordinates raised their swords and dropped them. One of them reached out and touched. The weight of the body fell on the remaining 4 people. Alwan looked at the bloody blade in front of him with horror on his face. He was frightened. The leader tore off the clothes on Aluan's chest, while humiliating the woman in front of him, while killing the men in the village one by one. At this moment, Yao was discovered hiding in the grass. Yao kicked the villain in the face, resisted and fled the scene. The person who was kicked became furious instantly. He raised his sword to chop. A figure stood in front of Yao. It was his sister Aluan. The next second, Aluan fell into a pool of blood. Yao burst into tears and lost her dear sister. The evil leader was furious because he lost his plaything and ordered his men to cut Yao into pieces. Just when the thousands of troops were about to attack, 2 pebbles collided and knocked down the villain behind them. One person was playing with the stones in his hand and said, I thought I could see pastoral dusk songs in this small village on the edge, but I didn't expect that it turned out to be a purgatory on earth. The person who took action looked like a scholar. There are several large double scrolls attached to the back. Gentle and elegant, chic and chic. I thought I could see pastoral dusk songs in this small village on the edge, but I didn't expect it to be a purgatory on earth. It is commonplace for the villains to be arrogant, and it is commonplace to take human life lightly. They raised their swords and asked angrily, "Who are you? Dare to ruin my good deeds?" I saw this man taking out the scroll without any panic, but there was a cold arrow hidden in the scroll, and said slowly, "I won't change my name if I want to do it. I won't change my surname if I do it. I'll take the Longting Mountain wine list and call it Danqing, a stroke of dusk cloud color. If you do such an outrageous thing, you will all be dead." The villain didn't show any fear at all and cursed angrily. "I just saw Qigong piled up with a little snake, but he dared to meddle in our boss's own business. But can you afford to offend the famous Guanhai Tian and vice chief?" Yenu was eating cakes while observing the expression on Biejia's face, and coldly said these words to everyone. Seeing the road, Biejia's face darkened. The evil spirits around him were shouting, and arrogantly, he rushed towards the child. Holding a sword in hand, he is bound to kill people and silence them. Looking at Payi again, the three of them are still trying to escape. Pihu is also chasing after her. Payi's only thought was to go a few miles ahead faster, and reach the boundary of Zhuqing Mountain. The rain had stopped at this time, but Pihu's body was still wet. Drops of fragrant sweat slipped from the cheeks. This scene was clearly seen by everyone. Although I don't know why Pihu became like this, his body is still the same as that of ordinary people. He gets tired and sweats. He dragging the stone knife to chase like this must be suppressing the fatigue of his body. Everyone believed that otherwise, the previous attacks would have done more than just destroying half of the carriage. At this time, the carriage was still speeding through the bamboo forest. You can see the beacon tower of Luing City from a distance. As long as you get there, you will be safe. But at this moment, Pihu disappeared behind him, and everyone hurriedly looked for it. I found that Pihu had actually come to the carriage and used his body to forcefully bend the bamboo. With the push of the bamboo, it hit the carriage like an arrow. At this moment, the huge momentum plus the weight of the stone knife all poured into dyed red clouds, forcing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. The explosion caused the carriage to shatter under his feet. Everyone stumbled and fell. Wait for the hunting companion to calm down. Pihu was dragging the stone knife and approaching the injured Ran Hongxia step by step. At the critical moment of dying Hongxia's life and death, Payi discovered that Ran Hongxia's sword was lost beside him in the fight just now. Without hesitation, he jumped up, picked up the Kunwu sword and charged forward to kill him. He slashed diagonally with both hands, forcing Pihu to block quickly. After failing to hit the target, Payi raised his hand high and shouted, "Come on, your opponent is me." After successfully attracting Pihu's attention, he urged the second commander to take them to the beacon tower. After being hit, Pihu jumped up with the blade in his hand and headed towards Payi to kill him. A sword energy shattered the rocks and cracked the ground. Fortunately, although Payi's martial arts skills were mediocre, he was naturally agile in swordsmanship, and overstep successfully evaded the attack. Ran Hongxia said with an anxious look, "What's the difference between letting me leave you at this time and killing you with my own hands?" Payi ignored it and continued to challenge, "You are nothing more than that. Didn't your sword energy hit me?" Pihu, who had lost his mind, was full of anger, and his eyes were fierce. He struck at Payi again with the knife in his hand. Payi hurriedly got up and said that there is no need to worry about the second commander. "Although I can't beat him, I am faster than him. I will save my face and hand Kunwu into your hands again." Looking at Payi's retreating back, Ran Hongxia feels sad for a while. At such a young age, if you try to be a hero by imitating others, you will die. Huang Ying beside him quickly comforted and said, "Sister Han, let's go. Pihu has been chasing for so long and his physical strength has been exhausted. Maybe that kid can really escape." Now that things have come to this, although Ran Hongxia is full of worry and pain, she can only pray that Payi will live safely. Payi ran as fast as he could, breathing heavily. Suddenly, Pihu came out from behind again, and this sword energy fell from the sky, coming at a tricky angle. Seeing that he had no power to dodge, Payi could only use the Kunwu sword to block. The shock from the sword blade caused Payi to spurt out a mouthful of blood. It was no longer possible to stabilize my body, and I retreated like a kite with its string cut off. Pihu's speed was increasing and he took the opportunity to come directly above Payi. With his position in the air, Payi could no longer dodge. Payi also realized at this time that if he fell, there would be no way out. I'm afraid he would really have to explain it here this time. With a huge impact, Payi was shot out like a cannonball. It hit the ground and rolled again. The Kunwu sword spun rapidly in the air. It happened to fall into Payi's hands. Payi also lost consciousness at this time. Payi was knocked unconscious and slowly opened his eyes. I found Pihu looking at me at the entrance of a cave, and he fell into the injection pool that had not been dug in the past when he stationed troops. But what puzzled Payi was that Pihu only watched at the entrance of the cave without pursuing him. And he's getting more and more irritable, as if he can't climb out of this deep pit. Looking carefully, there was an arrow wound on Pihu's thigh. Payi wasn't sure if he was injured. At that moment, he couldn't remember anything. I saw the Kunwu sword inserted next to me at this time. Payi was so determined that he raised the Kunwu sword again. It doesn't matter whether you are in 1,000 tribulations or 1,000 tribulations. If you come after me again, I will fight to the death to bury you with you. I don't know whether it was Payi's aura that intimidated the other party, or Pihu had something important to do. He actually left Payi alone and turned around to leave. Payi finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time. I have saved my life. I must find a way out as soon as possible and rush to the beacon tower to meet Zhongyu. On the other side, the sword of evil is approaching. This person is none other than Su Yanxing, the proud disciple of the Liu Bi family. Between the lightning and flint, a figure flashed across. Tan Jianhu grabbed Su Yanxing's sword. The veins on Tan Jianhu's palm were as red as a furnace. The sword in his hand deformed in the guest room. Su Yanxing's sword skills, ranked among the top 3 among Tianmen's sword meridians. It was originally called Tongxi sword, and the sword it was paired with was called Tongxi. It was a famous weapon used by the Liu Bi family when they were young. Not only was the sword made exquisitely, but the scabbard was also made of high-quality iron lithium wood. Even if it was really thrown into the fire, it would not burn for a moment. The strange material was destroyed in the hands of Tan Jianhu in just one look. When Su Yanxing was surprised, Tan Jianhu said slowly, "Taoist master, there may be something wrong with pointing a sword at a child. Besides, the facts are not yet clear. According to the procedure, we should go to court for questioning. Is the Taoist master trying to silence him in a hurry?" A soldier of the Red Top sect. According to legend, this technique is extremely difficult to master. This Tan Jianhu looks unattractive, but he can become a right-hand man who sharpens his sword. This time he takes action. It shocked everyone even more. It's really not that simple. And just at that moment, Liu Biejia clearly felt another breath. Liu Biejia suddenly pointed at the carriage and shouted loudly, "Since you're here, Moose Man, why don't you devote yourself to seeing him?" As soon as I finished speaking, I saw the driver taking off his straw hat. A burst of afterimages emerged. Kneeling in front of Wei Wuying, disciple Mu Yunce pays homage to his master. Mu Yunce said slowly, "This disciple has done something wrong. Please forgive me, master." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Only Wei Wuying remained calm and said calmly, "It's for selfish reasons, or for the sake of others. Disciples are not motivated by selfish desires, but to save innocent people. As a teacher, if I were here, can he take action?" According to the disciple's guess, the master will also take action. "Mother-in-law, you are either motivated by selfish desires nor out of necessity. Who do you need to forgive you? Be open and responsible if someone wrongly accuses you. There is still a teacher here." Mu Yunce, who lives in the first palace, turned around and said firmly, "Everyone who used inappropriate documents against Liu Yanxing." It was here that Mu Yunce admitted that after using unsavory documents on Liu Yanxing, Liu Biejia's face was gloomy and his spirit became violent. At that time, he wanted to break Mu Yunce into pieces. A group of Taoists also started making noises. Mu Yunce calmly cupped his fists and saluted and said, "Seniors, Mu Yunce dressed up in disguise earlier. It was very rude. Please forgive me. I did this because I feel that the tragedy in Qizhou village needs to be told in person to everyone more realistically. Mu Yunce witnessed the tragedy that day, so he drugged him. He wanted to kill the gangsters, but in order to leave evidence of guilt. So I didn't kill anyone, I just removed one left leg from each person." The leader, Liu Yanxing, whose martial arts skills were not as good as Mu Yunce, was knocked off his weapon and stabbed in his right arm. Who would have thought that since Liu Yanxing was feinting to attack, he would find an opportunity to escape on his own? Su Yanxing interrupted Mu Yunce's kicking skills. "As for the question, since you said that my senior brother's martial arts skills are not as good as yours, why did you still use unworthy documents on him? I think you are clearly lying about the other 11 lives. You were the one who killed him, right?" Mu Yunce said without making a fuss or getting angry. "Taoist Su, don't worry. If these unscrupulous people, the murderer who massacred the village was really killed by me, Mu Yunce, I will never hide it. As for why he used unworthy documents, it was for self-protection." Mu Yunce looked at his palms, eyes full of disbelief. That day, Mu Yunce followed Liu Yanxing to a valley in the west of the village. It was overgrown with grass and inaccessible. When Mu Yunce entered the valley, I saw an assassin with a demonic sword species outside the body on the mountain. "Don't enter the living soul." The gold and iron progress was inscribed with Tang poetry number 7. However, Mu Yunce could not care about anything else at that time. He quickly chased after Liu Yanxing. The end of the valley was blocked by a landslide. Lu Yanqing roared loudly and looked at Mu Yunce, who was chasing him, angrily pulling out the bamboo arrows from the pile of earth and rocks. Make the last resistance, but this fragile bamboo can't resist Mu Yunce's attack at all. Mu Yunce moves the arrow without any sloppiness, precisely penetrate bamboo joints. With one kick, Lu Yanqing was kicked into the earth and rocks. As the earth and rocks collapsed, a gloomy white skeleton was actually exposed. The corpse is sitting cross-legged in a wooden cage. Its body is gradually being penetrated by the cold, and an iron knife is lying quietly in front of it. Lu Yanqing did not hesitate at all, grabbed this rusty iron knife. But when Lu Yanqing stood up again, the iron sword gradually regained its luster, and a ray of clear light overflowed from the handle. And Lu Yanqing's whole aura is also different from that of Pai Rub and others before. Ever since Lu Yanqing picked up this rusty iron knife, he seemed to be a different person. A mysterious clear light spreads from the forehead of the knife and climbs up to the tip of the knife. The whole knife exudes a mysterious and wild green light, which is both charming and beautiful. Lu Yanqing's eyes were distracted, her mind was unclear, and her aura suddenly increased. Mu Yunce even felt it. Only when facing her senior brother. At this time, Mu Yunce made up his mind to strike preemptively. Mu Yunce raised her 2 fingers, her eyes were firm, and a move in her sword finger pointed at the sky to indicate the sun. The graceful and free figure emerges from the midst of thousands of shadows and flowers. But I didn't expect that Lu Yanqing in front of me would actually do the same trick, like a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. Mu Yunce thought to herself, how could Lu Yanqing point to the sky to indicate the sun? He must be playing tricks on him. But in the subsequent attacks, Lu Yanqing used Mu Yunce's techniques, and the moves were specious. The direction is right, but it's exactly like Mu Yunce's lightness. The two of them were fighting each other silently. One left arm and one right arm exchanged more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye. Mu Yunce almost thought that, when he was fighting against his other self, Lu Yanqing's moves were as fast as his own, regardless of whether the moves were all correct. It's always the last come, first served. It's a round of fighting. Mu Yunce could only defend hard. If the opponent had not used only one hand and used martial arts that he was very familiar with, he would have been defeated long ago. At this time, Mu Yunce finally realized that Lu Yanqing was definitely not in a normal state at this time. Could it be the problem with the knife? Mu Yunce immediately decided to knock down Lu Yanqing's sword. In a hurry, Mu Yunce kept pointing her elbows at her teacher, looking at the wind and sucking her fingers, and making a fine box with her fingers. Referring to the cute pine trees in the water, 3 moves are launched in succession, which reveals the power of seeing the sky and the essence of the cicada. But these tricks are no surprise. Mu Yunce did even better. He was the first to knock off Mu Yunce's saber. Lu Yanqing takes advantage of the victory and pursues it, locking his blade with Mu Yunce in a moment of crisis. Mu Yunce drew 3 fingers on his palm to increase the power of Shiqing's bow. He put his palms together, and immediately took action. As soon as his shoulders moved, Lu Yanqing struck first and struck out with his palms at the same time. But it's unbearable that the document doesn't mention the moves. Use the extreme sound to advance inward to coagulate and cut off the blood flow. It's meaningless to imitate the movements. Mu Yunce's palms. It silently stamped onto his chest, causing his whole body to shrink. He flew backwards with his sword and flew across a large lake nearly 3 feet tall. When he landed, there were a few clicks, as if he broke several bones. The waist and legs were twisted at an unnatural angle, but at this time Lu Yanqing could still move, and roared and came to attack again. Mu Yunce took out the sword in the painting, between the intersection of iron and ice. A faint light passed to Mu Yunce's blade. The next second, thousands of ghosts gathered together, and stared at Mu Yunce like monsters. At this moment, Mu Yunce lost consciousness. After Mu Yunce came into contact with the waist knife, he felt as if he had fallen into an abyss and lost consciousness. Mu Yunce also heard what happened next. When Xiang arrived, he found that Mu Yunce was as strong as a puppet and looked horrifying. He even swung his sword to attack him. Fortunately, a knight fell from the sky and knocked Mu Yunce unconscious, and took away the axis sword in his hand. After the person got the sword, he became unable to control himself. In agony, he abandoned his appearance, struggled and staggered, and ran towards Qingzhou village. After waking up, Mu Yunce guessed that the matter might be related to the waist knife, so she followed his movements along the way. Firstly, she was worried that the man would not be able to control himself, and killed innocent people indiscriminately. Secondly, based on the description, Mu Yunce was almost certain that the man was his 3rd senior brother. Emotions. As soon as these words came out, Wei Wuying was like a thunderbolt from the clear sky. On the other hand, Lu Biejia was overjoyed. He said loudly in front of everyone, "In the final analysis, this matter has nothing to do with you. I think it is your brothers who joined forces to commit murder." I made up such ridiculous things afterwards in order to avoid responsibility. Wei Wuying's face was gloomy. Don't be angry and say solemnly, idiot. The catastrophe is still unknown. He is telling the truth. Wei Wuying slowly dragged out all the past events. 30 years ago, the remnants of the Suyuan demon sect released the demon sword. The entire East China Sea was filled with blood. The demon sword can control people's hearts. People possessed by demonic swords are called sword masters. Even ordinary people can become masters after being possessed, not to mention people who are already highly skilled in martial arts. At that time, all the factions in the East China Sea put aside their prejudices and cooperated with all their strength to defeat the demon sword. However, it was difficult to fight against their fellow swordsmen who had become sword masters, which made the battle particularly brutal. The Battle of the Demon Sword sacrificed countless martial arts warriors, the 7 old island masters of the Island of Gods, and the Taoist priest Wei Wuying of Guanhai Tianen. Now only I, Du Zhuanglian and Xiao Jianji are still alive. The name of this demon sword in Qizhu village is Uning. It has no physical body. It only needs the gold and iron statues to transfer the weak ones to the strong ones. All sword masters can use one. Martial arts that can imitate or dismantle other people's moves and strike first. Wuxiang Dao skill. Wei Wuying also didn't expect that the Tang poetry period. He actually sealed Uning to Qingzhou village, but Su Yanxing at the scene raised questions, claiming that if there really is a seal, why has no one mentioned it for so many years? Wei Wuying dismissed the doubts and said, "There are always some fools who think they can control the demon sword, so as to prevent the demon sword from causing trouble again. Naturally, we must strictly keep the secret of the seal. Whether you believe it or not is not important anymore, because this place will soon become a sure field for conquering demon swords." This statement shocked everyone. Su Zi asked hurriedly, "What Senior Wei means is that the demon sword is right here at this moment. How can we see it?" Wei Wuying said that in the battle that year, we found that the demon sword has no intention of being hostile to us. They attract each other and kill each other. The manipulated swordsman will unconsciously look for another demon sword, but the only thing that will not be transferred when it comes into contact with Uning is the demon sword. Wei Wuying looked at the box in front of him, which looked like a strong sword, and said secretly, predicting the resurrection of the demon sword, summoning the giant hands of the 4 sword sects, and specially asked himself to come, sharpen the sword and point out what was delivered. It's already obvious that this old guy is at his wit's end. At this moment, Wei Wuying suddenly felt the dangerous aura of CC. A figure appeared in the sparse tree. This person's eyes were red. Rise up in unison and charge into the crowd. Counting the knives killed many people in a short period of time, and this person was reduced to being a swordsman, Mo Shuz. At this moment, Mo Shuz was wearing a black silk robe, which looked luxurious, but was made dirty and tattered, as if it was written in the subtitles. Her black hair reveals her forehead, and her stiff movements while the rain is about to fall are just like a living corpse. Wei Wuying took off the black copper plastic tail scarf from his back. Pull off the abdomen casually, strength and body riding. Xinxing Huan Dao book color, can you hear me? Mo Shuz was slightly stunned. Jilin's posture was like a bad doll, and his whole body was trembling slightly. At this time, the 3 heroes of Mo who have replaced the civilized East China Sea have long since disappeared. There was a flash of light while walking, and the 2 Tian men suddenly cut off their hands. Tan Jianhu looked solemn and shouted loudly, "Senior, this is no longer the 3 heroes of Mo. We have to subdue him." Su Zi and others also drew their swords as if facing a powerful enemy. Wei Wuying closed his eyes and sighed. Book color. Among the 6 disciples, your mind is the most determined. Even you can't defeat the ghost. A year's worth of fighting over the strings of the harp, the invisible sword energy burst out suddenly. With a sound of quenching, the invisible energy turned around and fended off Mo Shu's attack. Wei Wuying's rich voice resounded throughout the courtyard. Put away your weapons. Get rid of the demons here today. Don't let the evil ghosts move again. There is a dilemma between man and evil. If you are wise, don't be manipulated by others. Ghost, I am no longer the Wei Wuying I used to be. I saw his hands waving continuously, the huge and delicate Qin Mod set to spin, and the sound of whooshing was endless. The entire Lingguan Hall is full of sword energy. Over the past 30 years, he has been trying hard to crack the Wuxiang Dao Jin, a martial art with ghost characteristics. The strongman needs to create a unique skill that kills enemies in the air without getting along, so Yulua is born. This blow made everyone at the scene stunned. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one can believe that Wei Wuying's strength is so terrifying. The sound of the piano is invisible, and the strength of the sword cannot be imitated or cracked. Mo Shu saw one frame again and was very reluctant to pick it up, but I still want to fight back. The monster is still as always, regardless of the life of its host. Wei Wuying's internal force instills the sound of the piano into aggregation. As soon as you get close to Mo Shu's, you will get the order of imprisonment. Wei Wuying covered the strings. The sword energy also dissipated. Wei Wuying was moved by silhouette. If he had only been trapped for a few days, he might still be able to be saved. Wei Wuying put down Payi and wanted to help Mo Shu's. To get rid of Uning, Wei Wuying struck the Jiaowiken into the blue bricks and 2 green fishes with one palm, flying to the side of the cage. Dehito Xiaojianji, let me see what you brought. One palm knocked down the box as high as the wall, and the strong smell of rotting corpses. It bursts out, filling the whole space, and the smoke dissipates. Leaning against the wall of the cage was a half-decomposed corpse. The floating color resembles the complaint of a sword. On the chest of the corpse is a crimson scimitar with evil intent, and the tip of the knife is inserted into the wall. The huge wrinkled gauntlet in the shape of an arm is embedded with a strange eye. The round pupil in the eye is like blood, and it looks like a ruby the size of a pigeon egg. No matter where you are or what angle you look at, you seem to be stared at by that bloody eye. Looking for a living creature, Wei Wuying sighed and pulled out the red scimitar. There's a gust of wind. Could it be that it's you? The demon's sword has red eyes. The red-eyed sword is shaped like a wrest, but it is not very ferocious. When you look at it, it feels very wild and powerful. It's unbearable to look at it. Among the women, Su Zi is closest to the red eyes, smelling an inexplicable strong fragrance on the tip of his nose. My mind was filled with heat. My eyes were full of red lotuses. I couldn't help but squint my beautiful eyes, and whispered hard, "This is the legendary demon's sword. But why do I always feel like this knife is like a knight?" At this moment, Su Zi's lips protruded and he blurted out. Hoinke was completely different from before, as if he was a little more elegant, light and charming, full of magnetism. Everyone around him felt breathless. If the situation was not critical, everyone would have become paralyzed. Wrap your fingers softly. Suddenly, Wei Wuying mentioned Dei, and the Shui Tingxian girls all stepped back 10 feet away. This knife is aimed at women, emitting hallucinogenic poisonous smoke and poisoning the body. No matter how many people there are, they will become her sword masters. When everyone saw Wei Wuying pull out his red eye, they remembered the power of Uning's possession, and they were all frightened, and they walked away from the wall one after another. Wei Wuying smiled coldly, and the 5 swords made a perfect match. A series of close sounds drove away Puliai's calligraphy. Uning's stepfather's orchid bee, green and silver flying on the expanded sword, as if being overwhelmed by the unparalleled inner strength of his opponent. The guest room was caught off guard. The dark green light flickered, as if it was panting endlessly, and the red eyes. But unlike other swords, the green light cannot stick to it, and the whole body glows with red flames. The sweet aroma of the fresh fruit, as rich as wine, evaporates, as if full of energy. Wei Wuying's moves are mysterious and unpredictable. Even though Uning has the strength of the Wuxiang sword and her moves are exactly the same, Wei Wuying can always be half a step ahead. After Mo Shu's was defeated steadily, Mu Yun's finally realized. Master, this aura is not an ordinary aura. Yula's remaining internal force is in the aura, restricting Uning's movements. Wei Wuying slashed his sword, and the charming red shadow of the sword looked extremely dazzling. The Uning held in the ink-colored book flickers in and out. Obviously struggling, Wei Wuying took the opportunity to duck behind him and grab the blind spot behind him. The unique skill of close-range shooting in the face of the demon's sword Wuxiang Dao Jin. Qin demon Wei Wuying finally gained the upper hand. 30 years later, when they encountered each other for the second time, they found a way to restrain Uning. Wei Wuying aimed at Mo Shu's right hand holding the knife, pointed at the sky and the sun, and charged up a blow. I wanted to shoot down the demon's sword and let go, but since Mo Shu's was allowed to be pushed back several meters, he did not dare to let go at all. Taking the opportunity, he jumped into the crowd and the Wuxiang Daojin came out again. Several people fell down at once. At this time, Wei Wuying has realized that it is very difficult to get rid of the demon's sword while preserving the color of the book. At this moment, Su Yanxing pointed angrily with both hands. Wei Wuying, if you delay in killing this monster, you are just trying to commit murder. Unexpectedly, Wei Wuying, who had been calm all this time, shouted loudly. Don't confuse the demon's sword with my apprentice. He is the apprentice of someone Wei. Only someone said this. Wei Wuying made up his mind at this time to use Tong Tian's sword gang's wrapped mirror again. The action of sealing the book color. But this move consumes a lot of energy. You must not delay the move. With 10 successes, you suppress the ghost's phaseless sword mirror. Chell is waiting for the opportunity to seize the sword. Wei Wuying strikes again. This Tongtian sword guide was created by him from the Tongtian sword's finger. It's all based on one thing. I consciously strike out like a spring silkworm spinning silk. Every fold has an invisible air mirror that has seen the flow marks and tried its best not to destroy them, gradually weaving into a ball. Only the deadly air net, the mist, and the blood beads, flying sand and rocks are all trapped in the hemisphere that blocks the circle. But although Emotius was embarrassed, he still fought back and forth. Wei Wuying could not help but admire him. He is indeed his disciple. During the fight, a figure came out and attacked. It was none other than Ying. Without saying a word, he rushed to exchange a few moves with Emotius, breaking off a small piece of the hard object every time they fought. The strange thing is that the blue-edged broadsword of Demon Sword Girl's father can cut through the knee, but I can't destroy this long black ebony stick with one blow. As soon as the sword edge enters the wood, it is slightly blocked. Even if it is slightly clumsy and extremely broken, the remaining branches will not be broken apart, very resistant to fighting. There is no green light on the wood. Obviously, the demon sword cannot be moved. Wei Wuying thought, this child came prepared. But how could the oily wood stand up to the sharp demonic knife? It was chopped off after just a few moves. Ying took the opportunity to pounce on Emotius and hugged her waist tightly, shouted loudly, "Master, grab the sword and leave me alone." No matter how hard Emotius hit him with his elbow, Ying refused to let go. But at this moment, the person who jumped out from behind Ying turned out not to be Wei Wuying, but Guanhai Tian and Lubiejia. Ying hugged the crazy Emotius. However, Lubiejia picked up half of the oil fire wood and took the opportunity to sneak attack on Ying. The sharp point came through the air and pointed directly at the wooden silver back door. When Emotius came back, he turned a blind eye. The broken sword actually penetrated the wooden silver neck. This time, disaster struck both sides, and no one had time to save them. At the critical moment, a person flashed by and Qin Demon Wei Wuying descended from the sky. The red eye hooked and blocked, and he was opening the green-haired waist blade. The other hand firmly grasped Lubiejia's arm. It was difficult to move at all. Wei Wuying had a lot of free time. The momentum of the Tongtian sword gang increased sharply, forcing Lubiejia and Ying to fly out. Wei Wuying retracted his arms. Borrowing a bell, he kicked the door in front of Lubiejia. He coldly snorted. "Old bastard, I'm writing about how good the bottom mud tastes. The rats and mice that were sneak attacked by the secret master only deserved to lie on the ground and eat dirt." Then he took on the demon sword, and only the master and the apprentice were left in the field. The Tongtian sword gang is opened wide and the sword is closed with a powerful momentum like a rainbow. The strong impact made everyone unable to open their eyes. Flying sand leaves time, Wei Wuying retreats. Danshi knelt down, very tired. On the other hand, Emotius has been forced to let go of the demon's sword. The wooden silver sword-shaped man said with great joy, "Master, Uning has let go. Is the third senior brother back?" But the Emotius in front of him has not improved at all and is still crazy. Suddenly, a black shadow passed through the weapon, and Lubiejia went straight into the middle palace. The bottom of his sleeve turned up, and the kerosene curtain for sharpening the sword had been inserted into Emotius' belly. The bloody wooden tip came out through his back, squeezed within 3 inches. Everyone at the scene exclaimed loudly. No one thought that Lubiejia could do such a thing. Lubiejia said with a smile on his face, "This knife is for my adopted son Lu Yanqing." Lubiejia became an employee during the movement. The news of Mu Ju came out again. At this time, a figure was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lubiejia and struck Lubiejia with a roar. This palm was unreserved, and Lubiejia shot out vertically like a kite with its string cut off. But at this time, the back was left to Emotius. It can be seen that Emotius' face is full of heroism. His eyes are vicious, and a pair of fleshy palms suddenly attack Wei Wuying. The unbearable smell hit him right in the chest. In an instant, Wei Wuying's vitality stood up. His pulse was white. A mouthful of Yin fish rushed to his forehead, and his complexion turned blue. Even if Mu Yun's roars and shouts, there is nothing he can do to save the day. Wei Wuying grabbed Emotius' hand tremblingly. His beloved disciple actually let his hand hurt him. Wei Wuying said sadly, "She's my disciple, you must have tried your best. Let me leave it to my master next. Everyone must step forward to execute this walking corpse together." But Wei Wuying shouted, "Don't move, I am Wei Wuying's apprentice. Only I, Wei Wuying, can kill." Wei Wuying looked at Shusei like a demon with complicated eyes. He said slowly, "You are a good apprentice. My master will not let the demon's sword control you." "Don't worry." Wei Wuying Kong Wu's powerful palm, grasping Emotius' wrist pulse. Wei Wuying took Emotius into his arms and burst out with strength. There was a muffled sound, and the demonized young hero was shocked all over. Blood overflowed from all the orifices, and the sinister expression suddenly became stupid and hollow again. The master trembled from his mouth and finally fell into Wei Wuying's arms. Although Wei Wuying's heart is as sharp as a knife, He must take the overall situation into consideration at this moment. Shouted everyone to stay away from Uning, in order to prevent being possessed by him. But as soon as the sound of the painting ended, everyone discovered that Uning, who was stuck on the ground, had disappeared. Everyone at the scene fell into panic. Who dared to touch such a terrifying knife? When everyone was surprised, they turned around and found that Lu Yanqing, who was seriously injured on the stand, was missing. I saw Lu Yanqing, who was paralyzed on the side just a second ago. At this time, Uning was in hand. He actually stood up again. Lu Biejia looked shocked at this moment. At this moment, Wei Wuying realized that everyone had retreated and there was no one available for Uning, so he had to go back and look for that guy. Wei Wuying stood up again, holding the demon sword in his hand to scold Ji, wanting to kill Lu Yanqing. At this time, Lu Yanqing was not as indifferent as before. He actually turned around and ran away with the demon knife. Wei Wuying was also a little surprised that the demon's sword actually escaped. Maybe he knew that the body could not sustain it for too long. Wei Wuying sighed and couldn't help but recall the heroes who fought to the death with the demon's sword 30 years ago. Now only the tragic song of generosity remains, and if his best friend is really buried with the demon's sword. When I, Wei Wuying, go to that world, you will tell me. Is that the reason why I became a traitor in the first place? Since you left me dragging this old and broken body to face the demon's sword again, then don't just focus on being a happy god. Lend me your strength, and when I finish this thread I will come to find you. Singing and drinking wildly, Wei Wuying shouted in front of everyone. Everyone evacuated to the inn 8 miles away. If you follow, you will be possessed by Uning. Kill without mercy. Then a figure swept away and chased after the traces of the demon's sword. At the same time, Payi also climbed out of the pit. The beacon tower was in front of him. Payi climbed out of the pit and looked at the beacon tower in the distance. I thought Ran or Zanjuan should have arrived early. I wonder if Gecko has found that place. Payi was thinking as he walked towards the beacon tower. Not long after, the sounds of fighting were clearly heard. Payi then hurriedly sprinted over, fearing that something unexpected would happen. He had just reached the top of the mountain. Payi was completely shocked by what he saw in front of him. I saw Ran Hongxia's cheeks were flushed, her waist was rosy, and her breath was filled with a warm and sweet fragrance of bone marrow. At this time, she was fighting with the demon's sword Red Eye in her hand. Next to Huang Ying and Kai Lan, old man Yi was meditating to heal his injuries. This man was none other than Wei Wuying. The person fighting against Ran Hongxia was Lu Yanqing, who was holding the demon sword Uning. The demon knife in the hand exudes demonic intent and makes people feel cold several times. I saw the dyed red clouds leaping into the sky, regardless of the injuries on my body. The more you fight, the braver you become. The green and red swords flash in the air. For a while, I had a back-and-forth fight with the swordsman. Payi saw the dull eyes of the person in front of him and turned a blind eye to the open wound, just like he hastened before. After several fights, Yan Hongxia was obviously exhausted, and coupled with the backlash from the red eyes of the demon's sword, the temperature of her oily cheeks rose sharply. Breathing heavily, the swordsman Lu Yanqing saw the right opportunity. Rushing forward to understand dying Hongxia. At the critical moment, Payi rushed up from the side with Kunwu's sword in hand and wanted to fight him. Lu Yanqing was also stunned for Payi's sudden appearance. Wei Wuying on the side looked like a sword but was extremely nervous. Shouting that the sword cannot be used the infuriating energy to pop out 2 stones. It accurately hit the 2 swords, preventing Payi and Uning's iron soldiers from contacting each other. This stone made Payi's palm numb. Payi couldn't help but look shocked. Wei Wuying stood up with difficulty and said, "Boy, if you come to help die the girl, what will I say next? Please listen carefully. First, the person in front of you is holding a demon sword that can control people's hearts. Except for the demon's sword in Miss Rant's hand with red eyes, any gold or iron that comes into contact with it will be possessed by it and become a sword master. You are holding an iron soldier. Everything is destroyed. Secondly, this red eye contains a poison that is specific to women. Qian Changxi. In order to save me, Miss Ran fought with this swordsman with a red eye. I am afraid she has been poisoned. If you do not detoxify this poison within 12 hours, you will become a red-eyed swordsman, and Qian Changxi will not be able to wield a sword. Even the smallest strand of embroidery is at risk of poisoning. The 2 girls, Huang Ying and Kai Lan, have probably been poisoned as well. Take them with you. Retreat behind me, and I will tell you how to detoxify you after I have cured the poison." Then, Wei Wuying raised his red eyes again. In the battle with Uning, Wei Wuying knew at this moment that the swordsman Lu Yanqing in front of him was seriously injured, and Uning was not sure of killing him. "Will definitely leave as soon as possible." Wei Wuying decided to bet the last of his inner strength to block all Uning's movements. But just when he was about to succeed, Lu Yanqing whistled. A petite figure sprang out from the wall. It was the gecko, who was also controlled by the demon knife. On the wall, a small figure moved one after another. He dragged a ferocious giant sword that looked like a stone pillar, and the harsh sound of the iron chain rattling was comparable to the soul-catching lock of the messenger of the King of Hell. Wei Wuying was amazed. Is this what Wanjie looks like now? The demon swords did not devour each other. There are 2 corpses with swords and 3 people who may become corpses with swords. Wei Wuying has realized that this game may be specially designed to kill him. I saw the gecko suddenly attacking Wei Wuying from the flank. His petite figure was very incongruous with the huge stone knife. The blade that lived up to its promise shattered rocks and cracked the ground, and struck straight at Wei Wuying. Sure enough, they cooperated with the sword master Lu Yanqing. Lu Yanqing held the demon sword in his hand like a ghost. Wei Wuying specializes in attacking at blind spots and thrusts with precision, can only defend passively. Continuously retreating, Wei Wuying knelt down on one knee under Wen Fan's attack. At this time, he was hit by Wen Fan's sword. It is completely impossible to gather the true energy. At this critical moment, I may finally have to explain it here today. Payi suddenly seemed to think of something and said quickly, "Senior of the Erzanjuan, if you can trust me, please listen to me. Under the cliff behind the beacon tower, there is a way out, but you have to jump through the gap on the right." Ran Hongxia didn't hesitate at all. Thanks to Payi all the way, Ran Hongxia can naturally trust her. At this time, the petite figure of the gecko suddenly attacked again, the eternal blade raised high. It is bound to cut several people into pieces. Payi picked up Ran Hongxia and Kailan. Wei Wuying also picked up the yellow eagle tacitly, jumped down towards the cliff behind the gap. Only Wanjie and Uning were left, looking at the foot of the mountain dreamily. In the quiet small pool at the foot of the mountain, suddenly several figures fell into the pool, causing bursts of water spray. Payi surfaced and hurriedly looked for Ran Hongxia and others. Fortunately, these people are still alive. I saw Wei Wuying meditating to adjust his breath. Asked, "How do you know there is a detective in this cliff valley?" Payi said that many years ago, a guard in Luying's city fell down due to drunkenness, and he and other guards found him here. Only then did Wei Wuying find out that Payi was from Bairillia Film City, so he became a little more sexy. Although Ran Hongxia and the others seem to be fine at this time, under the current situation, if they don't understand the poison of red eyes, they may all become knife corpses of red eyes. Payi actually played in the water with Yan Hongxia Yuanang. Facing the red clouds and the wind and rain proportioned copper body, Payi is still ignorant. My face turned red and I didn't know what to do for a moment, but at this critical moment, Payi could only be rude. He raised his hands and pressed them hard on Ran Hongxia's back. A warm current invaded Ran Hongxia's body. Ran Hongxia also gradually regained consciousness and saw this embarrassing scene. An hour ago, everyone fell into the pool one after another. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Wei Wuying, please wrap up the red-eyed demon sword to prevent the red mist from spreading again. Payi Jian can use such a simple method to deal with red eyes, and it only targets women. This red-eyed demon sword seems to be weaker than the ghost Wanjie. But Wei Wuying emphasized that you are very smart, but you must remember not to take the demon sword lightly. The characteristics of the demon sword are different from the method of body sacrifice. The red-eye does not have the power of ghost teleportation, but it is the only demon sword that can control the retelling of the sword's power. Moreover, the red-eyed swordsman looks just like an ordinary person on the outside. Only when the opportunity to kill comes, will his ferocity be revealed. 30 years ago, the red-eye was acquired by Fan Feiqiang, the great demon of the Yushimen, one of the 7 mysteries. Fan Feiqiang had a grudge against the Zhongshan hero Gu Xiongfei, defeated Gu Xiongfei with his red eyes and kidnapped his wife Xia Yunyang. Thinking of revenge, Xia Yunyang's sister Xia Lingmeng. He is the owner of Feiyao Island and a man from a martial arts family in Yuyang, northeast China. 6 heroines became sisters, collectively known as the 7 fairies of Yuyang. The 7 fairies knew a clever trick and finally broke through Yushimen's lair. The first demon Fan Feiqiang rescued Xia Yunyang. From then on, the Yushimen collapsed and was almost expelled from Qishuan. Who knew that after Xia Yunyang returned home, she turned into a dissolute person? Gu Daxia had no choice but to, imprisoning her in the house. What I didn't expect was that the 7 fairies of Yuyang have all been poisoned by Qianlong's silk. In the secret, the trend of the 7 beauties sharing the same sword was formed. Xia Lingmeng even pretended to be cured and found an opportunity to get close to junior brother Qi's daughter Jianmu Huaichuan. In the end, both the master and the apprentice died together. Feiyao Island, known as the leader of the 5 islands' wonderful sounds, was seriously injured and no longer had the ability to aspire to his ambitions. The remaining 6 heroines have also become romantic killers. Each family in Yuyang paid an extremely painful price to kill them one by one. No one is willing to kill them, but once they are poisoned by Qianchangxi, they will become powerful generals. Even if they are separated by swords, they will always be red-eyed swordsmen, till death. Listen to Wei Wuying's story. Huang Ying on the side suddenly woke up with a frightened face and tears streaming down his face. Wei Wuying said that Miss Huang was not seriously injured and had less inhalation of poisonous smoke. She has the mildest symptoms. It may take a few days to become a swordsman, but the symptoms of the other two, especially the dyed red man who had direct contact with the red eye, have already manifested themselves on the outside. Just when Huang Ying was panicking, Payi was more concerned about what happened to Xie Yunyang in the end. Wei Wuying secretly admired that this kid has a sharp mind. After research by our sect and countless righteous and famous doctors, Xie Yunyang was finally cured. After hearing this, Huang Ying turned from sadness to joy. Payi also quickly asked if he needed any special medicine. I saw Wei Wuying's face darken and said, "I only need the heart of an adult man." When Huang Ying heard this, he screamed out in surprise, but Payi said solemnly, "Can I save them with my heart?" Wei Wuying sweated his hands slightly. "If you are willing, I will take your life. But you are not afraid that I am lying to you." I saw Payi's eyes were firm. "I, Payi, am just a blacksmith in Luoying City. There is no need for my senior to cheat my life. When I was young, I just wanted to be an apprentice in Luoying City. When I get older, I hope to be able to save more money so that my sister can get married in style and support my father. Although I don't have any great ambitions, how can I remain indifferent now that I have personally experienced the disaster of the demon sword? When it comes to fighting against the demon sword, I know that my ability is far inferior to that of Ran Air's sword. If Senior can save the three of them with my life, I will have fulfilled my duty of delivering the sword." Well, Wei Wuying struck at Payi's heart with one hand. As expected, Payi refused to evade and finally got Wei Wuying's approval. It turns out that everything just now was just a test. This red-eye poison is like a man's true energy, sneaking into a woman's body. Its miraculous effect of overflowing blood and revitalizing tendons can make the yang energy in a woman's body overwhelming. Women not only do not reject this qi, but are affected by it, creating fantasies and becoming debauched. Once poisoned to a deep level, they become like maggots from the past, can't get rid of it. As for the antidote, it's not even worth a few cents. Just 4 words. The woman's clothes must be taken off, put into the water, and then a man. I used my miraculous luck to help her move her qi and guide the poison of thousands of silk threads to the man, which is the harmony of yin and yang. The way to detoxify the demon sword is to take off your clothes. Yin and yang complement each other. Wei Wuying explained that only when the naked skin is soaked in water will the true energy of the red eyes move outward. Payi listened and went to help Wei Wuying find a hiding place. To make it easier for seniors to rescue him, Wei Wuying slowly untied his clothes and turban, claiming that he had been seriously injured. In addition, he had been forced to perform exercises before, let alone healing his injuries. It's good if you can sit down. Now the only thing I can do is teach you the method of movement and let you detoxify. After hearing this, Payi's cheeks turned red. She claimed that she should ask some girls for their opinions first. However, the little girl Huang Ying was very straightforward and claimed that I was almost turning into a zombie. "What should I do to my mother-in-law? Isn't it just to take off your clothes?" Wei Wuying also emphasized. "Time waits for no one. I have just told you about the harm of red eyes. If you can't do it, I have no choice but to kill them. You are not an Eldar, and I am not a master or disciple. If I teach you the inner magic, you will never teach it to anyone outside the palace. Now answer me, these 3 girls, and you will not be saved." Looking at Wei Wuying's expression, Payi finally understood. Then he stood up and knelt in front of Wei Wuying. "Senior, please accept the disciple's bow. Payi has lived up to his trust, and Wei Wuying has stopped being verbose. Then I will teach you my own method. I see that you are very skilled and have common sense. It should not be a problem to guide your luck. If given time, you may be able to use the red-eye Jinqi, turn it into your own internal power after an hour." Payi injected his yang energy into the bodies of the 3 women in the water, and yin and yang complemented each other. At this moment, Ran Hongxia suddenly woke up and saw this embarrassing scene. Kailan even asked Ran Hongxia to kill the lewd thief in front of her. Even if Huang Ying died, it would not help. I only heard Wei Wuying's voice coming slowly. "Miss Ran, you are the tiger girl of the generals. After the death, it is better to die than to die at the Women's Corpse Festival. But in this world, there are too many people who want to do a vigorous career, but it is unavailable. I have been friends with your roommate for 30 years. I can't bear to see her shed tears of regret in her twilight years just because she remembers her beloved disciple. I hope you think again." After hearing these words, Ran Hongxia finally made up her mind and turned back to Kailan and said, "We all must live. let alone become a knife corpse, leaving the master's family behind. This is an order. Faced with the big issues of right and wrong, Ran Hongxia and others put aside their pride, and Payi also successfully communicated with everyone. Yin and Yang complement each other after 3 women. Then he fell asleep. Wei Wuying asked Payi to try to guide the true energy into his hands according to the exercises he taught him. I saw traces of red aura gathering in my palm, and the next second, it was directly absorbed. Wei Wuying was surprised. Wei Wuying asked Payi to sit in front of him. He asked slowly, "You have seen with your own eyes that the demon sword controls people's hearts. Aren't you afraid?" With a firm look in his eyes, Payi claimed that he was born in Lu Yingqing, one of the 3 most famous people. He knew that although the magic weapons in the world had sophisticated mechanisms, they could not control people's hearts. Therefore, I don't believe in ghosts and gods. Faced with this stubborn boy, there is no such person in the world. But it was similar to someone I knew. He immediately asked, "Do you know why I taught you your magical skills? Have you heard about the disaster in the East Valley of Baiqing? In ancient times, tens of thousands of years ago, this land of Eastern Holy Continent did not have unified royal power. The 4 directions are divided into 4 directions: the Jia clan in the north, the Mao clan in the west, the Yu clan in the south, and the Lin clan in the east. Outside of the 4 divine clans, no one who loses is called a human being. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye, and in the entire Dongxingzhou, only the East China Sea remained, still ruled by the Lin clan. The remaining 4 provinces and 81 counties are all controlled by the human race. The Dragon King Yingzhu raised his troops from the Netherworld Abyss, transformed into a dragon body, and summoned 100,000 Netherworld army under the 9 Abyss. He wiped out the heroes, unified the Eastern Territory, and created the first dynasty. Yulong Dynasty declined after 300 years, and finally died at the hands of the birth woman of the Yi tribe. The Lin tribe declined. The Central Plains people living in the Central Plains united with Zhu Xian, Lizhan Haoying and Bai Wang in the south. Donghu and other descendants of the 5 surnames of the Divine Bird clan drove away the invading Nato women and took over the world. The chiefs of the 5 major surnames knew that the Lin tribe was brave and refractory when entering and leaving the Eastern Territory, so they adopted a gentle policy with the intention of ruling the Eastern Territory. But for the Lin tribe, the Divine Bird tribe settled in their hometown. He is also a member of the Yi clan with the birth woman. In order to occupy the remaining descendants of the Lin clan, they split into 2 factions. One of them is the later. Only see its merits. The other sect calls itself the Tianyuan Dao sect, and together with the Sunhai Confucian sect, the Dai Nichiren sect, they are collectively known as the 3 sects of the East, each taking one side. They advocated violent means to regain their homeland. Because of their cruel and terrifying methods, they were regarded as demons by the world. This is the later Shuyuan demon sect. Good and evil in the world are inherently impermanent. The key lies in the human heart. After 200 years, the Shuyuan demon sect was finally eradicated by the newly rising righteous forces. On the eve of the demon sect's destruction, the leader of the sect released the secret weapon within the sect. The 5 poison demonic sword wants to be burned together with the righteous jade stone. The 5 poisons refer to the 5 evil thoughts of the human heart: greed, ignorance, pride, and suspicion. The 5 poison demonic sword is a strange sword that cannot control people's hearts and is murderous. Facing the demon sword, the righteous people had no intention of responding and suffered heavy casualties. Just when the demon sword killed wantonly and everyone was helpless, the 5 demon knives actually started to kill each other. I thought the demon knives had been punished by heaven. Unexpectedly, in the end, the 5 demon knives devoured each other in the melee. The one that survived was more powerful and killed more heavily, just like the king of Gu. From then on, there was no one left in the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Comparable to this was the first demon sword chaos 400 years ago, known in history as the Baiqing East Valley disaster. This Gu King demon sword caused chaos for 3 years, killed all the heroes in the world, and was finally destroyed by heavenly fire. The Zhuiyuan demon sect has since disappeared, leaving only a few heretical branches operating secretly. These heretics are still there today. It is what people call the Qishuan. 30 years ago, the Bishan dynasty fell and the world was in chaos. The 4 demon swords appeared again. Countless people were killed. Someone compared the ancient books of the past and concluded that the 4 swords were the rebirth of demon souls. In order to eliminate the demon swords, even the people from Qishuan participated in the crusade. That battle, the 5th demon sword never appeared from beginning to end. The demon sword could not produce the Gu King, so it stopped killing each other and focused on killing instead. The various sects in the East China Sea were either destroyed or declined. The total number exceeded 30%. Fortunately, the demon swords were not ready, so we were able to defeat them one by one. The 10,000 calamities that year were broken by Wei Wuying himself. In the last battle to kill the demon swords, only Wei Wuying and the current head of Shui Wetingxian, Du Zhuanglian, survived. At that time, Wei Wuying was wondering where the missing fifth demon sword had gone and whether the demon sword chaos was really completely resolved this time. Now, just 30 years later, the demon sword has made a comeback, and Wan Jia appears in Shui Wetingxian where Du Zhuanglian lives, and Uning and Qi Yan met Wei Wuying again. What's even stranger is that the demon sword Uning possessed Lu Yanqing, escaped before fighting to lure Wei Wuying away. Later, Wan Jia was introduced to join forces with each other. The demon swords would not have joined forces, and at that moment, Lu Yanqing's eyes were very strange. Wei Wuying deeply felt that if everything happened tonight, it's really coming for me. This demon sword chaos may really be a man-made disaster. 30 years ago, maybe it was just the prelude to the demon sword chaos. Therefore, it is very important to retain Wei Wuying's understanding and research on the demon sword. This is also Wei Wuying's main purpose of testing the hunting companion today, and using the method of seizing his body. Have you ever heard of the method of seizing a body? I can only see that its skills have been passed down for hundreds of years, and the princesses of all generations are unparalleled masters. There are no exceptions. It is all because there is a magical secret technique in the palace called the Dafa of seizing the body. What this method trains is not the internal strength of the moves, but the mind. It can be practiced to the extreme and can even rob people's brain consciousness. Know what you know and get what you want. But the reason why this method can make the princesses of the past generations become top masters is not by taking them. Instead, the princesses and elders who practiced this method used this method to transfer their minds to the new princess before they painted, so that the knowledge and experience of everyone can be concentrated in one person. If it succeeds, the new princess can inherit his experience and wisdom over the past few hundred years, and he will naturally become a great man of the generation. If he fails, his body will be taken over by the elder's mind, and Wei Wuying will have to hunt with him tonight. After performing the method of seizing the body, Wei Wuying claimed, "Boy, I can't help you, but you and I have no choice. Telling you the method of seizing the body is not trying to win your consent. Regardless of whether you are willing or not, for the sake of all the people in the world, I must transfer my mind to you, and I also want to advise you, don't run away or resist. Even though I don't have long to live, I can still kill you as a last resort." Unexpectedly, Companion Hunter had no intention of escaping. After hearing so many stories, Companion Hunter naturally understood the truth. However, Companion Hunter still wanted to ask two questions. First, if Senior takes away my mind, will he see all my recent thoughts? The companion looked awkwardly at the sleeping women for a while. Wei Wuying is not sure about this, because he has not learned the method of seizing the body. It is actually very unpredictable. It may be fresh in his memory, or it may have no effect at all. Companion Hunter blushed and scratched his head. The second question was also what Companion Hunter was most concerned about. If the person left behind is you, then what's your mind, Senior Wei? Should I return it to the current master of Qigong in the future? Hearing this question, Wei Wuying was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. This is your only reaction after hearing about the body seizing method. You are so interesting. I didn't get to have a drink with you. It's such a pity. What I gave you is yours. If I don't return my love, you can do whatever you want. But I remind you that once you transfer your consciousness, you will die. I saw Wei Wuying's two fingers shining brightly, and a breath slowly gathered between his eyebrows. A majestic red-hot feeling invaded the hunter's head. The method of seizing the body is so mysterious. I saw Wei Wuying's eyebrows glowing brightly. A warm current invades Payi's mind. Payi seemed to have fallen into an unknown space and was suspended in the air, helpless. Just when Payi was at a loss what to do, Wei Wuying's ethereal voice came to his ears. Payi gathered his mind. This is the first level of consciousness of the Dafa of seizing the body. Quickly memorize the 1,000-word mantra you saw, otherwise you may enter the second level. After the layer's soul is shot, it can never come back. Payi concentrated his attention and looked at the high-quality words in the space around him. They looked like a kind of formula, but the formula was very difficult to pronounce. Although it is a 4-character Bao curtain, there is no connection between the characters. The form and meaning are unclear, and the rhyme does not make sense. It seems to be some kind of code word to mark an object. Each word represents the same thing, such as shame, tiger blood, donkey-footed beast, quimping except kidney, cloud, gas, fire and light. It is simply inexplicable. Payi means what he says. That 1,000-character collection of strange essays is difficult to memorize. When I think of the glyphs in my mind, the pronunciation in my mind often fails to keep up. I finally remember how to pronounce the characters and what they look like, but it became blurry again. While fighting with the sounds and shapes, Payi occasionally encountered one or two words that he originally recognized, and the meaning of the words suddenly came out to disturb the situation. The meanings before and after seem to be connected in series, but the more I explain, the more unclear it becomes. Unknowingly, Payi fell into an extremely huge and boundless warehouse. It was vaguely the collection and literature department of Luing City, the place where medicinal materials are found, but everything becomes unfamiliar in an instant. I can't remember anything in this storehouse of consciousness. There are countless square drawers all around. There is a small sign on the drawer with all kinds of words written on it. Payi reaches out to touch it, but gradually he can't read the ink words on the sign. In confusion, Payi opened a drawer. Inside are memory fragments of her sister touching herself. At this time, Payi was filled with pleasure both physically and mentally. I'm not even that anxious to know who I am anymore. Suddenly, a wave of new drawers fell from the sky and gradually occupied the drawers. The old chest of drawers that was shaken out fell as quickly as volcanic dust. I kept falling into the darkness at my feet. There were shadowy holes everywhere that were a waste of space. The whole space was shaking with deafening rumblings, as if it was about to collapse. Wei Wuying clearly sensed that Payi had absorbed 30% of his spiritual consciousness at this time. Unexpectedly, how could Payi be able to persist to this point? It's just that I haven't practiced the method of seizing the body, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to persist to the end. At this time, Wei Wuying also had a slight hesitation. Do you really have to absorb this child's consciousness by yourself? This child always reminded him of the ignorant and fearless person in his memory. Perhaps such a person is needed to fight against the demon's sword in the end. Thinking of this, Wei Wuying has a strong will. I shouldn't have forced you to this situation. Now if you can't inherit my mind, it's God's will. Now that I've taught you amazing skills and mental techniques, you and I can be considered masters and disciples. I couldn't keep my beauty, I must at least protect you. In my thoughts, Payi has absorbed 40%, but it has obviously reached its limit. Wei Wuying immediately twisted his fingers with one hand and saw only the great sage of light. Then he wanted to disperse his spiritual consciousness and stop the body's seizing method to prevent Payi's soul from being destroyed. But suddenly, Payi's body shape changed. Payi was in the process of seizing the body. The movements are weird, as if they are transformed into thousands of hands. Wei Wuying clearly felt that the child's consciousness had become so powerful that it began to absorb the moon power from his body like a whirlpool. For a moment, Wei Wuying didn't know what was happening and was shocked. Wei Wuying's hoarse voice rang in my ears. When I was young, I wanted to be a hero. To become a hero, I loved nothing. With nothing left, in the end all that's left is nothing. Looking back at the past life, it's better to drink and finish the boat, looking at each other in the rivers and lakes. Young man, my heart is tired. What's left? I leave it to you. The old man chats with the living, looks up to the sky and smiles. Walks all over the mountain without seeking immortality. He strikes the flower moon alone and wants to sleep in poverty. A cup of autumn red drink. Shikei Ching Fong 13 strings. Senior Payi jumped up. The sun shines brightly all the time, the sound changes suddenly, and the clouds rise to the west. Where is the coolness and the sea of blood? Payi almost thought that everything was just a dream. Suddenly it came to his heart, and he slowly looked back. A long-sleeved toga by the clear water. The cool old man with his face draped is sitting leisurely with his food, his head lowered and his hands lowered. Motionless, the 5 fingers of his left hand were submerged in the clear water. Pounds and floating weights reflect the desolate laughter of drinking wine and supporting a boat in a dream. So this was your plan from the beginning? Payi came back to his senses, but he couldn't recall the memory of his senior. I don't know whether this method of seizing the body was successful. He was scratching his head like crazy, and before he knew it, tears were streaming down his face. At this time, a petite figure came from behind and Huangshan Mountain was swaying in the wind. The smile is on the verge of death. It's Huang Ying. Payi told Huang Ying about the feats he had done for his senior, and he kowed out 3 times to the old man respectfully. Turn around and look after the disciples of Haitian sect. Su Yanxing and her disciples were looking for her master, Lu Biejia, but could not find the other disciples in Guanli. Unable to avoid complaining, Su Yanxing became furious and claimed that you are the one who has the final say. I asked you to drink what Li Min prepared and come out to talk to yourself. Little did they know that Li Min had prepared this for himself. He died in the fierce battle last night in Lingguan Temple. At this tense moment, a bamboo hat suddenly swung over and a person jumped out of the tree. The visitor is in his early 20s. He is very young. He wears coarse clothes and cotton under the river. He looks like a rough man, but his eyes always stand out with a chuckle-like light and full of cynicism. He was born with a strong back and a waist that is tens of thousands long and straight at the base of the elbow. He is tied up with a rope and is wearing a purple shirt and fast boots. He looks like a knight-errant. This person is Guanhai Tianmen, Chang Mingjinren. He is a disciple of Guanhai dressed in crane. He is a horse-riding maniac. Hu Yanji, the horse-riding madman Hu Yanji, just met him and he was a big pussy teaser. Swearing loudly, it's just a matter of seconds, and it's more than stupid. You guys have really given me a lot of experience. There was such a fuss last night, 1 or 2 people, and they were only looking for master to eat. It was really embarrassing. I saw Hu Yanji whistle, and a Han horse jumped out of the grass. This horse is dressed in maroon, its sword is unusually long, and its eyes are golden. Hu Yanji called him brother, and said with a piece of grass in his mouth, "My brother has some dry food in his saddle belt. Let's share some with you. Follow me back to Lingguan Temple and gather together for the sect members who died last night. As for your master, I heard that he went to Red Luoyu." Going in the direction of the beacon tower, Su Yanxing hurriedly led a group of people to the beacon tower and found that it was above, but there were signs of fighting. It seemed that someone fell off the cliff, but the master was still not found. Su Yanxing randomly decided to search down the cliff. At this time, under the cliff, the yellow eagle is sitting playfully on the treetop, swaying its cute feet. Watching the sparring partner quietly, he called out to Wei Wuying. Suddenly, a crowd of voices came from the cliff, and Huang Ying quickly jumped down from the tree trunk, shouting, "We are disciples of Shui Wetingxian, come rescue us quickly." Su Yanxing took a closer look and saw why the people from Shui Wetingxian were here. But the next second, the man lying motionless on the ground, with a limp face and a wide robe and long sleeves, turned out to be Wei Wuying, the demon captor. Su Yanxing couldn't believe that Wei Wuying was dead, and the knife on the young man's back should be Red Wing. Su Yanxing took care of himself. Although he failed to take care of Mu Yun's, if he could hand over Wei Wuying's body and the red eyes to the master would definitely look at him differently. Then Lu Yanxing hurriedly ordered to find a rope long enough to pull them up. After grabbing Wei Wuying's body and the red-eyed demon's sword, all the others were killed. Seal and rode on the cliff. "We will lower the rope immediately to rescue you." Just when Huang Ying was happy, Payi felt something was wrong. There was a smell in the wind, familiar yet unfamiliar. A sense of crisis surged into my heart. Suddenly, Payi felt a sharp pain in his mind. "This is the smell of iron core wood." Wei Wuying appeared together with the voice, but at this time, Wei Wuying was as young as Payi. Wei Wuying explained that he was just a vision created by Payi's consciousness, and that the method of seizing the body had been successful. Payi was pleasantly surprised after hearing this, and then he realized. It was Wei Wuying's memory that made him know the taste of iron core wood. Wei Wuying continued to explain, "The 10,000 Tribulation Sword Master will use a weapon called the Everlasting Blade to kill people invisible. If you can smell the iron core wood, it means that the Sword Master has better mastered this harmful move and is nearby." Preparing to go on a killing spree, Payi quickly asked if the girl controlled by Wanjie could still be saved. Wei Wuying said that Wanjie is a sword that takes advantage of anger. If the Sword Master's resentment subsides, the demon's sword will find a new master. It is not sure whether the Sword Master can be separated, but if the human sword can be separated, the Sword Master can escape from Wanjie's control. Just then, a rope fell down. Payi quickly shouted, "Go quickly. It's very dangerous here. Don't get close, leave quickly," but it's too late. The gecko's petite figure is sitting on the tree trunk next to it. A group of thieves actually became sexually attracted to women. I saw a petite figure sitting on the treetop, wearing a small dress tightly on her upper body. Even though the girl had a bandage wrapped around her head, only a pair of empty beautiful eyes were exposed, and a thick iron chain was dragged in the small hand. No one noticed it. Even though I can't see the girl's true face, I already feel that she is the beauty of heaven and country. The thieves' eyes were straightened when they saw it. When Payi saw that the people above him suddenly lost their voices, he thought badly. Could it be that the catastrophe has appeared? Payi hurriedly jumped onto the rope. The soldier leader Huang Ying took them to hide first. There is danger up there. The thieves on the cliff swarmed towards the gecko in a dazed manner. "Girl, we are disciples of Guanhai Tianen. We are here to look for someone. I wonder if Miss, can we come down and talk to you?" The gecko didn't answer a word. Jumping down from the tree, he passed the person in front of him, and the chains followed. Under the inertia of the huge stone knife, the chain easily cut off the Taoist priest's head. Shaking the knife and looking back, the gecko holds the knife behind its back again. Living up to his duty, he threw it out again with huge force and killed 2 more people. A huge explosion occurred directly above Payi. Stirring up bursts of rubble, Payi saw the gecko. Just as Wei Wuying said, he went on a killing spree without hesitation. When Su Yanqing saw that the woman in front of him was so vicious and cruel, she couldn't help but feel fear in her heart and wanted to retreat. But the woman in front of her showed no emotion at all. She just raised and lowered the knife with her hand, wiping out the vitality like slaughtering an animal. The sound of horse hooves echoed in the forest. A huge black lightning-like horse shadow has come out of the woods. The man on the horse is none other than Hu Yanji, who is riding a horse and slashing wildly. Looking at the bloody stumps on the ground in the distance, I can't help but move my eyes in horror. Who are you to dare to kill like this? As soon as the sound of flowers fell, Hu Yanji stretched out his hand to grab the gecko. I saw that the gecko did not dodge at all. The stone knife turned slightly, and the unyielding sword energy actually knocked Hu Yanji off his back. Su Yan, who had been hiding behind the tree for a long time, was frightened. What kind of terrifying martial arts was this? At this time, Payi jumped up from his side, moving as fast as a wild animal. But in Su Yanqing's view, no matter how fast he was, rushing out now would lead to death. Su Yanqing made his own little calculation and retreated first while these people were fighting. He waited until he found his master before making any plans. Payi stared closely at the gecko's movements. Taking advantage of his swordplay, Payi suddenly jumped out. A handful of sand was thrown on the gecko's face, and the gecko hurriedly cut it with his hands. Instantly, the chain hit Payi's eyebrows like a head shake. Payi crouched down to dodge. He jumped up again without giving the gecko a chance to swing his sword. Payi firmly hugged the gecko's thigh and bit down on the chain to restrain the gecko's movements. Payi held the gecko in his arms one by one, even though the posture was very unbearable. But in times of crisis, he can only lose his gentlemanly demeanor. The result is just as Payi thought. All calamities will lead to all calamities. A gecko will still be a gecko. Even though he can control thousands of armies and huge swords, he has not become a master with superior internal strength and a body as steel as a result. The girl's fists and kicks did not directly threaten his life. They were completely different from the terror of wielding the sword and stone of 10,000 tribulations. It was just that the sword master who had lost his soul and was like a puppet doll still seemed to retain a considerable degree of intelligence. The gecko grabbed Payi's noodle box with his hands and used the strength of his waist to overturn Payi. A volley to whip the leg, volleyed Payi out. Then he raised his hand and picked up the knife. Payi reluctantly stood up. Still condensing my strength, a blow of sword energy comes one after another. At this critical moment, a strong blast swept over his head. Moju's feet were empty, and someone had grabbed him by the collar and pulled him away. The two of them ducked all the way to the edge of the forest. Payi raised his head and opened his eyes. The one who came to the rescue was actually the young man with a beard who fell just now. At the same time, Hanma Baoju came roaring. Swirling up bursts of dust successfully attracted the gecko's attention. Hu Yanji and the two took the opportunity to slip into the dense woods. Hu Yanji stood up, jumped up to a big tree, and walked to another tree in front of him. He turned around and walked up. The more difficult it is to use that damn ghost knife in the secret places of the branches, leaves, and moon, Payi said. I can't climb trees, but I'm born to run faster than ordinary people. Will your snipers be okay? But the person in front of me was not worried at all and asked. It seems that you don't have any martial arts skills. Did you think of throwing sand and biting chains all by yourself? Payi gasped for air and replied seriously. Little man Payi, thank you hero for saving your life. But that girl is innocent, the murderer is the Wanjia demon's sword. Seeing the doubt on the face of the person in front of him, Payi told the whole story. I made it clear that the gecko girl holding the knife was a disciple of Shuiyu, and I must help him get rid of the control of Wanjia. Hu Yanji was a little surprised when he heard the name of the gecko, but it was fleeting. Then he laughed wildly. Shui Tingxian is the late emperor that every man in the world longs for. You said you want to help him get rid of the control of all calamities. Is there a way in certainty? Payi said that if the human sword can be separated and the anger of the gecko girl is removed, the demon sword of 10,000 tribulations can only be possessed by another person. This is what Senior Wei Wuying told him, and he must go back, hold back Wanjia, wait for an opportunity to escape, get rid of the heroes, and warn the righteous way, so as to prevent Wanjia from causing more murders. Payi's righteous character won Hu Yanji's liking. He patted Payi on the shoulder and said, It's not easy to seize the knife from his hand. But I was inspired by you and thought of a way. I just need a helper. And don't call me a hero. It sounds awkward. My surname is Hu Mingjianzi. I am old enough to be your eldest brother. From now on, how about you call me Lao Hu and I call you Xiao Pei? Payi naturally agreed happily. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Yanji's BMW sprang out of the woods. This was the helper Hu Yanji mentioned. The name of this horse is Silhouette. The natives on the north side of Shishan Road call him a dragon with hidden legs. He has kicked more villains to death than he has killed with his own sword. Xiao Pei called his second brother, and saw that his silhouette looked aggrieved at this moment, with blood flowing from the corners of his eyes. Pei Lai's second brother turned out to be a hunting horse. Hu Yenji took out the wine bottle, after a good drink. Sprayed on the wound on the silhouette, he said to Pei Lai. Don't worry, your second brother's recovery is amazing. This little injury won't be a problem for him. After saying that, he threw out the wine bottle in his hand. I saw the silhouette biting the spout of the pot. He actually started drinking. When Hu Yen saw this, Pei Lai looked shocked and said with a smile, Your second brother loves wine and meat the most. 10 pounds of chopped dates mixed with raw beef and a jar of good wine can make him 100 times stronger. Suddenly, the silhouette stared closely at Pei Lai. With a flick of the horse's head, he threw the wine bottle to Pei Lai. Hu Yenji was a little surprised that silhouette invited Pei Lai to drink. This was the first time this happened. Pei Lai confidently took the wine bottle. Raise it over your head and drink it all in one gulp. Hu Yenji happily patted Pei Lai on the shoulder and said cheerfully, Next. Let us three brothers go meet this demon's sword of 10,000 tribulations for a while to avenge the injustice of the mouse just now. A gust of wind blew by, blowing by Hu's silky hair. Hu Yenji came riding in silhouette with sharp teeth. Shout loudly, Wanjie, do you only dare to control these disabled women? I saw Bai Hu's anger rising sharply. And this is Hu Yenji's plan. Although the sword energy of Fuli Jibian is fierce and domineering, he mostly uses iron chains to launch his attacks, which inevitably leaves gaps in the sword energy. With the speed of the silhouette, he can surely seize the right opportunity to avoid the sword energy and approach the demon's sword. I saw Bihu twisting his body and waving the giant knife in his hand. Waves of sword energy enveloped Hu Yenji. As expected, they were dodged by silhouettes one by one. But just as he was about to approach the wall pot, another sword energy came in his way. But this situation was inevitable. It is also within the scope of Hu Yenji's consideration. Hu Yenji jumped up from his horse and took out 2 Kuangge swords across his chest. Abruptly accepting the sword energy of countless tribulations, I couldn't help but feel so powerful. This blow caused Hu Yenji to spit out a mouthful of blood. Although Hu Yenji was repulsed, the silhouette succeeded in the surprise attack. He saw the horse come back to accompany the hunter, lying on one side like a bronze ape. The moment he takes aim at the wall pot, Silhouette uses her mouth to accurately hang the chain, and the hunter pounced on the wall pot just like before, hugging the wall pot's Yanglio's knees and waist. Apply force in the opposite direction to the silhouette. I need to get rid of this waste knife in the bedroom. One person and one horse actually did such a thing to a young woman. Bai Hu's waste knife was finally released. The huge stone knife spins and flies into the distance, falling off a cliff and into a deep pool. Huang jumped up in fright. Hu Yenji was so frightened that he actually destroyed his Kuangge swords with one blow. It was really thrilling. I got up and hurriedly looked for Pei Lai. Fortunately, Pei Lai has successfully rescued people. I saw Pei Lai holding Bai Hu, who had already fainted. Hu Yenji was unconscious and was overjoyed. The three brothers' plan finally succeeded. While celebrating, the cry of a yellow eagle suddenly came from under the cliff. Pei Lai suddenly remembered that the three people from the second palm courtyard were still under the cliff. He quickly joined forces with Hu Yenji to rescue him. Hu Yenji looked at the group of people in front of him. The current situation was 3 wounded and 1 body, and there is a Uning waste knife outside. And the Bihu girl in front of me is already as angry as oil. You need to seek treatment from a good doctor immediately. If you want to rush back to Shui Tingxian for treatment, even if the journey is smooth, I'm afraid Bihu girl won't be able to hold on until that time. At this time, Ran Hongxia woke up in a daze, her eyes full of injuries, but she sincerely begged to save Bihu. The memories of Ran Hongxia were still fresh in her experience last night. When Pei Lai looked at the dyed red clouds, the two of them blushed at the same time. At this moment, Pei Lai suddenly thought of an idea. Bihu can definitely be saved. This place is under the jurisdiction of Betrayal City. It's only 3 miles away from the city gate. Although he is just a small person in the prosecution department, Manager Heng Er is kind-hearted. He will definitely not ignore death. The second manager will definitely make arrangements for carrying this dangerous red eye on his back. But Pei Lai has concerns at this time. Speaking of the Prince of Luing City, he is not an easy person to get along with. We must meet the second manager directly to explain the situation. Leave this to me. Hu Yenji's thoughts. Heng Er, the general manager of Luing City. I only heard that he is a very shrewd person. But in this situation, there is no other choice. Then Hu Yenji made arrangements. Sternly speaking, the person I, Lao Hu, want to save, there is no reason to let him die. Xiao Pei, find a stretcher made of wood and let the silhouette hold the senior. We have the injured girl on our back and go to Daelu Cinema, on the other side of Hongluoyu. a group of officers and soldiers are looking for a hunting horse. The leader is none other than the Crown Prince of Wei Wuying City. Dugu Feng saw him kicking the soldiers away. He couldn't even track the horses on Day Road. Such a unique horse, not to mention the possibility of being injured. Keep looking, we must find him. The women in Shui Tingxian are indeed as considerate and gentle as water. In a station, Su Zi, acting head of Shui Tingxian, and Ren Yizi, the third head of the house, were waiting for the people inside at the door. Not long after, I saw a child coming out shyly. This person is actually like that, but she is now attached to her daughter's body. Although the clothes are a little too big, they still look cute. Tan Jianhu looked shocked and said, "It's amazing. I didn't realize it at all last night. This child is a woman. How did Master Su Dai know that?" Su Zi smiled slightly. It turns out that last night, Su Yanqing claimed that the case between this child, Mu Xixia, and Guan Haitian men has not yet been clarified. They could not be taken away, so Su Yanqing had to take the two of them and wait at the inn until things were clear. He personally sent them away, but everyone at the scene knew that this was just a rhetoric. Su Zi was the first to say so. There is no need for a child to explain the disputes in the rivers and lakes, not to mention that the child has suffered so much. Su Daoang, Shui Tingxian has the right to accept the child's life. The case must be investigated in the future, whether it is Longting Mountain or Donggaling. I will personally take the child there. He would never refuse. Tan Jianhu also said at this time that since Mu Xixia was an important witness in the case, Tan must be escorted back to Liataking to return to Liataking. If the commander still wants to return, he can directly go to Baicheng Mountain for questioning. Su Yanqing saw that his strength was mediocre, and he was no match for the two of them. He then argued that Shui Yue's sect had no establishment to house the boy, otherwise even Mu Xixia could be brought back by the acting head. According to the warning of the acting head, he would not do anything to this little boy. I'll take it back to you. Su Zi smiled slightly. Who said Yenna was a boy? Didn't Mr. Su realize that he was obviously a girl? At this time, when Su Zi saw Tan Jianhu asking about it, he explained that if you look carefully, it is not difficult to see the innate girlish look in Yenna's eyes. Tan Jianhu's concentration is slightly stronger, but he still can't notice it at all. I think it's because I haven't practiced enough. Xiao Liataking also said that my vision is not broad enough. Then Tan Jianhu said in a haha. Anyway, the dispute was finally resolved. Taoist priest Su also left the inn with all the Taoist priests early this morning. They went to find their master. Mu Xixia was seriously injured, thanks to the Shuiwei disciples. Take good care of me. I have sent people to find out the news about Senior Wei and Yao Dao. As soon as I have the results, I will inform everyone immediately. Su Zi sweated slightly and thanked Shui Tingxian for a few more days so that he could help if there was any accident. The three major numbers in the East China Sea, breeze shield, goldfish customization, Chilean tang, convenient raw materials, 2 companies producing weapons for the imperial court. It has been 100 years, but the rising star Wei Wuying City has found a new way to forge weapons specifically for martial arts strategists. Dugu Tianwei, the master of Bas-Relief Film City, was born in the Dugu royal family and was granted a title such as Ho. The 3 chief managers under him are all mysterious and have many miscarriages. There are even rumors that Bas-Relief Film City can become one of the 7 sects in the East China Sea. Relying on the planning of the second manager Heng Shuyin. At this time, Payi and his party arrived at the foot of Wei Wuying City, but they did not go through the main entrance, but like a thief. When they arrived at the side door, Payi said that he had gone out of the city to deliver the sword. Now that he was late, he took everyone with him. He had to think of a way to enter the city. I saw a song on the side gate wall that Payi knew well. Payi said, "Brother He, please inform the second manager." He said that Payi has 100,000 people who want to see him. He is also accompanied by Shuiwa Pavilion, Xian Rant's second Jiangyuan and Hu Yenji, the hero who rides his horse and sings wildly. "Brother," he said, "you have brought outsiders. According to the rules, I have to take the lead first. Let the city patrol officer say something." But Payi emphasized that it must not be done. He first told the second manager that if it is inconvenient for you, you can find a way to let Rigia pass the message. If you get into trouble, I will never see anything happen to you. Brother, he looked a little gloomy. Then I went back to report. It didn't take long. The city gate opened, but what came out turned out to be Luying City's patrolling Sima. What came out of the city gate turned out to be Luying City's patrolling Sima. Hu Yenji whispered. "It seems like your friend betrayed you." But Payi still said firmly, "Brother, he will not betray himself." I saw Payi clasping his hands and saying, "I would like to pay my respects to my private disciple Payi." Under the order of the second manager, I went to Shuiwa Court to announce the affairs. I came back due to an accident. The companions are Shui Tingxian, Ran Zanjuan and Shui disciples, as well as Hu Yanji, the horse-riding man. We have important matters that need to be brought to the attention of the second manager Hung. However, the inspector of the city showed no mercy at all and claimed that I had not received Shui Tingshuan's name card. The inspector of the city had his own way to find out his identity. Then he pointed to the horse in front of him and asked, "Where did you get this horse?" "The prince is chasing a tall wild horse today." But this one, seeing Hu Yanji staring at him, picked up the whip and cursed, "That man over there! With a sly look on your face, did you steal this fine horse?" Unexpectedly, Hu Yanji didn't blame him for his fault. He opened his mouth to scold him. "There are many people here. Am I the only one who looks like a thief?" But looking at the friendly looks of others, it really makes sense. Hu Yanji put away his temper and said, "This is the only sacred residence in Tianjin Garden, the artistic conception of the Northwest. It is not anyone's horse, he is his own master. Don't blame me for not warning you. It's best not to provoke him, otherwise you'll be responsible for the consequences." Shuan Sima's eyes changed. Since it is an ownerless horse, if it enters the territory of Luoying City, it becomes the property of Luoying City. Someone came and tied it up and took it back and presented it to the prince. After hearing this, the men under his command stepped forward to catch the horse. I didn't expect this horse to be so strong, jumping forward and back. The person on his back was bound to be thrown to death. This scene happened to be seen by the returning prince. The prince's mouth watered. It turned out to be a divine residence. He didn't expect that after searching for so long, he would actually arrive at the door of his house. Immediately, the crown prince's light soldiers surrounded the Hummer. The prince looked down at Hu Yanji. "You said playfully? You said he is your master, so what is your relationship with him?" Hu Yanji shouted loudly. "We are brothers." Unexpectedly, the prince actually laughed out loud. I didn't expect that there are still people in the world who regard animals as human beings. But Hu Yanji not only sarcastically said, "Your Majesty's words are wrong. Compared with people who treat the common people as beasts and enslave themselves, what does it mean to call me brothers with beasts?" The crown prince angrily said. "Aren't you afraid of confiscating your family and exterminating your clan if you make sarcastic statements in front of me?" But Hu Yanji was very cunning and his words were impeccable. He claimed that what he was talking about was clearly the evildoers, Crown Prince. How could you bring this kind of thing to the court? The prince is so blatantly slandering the imperial court. It's hard to explain even if your father is a marquis with the surname Xiao. When the prince heard this, he became furious and ordered his men to surround and suppress everyone. Hu Yanji secretly thought about how to escape. He could only subdue the prince first, and then make any plans. At this tense moment, the city gate opens again. Manager Hanger is here. He is called from inside. "Put away your weapons and avoid them." And behind the sedan were the good friends who accompanied the hunt, the eldest brother and Rijyu. Manager Hanger is actually such a beautiful daughter. The sedan chair was pulled up, and out came a short-sighted beauty wearing a skirt with sleeves and sleeve bells covering her chest. She has a rather slender figure, and is wearing a fluffy and playful ponytail. On her slender wrist, there is a suet fat jade bracelet. The skin is even smoother than the bracelet. Half of the woman's gauze wears only a green tube top, with gorgeous peacock orchid hanging along the edge. There is also silver thread embroidery on the brocade bell. This person is none other than the famous second manager of Luoying City, Hung Shuang. This person looked at Hu Yanji, and his eyes were dazed. Unexpectedly, he held up the manager Hanger of Byrilia Cinema with one hand. She is actually a woman. When the prince saw Hung Shuang's arrival, he was a little nervous. I saw Hung Shuang saying slowly, "This is Hu Yanji Dashiahu?" The prince must have just met and talked with each other very happily. Dashiahu is worthy of being the only direct disciple of the master of Guanhai Tianmen. He is indeed a young hero. This time, can our Luoying City expand its business to Guanhai Tianmen? It depends on the prince. If the business cannot be negotiated due to some personal disputes, it will be difficult for me to explain to the city lord. Are you right, His Highness the Crown Prince? Hung Shuang's voice was as enchanting as silk, but at this time, the Crown Prince was so nervous that he broke into a cold sweat. Hung Shuang continued to introduce, "This person is Shui Tingshuan's second master, Ran Hongxia, the daughter of the powerful General Ran in Beiguan." At this time, the prince was even more panicked. Everyone knew the reputation of Ran Sengchuan, the general of Jinbei. He was the current god of war who commanded northern Xinjiang. Even the emperor had to fear Ran Sengchuan, the three deities. Unexpectedly, this strange woman would meet here, Ran Hongxia said somewhat cautiously. "I have met the second manager, Your Majesty. Hongxia is injured. I hope you can forgive me." The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Ran Xingquan's name is deeply imprinted in Pei Lai's mind. It turns out that the difference between Ran Hongxia and herself is nothing more than clouds and mud. This huge gap cannot be bridged in a single night of adversity. Heng Shuang took Ran Hongxia's hand and said softly, "Girl of the Ran family, it has been a year since the last meeting of the 7 payments. We were not able to talk that time. How could we expect to meet again so soon?" Then he invited everyone into the city and asked Zhongyang, who was close to him, to escort the guests back to the city. But the crown prince still wants to stop him. He wants this good horse, but he hasn't finished speaking yet. He was interrupted by Heng Shuing and said, "The last time you and I agreed to meet the city lord together, the city lord has made a decision that I will be responsible for the affairs of Luyin City for a generation. The prince will not forget it." This sentence directly made the prince speechless. Then he asked Pei Lai and others to follow him into the city. The prince gritted his teeth behind him, thinking, "Don't let me catch you. One day I will ask my father to hand over your body to me. As long as these others enter the city, I will have plenty of opportunities to clean up." Pei Lai thanked her in a low voice from behind, and he and his eldest brother and Rizhu, but Rizhu said, "Thank you, I won't have to do this. I've never even seen you stab me in the face. Let's talk about it if you can come back alive." Women's specification: fragrance lingers all over the body. In the side courtyard of the second general manager of Luyin City, Heng Shuang couldn't help but be a little surprised after hearing the stories of Pei Lai and others. Heng Shuang looked at the waist knife on Pei Lai's back and couldn't help but become curious. He said he wanted to show me the red-eyed waist knife. Pei Lai and Ran Hongxia stopped them one after another, and their faces suddenly turned red. Heng Shuang was confused. Huan Ning hurriedly explained, "Please don't blame the second manager. It's just that the knife was poisoned, and it was too dangerous for women. It could cause loss of control at worst or disfigurement at worst." After hearing this, Heng Shuang stopped insisting and took a sip of light tea and said, "The most urgent task now is the safety of Miss Bihu, a noble disciple. I have arranged for the best doctors in the city to treat the 2 girls Bihu Kailan. We are all tired. Your rooms are arranged together. You can go back to your room to rest first. We will notify Shui Wei Ting Xian and Paper Sword Qigong separately tomorrow. They are facing the specific situation. As for the waist knife, Red Eye, I will temporarily seal it and preserve it." Ran Hongxia and Hu Yanji thanked the second manager for the proper arrangements, and stopped bothering them. Before leaving, the second manager called Pei Lai. Pei Lai obediently sealed up the red-eyed waist sword. Only Heng Shuing and Pei Lai were left in the room. Heng Shuang asked Pei Lai to seal the sword and then drowned him. Heng Shuang saw Pei Lai speechless and couldn't help but smile. "Don't force people too much and continue to support the case. Occasionally, I reach out to read the file, braiding a few strands of hair that fall softly. The soft white cheeks reveal a faint pink-orange color. The computer case is warm and moist, lining the skin like cream, almost making people want to pinch it. Then bring your fingertips close to your nose and savor the taste." Heng Shuing uses the finest cinnabar tribute ink, which costs 10 taels of silver for every half tael. The value of the ink sticks is actually 20 times that of the same amount of silver. The documents he approves every day are stacked up on the desk, and one can be used up in less than 10 days. Sometimes there are festivals, big competitions, Jiaoming gatherings and other important events in the city, which cost even more than this. Heng Shuang squinted his eyes and said, "You guys are really good at posing problems for me, like a cat." Pei Lai suddenly remembered what Rizhu said. His heart skipped a beat, and he whispered in a low voice, "The villain realizes his mistake." Heng Shuang listened for a while. "I'm so laughing. Where did I learn these Xian stories? I still like to treat me as a weapon-sheathing elder sister when we first met." Thinking back to Pei Lai's first meeting with Heng Shuang, he claimed that he also had a sister in his hometown, who must be about your age, and enthusiastically took out raisins to express his gratitude to Heng Shuang, not as reserved as now. Pei Lai looked a little embarrassed at this time and said, "Uncle Chi didn't tell me back then that the second manager in charge of Luyin City was a woman." After talking and laughing for a while, Heng Shuing returned to the business and said, "You just said that Senior Qi Nemo detoxified disciple Shui Yu with his internal strength. He died due to excessive wear and tear. Before his death, he gave the red-eyed demon sword to Ran Hongxia. In this case, he should also know how to restrain the demon's sword with her." Pei Lai replied in a panic. He didn't expect that all this would be seen through by Heng Shuang. I saw his red lips gently waving his pen and saying slowly, "You are really a child who can't lie." Heng Shuang said before that when the red-eyed demon reported himself to the official, he had no intention of dying Hongxia. If Qi Nemo really entrusted her with the red eye, then this knife would be the thing of the moon and water. How can he explain to his master if he doesn't care so much? So the only person who accepts the gift of the knife and listens to what I say is you. Payi, you either think that you are a low-key person, so you want to use my Hengshuang mouth to spread the news about the demon sword. Or when Chinemo told you something, he asked you to keep some secrets. Am I right? A moment later, be careful. Before he died, Senior Chinemo handed me the red-eye sword, and then he told me what Wei Wuying once said about the characteristics, properties, possession conditions and ways of dealing with the demon's sword. He said it once. He is cautious by nature. Regarding the matter of seizing the body and the poison master's acupuncture in dyeing red clouds, he has always carefully avoided the gourd mouth style. He actually knows everything that Wei Wuying dictated. After hearing the words, Hengshuang thought, the demon's sword is so terrifying. Since these were the last words of Qin Emo, it seems that the rumor, it must be true. He turned around and asked with sharp eyes, Payi, have you heard of Shuan Chinu Pavilion? 30 years ago, among the 3 famous names in the East China Sea, there was no Betrayal city. The people who knew the East China Sea were not King Fengzhou and Chiliantang, but the one who had experienced it for more than 500 years. Shuan Chinu Pavilion, it even experienced the initial Demon Sword Rebellion. In the past 500 years, even though the country has changed, Shuan Chinu Pavilion has endured for a long time. They can use the extremely precious eagle to forge a magical weapon that is unparalleled in the world. Even King Fengzhou and Chiliantang can't match it. Such a powerful sect was completely eliminated from the martial arts world 30 years ago. The ruins and even the corpses were not left behind. And all of this was caused by the demon's sword. I have worked hard for 10 years to make Luoyang City the scale it is today. I will never let this city get involved in the demon's sword storm and repeat the tragedy. I swear that I will never stay. You must hand it over. You cannot stand at the meeting of the 7 major sects and admit that Wei Wuying has told you all the secrets. You were ordered to deliver arrows, which put you in danger. Now it's good to come back. It's not enough. You should go back and have a good rest. The matter of the demon's sword, I'll make the arrangements, and then let Payi retreat. After Payi retreated and rested, he still handled official matters for a while. When I came to my senses, my lower back was aching and uncomfortable. I held the bamboo table and walked into the inner room. This is his daily dressing room. There are no windows on all sides. There is a meeting screen-style party outside the only entrance. After the door curtain is lowered, there is no room for prying eyes. In addition to the sleeve mirror table and the screen wardrobe, there is only one comfortable table in the inner room. Ebony gums. I picked up the single clothes and belly bands draped on the bed frame in one place, and gently pulled them under the dressing table. With a clicking sound, he opened a small ladder cabinet and took out a small ebony box and opened it. Inlaid on the purple satin lining in the box is a face painting, perhaps a wonderful mask. The mask is carved from wood and polished extremely smooth. The beautiful wood grain looks as if it has been moistened by a layer of service. The clear and delicate texture revealed from the moistness of the exquisite wind wax is completely different from the bright and delicate feeling of the repair tool. It is deeper and more delicate, as if the vitality contained in the wood has been condensed carelessly and has been kept alive. Moment. He picked up the copper pipe and shook it gently to make sure there was a very slight night shaking sound in the pipe. Then he played a few waves on the copper pipe and moved the ridges on the surface to the correct position according to memory. Now the undulations on the surface of the pipe are each connected to the tiny mechanical spring in the pipe. Once it is opened without following the steps, the copper pipe may be damaged by brute force, and the lime injected in the pipe may be damaged. It mixes immediately with water and rolls up in an instant. The green grass was rolled and destroyed, and there was a quenching sound. The horizontal pivot guide returned all the yellow pieces on the tube surface to their places. A small copper needle-like shaft popped out from the tube system, like a scroll, and it was pulled out 3 inches long, light green tempered weave. This special green grass weave has been treated with medicinal ingredients. No pen or ink is needed for writing. He pulled out the hairpins, and the paper emerged wherever the hairpins were scratched. The writing is in navy blue. Although the demon is dead, the flag still exists. It is in my hand for the time being. It has not been leaked yet. The red eyes have no owner. I must show up and race for a while. In order to make a decision, I took off the heavy copper on the mask. It turned out to be a seal carved from plum Z beads, print on the end of the green straw paper. The 4 characters of Ethereal Night Ghosts are dark red marks, as if they were stained with blood. Heng Shuyin carefully put the tip of the paper into the small scroll again, as if he had accomplished something important. What is it that even Payi cannot be ignorant of? The moon was not burning yet. Everyone in the sword-holding division had fallen asleep. Payi was in a daze when he felt that the door of the room was suddenly opened. The sound of shoving surprised Payi instantly. This person is like a ghost Shura, with red heart and eyes, 4 hands and 4 arms, Gloomy said. Is your consciousness very different tonight? It's better this way. Let me make a good chop. I saw this man holding 4 blades in 4 hands, approaching Payi. The blades were densely packed, brave and strong, and they cut Payi all over in an instant. The pain all over his body made Payi wake up instantly. The obvious scars on his body let Payi know that this was not a simple dream. But the scars on his body disappeared in a short time, and Payi's body was intact again. At this time, Rijia Shinsong, who heard this, said, Xiao Pei, you have another nightmare. Payi often has this same dream, but tonight it feels better than before. It was much clearer. At this moment, a smelly shoe hit Payi's face. I saw the sword-wielding disciple who was sleeping on the other side of him. He was angry and cursed because of his age. Payi, you two can't sleep for a long time. You don't allow others to sleep. Get out of here in the courtyard, count the stars. Just like that, Payi and his wife were kicked out of the room amidst the laughter of everyone. Under the melon and vine grass, Payi was a little aggrieved, but Rijia saw through it all and claimed that you, Payi, should go to a good place like Shui Wetingxian, dare to stay up all night. When I came back, I not only brought a few beauties with me, but also performed the usual MC manner. It's a blast. The key is that the second manager didn't punish you. I know how jealous old man Bao and Wen Jitong will be. It's only a matter of time before they cause trouble for you. From beginning to end, Payi never felt that he had anything to be jealous of. Those who died under the demon's sword had a narrow escape from death. These things he would rather not experience. Rijia magically took out an inverse pot from the shadow of the tree. Payi's eyes widened and he saw that he drank a few sips with relish. He put it on the tip of Payi's nose with his mouth. The shop was filled with the aroma of sweet and glutinous rice wine. Without thinking, Payi took it and took a sip. He felt it was sweet and smooth, and it was very smooth on the throat. The taste of the wine was not very strong. Payi slowly spoke out what he was thinking. The demon sword controls people's hearts and kills wantonly. It stands to reason that it is right in front of him. I should feel very scared, but the strange thing is that I am not that scared. I am thinking about saving people, but I am still vaguely aware of it. I have some interest in the demon's sword. Rijia, tell me, is it because I am a blacksmith? Rijia still looked at everything lazily and said, Don't you think that you have become the kind of big shot who can influence the situation? Even if the demon's sword is opened, people like you and me will not be able to be queued up. Do you want to be like those heroes? Are you risking your life? A knife is sharper than tofu. But do you dare to say that tofu is useless? Tofu can make a pot of hot soup, but can a knife be used? Sometimes, a useless use is also a use, but Payi didn't think so in his heart. Sometimes only a knife can save people. At least he got into the second Zhang Yuan and Bihu. But will the prince make things difficult for Lao Hu? Can Bihu wake up? The day is about to rise. Luoying City remains as usual. It was another bustling and busy day. The sword master was the city secretary. Before dawn, in the courtyard of the dormitory, there were disciples of Zhigung beating gongs and calling out. Payi and his eldest grandson didn't dare to wait for Luo Xing's masterpiece for a long time. They got up obediently after a moment, and went back to the dormitory in the dark, fold the quilt and change clothes, wash up, go to the dining room to help the older disciples, such as holding intestines, etc., and take porridge and vegetables. There are many people in Luoying City. Every day when you open your eyes there are thousands of mouths waiting to eat. There are more than a dozen dining rooms. The largest canteen can feed hundreds of people. At the same time, the table was open for dinner. Payi was busy washing coriander, thinking that this big dining room was really busy. At this time, a waiter shouted, Today is Lao Quan feeding the coffin sheep, a new dish developed by the city lord. Who will make a mistake? Let him sleep in the sheepfold. This Lao Quan too is famous for his cooking skills. We have heard about it for a long time. Became the third manager of Luoying City. I saw that this person was quite tall, with ape-like hands and feet. The back of the scaly skirt was somewhat sluggish. He had a tall body and a hooked nose. There was a faint hint of greenish-green in the purple eyes. His loose hair was slightly curly, and had a dark ribbon, just like an aged prune. One look showed that he had foreign blood. When Lao Quan Tu stretched out his left hand, the second finger in the middle was the temperature of the grass roof. He nodded and said, It turned out that there was a dark red scar on his throat about 4 inches long, which almost spanned the entire length of his neck and cut his huge Adam's apple into 2 parts. It was hard to imagine that he could survive such a heavy sword wound. Can survive. This coffin is foreign, but the lid is covered by a craftsman. It is the most critical process. It needs to be opened in one breath. The last inch of the stone lid requires the joint efforts of 4 people. Only then can we lift it up. However, the stones and grass are closely juxtaposed. If we want to rush to pour the sauce at the moment of lifting the lid, we must not allow 4 people to gather at the 4 corners. It was so crowded that the 2 kitchen workers looked nervous. He hurriedly lifted it up, but unexpectedly, the stone cover moved 2 inches away and fell again. A trough full of white smoke shot up into the sky, and the hot and humid water vapor couldn't help but spurt out and touch the body. The 2 kitchen workers hurriedly stepped back. The skin of their arms that were sprayed by the hot air suddenly felt reddish, as straight as Yuxia. Just when he was about to give up all his previous efforts, Pei Lian rushed forward with a sword step. Quickly catch this steel fork and stabilize your body. Open the stone axe in one breath, seize the opportunity with your old fist. Sprinkle the sauce on top of the lamb. The aroma is fragrant and strong. Just by smelling it, you can imagine the oily, tender and smooth texture, as if you took a bite. The strips of soft fish meat meet the line between the teeth, and countless meat juices gush out. This dish is considered a success. Everyone burst into joy and praised Pei Lian for his quickness at this lively moment. The strange and unsociable young man standing next to the stove caught Pei Lian's attention. The strange young man in front of him was said to be picked up by Old Fist. He looks like a mute and is dazzled. Everyone calls him stupid, but Pei Lian didn't think so. The boy in front of him always felt familiar, and he doesn't look like he's stupid, but he looks like he's worried. Why is a young boy and a mute so injured in his hand? Pei Lian brought the freshly cooked mutton to the boy. But the boy still didn't say a word. Instead, this bowl of mutton was snatched away by Rijyu. Rijyu reminds Pei Lian every time that the guards are coming. The second manager will be cleared if you are late, you will be beheaded. In the backyard, all the disciples from the prohibition department are present. I saw Hengshuin sitting in danger, he said slowly. As we all know, the period for the 3 palaces to be untheft is coming. This year, Ben will be the host. At that time, there will be 2 major bets for the world's heroes and important officials of the court. When the time comes, every room must be fully prepared to strive for perfection. There must be no mistakes. The people below listened to the overlords talking about it. Pei Lian heard Uncle Chi say it before. Entering the 3 prefectures into a seal is not just a competition of military prowess. Participants range from dignitaries from the government and the public to sword masters. It is actually a good opportunity to discuss arms business. Every year, the 3 major bettors hold a sealing meeting around the 4th festival. Each of them presents their equipment and judges the quality of casting. The winner can monopolize the success of the imperial ordnance. The loser seems to have lost face, but can take over the equipment trade of the princes of Beiguan and Xishan. It has been nearly 100 years since Zhao Jingya was granted a title in the Qing dynasty. He is good at customized production and has long controlled the public welfare of the imperial court. Qilian Tang is both a century-old better. They control Fengjiangchao territory and have a large number of people. Therefore, they have taken over the business of garrison troops in various places. Although Lu Yinqing was a latecomer, he was able to use his accession to show off his talents and forge weapons specifically for famous martial arts masters. Gradually, they established their status in the hearts of the people of the world. Although the 3 families competed through competitions, in reality, no one could take advantage of the other. They simply jointly defended the 3 governments in fiefment publicly and let the rest of the world stand in opposition. There was no chance to intervene anymore. I just heard Hengshuin say again. The storm is coming and everything is busy. I need to wear clothes. 2 clever disciples are walking around for the class. I don't know who to take care of things. Who should I rely on? The steward hurriedly handed over a letter. I saw Wen Jin in the crowd with the same confident face for this quota. I spent 2,000 taels on myself, and the name in the envelope. Wen Jin Tong and Hengshuin waved their hands and asked the central government to read this. But this official person. But it was Pei Lai and the Japanese army. Wen Jin looked shocked and shouted out. Instead, Hengshuin pulled him out and slapped him in the mouth. This matter has come to an end. Hengshuin took Pei Lai to see a person. This person was none other than City Lord Lu Yin, a first-class host surnamed Zhao. Lord Dugu Tianwei, in the prince's courtyard, is also planning to go to his father's place to read the book, complain to Hu Yanji, and slander his father. Have you ever seen the graceful dancing postures of the best people from all walks of life in the East China Sea? During the day, Lu Yincheng, the inner city of Jinyuan, the first-class host surnamed Zhao, the residence of Dugu Tianwei. The Brest Palace is filled with wine, forests and meat ponds, a fragrant scene. Hengshuin took Pei Lai and knelt on the ground from a distance, claiming that the Hung family, the general manager of the ruling department, Came to see my lord. Something big happened in the city last night. Please report to the left and right. Let me tell you in detail. When Dugu Tianwei saw Heng Shuyin lie, he seemed very happy. You came just in time. I just said that. These little girls penetrated the pavilion designed by Master Feng. It was so clever that they couldn't play well. The tone was frivolous. Not like the lord of a city. Heng Shuyin stumbled and his skirt swayed slightly. It seems that he is trying his best to endure it. Even the sound of rain makes him feel a little uncomfortable. Dugu Tianwei was in high spirits. Hey, come quickly. It's up to you to decide those things. I don't like to hear it. Dugu Tianwei looked at Payi, who was behind Heng Shuyin, asking who is the one next to you. The eye-catching Jean? Your Majesty, this is Payi, a disciple of the Council Division. He is the witness to what happened last night. Dugu Tianwei's voice sounded ill-intentioned. He's just an important person after all. Well, why don't you take off your clothes now and come over for a dance? I asked someone to kill him. Payi suddenly raised his head. Dugu Tianwei in the court smiled triumphantly with a black beard on his lips. He looked like a kid who cheated to win. Seeing that he had a winning ticket, he wanted to start dancing immediately. Heng Shuyin's face turned pale. He was biting his plump lips and trembling rapidly. He held the immortal index finger in his sleeve tightly, and the knuckles he pinched were slightly blue. The city lord is serious. He can do it if he says it. Heng Shuyin suddenly smiled. My lord just wants to watch a dance. Why bother to kill people? How evil. His smile is sweet and innocent, and even his tone is sweet to the bone. It's a sugar paste that can't be melted. No, I'll just dance. It's over, Your Majesty. Please listen to what Xiaoyan has to say. Is it okay? Dugu Tianwei was overjoyed and clapped his hands repeatedly. When he saw me, I also saw him. Heng Shuyin bent over and took turns taking off his lavender-sleeved shoes and fine snow socks, revealing a pair of sparkling white feet, so tender that there was no trace of rough skin. The toes are flat and the face is both soft and smooth as a baby, and has the alluring curves of a mature woman. It is extremely tender and charming all at once, and is indescribably cute. The whole Xiangxia Lingbo building itself is a musical instrument. Qinshi, ironware and other mechanisms used to play the instrument are hidden in the pavilion pillars on the four sides. The pavilion pillars are hollow like windpipes, and the floor tiles, small ridges, lamp posts and even sharp brains used for burning incense are hidden in the pavilion. Gold-selling beast etc. They are all sound parts, and are connected to the 5 parts of the pavilion pillars and the outer pool with mechanical springs. Once the floor tiles are touched, the pavilion pillars will make a sound, indirectly pushing the hydraulic mechanism of the outer pool, making the little people rotate and dance. I saw Heng Shuyin's slender legs bouncing under her skirt. The soft legs are full of elasticity. The petite figure keeps spinning in the pavilion. The tinkling music in the pillars is like a dulcimer, and the melody is endless. While having fun, the Wuying figure in the pond suddenly started to move. It was different from the dull figure in Qiandu. The pond is full of people, boats, chariots and horses, all circling the pavilion quickly. The moon palace swings its head and plays the flute, dances and kicks to fly into the sky, sails and gallops, just like a living creature. Heng Shuyin's clothes were splashed with water and clung to her exquisite and graceful body. Snow-white jade legs reflect the exquisite ripples of light. It's even whiter than the white gauze clothes reflected in the water. The small knees are pink and orange, and the bare feet are lifted out of the water, covered with tiny crystal water drops, like the water-filled heart of a fairy. Dugu Tianwei applauded loudly, raised his glass and said, Okay, you are indeed my little wilder. Come, let me enjoy the wine. Heng Shuyin couldn't resist, so he bent forward and took the wine bell. However, Dugu Tianwei pulled him into his arms and reached out to untie his belt. Heng Shuyin could not push him away. At this moment, Payi shouted loudly to inform the lord of the city that there was an urgent report from the Sun City secretary outside the palace gate. Seeing someone checking his nature, Dugu Tianwei's face darkened and he said, If nothing happens, I will kill you and everyone named Song. Your Majesty, the former envoy of Jindong General Murong Ro has come to ask for an audience with everyone. People are already waiting in the lobby. This episode just solved the problem for Heng Shuyin. Heng Shuyin's head was spinning. This Murong Ro was the minister of the palace and valley in the imperial court. He sent an envoy to visit Marquis Zhaoshen, who was also a minister. But why was he specializing in decisive battles in the Jianghu? The master of Qiushui Pavilion also came together. Could it be because of the demon's sword? But the news should not be so fast. Dugu Tianwei waved his hand, and Murong Ro seemed to be at odds with him. His people didn't want to see him, so he immediately asked Heng Shuyin and the crown prince to handle the matter. Even if Heng Shuyin feels that there is something fishy, it will not help. Heng Shuyin called Payi to the side corridor. He said slowly, "You were the one who stopped the person named Song just now. You didn't want me to be seen in such a miserable state, so you deliberately interrupted the city lord and came to rescue me." Heng Shuyin touched Payi's head and said softly, "My heart is good, but remember, you won't have my permission from now on. Do not interrupt the city lord's speech under any circumstances. This time, it was the name of General Zhendong that saved you." Payi couldn't help but wonder if General Zhendong was so powerful. 4 towns were set up in the land to make everyone worship him. The world is at peace. General Zhenbei dyes his skirt. He takes charge of the defense of northern Xinjiang and supervises the construction of the northern city wall. His military achievements are outstanding. Murong Ro, the general of Zhendong who is known as the god of war in the world, holds a heavy army and is stationed in Takedo, known for his iron fist, decisiveness in killing, and resolute action. He is said to be able to distinguish authenticity from fakes. Don't be in vain, don't let it go. General Han Song of Jinchi, the son of Han Guofan, who is good at using spears, leads the Han expedition under the command of Flying Tiger Cavalry. The powerful General Pu Bao of Jinnan and Dali of Nanlin Fengjian, who are powerful in the world, have reached the top of the 4 towns in the world with just one mouth. Among them, Zhendong General Murong Ro was the most difficult to deal with. This person used to make things difficult for Dugu Tianwei in various aspects of the court. The emperor originally, he wanted to make Dugu Tianwei the Fenwei general, but was stopped by his imperial edict. In the end, nothing happened, and Heng Shuang did not dare to neglect the messenger of such a person. The person recommended in the front hall is Qi Fengjun, the elite envoy of the East China Sea. He said slowly, "This old gentleman is the owner of the Dust Valley Broken Halberd platform. Known as the Heavenly Eyes and Bright Swordsman, it is difficult to defeat and conquer. This person is the envoy of General Zhendong, the famous Bahuang sword." Yu Chifeng clasped his hands in his fists. He had heard about the name of the second manager for a long time. When he saw it today, he was indeed the most powerful person in the country. Hengshu camp towers and bows, the sound of silver bells ringing. "It is my honor to meet the famous teacher Yu. I think what this strong man has prepared must be the powerful sword of the East China Sea, the red-black horn. I have also been admiring Mr. Difficult to Attack for a long time. When I saw him today, he was indeed a man of character. One look at him made me respect him." After some polite words, Heng Shuang also sighed secretly. He didn't expect that Murong Ro could actually take such a person under his command. Yu Chunfeng said that he was born in Jianghu, so there is no need for those official words. "You came here to enter the 3 palaces. If the young envoy has offended, I hope the second manager will not blame him." Yu Chunfeng smiled majestically and claimed that in the past 10 years, Sanfu Jin Feng Qing Feng Zhao won 23 times and Chilian Tang won twice. The winner can take over the imperial government. The 2 families of Guqing and Qi have been taking the top 2 positions in venture capital investment in Sanfu for a long time. However, Lu Yingqing suffered a lot and did not benefit from scoring. "It's a waste of money. My general is the most eager for success and can't bear to see your noble minister shrinking. Therefore, this year, I sent a special memorial to the court to change the rules of the 3 palaces this year and help the second general manager break this situation." Just when Heng Shuyin was puzzled, Yu Chunfeng waved his hand, and the wind entered the 4 mansions. "To solve this problem, it is necessary to work hard. This year, Jindong General's mansion will compete with Qing and Da." As soon as these words came out, both Heng Shuyin and Shitzi looked shocked, but Heng Shuyin then thought about it. Since Murong Ro sent someone here to prove that the emperor has given permission, Yu Chunfeng still needs to be supported in this matter. Never make a hasty decision when Heng Shuyin is in trouble. Accompanying the body hunter, he bowed and announced that there was a report outside the door. The city lord invited all the distinguished guests to come upstairs to the banquet. Viewing opportunities are endless. Yu Chunfeng looked at the building in front of him and couldn't help but admired what a continuous cloud going upstairs. Lord Dugu would really enjoy it. The crown prince quickly agreed that this building was designed by his father and is the only one on Takedo. At this time, the prince was still thinking about his personal grudges. He thought that the visit of Murong Ro's envoy would definitely ruin his father's mood. If I waited for an opportunity to reveal the crime of Hu, my father would be furious and punish him for his private crime. Walking into the front hall, I saw Dugu Tianwei drinking happily. The color of joy overflows in the eyes. Disciples of Shui Weting Xian are also among them. Heng Shuyin and his companion couldn't help but be a little surprised, and the scene in front of them made the prince unbelievable. I saw Hu Yanji and Dugu Tianwei drinking and talking, and they have become close friends. This scene left everyone at the scene stunned. The prince's faith even collapsed. Dugu Tianwei even asked the prince to come forward and call Hu Yanji his uncle. The spring breeze calls for people to carry the gifts up, he said in a poetic tone. You met the Lord of Dugu City. These are the gifts entrusted by General Murong to the Lord of Dugu, Dugu Tianwei said with a smile. Uncle, who said just now that you are the most famous swordsman in the East China Sea. I specially give you a sword to see if it is flat or round. Yu Chunfeng didn't talk much, so he immediately sat down on one side. Huaning waved his little hand to greet Pei Lai, but Ran Hongxia ignored him. Pei Lai was still a little embarrassed, and felt that the second commander didn't seem to want to see him, but his complexion looked much better. At this time, a spirit-like voice rang out from the Hengshu camp. Teacher, you just now said that the Jindong General Mansion had obtained the permission from the Holy Emperor to join the Jifeng soldiers. According to the past Jifeng practice, each of the 3 families had a weapon, and the leader was selected from the perspective of punishment to God. I don't know the town. General Dong's mansion has plenty of time to build weapons. Yu Chenfeng did not show any panic at all and said that since it is a new situation, there must be a new atmosphere. In the past, the superiority of weapons was judged by people, and it was easy for people to secretly manipulate them. It was the most unfair to your city, so the general suggested, change the rules to 4 families, each sending a representative to compete with their own weapons. If the weapon is destroyed, it will automatically fail. If the person holding the weapon dies unfortunately, it can be considered a failure. The test location is Jiushui Pavilion. It will be judged by Mr. Nan Gongshu, the Sky Mingjian, to ensure public prosperity. Heng Shuang also confirmed that the representative sent by Jindong General Mansion was none other than Yu Chifeng. Ran Hongxia realized from the side that Yu Chifeng was known as the best sword in the East China Sea, and the red 5-pointed sword he used was a Western-style treasure. This rule was clearly customized for him. Yu Chifeng was in high spirits, and claimed that the general did not want to take advantage of him and decided to postpone the date of the meeting for 1 year so that your city could prepare with peace of mind on the 3rd day of March next year. Another real chapter. I saw Dugu Tian knocking on the table mightily. Yu Murong likes to worry. Why don't you go and get the seal of the 3 mansions? After working for a long time, the wine has become unpalatable. Old Fist, bring me the appetizers. The coffin arrives on the table with a foreign sound. The taste of this mutton. Everyone was stunned, and people couldn't help but feast on it. But at this moment, Ah Sha stood silently in front of the hall. Reluctant to back down, the man Chiu Shuiting asked for a fight and actually took his wife into custody. Ah Sha was dumbfounded at this time, standing there, staring at Yu Chifeng. Still motionless, Dugu Tianwei asked, "Where did this baby come from? Is it from your kitchen?" The waiter in the kitchen was so frightened that he knelt down and apologized, claiming that this was the new waiter in the kitchen, a Sha. He is a deaf-mute who can only read and write plain English. The villain took her down now. When Dugu Tianwei heard Chen Yu, he became interested and asked, "Are you born called Asha? Is there any other name?" I saw Asha's hands constantly writing strokes, but can't say a word. Ran Hongxia on the side recognized that this was a sign language technique. She was called to Xianjing. When she was young, she was in the army and learned a little bit from the officers in the camp, but if she wanted to translate sign language, it was probably far from enough. Just when Dugu Tianwei was scratching his head, Pei Lai actually stepped forward and claimed that the villain's sister was born unable to hear. "Can you let me have a try?" Ran Hongxia and Heng Shuang both have a touch of compassion in this matter. After several conversations, Pei Lai said that Asha said that her first and last name had been taken away by a villain. Hearing this, Dugu Tianwei was very curious. He ordered him to tell the whole story. It turned out that Asha was born in a martial arts family in the north and had a kind father, Brother Love. When Yandong was 10 years old, his father picked up a young man at the foot of the mountain. The man claimed to be from the south and was robbed by bandits. Seeing that he was pitiful, his father adopted him as his adopted son. Soon after his father died of illness, his adopted brother assisted his eldest brother in running the family business. He was very smart and capable. One day he said that he had been away from his hometown for many years and wanted to return to his hometown to worship his ancestors. His elder brother readily agreed and gave him a large amount of money. When the villagers saw this, they said that he must have swallowed the silver and would never come back. Unexpectedly, after more than half a year, he not only came back, but also made more gold and silver. In addition, he also brought back a beautiful girl named Jianxue. It was said that he was a distant cousin who was living abroad. The eldest brother was very devoted to the famous girl and soon married her. After they got married, Ming Jianxue said, "How can I live with my family's property while my son has ambitions all over the world?" My eldest brother started to go out to do business, often leaving for several months. Ming Jianxue was extremely kind to Asha, but Asha discovered that she always went out secretly at night. Finally, one night, Sha followed Ming Jianxue. It turns out that Jianxue and his brother came to the valley where their ancestors were buried in Haosan. Yu Xie dug all the way to the grave, obviously looking for something in the tomb. Judging from the situation that night, they must have found it. Sha was very scared. When his eldest brother came back, he immediately informed him of the matter. Unexpectedly, the two of them confessed to each other, and the other brother was even more arrogant. He left with his sister-in-law named Jianxue. The eldest brother was shocked. He thought the matter was over, but he didn't expect that a year later. However, people from Qiushuiting suddenly came to the door and said that someone had an appointment with Sha's eldest brother. The person who made the appointment was the same brother who had left earlier. Because Qiushui Pavilion is listed for war, it must be paid for by an item of equal value, the thing that the alien brother kept. It turns out to be Jianxue. This woman has such no bottom line. Sha's eldest brother is willing to fight with a sword just for the name of Jianxue. It stands to reason that the eldest brother has practiced martial arts since he was a child and has a solid foundation. There was no way he could lose to that guy. What I didn't expect was that the guy got better and better at fighting. After 100 moves, he actually used the same sword path as the elder brother. In the end, he narrowly defeated the elder brother with one move. The sword and his name Jianxue were lost. From then on, the eldest brother became more and more taciturn. He stopped taking care of the family business and kicked out all the dealers. He only wanted to practice martial arts hard and win back the family heirloom sword. 100 years later, the eldest brother went to Qiushui Pavilion again and used the family property as collateral to challenge that guy. This time, the two of them competed with each other for 200 moves before the winner was determined. The eldest brother still lost. At this point, Asha and Big Brother have lost almost everything, leaving only the tablets of their ancestors and the genealogy of their surnames. In the next year, the elder brother's sword skills became more and more perfect as he practiced, and the more he practiced, the more ruthless he became, and there were few opponents in the East China Sea. This time, he bet on his only surname, genealogy and ancestral tablets to fight against the man again at Qiushuiting. But the most unexpected thing was that before the decisive battle, Ming Jianxue suddenly appeared in Qiushui Pavilion. She quietly said to her eldest brother, "Husband, you don't know yet, right? During those days when you went out to do business, in addition to your adopted brother, Shuai also had other men. The person I was infatuated with every night was none other than your good brother." After hearing this, my elder brother's eyes turned red. Mentally confused, he lost in the end and was about to die soon. When Bin died, the elder brother said to Asha, "That guy is deliberately trying to find the secret martial arts skills created by our ancestors, the 5 paths and the 7 divine Ju. He has already found the 6 valleys and the last step is the Gu-chan killing Ju. What he hasn't got yet is that he probably thought there would be clues in the family tree or tablets. But in fact there is nothing there as long as he can't find the last step. You will survive. After the death of your elder brother, Asha's sworn brother has become the orthodox heir of the family. In order to obtain the last step of divine power, he sent people to follow Asha, but there was no gain. He was tortured severely, fearing that Asha would leak the matter, and used the soldering iron and red charcoal to destroy Asha's hands so that he could no longer risk his life. Asha was so tortured that he finally seized the opportunity and escaped. Unfortunately, he was too injured and passed out. He thought he would be reported missing in the wilderness, but unexpectedly he was rescued by a retired old swordsman and his granddaughter. They took Asha in. Those days of ease made Asha forget his hatred, and made Asha think that people like him could forget everything and start over. But the good times don't last long. That man's evil slave found Asha. In front of Asha, he vented all his grievances on the grandfather and grandson. The process lasted 3 days and 3 nights. This story is horrifying. Dugu Tianwei's holy wrath. And in full view. Asha revealed that the initiator of all this was Yu Chenfeng above the main hall. Unexpectedly, the hero Yu Chenfeng. He is such a scumbag. In the main hall, Asha identified this murderous sworn brother as today's guest. Yu Chenfeng and Asha, whose real name is Yu Chihai, was originally the second son of the 14th generation of the Tiger King Tsiyue family. Unexpectedly, Yu Chenfeng still had no change of expression at this time, and said without shame, "Luying City, is this a place where these servants are allowed to talk nonsense?" "It's simply nonsense." I saw Asha slowly take out a book of secrets from his arms, presented to Dugu Tianwei. And this secret book is exactly what Yu Chenfeng has been asking for. I saw Dugu Tianwei with a fearful look on his face. He held the solitary book in his hand and said with a smile, "Teacher Yu, what do you think?" Yu Chenfeng still pretended to be calm and said, "Some charlatans often bring something to show off and deceive. The city lord must not take it seriously. Just look at Dugu Tianwei, who is usually uninhibited in his fun, but the owner of Yicheng must be wily and scheming. I saw him confidently holding up the loaned book and saying, "Since he is a charlatan, this book is naturally fake, so burn it, and then throw the book towards the wick." Yu Chenfeng quickly stopped. As soon as this move came out, everything was self-inflicted, but Dugu Tianwei did not kill everyone. He said slowly, "Sha, you used this book to threaten teacher Yu today, but I can't ask for more than this book. Yu Chenfeng is still Yu Chenfeng. Let's do this. I'll make an appointment for you on the 3rd day of March next year. You fight him at Qiushui Pavilion and let him know the truth in front of the heroes of the world." The astute Heng Shuang naturally heard the beauty of this move. If the morning breeze becomes hard this month, all 4 palaces will be sealed and 10 sections will be represented in the south to fight for Jindong General Palace. At this moment, Ran Hongxia raised a question, claiming that she heard that teacher Yu had a second slave of killing and shooting with her. If what Asha said was true, then he would follow his slave. What happened next? Asha, who had always been dull, suddenly felt a little excited. I saw him wiping his neck with his hands, and a group of people shot the slave, already killed by himself. Asha gestured and said that God had given him a weapon and successfully killed that evil slave. "I don't want to wait until next year. I want to take revenge now." As soon as he finished speaking, Asha kicked open the box and what came into view was a brass quasi-shaped object about the size of a rattan plate. The whole body is covered with simple embroidery patterns of copper and iron watch numbers. It's also like a golden armor with 4 pairs of claws on each side and 3 sections of attached feet. The chicken yellow is faintly exposed at the joints of the feet. It looks like a giant copper pillar. There is a thin groove running through the middle of the copper pillar, which seems to hold a knife board. The part of the object that looks like a knife handle is covered with sharp thorns, but from a distance it looks like half a crab leg. Very ferocious, this ominous thing. It turns out to be a demon knife too. Payi saw something strange in front of him. A sudden pain in my head that felt like it was exploding, and a strange voice echoed in my head. At this time, Asha slowly took off the bandage on his hand. 2 soldiers came forward to take a closer look and then lifted the object off the mat. Suddenly there was a click, and the handle of the guillotine was covered with thorns like a crab's legs. It suddenly bounced up and smashed the jaw of the person in front. As close as the wall, most of the man's face from the bridge of his nose down was missing, leaving only a bloody black hole, like a crushed walnut shell. Everyone was shocked. Degushin shouted with great authority, "Yu Chenfeng, your Jindong general uniform is so full that he gave me a knife to stab him." Yu Chenfeng said with a cold sweat on his face, "There is no way this is the general's property. I'm afraid it looks like a mermaid." At this moment, Ran Hongxia carefully looked at the object in front of her. It was indeed a knife, but the handle was covered with sharp thorns. How could anyone hold it? Just when Payi's head was in severe pain, Asha rushed forward with a sword step. Shudi stretched out his right hand to hold the handle of the knife. Blood spurted out, staining the cloth wrapped in glutinous rice. The muscles of his right arm twisted as he cried. A black line of cloudy black air penetrated the skin and climbed up along the blood veins and veins. Asha roared in pain. The battle was so loud that the dragon roared from the hungry moon, and the blade was pulled out from the copper bead. There was a flash of light, and it rushed towards Yu Chenfeng. This time it was so fast that it was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Everyone regained consciousness. I saw Yu Chenfeng's whole body wrapped in a ball of fluorescent light, her hands still behind her back, but she didn't mean to take off her clothes. But the sword light was tightly stuck to her in a ruffian style. Walking around him in a hurry, each cut was close to the flesh and rubbed into the hair, and there was no room left. Silly still followed the cut. Gradually losing shape, the thin body turned into a gray shadow. The light of the knife mixed with blood and smoke swirled around, and there was an incessant itching in it. However, he was unable to calm down the morning breeze in his hands. Countless pieces of broken hair and cloth came out, being carried away by the blade and unable to move away. It formed a huge circle, and from the corner of my eye I suddenly saw a dark, fat figure moving. But it was the Kunlun slave who carried the sword for Yu Chenfeng who wanted to step forward and deliver the sword. Suddenly his body sank and he knelt on the ground. Hu Yanji actually stepped on the knife box and said softly, "They are dueling. Don't come in and cause trouble. If you want to play, you can come to me." At this time, the sword energy in the sky gradually moves closer to dying Hongxia. Yan Hongxia's old injury has not healed, and Kanwa's sword is not with her. But in order to protect herself, Yu Chenfeng actually turned the battle to others. At this dangerous moment, Payi ducked and rushed to Ran Hongxia. Payi snatched the prince's sword and whispered, "Shao Shi. This is the demon sword Tianlai. It can inject supreme power into the sword corpse, making it extremely fast. As soon as the sound ended, Pei Lai's head was in severe pain again, and the voice in the stone sea became clearer. Let me chop him off. Pei Lai's condition is as good as a knife corpse. A flash of red flashed across his eyes. Xingxing has said, this is the fourth demon's sword that has been born. Tian Lai. Pei Lai thrust his sword into the battle group, like a hot knife timid with butter, but made no sound. The light of the original marrow sword kept circling, and gradually lost its shape. The mirror-wielding department's unique complexion of green clothes and white hangings also blended into the battle circle. Together with Ah Sha's gray shadow, they circled around the moon and morning wind, and there was an extra knife in the middle. Yu Qingfeng still holds his hands behind his back, lurking backward like a whirlwind. I dodged left and right, and finally I simply closed my eyes. All the pores in my body were relaxed, and my perception was extremely sharp. He responded expediently and wisely, gradually gaining a chance to breathe. Yu Qingfeng's anger had reached its peak at this time and shouted, "Kill the slaves! Bring me the knife!" But at this time, the slave killer was once again controlled by Hu Yanji. Without moving anything, Yu Qingfeng Jianzhuan shouted, "Huang Tu, it was you who touched my sword just now and insulted my ancestors." He slapped Hu Yanji with one palm. Hu Yanji has become the captain. Both of them took a few steps back. Evenly divided, the morning breeze suddenly calmed me down. I want to fight Hu Yanji again. Suddenly I was shocked by a breath. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the old fist beside Dugu Tianwei. This person is indeed a hidden master. Yu Qifeng dares to calm down. Not daring to act rashly, he turned to look at the two men fighting at the scene, Pei Lai. Could it be that they were just possessed by the legendary demon sword? The general would definitely be very interested. At this time, Pei Lai was like using the demon sword Uning's phaseless sword mirror. It's the same trick as Asha's, but it actually means that it's the last move and the first move. Suddenly, there was only a clear sound from the pit, and the two swords were exchanged. The clear water sword used by Dugafeng was forged by Taiying, the chief general of the first-class house in the city. It is an extraordinary product. However, half of the tip of the sword was cut off by the demon sword Tianlai. The violent impact made Pei Lai regain some consciousness, and he saw Ah Sha charging towards him desperately. Between life and death, Pei Lai screams and his blood rushes forward. The world is red and I don't know how my body is moving. The heaven and earth are fighting each other, the dragon and the tiger are turning over, and the sky is spinning. The whole person has been thrown aside. Damn it! Asha's knife struck into the seam of the copper bead. The mechanism in the trench was activated, biting the blade firmly. The demon sword Tianlai quietly returned to its position. Asha pulled it out with all his strength, but the knife did not move at all. The ink lines on the arm quickly faded, and the muscles that twisted the bones began to atrophy. In the blink of an eye, they returned to their original emaciated, half-disabled appearance. Pei Lai saw the opportunity and couldn't miss it. He hugged Asha's waist and rolled on the ground. He only heard him howl miserably, and his bloody right palm came loose from the thorn-like handle of the knife. The man and the knife were separated immediately. The prince was blind and yelled when he saw this. Soldiers swarmed the store. They subdued Pei Lai, who turned out to be the only descendant of the Sword Emperor at that time. Pei Lai were subdued by the soldiers in the store in the blink of an eye. When Ran Hongxia saw this, she felt blind and turned into a tiger and said, "Pei Lai only cares about the master in the store. Is this how Lu Yinqing treats his meritorious subordinates?" The prince did not expect that Ran Hongxia would remember this servant's name clearly, which made him even more jealous. Then he claimed that this Pei Lai had been in the city for several years, had hidden martial arts skills, and was working as a servant for Hengshu camp. He must be a spy who had sneaked into the city. Before he finished speaking, a wine bottle was thrown at the prince's face. Dugu Tianwei roared, "You idiot! Shut up!" I immediately ordered the store soldiers to take Asha down. "Let Dr. Qing treat your illness well. If it's a dime and a half short, I'll kill you alive and bury you with him." Dugu Tianwei made his own plan and said with a wicked smile, "Teacher you'll finish your business here today. I'll keep this booklet for Asha first, but remember, as long as Asha doesn't die, you can fight with him." Resolutely counting the numbers, Yu Qingfeng could only snort coldly and walked away with the killing slave. In the main hall, Dugu Tianwei became suspicious of Pei Lai. Asked, "Your skill just now can clearly suppress the demon's sword. Why do you want to be my servant? Is it possible? You are really a spy." Pei Lai was obviously panicked at this time. He thought to himself that he must have been affected by the body-seizing method just now to suppress Tianlai. Even if he told the truth to the city lord, he might not believe it. Moreover, I also promised Senior Qin Mo not to tell anyone about this matter. Just when he was at a loss, Hu Yanji suddenly came out to help smooth things over and said, Xiao Pei, you are using sword skills, right? It's what you told me last time. Why don't you remember it? You said that when you were a child, you met an old man in green clothes and white hair who passed by the countryside. You also said that although this old man was plainly dressed, he had an aristocratic air. In return for your kindness to the state, so I taught you 3 days of sword skills. I thought you were bragging before, but after seeing the way you suppressed the demon sword today, your sword skills were so smart that blood flowed out, but you used them unscrupulously. What kind of people are you? How can Xiao Pei perform like this in 3 days? Heng Shuang also cooperated and guessed that the sword demon Pestle Star Hunter could not reach it. I only saw Mr. Nangong sitting here, but he said slowly, in my opinion, it should be the Jishin sword technique of Nanling Qingqiu Kingdom, the Huangtu Xingduan Dao of Shingong Ho Wu Dengyong, and the Buzhou Feng of the Lu family of Shishan Golden Daomen. Hu Yanji kept applauding and said that there are 3 swordsmen in the world, Jishin, Xingduan and Buzhou Feng. But in the past 30 years, who in the Lu family has practiced Buzhou Feng? There are several experts in Qingqiu who know Jishin sword skills. In my opinion, the person named Pei Lai's sword technique is the former General Junbei, the yellow vein blood of the Sun family of the former Jinpi dynasty, Wu Dengyong, the emperor of swordsmen. It is said that Wu Dengyong had no descendants in his life and retired from the world 40 years ago. Who would have thought that the sword emperor of the generation who received the kindness of a man on the deserted island of Noken would pass down the Huangtu Xingduan Dao as a thank you gift? So you, Pei Lai, were the only descendant of the sword emperor at that time. During the Bishan dynasty, Wu Dengyong was the general of Junbei, and Digi was the general of Jingdong. The 2 geniuses have been compared since they were young, to see who was stronger in martial arts, and who was more famous. However, when the Yi clan invaded from the north, Wu Dengyong, who was powerful in northern Xinjiang, disappeared inexplicably. He neither asked for leave from the Ministry of War nor disclosed his whereabouts to his subordinates. No one knew. Where did he go? There was no Wu Dengyong sitting in charge of asking for money. Wu Dengyong immigrated to various tribes in the north and refused to obey anyone. No one was willing to go out of the city to fight bloody battles. The Yi tribe's army lasted less than a day, then they broke through the Baiguan blockade, and just 7 days later the Iron Knights of the Wing tribe broke through by Yujing. From then on, there was no more Bishan dynasty in the world. Wu Dengyong's wife, Princess Lingying, committed suicide on the city wall and committed suicide to blame her for leaving her post without permission, which led to the destruction of the country. Wu Dengyong, who arrived 1 step late, was devastated. At that time, the Yi tribe suddenly withdrew its troops without any reason, leaving the land without an owner. Military formations in various places were forced to rise, and it seemed that there would be a great chaos. The staff in the general's palace urged Wu Dengyong to proclaim himself emperor, and Wu Dengyong's immigrants were even more eager to revive the Jinpi dynasty. However, Wu Dengyong chose to throw himself under the banner of Duguyi because Duguyi was carrying the banner of avenging the blood and hatred of the Bishan royal family. It is said that Wu Dengyong deliberately led the troops to fight on the front line after that. He wanted to die, but because his martial arts was too high, he could not get it. The enemy forces from all sides hated him. He was frightened when he heard the news. When Duguyi was able to bring peace to the world and establish the White Horse dynasty, he chose the Wind Sword to return to Yi. Once he left, no one in the world would ever see him again. When everyone heard that Pei Lai and Wu Dengyong might be related, they became much more polite in an instant, and Dugu Tianwei was lucky enough to meet him when he was a boy. There is no doubt about his strength. He taught him this level of swordsmanship in 3 days. It is absolutely possible. Dugu Tianwei said quickly. Since you are Wu Dengyong's disciple, you can no longer be a servant in Luying City. Otherwise, if word spreads, outsiders will say that I am a Tsucai. I will not let you be an official of the 7th rank. You will still be the second manager on weekdays. Pei Lai was a blessing in disguise. Quickly thanking him, Dugu Tianwei turned to look at Yao Dao Tianlai and quickly ordered that no one should come near. Seal this building and investigate thoroughly before making plans. Everyone disperses. If you don't go upstairs through the clouds, it will be closed. Hu Yanji congratulated Pei Lierong on his promotion to the throne, but the brainwashing room spurted out a mouthful of blood. I didn't expect that I had just slapped you, Chifeng. A trace of thunder energy unexpectedly rushed into the body. If not for the timely use of Tianyuan palm painting to go to 9 cities, I'm afraid my internal organs have been burned to ashes. Pei Lai quickly helped Hu Yanji rest. Hu Yanji smiled and said, There are at least 3 benefits to pretending to be Wu Dengyong's disciple. Pretending to be the apprentice of the Sword King actually has 3 advantages. First, it is said that the martial arts of the Gongsun family of the Jinpi dynasty are closely related to their destiny. This can just explain to others your martial arts that sometimes work well but sometimes fail. Second, There are very few people who have fought against the Sword King and are still alive. Even the soldier saint dare not say that he has seen Huang Tuxing's broken sword with his own eyes. Don't worry. Someone will jump out and question your swordsmanship. The third Sword Emperor is expected to be no longer alive. Even if he is still alive, after 7 days in Beiguan, he will be heartbroken and will not come to pick you up. But after Payi heard this, he felt that he should not impersonate the name of Sword Emperor. Now that he has been granted the title, he feels that he is taking advantage of this senior. Unexpectedly, Hu Yan took the photo and claimed that the name was taboo, like floating clouds, but sometimes it is a life-saving panacea. Just now during the dinner, you recognized the sky-hunting demon's sword, but the second master was indifferent. Obviously, what Qinghua said before his death was you, not him. No matter what you think, you are already inseparable from the demon's sword. You are in the middle of the world. If you continue to look at the problem with the mentality of an ordinary servant, when a crisis comes, I'm afraid that not only will you not be able to protect yourself, but you will also implicate the people you care about. These words really woke up Payi, and Hu Yanji also fulfilled his responsibilities as a big brother. It's the time of leaves. Under the 9 nether spring, Wei Wuying makes people feel sick all alone. Many years ago, there was a man who wore a mask that looked like a bird and a kite. He gave the mask nicknamed Ethereal Night Ghost to Hengshiyong. The man who gave him the mask once said this: according to legend, the presence of insects and animals is a sign of immortality. Only by wearing this mask can you become a member of our lonely house. At that time, Heng Shui put his arms around his shoulders and trembled quickly, saying, "Are we considered immortals?" He struggled to resist the extremely biting cold wet vapor in the underground cave. This was the second time in his life that he hated himself like that. He didn't understand martial arts, but the man just looked at him coldly. 2 piercing cold lights shot out from the cave, as if the alluring cave body he huddled under his thin wet clothes was nothing. It was more precious and delicious than the salt smoke poem scoop beside the road. His life, for the first time and perhaps the only time, I feel that the whole I am most proud of is worthless in the eyes of men. The last place in my heart can be a stronghold. After finally breaking down and resurrecting from the dead, there are only 2 ways to go. You are not a fairy. It was Li Gui's original mask, with a rough and stinging frosted feel, a touch and smell like double cracks, and a hint of weathering and decay. Heng Xia is still unforgettable. The members of the Gusha must hide their identities from each other. Every time they have a secret meeting in the tomb abyss, they will always be the first to arrive to prevent them from talking to each other. This is the time of the blood pact, the iron rule he set. But today, the ancient tomb abyss is late. It's midnight. Under the 9 nether spring. The ancient tomb abyss order, the lonely houses are gathered together. The light jade of clear bamboo and green smoke can only shine within 1 foot of the surrounding area. The rest is only pitch black. Looking at the camp smoke like will-o'-the-wisps, hanging in the darkness, 3 strange wooden masks. There is nothing underneath the wooden ghost faces. It was very frightening. I don't know how long it took. Suddenly someone spoke. What's the meaning of the tomb abyss? What's the meaning of asking people to stand there but hiding their heads and tails? The green smoke in the northwest was shaking. It was obvious that where the exiled person spoke, it was a tiger-shaped mask. The open mouth and fangs of the deer are carved so lifelike, as if it were a human being who suddenly turned his head and roared when he heard some movement. Forget Shehan, the code name of this wooden ghost face is Shengsihu, and the ancient tomb in Shengsihu's mouth is the one who summoned the orphans. Heng Shuang has no memory of Shengsihu. In his memory, the mask in the northwest has always been silent. This is the first time since the Gusha rally that he has made such a frivolous and bold statement. It's a pity that the mask has a special mechanism that can subtly change the human voice. No matter who wears the mask, he can only make a unique and weird sound unique to that mask. The other 2 masks were ignored. The cicada-shaped mask in the northeast is a tall willow cicada. Its sound is extremely sharp, but its tone of voice is very slow, cautious, and cold. There is occasionally a hint of passion. Heng Shuang never thought that the owner of the mask would be a woman, and even worse. It is very likely that he is an old man with a high level of experience and training. The mask in the west is carved into the shape of a bird's green wings, named Xiaohonghu. The feathers on the huge wings covering the face look like 2 side-by-side palms full of scales. There are 2 round eye holes in the top, which makes people's skin stand out. It's so disgusting and weird that it's unspeakable. Taste of the Wuxia wilderness. Do you have to wait any longer? You've been waiting for a long time. Why don't you leave first? Shengsihu's voice is low and deafening, like an animal robe. The tone of flicking the knife wadding in the rain is quite nondescript. At this moment, 2 green flowers lit up one after another, and a round face emerged from the void in the northeast. Two shoulder-shaped fangs were not too scary. What is truly terrifying is its grinning, human-like expression. The darkness makes it look even more eerie. On the guard of the true north, the turquoise swallow ghost fire draws a giant painting like a hook, a bird-shaped mask with flying feathers, and the owner of the lonely house suddenly appears. Body. The main army has been waiting for a long time. The voice of the tomb abyss is hollow and dull, like the vibration of hungry locusts. The testicles are as gray as ashes, with no sign of life, and the monotonous voice is accompanied by the grand echo in the cave. It's chilling. Today's meeting is due to the emergency. Qin Demon's rituals have changed. We need to consult with the troops for details. It is reported that the Qin Demon is dead. This information has been verified and should be more than 90% accurate. You are under the pressure of speaking. You will personally arrange the attack. Even Wei Wuying cannot escape the disaster. Everyone is dead. What else is going on? Heng Shuyin said that it was said that before his death, Mo Qin passed on the secret of the demon's sword to a disciple of Lu Yincheng who was a hunting companion. The young man claimed to be the descendant of the Emperor of Swords. In Lu Yincheng, he fought with the sword master who was possessed by the heavenly hunting knife, and used the sword forcefully. Separation. His ability should not be underestimated. Are you the apprentice of Sword Emperor Wu Gengyong? Wu Xiaoyuan's voice. There has been a slight fluctuation. In my opinion, that boy has nothing to do with the Sword Emperor. He is just talking nonsense. Heng Shuyin answered calmly. If this is the case, we should not be careless. Xiaohonggu Street is not Wu Dingyong's disciple, but he has the ability to suppress the sky hunting knife. It must be Qin Mo's manipulation. The most urgent task in the ancient tomb abyss is to find out what that young man inherited from the Qin demon department as soon as possible. He can actually suppress the sky hunter and the ethereal night ghost. You are responsible for this matter. Investigate it within 3 days and respond quickly. Will Heng Shuyan kill companion hunter? Tomb Abyss orders the ethereal night ghost to find out the truth within 3 days. Heng Shuyan went to the Han layer after layer to collect himself, and then asked, if it is true that Qin Mo taught the method of cracking the demon's sword, what should he do to the young man? The cold gaze like the ancient tomb abyss sword shot at me again. What do you think? The voice is as monotonous as the emperor of the formation. Without a trace of emotion, the demon's sword comes out urgently. There is no chance to turn back the plan. We will eliminate any obstacles. Qin Mo is dead. There must be no second Qin Mo in this world. What do you think? Heng Shuyin clearly understands that this is not a negotiation. He has already made a decision. At this moment, he is just forcing someone to express his position. Xiaoheng Ancient Road. This boy has extraordinary skills. Although he is not very good at the moment, he will have long nights and many dreams. Naturally, it's killing. Since I don't have 5 dingqi, I'm not interested. Wu Xia Yuan Dao. Kill Tomb Abyss looked at his left hand and Gao Luchan said slowly. Kill Heng Shuyin Xianghan doubled. His 10 sharp nails almost dug into the palm of his hand. He never thought that the only person who could stand with him was the frivolous and lazy Shinshihu. Suddenly I heard Shinshihu say, if this boy named Payi is diligent and clever, he will be in trouble. If not, everyone has their own things to be busy with. Why bother? The ancient tomb abyss's gaze like a stone sword shot at me again. Shinshihu didn't finish his words, so he held them back forcibly. Turning back to look at the ethereal night ghost, he asked coldly, what is your opinion? Heng Shu Ing Ding Ding Shin Song Rongin said. If he interferes with our plans, he should be eliminated. In order to avoid future troubles, seeing that everyone had no objections, Shin Xing from the ancient tomb Yuan said. The matter of accompanying the hunter has been decided. Everyone please go. We will discuss the next step after the 5 swords are released. The green fireworks were extinguished one by one. Gao Lutang, Shinshihu, Xiaohonghu, Wuxia Garden, and the 4 ghost faces disappeared into the darkness one after another. In the end, there were only 2 masks left facing each other in the air. Something's wrong. Tomb Abyss's tone is still flat. You promised me that I would never let Luying City get involved in the trouble, Heng Shu Yinxiang said angrily, gritting his teeth. But now that Red Eyes was brought back to the city, Wan Jie fell into the hands of the Silent Sword. Tian Lai and his sword master were even holding the moon in the city. How could 3 of Morrowind's 5 swords be spared in Luying City? Tomb Abyss said silently, with your intelligence, it is not difficult to send it out again. My guarantee to you is still valid. Or do you want me to tell others? Let them not touch this daytime studio while planning and completing the mission, so as to teach them to see through your identity. Heng Shuyan was immediately moved by the rain. Tomb Yuan continued. Your trouble is not just the demon's sword. Qin's body is still in Juqing Mountain. The past life is not over yet. Sooner or later, the 4 major sword sects will come to your door. General Zhendong obeyed the new plan and intervened in the 3 palaces' encroachment. If you can't handle it, Luying City is also in trouble. Without Luying City, you are just a mediocre person. If you can't find out the truth in 3 days, just get rid of the sparring partner. Just this time, I will treat you as a weak and ordinary woman who speaks unmotivated words. Remember, you don't have a second chance. Leaving, Heng Shuyan's face turned white. He clenched his pink fists, bit his lips without sending a single ray. The green smoke went out, and the ghost mask that was both strange and sad was gone. Submerged in the darkness, the tomb abyss did not leave until it was confirmed that everyone else had gone far away. A handful of strange green smoke suddenly lit up again, chiseled ancient genealogy, and a cicada-shaped mask that looked like rotten wood appeared silently. You are injured. Gao Liuchan's tone was still slow as usual. No ripples could be heard. After all, Wei Wuying is Wei Wuying. He is very difficult to deal with. The ancient tomb abyss is low. That man's medical skills are very good. After taking medicine and bandaging, he is fine. He can just rest for a few days. However, the matter of accompanying the hunter is very difficult. At this point, there is a slight change in the voice of the tablet. You have spent so much effort on him, and it is difficult for your sand. Gao Luchan said without any fluctuation. Since I nodded, there is no reason to regret it. You just need to promise me one thing. If Heng Shuyan fails to kill me, I will accompany you. You have to keep him. And this decision was not made by Gao Luchan emotionally. Gao Luchan felt that Wei Wuying was determined to do this. If he really used this method on his hunting companion, the consequences would be difficult to predict. Furthermore, the method of seizing the body and the demon sword are both based on strength and weakness. The key lies in the word, gu. Regardless of their origin and context, the two have similarities. Heng Shuyan is not a fuel-efficient lamp. If the companion hunter can survive this level, it proves that the child has grown up so fast and has already embarked on the path of the valley. Keeping it and observing its changes can speed up our mastery of the demon sword. Gao Liuchan's reasons are approved by Tomb Abyss, but if Heng Shuyan fails, he will do it himself. If he can pass these 2 tests, he will be worthy of being kept. At the same time, the companion hunter fell into a dream. The hunter actually fell into an unknown dream. The companion hunter stretched out his hand, and the black curtain of nothingness separated with his hands and turned into wisps of gray wings. Suddenly, a bloody red light exploded, and the surrounding area turned into a sea of fire. The dark background fell to the ground. It turned into a large stone wall. The blue stone covered the area from the feet, the wall, to the ceiling. It seemed to be a certain walled road. The hunting companion in this matter transformed into the Wei Wuying of that year, waving away the thick smoke and dragging his body towards the end of the channel, shouting loudly. The hunting companion couldn't hear the sound, but he could still feel the vibration of life and death. Not far ahead, a slender and fit woman with a long waist and long legs was gradually lying down and struggling to get up. There was another corpse lying on the side. His face was unrecognizable. He was disemboweled by a sharp blade. He died in a terrible state. The hunter was looking at him in a strange way. Feeling aroused, I heard the woman say almost madly, "We have been fooled. That man is not the 6th sword. He is the traitor in the prophecy, the last sword." The number 6 suddenly flashed through the mind of the hunter. Senior Qin Mo, the beautiful girl with a moving back, and the unknown man with body marks on the ground. There are only 3 here. Who are the other 3? Who is the last knife in the mouth of the senior? Thinking room. Companion hunter suddenly woke up. Looking at his own hands, companion hunter realized he was no longer just himself. Suddenly, he heard Hu Yenji calling him outside the window and threw a saber to his companion. When I accompanied the hunter, I saw that this knife was half a finger thick and had a sharp arc twice. This is the knife that Lu Yinqing is proud of, I saw Hu Yenji saying with a face of faith. Let me meet the descendant of the Sword Emperor, and see if he can betray the gang. Come and chop me. If you hit this scabbard you will win. I'll treat you to the fine wine I got from the city lord. After companion hunter understood, he said with some relief. Don't drag me down, old Hu. I'm very good at using a knife. I've been playing the game of chopping firewood with a quick knife since I was a child. Very powerful. Companion hunter clapped the knife in his hand. Recalling what Uncle Chi once taught me, I am good at swordsmanship and have a slightly willow leaf shape. Uncle Chi once said that I can hold 70% to 50%. The advantage of the knife can best be used. At first, Uncle Clogs did not even react to the woodpile's knife attack. Accompanying the hunter has been practicing quietly, using the knife as he wishes. At the moment when the knife is drawn out, the knife seems to be separated from the heart, and I think it is peaceful and free. The hunter flicked his wrist. but the steel knife didn't stir up the wind. Unexpectedly, it was swept away by the steel knife. The copper-ringed wooden sheath in Hu Yanji's hand shook slightly, but it still stayed in place, shoulders raised, as if Gung Zhao had never made a move. The hunter couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that Lao Hu's movements were faster than mine? Although Hu Yanji succeeded in dodging the hunting knife, he couldn't help but admire in his heart that with that knife just now, he had achieved the state of unity between heart and blade, which many swordsmen could never achieve in their lifetime. What kind of firewood did this boy chop? Hu Yanji said with a wicked smile. Now I'll attack. You hide. I'll hit your scabbard 3 times. Even if you lose, you already know the outcome from the beginning of this game. No matter how the hunting companion removes the scabbard, Hu Yanji could always easily hit him with a knife if he moved just a little bit. Extremely accurate, as if Hu Yanji knew where the hunting companion would hide. Hu Yanji explained. This is the echo between the sword's will. It is the change of the scabbard in your hand that attracts my sword. The wind blows the tree. It's not the sound of the wind that makes the tree sway, but the moment the wind moves, it was destined that the tree would sway. After listening to the hunting companion, I understood the reason. The next moment, before the thought of the knife coming came to my mind, he suddenly lifted the wooden sheath. A touch of rafing crossed the elbow. Hu Yanji's steel knife failed for the first time. Hu Yanji gradually became serious. The companion hunter gradually entered a wonderful state of forgetting both things in myself, giving up the sensitivity and insensitivity that are different from ordinary people, forgetting about his well-developed and superior limbs, not thinking about when to stop, just letting the movements of the body and the knife maintain a balance, advancing and retreating. Like a shadow, the situation during the fight with Asha during the day suddenly became clear. Can accompanying hunter defeat Lao Hu? Why did Lao Hu suddenly teach me the hunting knife technique? In the companion's perception, the trick of the knife is like a condensed soul heaven. Once the knife cuts across it, the trick is left behind. It will never disappear. Slowly, the direction of the knife becomes clear. You can grasp it without covering your ears or touching it. Even predicting it, he boldly moved the sheath mouth to the devious path. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Lao Hu holding the steel knife to his side. The nearly 2-foot blade was inserted into the scabbard exactly. It's so clever. It's as if the two of them have practiced this thousands of times before they can master the art of fighting with sharp knives. In response, a smile appeared on Hu Yanji's face, and it was the first time that he accompanied the lieutenant. It turns out that this is what it feels like to learn sword skills. The sword can actually reach such a level. Hu Yanji calmed down and smiled faintly. It was just a warm-up. Now we have to play for real. You and I have to attack and hide. The scabbard was hit. Even if he lost, Payi already had his own answer in his mind after seeing the scene in front of him clearly. So being a tofu is such a difficult job, let me do it. 2 hours later, Payi and Payi were drinking and talking. Hu Yanji said that my self-created knife technique is clumsy and not refined. At first glance, it looks similar to the Huang Tuxing broken knife. Once you learn it, it will not be easy to reveal the secret. I thought it would be difficult for you to find the way. Unexpectedly, it feels like you have practiced it. Payi took another sip of wine and asked if this sword technique had a name. Hu Yanji said directly. It's called Wushuan Quick Slash. Just now you only hit the scabbard once. Next, you need to contact us. As long as you can fight with me. At this moment, a girl ran into the Payi Hunter courtyard, saluted and said, Sir, please call me. You must work hard to serve the adults every day starting from today. Work hard until noon. The year before last, I was selected by the second manager to be a girl. She has a pretty and round face. He has a very cheerful and lively personality, which is the characteristic of many disciples of Zijinsi. Dream lover, such treatment. But Lao Hu was so envious that he grabbed Payi and said, I knew I was in the right position. After the fun. That concludes Hu Yanji's teaching today. Shijia brought Payi to the new residence. Payi asked, pretending to be casual. Second manager, didn't you say you wanted to summon me? Shijia replied. The second manager seems to be very busy. He has been making arrangements all day and night. Replying to the work letter, Payi thought to himself that the second manager was so busy because he had caused such a big mistake. Will the disaster of the demon's sword come to Luoying City because of this? Just like the Shuan Chinu pavilion back then, when he was the current person, he could still be around to serve the second manager. It became a point. On the contrary, I couldn't do anything. But then I thought about it. At least I helped Ran Hongxia. I don't know how they are doing now. Shijia returned to the second manager's office and claimed that Mr. Dian was very worried about you. Heng Shuyin ordered, You just need to come here once a day and serve me well, sir. At this time, Heng Shuyin's face was full of thoughts, and he was thinking that there are still 2 days left. Payi actually broke into Heng Shuyin's bathroom. In Luoying City 1, Heng Shuyin sent cut skirts to Shuiwei disciples. Huang Ying and Kailan happily exchanged their favorite clothes, but Ran Hongxia was sitting aside reading. She had practiced martial arts since she was a child and was not used to wearing women's clothing. At this time, Ran Hongxia looked listless. Huang Ying looked at Ran Hongxia's condition. I can't help but think of how Ran Hongxia defended Payi at the banquet yesterday. I don't know if Payi noticed it. I don't know about Payi either. What are you doing now? In the backyard, the figures of Payi and Hu Yanji alternate again. The practice of slashing each other is still going on. In just a few days, Payi was able to hit Hu with many knives. This progress is so rapid. Payi also mastered some key points. He was resolute, and paid more attention to his position when dodging. Payi felt that he was slowly finding the feeling. Hu Yanji shook off the list, claiming that there is no time for you to breathe. Let's come again. The two of them fought until the sunset. The scabbard was chopped into pieces. Payi collapsed to the ground, and Hu Yanji did not care about rest. He said that he did a good job today. We can fight tomorrow. At sunrise, this is the same place. Looking at Hu Yanji leaving, Payi had a doubt. I always feel that Lao Hu has been quite anxious recently. Maybe he is afraid that Yu Chifeng will take revenge on him. But he is now in Luoying City, relatively safe. Payi, who was returning to the courtyard, heard the maid say halfway, Manager Heng has been very worried recently. I heard that I haven't slept a wink for 2 nights in a row. It's no use even trying to persuade the central government. When Payi heard this, he immediately thought that he had involved Luoying City in the Demon Sword Rebellion. He immediately decided that one person should do the work and the other person should take responsibility. He ran over to see the second manager. When I arrived at the gate of the second governor's mansion, I didn't find any guards. Not even the center was there. Payi walked carefully towards the inner courtyard. Likewise, I didn't even meet a maid. Just when he was confused, Payi suddenly saw thick smoke and a burning smell coming from the side courtyard. Payi immediately thought that there was a fire in the second manager's room. He rushed into the room without thinking, but he didn't expect. The scene before him was something Payi would never forget. Behind the screen, there is a large oval-shaped wooden barrel. Heng Shuyin pointed to the underwear and closed his eyes quietly in the barrel. Payi actually broke into Heng Shuyin's bathroom. Heng Shuyin spoke like this, and fell behind the wooden barrel. 2 delicate lotus arms rested on the round side of the barrel, exposing their delicate skin. It was so touching. Payi was dumbfounded. He was speechless for a moment. Just when Payi came to his senses and was about to go out, he suddenly heard the prince's voice coming from outside the door. Hearing Dugufeng say loudly, the servant reported back and saw with his own eyes that a man came to the second manager's room. Hear this. Pei Linghan is in trouble. If he is discovered, 10 lives will not be enough. When he panics, Heng Shuyin discovers him. Immediately afterwards, the prince opened the door curtain and walked in. I thought to myself, if you are caught by me, Heng Shuyin, let's see how you explain this time. But the situation was different from what the prince thought. Except for Heng Shuyin, there were no other people in the room. When I was stunned, I suddenly heard Heng Shuyin say coldly, does the prince know what he is doing? At this time, the prince no longer had the confidence he had just now, and thought to himself that he must not be wrong. Heng Shuyin's cold voice sounded again. The Lord handed over Luoying City to me. The prince pretended to find someone to break into my bathroom. Like me, I can control it lightly. Do you want to slap the master in the face? Unexpectedly, Payi at this time. In this bucket of water, the prince still refuses to give up. The angry Ling Hingdao said, if you want someone to cleanse your body, you might as well come to me. Why are you so secretive? As soon as these words came out, the handle was lost. Heng Shuyin lightly opened his lips and sarcastically said, is this how the prince got Yunjinji? He is your father's favorite singer. If word of your affair with him spreads, can you still keep your title and honor? The prince never expected that since Heng Shuyin knew about this matter. He was immediately shocked and turned pale. Heng Shuyin continued to speak more vigorously, giving the prince a piece of advice. The Lord should have had an accident in his early years. Although he is no longer able to have any heirs, there are only a few in the world and the future is long. Don't think that you can sit back and relax just by sitting in the position of prince. Get out now or I'll make sure you regret your rudeness today. The prince quickly ran away without daring to stay any longer. Seeing the prince walking away, Heng Shuyin hurriedly fished him out of the water to accompany the hunter. At this time, the hunting companion was unconscious. He probably didn't have time to take a breath before entering the water. Heng Shuyin felt pity in his heart. Companion hunter was drowned like this. He would rather fill the water than struggle. The most urgent task was to exhale first for companion hunter. Heng Shuyin took a deep breath. Soft lips wrap around the companion's lips. The warm touch helps the hunter slowly regain consciousness. A mouthful of water spurted out. Waking up from coma, Heng Shuyin and Duge Tianwei actually have this kind of relationship. Accompanying the hunter, open your eyes easily. Seeing Heng Shuyin sitting in front of him, he suddenly became frightened. Before Heng Shuyin could speak, he explained in a panic. I saw smoke and thought it was a fire. I didn't expect it to be like this. Did I commit a capital crime? Unexpectedly, Heng Shuyin in front of me smiled coquettishly and said slowly without anger or annoyance, Don't worry about the prince. He's a fool. Now I have a handle on you. You act so recklessly, just like my little brother back then. Hearing what the second manager said, I couldn't help but ask where the second manager's brother was now. Mentioning his younger brother, Heng Shuyin looked sad and claimed that before I entered Pingwangdu, I was separated from him when I first met you. You look like him enough. Heng Shuyin brought a bowl of hot ginseng to accompany the hunter, and continued, I know you care about me like a sister. In my heart. You are also my younger brother. Staying with you in the studio is the most important thing to me. I will not let the prince embarrass you. When I heard this, I was flattered. I came from a humble background. How could I be so lucky? However, Heng Shuyin comforted his companion and said, Do you really think so? Look at who Uncle Chi has chosen after so many years. There are a few people who did not retreat at all when faced with the demon's sword. Instead, I go all out. I regard you as my younger brother, but I don't care about your origin. Besides, the Lord has already made you a canon. Speaking of the city lord, I am even more worried that I will embarrass the second manager about the demon's sword. But Heng Shuyin knew Duge Tianwei very well. The lord seemed casual, but he was not a person who didn't know his situation. When he was young, Duge Tianwei was one of the top sons in the Duge royal family. It looks completely different from what it looks like now. Duge Tianwei is the uncle of the current emperor. When the emperor was still the prince, he served as the prince's attendant. The uncle and nephew had a deep relationship. Duge Tianwei has always been cautious in his words and deeds, trying to avoid being tainted with the government. However, south of the center of the earth, the emperor had little regard for Duge Tianwei's royal status and his friendship with the prince, so he ordered the old prime minister Tao Yuanjing to eradicate him. At that time, the world-famous power minister was already in his twilight years. He had laid out a dragnet and was determined to deal with Duge Tianwei before he passed away. Fortunately, Duge Tianwei noticed it in time and pretended to be greedy and well-intentioned in order to avoid disaster. At the last moment, Heng Shuyin was able to move his family to Donghai by using the connections he had accumulated during his courtship period. Duge Tianwei was grateful to Heng Shuyin for saving him from danger, so he licensed him to run Luying City. He also knows that only Heng Shuyin's ability and skills can keep Luying City running. Therefore, Duge Tianwei will not embarrass Heng Shuyin. As for the demon's sword matter, sister can handle it. Don't worry, you can do your best. Sister will fully support you. Heng Shuyin smiled playfully, and Pei Lai's determination melted. When Pei Lai saw that Heng Shuyin was digging his heart out, he had no reservations and claimed that there was something about the demon's sword. I never told my sister that before his death, Senior Qin Mo used the body-seizing method to leave his consciousness in my body. That's why you would have that kind of reaction when facing the demon's sword Sky Hunter at the banquet. This news was very shocking to Heng Shuyin. Heng Shuyin knew what Qin Mo would do after seizing the body. Heng Shuyin asked Pei Lai to leave quietly through the back door. Then I won't encounter the Crown Prince's eyeliner, and watch Pei Lai's retreating back. Heng Shuyin fell into deep thought. He could only take a gamble. Pei Lai returned to his residence, put on his clothes and washed himself. Shurjier suddenly barged in and claimed to be changing clothes and washing up for Pei Lai. Pei Lai was so frightened that he was not used to it. Pei Lai saw that the person who entered had a dark complexion, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and neat clothes. He was completely different. Doesn't look like me at all. I have a new outfit. Pei Lai started sparring with Lao Hu again. In today's battle, the two of them switched to wooden swords, and Lao Hu decided to attack Pei Lai's vital points with all his strength. He doesn't know how to hold back. With Lao Hu's strength, even a wooden knife can kill someone. Unparalleled quick slashing without moves or styles is certainly a strange name for Hu Yanji. What's even more amazing is that there is no nonsense, no time wasted, and you can practice your skills directly from the sparring. The second manager, Lu Yingqing, complained that the central government came to report that the two men in the back mountain were still practicing martial arts, and Pei Lai seems to be making rapid progress, and Heng Shuyin is obviously worried. He ordered that you go down and make arrangements, and inform them of the matter tomorrow. The central government is a little worried and doesn't know whether Hu Daxiao will agree. Heng Shuyin said, You don't need to worry about this. Just don't let the news leak out. Just send the other letters. The central government won't ask any more questions. As he did, Heng Shuyin looked out the window and thought about riding a horse and singing wildly. If a person lives up to his name, it's worth taking a gamble. The demon's sword will come when it's due. After a long battle, Hu Yanji took Pei Lai to Dr. Ching to heal his muscles and bones. After several treatments, Pei Lai was as good as ever. Pei Lai's performance was praised by Hu Yanji. He was able to overcome so many moves with Hu Yanji, who used his internal strength. It can be regarded as passing. Hu Yanji asked, "Dare I ask Qing Lao about the previous gecko girl and Asha? How are they?" Dr. Ching said slowly, beard-stricken. Although he is not awake, his condition has stabilized. You two can go with me to see you today. In addition, I also made some unusual discoveries about these two so-called demonic knife possessions. Hu Yanji looked at the gecko lying on the bed with a worried look on his face. I asked him if it was really okay to remain unconscious for so long, but Dr. Ching claimed that this would be more conducive to his physical recovery. If he were awake, he would inevitably suffer from injuries and pain. Dr. Ching is convinced that the gecko girl who chased her for thousands of miles earlier was forced to unleash his potential. He was eating a lot of food and his body had reached its limit. If he gave it a moment more, he might not be able to be saved by the gods. He didn't know how he could withstand the splitting pain in his 5 internal organs in this state. When I think back to the state at that time, I feel like the gecko was controlled by some kind of drug. But based on what Imperial Physician Cheng has seen and heard, he has only seen 3 types of drugs that can overstimulate potential in the past 50 years of studying medicine. However, no matter which one, the symptoms are not like the gecko girl. Moreover, there is no drug residue on the gecko girl. For the doctor, it is better to believe that there is such a miraculous medicine in the world than to believe in being possessed. Now the gecko girl only needs to straighten out her energy and blood and slowly nurse her life back, and she has nothing to worry about. Hearing that his life was not in danger, Hu Yanji became concerned about the scar on the gecko's face. Dr. Ching had to beard many times. It is said that there is a strange person in the East China Sea, who can be called a surgical master and can cut off flesh and regenerate it. The hunting companion is also very concerned about the young boy Asha. Unlike the gecko girl, Asha is poisoned. The main movement of the hands is to wrap the tendons of the Uning, and the poison is stagnated into the 2 channels of toughness and poison, causing evil to the holy young king. Although there is a bow seal, but it will slowly disappear, but it will affect fertility. If he touches that knife again, his life may not be saved. Pei Lai is worried about Asha's safety, but if he wants to prevent the showdown with Yi Chunfeng, he should be persuaded the most. It was Asha himself. At this moment, Huaning came to visit Gecko and saw Pei Lai's leaving figure. Huaning suddenly handed the tonic soup to Hu Yanji, claiming that he had something to do and wanted to talk to Pei Lai alone. Then he dragged Pei Lai. Running to the backyard, Huaning sat by the pond in the backyard and claimed that he had to come out so that Lao Hu and Gecko could be alone together. It turns out that Huaning had already noticed that Hu Yanji was interested in geckos. Today is not the first time he has come back and asked about the gecko. Huaning's big, watery eyes blinked and said playfully, "Why don't you come and ask how Sister Hong is doing these days?" Hearing this, Pei Lai scratched his head in embarrassment. He didn't know what to do for a while, and he didn't know if it was appropriate to go see Ran Hongxia by himself. Suddenly, his mother-in-law got up, but Huaning suddenly stood up and said, "It's settled, I'll go tell Sister Hong right now. If you want to go see her, be prepared." Pei Lai looked at his reflection in the water and couldn't help but feel shy. When Ran Hongxia learned that Pei Lai was coming to visit her, her cheeks turned red, but she still said stiffly, "Why should I see her?" But Huaning had long seen through Ran Hongxia's little thoughts and said slowly, "She must be concerned about you, Sister Hong. By the way, send our letter, it's been a while. I guess the senior sister will be here in the next few days. By then, it's time for us to return to Shui Tingxian." Hear this. Dian Hongxia felt a little bit more disappointed. Qian Qian clenched her fist tightly and said in a low voice, "We have indeed bothered Lu Yingqing for quite some time, it's time to say thank you." From the corner of Ran Hongxia's eyes, she caught a glimpse of Pingtan and the Jiangsha fan on the back of the well. Even on the brocade quilt lying underneath, there are so many flowers, but they can hide the hazy and red tangled green gauze as quietly as cigarette paper, as if stepping on a cloud of clouds. Looking back on these days with Pei Lai, I have really gone through a lot. The dyed red clouds have feelings in my heart, and I take off my military weapons. Tong Jing reflected a beautiful girl with half-exposed breasts and a high skirt cinching her waist. Sa Shuang, who was used to seeing her, suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a slender, graceful, charming and elegant maid. Just like the silhouette of Hengshu seen in Wang Xiang's eye that night, the naked round shoulders were white and tender, full of indescribable femininity. Payi prepared a basket of fruit rot and arrived at the door of disciple Shui. Wuying took the initiative to receive Payi and said playfully, "You wait for Sister Hong in the hall. I will boil a pot of water to make tea for you." Payi keeps practicing his words in meetings. The young girl in red shirt by the window couldn't help but smile. She suddenly felt a sense of destiny-like peace of mind. The flushed red face and thumping heartbeat echoed in the silent room, as if even the cool morning air. Everything became warm, but just as Payi entered the front hall, a group of women in blue clothes appeared in front of him. The toes of the long-legged boots and the tight and delicate face are exactly the orchids of Tongsu Shui Wei Tingxian. When Kailan met Payi, the embarrassing scene that night appeared in her mind. The vase in my hand fell to the ground. It was smashed to pieces, but the scene lingered in my mind, so I turned around and pulled out the sword from the wall, pointing at Payi. He said almost madly, "Do you think of us as that kind of women who are either good nor bad because of what happened before? Come on." He actually put the sword to Payi's throat. "This woman is too humble." Ran Hongxia heard Cailan's noise coming from downstairs. Run downstairs in a hurry. At this time, Cailan saw Payi. No matter how Payi explained, it would not help. Cailan seemed to have gone crazy at this time, shouting frantically, "How dare you mention the second master courtyard? Don't you know she is the queen of the general sect? In Shui Wei Tingxian, she is the most likely person to inherit the mantle of the leader. If you, an unknown and reckless man, did something like that to us, if word of it reaches the ears of the leader, her reputation in this life will be clear. Her future position as head of the family will be completely ruined by you. Can you bear this responsibility? It means risking your life. You can't afford to pay." Ran Hongxia heard Cailan say such sharp words. As I walked downstairs faster and faster, Payi's voice came out. "From the beginning, I just wanted to save the second commandery and everyone else's lives. I had absolutely no wrong intentions." The figure of Dian Hongxia stopped abruptly, just to save people. These words echoed in my mind, and the previous feelings disappeared in an instant. Ran Hongxia stood there blankly, and Cailan's words became increasingly unpleasant. The mood is getting more and more agitated. Dahideo has the same appearance but secretly practices Shui Wei discipleship. I have seen too many people. You must really think about Sister Hong. Then he would disappear in front of her eyes forever. Payi did not say much at this time, so he asked that at least the Lan Guofu handed over to the second commander. Cailan suddenly bumped into the chair behind her and became unstable. Payi's hands were quick. She grabbed Cailan's arm and stabilized her body. But I didn't expect this move, but in exchange for Cailan's sword edge, Cailan's sword pierced Payi's palm. Payi's carefully prepared palace was scattered on the ground, and his palms were bleeding. At this time, Cailan still said aggressively, "What I warned you was that you refused to listen and insisted on getting close to me. It's all your own fault." Payi's face darkened, stormed out of the side hall. When he saw the returning Wuying, he left without even saying hello. Wuying walked into the room and saw Cailan holding a bloody sword in her hand. With a shocked look on her face, "It was you who stabbed Payi." At this time, Cailan still defended herself. "That shameless person tried to blackmail us by using our previous troubles and detoxification. He deserves it." Unexpectedly, a laughing yellow eagle. The first time he got angry, he slapped Cailan directly. "Cursed, you are a spoiled and gloomy woman. Apart from changing your clothes every day, what else is left in your pig brain? The shameless person in your mouth. I have gone through countless hardships to save you from the 10,000 calamities demon's sword. I have risked my life all the way from Shui Wei Tingxian to escort you here. If it weren't for him, you would have been chopped into pieces long ago, let alone the chance to wear beautiful clothes here. Anyone can call him shameless. I can't lie to you. You are like Shui Wei Tingxian. I'm afraid you think of yourself as the heir to the head of the family. A dog-like thing dares to make the decision for Sister Hong." After Huaning scolded him, he went upstairs without looking back. Lu Cailan was left alone to grieve. Huaning quickly asked Ran Hongxia to chase him. But at this time, Ran Hongxia's heart was ashen and there were no more waves. Huaning looked at the dyed red clouds with tears in his eyes full of worry. The #1 resident in the East China Sea, Qingfeng Zhao San, is in charge. Lu Li Tingzhou. Xiao Lanxing suddenly visited. I don't know why. Hengshu welcomes Guigang. Stepping forward to greet him, Xiao Lanxing claimed that he came out this time not to represent Qingfeng Zhao, but to travel alone and enjoy the scenery. Then he came to meet the second manager. Heng Shuing responded in agreement, but he was thinking in his heart. Unexpectedly, the first person to come was actually someone from Qingfeng Zhao. This visit at the same time was by no means just a sightseeing tour, but Qingfeng Zhao and Heng Shuang couldn't fully grasp what they needed. We could only wait and see what they said. Heng Shuang was frivolous, he said slowly. People say that the third young master is both civil and military. It seems true that I always stay with my relatives in famous mountains and dangerous rivers. I am curious, is that the third master's luggage? Hengshu pointed at the painting cage next to him. There were scrolls and scrolls inserted in the cage. Mixed among them was a simple long sword with a round ebony handle that was used as a scabbard. It seemed that it was placed on the scroll unintentionally. He and Xiaolan were born at the summit. We've met several times, but never in private. Unexpectedly, Jin Feng Zhao's third-in-command was so unpretentious that he just looked like a wandering scholar. The bamboo cage was simplified and randomly scattered. The luggage was rolled up, bedding, suitcases and other sundries were tied up with hemp ropes and still hanging outside. Copper axes, ladles, etc. seemed to be able to find a place to stay in the wilderness at any time. They are buried in pots and cooked rice. There is no trace of a wealthy family. Common people traveling far away and traveling salesmen are nothing more than that. Heng Shuyin greeted him. It's a good thing that my brother is the head of the house. I respect him very much. Not only does he have the best accommodation in the world, but he is also honest and upright. The most rare thing is, we have been distributing money all year round to provide disaster relief, and the people are all in the cloud. Manna has fallen from the sky to save the Han dynasty. The young and wise Bodhisattva of the East China Sea. The boy smiled and said he was ashamed, but it is true that King Fengzhou is able to be where he is today, all thanks to his brother. He always advocates frugality. This time, his brother specially gave him a sketch and said that if he goes to Luing City, he brought it as a gift to the second steward and said he presented it respectfully. There was a dagger lying quietly in the box. The dagger was so light in the hand that even a delicate woman with no martial arts skills could straighten it up. Henchwan gently drew out the small half. Suddenly I felt a green light shining in front of my eyes. The blade of the sword was sparkling. It seemed like there were countless squids. I turned sideways to find it at the bottom of the hall. It was as if it was in front of me and it was as if it was falling. This is the unique characteristic of King Fengzhou Jingzong. It is based on the meaning of being like a spirit when the breeze blows. Hence the name. Heng Shuyin turned his head and said, Zhongyang. Your saber is an A-sized defense bite. Get your saber. Zhongyang took the sword and Hengshu led him to take it out of its sheath. A slight wave of the dagger in his hand. The blade of the sword sank into the edge of the knife. Since it was silent and effortless, I cut off a small section. This short sword is by no means an ordinary weapon. Heng Shuyin looked at the dagger in front of him. With his own strength, he could cut iron without making a sound. If it was used by a strong martial artist, it is even more unimaginable. Heng Shuyin said slowly. I heard that the young master has been in charge of the family for many years, so where did this artifact come from? The young man's voice replied with a smile. The second manager has a unique vision. My brother's most satisfying work in his life is undoubtedly the 9 swords known as Jutian Jujian. This sword is one of them. My brother said that the heaven and earth are righteous. No longer cutting, but swords again. Only with taste. Even a foot of wind is not enough. Therefore, this sword is named righteousness. Heng Shuing was shocked. It turns out that this is the 9 swords of Juntian. He said with embarrassment. How can I dare to live a long life without merit for such a precious thing? Please take it back as soon as possible, third master. But the young man's voice continued with a smile and said, the friendship between my 2 families has been valued, and it is not just a sword. The second manager refused. At this time, Heng Shuingji's subordinates also knew that the young man's voice must not have come here specifically to present the sword. The young man did not hide much and claimed that a few days ago I came to the left border of Wanghua town and heard that the general of Jindong, Murong Roqian, came to Luyin City with the intention of getting involved in the 3 prefectures. I wonder if the second manager can elaborate on it. Seeing that the young man's voice is so well informed, Heng Shuyin then informed Jindong general that he wanted to change his name to Sifu Jinfeng and that in March next year Chiu Shuiting would fight against Chinfeng during the Vietnam War. After hearing this, the young man said, we must deal with this matter. Everyone knows that among the 3 sects, the situation of Chilian Tang is despicable. Although it is one of the 7 major sects, in fact, he acted like a bandit. Shao wanted to form an alliance and cooperate with Luyin City during his trip. Hengshu cited the power of the Han dynasty, and claimed that what young master said was exactly what he wanted. If he could form an alliance with Qingfeng Zhao, this difficulty would not be solved. At this time, Heng Shuyin had already expected that it would not be so cheap to send such a magic weapon to Luyin City, who is also a better. If it is just to confirm what is known or to form an alliance, why should he lose a righteous sword in vain? As expected, the young man walked around in circles, finally raised the waist knife and asked, The young man heard before going up the mountain that there was a young man in Luyin City. He is capable of wielding swords, but before he finished speaking, his subordinates suddenly came to report, claiming that Su Zi, the acting head of Shui Tingxian, I bought Huang Jianzhong and went to Taiching to talk about Jianhu. I only saw his father-in-law's cloudy eyes asking for an audience. Heng Shuyin quickly asked the three of them to come in. Su Zai Wei Hansha said that she recently received a letter from the second manager, and learned that the closed disciple was taken in by the second manager. Shui Wei Yiman will definitely repay this kindness in the future. Heng Shuyin quickly returned the gift, and asked many heroes to take their seats, drinking tea together and talking about the mutual business support between swordsmen and boys. On the surface, Su Zi was the first to ask. A few days ago, the four major sword sects rounded up Uning Yao Dao and Lingguan Palace. The second manager was well informed. Liang Bai had already heard about Senior Wei Wuying who was chasing the Yao Dao. His whereabouts are still unknown. I heard that Luyin City was also attacked by a waist knife. What is surprising is that the waist knife was subdued by a young man. If this is really the case, can you please ask the general manager Heng Er? Please identify this young man and tell me all the details to help everyone solve the waist knife issue. Talking about Kendo and the four heroes also echoed from the side. Heng Shuyan felt cold and resentful. After all, he just came to Luyin City. The important person Yao Dao Heng Shuing picked up the teacup and said that the rescue was just some servants from Luyin City who happened to pass by and helped to fight against the Yao Dao. The main force against the Yao Bao was Ran'er Zanjuan and his party from Shui Tingxian. You may wish to ask for various details. When Ran'er Zanjuan, while they were talking, the servants had already invited the red man over. Sisters meet. I am very happy. During this period, Heng Shuyin asked Xiongyang to lead the four heroes of Mu, go to the side hall to confirm something. This woman is really good at it. As the four heroes of Mu were introduced to the side hall, Su Zi and Ran Hongxia reunited, and the front line between Tan Jianhu and the others was broken. For a time, no one stood on Tan Jianhu's side anymore. Tan Jianhu could only whisper softly. Bringing back the topic, he said that the waist sword is powerful and Lao Taiching values it the most. If Luyin City has subdued the waist sword, can he use this sword? Let me take you away. Before I finished speaking, I was rejected by Heng Shuyin. Just when Tan Jianhu had an encounter, the young man sighed and said slowly, I heard that those who attacked Luyin City. It's a hunting waist knife. Heng Shuyin took over the words and said, young master is right. However, this day hunting waist knife is really dangerous and can even kill people on its own. Therefore, His Majesty has ordered a blockade. Bujuyan, where the waist knife was, went upstairs, nailed a wooden board and handed it over to his comrade. No one can go in right now, so I can hand over the sword to Mr. Tan. Since the sword can't be taken out, I have nothing to say about the person who committed the crime with the sword. Where is it again? Who would have thought that Heng Shuyin just smiled faintly? I apologize for the inconvenience of revealing this, but Mr. Tan need not be disappointed. He gave me a high five. In the center, 6 big black men with golden wings led them, and they worked together to carry a huge long ebony box, which looked like a coffin. However, it is narrower and longer than ordinary coffins. It has octagonal and 12 sides, all made of wooden frames. There is not even a single iron nail in the whole body, Heng Shu said in a loud voice. Everyone, what's inside is the waist sword Wanjia. However, the headmaster said that the knife fell into the vicinity of our city without a sound, so I sent people to search for it. In addition, the sword was dangerous, so it took a lot of effort to salvage it. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Heng Shuyin said that it was this sword that led the second Zhang Yuan to pursue them here. Su Zi had already heard the implication of Heng Shuyin at this time and deliberately concealed the fact that Bihu was sacrificed, leaving room for Shui Tingxian. This is just using favors to force myself not to ask about the waist knife again. Heng Shuyin has thought so carefully, and can manage Luyin City to such a scale. It's really not interesting. Su Zi is also an extraordinary person, so he can naturally have a tacit understanding with Heng Shuyin. He said slowly. Shui Tingxian was indeed attacked with a murderous weapon, but the details will have to wait until I go back to investigate carefully before informing Mr. Tan. The young boy who had not spoken for a long time cleared his throat and brought the topic back again. Speaking of which, he did not expect that Xiao would be lucky enough to see Wanjia, the waist sword. Naturally, the sword was handed over to Mr. Tan, but I heard that the one who saved people from Wanjia's sword was the same young man who subdued Tian Lai in Luyin City that day. But it just happened to be the same young man. The servant came to report again, interrupting the boy's words. Guan Hai, the vice-chancellor of Tianmen, and Lu Biejia were invited to come. Lu Biejia, you really deserve a beating. Manager Heng Er, your house is really busy. Why didn't you expect that? Heng Shuang also invited me to come. Heng Shuang said politely. Master Lu is a Taoist cultivator. I burned incense and made a bucket. I went to the Datian Hall. Didn't this master come here after receiving the letter? Lu Biejia was a well-spoken and well-known man, but after all, he only smiled faintly while listening to this book talk, waved his sleeves and said solemnly. Without further ado, I came here to ask for someone from the second manager. This person is closely related to several of my dead disciples, and he probably knows the whereabouts of my adopted son. Suddenly, there was a howl of wooden clouds coming from the sky hall. With trembling hands, I pushed open the coffin lid. The world was spinning and my knees were weak. He fell to his knees, grabbed the officials, and howled loudly. The cry was like an animal's howl, as if it was heartbreaking, and everyone who heard it felt miserable. Mu Yun's whole body was trembling violently, and the knuckles of his hands were pulled clean. He heard 2 clicks, and Guan Kuo was torn off into 2 pieces. The splintered pieces of wood pricked the palms of his hands until blood flowed. The officials on the ground. The city was dyed a smoky red, and the wooden clouds rushed into the hall. He gritted his teeth and asked, Manager Henglin, I dare to ask, how did I die? As soon as these words came out, Su Zi and others all had an idea in their minds, except Lu Biejia, who felt a little gloating about his misfortune. He stroked his goatee and said sarcastically, It seems that you don't know yet. This old shield was killed by his apprentice. He really deserved his death. Mu Yun's shoulders are trembling, his calculations are sprouting, his face is miserable, and a sickly copper flame is emerging. It seemed that he would fall to the ground and die in the next moment, vomiting blood and die. He gritted his teeth and said each word, Lu, farewell. If you hadn't attacked me from behind, how could my master and 3rd senior brother have died? Murder must be paid with life. Regardless of Tan Jianhu's dissuasion, forcing luck no one expected, the young master, who suffered heavy internal injuries and injuries to his waist and legs, actually had enough energy to launch an attack on the deputy headmaster of Tianen. His movements were so fast and his palm movements so swift that he even managed to reach Tenkendo, Su Zi, who was standing between the straight teeth. Before he could react, Lu Biejia couldn't help but sneered, using his left palm to turn the eagle claws out of his robe sleeves. He secretly called the staff snake Emperor Palm to use the snake's power to kill this overestimating creature with all his strength at the moment when the palms and claws met. Half-dead fishing place. But just when the palms and claws touch each other, I noticed something unusual when I was driving away. This is not a simple palm at all, but a desperate blow from the unbearable sword. Xiao Lanxing is still a bit handsome. He was as strong as Wei Wuying, but he was killed by the unbearable sword. There was no way to avoid it, and he was scared to death. He screamed until he died, but this palm was light and had no strength. Lu Biejia didn't even take a step back, but he was so scared that he was out of his mind. Xiao Lanxing and others saw that Mu Xiao's internal energy was leaking, which was a sign of retrograde meridians. Mu Yun's didn't want to beat him until he vomited blood, but the energy in his whole body was not right. This time it felt like he was scratching his head. He wanted to strike in a series, but the energy was not enough, and the strength in his body felt like it had been drained. The few pointed fingers of the sky sword were unable to cut away the corpse. Mu Yun's flew up with all his strength, but the target was still the vital part of the head. With a snap, he kicked the bridge of Biejia's nose in the middle. He kicked Lu Biejia so hard that his vision went dark. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and at the same time, Lu Biejia's palm also shook Mu Yun's far away. After all, Lu Biejia is a master of Tianmen's skills. His back has not even touched the ground. His skills are outstanding. 10 cart beat me to the moon. Big Crane rode. Little beast, you actually hit me with an unbearable sword. Then he drew out his sword and tried to kill Mu Yun's. Mu Yun's just gritted his teeth and did not hesitate to die together, but he could not use any strength. At the critical moment, a painted dragon flew across the sky to block the road and avoid the offensive. The person who took action was none other than Xiao Lanxing. His movements were as fast as flowing water moving through clouds. He waved his hand and unfolded the scroll. Xiao Lanxing's hearty voice echoed in the hall. People call Mu Xixia painting. You and I are both painting friends, so please ask Mu Xixia to take a look at my painting. Wild language of the storm, the so-called wind rises and clouds turn into words to save the people. As one of the 4 knights of the storm, you must be more familiar with Wu Fai Tuzo than me. The painting of Xiao Lanxing in the vicissitudes of life may not be able to save the common people, but Mu Xixia will certainly be able to understand the truth behind it. At this time, Ranhong Xia also said loudly, Mu Xixia, when we were threatened by the demon sword that day, it was because of our seniors that we tried to save us and because of the senior's instructions before his death. To prevent the evil sword from causing chaos, we must live for justice. We have never mentioned hatred. Please also put his legacy as your priority. Mu Yun's finally calmed down and spoke. Shaoan felt a gentle energy, which he fed back to help Mu Xixiao move his energy and maintain his martial arts skills, but Lu Biejia refused to give in. He once again held up his sword and wanted to take Mu Yun's life. The red man was quite unsatisfied at this time and shouted, "Master Lu, what you are doing is too disgraceful." So he wanted to help, but he was stopped by Su Zi. Su Zi claimed that since the young master is in the limelight, he must be confident. I saw Xiaolonqing was calm. His eyes were golden, and he said, Ling Ran, "Master Lu, you and I are here as guests. Let's use weapons in the hangar manager's hall. It's really inappropriate." Xiaolonqing's words are like a stick but not a stick. Things are hard and soft at times. It's clearly in Lu Beiji's hand. The light of the sandalwood sword can be seen, so he should have the upper hand, but he dodges too much. There were few attacks. On the other hand, Xiaolonqing's first attack was all stabbed in the air, but the white shadow in his hand was shaking longer and longer, as if the breasts were trembling. The spider spins silk, and Lu Biejia becomes more and more cramped as he trembles. Gradually, Lu Biejia felt depressed and crazy as he could no longer use it. With a hug, I pierced the soft scroll with all my strength, and it stopped diarrhea and fell down. Wind and clouds turned into rain. Sword points to save the people. Light clothes and long gowns saw. Like an arrow, the object in Xiaolonqing's hand is only 2 feet long, and the white light is gone. He laughed as he wandered into darkness. Suddenly he stood up in the rain of papers and suddenly turned around. A bit of wood sticks through the falling shreds of paper. The book delivery stopped at Lu Biejia's throat. It was actually a cut-off half of a red sandalwood scroll. The crushed scrolls continued to fall, like eyebrows raised in anger, falling on the 2 people who were still. The scholar in light robe holding a wooden scroll neither forced nor wavered, just like giving eyebrows in the snow. The walking shadow stands proudly, like a poor and independent tree on the boat. Then suddenly retreated. After clicking until Lu Biejia looked a little ugly, he said that Mr. San had a chance to win. How to be fluent? Xiaolonqing clasped his fists and saluted, claiming that just now Lu Junren's true energy was flowing with his tongue straight, penetrating the whole body. It really shocked me. If I do anything else, I'm afraid I won't get any benefits. Lu Biejia was indifferent to the cold wine and suddenly let out a silly laugh. Although his expression was cold, he did not seem to have any malice. He shook his head slightly. Jielu Cottage's swordsmanship was indeed exquisite. Using paintings as swords does not contain murderous intent. It can be regarded as stimulating the power of the old man's swordsmanship, and he has benefited a lot. It was just now that I got excited. This is the end of the matter. I hope Third Master can forgive me. But Lu Biejia's mind was turning, and he said to Heng Shuyin, "The boy in Guiqing who was involved with the demon's sword was with his disciple Hu Yanji when the incident happened, and he was still carrying the red demon's sword on his back. He must have seen my adopted son who was seriously injured. It is not a wise move for the second manager to refuse to hand over his son." Heng Shuyin calmly leaned against the river and said, "I am thinking of someone." With a gentle high five, a soft couch was brought out from the back of the hall. On the couch was a man whose whole body was covered with bandages. The skinny man was none other than the seriously injured Lu Yanqing. Lu Bieji could not believe his eyes. Suddenly he stood up and stretched out his hands to touch the person on the couch through the layers of gauze. Heng Shuyin said slowly, "Although the imperial doctor in the city has treated his injuries, but the injury is too serious. With the power of a doctor, I can buy some time. If you want to be truly cured, there is only one person in the world who can do it." At this moment, Lu Biejia actually bowed respectfully. Seeing that he was so polite, Heng Shuyin pointed out that this person was one of the 9 saints of Rumen. Qixing healed Huang Liang. Lu Bi drove like a ferry wheel, and thanked the second manager for his guidance. If the little dog can be restored to life, I will light a bright light for the second manager for the rest of his life. Lu kept his word, and then hurriedly took Lu Yanqing away. After leaving the county town, Su Zi secretly praised him. Everyone carried him to the back hall and waited, clapping their hands to the extreme. It was obviously expected that Lu Biejia would come today. This Heng Shuyin is indeed not simple. After Lu Bi left, the boy wanted to bring the topic to the demon sword boy. I didn't expect that there would be another group of people outside. 500 elite soldiers surrounded Luying City. These cards are exactly Chiliantang's paper eagle. Heng Shuyin heard that this paper eagle uses only one opponent to fight naked with tigers, leopards, bear skins and other beasts. Only those who can come out alive are eligible to be selected. But why did the paper eagle come to Luying City? A man broke into the main hall, wearing a smart outfit with sleeves and fast boots. Dressed like an old escort who has been practicing escorts for many years, The clothes are made of strong materials and neatly cut, and there is no trace of stupidity around the body. This person is the top of the top 10 secret guards of Qi Liantong. Liang Kai. The young boy snorted coldly with a look of hesitation on his face. I knew it was you. Liang Kai. There are many hooligans in Chiliantang who can be called bandits. You are the only one, King Fengzale. The two families of Chiliantang have never been at odds with each other. When the boys were young, they used to be honest and angry. The two even fought against each other. At that time, the boy's swordsmanship was still undeveloped, and he could not stop Lu He's shocking power with the iron palm of his master, and almost suffered a big loss. I didn't expect that today, after not seeing each other for more than 10 years, we would be in the side hall of Luoying City. When they met on a narrow road and the atmosphere was tense, Heng Shuyin wanted to smooth things over, but was interrupted by Liang Kai. Xun Ruhonghong said, Heng Shuyin, I know you are a smart man, so let's not waste time. General Zhendong plans to change the 3 prefectures into the arena. Our gang is unwilling to suffer this loss. In terms of forging iron and forging swords, our gang is far inferior. Breeze photo. In the past few years, I am afraid that even Lu Cinema has surpassed me, so I want to borrow King Fengzale. As soon as the 9 swords of Juntian was used, Heng Shuyin understood in his heart that the 9 swords of Juntian was the work of the young master Feng Lu. There are only 4 groups and 2 groups of 4 virtues that have been made public. 7 of them have owners, and 6 of them have been passed down in the past. 3 prefectures won the title of Fengzhong. The case can no longer be used. Sure enough, what Liang Kai wanted to borrow was the last sword that Xiaoxianzhen kept secret. As soon as these words came out, the young boy was extremely angry and claimed that this sword was more dangerous, and we didn't even disclose it. Why should I lend it to you? This Liang Kai suddenly sat down, put down the cloth bag on his back, and claimed that I naturally have the swordsmanship of Chiliantang. I got it in my hand. It's mine. Just pick up Tan Jianhu's teacup. After drinking it in one gulp, he said that the master of the Juntian sword given by Master Shaoxian is located in the East China Sea, the capital, and Nanlin Road. Then you can guess what is in my package. What's in the package that Liang opened? What exactly is this Juntian divine sword? Although it is distributed everywhere, Liang Kai's Qinggong can travel more than 100 miles in a night. He actually pocketed all the Juntian swords, and at this moment, he is exchanging these Juntian swords for the last one of the Master Shaoxian who has not yet appeared in this world, the boy angrily said. Master Juntian Sword Master is nothing but an upright man. If you come here to steal the sword like this, you are not afraid that Chiliantang will be expelled from the right path, just like Qishuan. Have you fallen into the devil's path? But Liang Kai said disapprovingly and said with disdain, Is this the first day you, young and old, have come out to hang out? The so-called Juntian sword masters among the most dangerous and capable people in the world are all in my hands, but they can only take 3 moves. Watch me take my sword and leave. Who can blame him? At this time, Su Zi heard the clues and said at the right time, The big eunuch is probably not here to show off his ability to seize the sword today, right? As expected, Liang Kai came this time to show everyone what was in the package. The painted cherry blossoms had just fallen. I opened the package and found the tree stem magic weapon inside. It's just that it doesn't have the edge it used to have, now it's all broken. Dragon scale bone armor, Jinwu Xuanwang, tiger wing shuttle, these weapons are all familiar to boys and girls. They are all the divine weapons of King Fengzale. The boy's anger soared, but Liang Kai said loudly, Young Lao San, are you stupid? If I have the ability to destroy swords, I still need to follow the relationship with Shaoxian. Liang Kai picked up the broken sword and said something even more shocking. Liang Kai had already arrived at Shaoyang Castle to obtain one of the 9 swords of Juntian. Shaoyang Castle Lord and Fu Yuzhong's Tiger Wing Shuttle were Liang Kai's next targets. Fu Yu had studied in Tianmen. The only one, a character who can take on Liang Kai's 3 moves. It was almost dusk when Liang Kai rushed to Shaoyang Fort. He wanted to enter Shajiang, however, someone came earlier. The gate of Shaoyang Fort was opened. From the gatehouse to the inside of the fort, there were dead people everywhere. The fishy smell in the air was so stifling that it felt bitter. Liang Kai, please be gentle. There are more than 270 weapons in total. The people and the blades are all cut off in 2. Liang Kai found the tiger wing shuttle in the study room, but it was broken into 2 pieces. The incision is smoothed. I think Lai and Fu Yu have already died in the battle. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Liang Kai. This person turned out to be with Fu Yu. At this time, his hair was disheveled and his eyes were red. He walks like a broken string puppet, indescribably stiff and weird. He was holding a weapon in his hand. Liang Kai couldn't see the shape of the ice blade at that time. Judging from the handle, it should be a knife. Above the forehead of the knife, there is just a ball of flame. There is no blade, no back. When it touches something, the thing immediately burst into flames and split into two halves. What was surprising was that the black clothes no longer burned. It was like purgatory. Lei Akai did not dare to respond blindly, so he drew one of the 9 swords of the army, Jinwu Xuanguang. Jinwu Xuanguang was the most resurrected among the Juntian swords, but it was cut off in one turn. Lei angrily made a prompt decision. Force luck and use your own iron palms. The blue stone on the ground was lifted up, and there was a 5th demon sword, and Fu Yu easily unfolded a large piece of bluestone. At the age of 10, the 4 swords were fired at the same time, but this, in conjunction with Fu Yu's fire sword, actually cut off all 4 swords. Fortunately, Fu Yu's movements were stiff, allowing Lei Akai to seize a gap and use his iron palm to sweep away Lu He's searching palm power, killed and Fu Yu from the air. The flaming knife also took off his hand. As soon as the flaming knife fell to the ground, flames burst into the sky from the courtyard. In an instant, the entire inner courtyard was copied. Lei angrily retreated first. After the fire was extinguished, Lei Akai took the people back, but they couldn't find the strange knife. But on the screen wall in the lobby, I found an inscription carved with a knife, which read, 4 swords urgent to ban, 3 pillars are prosperous, the solitary demon sect, East China Sea rules the Lord. After everyone listened, everyone was shocked. Lei Akai continued, everyone here is not ordinary. You can check the 6 broken Juntian swords. I also cut out the inscriptions on the wall. Does this situation seem familiar to you? According to our tip report, 4 demon knives have appeared one after another. What I saw that day, it was most likely the 5th demon sword. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but suspect that it was someone from Qishuan. But Lei Akai said that it would be too general to talk about it now. Shooting arrows blindly will not help. You must know that the enemy is hidden and we are clear. It is already a step too late to respond now. For the current plan, we must work together. This is the purpose of my trip. The demon sword is currently gathering all the known information. No faction is allowed to hide their secrets. Han Jianhu also echoed the claim. This is exactly the idea of reducing the old title. Hearing someone agreeing, Lei Akai made arrangements directly and said, the head of the Su dynasty, Master Du Zhuanglian, has been in seclusion for many years, but it's time for those who have won the battle to stand up and fight against the demon sword. Manager Heng'er, please hand over the young man named Payi. But Su Zi revealed an unspeakable secret and asked everyone present to see the 7 major factions plotting against each other in the past. There is absolutely no leakage. Duzhuang Company was seriously injured in the Battle of Demon Sword and lived in seclusion in a secret place to recover from his injuries. The last time Su Zi saw her master was when she accepted the surviving disciple as his disciple. It had been many years ago. During Du Zhuanglian's retreat, he realized the principle of the same flow as the body sword, so he concentrated on practicing the Western Heavenly Sword, which is the highest water moon. When the body sword was 20%, the illness was cured without medicine, so as not to be disturbed. Even Su Zi was not allowed to see him. Tan Jianhu was very surprised. It turned out that Head Du had not been in Shui Tingxian for so many years. Hearing this, Lei Akai stretched out his hand and said, Manager Heng'er, what do you say? Hand him over. Heng Shuang was sweating coldly. He claimed that he could not be trusted with anyone. He had asked Payi to secretly send the oath to Baiqing Mountain and hand it over to Zilao Teishing. Now that the matter is over, we might as well make an appointment on the 3rd day of March to go to Baiqing Mountain to see Zilao Teishing. We discussed again, but unexpectedly, we didn't agree. He said coldly. Heng Shuang, it seems that you are determined not to surrender. Since the 2nd manager has let his people out, if you encounter any thief Xiao on the road, it's not surprising, right? After all, the rivers and lakes are dangerous. Lei Akai has already told Zongling that if there is no signal after he enters the city and burns incense, they will disperse and strictly check all the Hejing piers. Go ahead, he snorted coldly and left. He said loudly, I'll see you on Baiqing Mountain on the 3rd day of March. Can Payi escape from Luoying City? A shed-roofed cart clicked and followed the example. The driver is a big man who has no medical knowledge and is seeking fire. At this moment, he is being interrogated by General Jindong's mansion, the man said calmly. The person in the car was a servant from Luoying City. He was said to have been chopped by some kind of knife and poisoned by corpse poison. They sent me to be taken outside for treatment. To avoid infection, the 2 officials opened the carriage and found 2 corpses lying inside. The 2 officials did not panic at all. He actually climbed into the carriage, compared it with Payi's portrait, took off the gauze and closed the bridge. Seeing that the body was indeed seriously injured and had stitches, I stopped asking any more questions. The carriage was allowed to pass, and the coachman was Hu Yenji. He had calculated in his heart that the corpse would not be disturbed. How could it be an ordinary official? This Hingshu camp is really clever. It is expected that Chiliantang has a close relationship with Shandong General Mansion. He would use his reputation to arrest people. The carriage came to a pond and Payi jumped out of the water. I washed it many times but still can't get rid of the odor on my body. It turns out that Hu Yenji learned this method from Ping Wangdo and Chiu Beihao. When he helped the government, he solved cases and performed autopsies for more than 3 years. He could imitate the suppuration of wounds, the appearance of deer bones and marrow. Hu Yenji said. Manager Heng Er expected it to be true. The rumors that you rescued Yu Chunfeng from the demon sword have spread, and all forces will be looking for you. On the contrary, not many people have seen Asha's face. He was also covered in injuries, so he didn't need to be too disguised. No one else would have guessed it. Payi and others did not go straight to Baiqing Mountain, but first went to the secluded place of the brutally poisoned Mr. Xiu. At this time, Payi did not understand why Song Asha. I went to seek medical treatment from that strange sage Dr. Huang Liang. I had to go to repair the old man's former residence first, looking for clues, but Hu Yenji knew it well. If it can be proved that what Asha said is true, Yu Chunfeng ordered the shooting of slaves to commit murder. This will give Yu Chunfeng the handle. At this time, the two of them have arrived at the boundary of Wanghua town. According to what Asha said, the former residence of Mr. Xiu is in Gaitu Ridge in the north. Fortunately, he lives in seclusion. Hu Yenji judged that this old man is probably the senior Yilian Dao Xiu Yushan. If he is really the Yue Qingfeng, he will definitely attract everyone's attention, and he will not be able to participate in the 4 prefectures. Daystream Cinema. The second manager's study, Heng Shuang, carefully burned the dew-grass paper behind him. Suddenly I remembered a frosty cold sound of rain. You arranged for Hu Yenji to send him off. There is a secret passage leading to Skull Rock in Luiying City, but he never expected that Tomb Abyss would appear during the day. I was so frightened that I took this trip myself. I finally had some clarity. I resisted the urge to turn around. It was like I was not wearing a mask in Tomb Abyss. The consequences will be unimaginable. Heng Shuang pretended to be calm and said, Neither Payi nor Red Eyes can have any trouble in Luiying City. Yu Chunfeng will surface if he doesn't want it, and the man surnamed Hu is riding a horse and fighting fiercely, has a title relationship with Yu Chunfeng at the dinner table. Having him hide with him is the guarantee that Payi will die. But Tomb Abyss still said dissatisfiedly. Why didn't he mention it during the last gathering? But according to the latest information, Yu Chunfeng appears to be an aide to General Jindong, but secretly he has his own power. He seems to be a member of the 7 Spins. Yu Chunfeng turns out to be a man of the 7 Spins. After Heng Shuang learned Yu Chunfeng's identity, he pretended to be calm and said, With Hu Yenji, who has become enemies with him, I guess Yu Chunfeng will use his own power to arrange it. This should be good for our plans. Tomb Abyss didn't say anything more, but reminded him coldly, Don't forget who is our target. Then he left Heng Shuang's residence. Heng Shuang was a little more worried about Payi. Hu Yenji and Payi had already arrived at Mr. Xiu's residence. Looking at the injuries, Shanu must have ambushed in advance and attacked in a sneak attack. He cut off the old man's left arm with a knife first. After that, the old man held the knife in his right hand. The tiger's mouth was shattered. Maybe it was to protect my granddaughter and Asha. Just then, Payi took out a book from his body full of maggots. It's called Jue Shi, Jinghe Monk's Sword Manual. This shows that the corpse in front of you is indeed a good old man who cultivated the sword in the night. Payi and his 2 sons buried these 2 grandchildren. At this moment, Payi thought that after shooting slaves and committing murder, he was killed by Asha with a sky-hunting knife. But who sent the sky-hunting knife to this mountain forest tile house? Is this a coincidence? While thinking about it, Asha suddenly rushed into the room. The 3 of them buried the old man Xiu Yushan on the back hill. The sky was filled with crows, and Asha was so angry that he couldn't say anything. Mr. Xiu finally laid to rest. Payi said in his strokes, This Minghua Huan is the relic of Mr. Xiu. I should give you the sword and sword manual. Unexpectedly, Asha opened it and said excitedly, Why do you care about me? I will only bring bad luck. I will avenge myself. I just need a hunting knife. You can kill him. Payi was also a little excited. He grabbed Asha's arm and said, You can't use the hunting knife anymore. Look at your hands. If you continue you will die, and your enemy will be happier. But Asha couldn't listen at all at this moment. In desperation, Asha actually used another technique, and his arms faintly emitted a light yellow light. Easily shake off Payi. At the critical moment, Fox and Yan's twin fingers pointed at the back of Asha's neck. Shane was stunned. He suddenly fell to the ground. Ah Sha actually knew other skills. With one move, Hu Yan subdued Ah Sha and fell to the ground, fearing that Ah Sha would activate his internal energy in a desperate situation, triggering toxins in the body. Hu Yanji is well informed and claims that Ah Sha uses kung fu like Taoist Yuan Tongjing. This kid is quite accomplished, and it seems he has been practicing for more than a year or two. Payi helped Ah Sha back to the car. Everyone resumed their steps again. Payi was very curious about Daomen Yuan Tangjing. Hu Yanji explained that people who practice internal strength all have their own aura. Qi is beneficial to the meridians. No fire can make the body white, and no water can make the 5 internal organs moist. If you have a sense of taste, you will not die. The qi in the body can be attached to the ice blades of the fists and feet and released to increase the power. Many places in the body where the meridians converge can be cultivated into aura. The way of moving qi in each sect is different. The location of the aura is different. When the inner power of different martial arts is released, the attributes are also different. For example, the martial arts practiced by Yu Qinfeng contains thunder power. It is said that some top masters can cultivate their aura to be as vast as a temple hall. Ah Sha got the Men Yuan Tong Jing, which is not his own internal strength. It seems that he can only ask him later. Payi has some understanding. Payi has always believed that fighting only relies on brute force. Previously, Senior Wei taught Payi how to move qi if he worked harder. Is it possible to become a master? Hu Yanji claimed that there is no rush in cultivating internal energy. There are some side sects that have ways to speed up the gathering of internal energy. But at least it depends on the size of a person's own aura. There is a way to test it. If an outsider probes the true energy, they can make a rough guess based on the rebound of the true energy. Say it, grab Payi's takeaway. Hu Yanji's true energy slowly seeps in, but after a long time, there was no sign of rebound. Hu Yanji thought that maybe he hadn't developed the momentum yet, but it couldn't be too powerful. While chatting and laughing, the two came to a tea house after a long journey. They were also a little tired. The two of them were greeted enthusiastically by the waiter in the shop. When he was about to rest for a while, Hu Yanji looked seriously and negotiated with the waiter to check the price. At this moment, Payi noticed that the people at the table looked like bandits, taking a village girl captive and touching her. This woman's eyes are filled with a cry for help. Payi whispered. Lao Hu, that girl's mouth seemed to be asking for help. She seemed to be held hostage by those two people. This place is called Rude Shop. It belongs to Lonko village. I grew up in this area. That girl is indeed dressed like an ordinary woman in my hometown, but those two men are not like Hu Yanji. Will he come to the rescue after his evil eyes drift away? These bandits actually did it in front of everyone. Rape of women, flies flying around the tea guests in the tea house. The bandits acted so brazenly that no one at the scene made a sound. Hu Yanji secretly scratched his head. These tea-goers didn't even say anything. What's the current custom? It's already like this. Let's talk about it. Take Mr. Xiu's moon ring, pass it to Payi and claim that you are in charge. This is your responsibility. Besides, the world is dangerous, so you must learn something. Payi became braver. He walked towards the bandit quietly, clasped his hands and said respectfully, Brothers, I have a question. But before he finished speaking, the leader stood still and started fighting, then cursed and cursed for daring to interfere in the uncle's business. Payi was shocked when his fate came. He still didn't say anything. The atmosphere in the world, are they all so direct? The bandit leader said nothing and rushed toward Payi. The evil knife in his hand was slashing towards Payi's head. But with the experience of fighting Hu Yanji, Payi just turned slightly sideways and hit it just right. After escaping the attack, this person gradually became serious when he saw that there was no opportunity for justice. The blade is held in the back. Uncle Chi once mentioned that this is a close-quarters sword technique. Payi did not expect it. He actually intended to test these. At this moment, the cheek behind Payi all started to slap the case. Drawing out the weapon, it turned out that an ambush was impossible. There were only a few bandits. A bandit aimed at the back of Hu Yan's head, preparing to make a sneak attack to escape his life, only to see Hu Yanji behind him. Like eyes, lie back still. A punch to the chest with such huge force that the gangster was pushed back. He hit a beam in the back and was so frightened that the waiter screamed repeatedly. Hu Yanji felt something strange. These people were unarmed and their sneak attack skills were pretty good. But why did they use their hands? They seemed to have no martial arts background. Seeing that the tea house was smashed, Hu Yanji threw out a piece of official silver. The force of shaking hands caused the silver to be deeply embedded in the beam. Hu Yanji said loudly, This ingot of silver is enough to buy your entire tea shop. Let all the idlers go out. The waiter in the shop took off the silver and saw these 10 taels of official silver. instantly turning the cup into a cup for joy. Huyenji looked at these guests and found that they were motionless. Could it be that they were poisoned? Huyenji decided to wait and see what happened, guiding Payi while observing everyone. Payi's figure became faster and faster, and he kept flashing. Follow Huyenji's instructions. Chi Feng took several lives with his unparalleled quick slash. This was the first time Payi used the powerful unparalleled quick slash in Dalian. He himself was shocked. One of the 8-knife gangsters jumped up. So what if someone guides you on Day Road? Let's see how long you can hold on. The killing move is coming, and Payi blocks it accurately. Unexpectedly, a bald bandit came out from behind and the two of them were so cooperative. Payi was on guard for a long time, but Joran Khan's strength was surprisingly strong. The two swords struck each other. Payi actually took a small step back. Taking this opportunity, the bandit actually threw out a heavy round cake jar in his palm. Are these people really bandits? As he spoke, the bald bandit couldn't hold back his left hand, Kong Wu, brushing his thoughts sharply and eagerly, thus starting to write. Accompanied by a stretch of black shadow, pieces of the table can be cut off with every blow. A piece of wooden stool and even a teapot and cup made of clay deserve 2 points. The sharpness is almost like that of a ghost. Payi doesn't dare to drag him down, so he concentrates on listening to the sounds. Fortunately, he has good eyesight and ears. Far better than ordinary people, it takes no effort to capture the movements of black shadows and avoid murderous intentions. Payi once heard Uncle Chi say that this weapon is called a swing blade. This weapon is not easy to control, but the production process is more difficult. It requires an extremely fine diamond wire saw, mixed with black gold or black iron, and a special weaving method to cast it. This type of weapon is very rare. Payi just saw the wrench on the enemy's hand and suspected that it was a swing blade. The person in front of me is indeed no ordinary robber. After he stopped pretending to be a roadie, his tone became cold and serious. Well done. It is said that you are the current descendant of the Sword Emperor Wu Dingyong. It seems that the rumors are true, but I, Chao Wujian, am the same to any target. I will kill with all my strength. After that, I will attack with all my strength with the 8 faces next to me. At this moment, Huyenji had already quietly crouching next to Balien quickly blocked the middle and struck with a slash. Huyenji jumped up. He didn't even draw the sword behind his waist. He was able to do it with ease. With one kick, 8 faces were easily kicked away. Yibian seized this opportunity. It struck from the back of Huyenji's head and aimed at the moment when Huyenji landed. Although Huyenji successfully avoided the attack, the gravel stirred up injured his left leg. What launches the attack is a whiplock. The end of this whiplock. It is a long handle wrapped with a soft barrier, as if transformed into scales, twisting and trembling at the same time. It looks like a living thing, and the person holding the handle of the whip is the tea-like waiter who was originally huddled under the counter, only trembling. At this time, he threw the silver nail in his hand and asked lazily. I thought I was pretending to be a waiter in a shop and was meticulous. But uncle who had been paying attention to me, is there any flaw in me? Huyenji said with a confident smile. I used the falling feather to divide Xiao Tianyuan's palm and drove the silver nail into the pillar. How can I be a tea shop clerk? It can be pried out with bare hands. The man squinted at the silver nail in his hand and said slowly. That's it, but I really need this silver nail. Breathing out a puff of smoke from the mouth, covering the silver nails, Huyenji's expression changed slightly. Could this be the technique of guarding the wind and scattering the wind? The man smiled faintly. With a face like a double seal, he said coldly. Uncle Hu is indeed well informed, but now I have understood your internal power path and method of movement. Although your internal power is mainly fast and destructive, speed and strength are all under my control. As soon as he finished speaking, the whiplock struck quickly and strangely like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole. The speed was so fast that Huyenji had no time to dodge and could only draw out his 2 swords to resist. Huyenji kept thinking at this time. It seems that poisoning is just a cover. With his martial arts, there is no need for poison. He is fully prepared for this killing situation. Who are they? These people are from Jinong. Are you from the general's mansion? Chao Woodwan originally had a swing sword, but he actually has a right-hand sword. He thinks that others can't do anything to him. I wanted to rap Payi with a knife, but waited for an opportunity to strike out with the sword. Unexpectedly, Payi got involved himself. It was difficult to avoid the water and splash water without a sword. Chao Wu couldn't beat Chao Wu in Duan 4 alone. He even turned around and begged the big man to fight. Seeing that he was hitting faster and faster, Chao Woodwan put away the steel tart in one thought, but had no chance to make a move, so he could only use all 5 swords to strike. After burning the pool, he was covered in blood. He couldn't even take a breath. As soon as his speed slowed down, Payi became faster. Xiao Wuduan's heart was beyond words that could only be described by tears of shock. What you see with your eyes, what you hear with your ears, what you feel on your skin, what your blood bleeds, they were all knives. Xiao Wuduan raised his left palm in panic. He felt empty. When he lowered his head, he saw himself. He dragged away a bloody trail along the way, which was used to kill people. It turned out that he threw away his hand and found that it had fallen at Payi's feet. There were not 5 scattered fingers. He was looking at the bloody. Only then did the pain in his left palm, which was as bare as a crow's bush, catch up with Payi's sword lock. Payi kicked Xiao Wuduan away and took the opportunity to rush towards the bearded man who was holding the young master hostage. This person saw Payi charging towards him, pushing the young master forward, the young master's limp body. He rushed towards Payi. Payi stopped the knife in his hand in time and did not chop the young master into 2 sides 3.5. But it was at this moment, when he stopped, that the bearded man seized the opportunity. Putting a basket into his arms, his thick arms were like iron pliers, tightly locking Payi's neck. Payi gradually exerted his strength, and found it difficult to escape no matter what. Hu Yanji saw Payi's situation out of the corner of his eye, but he was unable to do anything at this time. Forced to retreat by this unexpected whip lock, this person said with a playful look, "If I were you, I would worry about myself first. Your brother will not survive." Hu Yanji thought to himself that this is a sure thing for him. His skills are loose and he can find out the opponent's cultivation level through foreign affairs. If you are not sure, this person's identity will not be revealed. This whip lock is no better than a sword. In the hands of a skilled person, a single sweep of the whip tip can bring down a fresh piece of flesh. Aim at soft parts of the human body such as cigarette butts, cartilage, waist and kidneys, etc. The most important thing is killing people and taking their lives. Whips and chains are flying like dragons and snakes, successfully hindering Hu Yanji's support. Hu Yanji could only pull up one gangster. Unexpectedly, the whip lock did not stop at all and penetrated the man's body forcefully. Watching the wind disperse is Huangdao's unique skill. As long as it is something that Hu Yanji has poured internal power into, even a needle, this person can pass this technique. Being trained by him, Hu Yanji said with a serious face. "I heard that there was a man under General Zhendong who was a whip, known as the Divine Whip Invincible Ancient Two Souls. Could it be you?" But the waiter in the shop still looked indifferent. He returned to the ancient double-soul old man and used the pagoda Thunder God Whip. It is very different from the rattle whip below. In Lingbei, he is known as the Chief Snake. In fact, it was pierced by me just now. It's the ancient twin souls. In this situation, General Zhendong's mansion took action to arrest Uncle Hu, and both sides perished. Of course you, Uncle Hu, killed these people. What do they have to do with me? The shadow of the painting has just fallen, and my face is suddenly cold. The thin lips pursed, and the crackling wind of the rattling whip split the cold condensed air. This time, there was no limit to the number of throws, and the tip of the whip went straight to the back of Hu Yanji's head. Hu Yanji's figure suddenly disappeared. The tip of the whip did not miss the mark. A beam flew from where Hu Yanji was. With the blow of the whip, the light stone exploded into flying powder. The sawdust had not yet fallen. Another bench flew up and hit the border pole. Earth. Between the sleeping areas, the long whip smashed several tables and chairs one after another. The whole tea shop was filled with smoke and dust, as if there were no gifts hidden among them. At this time, Hu Yanji's voice appeared behind Lingbei. "You call Shou Feng Sanqi Huangdao's secret skill? In my impression, there is one in the Qishuan that makes the fifth brother cry. You just said that if you can't be killed, it will be your turn to be unlucky. It seems that you are also under orders from others. Moreover, you also know the plan of Zhendong General Mansion. You are the people of Yuqingfeng." Before he finished speaking, Lingbei reacted very quickly. With a flick of his wrist, the rattle whip circled back, sealed the water from the front and rear door handles. But Hu Yanji's attack was meant to attack the east and attack the west. He took advantage of Lingbei's defense, and cut off the enemy with one blow. He begged the big man's arms to successfully rescue Payi. Lingbei was shocked. Not to mention that he had just hit Hu Yanji's calf, but his speed was far beyond his own. Beyond perception, Hu Yanji said coldly, "I want to travel around. The sound of horses galloping and singing wildly is outside. If you don't hide anything, your family's wealth will be exposed. Tell me, take out several thousand pieces from the leggings, hang it on the ground and enjoy it while sitting there." Little did they know that Hu Yanji only used one successful effort to make that ingot of silver. Since he found out, the other party is a member of Qishuan. Hu Yanji also becomes serious. "Take off your cloak." It fell aside. The lining of this outer robe is made of black iron wire and weighs 60 kilograms. After retreating, Hu Yanji was just like a shadow in the day, like the ghost of Liang Jian Huaxing, inside Guanhai Tianen. It is said that there is a light kung fu called Green One Huanhua. It is said that the person who practiced it, not only can it fly on flat ground and change positions with alien shapes, but it can also strengthen its foundation and make its internal strength improve rapidly. Hu Yan's fierceness is like a lion fighting a rabbit. He beat Ling Beihai so hard that he had no power to fight back. After barely blocking, he fell heavily to the ground. Although he jumped up, there was still a trace of blood oozing from the corner of Ling Beihai's mouth. Ling Beihai still said coldly at this time, "Thank you for your advice. I have benefited a lot from this battle. I was young and careless. Fortunately, all the gods have considered it carefully." As soon as Wuying fell, the severed arms of the beard-seeking man were pinched again. The apologizing neck, the broken hands actually started to move on their own. Hu Yanji was shocked, but the next second, Hu Yanji put the knife on the young master's neck. "It's you who is pretending to be a ghost. I have never seen such a person act so violently. I saw this person." Contrary to the previous trembling eyes, he looked pitiful. Although his appearance and clothes had not changed, he seemed to be a different person. His eyebrows were raised sideways, the confident eyes are bright, the beauty is red and pure, the rise is majestic, the shirt is white and the proud figure is snow-covered, every frown and every smile is charming, the small oval face looks very young, and there is still a hint of youthful girlishness in the prime of life. She has a charming appearance but is very mature, and her whole body is full of mature young master style. Hu Yanji said, "You said you are a village girl, but you have these shoes on your feet, but it doesn't match the clothes I'm wearing. Were you the one who controlled the person who attacked me at the beginning? What kind of magic did he use? Lion corpse fist, White Walker kung fu, whatever it is. If you don't stop, I will take it off first. Your right shoulder." Every young master gritted his teeth and smiled fiercely. He thought he was a man riding a horse. He is a funny man. I didn't expect him to be so cruel to the slave family when they first met. I saw this woman stroking her jade hand lightly. Chao Wujuan and Xiu, who were already dead, jumped up again and attacked Hu Yanji. Hu Yanji was restrained in panic, and couldn't help but think of this. What the hell is this trick? This which must be dealt with quickly. Hu Yanji can't break through. Unparalleled quick chops followed by several moves. The man never left Ding, and applied several things to his arms, waist and legs. The offensive did not slow down at all. Behind the broad shoulders, only a pair of clear and charming eyes were revealed. The red neck skirt was embroidered with papa flowers, but she did not watch from the wall. However, most of his figure was covered by the Manchuran, so he couldn't see clearly what he had done. Hu Yanji poured his inner strength into the sword. One blow penetrated the beard-seeking man, but the young master behind him was like a golden cicada escaping its shell. He sneered and retreated. The plump and swaying Brother Su's sentence was written by Ran. The tip of the sword is an inch thick, the tip of the shoe is embroidered in red, a dragonfly touches the water, a hummingbird looks for flowers, the red skirt dances under the coarse cloth, and the figure moves mischievously. He frowned into the figure in the hammer seat. The young master's almost flattering voice, echoing in my ears, "I have ruined a wishful life for the slave family. How are you going to compensate the slave family?" At this time, all the tea guests in the tea house started to move. Hu Yanji observed the situation. In order to ask, I dare to ask which road the girl came from, and what is the wishful body. In the midst of a busy schedule I yelled, "This young master is famous for his filial piety. Uncle Hu, don't bother trying to trick the slave family. The slave family's name is Fukujin. Some people also call me a bloody daughter. In the past, the father of the slave family called me Baobeijin. If you don't tell others, the slave family also asked you to call me that, and Rishin, you come and compensate the slave family." Naturally, we knew what it was. When Fu Qijin waved his hands, the tea guests went crazy, rushing towards Hu Yanji, this young master Mei Yen. It turned out that he was bullying a powerful enemy. Fu Qijin changed his tactics and shuttled between the tables and stools like a butterfly, circling around Hu Yanji, making waves wherever he goes, playing with those dull tea guests. Then he jumped up and punched Hu Yanji. I don't know how he controlled it. I just patted it casually a few times, but it didn't look like ordinary people who had practiced martial arts, but they actually started with precision. There is no ambiguity. Facing this crowd of tea guests, Hu Yanji cannot avoid it. Swinging his sword, he slashed away at this red brocade sword-shaped dare to blind fox shout. Uncle Hu has killed someone. These are just ordinary tea drinkers. Is Uncle Hu going to kill them all? But Hu Yanji clearly discovered that there are a few good guys among these people. Hu Yanji did not restrain his hands at all, claiming that you thought I, old Hu, would care about the lives of a few people being controlled. I'm afraid you don't know me well enough. The figure complained again. Luo Yu separated from Xiao Tianyuan, just like the wind swept away the night. With Xuanbu's blessing, he beat everyone to pieces in an instant and broke through the siege in the blink of an eye. Locked the neck of Qi Jin and helped the redness on Qi Jin's face. She was a little more charming and said in a trembling voice, "Uncle Hu is a good man. He says he won't hold back his hands, but he doesn't have your knife to cut him all the way. He deserves to be cherished by the slave family. Let's talk." I took out a silver needle from somewhere and pierced Hu Yanji's forearm. Hu Yanji's face was full of shock. Watching myself helplessly, I lowered it inch by inch. The iron-like prison arms were all at my mercy, Fu Qijin said, as if he were someone else's object. Uncle Hu thought that the new family was using techniques such as the White Walker Kung Fu to control these people, so he relied on your Luo Yufinxiao's inner strength to approach the new family with purity and boldness. It was a pity that the new family unveiled this Blood Thousand machine is a very profound martial arts lure. No matter what your true energy is, the Du Blood Thousand machine can connect with your blood, reaching meridians. Hu Yanji's whole body's qi and blood are running as usual, and his true power is still there, but it seems that the key points all over the body have been sealed, making him unable to move. But it is different from the Dian points. It is not that he can't use any strength, but more like someone has deliberately disturbed him, the channel that conveys will. Although the orders are constantly sent out in the heart, the limbs and bones are actually receiving very few. But Hu Yanji shouted loudly. With soaring energy, he was still able to resist. Fukigen took off the hairpin from his head without any admiration. The hairpin is more than 4 inches long, and its tip is as sharp as a needle. From a distance, it looks like a golden branch, and its whole body glows with the harmonious light of a dust shield. It was obviously the vicious qi and blood like the palace-locking needle. The moment it penetrated the skin, Hu Yanji could no longer resist. After landing, Fukigen threw out a silver needle in time, stabbed Payi in the shoulder. Payi fell to the ground with a sound, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. When I was confused, the figure of Wei Wuying appeared in my mind. This beautiful woman can actually control the human body. Helped Qi Jin to walk to Payi, raised her skirt and squatted sideways, pinched Payi's chin with her bare hands, and said teasingly, "At the beginning, did you want to rescue the slave family from the wall to the hand? Although you have no internal strength, this body skill will definitely be a good body temptation." Fukigen looked at the seriously injured Ling Beihai and said, "Have you made any progress? Ling Laoqi was so beaten by Hu Yanji, but he can still move." Ling Beihai opened his mouth. The weak Han Yu was still cold and strong. It seems that she is suppressing great dissatisfaction. This time, the girl made great achievements, but she stepped on the corpse of my brother Huang Dao. She was bleeding and manipulated outsiders to die. Chao Wuduan and the 8th Company were selected just because of their gangster looks. How can I be used as a puppet to make an ambush? Before Ling Beihai finished speaking, he was slapped in the mouth. Fu Qijin's face was like a peach blossom. The green spring smile faded inch by inch and he said coldly, "What did you call me, girl, just now? I don't need to tell you the rules of the basement. Don't say Chao Wuduan. If you don't call me again, you will know the consequences of failing the mission. The weight and loss of this. It's not your turn to teach me how to use Ling Beihai's serious injury to ask myself if I have disobeyed him." The flute sounded and said that what the Lord God taught me is that the villain will definitely be punished after he realizes his mistake and goes back. However, the Lord God remembered that the order was to grab the box and kill Hu Yanji. Body God, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay. I'll support Qi Jin and become a matchmaker. I can't do this with such a good life. I'll give it a random guard. The strange inner energy of Shui Qianji is like 1,000 threads, controlling Hu Yanji's chest. Hu Yanji spurted out a mouthful of blood, and Fukigen secretly admired. This Hu Yanji is so powerful that even with the force of his palm, his heart is not broken. It's really admirable. But I was ordered to take Hu Yan's life, so I had to let him slap one palm after another, destroying oneself, accompanying the hunter at this time. Although the body cannot move, Shi Haizhong is extremely awake. I have Wu Yingjian to analyze the scene in front of me. Shui Qianji is a martial art of the Yushu sect, but not everyone can learn it. It is said that only people with special bloodlines can master it. Once the qi of Shui Qianji is connected with the opponent's qi, even animals can be controlled and become puppets. The puppet body requires the operator to be nearby to operate it. If the operation is done well, it can be used. With about 70% of his own kung fu, the even more powerful Blood Thousand machine can transform a person into a wishful body. The wishful body obeys the orders of the caster and acts on its own, but it can exert 10% of its power. Wei Wuying suddenly thought of a demon knife. It may be able to solve the current urgent need, and Pei Lai's body happened to have absorbed the true energy of that demon sword. It's the 1,000 threads poison of red eyes. Now that the situation is critical, why not take a gamble, using the true energy of the red eyes to guide the true energy of the blood thousand machines and Payi's body to the momentum. It should be possible to temporarily restrain the blood thousand machines. The poison of the demon sword that only desires women, it was actually used by Payi. At this time, Payi followed Wei Wuying's guidance to restrain his mind, silently recited the mantra of seeing the miraculous skill, and turned his mind, gradually entered the state of self. Holding Chi's neck and reaching out to Payi's arms, the Qianjiajing was like a filaria worm entering the body. This method of supporting the red neck has never failed. Random completely relaxed his vigilance and said, "Get up first and go back with the slave family. After that, the slave family will slowly process you." But at the moment when the red neck turned around, Payi regained his ability to act independently. He quickly grabbed the broken net next to him with his hands and eyes, and smoothly caught Fu Qijing's whole body. In a hurry, no matter how much Fu Qinek twisted his waist and branches, he was entangled tighter and tighter by this broken net. Dared to shout loudly, "Lung Laoqi." He intercepted him, but it was too late. Payi was like dragging a rabbit and rushed to Lao Hu. He held the hairpin and stretched out his hand. He pulled it out quickly and without mercy. Hu Yenji threw his head back and howled wildly in pain. Xian Yu gasped and laughed. "Xiao Pei, well done." Hu Yenji used his last strength to fire another Tianyuan palm. Successfully led Payi to break out of the siege at the fastest speed. They ran towards the carriage, but just as they ran to the carriage, they found Ah Sha in the carriage, but he disappeared. Hu Yenji suddenly felt that he must have been captured. Sure enough, the other party was still tough. The only way to do this was to cross the river first. Now only the car was mounted. The two mounted their fast horses and fled towards the river. Hu Yenji kept thinking about Woody Cave, one of the 7 spins. Although he didn't know why they intervened, since they dared to go to the Haitian gate, they would try their best to make it as foolproof as possible. No one was left alive. Fortunately, there was a ferry in front of them. If they could cross the river in time, they might be able to get rid of them. The two of them arrived at the ferry, but there was only one small boat at the ferry at this time. Sitting quietly on the boat was an old man. The old man's complexion was as black as iron and he had a white beard and white eyebrows. He was wearing a wide white hemp crane robe with sleeves as wide as a crane. A cattail rope was tied around his waist. The chest and lower body are easy to wear loose white linen pants with large hems. Lotus leaf xiaoyao scarf, Hu Yenji said politely. "My husband, we have something urgent to cross the river. Can you please ask me for help? Lend us the boat." The old man slowly raised his head and said, "You are Mr. He's apprentice Hu Yenji, old man Shui Bating. You can't get through today." Hu Yenji was shocked. Could this person be from the 5 Emperors' Cave? The White Emperor's Divine Army, Shui Bating, in Huan County. The old man's finely combed white eyebrows hang, and the hair of chicken willow hangs in front of his forehead. Automatically without wind, it seems that the golden light in his eyes has condensed into a solid substance. In an instant, a sharp edge emerged. "You know me well. It seems that your master is dressed in a crane." Still remembering my longtime friend, Hu Yenji was secretly worried about Shui Bating, the White Emperor's Divine Army. In the past, he and Zai Longsing, the Tsung Emperor's Divine Army, were also known as the left and right war gods of the 5 Emperors' Cave. The 2 arms of Daimen. Even if he comes, Chiliantang and Jindong General Mansion can't possibly cooperate with Qishuan's 5 Emperors' Cave. Who ordered the 5 Emperors' Cave to devote all their strength to the situation? Hu Yenji did not dare to neglect at all, clasping his fists and saluting, claiming that his master often mentioned the battle with Lao Shui's Divine Army. Now that the junior sees his senior, he should dismount from his horse and salute. However, another junior from Tugui Island's Divine Army, Fu, slapped him all over the body. Uncomfortable. I hope Shui Shinjun won't pick on the bad guys. Is the old sect master of the Catacombs Mansion okay? What's the point of treating my 2 brothers in so many layers? I hope the seniors can give some pointers to the juniors, but Shui Bating is cold and arrogant. Yanli said. If everything in this world can be explained clearly, then there is no need to be like this. The master of the mansion, He Lauer, has not mentioned these names for a long time, but he actually feels nostalgic. I and the Ling family are considered old friends. After you die, I will personally send you to conquer Hushan. You can go with peace of mind. After hearing this, Hu Yenji dared to rein in his horse and flee. He wanted to evacuate this place, but just a few steps away, a large ship slowly docked. Several lassos were thrown, trapping people and horses. In this muddy place, fortunately Payi reacted quickly. Turn over and dismount, Dingjing Wankyo. The boat is not as huge as imagined. At first glance, I thought it was a Wei Sha Chuan. In fact, it is just a ship in Jiangzhou. The humidity level is shallow, but the deck is equipped with comfortable cabins. It is a common passenger and cargo ship on the river. Jiangzhou blogged the sailors on the ship set up the bridge board and welcomed a Huangshan girl from the cabin. The girl was about 8 or 9 years old at the end of the world. She had a palm-sized oval face, a pointed mandible, delicate skin, and a very upright and beautiful appearance. This person is none other than the Emperor of the Five Emperors Cave, He Junpan. He is always surrounded by 7 or 8 handsome men in brocade, although their attires are all different, but they all have the same color of dark golden spiritual silk, or tens of thousands, or waists, or crystal belts, and each body is strong and strong. Obviously they are all from the Lien family. Just when Pele was surprised that this little girl was also a divine king, Fu Qijin also caught up with him. At this moment, all the 3 divine monarchs gathered together. Fu Qijin lifted up his short skirt and threw an arrow. He sneered. The 3 divine monarchs are all here. Hu Yenji, you have so much face. You ruined my ration. Do you just want to run away? Hu Yenji said sarcastically. Didn't I just let you fall down for a long time? It's a pity that not only did you fail to make Lao Humi as happy as you want, but you were turned into a ball by my brother. How could Fukigen withstand such provocation? He held a silver needle in his hand and rushed towards Hu Yenji. Black shadows are flying in the dark sky. He searched for everything and grabbed Fukigen on the forehead. Finally, Fukigen lost all his senses. In time, he pulled out a pair of bright water-dividing moth eyebrow thorns from the embroidery, and caught Wuying with a loud sound. The person who took action was Shui Bating. The heresy of the iron chain was in Shui Bating's hand. He said coldly, You think I don't exist? When I came out, I said that I don't care about other people. This belly belongs to me, old man Shui. You knocked down the shooter in Wulipu, so why don't you come to this old man? Isn't there even a place for the old man to talk in the boat this night? If you squint your eyes, it's the same as if you're knocked down. Get back. This beautiful young divine army is as timid as if it were windless. He said coquettishly. Eunuch Shui is the cannon I saw in Wulipu. I asked them to come here. If you offend Eunuch Shui, it would be a mistake for you to rebel, Shui Bating said dotingly. Good boy, you know my temper and temperament well. Now you are also the master of an island. You have to make your own decisions. Don't always help them deal with the aftermath. Treat Hu Yenji in turn. He covered up such a good attitude and said coldly, Hu Yenji, your master, Hiji, is different from those who claim to be righteous in the past. He has no prejudice against those who deceive me and others. Although he lost to me in the first battle, his aloofness really made me admire. What happened today was not my intention. Let's do this. Before you die, I can promise you one thing. But I didn't expect that in this critical moment, they were still talking and laughing, claiming that the juniors didn't want much, and wanted to borrow a search boat to cross the river with the seniors. By the way, please give way. Jinji gave a support and laughed foolishly, with a hint of hatred, and said sarcastically, Uncle Hu, how dare you mention it? Unexpectedly, Shui Bating actually agreed to him, claiming that Ling Shi had done 137 moves under me back then. If you can defeat this Shi today, he will not die. I will let you go. As soon as I said this, I supported Jin, but I was no longer calm. Old Shijun, do you know what you are talking about? Your decision alone will harm Gotu. If anything goes wrong, it will be difficult to explain to that person. Shui Bating did not accept this trick, and claimed that I only obeyed the orders of the sect master. This ferry was actually guarded by me. Even if that person was held accountable, I should be the only one to be held accountable. Besides, it's okay with the others. You are the least qualified to make irresponsible remarks in this cave. Hu Yenji jumped onto the boat. All that was left was to support Jin in a daze. Snake ashes and hundreds of feet fill hundreds of soldiers with energy. This is Shui Bating's unique skill. Hu Yenji recalled what his master once taught him. The spearman is the king of 100 soldiers, and the stick man is the foot of 100 soldiers. However, in the hands of masters, weapons can only be distinguished by whether they have chi or not. If any weapon can be integrated with the user's chi operating characteristics, it can exert several times its power. But when it comes to experts who use weapons, we have to mention one skill, which is Shui Bating's snake gray 100 feet. Shui Bating is one of the few people who can defeat hundreds of soldiers with just his strength. Hiji lost to this move back then. The young Hu Yenji didn't pay much attention at the time, and often fell asleep and quarreled during lectures. But I also vaguely remember that Shui Bating's snake gray centipede has many changes. The power is astonishing. If you can't be the first, it will be difficult to change the moves. Is there anyone who can compete with it? At that time, Hiji thought that his defeat was inevitable. He had dull qualifications and had to have basic experience and ability to improve after the age of 30. I am my disciple, if you meet Shui Bang in the future, run away, or else move out. The embarrassment given to him because of his failure back then, after playing haha and fooling around, Huyenji is now facing the critical moment taught by his master. But today, in order to survive, a fight is the best choice. The wind by the river is blowing Huyenji's eagle hair, a cynical and unrestrained knight. At this time, there was also a trace of vicissitudes. Shui Bang waved with one hand. The cover of the boat was forcibly lifted, and there were countless weapons in the cabin. As long as people in the world know it, everything will be fine here. Shui Bang said steadily. You can choose one of the weapons in the cabin. It depends on whether you are injured. As long as you survive 137 moves, or I am so broken that I can get off the ship first. Even if you win, Huyenji picked up 2 iron swords in his hands, and the 2 swords collided with each other, and made a crisp sound. Turning to Payi, he said, Don't worry, little Payi, wait for my signal of victory. Shui Bang snorted coldly. Ching, let me see where your confidence comes from. As soon as the sound of flowers fell, Shui Bang shouted, and rows of weapons suddenly started to move. Fire forks, big axes, 9 curved halberds, bamboo-jointed steel whips, water-splitting silver hairpins, and various long and short weapons fell one after another like waves. When the branch comes, Shui Bang is like an ancient giant ash, with the power of 100 feet, rushing towards Huyenji. Shui Bang's tricks are like ancient snake ashes. With the power of 100 feet, Huyenji saw Shui Bang taking a stance and jumped up. He could not let this old man get the upper hand. He had to use his bow and hand to consume him. I didn't expect that my own unparalleled quick slash would be taken over so easily. Each of Shui Bang's weapons could be infused with true energy. I saw Shui Bang move his arms. With kicks and shoulder rolls, Huyenji had to attack and defend, swinging his sword to the left and right. He just counterattacked the rising and falling weapons, surrounded the tree people 4 times, and even dozens of people fought in a melee. But there was no hope of breathing. Shui Bang seemed to have hands and eyes all over his body. With his heels back, he kicked the rod around the iron drill, and the red and silver iron gun like a long staff fell from top to bottom. The center of the gun barrel was pressed against his shoulder and back and moved around. The tip of the spear swallowed up Huang Sa like a phoenix nodding its head, stabbing Huyenji's arm and flank easily. Huyenji quickly retreated and jumped around. This also gave Shui Bang a chance to take action. I saw Shui Bang take the gun and shoot. The steel knife was running rampant. The sharp blade was unsheathed. The steel claws were flying apart. Every weapon seemed to be alive. Shoot them all towards Huyenji. This is his trump card, buys a kill. At the critical moment, Huyenji's retrograde chi increased sharply. The 2 swords were swung many times faster, and only the sound of collision could be heard. But it's hard to see clearly the waving arms. Shui Bang thinks that this retrograde chi is the end of a powerful projectile, but I never thought that Hu Yan's breath suddenly condensed. With the unique step, 2 steps become 3 steps. Successfully bypassed Shui Bang at a weird angle. He turned around and attacked Shui Bang in the back, slashing at Shui Bang's back. This unparalleled quick chop was used in Lao Hu's hands. It was not only fast, but also more terrifying. One arrow hit another, as if the previous arrow still had energy left. The next arrow has already struck hard, and the pressure on Shui Bang's swords is increasing. After all, he is old, and has weak blood. His yang energy has been absorbed internally and turned into rhyme. He will fight fast and ruthlessly, which is very detrimental to the elderly Feng Zhu. Companion Hunter couldn't help but be surprised. This is the real power of Wushuang Quick Slash. A flash of cold light, Shui Bang couldn't dodge. The shaking tattoo on the head flew up and got a gap with a knife cut. Shui Bang also had a cut on his head. He just heard him say slowly, 147 moves. I was defeated, and this side of Huyenji, but he was also stabbed through the abdomen by a pair of black diamond claws. Blood splattered everywhere. Shui Bang put away his claws and spoke slowly with admiration. What an unparalleled quick kill, Mr. He. At least you have defeated me as an apprentice. Shui Bang means what he says. It's hard to catch up with the horse. His hands were also said. You go ahead. I don't care how you cross the river. Others, if you have the ability, just wait for them to leave the ferry. You go to arrest people again. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Who wants to leave? As soon as the sound of the painting finished, there was suddenly a sharp sword energy on the water surface, whistling and paddling through the water. Wherever it passed, white waves were raised several feet high. Shui Bang shouted, No! And sent Huyenji away with one palm. The black diamond claw comb flew out and hooked 2 cabins respectively. He was forced to confront this sword energy, and the huge impact caused the cabin to be torn apart. Suddenly, Shuan turned black and had a bright red complexion. The miasma turned purple, and the whole body was shaking violently, as if enduring extremely great pain. Only his head, abdomen were visible. The thunder energy in Shuan's body was moving all around. The support policeman on the side realized that it must have been that moment that activated the thunder energy in Shuan's body, and he said loudly, "Quickly analyze the remaining pulse. Don't resist, otherwise it will be more painful. I will help you suppress it from the outside." However, Shuan endured the pain and said forcefully, "You don't have to worry about me. You can practice those vicious and sinister martial arts." I still wanted to touch the old man with my hand and help the policeman to stop. There was a cruel smile on his pale face. Fortunately, he kept silent, but it didn't seem like he was going to add insult to injury. The fishing boat on the river was getting closer and closer. There were two people standing on the bow of the boat, one behind the other. It was Yu Chenfeng who claimed to have passed away. He was so far away that he couldn't see clearly. It turned out to be old Xinjun Shui. That knife hit a little bit and triggered the thunder power in the old god's body. It was really a mistake. Don't worry, the 5 Emperors' Cave is working hard. The 9 Heavens Divine Pill that suppresses Lei Jin has been refined. I will definitely give you the pill based on your merits. I will definitely not let you. I have suffered from the burning of my body by this thunderous force. It's just that the refining of this elixir is extremely troublesome. Please give me a hard time. Old Godlord, please wait a few more days. As long as you all obey me as your master, you will definitely guarantee it. Everyone's pills kept flowing. Fu Qijing glanced at everyone and saw that Shuai Baixing had no time to take care of himself. Apart from himself, there was no second person among the 3 islands who could shock everyone in the room. Then he took the lead to greet him and bowed down, claiming that we had arranged the entire river. They are all tied up here by the master. Yu Chenfeng slowly came to Hu Yanji and said sarcastically, "Uncle Hu, you are fine." Hu Yanji is neither humble nor arrogant, claiming that thanks to you, I am doing very well. Yu Chenfeng, it seems that your black hands have reached the 5 Emperors' Cave again, but you secretly control the Qishuan sect. Do these Jindong generals know? Yu Chenfeng's face was sinister. Uncle Hu said that my relationship with the 5 Emperors' Cave must not be known to outsiders. Moreover, you left without knowing it today. How can your master be willing to give up? At that time, Guanhai Tianmendi will have a dispute with Lu Yiqing. This pair, my general, it can be considered a good thing. Payi suddenly interrupted and said, "Your purpose is the knife on my back, because in Lu Yiqing's construction, a Shao holding Tian Lai was telling you the truth. This knife is useless to you, and you have also seen Ah Sha's situation. No one can control the power of the demon knife." The speaker of these words was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Supporting Jean secretly thought, could it be that this young man was carrying? It's the legendary demon sword. Yu Chenfeng slowly raised the sword in his hand, like a private soldier paying a private visit, claiming that I still have someone to see today. It was time to clean up here. Payi hurriedly protected him. In front of Hu Yanji, Yu Chenfeng raised his knife and dropped it. Just one swing of the sword with one hand can have a force of 100 kilograms. The shock caused Payi to vomit out a mouthful of blood. Yu Chenfeng snorted coldly and said, "How dare you stand up for others with this little internal strength? Aren't you very fast?" I gave in to Lu Yiqing, which not only made you think that I am a person who can bargain. As he spoke, Payi slashed down the tree path again, and blood spurted out one after another. Pain in the body, pain in the heart. Payi remembered what Rijia had said to him. The knife is very sharp, but tofu can be eaten. I think making tofu is very good. Payi is better than ever at this time. Everyone wanted to make a knife. Payi used up his last strength. He used the unparalleled quick slash, but Yu Chenfeng still easily knocked the blade out of his hand. Yu Chenfeng locked Payi's neck. Slowly exerting force, he said fiercely, "Why don't I plant a thunder pill in your body and let you have a taste of it?" Yu Chenfeng actually wants to plant a life and death talisman for Payi. Yu Chenfeng clung to Payi's neck tightly. He said harshly, "Your life is like an ant to me. Take it to Lei Jing and then abandon it to cut it off. You can then think about how to cooperate with me." Yu Chenfeng's thunder mirror quickly invaded Payi's body, causing a slight pain to rush out from there. But Yu Chenfeng felt something strange. The thunder mirror did not form any elixir. Instead, it gathered towards Payi's Yangbai point. In a daze, Payi unconsciously recited the mantra of the method of seizing the body. This month, Chenfeng's consciousness was unexpectedly brought into the space of the body seizing method. The same scene, complicated and awkward words. Yu Chenfeng didn't know what to do for a while. I can't help but wonder if this is an illusion. In this space, Payi's consciousness is like a giant looking down at ants. Yu Chenfeng was panicked at this time. There were many rumors about the art of divine consciousness in the world, and only a few people had it. After all, Payi was practicing advanced martial arts such as choosing and giving up. It was triggered by the Thunder Mirror. The secret report said that he is just a servant of Luoying City and was recently used by Hingshu Camp. Could it be that this kid is related to the demon's sword? It was no accident. Yu Qifeng made a mistake today. He had to quickly calm down and get out of here. In the eyes of others, Yu Qifeng suddenly let go and stayed where he was. For some reason, Payi thought he was in danger. He thought he was about to enter the body-seizing method. Fortunately, there was no real trigger, but judging from Yu Qifeng's appearance, he probably wouldn't be able to recover for the time being. No one else noticed, so they took this opportunity to break out with Lao Hu. Yu Qifeng watched helplessly as Payi picked up Hu Yanji, but he was speechless. He brushed his wings and neck and noticed the abnormality for the first time. Dave roared, "Hurry up and get them all on me. Stop them and everyone will rush to kill them." With everyone surrounding Payi deeply felt that what Mr. Shui Shijun said was right. There is no truth in this world. If you are strong enough, if you are not just a blacksmith, we can rescue Lao Hu, right? There is one person behind him, taking advantage of Payi's vision being blocked. Holding a steel knife, he stabbed Payi in the heart viciously. At the critical moment, a long hissing sound broke through the night sky, and a large figure suddenly appeared. He would crush the sneak attack to death with one kick. His silhouette would rush into the crowd, and he would bite him in the air. As fast as the wind, it looked like a ghost and strange beast in the dark night. Everyone in the 5 boroughs had never seen this kind of monster before. They were immediately driven to the point of defeat. Leaders such as the supporting police and military judges fled one after another. The scene was chaotic. This horse was simply a sniper. Silhouette rushes into the crowd, lifts the air and bites. Swift as the wind, supporting the police ship as it crashes into the river. Why are you standing there in a daze? It's just a horse. Don't let them run away on horseback. This silhouette in the dark night looks like a ghost. How often have everyone in the 5 boroughs seen this kind of monster? He was immediately driven to a rout. The support policeman quickly threw out a few silver needles and tried to subdue him with 1,000 pounds of blood. Unexpectedly, Shui Qianjin had no reaction at all. This is no ordinary horse. During the fight, one person stabbed the horse in the leg with a steel sword, but the steel sword was as big as 7 inches from the leg. It's hard to get in. I want to pull it out, but it's tightly clamped by the tight muscles. Looking at the silhouette like a monster, the next second, this person was bitten to death. The silhouette is passing by like the wind. Payi grabs the river rope and flips over into the saddle. He bent down to fish it out and pulled Hu Yanji onto the horse. These things only happen between lightning and flint. It is not until the silhouette is about to escape that the people on Huangdao wake up from a dream. The bow and arrow are fired angrily, but the silhouette is sitting back and watching, ready to run away. Suddenly he turned around and shot water. The people on Huangdao couldn't believe it. How dare this beast run towards me? The crossbow bolts and lassos were fired in unison, and the silhouettes avoided it whenever they could. Payi could block it even though she was hit by several arrows in profile, but the momentum still remained unabated. He jumped up and passed by Jiangzhou. The hind legs rushed forward with a loud bang, kicking a big hole in Xian's head, and even the strong keel was kicked to pieces. The whole boat rocked violently and tilted sideways. The silhouette never stops. Rushing straight into the water, the speed of progress does not slow down at all. Looking at the retreating figures of Payi and others, Fu Kai looked in disbelief. Is this horse really a sperm? At this moment, Yu Qifeng regained consciousness and said solemnly, "This horse should be the only one born in the legendary Northwest Tianjin Garden." Zhang Jiao Zilong helped Kai and quickly knelt down on one knee, claiming that his subordinates were incompetent. We couldn't stop him. I don't know what happened to the master just now. Yu Qifeng frowned and claimed that I was just fascinated by the things in the river. The speed of this horse requires me to chase it myself. Empty the boat for me. Yu Qifeng was thinking at this moment that he must not let them know that something happened to his purple thunder Jew. In this case, he would not be able to let Payi go. Payi General Hu Yanji. He was firmly tied to the silhouette, but at the same time, a small boat was speeding towards him. The person driving the boat was Yu Qifeng. Payi was shocked that the boat was so fast. Is this something that can be done by internal force? If this continues, we'll be overtaken. Faced with Yu Qifeng's pursuit, what choice will Payi make? When Payi saw the moon and the morning breeze, her speed was so fast that her heart flashed once she was caught up. With Yu Qifeng's gloomy character, it was impossible for the two of them to be spared, so he immediately became heartbroken and dismounted, leaving only Hu Yan alone. Lying on the back of the horse, the silhouette seems to know what Payi is thinking. Angry and thinking for a long time, Pei Lian yelled. Second brother, listen to me, you know that. If this continues, no one can leave. Lao Hu now relies entirely on us. Don't worry. You've seen how fast I run. I won't be caught easily. You take Lao Hu across the river and find a place to heal. I promise, I will definitely meet you. Seeing Pei Lian in profile, her eyes were firm and her mind was determined. She touched Pei Lian's forehead heavily. As solemn as a farewell on the battlefield, Pei Lian doesn't talk nonsense. Turn around and sink to the bottom of the lake, running counter to the silhouette. The moon and morning breeze in the distance can be seen clearly. Pei Lian swam to the shore, and this was exactly what Pei Lian wanted to achieve. Pei Lian thought that since Yu Chenfeng's target was the knife on his back, then just do it for yourself. Yu Chenfeng is very unhappy at this time. This guy is really a bit pretentious. Weighing the pros and cons, Hu Yanji is not that important. If that woman is more serious, the one named Hu, you may not be able to escape. And in the woods not far across the way, a 1-inch disc flew through the air and landed on a woman's arm. Yulong was dressed in a tight-fitting blue-purple outfit, with a slim figure and sharp eyes. His appearance should have been pitiful, but instead he was as cold as ice, taking advantage of the sharpness of her white sword. The 5 girls who came out next were even more beautiful, plump and charming, but they couldn't suppress her ice-like coldness. Suddenly, the woman Danchi knelt under a sand staff and said respectfully, "The sect leader should also repay the favor." 1 person and 1 horse crossed the river from the partner's position on the left. A Qianqian Rui's jade-like fingertips poked out from the white sand of the sutra stick against the sand curtain and gently poked out the shape of a tender bamboo shoot as thin as glue. With Shui Boating's temper, even if he was nostalgic for old feelings, there was definitely a limit to what he could do with his hands. It is not easy to cross the river. The voice of the person in the stick is pleasant, but it does not appear pretentious at all. It is quite a queen but not a humble person. Idle Sin, pass on my order. When people come ashore, they go to Emperor Ping to surround them, cover their mouths and noses, and prepare snake smoke. But it couldn't cover up the charm of this woman. Not long after, a man and a horse came ashore from nearby. However, a group of people had been ambushing here early. They were all dressed in dark brocade night clothes and had black and gold masks. Danjian leather armor, wrist guards, and leggings are also made of black grid. Judging from the slender figure, they were all women. Suddenly, chains with hooks came from all directions. Since partnering with Lao Hu, Silhouette has soared over a wall of people, a wall of fire, and even a tough and dense wall of weapons, too many times to count. This kind of ambush can help Silhouette. The woman in the sand tent was secretly shocked. The man was seriously injured and unconscious. I didn't expect this horse to be so powerful. The bottom of the golden tent was as flat as a bed. This woman's slender figure was leaning on the bed. She was indescribably lazy and seductive, and said slowly, "Don't rush to shoot arrows yet. If no one else squats over, try to survive. This horse already has a wound on it. The snake smoke will dissolve the blood. Give me twice the dose." Putting out the cigarette, Xianzi waved his hand with one hand and attacked left and right to take orders. He took out several thick round bamboo tubes. The outside of the bamboo tubes was polished clean and bright. One end held a shiny copper metal snake head. Under the snake head, there was something important. The girl in black raised a fire and ignited the cylinder, and then disappeared. A large stream of yellow smoke suddenly spewed out from the snake's mouth. The force of the spray was so strong that the smoke was like a horned yellow dragon. It was straight and not scattered. It flew towards the cylinder and swung towards the silhouette from different directions. The silhouette jumps and roars, so fierce that it makes people stand upright. Although it has the strength to kick Jiangzhou's dragon bone to pieces, it cannot fight against the dragon's smoke that cannot be kicked or bitten. Snake smoke is a very powerful medicine for sweating. If there is no wound, even if you inhale a large amount, there will be no harm. But even if it is just a small scratch on the oily skin, if the smoke is stained with blood, it will immediately enter the body through the veins. Distribution is extremely fast. After one canister is cast, even the corpse statue will fall to the ground. Use it with bows, arrows, and hidden weapons. It is an authoritative, ferocious, and violent thing. But at this time, although the silhouette was blurry, Lao Hu couldn't get close to him. The silhouette is struggling hard, lifting and stomping around, stumbling in circles, falling down from the book, always keeping old Hu at his feet. Shu Yujia looked in disbelief. Smoking snake smoke is the secret medicine of the 5 earthly defects. This trick is like an elephant. It should have arrived a long time ago. Shu Yujia then thought about it. The longer the night is, the more dreams there will be. We can't waste any more time since this horse is so loyal. Then let's fulfill it. With the command, the snake-toothed swords were aimed at the silhouette. Suddenly a figure jumped out of the woods and shouted, "Shu Zongzhu, keep people under the sword! Shu Zongzhu, keep people under the sword!" A figure jumped from the top of the tree, calmly walking into the sword formation. I saw that the person who came was also wearing black night clothes, a black gold bun, and a paper mask on his face. He seemed to be in a market. I bought it casually from the store. The strange thing is that when the man walked past the silhouette, he was completely different from his previous violence. Without attacking, the man gently held the horse's head, but the silhouette's physical strength finally reached its end, and he fell to the ground with a groan, and the sweaty ball-shaped horse's belly undulated violently. Slowly closing the huge dark eyes, the huge red mouth no longer opens and bites. Seemingly relieved, Shu Yujie raised her lips and asked directly, "Your Excellency, why do you think you can take this person and horse away from me?" This person said with a little curiosity, "The sect leader determined the purpose of my trip without asking me about my identity," Shu Yujie said lazily. "Since you knew about this operation, you were obviously well prepared. You boldly showed up, but you wore a mask. You were determined to hide your identity. It's no use asking. Judging from this horse's reaction, it's obvious that he is familiar with you. I just don't know how you plan to end it next. It's better for me to cooperate with the heir." There was a sparseness under the man's paper mask, as if his lips and cheeks touched the rough paper surface with a slight smile. He is worthy of being the Emperor Xian's divine army who unified the 5 islands. He saw himself, Wu Shishiyujiashu, the sect master, and understood. The sect leader is even smarter and can be called Mr. This person and horse is not an important matter. I have something else to say on my next trip. I want to talk to the sect leader. This matter is extremely confidential. Only the sect master can listen. I wonder if the sect master dares to retreat. His voice was smooth and calm, and his age could not be heard. Although he spoke relaxed and almost frivolous words, he felt serious and not like a person who talks nonsense. Shu Yujie gently snapped his fingers. All the girls in black bowed and quickly retreated. No one jumped out, urging the master to think twice. Pretending to be loyal, he said slightly, "Okay, Mr. Ghost can come over and talk." Mr. Ghost admires him from the bottom of his heart. The sect master is indeed courageous. Recently, the demon sword of the world has appeared. I think the sect master must have heard about it. Sect master, can you still remember that 30 years ago, when we were young, Qishuan, led by the Fox sect, united various factions to form a sword to resist the demon sword? What kind of spirit was that? But when the demon sword was hidden in the world, the so-called righteous people of the 3 pillars and 4 swords framed the blame and wiped out the entire Fox clan. He even slandered the Qishuan as an evil way and backhandedly liquidated it. Now the Qishuan sects are hiding in Tibet. The 5 Emperors' Cave is a well-kept secret. The Yushur sect and the Blood Armor sect have long since disappeared. Shu Yujie listens quietly without any fluctuations. He claims that what happened 30 years ago is gone. Can anyone explain clearly that the demon sword appears in the world now? Mr. Guy's eyes are not necessarily related to the 5 Emperors' Cave. It was reported a few months ago that Shaoyang Fort was slaughtered overnight and the Fox shuttle was cut off. It took some time to find out that the owner, women and children were the 5 Emperors' Cave. Distant relatives of Emperor Xinjun He Junpen believe that the sect master also knows this secret. The fire had quietly reached the foot of the 5 Emperors' Cave. The writings on the wall also hinted that it was someone from the demon sect who released the demon sword. In other words, directly pointing at Qishuan, this comic has many women. Shu Yujie is well aware of this matter. People in Qishuan will never call themselves demon sect. Mr. Ghost also said that the stray things on the wall are indeed suspicious. But will the 3 pillars and 4 swords sect care about these things? It seems that those so-called righteous paths. It is estimated that the devil's sword caused trouble again, and the concubine Yujie Yusho escaped from the sieve. I wonder what Mr. Ghost has to say. Mr. Ghost nodded. The demon sword is originally a sacred weapon of the Taoist sect. The connection between it and Qishuan is very detailed. I won't go into details. Last time Qishuan chose the wrong whip. This time, the sect leader wants to be a swordsman or a fish. I would like to invite the leaders of each of the Qishuan sects to discuss the big plan together. The location is clearly stated in this evil letter. At that time, he took out a pair of secret slips from his arms, and using his fingertips to move the secret slips, he frequently ejaculated to the front of the tent. There was a sound of blocking and the edge was embedded in the bar, but Shu Yujie did not reach out to take it off. Mr. Ghost said again, there are only 2 conditions for participating in the 7 Mysterious Demonic Sword Conference. You must have at least 1 Taoist sacred weapon, and lead all the people of the Qishuan sect to bring the holy weapon to the scene to symbolize the revival of the Qishuan. Daozong sacred artifact, You want me to take back those 5 demon knives? Shu Yujia softly attached, Hoingli said calmly and melodiously. He would not be happy, angry and fond of martial arts. Mr. Ghost said, the demon's sword is naturally the most important treasure owned by the sect leader. The Shurchen Palace and Xuanwu sword also came from the former Tianyuan Dao sect, so the sect leader is the only one who has the qualifications. Shu Yujia thought for a moment, shook his head and said, I'm not interested in Qishuan's great cause of revival. As for this person, I have reasons why I can't leave it to you. Mr. Ghost suddenly smiled. The sect leader was not interested in the 9 heavens god-building pill and the method of eliminating thunder mirrors. This is a pill that is not made by a third party. It is very powerful. No need to say more. I have done enough homework, Xiang sect master, show my sincerity and ability. At least one person, one horse, and the wisdom of the sect master. Fool that person. It shouldn't be difficult. The scene shifts to Pei Lai's side. Pei Lai is escaping, deliberately leaving many traces on the way. Presumably Yue Fengding will come all the way to find the male. There happened to be a ruined temple ahead, and Pei Lai thought to himself, if he led him to the temple, he might spend some time searching, but in this temple, there is actually a woman. The girl in the ruined temple looks evil. She has green makeup and a double-layered rock wrapped with cashews, but I didn't notice the thick texture of the blood-soaked evil smell. It can be seen that the waist is very thin. She wears a belly gauze, for example. The long blood-colored gauze hanging down to the waist and back, folding the head, neck and face, and a touch of fair skin color is faintly revealed in the gauze. It is said to be sharp blood, but it is actually more like poplar white jade. No need to worry about snowproofing and clearing. Pei Lai couldn't help but see that he was fascinated, and secretly made plans in his heart. Is this a passerby? If Yu Qifeng chases him here, it might be detrimental to him. Should I persuade him to leave? But then I thought about it. It's not common for a woman in white to be chased away at night in this deserted mountain and ruined temple. I have suffered losses before. Why not leave some traces to lure Yu Qifeng away from this place? That's it. Mornings rise, autumn rains rise, and nights rise. It's cold outside the temple. I'm half a hare. I can't finish it even if I'm far away. I'm willing to share the food with a gentleman. A gentle and beautiful voice like a silver bell comes from the ruined temple. There is a touch of bookishness about a lady, as if she is chatting with her little brother. Friendly but not picky. But when Pei Lai heard this, it was a complete trap. He turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly, the woman's veil shook violently. Pei Lai hurriedly blocked with his sword. Unexpectedly, he was so weak. With such strength, Pei Lai spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then he could not help but retreat. The woman's thin white left palm moved against the wind. Pei Lai's feet were restrained and his whole body was suspended by an invisible thread. At this moment, Pei Lai felt like his waist was about to break. The girl was making clothes with one hand. The sleeves were as precious as the snow gauze wrapped around the clothes. The tube slipped between the elbows, revealing half of the slender lotus-rooted arms like a crane's neck. The skin was as smooth as pink skin. The curves are as round as water. They are really thick and smooth. Add one more point for men, he said slowly. Stop struggling. This is Tian Laosi. The more you struggle, the tighter it becomes. He then took out a scroll, and there was no doubt that the picture on it was Pei Lai. The woman said slowly, I thought the world was so big. It's hard for me to dare to meet you before it. After hearing this, Pei Lai couldn't help but ask curiously. Are you not Yu Qingfeng's minion? Are you from Jilian Tang? The girl in white has a pretty and clear smile. She is still as elegant as ever. Although she is invisible, her style is charming and moving. Don't make wild guesses. I just need to know that Yu Qingfeng's target is you. That's enough. You're mediocre in martial arts, but you're being chased. I think the valuable thing is probably what's in the box on your back. Then he took out a dagger. With a wave of his hand, he easily removed the box containing the red eye of the demon's sword. Without admiration, the piano case is made of ebony, and the shaft and lock are made of black iron. Ordinary weapons cannot open it. It's worthy of being something from Luying City. Pei Lai was very anxious at this time, but it sounded like this woman was not targeting the demon's sword. Instead, she seemed to have trouble with Yu Qifeng. There may be a glimmer of hope. Pei Lai lied that the contents of the box were poisonous, and that Yu Qifeng was following him closely and was about to enter the temple. With his nature, he would kill the girl to silence her. She should avoid it first. But this woman didn't panic at all. She claimed that others were afraid of her, but I was not afraid. I just wanted to see her. Just before meeting her, I need to get rid of you first. This woman turned out to be Ming Zhanxue, who betrayed her husband and humiliated the emperor. After kneeling for too long, the fire under the altar was swayed, and a burly figure covered my hand and entered. black leather deer boots with thick soles and long waists. As soon as I step over the height, the grass pavilion is covered with dust and sand, and there is no wind. The visitor is Yu Chunfeng, who came here looking for mail. Yu Chunfeng raised her thick eyebrows, and golden light popped out from the lake curtain. Although she entered the door with a sharp momentum, Payi clearly saw a slight overflow of color on her face, as if extremely shocked. "Why is it you?" Ming Zhanxue, the woman, was not surprised. She was stirring the fire with her hands. The voice of chanting through the gauze was still as gentle and sweet as ever. She didn't feel like she had seen a ghost when she saw me. "Didn't I leave you a secret code earlier?" Yu Chunfeng naturally wouldn't believe what she said. "She claimed that you really wanted to talk to me." "I don't think so. You just wanted to investigate me. I should have thought of it earlier." "Hand over that boy." Ming Zhanxue's voice is still very beautiful. "Claim that the box you are looking for is on the beam. As for the person, I have already killed him, and his body is in the well in the backyard. Do you want to go see her?" But Yu Chunfeng snorted coldly. "Ming Zhanxue, do you think I will still believe you? This kid is of no use to you. If you hand him over, I will still be able to care about some of the feelings I had back then." At this time, Payi was hung in the well in the backyard. Unexpectedly, the well could clearly hear the sounds in the temple. "Payi wants to go now. This Ming Zhanxue is Ah Sha's sister-in-law. Aren't she and Yu Chunfeng the same group? But it sounds like she and Yu Chunfeng are the same, but guard against each other. Why is this?" Ming Zhanxue smiled softly, but his tone contained a hint of gloom that the storm was about to come. "When we parted ways, you told me that you witnessed Yu Chenhai dying with his brother. This time I returned to the East China Sea, but I heard that the orphan of the Yu family is in Luoying City, holding a demon knife to seek revenge on you. He will beat you until you look ugly. It seems that you can't even hide yourself. It can't be done. If it weren't for me, you would have died on the roadside. But you hid my child. Where is he now? If you give him to me intact, I will give you a lively sparring partner." Hearing this, Yu Chunfeng became furious and shouted, "I risked my life to steal the firewall pill. I promised that we would share it, but you secretly passed it on to a mute who wanted to use it as a double cultivation furnace. Replace me with Ming Zhanxue's no noises and no anger firewall pill. Junei's fire-preventing magical skill. Yin and Yang come from the same source. You were able to practice it all because of my teaching you. However, if you practice this skill to a certain level, if one is stronger than the other, you can do it. Eat the opponent's inner elixir. Increase your skills, and you, Yu Chunfeng, have been planning to absorb my inner elixir since you started practicing the Yu family's Hulu Kishinju, and secretly look for someone to top the furnace, isn't it you? You couldn't find a woman with the right qualifications to practice this skill, so you deceived me. Hire is dead. Now my Tianluo scripture has become Yu Chunfeng. Hand over the person, Ming Zhanxue. You are determined to cause trouble for me." Ming Zhanxue is not angry or afraid, playing with a handful of tricks in his hand, and said slightly playfully, "It depends on how much you want it. What are you looking for?" I saw Ming Zhanxue's provocation. The moon rides on the wind and hits one place in 7 steps, jumping up, thinking, "Let's get the demon sword first." But just when we're about to touch the box was taken away with a swish. It turns out that this house has long been covered with Tianluo by Ming Zhanxue. Yu Chunfeng felt a white shadow flash in front of his eyes. Ming Zhanxue's graceful silhouette was still vaguely sitting in Huapan. His body had flashed to the afterimage of Ming Zhanxue behind Yu Chunfeng's back. A blow entered her back door, and the tall figure like an iron tower actually made a circle out of thin air, with a backhand knife. It hit her charming head and immediately left only an afterimage. The Tianluo silk netted Yu Chunfeng's wrist, which was almost terrifying in the eyes. The palms and legs are invisible and the arms are curved like charms. All that is left is a tumbling black and white afterimage, a kick in the sleeves and legs. With the golden hook hanging upside down, Yu Chunfeng was forced to let go of his black gold sword. The Yu Chunfeng knife was out of hand, and Ming Zhanxue was shocked with both hands. Across the chest, seizing the opportunity to pursue the victory, strands of quiet wind came out from between the fingers, as fast as a pop falling to the ground. This is Ming Zhanxue's special skill. Batian Tianluo. Yu Chunfeng knew very well that he must not be hit on the acupuncture points by this woman. But the more I thought about it, the more I was restrained and blocked several times. Unexpectedly, he lost to Ming Zhanxue and was hit on the acupuncture point by Ming Zhanxue. The dagger was also pressed against Yu Chunfeng's throat. Ming Zhanxue smiled softly. "Yu Chunfeng, your life's martial arts are all focused on the Yu family's sword skills. Once the red 5 horns are gone, you are just a sick cat without claws and teeth. Tell me where the child is. I will save your life today, I'll just waste your skills." Yu Chunfeng gritted his teeth and said, Back then, I used the fire-bearing god Kung Fu as the basis to practice Tian Luo Jing, and I practiced Hulu Qi Xinju. Although among the family property ushered in from the Yu family, the 7 gods are still incomplete. But there are still some parts that you have never seen. The audio has just finished. Yu Qingfeng's eyes flashed with thunder. With golden light shining in her eyes, Ming Zhanxue noticed something was wrong, but without moving her heart, the dagger went straight into her throat. Unexpectedly, there was a muffled sound in the bet, and she was defeated like a bell. It was actually difficult to complete the order. She was so fierce that the 2 ends of the pen were stretched out and bent like a bow. Zhong Yuking's life was broken into 2 parts. I only heard Yu Qingfeng say coldly, "This golden armor is forbidden. I haven't used it in front of others. Ming Zhanxue, enjoy this first honor. Hulu Qixinju is so domineering." Yu Qingfeng struck out with a palm and sent Ming Zhanxue flying backwards. She fell heavily into the grass pile in front of the altar. Her back hit the ground, and immediately the moon rose, her posture as graceful as a dance. Obviously Yu Qingfeng's tragic palm struck this delicate young girl, but not only failed to kill her. Ming Zhanxue still has some energy left. Yu Qingfeng flutters his arms and looks up to the sky with a long smile, which makes Liang Jiansu fall to dust. The gap in his chest exposes his skin. There wasn't even a trace of blood. The black and lustrous prison chest muscles passed through a golden-red dark light, fleetingly. She moved her head and neck. With a smile on his face, he strode over and said that he was shocked when he first mastered it. Although after using the golden armor, his whole body would feel like peeling skin and the burning pain was unbearable, but he could defeat Lei Dan. Implanted into your body, Ming Zhanxue, the pain is not worth mentioning. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of Ming Zhanxue's mouth, which was able to suppress the hidden dangers in his body. His thick hair shook half of his willow waist and straightened up, and a string of charming smiles popped out of his eyes. Even with the golden armor and forbidden body protection, you cannot easily break through my body with your original internal strength. It seems that you have found another way to limit your internal strength by acupuncture points. Yu Qingfeng continued to practice the firearm Pil Ju. Unexpectedly, the thunder power of the purple divine palm in her body could still speak, and said sarcastically, "I also have to thank you for telling me that I was in a lot of turmoil. Secret star of the 5 bases, you are deliberately stalling for time. You want to use your power to eliminate Lei Jin. I will not give you this opportunity to use Lei Jin to form an elixir powder body. You must not listen to me. I will let you live and continue to practice firearm danjue, but from now on, every ounce of inner strength you develop, they all belong to me." The flower branches of Mingzhan Snow's school are trembling. Only a half-fool can find out slowly. Okay, I admit defeat. The inner power of Jade Fire Divine Art belongs to you, but if you let me go, I can give you the Heavenly Compass. These are the 1st and 5th points of the 7 mysteries. Haven't you always wanted to see what happened? If you don't believe it, you can take a look at the first half first. When Yu Qingfeng heard it, his heart was filled with inspiration. Dare to blindly catch the compass thrown by Ming Zhanxue, thinking that I have a golden armor and mirror to protect my body. Let's see what tricks you can play. Sure enough, this is not a celestial compass at all. Just when the moon and morning wind are about to be angry, suddenly, a suspicious woman's voice came from outside, sounding very angry. "You bitch, traitor, you actually took this sex-sacred object." Making deals with outsiders, Yu Qingfeng felt that more than one person came. With a crash, the tiles broke through the Yanchuan River, and a black shadow leaped into the temple, waving its palms in the air and slapping it down. Yu Qingfeng turned around and struck each other with both palms. The person who came was not strong enough, so he took advantage of the situation and jumped thickly. He turned the black flute in his hand and stepped firmly onto the broken bluestone floor of the atrium. Yu Qingfeng exhaled all his breath and exhaled for a while. The world was spinning. The palm of his right palm that received the move was like a horse, the blood was locked in the tendons, and the whole arm was tingling. I couldn't help but feel frightened. What a powerful one-hander. Taking a closer look, he saw a thin old man in black clothes. His eyes were bright, and although his steps were slow, his feet were timely and steady. His mottled gray hair was exposed from the hood, and his small face was small. The bamboo pattern is thick and the soil is not particularly ugly. It is just that the old veins are weak. It is not difficult to win people's trust even if you say you are 100 years old. The old lady said slowly. You have some ability to take over the old man's handicap. Who are you? You actually colluded with this traitor, burning my Tian Luxiang young girl. There is such a plan, Ming Zhanxue said slowly. La la, in Tian Luxiang, although you were not close to me, you still made rewards and punishments clear, although I hated Tian Luxiang as a whole. But I don't want to fight with you. It's really sad to meet you now. The old lady held the crutches and was shaking with anger. She scolded you in a cold voice, traitor. From the time you started to walk on the compass, you have committed a great treason and deceived the master and destroyed the ancestors. I should have thought that today. Now that you are back, I will definitely meet you, skinning you and removing your bones. At this time, Yu Chengfeng finally realized that this could not be a coincidence. Tian Luoxiang chased after him just when he met him. It must be this cunning woman's trick. But Yu Chengfeng was also unwilling. How could I surrender Ming Jianxue, who had finally subdued her? However, this old ex-wife had ambushed people outside. To ensure safety, she had better escape first and summon the people from the 5 boroughs, then catch them all in one fell swoop. Yu Chengfeng clasped his fists. It turned out to be Tian Luoxiang's. Dai Tian Xingdian, Ji Beast Cloud, Elder Ji. You must have noticed that I also had issues with Ming Jianxue. It's definitely not what you thought. This Ming Jianxue is a liar. Just now she told me about this celestial compass. It's just to confuse the public, but it's actually a blank piece of paper. We shouldn't be deceived by her, since Elder Ji wants to clean up the house. Then I won't disturb you. The old lady narrowed her eyes and thought, Ming Jianxue, is this the name that the traitor gave himself outside? At this moment, Ming Jianxue's voice sounded again, saying mockingly, Yu Chengfeng, if you hadn't come to this wild temple in the middle of the night to grab things, is it to compete in martial arts? After a short conversation, Mrs. Shi learned that he was the Bahuang swordsman Yu Chengfeng. No wonder he has some skills. I wonder if the hawks and dogs of the court are also eyeing me. Tian Luxian. Mrs. Shi tapped her cane on the ground and said slowly, Yu Chengfeng, don't blame me for being cautious. It's a compass. I don't dare to be careless, and I can't be sure whether you have changed the scripture. If you take off your clothes and walk out of this temple, I will never stop you. Yu Chengfeng and Wei Yan were furious. Old Qianquan, you are tired of living. You dare to provoke me even with your martial arts. I'll let you cause trouble for both sides. Mrs. Shi's face became calm. He actually retreated without a fight and shouted, Hanglo's net formation, just listen to Ming Jianxue's teachings, be careful, don't let it seal this place. The audio has just finished. Several girls rushed into the room. Densely packed Tianluosi fell from the sky, and crisscross snow chains sealed the entire mountain gate. The fine mesh was as big as a copper coin and could only be penetrated by one finger. Yu Chengfeng didn't expect that either. There were so many roses on this day. Ordinary blades and brute force could not stop pulling them apart, although they couldn't hurt them at all. But it can restrict Yu Chengfeng's movements. Randomly grabbed Ming Jianxue's wrist and shouted, Where's your dagger specially designed to cut Tianluoso? Take it out quickly. Ming Jianxue smiled slightly and claimed that my Keisai blade can indeed break the sky. It's a pity that you just broke it into pieces. And Yu Chengfeng and Tian Luoxiang's stuff, you'd better not have any delusions. Ming Jianxue deliberately looked at the box containing the demon knife. At this moment, Mrs. Shi decided that the box must contain Tian Luxian. The war is about to break out. Ming Jianxue's record is a perfect example of hiding one's business in Lin Yong. Accompanying the hunter in the well clearly heard the sound of fighting in the temple. I wonder if this kind of Tian Luxian can subdue Yu Chengfeng? What if Yu Chengfeng wins? I'm doomed by myself. I have to find a way. But Rose was tied too tightly today. At this moment, there was a commotion in the ruined temple. Everyone shouted, Ming Jianxue escaped, stop her quickly. Just as the sound of flowers fell, several figures passed over the well. Then they all died and fell into the well. It happened to hit the hunting companion hanging in the well. The hunter and the corpse fell into the cold well water together. I just feel a sharp pain in my body. I don't know what is going on. In the mountain gate, Yu Chengfeng is already ready to go. The thunder power is contained in the palm of his hand, and he has strong power, forcibly forcing Mrs. Qi to withdraw her crutches. Open your arms like a tiger descending a mountain, shocking several people away. Mrs. Qi was shocked. She didn't expect that Yu Chengfeng would be restrained by Tian Luosi. He is still so strong. At the same time, the subordinates outside the door reported that the incident happened suddenly. I didn't expect Ming Jianxue to be able to cut Tian Luosi. When I chased him out, 2 people have died by the wall, 2 others were killed by the shock and fell into a well, and 1 person died in the woods. Looking at the direction, he fled into the woods to the north. Do you want to bring any manpower to continue chasing? Grandma, please make it clear. Mrs. Qi said coldly. No need. Without me, even if you catch up, it will only increase casualties. For now, let me take the things back. I don't know when Yu Chengfeng's body has arrived. Next to the black gold sword, I picked up the sword with one hand, and my momentum was even stronger. Dehido, old lady, I warned you. This box was originally mine. It's not a compass at all. It's obviously stubborn and it's ruining my good deeds. I want all of you to be buried with your lives. Let's see how long you can trap me with your broken silk. All the things that happened tonight, and Yu Qingfeng's anger, having reached the peak, Mrs. Qi did not dare to neglect at all and said loudly that Tianluosi was not enough to trap her to death. All people contain the antidote Wei Wuying powder. She must not be allowed to delay like this. How long has it been since she was fed? The companion surfaced. Thinking back to the words he just heard, the one who fell should be the Tianluoxiang sect member who was killed by Ming Zhanshu accompanied the hunter to look at the two corpses floating in the water. One of them had been hit hard on the neck, and the other one looked like he was out of breath. I don't know if it can be recovered from them. Find a weapon and cut the thread on your hand. Accompanying the hunter, and bowing majestically, trying to lift up the woman next to me, when my shoulders touch my chest, I feel an indescribable softness, rising and falling in the twin winds. This woman was actually breathing. When she looked closely, the hunter was so frightened that she almost lost her breath. This woman turned out to be Ming Zhanxue. Ming Zhanxue covered her companion's mouth, and signaled her not to speak loudly. He said softly, "It seems you heard a lot in this well. I'm pretty good, right?" Fooled everyone. Ming Zhanshue's plan to hide in the forest at night fooled everyone present. In the waterscape, Ming Zhanxue is like a victorious child, showing off his strategy to his companions. He claimed that with his grandmother's personality. When he saw the Tianluo Jin that he married to Yu Qingfeng, he would feel that Yu Qingfeng was really here for Tianluo Jin. When Yu Qingfeng was besieged by the everlasting net formation, he tested the machine by himself, then used Tianluosi to throw out the hunting box. I saw Yu Qingfeng was so nervous about the box. Grandma must have thought that the real Tianluo gold was inside. The Keisai pen is Tianluoxiang's secret dagger, which can easily cut Tianluosi. Although Yu Qingfeng broke the dagger, Ming Zhanxue hid a fragment in his mouth. While they were fighting each other, Ming Zhanxue cut the Tianluosi. Breaking out from the backyard, during the fight he pulled off the night clothes from one of them. In order to maintain the everlasting net formation, there were not many people who could chase him. Ming Zhanxue avoided the last two guards. Throw the clothes into the distant woods before others arrive. They made the sound of shattering leaves, then wrapped themselves in their coats, and then fell into a deep well with another person. In the dark night, they only stole the snow to escape into the forest. But Ming Zhanxue knows very well. With my grandma's wisdom, she may not be fooled, and I'm afraid she will react later. But the blame is that she attaches too much importance to Tianluo Jin. This plan is hidden in the forest at night. The wonderful thing is that it comes from events. After hearing this, Payi thought about it, and was horrified that this woman who was talking and laughing in front of him was hiding in the forest at night just for this reason. He killed all these people. Ming Zhanxue didn't take it seriously and claimed that since he dared to chase me, he would naturally risk his life. Tianluoxiang, one of the 7 mysteries, is not a fuel-efficient lamp. You think I was caught by them? Will there be a better ending? Ming Zhanxue did underestimate Yu Qingfeng's strength this time, but his waiting move was done in one go, which really satisfied him. Although at this moment, Ming Zhanxue can no longer suppress this thunderous power. Her expression was a little dazed. The well water was filled with women's clothes and her exquisite curves were looming. The confused expression was even more charming. Ming Zhanxue suddenly hugged Payi, making him confused. Just when Payi was stunned, Ming Zhanxue used the dagger fragment to cutting off the thread of restraint behind Payi. He said slightly weakly. Judging from the sound, they were already fighting farther and farther away. But even with Wu Yiyan Xian powder, the old people were not enough to trap Yu Qingfeng. With her personality, she will definitely return to this well to check after she escapes. She must be catching you for something that is beneficial to her. You don't want to be caught by her, right? It's still too late to leave. As soon as the sound ended, Ming Zhanxue lost consciousness. The hero's biggest hobby. It's a hero saving a beauty. Ming Zhanshue's life. 2 soft celestial intestines and jade hands barely hang in her well. The pink well tilted, and the piano player was so helpless. Surrounded by her in the well, Payi felt that Ming Zhanshue's forehead was cold, but his body was getting hot. It seemed that he was using his energy to resist Lei Jin. The injury is indeed serious. Payi saw that Ming Zhanxue was so vicious, why not let her die on her own? But watching Ming Zhanxue lose consciousness, Payi thought that this kind of behavior, it's like I'm killing her with my own hands. Although this world has never been short of cruelty, Payi still couldn't do it. Seeing that there was no way to save him, Payi held Ming Zhanxue on his back and put his nose close to the top of her hair. The well was filled with stewed juju puree, and the cold and humid air was suddenly mixed with a hint of the fresh aroma of musu. Taking advantage of the warm fragrance of the exquisite and quality nephrite in my arms, my mind can't help but sway. Unable to control myself, I climbed out of the well with difficulty. On the other side, Wuying woke up with a start. The first thing that caught his eye was a cover with night shadows dancing in the wind. Then came the starry sky and the night scene. I was holding on to the tree trunk and wanted to sit up, but I found Mr. Ghost standing beside me and said slowly, "You are awake. It seems that the antidote given by the woman has worked. Please mind your own business this time." Not only did he almost lose his own life, but he also almost hit a ride with a dirty dragon. Wuying touched his waist and abdomen gently and found that the wound was not only properly bandaged, but the layers were white and not firm, and there was also a cool medicinal fragrance. I'm afraid what was applied was an extremely high-quality gold wound medicine. He snorted coldly. "I didn't expect that you would be the one to save me in the end. The words on my face are so ugly. I like rejecting ghosts in person so much. At least the writing is interesting." Mr. Ghost doesn't care either. "Since ancient times, I have warned you not to get close to the organization's goals. You have also heard them say it yourself. In this situation, maybe the people from the 5 categories captured him first. Where are you going?" Wuying patted his profile and claimed that it's none of your business. "By the way, the last time was my last. Wearing a mask to attend the meeting for you. There's no next time. It's you. Hide your thoughts and don't be discovered by your organization." Shinchi Lake Payi carries Ming Zhanshu on his back. One foot is deep and the other is shallow. I don't know how far I walked, but after shuddering, I was soaked by the cold well water again. Even Payi was almost reaching his limit when he happened to encounter a building in front of him, like a warehouse in a temple. There should be few people here. Payi carefully spread the licorice. He sucked the wet and cold well water off his body, and in the hazy moonlight, he saw Ming Zhanshu's eyes tightly closed, and his lips were white and slightly transparent. There was no trace of blood, and there was a faint green aura as big as an egg between the eyebrows. No one could have imagined that this woman could be so ruthless. At this moment, Ming Zhanshu's body twitched, and the thunder in his body raged again. Difficult to control. Payi suddenly heard someone walking towards the grid building. The temple is filled with incense. In the temple warehouse, a man and a woman walked in. The man was called Senior Brother Chinru. This man took off his night hat and turned out to be a bald monk. The monk exchanged his maid for the couple. He claimed that you are very courageous. You stole so much incense money when your wife came to my temple to offer incense. It seems that you knew that the temple would not talk to your wife, to the detailed number. If the madam finds out about this, I don't know what the consequences will be. Beating you to death would be considered an easy task. This monk actually grabbed the maid's arm and did not avoid the distinction between men and women at all. With tears in her eyes, the maid groaned and said, "Brother Chinru, please let me go. I don't want the money. I'll give it all to you." But the monk had no intention of giving up. He actually blocked the maid next to the haystack and started to raise his hands. Suddenly, a woman coughed softly from the second floor. Monk Chinru was shocked. Maid Lianer even shouted, "There's a ghost, run away." Chinru, who does not believe in ghosts and gods in the main hall of Buddhism, walked step by step towards the second floor with a lantern in his hand, yelling, "Who's there? I saw you. Don't let me catch you." At this time, Payi was in good condition, hiding behind the haystack. I saw Monk Chinru. Just as he was about to fumble his way here, Ming Zhanshu had jumped up. Preemptive strike. Force Lei Jin into the palm of your hand. He grabbed Monk Chinru by the neck. The lantern in Chinru's hand fell to the ground with a sound, and the wick lit the dead grass. This is a hay house. Once a fire breaks out, Payi quickly puts out the flames with her feet. At this moment, Monk Chinru died. Ming Zhanshu's Lei Jin did not recover from this. Instead, it became even more painful because of fate. At this moment, she must dispel the thunder energy in her body. Ming Zhanshu had turned around. He grabbed Payi's neck and pushed her to the ground. Strong thunder invaded Payi's body, and she was in panic. Ming Zhanshu's consciousness suddenly came to a vision space, surrounded by unreadable words. Ming Zhanshu only remembers that he had been struck by lightning just now, and he only wanted to use the fire-preventing magic to dispel it. But why did he come here? Could this be Payi's virtual realm? Could it be that the fire-preventing divine art has been applied to her, allowing her to easily enter the virtual realm? He even dragged himself in. Who is this man? Ming Zhanshu felt that this place could weaken his pain, allowing him to use the fire-preventing power. Isn't this the perfect candidate for me to resolve some of the thunder energy? A night of spring supper and dry hair in the morning. A burst of ancient bells woke up the sleeping Payi. The morning light is fading. The beauty by the window is having a haircut in the mirror. The sun shines on the delicate face. A trace of rosiness, a trace of charm. This is not a murderous demon. It's obviously the fairy-like female family members who are combing their makeup, which makes people mesmerized. As I pondered and dreamed, It turned out that the hill I climbed up by accident last night was the most famous mountain outside Yueqing, Allen Mountain. The mountain is covered with grass and forests, and this temple is the largest among them. The Lianjue Temple is known as the Low Sand of Adang Sanchuan. Ming Zhanxue actually wants to spend the night with Pei Lian. Pei Lian saw Ming Zhanxue return to normal so quickly. I couldn't help but be shocked and asked loudly how on earth it was done. Did you kill that monk? Ming Zhanxue did not shy away from these issues, claiming that the evil-hearted monk. Before he kills us, get rid of him yourself. Ming Zhanxue is scheming, shameful and frivolous. Speaking of which, I answered a question for you. Why don't you answer my question instead? Isn't this your first time entering the virtual realm? Where did you learn it? But Pei Lian firmly stated that she could not tell anyone about this matter, and Ming Zhanxue did not ask too much, claiming that everyone has their own secret. But when she was in a coma, she vaguely heard Pei Lian mention the box that was snatched away by Yu Chunfeng. Seems important. Let's make a deal and I'll do my best to help you get the box back. I'll tell you everything you want to know, and you. Practicing the firearm Pilju with me, Pei Lai felt doubtful and shocked. Ming Zhanxue had a lot of gold in his hands and could easily steal his feet. Hammerwood helps remove the sticky licorice thread on the west bank. He smiled calmly and said, Back then, I saved Yu Chunfeng who died in the ice. He had this firearm Danjue in his hand. In order to practice the superior internal strength in it, let's work together to practice the firearm pill, which is a Taoist esoteric internal skill. But it not only requires men and women to practice it together, but also requires both of them to reach the state of Taoism entering the virtual realm. You must have heard it yesterday. Now Yu Qing and I are like fire and water. Both of us want to swallow up each other's inner strength. It is absolutely impossible to continue to cooperate. Now I have been injured by his thunder power. Fortunately, he uses the fireproofing magic to activate the thunder power. I can use the same internal force to guide it. Last night, I forced out some of the thunder energy to avoid serious injury. However, the thunder energy was not completely eliminated. Once the elixir is formed, it will only grow bigger and bigger. I must practice the fire-preventing magic to completely eliminate the thunder power. However, it is not easy for ordinary people to enter the virtual realm. Those who practice this realm without talent will have a narrow escape. After all these years, except for Yu Chunfeng, I have only seen one, but you are different. The virtual realm is the realm after entering the virtual realm. You will definitely be able to practice with me and I will teach you martial arts. How about I help you get the box back and you help me heal my wounds? Ming Zhanshua's proposal is extremely tempting. Pei Lai is now the target of public criticism, and he has lost someone like Hu Yanji, the powerful Pilaster, let alone regaining the red eye from Yu Chunfeng. I just want to have a safe journey and successfully arrive at Baiqing Mountain to meet Zai Lao Teishing. Yinan is like ascending to the sky, and is as powerful an enemy as the 5 underground caves. I don't know how many more there are along the way. With his current ability, the end will be very bad, but Pei Lai also has his own thoughts. Justice and Obsession asked solemnly, Shame, this is what you prepared for yourself. Is it an internal force? Legend has it that it exists throughout the Eastern Holy State. The earliest Buddhist presence in Takedo was known as the Dainikiren sect. The name of the Dainikiren sect was. The Buddhist lineage of Xiaoqing was in the era of the Dragon Emperor. Coming to the East China Sea, he is known as the disciple of Buddha, the world-honored one, and he participates in the cause and effect of creation, conquering the people. Hundreds of years of preaching and longevity. Conquering the Nichiren sect's skills. 1/3 of the forces in the East China Sea compete with the Tianyuan Taoist sect and the Tsenghai Confucian sect. All over the East China Sea, many temples and societies were left behind. However, the teachings of the Nichiren sect to promote longevity through grammar and seek nirvana by oneself were not in line with the interests of the rulers. Therefore, they were suppressed by the Lin clan and the Yangtu royal power successively. In the end, both So-Yuan demon sect and So-Yuan demon sect disappeared in the torrent of history. After hundreds of years of exterminating Buddhas, the people of the East China Sea mixed together. The memories left behind by the Lin clan in the past are consistent with the incomplete Lian zone, formed a unique local religion to worship the Dragon King Daming God. For a time, there was no Buddha in the East China Sea, and the Mahaninicaran sect gradually became a legend in ancient books, came across mountains and rivers from the west. Because the Shang Buddhism was welcomed by the royal powers of the Central Plains, it became a prominent school. High-ranking officials worshipped Buddha and worshipped Buddha. Therefore, temples were built in the East China Sea. Dharma Assembly. Many ancient stone temples have also been transformed into today's Dasheng Buddhist Temple, located in Allen Mountain on the outskirts of Yuchengpu. Linjue Temple is the most famous one among them. It seems to be the best in the East China Sea. The hometown of Buddhism, Lianjue occupies a vast area and is divided into 2 courtyards. The inner courtyard. Most of the inner courtyards are large Buddhist halls. The Sutra Pavilion has an endless stream of merchants, officials and their families from all over the East China Sea who come to worship the Buddha. Then, houses were built on the ruins of Xiaoqing Temple left over from the old days for the residents of the country. It is called the outer courtyard. Among them, the Wanshi courtyard is exclusively for male residents, and the Ajin courtyard is exclusively for female residents. Food and drink are spent in the courtyard. Horses and vehicles are all available. Back to the hunting side. I heard the hunter's question. Ming Jianxue smiled. You're talking about hire, right? Believe it or not, I didn't want to harm hire to this point. Although I was in love with the moon back then, I learned the martial arts secrets of the hire family, but also helped the Yu family to expand their business. I taught hire the fire refining and avoidance techniques, and I didn't want to take away his inner strength. Ming Jianxue worked, young Rikabu. I have to leave some people to spare, but I didn't expect the two brothers to be so persistent. Although I was in Tianluo Township before, it's not an exaggeration to pursue the cultivation of superb martial arts. All I want is to do my own thing in this world. If you have the fire avoidance technique and my help, you can quickly becoming a master of internal skills. But Bing Yu still insists on his justice, he said solemnly. In my heart, there is no difference between you and Yu Qingfeng. I can't believe you about healing. You can find someone else to help you. I will find a way to get the box back by myself. Miss Ming, you can also find another one. Let's hide in a safe place. Pei Lai then left the warehouse. This man and woman, when they gathered in the attic again, Pei Lai climbed over the courtyard wall. Ming Jianxue's words echoed in his ears. What he said then. Maybe it's not all fake, but Pei Lai always cares a little. After turning over the wall, Pei Lai clearly heard the conversation between the abbot and the monks, saying that today a large number of distinguished guests would come to the door, and people would be set up at various points to greet them, showing that he was a great monk. There were 2 boxes of things that needed someone to carry them. The monks did it one by one, but they didn't know where senior brother Qingru had gone. Pei Lai was like a headless fly. I was wandering around the temple and suddenly bumped into a little monk eating an orange at the corner. I was panicking. Pei Lai lied that he was in a hurry to find the toilet and got lost for a while. Fortunately, the little monk was kind-hearted, claiming that you should be hired by senior brother Hengru as a handyman. You should be gathered in the outer courtyard during the martial arts appreciation period. This is the inner court. There is something important in the inner court today. How dare you come here? Fortunately, you bumped into me. If you bump into senior brother Hengru, I'm afraid you won't survive. Pei Lai hurriedly followed the little monk's instructions to escape. Fortunately, he was lucky. When I reached a corner, I happened to hear Monk Hengru of Lianjue Temple greeting the distinguished guests. This person is none other than Qifeng Jun, the elite envoy of the East China Sea. The monk claimed that all the heads of the 4 houses in Jianhuan's 7th review have arrived. At present, the only person in the East Heavenly Hall is Lei Si, the headmaster of Chiliantang. He has not arrived yet to talk here. Pei Lai heard it clearly. He didn't know why the people from Chiliantang came. There was a commotion in Lu Yingqingxi's room. Master Qi must have recognized him. Pei Lai didn't know what to do for a moment. Only then did he hear a young monk say they were going to Shifang Jing's Hall. They had passed by there before, so Pei Lai planned to sneak into this place first and listen. Pei Lai used his body skills to avoid several monks and arrived at the Shifang Sutra Turning Hall in a blink of an eye. This Shifang Jing's Hall is very strange. Every room has a door but no windows. I had to find a place to hide. If I climbed up to the roof, it might be a bit conspicuous in broad daylight, but I don't know if there is anyone in the room, and I can't even hear a sound. Just as he was thinking about it, the abbot suddenly came and said not to disturb the 4 distinguished guests, and carried the box to the sky. Just when Pei is hunting, when I didn't know which room to hide in, the shutters upstairs were pushed apart, and a white thread suddenly shot out. Wrapping around Pei Lai's waist, there was a whooshing sound. Pulling his whole body in, Pei Lai's vision went dark, and he landed heavily on the base that was as soft as cotton a few inches behind. There is a person sitting in front of him. 2 round and firm legs stick out from under the slightly short skirt. The flawless white slender legs take advantage of the dark background. Just like a pair of naked legs with beautiful curves floating in midair. There is another picture hanging on it, smiling as delicately as jade. It's actually Zhan Shui. What if you were in this attic with no one around? What will he do? Ming Jianxue playfully made a gesture with Pei Lai in recent years. He lowered his voice and whispered, "You can hear it below, but you can see Qifeng Jun and Monk Xianyi sitting in the main position in the room." The sound that was originally blocked by the dense wooden wall, it also became clear unexpectedly. The great monk said slowly, "I haven't seen you for a long time. Master Qi, please come in. It's just you and me in this room." It is also convenient for the poor monk to talk to the adults. Chi Fengjun looked around and listened to the Shifang Sutra transmission hall. Speech and hearing are different, and the voice can never be heard. It is indeed a good place for confidential conversations, so I put it in the tea. Smile calmly. Great monk, you couldn't come to me just to reminisce about old times, right? But it's still because of the incident I mentioned last time. The great monk Xianyi did not hide anything, claiming that the imperial court had scheduled the three-city Dharma discussion conference in this temple. Now that the date is getting closer, Lily Buddha will also arrive soon. The poor monk still hopes to discuss the Dharma with the Buddha in private. Then he opened the two red-painted wooden boxes that had just been shipped. They were full of forbidden gold. Xianyi grinned and said, "Sir, please take a look. Your Excellency is responsible for the preparations for the Three Cities Dharma Conference. It's really hard work. This box is the other box dedicated to the adults. The poor monk wants to use it to discuss the Dharma with the Buddha." Chi Fengjun's expression is not visible on the beam. I still heard him laugh loudly. The great monk spoke slowly and leisurely. "That is the glazed Buddha, the eminent monk of Lianan Cemetery, the reincarnation of the Dharma king who is highly respected by everyone. With these things, I am afraid it will be difficult to discuss a word of Buddhism with him. I reminded you last time that Lily Buddha wanted to use the Three Cities Dharma Discussion Conference to reunify the three cities and end the schism among the sections. Among them, the Nichiren sect in Xinguan City has no descendants. Only 8 female lines remain in the East China Sea, known as 8 leaves. If the great monk can invite someone from 8 leaves, the Buddha must have seen you personally. There is no one here." Xianyi's expression suddenly became vivid. He raised his eyebrows and grinned. Every sentence was spoken with great force. His white teeth flashed when he spoke, and he was foaming at the mouth. With that imprisoned face tangled with flesh and gold, it looks like a hungry hyena lying on its muzzle. He suddenly spoke in human language. His expression was extremely rich, and he said strange words that could not be said. He claimed that the 8 leaves of the Lotus sect was just a legend that existed for hundreds of years. Buddha is a real person. When a mortal makes an offering to a bhikkhu, he must use 3 kinds of pure meat without seeing or smelling sand. Not even a pig or a dog has died in my box of gold. It is cleaner than Sanjing. Just let the bhikkhu support the bhikkhu." Ming Zhanshuang smiled and held back a loud cry. Fragrant flowers bloom in the darkness. The jade dew meets the spring, indescribable beauty and refined beauty. Nothing but pure beauty in the eyes. It actually aroused a bit of admiration. Ming Zhanshua whispered, "This is the time when the 10 directions turn the golden hall. The long black elephant wheel is supported by the axle. With the decagonal space under our feet as the axis, it radiates outward. Although there is no strong connection with each other, the roofs are connected with each other. No matter where you are in any house, I can't hear the conversations in other houses, and it's the same outside. But only here, I can clearly hear the movements in the house. No one can guard against it, and here. It was built by Dari Lianzong. There is no good man. Jin Gu scares the evil people. I heard it was built by the Great Sun Alliance sect." Payi looked in disbelief. Ming Zhanshua pointed to the hollow partition in front of him, and claimed that the epitaph was a red sandalwood tomb dating back nearly 1,000 years, and the pattern in the middle. It was the mark of the Great Sun Alliance sect. Payi did not expect it. Ming Zhanshua actually understands such an ancient thing. It turns out that Ming Zhanshua's master is quite familiar with the Great Sun United sect and was influenced by his master. He himself had also done some research. Just when Payi wanted to continue asking, Ming Zhanshua was so calm that she rushed towards Payi and covered Payi's mouth and nose. She signaled him not to speak. It happened so suddenly and the distance was so close. The soft part of her chest was almost touching Payi's breath. The fragrance of the woman's lips could not help but pour into Payi's mouth and nose. Payi's cheeks instantly turned red. Ming Zhanshua leaned down and said, "Another person came in the winter sky. This is a master both internally and externally." Ming Zhanshua said softly to Payi, "Follow me. Let's go over and listen." Slowing down the motion and only moving when they were talking, Ming Zhanshua bent her long bare legs and raised her beautiful buttocks between the beams. Slowly crawling towards the darkness, she only wore a plain dress that almost showed her curves, which was covered with a beam about 3 feet wide. Using both hands and feet, I crawled slowly. Even though I was as agile as a leopard, I didn't even shake off a piece of grass. But my clothes were too short, sliding up and down between the hip bones. The strong and smooth muscle lines are tight at the base of Baishi's legs. Payi's blood surged, and Ming Zhanshua heard no movement behind him. As soon as I turned around, I met her burning gaze. This unintentional but unavoidable drunkenness made her laugh out loud in a rare way. 2 red clouds flew up to the snowy leaves. I saw the person coming from Dongjitian. He looked like a slightly thin, middle-aged, wealthy businessman, with a powdered head and fair clothes. With a friendly smile on his face, this person is none other than the fourth eunuch of Chiliantang, Lin Feng's Wei Wuying. He also has a 5-willow-long beard, a tall and thin figure, and a gentle manner in the 10 Phoenix Army. You can tell at a glance that he is a scholar, but this person has an indescribable charlatanism. The steps are brisk and steady, and the clothes don't move while walking. Without a trace of wind and sand, people in the world only say that Chiliantang is one of the 3 most famous names in the world, but within Takedo. Who doesn't know that Chiliantang is everywhere? Salt grass, fish, iron and other industries. Ming Jianxue lay in Payi's ear and whispered, "Don't go there, just listen here. With your current martial arts skills, he will definitely be sensitive to your gaze, and the breath between his lips and teeth is like cotton silk." Sticky Suma. During the banquet, the 7-ring generalship and the 4 families all raised their heads to show respect to the Red Phoenix Army. But when the Red Phoenix Army revealed the purpose and mission of their trip, everyone couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Queen Empress, I actually want a St. Jiaolianjue temple, 7 rings, Xinjiang 4 houses. Looking at the drawings taken out by the Red Phoenix Army, I couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect it to be a temporary hotel. To build such a magnificent building, such expenditure puts great pressure on the 4 families. No matter how rich the 4 families are, it shouldn't be used this way. But Lei Menhe saw the clues first, made a gesture with his hands, and claimed that he dared to ask the adults. To build a hotel of this size, there are people from the court who want to participate. 3 cities Dharma discussion conference. Red Fengjun shook his head. Xun Xingdao and the 4th Tai Bao Yingming wanted to come to the East China Sea to protect Buddhism and promote Dharma. The person who is waiting for a long life is no one else. It is a holy chariot of the Queen. If the news about the Red Phoenix Army is correct, it will not only be the Nirvana officials, but also the merchants who contribute money and effort. The whole situation was chaotic. I'm afraid that Murangru was also killed and caught off guard. After all, this force doesn't want to harm anyone. It's just the slightest mistake. Everyone in the East China Sea is a loser. Everyone who was still a little resentful instantly exploded when the Red Phoenix Army saw this. He hurriedly continued, "Everyone please calm down. As we all know, the Queen is a firm believer in Buddhism. She was a major example of the 3 cities Dharma Conference. She also recently decided to clean up the Dharma Conference. Moreover, the Empress has given instructions that this trip should not be extravagant or disruptive. I originally wanted to live directly in the Ajinjuan, but General Murong had already lined up the houses in the temple and refused to agree on the grounds that the troops were stationed to escort him. After several negotiations, only then did we come up with a plan to build a new administration. The lower officials will be responsible for the coordination. I hope you will be in charge. I can help you with all my strength since I'm here to clean up. Everyone should try their best." Chi Fengjun turned around and asked, "The great monk Xian is now dealing with specific affairs, but you are arranging." After receiving the confirmation, the Red Phoenix Army claimed that the Empress concubine Qing Dharma Conference, Zhao Shenho of Luyin City, and Xiao Leitaking who bought Huangjian Tomb, as well as Jinan General Pu Bao, they will also gather at Lianjue Temple to live in a hurry. Please ask the great monk to take care of you. Of course, there will also be General Murong and his men. The 5 courageous staff members showed themselves to be a great monk, and after being loyal to this, send everyone away. The arrival of these people was clearly heard by the hunter on the beam. His head was spinning. "My sister wants to use the demon's sword with red eyes." It was handed over to Xiao Leitaking and now it is taken over by Yu Chenfeng. Pursuing Chiliantang and going to Baiqing Mountain will definitely be dangerous. It is better to hide in Lianjue Temple and wait for Yu Chenfeng to come. Wait for an opportunity to get back the red eyes. Give it directly to Lao Taiqing. Not long after, a candlelight suddenly lit up in a room on the left. After calculating the order, Ingards was in the Nanji Tianjian on the other side, accompanying the hunter together. When he wanted to climb around the new pillar and take a peek, Ming Jianxue listened intently, but gently pressed the back of his hand and shook his head. His palms are warm and soft, and the touch is delicate. It's simply indescribable. I heard someone in the room laughing darkly. There were so many people idle just now. It's hard to talk. Brother, don't be surprised. It's actually Xiani's voice. Unexpectedly, this is Lei Menghe and Monk Xiani. There is such a relationship. I heard Monk Xianda say, "Brother, please don't worry. 2 boxes of gold have been sent out. As long as I have Lily Buddha to clear the way for me, I will be able to hold the position of the next abbot for 4 consecutive years. It must be in my pocket." And the current abbot Fachin, although physically strong, but he is already demented. I searched for rice and smelly meat for him. He couldn't tell that I had already released the news. He said he had been ill for a long time and couldn't sleep. He waited until he got connected to the Buddha's line. I will find a group of servants to suffocate him to death. Lei Manhwa continued to ask if there is any movement at Wanmin. I can't figure out why the old man wants to stay there and die. I can't even figure out why he gave Chiliantang to him for beating. If you play hard to get, there is too much danger here. Monk Xian said with a sly smile. Brother, if you have any doubts, why don't I burn Wanmei Temple on fire? Isn't it clean? Raymond, he quickly stopped and said. Absolutely not, not to mention Lei Wan's own martial arts. The missing sword must be guarding his left spine, and the great Tai Bao Lei must be separated. If you show him a flaw, the paper eagle in his hand. He is not a vegetarian. The news that Payi received at this time is really too complicated. The Three Cities Law Conference and the Queen Empress, Lei Minghe, have deployed people again and again, and they seem to be interested in his adoptive father Lei Wanli. I have a plot. Do these things have anything to do with the demon's sword? Even if I can't get Qilian back, I should have done it when Xiao Laohai came. Telling him everything, famous battle blood sword Payi thought and said slowly, General Zhendong of the Three Cities Law Conference will definitely be there. Yu Qingfeng will naturally not be absent. Yu Qingfeng thought that I had been hit by his lightning power, and would hide away to heal my wounds. If you and I refine the firearm pill together, it will not only heal my wounds, your martial arts will also improve by leaps and bounds, and I will definitely be able to help you get back the box. Regarding the olive branch extended by the famous war blood again, Payi said with firm eyes after thinking about it. Thank you to the famous girl for helping me with what happened just now, but I still can't convince myself. If I ask the famous girl to stop committing murder after she recovers from her injuries, I guess the famous girl won't pay attention to it, so I will stay in the temple. You can think of a way and say goodbye. When you see Payi, you want to turn around and leave, Ming Zhanshu has said slightly squeamishly. Are you really doing it for that box? Maybe you don't even realize it. You are a person who goes your own way at heart. But I go my own way in this world. But there's a price to pay. The outer courtyard of Lianjue Temple and the interior of the palace room, Monk Hengru shouted with a face of arrogance. The rules here are the most important one. I, Hengru, am your law and your heaven. Monk Hengrujing recruited helpers for this matter, claiming that you are lucky. Remember, your life was given by me and I can take it back at any time. Payi, who came out of Xuanjing Pavilion, is also hiding here. The Hengru in front of me is full of obscene words and frivolous behavior. He doesn't look like a monk at all. Payi cursed in his heart. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. This is a monk from Lianjue Temple. She has become this womanly character. While thinking about it, Payi was unexpectedly kicked by someone. But Payi was not kicked to his knees. Instead, the shock made the monk's calves feel numb. But then I thought about it. Immortal, let's faint into the temple. Payi took the opportunity to kneel down. Let this master help me figure it out and become a monk. What Lianjue Temple arranged for Payi was actually doing odd jobs and chopping firewood. These things that turned against the truth made Payi feel refreshed. Work efficiency is also far higher than ordinary people. The person who had a closer relationship with Payi was the young monk who showed him the way before, named Xuanru. After a few days of work, the two of them will get to know each other well. Within a few days, Xuanru and Payi were assigned the task that no one else wanted to do the most, which was to deliver food to the old monk Fachin. And this Dharma dust is none other than the great monk Xiani. People who want to kill are in this temple. There were actually other people committing the murder. Payi and Xianru in the small Buddhist hall in the inner courtyard of the back mountain. Let's go to the residence of Elder Fachin. This room is damp and dilapidated. There is a Buddha statue, but it's not as glamorous as outside. I saw an old monk sitting in front of the Buddha statue, with white eyebrows, and a hunched back, like a valley. Not moving at all, Xuanru said politely. Elder Fachin and disciple Xuanru. Come and deliver meals to the elder. After hearing the meal, Fachin finally reacted. Turning around slowly, Xuanru claimed that he found that the food from before had been left for a long time and exchanged it for fresh vegetable cakes from the dining room. I hope the elder likes it. Fachin suddenly waved his hand, so fast. Payi didn't even have time to react and grabbed the lunchbox. Protecting him in his arms, he smiled darkly. Looking at this state, Payi thought, Xiani said that he is an old fool, and it is true. Wait until you find the evidence and report it to Lao Taiching. It was impossible for Fachin to be killed. Just when Payi turned around to leave, Monk Fachin's eyes, glancing back slowly. For a moment, Payi felt as if he was watching him. Back in the courtyard, Xuanru claimed that Elder Fachin was a legend before he came here. He was like that. It is said that before the royal family established Buddhism, he is the abbot here. No one knows when he became the abbot. I heard that the court once saw Fachin as an elder, and he was known for his seniority. He chose an elder with great virtues and planned to continue to be the abbot. But later everyone forgot about it, and Elder Fachin was still there. Until now, Elder Fachin. He's just an abbot in name only. Specific matters. Elder Xianyi was presiding over it. At this moment, someone pushed in the door and shouted. Something happened. Everyone gathered at the door of Gongshi's house. The 4 outer courtyards of Lianzhu were brightly lit. Monk Hengru looked greedy and shouted. Listen up, there is someone in the hay house. The body of senior brother Qingru was discovered. Looks like he's been dead for quite some time. Someone is committing murder. The perpetrator is probably still in the temple. Get me some sticks. After lighting the lamps, I put the servants in groups of 2 or 3 and followed the monks, bringing gongs and walking up and down the temple. Search them all for me, Payi thought to himself. It turns out that this is what happened. Someone finally discovered it. But the famous girl, it's not that easy to be caught. Payi and Xianru are divided into a group. Xuanru took a lantern and rummaged around, thinking about the murderer. It's impossible for him to still be in the temple. Even if we never meet him again, in fact, senior brother Qingru has done a lot of bad things, you say. Could it be that ghosts took away his life? But Payi firmly believed in what Uncle Qi said. They are all ghosts and gods. But as soon as he finished speaking, Payi's eyes widened. With a look of disbelief on his face, a dark figure suddenly appeared on the roof above Xuanru. 2 pebbles are coming. Easily knocked out the lamp in Payi's hand. In panic, Xuanru took out the gong. But the next second, this figure appeared behind Xuanru like a ghost. He broke his neck with 1 stroke. At this moment, only Payi and the man in black were left at the scene. The man in black said fiercely, "It's only because you have such good eyesight. Saw me. This man in black. Are you going to kill Payi?" Seeing Xuanru fall to the ground, there is no business. Payi's anger rushed to his head, roaring and rushing towards the man in black. The man in black narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. "It turns out that you are also good at martial arts." I saw this man in black and refused to dodge. Despite Payi's fists hitting him like raindrops, Payi tried his best. But the man in black was unscathed. Payi only felt that it was like being hit on steel. The man in black said coldly, "No one has hit me in many years, but you can't." The man in black flicked his fingertips casually, accurately targeting Payi's wrist veins. The force of the attack was easily removed, and Payi felt as if his wrist was dislocated. The pain was unbearable. In panic, he whipped his legs and swept across the area. The man left an afterimage in place, but a cold voice came from behind. He had a strange face and knew some 3-legged cat kung fu. "I understand. The fodder room. You killed that monk with big hands." He had quietly touched the back of Payi's neck. Payi subconsciously waved his hand and chopped. Use hand as knife. The man in black was stunned for a moment when he used his unparalleled quick slash. The man in black was drawing his claws with 1 hand. He grabbed Payi's wrist and took advantage of the situation to seize the hand and easily subdued Payi. I just heard a click and a sharp pain. Sweeping through the whole body again, the man in black said coldly, "You are quite nimble with your hands and feet, but with your fists and feet, you are just a thief at best. Now this ruined temple has money. What attracts furry rats like you the most is looking at the lifeless Xian Sha." Payi clenched his teeth and made a crunching sound between his lips and teeth. Holding back the pain, he swept his legs behind him again. The man in black meets the little monk, still a bit brute force. Then he took the initiative to shift his body shape, and his palms glowed with a faint green light. This palm sometimes draws palms and sometimes cuts horizontally. Ghostly behavior like flowers seeing coins in human eyes. Payi only felt dizzy, and then his lower abdomen, shoulders, and arms. Pain is felt in more than one place all over the body. When I need to react, my hands are as big as iron pincers. He has already pinched Payi's throat. Push him down hard to the ground. Payi is like a puppy being pinched in the hand. The man in black has a hand as hard as iron. This guy even has a knife in his hand. There is no way to win. The man in black turned a coquettish bright yellow and said coldly, "I have changed my mind. There is no need to kill you now. Maybe you are still useful. You must be wondering who I am, but it's none of your business, and I don't care what you're doing hiding in this temple. As long as you know, I can make you die 10 times more painfully at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black touched Payi's shoulder with 1 hand. There was a crisp click on Payi's shoulder. Then he was forced to take it off. Payi actually agreed and spent the night with Ming Zhenxue. The man in black said coldly, "How about this? It feels like my hands are breaking apart my muscles and bones. It's okay. Listen, there is an attic in this temple. It's inconvenient for me to go in. Go in and help me find something. I found it, then he could survive." Although the pain of this broken bone was unbearable, The justice in Pei Lai's heart was still not wiped out. He asked tremblingly, "Why do you want to kill this little monk?" The man in black shook his wrist and answered the question. "But it doesn't matter. I have plenty of time. You won't answer today, you can think it over some other time. Now let me show you my methods first." Late at night, Pei Lai's screams echoed in the deserted back hill. The birds were startled. The next morning, the soft light shone on the Lianjue temple. Everything in my eyes was peaceful and peaceful. Ming Jianxue looked from the rooftop. As if he had discovered something, he quickly plundered the mountain behind. Ming Jianxue's body was as light as a swallow, as if walking on the flat ground. Not long after, Pei Lai's eyes were ashen and his body was covered in blood. Lying there weak and lonely, Pei Lai heard Ming Jianxue's arrival. He didn't move, talking to himself as if he had no soul. The young monk's name was Xianru. He cooked vegetarian food very well, but the man never mentioned him again from beginning to end. I was angry at first, but when my muscles and bones were torn, all I felt was fear and wanting to run away. He almost forgot about Xuanru. In this temple, only Pei Lai and Ming Jianxue can tell these words. Ming Jianxue also understood Pei Lai's mood at this time and asked gently, "Do you want to avenge him?" After so many things, Pei Lai is gone. The cynicism of the newbie starts slowly. Revenge may not be possible. We just met by chance, but I remember the smell of the tofu he cooked. Everyone in the world has their own way of doing things and has their own important things. The 3 palaces of the demonic realm are sealed, the martial arts are intensive. No one will care about a little monk making tofu. But after all, I cannot agree. If this Shura dojo is the truth of the world, then I will transform into Shura and let the world. Seeing the way I insist on, Miss Ming, I can help you heal. Please take me to rest and go to the inner palace of the city. Pei Lai is loyal to himself and can enter the virtual realm. The rising time Wei Wuying's voice. But there was a sudden sound from behind, and Pei Lai was so shocked that he immediately returned to reality. Pei Lai burst out of the water with a splash. The sudden voice made Ming Jianxue couldn't help but care. Since she agreed, after practicing dual cultivation with Ming Jianxue, Pei Lai devoted himself to recovering from his injuries, silently reciting the mantras given by Ming Jianxue, and successfully entered the virtual realm in the water. It was just a moment of excitement that he came out again. Ming Jianxue was waiting patiently outside the door. He said softly, "It's incredible to succeed in one try. Please practice more. You don't need to rely on external help anymore. You need to change into clean clothes first. Someone is coming outside." I went out to deal with it. I saw Ming Jianxue put on the forbidden clothes and open the door to greet the visitor. He respectfully addressed the visitor as Mrs. Chow, sending supplies. It turns out that Ming Jianxue has been living in Ajin Courtyard these days. Ming Jianxue said slowly, "I am the wife of Chow Wenxiu, a great British soldier in the ancient city. I came here to pray and poured 50 taels of sesame oil. Who can do anything to me?" Pei Lai has the ointment given by Ming Jianxue. At this time, there is only a little pain left. Ming Jianxue leaned down and said softly, "This man in black is not only good at martial arts, but also very knowledgeable about muscles, bones and joints. He will twist off your joints one by one and then reattach them all. Every time he strikes, he aims to cause extreme pain. This kind of torture is just asking you to help him find something." Pei Lai once again described the situation that day in detail. At that time, the man in black claimed that the things were in an attic that was inconvenient for him to enter. When I recovered from my injury, I would go to Little Lion Road to find him that day. He also said that I was a dog that was born, which meant that he had been hiding in the temple for a long time. It is very likely that he is also a half-born monk. Pei Lai now wondered whether that person could be Monk Xianni. I didn't see him that night, but Ming Jianxue felt it was impossible. If Xianni had such high martial arts, it was impossible for Ming Jianxue to feel nothing when he eavesdropped last time, unless his martial arts skills have resolved the problem. Ming Jianxue stroked his hair that hung down to his chest. He is obviously very aggressive. He wants to control you, but it is inconvenient to keep you by his side. This means that he does have another identity in the temple. I must find him out, but Pei Lai also has his own plans. He claims that he wants to find him, but he wants to see what is there in the Lianjue temple that a master like him can search for secretly. Ming Jianxue knows the danger here. Controlling others through pain is a process of repeated demonstrations. He will definitely take action against Pei Lai again. Maybe Pei Lai's name will be taken, but after all, Pei Lai still needs to face this level by himself. Although Ming Jianxue did not stop him, he put his hands on his waist and said coquettishly, "Now you are my ally and my hope for healing. If anything happens to you or you are kidnapped, I don't mind killing all the monks in this temple." Next, I will teach you the fire-avoiding magic skill. But before that, you go to a place with me first. At the same time, a group of people came outside the temple. The support police and others also came. The young master at the temple gate hurriedly checked the accounts. There are 37 people in Wei Herb's shop. There are 16 upper houses in Yulio Jinjiwen and Wangshayuan. The young monk will call other monks to lead the horses and guide the way for the donors. The people who entered the temple turned out to be Lun Beihai, who had previously kidnapped and killed Pei Lai, Chao Wuduan and others. The female benefactors please ask Yi Jinjiwen to settle down. As expected, this side almost killed Pei Lai's life, supporting the police and the military judge. At this moment, a girl's noisy voice came from behind. This girl was dissatisfied with the issue of men and women living separately, but in the eyes of the supporting police, this young master whom the servants support he's just an idiot. The little girl asked angrily. Mom, why can't I live with you, Xiaozhou? I just heard an imperial guard slowly lift the door curtain inside the carriage. Lin Yu's voice slowly came out. Poor concubine, this is the pure place of Buddhism. You two are not allowed to mess around. Watch the young master, don't let him run around in the temple. This person was Xu Yujie. Xu Yujie lifted the side curtain, softly called Xianzi, and asked, How is old Xinjun Shue's injury? Xianzi reported back. Although old Xinjun is struggling to suppress Lei Jin, there are already signs of burning his body. After hearing this, Xu Yujie ordered Xianzi to personally transfer the old god to the temple after dark. Don't let anyone see. We must rush before Yu Chenfeng comes. Xu Yujie looked at the medicine bottle given by Mr. Ghost in her hand. She had let Hu Yenji go. Yu Chenfeng this time, I will definitely not give the old god an antidote. It seems that I can only block my hope on these two pills of unknown origin. Turn around and look at Pei Lai's side. Under the leadership of Ming Zhanxue, the two people came from behind the Arhat Hall in Jueqing. The back of the guiding King Kong statue on the second floor entered the secret passage. Pei Lai was stunned by the secret room in front of him. Why did this happen? There would be such a big secret room, Ming Zhanxue explained. I was surprised when I first found it and looked out from here. It is the main hall of Lianjue Temple. This secret room is built in the belly of the sky-reaching Mithriya in the main hall, and this light hole is opened on the hollow Buddha seal on Mithriya's chest. The moonlight can reveal everything from the outside. But he couldn't detect it. Pei Lai was worried whether other people in the temple knew about this secret room. Ming Zhanxue said that when he discovered it, the dust on the ground was 3 inches thick. No one has been here for hundreds of years. Since Ming Zhanxue has done some research on Lianzong, he wanted to see Lianju Temple. Are there any other relics of the Lianzong? When he came to the main hall, he found that the Mithriya statue was simple in sculpture, and that the seat beneath it was not the unique coiled dragon sitting in the East China Sea. He concluded that this Buddha statue it was built during the Dainikai Renshu period. According to the records of the Dainikai Renshu, Mithriya was a disciple of the Buddha and was 6 arms long, to guard the door of the Buddha, and because the Dainikai sect belongs to the Hinayana Sangha, they do not worship Buddha statues. However, such a large 4-armed Mithriya was built here. Ming Zhanxue vaguely felt that something was wrong, until I found a place in the backyard where old Buddha statues were discarded. There was an inconspicuous little Buddha statue in the corner. It's exactly the same as the paper road King Kong, and there's a small mechanism hidden in the Buddha statue. In this way, Ming Zhanxue found this place. Now it seems that the words carved on the wall are ancient Buddhist calligraphy, but Ming Zhanxue cannot read them, and carving the palm into the secret chamber represents the entrance to Buddhism, which actually lies in the heart. This is in line with the Mahanakaran sect's idea of seeking nirvana. Pei Lai saw that the woman in front of him was very analytical. Her beauty and intelligence are not even inferior to those of Sister Han, but she is actually a little distracted, because of gods. Ming Zhanxue has sent the most sincere invitation to Pei Lai. When Pei Lai saw Ming Zhanxue in front of him, he was so beautiful that he was stunned. When practicing the fire closing skill, the two of them will enter the virtual realm. There must be no interference from the outside world. Ming Zhanxue claimed that it was good enough to be hidden here. Don't worry about being disturbed. Come on, sit across from me. We'll start now. What's called internal strength? It is nothing more than refining qi and transforming qi into spirit, so as to have various magical powers. Most of the internal skills in the world are about the integration of essence and qi, gathering the essence and qi without dissipation, forming internal force, and running through the meridians, and hidden in the air chamber. It's just that the internal forces of each faction gather to form different shapes. Some are like spirals, while others are like fish nets. Then Ming Zhanxue raised his finger, and the dust on his fingertips began to spin involuntarily. If the internal forces of different sects confront each other, it will not only be difficult to integrate, but may even injure oneself. The fire-sealing divine technique comes from the Taoist secret code. It's not wrong to practice in this way, but what I want to teach you is different from this. We have to use the method of separation of essence and qi to achieve the purpose of refining qi and transforming into a god. Close the function of the god of fire. Let us in the realm of virtual realm, through the origin of yin and yang at the lower knife field, form the innate yuan fei, and carry the innate fetal breath. The companion hunter's shocked eyes are about to fall out. Ming Zhanxue continued to explain that this fetus is the purest thing in the world. When the mother's body is not divided into male and female, it is the innate yuan fetus. The qi held at this time is the innate fetal breath. It only takes 100 days for a fetus to transform from sperm and blood into an entity 1,000 times larger. Their energy is incomparable. Unfortunately, they lose this energy before they leave their mother's body. Therefore, it will take at least 30 to 50 years for ordinary people to reach the state of refining qi. But as long as you practice the Shenhua Kung Fu, you can easily take the qi of the innate yuan fei with you. But this method sounds simple. In fact, there are many dangers, especially for those who have practiced other internal skills. Two internal forces confront each other in the meridians. In the mild case, the internal strength will be exhausted, and in the severe case, the meridians will gather dust. Payi thought to himself that he had learned the qi movement method of Jian Qigong, but that should not be counted. Lao Hu also said that he had nothing. Following Ming Zhanxue's guidance, the woman's soft and delicate jade fingers gently caressed Payi. The two of them were at ease, and Payi pulled Ming Zhanxue into his virtual realm. At this time, Ming Zhanxue was only wearing underwear. She was naturally charming, and her taut muscles outlined her snow-white thighs. The delicate white snow suddenly reveals sparse shadows. The strong muscles and the delicate movements have nothing to do with each other. Intertwined into indescribable strange and charming bones, Payi feasted his eyes. He didn't expect why Ming Zhanxue was like this. It turned out that the scenes in the virtual realm were all derived from what Payi remembered. Looking at Ming Zhanxue, there is a pattern of a snake above and a crane below. Payi remembered the scene in the book Riji read to him at that time, the devil's snake and crane. It once made Payi blush, even though the scenes here were all fake. But during the cultivation process, if Payi's sacred stone dies here, the body outside will also die. Ming Zhanxue is actually dressed so elegantly. Following Ming Zhanxue's guidance, Payi activated the fire wall pill in the void realm. At this step, many people came out of the inner palace. I have been stuck here for several years. Whether I can do it or not depends on Payi's understanding. The gentle voice of Ming Zhanxue and Suma sounded in Payi's mind. Breathing out the heavenly spirit, the cold dragon circled the pillar, and there were hundreds of paintings on the 4 paths. Go to the mountain to find acupuncture points. In the stillness of the air, go to the city to find acupuncture points. This formula is very difficult to pronounce, but this way of begging felt familiar to Payi. Suddenly Wei Wuying's voice sounded without warning, claiming that he had only seen me. The way Qi Bao moved the bow was very similar. Payi was shocked. Why did Wei Wuying come out? But Ming Zhanxue in front of him could not be seen. Wei Wuying has already integrated into Payi's spiritual consciousness. Wei Wuying continued, Qigong originated from Tianyuan Taoist sect. Huobi Danjue is also a Taoist Bao method, and the method of begging is similar. It's understandable that you have already learned Qigong's Bao skills before. You only need to improve on these few points, and you should be able to meet his requirements. In Ming Zhanxue's opinion, this boy Payi might be schizophrenic. Talking to himself there, Payi closed his eyes tightly, held his breath and concentrated, and ran the bowing formula again. There was a faint heat in his dantian. After using the virtual realm method to enter samadhi, Payi imagined the hot air flowing along the meridians. As expected, the thin flow of heat was exactly where his mind was. Wherever you go, the Suojin acupuncture point jumps without a step, and the muscles seem to have accumulated blood, ready to go. But it's not that the bow string is fully drawn and has to be tightened, but it's very loose. It felt very comfortable. Ming Zhanxue was secretly shocked that Payi succeeded so quickly. Quickly seized the opportunity and have skin-to-skin contact with Payi's palms, infusing each other with true energy, intertwining yin and yang. As the innate yuan state was formed in Payi's body, Ming Zhanxue whispered, "Concentrate. This process must not be interrupted halfway, otherwise both you and I will be in danger." But at this moment, a trace of impulse and enthusiasm surged into my heart. Payi felt something was wrong. A heart-red aura came out from Payi's back. Ming Zhanxue couldn't help but doubt. There is another kind of energy in Payi. This heart-red energy is getting stronger and stronger. In an instant, Payi was wrapped up. At this moment, Payi finally realized, this is the energy of the red eye of the demon sword. When I was trying to save Ran Hongxia, I absorbed the energy of the red eye. Such a crucial thing. He actually ignored that in the realm of the virtual mirror, the heart-red aura gathered into a bloody eye, with the oily green light in the pupil. It makes people shudder, and this breath also comes wrapping Ming Jianxue. For a moment, Ming Jianxue felt dizzy and uncontrollable. Ming Jianxue let her red eyes erode her. The aura of Demon Sword's red eyes suddenly enveloped Ming Jianxue. These strange eyes seemed to be peeking into Ming Jianxue's thoughts, wanting to completely occupy the woman in front of him. Ming Jianxue heard in a trance when his consciousness was blurred. Someone called me, Hunter. That voice came from my master, Hunter. No matter what you did, I won't blame you as a teacher. You can still look back and I can stop eating them. At this time, Ming Jianxue's eyes glowed red, as if he had lost his soul, and he gradually became the puppet of the Demon Sword's red eyes. The master continued, Master is not like that. You can prevent this from happening. First start with the person next to you and kill the hunting companion. Under the bewitchment of Demon Sword's red eyes, Ming Jianxue had no other thoughts in her mind, only the 4 words. Kill the hunter. Echoed for a long time, just when Ming Jianxue was about to take action. This space once again glowed with an even more eerie red light. The words of the Dafa of seizing the body faintly emerged, and a more ferocious aura shot out of the companion hunter's body. The first place that turned into darkness was as fierce and violent as Shura. The breath of the red-eyed demon sword was torn apart and shattered, also successfully separated the companion hunter and Ming Jianxue. Ming Jianxue also regained consciousness at this time. What happened just now? I don't remember it at all. I only saw the solid aura in the hands of the hunter in front of me, together with the infuriating energy just now. It was also transformed and absorbed. The companion said happily. Did I succeed? This is easy to control. Ming Jianxue looked in disbelief. How is this possible? 4 in a row. During the visit, Xu Yujie looked at her 2 women and said righteously. It's you 2 this year. But there is fear. The 2 women knelt down one after another. The subordinates have no fear. They can die for the dryness of the earth at any time, Xu Yujie said in a somewhat lonely tone. It's a very dangerous trip, but in order to retrieve our clan's sacred objects, we must not offend the thief Yu Chifeng. If you are still alive after finding out where Yu Chifeng hides the sacred objects, try your best to send the news back using secret methods. Everyone present mentioned Yu Chifeng, and they all gritted their teeth and were extremely angry. This month, Chifeng only planted mold pills for everyone, and every year he donated pure-blooded women to help her practice. All of them have gone without return. Sect Master, why don't we die together with her and keep the fire? Wudika will be rebuilt in the future, but for everyone. It is easy to die together, but the sacred objects cannot be restored if they are destroyed. Xu Yujie was moved at this time. It is not easy for you to call me the lord of the clan. My daikyu has been passed down for thousands of years. Since ancient times, those who hold sacred objects are the masters of daikyu. If the sacred objects are destroyed in our hands, can we still expect the 5 islands to unite in the future? Although we are controlled by Yu Chifeng, this thief is greedy and has great ambitions. He doesn't care about the survival of Wu Diku. We still have any effect on him at the moment. If used properly, there is always a chance to regain the sacred object. When the time comes, all new grudges and old battles have been taken into account. The most important thing now is to preserve our strength. We must hide the fresh blood cultivated by each island. Don't let the Moon Thief plant any more mold pills. There is also old God Shui in the Moon Thief's house. The Moon Thief has been trying to get rid of him quickly. In a few days, the Moon Thief will come and distribute the Jiuxiu Thunder Pill. He must not be allowed to find the old god. Furthermore, try to save your own Jiuxiu Thunder Pill and leave it to the old god. Make sure nothing goes wrong. No one else should know about this except everyone present, especially the Lord Hongdao who supports you. In the virtual realm, Ming Jianxue's figure is swift and fierce. With a slow movement, he teleported behind Payi in a flash, with the wind in his palm as fast as a torch. After a series of afterimages formed, Payi calmly responded and fought back and forth with Ming Jianxue. But after a few moves, finally falling behind, Ming Jianxue turned his hand and struck Payi in the chest with a palm. Pain spreads throughout the body. Ming Jianxue praised Payi for his good performance at the moment when he was beaten, concentrating his innate power on his chest to avoid breaking his ribs. Payi watched his true energy move around and praised this martial arts training method as really special. The pain is also very real. Ming Jianxue claimed that this is called the Deep Silk Sword. As long as you can enter the virtual realm, you can use this method to practice martial arts. If you practice more, you can also change the environment in the virtual world at will. You are considered to be gifted in this area. After all, when you were practicing the fire-bearing divine art, something like that went wrong, and the Mingling was backlashed, but you were still able to break free. Thinking of this, Ming Zhanxue hummed slightly, put his finger on Pei Lai's chin, and said in a feigned anger, "What's that kind of energy called demon sword red eyes? It's so strange, it almost affected my consciousness. What kind of adventure have you experienced?" Looking at Ming Zhanshua's position like a female cat, Pei Lai was slightly nervous. Jin Meng said, "This red-dyed energy is from the former Senior Wei Wuying. It got on me when I was detoxifying. According to Senior Wei, the true energy of this knife can charm women. It didn't matter if it was placed inside my body. I didn't care much and actually forgot about it. Maybe it was because Miss Ming was a woman that it triggered her. Fortunately, there was no big problem." Ming Zhanxue was also a little shocked. "I didn't expect that a knife could actually have the energy to enchant a woman. It was unheard of. But it was no coincidence. It only had innate energy. Only then do you have the ability to decompose and absorb other qi. Right now, your qi is far greater than expected, and it is also very helpful for my healing. The top priority is that you must learn to use this powerful innate qi as soon as possible. Don't forget the man in black. This innate energy also has a major feature, which is that it greatly modifies the 5 senses and muscles. The man in black, aren't we going to split his muscles and bones to deal with you? Although you won't be able to defeat him in a short period of time, I can teach you first the method of moving muscles and bones. This method can move muscles, bones, and joints. The innate qi is extremely dense and can move the meridians in a short time. It can be used as support to stretch and relax as you wish. In this way, when someone attacks your acupuncture or constricts your joints and meridians, you can move away in advance, reduce the pain." 3 days later, Pei Lai came to the back mountain path again. As expected, the man in black was waiting again and said coldly, "You are such a bastard, you know how to hide. These monks have been searching all over the place these days, but they haven't found you out. Aren't you just an ordinary thief?" The idea was to discuss the law. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black came towards Pei Lai again, but this time he was easily dodged by Pei Lai. In that jump just now, the man in black saw that Pei Lai had poured internal energy into his feet, so he claimed, "You've recovered well. If you can't even dodge this attack, you're not qualified to help me find anything. Put out the lantern, come with me." Not far away, a dilapidated attic appeared in front of Pei Lai. The 4 characters, 3,000 of something, on the lintel were covered with dust. The man in black claimed, "You will follow the instructions I gave you later and enter from the 1st floor. What I want is on the 2nd floor. But from the moment you open the door, you have to walk with your eyes closed until you reach the 2nd floor. Only then can I open my eyes and meditate, and everything will turn around. I can't open my eyes." "Why? If there is a mechanism, can't I avoid it by seeing clearly?" The man in black snorted coldly. "This is no ordinary mechanism. Have you seen my eyes? I saw that this man's eyes were glowing with yellow light, and his pupils were as thin as a line board." There was a hint of terror. The man in black continued, "If you want to become like this, you can open your eyes and try. What I want may be a scripture. The picture scroll may also be a piece of paper or an engraved plaque. In short, when you get to the 2nd floor, it will have the 6 characters. Yi Ri Xing Lian Bawen. On it. Take them all out for me," Pei Lai thought to himself. "Bei Rillian, this is not what Master Qi mentioned to Dr. Xian before. This guy is looking for. It's something from the great Sun Lianzong. Is he really a prominent doctor?" Before Pei Lai could ask, the man in black grabbed Pei Lai by the collar. "Listen, kid, I won't answer your other questions. Next, I'll tell you the key to getting there. Remember it. I'll only say it once. If you die in there, it's none of my business. But if you want to run away or can't get anything out, I will definitely let you die in pain. I will be nearby and keep an eye on you." Pei Lai came to the ancient temple. The 2 doors exuded a simple and heavy atmosphere. "I'm afraid it's 1,000 years old. What kind of mechanisms will be inside? I can only take a gamble." When I opened the door, it felt very dry. There was a sense of Dufu's atmosphere, similar to the place where documents are piled up in Luoying City. It doesn't look like there is a mechanism. Open the door and walk in a straight line. 5 steps forward and 6 steps back. 4 feet of disaster. No need to hide. Break the dragon and snake. The 7 stars are traversed, seeing the golden gull, walking on the celestial clock, raising fire to the 6 emptiness of the weak, Najong Palace. All over the world, calling the 4 o'clock, Showdown is coming. Leading the yellow bell, Pei Lai followed the instructions and closed his eyes. After a while, he touched the stairs. It went very smoothly. Why didn't the man in black dare to come in? He reached up and pushed open the 2 outward-turned secret doors. Finally able to stand upright, he walked the remaining 5 steps, turned around, squatted down, groped for the grooved buckle embedded in the secret door, and closed the secret door again. He opened his eyes, and there was no surprise from all directions. The strange light emitted struck both eyes, and the shining bright spots in the eyes disappeared. Fans gradually became familiar with the darkness. Payi found himself in a dormitory without any partitions. In the vast space, even the breath seems to have an echo. The entire roof of the attic is filled with books, with the shoulder pillars supporting the beams as the axis. The second floor is filled with bookshelves, arranged neatly in rows and rows. The bookshelves are filled with volumes of books and scrolls. Payi casually picked up a book and flipped through it. It turned out to be a Buddhist scripture. However, the 4 walls of the attic were not set up with bookshelves, but instead were surrounded by an elegant fence. Viewed from top to bottom, the entire plane is like the word "we." There are 3 levels of high platforms in the fence on all sides. Each level is neatly arranged to photograph the wood carvings. Each 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara is about half a person tall, with the same proportions, but with the same posture and expression. But none of them are the same. When the lamp is lit, you are in it. It feels like being surrounded by hundreds of 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara. Payi thought of the ancient plaque of 3,000 saha hanging on the lintel of the door. Although the guanyin in the pavilion did not have the number of 3,000, but it is self-evident that the mind that enlightens all sentient beings. All the Avalokitesvara's eyebrows drooped. Dharma incense and solemnity are high and majestic, intimidating. Payi felt strange. Not only were there oil lamps, but there was also no dust on the ground. It was obvious that someone was cleaning it frequently. It looks like there is an organ. Each of the 1,000-armed guanyin in front of me is different. Payi was slightly lost in thought. He felt that the postures of these hands seemed to be continuous. He couldn't help but wonder whether these were also the relics of the great Sun Lian sect. Payi saw the guanyin statue in front of him. The material was young, dense and smooth, with sandalwood incense. It should be the red sandalwood that had been raised by the second manager for thousands of years. It was carved. It seems that after years of wiping, the original paint color can no longer be seen. Payi suddenly noticed that the movement of this hand seemed to have been seen somewhere. It seemed that this attic was probably built during the Lianzong period of the Great Sun. But Payi then thought about it. Since it was often cleaned, why didn't he hear the monks from Sili talking about it? These scriptures looked like, it's a long time ago, but there are still traces of being read frequently. This man in black has been lurking in Rinjua Temple for a long time, looking for information about 8 leaves. He may have come here more than once. In this case, why does he need my help? What is he worried about? Is there any poisonous gas contained in this attic? But in that case, the person responsible for cleaning, he should have died of poison a long time ago. There were many scrolls hanging on both sides of the bookshelf. Payi took out the posthumous scroll. It has the words, Ling Yuning, written on it, but it looks like it's just a mountain road. The name at the signature has also been scratched out. There are simply no words such as Japanese couplet, promotion 8 leaves. In the painting, Payi opened other books and searched them locally. This was also a hard work. Suddenly, Payi found some words carved on the curtains, Ding Jing Guan Qiao. Could this be a picture of a heavenly Buddha? But Payi was not sure. One night passed. Payi took the few books he found and came to the man in black. Without any explanation, he received a solid punch. Payi endured the pain and claimed, I have already done what you asked. Why do you still attack me? The man in black said coldly. This is to remind you, who is the master here? None of these books. Come and find me in a few days. Payi claimed that I saw a strange kind of writing carved on the window on the 2nd floor. The content you are looking for cannot be written in that kind of writing. Then I don't know him. The audio has just finished, and I don't know which of the black-clothed man's scales he poked. The palm of my hand sucked it in again like a tide. Raindrops poured down, angry water dripped down, and the pain came from Payi's body again. Payi also realized that the moves he used were similar to the hand-holding guanyin gestures in the attic. Exactly the same, when I was stunned. A slap hit Payi on the face like a huge thunder. What on earth is the man in black afraid of? There is such a story in Ling Ending. Payi was beaten unconscious by the man in black. When he fainted, Wei Wuying's figure was in confusion. Appearing in Payi's Dead Sea, Payi asked in a panic, Where is the man in black? This guy seems to only appear at night. Who is it? It really hurts this time. Fortunately, I used Jing Nogu and rubbed my neck. Payi asked. Senior, have you seen the things in the attic? Can you tell me some clues? Wei Wuying claimed that the Great Sun Alliance sect and the Tianhua illustration and characters are both very ancient things. Perhaps only people in Buddhism can compare and study them. I know very little about it, but there is one thing that a lot of people know about, and that's the painting you found in the attic. Ling Yuning Payi didn't expect that he would flip through the scroll at random. Is it also related to the Great Sun Alliance? Wei Wuying continued. Legend has it that Ling Yuning is the place where the Buddha descended from the East China Sea. It is a holy place that can make people reborn. Some people also say there are treasures hidden in it that are as rich as the country. There are even rumors that the Dainichi Lianzong is constantly studying the construction mechanism. It is precisely to find Ling Yuning that during these thousands of years, countless heroes, capable people and strangers have been scrambling to find clues about Ling Yuning. The degree of difficulty is compared with the struggle for supremacy in the martial arts, and the hegemony of emperors, no less impressive, so whenever clues about Ling Yuning surface, it will cause a bloody storm. However, these clues cannot be obtained easily and require extreme wisdom. Unravel the mystery. Therefore, Ling Yuning never really appeared until a man appeared. This man was the spiritual leader of the 5 Confucian Zongyuan in the world. His name is Yin Henji, and he is known as Yin Xing. He is the leader of the 9 prosperous Confucian schools. He knows that only by gathering clues with the wisest man in the world can he hope to solve the mystery. After finding Baoding, he ordered the Confucian disciples to send invitations to all those who had clues to Ling Yuning. He set up an arena at Ling Yuning for many wise men to discuss the battle together. The loser must hand over his clues and withdraw from the battle for Ling Yuning. The young Wei Wuying and his senior brother Yin Wuyong were also invited to participate in this Ling Yun debate. At that time, Wei Wuying was only 5 years old and had the honor to witness this gathering of wise men. At that time, the young Wei Wuying thought that this competition was a competition. As long as you are smart, you can win, but the senior brother wins. Even so, if these people don't have top martial arts, who would dare to carry the secret of Ling Yun? The content of this debate did contain worldly wisdom, but sometimes the word, ritual, was too popular. The people who came to that debate were all ignorant people who questioned each other. The one who can challenge the opponent wins. His ingenuity would have been useless. He could have fought to the end, but he met a blind monk who he thought came from nowhere. The blind monk called himself heavenly official. Kishwichin, heaven and earth are the bureau, luck is the child. Everything is life. Shishuichin admitted that he did not have any clues about Ling Yuning, but everyone said that if there were no clues, therefore, he was not qualified to participate in the debate. Unexpectedly, after Yin Wuyong had a conversation with Shishuichin, he decided to hand over his clues to him, and withdrew from the Ling Yun debate. Faced with Wei Wuying's confusion, he pinched his face lovingly and praised Tianguan Kishwichin. What a strange guy. I just want to see what he would do. As a result, Shishuichin beat everyone one by one, then slowly said, although I won, the purpose of coming here today is not to provide clues, but to advise everyone. If you don't want to give up the search for Ling Yuning, I have one more question that I would like to ask for your advice. Tell me, the blind monk took off the black and white beads hanging from the well and flicked them around like raindrops. But it penetrates the ground and hangs beads. Now that the yarn has entered the mud, Inhung recognized it at a glance. This was a chess game. It's just that some white stones are missing. The inner force of Kishwichin Dan's palm is floating. 7 white stones are floating in the palm, forming the shape of the Big Dipper. At this time, he is as red as a man, majestic and strong. The world is afraid of the 7-star ginseng, but Lao Na thinks that it is powerful. The 7 stars haven't moved yet. Let's talk. 2 fingers lead the way. 7 hanging beads shoot into the ground like cannonballs. Using the heaven and earth as a chess piece, the momentum spreads across the sky. Everyone saw that the Big Dipper in front of them was in reverse direction, and the puzzle of Kishwichin was this reverse Big Dipper formation. How should Heizi break the situation? The 7 people in front of him have blocked all activities. Everyone thought it was impossible to break the situation. An hour later, Shishuichin's counter-beta formation almost made all the experts present sigh with regret and had to admit defeat. But at this moment, Inhenjike's folding fans shouted, I understand. This reverse beta formation seems to be invulnerable. But if according to the master's theory, the beta has not moved, then the player himself is the one who moves. In this case, the trick of playing chess will be completely different. Then he flicked the folding fan. Accurately falls on the 13th position of 18. This dead game turned out to be alive. Everyone praised him for being so powerful. No wonder Master Yin is so young. He can be ranked first among the 9 saints. Just when Shishuichin was also amazed, a bright red sound sounded from behind. Although I am not talented, I have another solution. I would like to ask the master for advice. Yan Lu understands numerology and gives advice. Although the 7 stars in the master's hand are against the trend, the heavenly book and the heart of Tianquan have not changed. This chess game seems to go against heaven, but in fact it retains the righteousness of heaven and earth. If the chess game is regarded as a destiny board, then the breaking point should be at 16/12. This person thumbs up. The saber jumped out, and the strong finger force actually made the handle of the knife embed into the ground. The former uses kindness as a chess piece, while the latter uses the handle of a knife as a pawn. One after another, Qi Shuichen broke through the Beidu formation, and the latter was the Beiguan formation general. Wudenjiang Tianguan Din Renyong. Known as the three talents of Ling Yun by the world, it turned out to be the master he was pretending to be. Pei Lai's nature has greatly increased. Ling Yun's debate, Jin Wudengyong, Yin Henji, Qi Shuichen and the others have solved all the mysteries. Afterwards, Master Qi Shuichen, until we meet again by fate. Then he left quietly, and the clue actually belonged to Yin Heng and Wu Dengyong. And these two geniuses of the world, one through solving the group of spirits, the other through counting, actually cracked the clues and found the exact location of Ling Yunding. 1 year later, when the two of them stood in front of Ling Yunding, they were only one step away from setting foot on the most mysterious holy land in the eastern holy state. Qi Shuichen appeared again and said slowly, "You two are really smart. After this Lianqi, there is indeed a way to reach the top of the treasure. But if you two can't get in, it's better to let go of your obsessions. Will Wu Dengyong and Wu Dengyong give up now?" Seeing this, Qi Shuichen smiled slightly and continued. "The two benefactors' martial arts and minds are both unrivaled. In this case, I will make another bet with the two of you. The three of us will each have a try and crack each other. If I lose, what happened to Ling Yunning, I will tell you everything I know. If you two lose, please agree to one condition. No matter you win or lose, once the result comes out, the old man will leave this place, so the two of them should agree, but no one knows the details afterwards." What the world has heard is Wu Dengyong's answer to the then monarch, the last emperor of the Bishan dynasty. According to Wu Dengyong, the winner was Qi Shuichen because the move Qi Shuichen used wiped out Ling Yunding. He replied to Bai Chan Mod that he must search for it no matter how around the pond. "I can't find the mountain road I saw before either." Although it sounds unrealistic, Wei Wuying believes that with Wu Dengyong's character, he would not lie to the late Emperor Bishan. After the Ling Yunding Council, there was no trace of Qi Shuichen. Occasionally, some people said they had seen him, but they could not even tell whether he was a boy or a girl, old or young. Naturally, it was not trustworthy. Yin Heng also suddenly retired and no longer interfered in Confucian affairs. I only interacted with a few friends in the world and did not mention Ling Yunding. Wu Dengyong was summoned as the consort by the late Emperor Bishan. After marrying Princess Ling Yun, he devoted himself to guarding Beiguan and never mentioned Ling Yunding again until later, the famous 7 days in Beiguan occurred. If this is the case, the more people believe that something terrible must have happened in Ling Yunding. These three people were the top wise men at that time. They were called the three talents of Ling Yun by the world. They also called themselves heavenly officials because of Qi Shuichen. Let the two of them treat themselves as emperors. Renyong is the name. Pei Lai thought to himself that the painting of Ling Yunding must have been painted by senior Wu Dengyong. Has he also been to Lianjue Temple? Could he be related to the great Sun Lian sect? It has something to do with the man in black. At this moment, Pei Lai felt like he was being slapped crazily. Ming Zhanxue actually slapped Pei Lai wildly in the mouth. A burst of severe pain shocked Pei Lai. When he came back to his senses, he saw Ming Zhanxue's delicate face appearing in front of me. Great. I finally woke up. You have been in the virtual realm for so long. I thought that the man in black. What did they do to you? Seeing that Ming Zhanxue was so worried, Pei Lai touched his head and claimed that he was fine. Fortunately, Miss Ming, the move she taught me shook my bones in shock, but those few blows she made were indeed a bit heavy. Ming Zhanxue claimed that I had, following you quietly. You can be sure that the man in black is very skilled in martial arts. She is definitely not an ordinary person. If I get close, she will notice me. Considering what you said, she has a pair of weird eyes. It reminded me of a person. When Ming Zhanxue was in Tianluxiang, I heard Grandma Qi say that the Qishuan Pavilion sect was probably purged by the so-called 4 swords and 3 pillars after the demon sword battle, and had to turn to a low profile to survive. But there is one sect that is different. This sect is called the Extreme Evil Path. It specializes in studying evil techniques and advocates using cruel and painful methods to subdue and dominate the enemy. The evil they do is even the other sects of Qishuan. The color of the pool changes, and there are evil spirits within it. Hell, the 3 realms of beasts, their names are Nanming Evil Buddha, Ghost King Yin Saming, and Wolf Head Nirvana Mingtu. These 3 people are highly skilled in martial arts, but full of evil. They are the 2 realms of black and white. There is nothing they can do about it. Among them, Nirvana, the master of the animal path, practices the Green Wolf technique, which is a static martial art that absorbs human flesh and blood to strengthen itself without fear of pain. Moreover, he can recognize objects at night. Because of practicing this skill, his color looks like yellow or green, and his magic skills are very good, so he is called Zhao Yu Wolf Eyes. The queen who accompanied the hunter couldn't help but doubt. Could it be that the man in black is the descendant of this wolf head? Ming Jianxue thought it was wrong. Even I don't know. According to my grandma, on the eve of the Demon Sword Rebellion 30 years ago, the extremely evil path suddenly faded out of the martial arts world. Some people said that it was wiped out by masters of the righteous path. Others said that the three paths rebelled in the nest and fought to the death. There is no intention to survive, but the decline of the extremely evil path has prompted the four swords and three pillars to join forces with Qishuan to fight against the demon sword. Ming Jianxue once heard that Huang Tu had appeared, and there were traces of the evil Buddha in Nanning. If the evil Buddha was not dead, the wolf head may still be alive, but is hiding for some reason. Although this is just Ming Jianxue's conjecture, she is very skilled in martial arts. This is a fact, no matter who she is. With such a high level of martial arts and hiding, she must have big plans. If she is really the head of a wolf, it will only be more dangerous. Once she finds out what she is looking for, I am afraid she will kill you and silence you, Pei Lai. Are you still planning to continue investigating? I didn't expect it. Pei Lai did not back down at all, claiming that of course he would continue to investigate, and besides the Green Wolf Jew, I might also have discovered another martial art he used, 3,000 Sahasalam appearances. Guaning's hand hides her moves. Pei Lai follows Ming Jianxue's guidance and enters the virtual realm again. Concentrate and recreate what you saw at that time before your eyes. In the guest room, several Guaning statues appeared out of thin air, exactly as they were seen at that time, lifelike. Pei Lai claimed that these were the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara statues he saw at that time. One row on the left, and one on the left. Pei Lai did not expect that there would be some details that he could not remember clearly. It was also shown, and Ming Jianxue was also amazed. Realize your own memories in the virtual realm. This guy actually did it. Pei Lai claimed that the martial arts techniques of the man in black and the posture of the Guanyin statue in the middle, exactly the same. Ming Jianxue thought for a moment. This seemed to be some kind of exquisite grappling technique. He was not sure yet. Then he tried to make Pei Lai use the Guanyin statues on the left and right as rivals. The dismantling moves of these two statues began to appear in Pei Lai's mind. The fight was back and forth. Although Ming Jianxue had never seen this set of martial arts, she could tell that the moves had been simplified and complicated, extraordinarily subtle. If you use strong internal energy, the power will be amazing. Pei Lai saw the move of the Guanyin statue in front of him. Reminds me of the time when I learned the unparalleled quick slash from Lao Hu. The man in black must have thought that he was scared of being beaten by him. If he could master this set of martial arts, when he attacked me, he might. But Ming Jianxue said that even if you study the moves, with your current internal strength, if you want to be on that kind of utilitarian person, it's hard to get a bargain, but if you're caught by surprise, you have a chance of escaping with your life saved. It can increase a lot. Ming Jianxue asked Pei Lai to postpone the appointment as much as possible in the past few days and step up his practice of firearm dunjue. During this period, he would also study Qi, the martial arts of the man in black. 10 days later, Pei Lai went to the appointment again. It didn't take long. He brought out many books and scrolls. The man in black sneered and said, "You are getting more and more skilled. Tell me, should I reward you with something?" Pei Lai is quite serious. Claim that the reward will be waived. Why don't you go in by yourself next time and let me rest? But at this moment, the man in black's eyes became fierce. They said, "I'm afraid you won't have the next time." The man in black attacked Pei Lai. The man in black suddenly attacked Pei Lai Bulgin again. The eyes emitted a yellow-green light. They said, "Don't think that I don't know that you have been secretly investigating my whereabouts. Boy, you are very courageous and you have hidden yourself quite well. There are actually corners in Lianjue Temple that I don't know about." This made me very uncomfortable. Pei Lai said very forcefully at this time. "I told you that I would help you find something. Don't interfere with my affairs." The man in black is merciless and creates danger. The sooner it is removed, the better. The man in black turns his fist into a claw. He grabbed Pei Lai's chest, but this claw did not go as the man in black expected, and was actually blocked by Pei Lai. The man in black couldn't help but be a little surprised. Next, the man in black struck out quickly with the wind like a torch, but without any surprise, Pei Lai took them all over. Not only that, Pei Lai became more and more smooth, and even for a while, the fight with the man in black was back and forth, and both of them took a few steps back. When Pei Lai settled down, it's exactly the same as the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara statue. The man in black's eyes widened. He lost his voice and asked, "Impossible. How could you do that?" After hearing this, Pei Lai learned that the hidden martial arts in the thousand-hand guanyin was actually called the ghost hand standing on the wall. Buddha and ghosts are in conflict. Is this the name you gave yourself? The man in black is still in disbelief. It took him a year to figure out the secret of guanyin. How could the person in front of him be there for several nights? It can be seen that at this time, the murderous intention of the man in black has reached its peak, he said coldly. I hate this kind of unexplainable thing the most, but it doesn't matter. Although you have hidden your true energy, and for some reason, you were fooled by the wall-standing ghost, but when it comes to heat, you and I are worlds apart. Just now I only used 10% of my strength. Considering that the previous cooperation was quite pleasant, I can keep your body intact. Pei Lai remembered Ming Zhanshue's advice. Once this man in black, the real critical moment is when I start to take you seriously. Even if I hide nearby, there is no guarantee that I will arrive in time. We must have a backup plan. Ming Zhanshue's backup plan for Pei Lai. What on earth is this woman? The style of painting is really invincible. Ming Zhanshue has cared about Pei Lai in every possible way since he and Pei Lai started practicing together. I even thought about it for him. To deal with the backhand of the man in black, the man in black attacked with all his strength, his momentum and speed soared again, like a wolf running like a tiger, attacking Pei Lai. Pei Lai remembered Ming Zhanshue's back move and shouted, I really thought I didn't know who you are. I already found what you want. Wolfhead, tell me, take out a scroll from your arms. Throwing it towards the Whispering Pavilion was exactly what Ming Zhanshue had planned for him, what the man in black spent so much time looking for. It must be extremely important to her. She will never sit back and watch things being thrown into the Saha Pavilion that scares her. So it doesn't matter whether she has the head of a wolf or not. As long as you, Pei Lai, act confident, and you have seen through her martial arts skills, she will only become more suspicious. To keep things safe, she must seize the scroll first. Sure enough, the man in black was successfully attracted by the scroll. Pei Lai took the opportunity to attack and resist both feet, run as fast as possible to the nearby Wangshaiyuan. The houses in Wangshaiyuan are filled with many locals. Since the man in black is unwilling to reveal his identity, he can stay around for a while. The man in black successfully reached the scroll and hurriedly opened it. It's like sticking a few big characters vertically. Appearing in front of me, the man in black was so angry that his eyes turned red and he cursed. You bastard, you can't keep this guy for any reason. I'm going to make his death extremely painful. You little beast, you dare to be harsh to me. The man in black attacked his leg socket, and the next second he shot out like a cannonball. Pei Lai successfully climbed over the wall and entered the royal palace. Pei Lai looked around and determined that this was the west courtyard of Wangshaiyuan. I'd better find a room to hide in first. There's no movement behind me at this time. This person probably hasn't chased me yet, but don't be careless at all. His tracking skills are very good. Just when Pei Lai was observing behind him, a woman's voice came from his ears. Is the senior a young master who watches the night? A slender girl in a yellow shirt appeared behind her. He is about the same age as her, with a snow-white and upright face, a thin wrinkled collar, and a long skirt with a night skirt, but he is He Junpan, the master of Huangdao in the 5 boroughs, and the other person next to her was the support Jean who almost cost Pei Lai her life. This woman's hands were suitable for the rough waves. The red and smooth hair is wrapped around the plump hip bones, swaying in and out, and the figure is very attractive. The two women are none other than Jean He and He Junpan, who once wanted to put Pei Lai to death. The fierce and vicious gesture of supporting Jean Manhwa Yaoi that day is still vivid in Pei Lai's mind. Pei Lai's first thought was to run away, but when he saw He Junpan scrambling for ideas, his expression was a little reserved and he seemed a little embarrassed. But he didn't look like he was going to take someone. Suddenly he realized, yes, he didn't recognize it was me. Now, he could only take one step at a time. Although Fu Zhijin felt that the little monk in front of him was a little timid, in fact, the situation at the crossing was chaotic that night. Pei Lai was covered in blood and could not see clearly what Pei Lai looked like after shaving his head and changing his clothes. Desperate boy, rebellious as two people, He Junpan felt that it was his sister's figure that made people so excited. Many monks in the temple saw her, and their eyes would be kinder. At this moment, Ling Beihai and Du Pingchuan walked towards them, claiming that their subordinates were waiting for the little god. After supporting the Lord for a long time, he discovered that these two people were the guys who fought against Lao Hu. From this point of view, everyone from the 5 catacombs should be here. Pei Lai's heart is like the classics of the Forbidden Army. About to jump out of his throat, He Junpan happened to say, Ling Beihai, please bring some broken silver for me to the little master. This also attracted Ling Beihai's attention. Payi, who is about to slip away, thank you very much for this journey, little master. This is a little thought from my young lady. Dare I ask the master's name? Ling Beihai is a suspicious person by nature. He has already quietly used the blade of his hand and attached it to his palm to slap Payi on the back. Payi felt that Ling Beihai might be suspicious and was hesitating whether to fight back. I found a figure passing through the woods. Everyone was attracted by the sound, but the sound came suddenly. It's not surprising that everyone just thought it was a crow in a mountain temple. It was this gap that created an opportunity for Payi to quickly take the copper coin from Ling Beihai's hand. He quickly kowtowed and thanked the benefactor. The young monk Xuanru is a disciple of the great monk Xianyi, who is the head of Faxing Yuan. The young monk will definitely become a disciple. Send everyone to the north courtyard of Wangshayuan. Payi's clothes are soaked with sweat. Thinking that the guy was chasing him, it would be safer to blend in among these people, so Payi slowly led the group of people. Walking towards the north courtyard, the dark shadow in the woods was indeed a man in black chasing after him. He was hanging upside down on the tree like a bat. I can only wait and see what happens, thinking that these 5 people with dead branches in the 5 places have nothing to say. Look at you, kid. How long can he keep pretending? He is dressed in rich clothes and sits side by side with his legs crossed. His 2 bloody hands are folded and moved softly to his knees. Under the skirt, there is a pair of crow-gold phoenix headbands and a black gauze bag with luan ornaments attached to it. Set against the white snow and the rocks with exquisite snake demon fruits, the whole body does not look bloated at all. There are still only 2 colors, black and white. The most eye-catching thing is the attractive pig lips. The beautiful woman in the fragrant guest room in the north courtyard is none other than the leader of the Wudika sect. At this time, Shuyujia's men came to report, and claimed that Lord Fuxin and Lord Hixin were already outside the north courtyard. Shuyujia stood up slowly and said, Xianzi, please come with me in front of Fu Qijing. He always wanted to give his master some face, so he went out to greet him. At this time, Payi happened to take everyone outside the north courtyard. Hearing Shuyujia's lazy and charming voice said, the master will be here in a moment. With all due respect, please go to the front hall and wait. Hixinjun, please stay. I have something to say to you. Since Payi refined the firearm pill, his 6 senses and 5 senses have become extremely sensitive. I could hear the conversation clearly, and I thought that this owner was Yu Chifeng, who would also come to Lianjue Temple. He kept an eye on it, and didn't go far. Hearing Shuyujia continued to say, interception at the ferry. Although we failed to capture Payi and others, as far as I know, Yu Chifeng has got what he wanted. In addition, there is another person he cares about very much. It is you from Huangdao. Secret from the tea shop. I don't plan to hand over the matter of the dragon-toothed boy I brought back to Yu Chifeng for the time being. You didn't reveal it to the pro-police and military-affiliated alliances, right? Shuyujia told me that this matter is of great importance. If Ruoyue and Chifeng asked about it, you would just deny that you didn't know. It's up to me to handle everything. Payi outside the wall couldn't help but be shocked when he learned such important information. Sure enough, they had captured Asha. Just as he was about to hear more clearly, he suddenly heard someone behind him laughing and saying, Okay, another little thief, monkey eagle spy. It's hard to tell the male and female. Payi suddenly turned his head. There were 2 uninvited guests standing on the sword tree. The first is a tall and thin Jishan young man who is about to be in his 20s. He is a straight-looking man with a pale green sword-shaped eyebrows and slanting eyebrows. He is handsome with bright eyes, but there is a slightly morbid stubbornness in the corners of his tight jaw and mouth. He hangs from his waist. Single knife. There is a shoe-length silk bag attached to the back. Judging from the appearance and size, it should be a knife, but the other person looks like she is only 13 or 14 years old. She is born with pure red teeth and white teeth. Although she is dressed in men's clothes, you can tell at a glance that she is a daughter. Her small body is growing everywhere. Her hip bones are just beginning to show feminine characteristics, and she is like a dragon rising from the sky. In addition, her body is growing taller, and she has the stupidity of a girl. There is also the prototype of a woman's curves, just before the bud is ready to bloom, revealing the essence of the branches and the tips of the teeth. The girl's appearance is cute enough, but her unruly expression is not cute at all. She turned over and got off the tree, grabbed Payi's arm, stared at Payi with her big eyes, and spoke arrogantly. Chu Xiaozhou, I have told you before that the monks here must be evil. I didn't talk about the lives and deaths of the previous monks. I am worried that I can't find the culprit. This is the first person to climb the wall during the day, even if he is not a thief. He is also a flower thief monk. After saying this, he took aim carefully. Payi stepped forward. Payi hurriedly blocked, But he didn't expect this little girl to attack with such viciousness. This little girl refused to give up at all. Tiptoe. A sharp knife came out of the sloping shoulder, turned around and flew up, and attacked Payi with his crab tail and tongue legs. Payi quickly used his arm strength and ghost hands to block, and grabbed the little girl's ankle. Throw aside. I shouted, girl, you and I have never met. Why do you want to be so cruel to the young monk? But at this moment, the strong sword behind him came to kill him. 2 obvious knife marks were formed on the ground. If it hadn't been for Payi practicing the firearm single Jew, I'm afraid I've been tricked. The person in front of me must be a lunatic. That look in his eyes, as if she really wanted to kill Payi. This girl stood up for her father, wore dancing boots and raised her legs, wrapping her tiny body. Dotted line to avoid exposure. If you change to women's clothing, maybe you just feel comfortable wearing the baby's milk baby under the clothes of mother and child. However, once you put on men's clothes, you will feel it at a glance. The half-ripe girl who is full of water and freshness. The branches and leaves are swaying. The humble young man has disappeared. Only others have always marveled at Payi's speed. Unexpectedly, one day it would be his turn too. A young man named Chu Xiao used his hand to draw a knife and slashed at Payi's neck. The strength of his hand. He even tore Payi's clothes into pieces. This guy's speed was comparable to Lao Hu's seriousness. He couldn't see clearly at all. You can only rely on feeling, but Payi believes that as long as you find the right angle to take action, it can slow down his subsequent moves. Payi used the move of Guanyin statue dance again. He also gradually understood the power of this deadly ghost hand. When I was tired of dealing with it, the girl kicked me from behind. Payi was unstable and fell towards Chu Xiaozhou. The girl shouted, tap his acupoints. I want to live. Chu Xiao has quick eyes and quick hands. He made 2 snaps. Then he subdued Payi. The poor concubine was angry and refused to give up. With a flip of his palm, a red mark appeared on Chu Xiaozhou's pale face. I can obviously hit him with a kick. If you want you to attack randomly, it would take even a young monk this long. You still have the nerve to be a swordsman? Chu Xiaozhou's face was indifferent, and he didn't even frown more and said dully, this monk is very good at martial arts. The poor concubine Lang Hingdao didn't fall to my disciple's unique skills. After I finish interrogating this spy, I must let Ling Beihai and the others know how powerful I am. Poor concubine, stop it! Shu Yujia's stern voice came from a distance. But the poor concubine showed no sign of repentance and claimed, look, I caught a spy. I caught it alone. As if asking for credit, Shu Yujia had a headache. The Three Saints Dharma conference was about to be held. People from General Zhendong's mansion were nearby, and they were actually at this juncture. After beating the young master of the Integrity Division, Shu Yujia ordered Xianzi to say, Yu Chifeng is coming soon. If there is no plan, take the young master to the secret room first. Later, I will personally heal his wounds. Never let the poor concubine hurt him again. Even though the poor concubine was very unwilling, Xianzi's face was cold and expressionless, and his delicate long legs were intertwined. He actually walked towards the hunter and led him over the wall. Xianzi took the hunter to a secret room. The poor concubine followed closely, but was knocked back by Xianzi's palm. Xianzi said coldly, the sect master has ordered that the young master should not touch that monk. The secret room was not allowed to be entered, but the poor concubine still refused to give up and shouted while the door was still open, Grandpa, that little monk molested me. When I was in pain, I heard these words in a daze, although I felt in my heart that this girl was framed by me. But the cold voice behind him made the hair on my back stand up. It turned out to be you, pretending to be a monk. Yulong was dressed in a tight-fitting black uniform with a long, pointed face. She has a slim figure, a pair of thin, tearful eyes, a very graceful voice, and a look with sharp eyes that should be pitiful. But she is as cold as ice, contrasting with her white knife-like sharpness. Her skin is full of tears, as if she can see through the bones, and is slightly transparent. This woman is Shu Yujia's subordinate, Xianzi, the front hall of the north courtyard of Wangshayuan. Yu Chifeng is listening to his subordinates. Read out this year's workbook. If you want to be rewarded with the Jiuxia divine pill according to the law, you can only ask your subordinates to get the reward. At the beginning of this month, the islands will arrive at Woolaput to the ferry. They all tried their best to ambush Huyen, but unfortunately they were destroyed by a mysterious master named Mr. Ghost, and failed to attack. Currently, the islands are searching for what the owner described. Before Yu Chifeng, the woman from Tianluxiang, could speak, she heard Fuji startled and said, Sect Master Shu is personally in charge of the ferry. I was actually disturbed by an unknown Mr. Ghost. I don't know if he is a real ghost. Is it still a ghost? After hearing the insinuation, Shu Yujia did not make a fuss or get angry, and said slowly, What Fushinjun is thinking is also my concubine's doubts. I have never heard of the name of Mr. Ghost before. This time he appears, and he seems to know the true identity of Qishuan again. The concubine was also checking the two men's half-mouthed words. Yu Chimfeng interrupted and said, "You two don't have to argue about the name of Mr. Ghost. You has heard of this person. I will use the channels of the Jindong General's mansion to check the master of the tree. Just try your best to find the defected woman from Tian Luoxiang." Xu Yujie didn't say much anymore. She patted her palms lightly and said slowly, "Xianzi, please select the ones this year." The girl from the cave was brought up. Xianzi was brought up without saying a word. The two of them were stunningly beautiful, a plump and charming woman. This woman is of pure blood and has a certain foundation in martial arts. Xu Yujie claimed that she hoped to help her master's skills reach a higher level. At this time, the people in the cave around me are all extremely patient, a sign of extreme sexual reversal and pussy burning. Yu Qingfeng's pair of tiger eyes are firmly attached to the body of the girl in black. Nan Nan said, "When it comes to pure blood and martial arts qualifications, we have to praise the Shu clan leader as his most capable personal bodyguard." Miss Xianzi, Xu Yujie smiled and said, "If the master likes it, I will let Xianzi accompany the master. This girl is indeed very qualified. Maybe it has the potential to be like a virtual mirror." Support Jing Hudao. The master always praised the slave family for its pure bloodline. All the female snakes on this black island are poisonous. Men thought it was the ecstasy cave, but it happened to be the fatal bald spot. My brother smiled sweetly. The laughter was endless and everyone showed a strong jealousy, which made people's teeth sour. Yu Qinfeng has controlled the cave for many years. Isn't it based on Xu Yujie's excellent figure and graceful beauty? It turns out that there is a martial arts on Shuishan Island. A woman who practices this martial arts in the snake belly section. There is a strong poison in the netherworld, but it is only released when there is dirt, poisoning the man who invades the flower border. Even with this layer of scruples, I never dared to get involved, lest I force this dignified and elegant lady to sacrifice herself, fight with her, and die together. Yu Qinfeng will no longer go into details. Then he was about to distribute the medicine pills. The young master in red clothes in front of him was doing his best to secretly chant his eyes. His watery almond eyes were charming and charming. After a small glass of wine, 2 red clouds flew up from the snow-white curtain, and the charming almond eyes. I feel like water is dripping from my eyes. The sight of each other makes my beauty even more beautiful. Just listen to Yu Qifeng slowly saying, "This year's wine eliminating pill." As usual, they are divided into top-grade effects and medium-grade effects. They will not be distributed according to their merits. I hope you will continue to work hard in the coming year. Immediately ask Shanu to give out the elixir. That wine-dispelling elixir is a drug that controls people. Take it once a year. During the battle at the dining table ferry, Shui Biding's situation and support for Jingjian, the object suppressed by the god-bearing pill. It seems to be the legacy of Zeta Divine Palm. At this time Yu Qifeng, playing with the last longan and the big and small pills, he raised the corners of his mouth and asked Xu Yujie, "Why don't you see Mr. Shui today?" That day, he was accidentally injured at the ferry. You also wanted to personally hand over this high-grade elixir to the Lord God. To express his apology, Xu Yujie showed no signs of panic and claimed that Mr. Shui knew he was guilty during the battle at the ferry and must be hiding somewhere thinking about his mistakes. The master does not need to pay attention to it, but Su Laoyu, who has taken care of me for many years, has mastered the disciple's secret skill last year. According to the law, the master will plant the plum blossoms. Why don't you give this elixir to Su Laoyu? It's really no small matter that a servant father has become a disciple's secret skill. But Yu Chengfeng would rather believe that Xu Yujie had painstakingly concealed the fact that Sister Su was a martial artist just for this day. If necessary, she sacrifices herself to take care of her all the way. She is a loyal servant who is like a mother. Just in exchange for a vital magic pill, Yu Chengfeng will naturally not agree. I found an excuse to excuse myself, lowered my face, and asked everyone to raise a glass together and take the Jiuxia divine pill. In the secret room, Payi broke out in a cold sweat when facing Shui Xinjun and dared to explain that he had no evil intentions. But Shui Xinjun didn't listen to the explanation at all. He stretched out his hand and punched Payi. Payi instinctively blocked Shui Boding's attack. I couldn't help but be shocked by this strange internal force, thinking to myself, if I was defeated by a frivolous young man, what else would I call the White Emperor drama? He only holds the mirror in his hand and makes a sound in a crazy manner. He is actually a master of snake-ray centipedes. Payi responded hastily, but by Zhu's speed, it was indeed unusually fast. Shui Boding's palm grabbed Payi's pores, straight to Payi's heart. Guanyi knows each other 10 times. In times of crisis, Payi finally used the move after the 10th Guanyin statue. No wonder it had never been successful before. It turns out that it is a defensive move that relies on the enemy's power. Shuan controls the 100-foot swing to pour the true energy into each finger. The length of his fingers causes slight differences in the time it takes to infuse the qi. Not only can he control the weapons individually, it can also allow you to delay and misjudge his moves. But Payi's fireproofing energy, you can easily get entangled with his true energy. As long as you entangle with the power of the ghost hand, you can keep up with his speed. Taking advantage of the strength, Shuan was shocked. What an exquisite martial art this was. Payi was actually under the snake-ash Baidu. The more he fights, the braver he becomes. At this critical moment, Shuan feels like there is thunder in his body. A burning sensation came out from there. Captain Payi's moment of strength. It actually followed the true energy and transferred it into Payi's body. Turn around and look at Yuchifeng. Everyone has taken the elixir. Today's conference is coming to an end. Shu Yujie has thoughtfully arranged for Xianzi. Send Yuchifeng to the car. Before leaving, Yuchifeng asked about the deaf-mute young man who appeared in a flowing shadow. Is there any news? Shu Yujie replied calmly. There is no news yet. He probably did not follow Payi and his party. If the master can reveal more about his identity and background, maybe it would be easier to find out. Yuchifeng knew as soon as he heard this that the slutty fox wanted to take away what he said, so he prevaricated and said, Sect Master, please be more careful. None of your men are known for being well informed, and now you can't even find your own Lord Shui anywhere. Don't be too arrogant. He smiled calmly and no one could tell. Underneath his handsome, rugged, upright and burly appearance, he was full of masculine charm. I am having extremely joyful thoughts. Speaking of which, I haven't seen the sect master's daughter for 2 years. I wonder how my martial arts progresses. Shu Yujie sleeps peacefully at night, her black gauze snow sleeves gently swaying. For a mother, her children are always a guard. They are still children, playing around all day long. The master's thunder pills and antidotes are both precious, but they cannot be wasted on children for no reason. At this moment, I suddenly heard a commotion, and my men came to report it. 2 masked men attacked Xianzi, and Xianzi followed him. Yuchifeng heard this. Then his interest rose. He looked very good, but his body was warm and fragrant. Payi rested his head on his chest to avoid his shoulders. Although there was a ball of exquisite jade softness behind his head, it was the deep sleep of a dragon. Unexpectedly, someone with such a thin chest and narrow waist, with such a strong body and deep bones, would make people sink into the pillow. It is like a thin film water bag filled with warm liquid. It feels so delicate to the touch. Different style. Xianzi is getting ready to face the enemy, eyes as cold as face. After successfully resisting one person, another person came one after another, and struck Xianzi with a stab at the tip of his neck. Finally, he reacted very quickly and managed to catch the sword in one blow. The previous person passed by him in a flash. When they crossed each other, he didn't forget to kick up his feet, sweeping him so hard that he bent his waist and hit the door frame sideways. Gritting his teeth and falling to his knees, Xianzi leaned against the wall and stood up, with a slight wave of teeth on his cold face. I can only bear it but not the pain. But Xianzi also successfully took off the mask of the man in black. It was Concubine Qiong and Chu Xiaozhou. Concubine Qiong became angry and cursed. It's all your fault. He should have been dealt with in a few moments. If you want me to be recognized, you must hand over the key to this secret room right now. Suddenly Ting Weichenfeng laughed. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, I remember this trick of crab-tailed snake whip kick. It is my disciple's secret skill. The young sect master has already made a good appearance. Just now I was talking to your mother about the young sect master. Since he is here, why not meet you? I almost let you know, missing this unification of spiritual power, concubine Qiong has been pampered since she was a child. She is so used to being held in the palm of everyone's hands that she can't tell the difference. She sometimes has her own way of thinking and goes her own way. When she sees the moon and the morning breeze, she shouts, Concubine Qiong, I am not afraid of you. Don't give it to me. What thunder eggs would I plant if it weren't for my mother? You want me to force you? Before she finished speaking, Shu Yujie rushed forward with a sword step. Qiong Fei, shut up. Dare to apologize to Yuchifeng, claiming that the child is neither old nor young, speaking without restraint. I hope the master will not blame me for giving him the elixir. Please wait 2 more years. Yuchifeng pretended to ignore filial piety. I heard that old Shijun Shui always loved the young sect leader. I think there must be a deep relationship between ancestors and grandchildren. Now that the old god is missing, why is the young sect master not worried? Instead, He is quite concerned about this ancient secret room. When concubine Cheung heard this, she realized that she had gotten into a big trouble. She panicked and claimed that there was some kind of secret room here, but her expression could be seen by anyone. He is deliberately concealing it. Yu Chenfeng smiled evilly, touched the wall and said, "Lianjua seems to be a 1,000-year-old difference. It is not unusual to have several secret rooms." Yu Chenfeng secretly used her inner strength to explore the wall, and sure enough, a secret lock was found. But Shu Yujia's face remained calm and unfazed. Claiming that this was the first time he saw Yu Chenfeng, he did not expose him, and claimed that the sect leader said, "You will not doubt that I do feel that there is something behind this wall, this internal force radiating out. Almost the same as when the thunder mirror exploded. If it is really a thunder mirror, I'm afraid it's hard for the gods to save me. What's the reason? Let the mother kill her daughter crazily." Yu Chenfeng broke the secret lock and claimed that since the sect master did not know the people inside, naturally, I can't let outsiders see me, so let's just let the people in this secret room fend for themselves. We have to thank the young sect leader for helping us detect the danger. This is exactly what I want to say to the poor concubine. I didn't expect that Shu Yujia, the best vixen in the world, would give birth to someone so prone to bad things. The idiot daughter Yu Chenfeng deliberately turned her back to the poor concubine at this time, revealing a weak and empty door behind her. The poor concubine glanced sideways, suddenly revealed a ghostly smile, and swept out with a whoosh. Xiang Yu Chenfeng hinted at the sneak attack on Yu Chenfeng because he saw the snake whip kick technique used by the poor concubine to sneak up on Xianzi from behind and deliberately expose the same flaw. The poor concubine only felt that the position and angle were all inappropriate, and it was simply designed to receive a kick. Saw doesn't care about being awesome and other things. I just wanted to give her this attack. But Yu Chenfeng was waiting for this moment, and easily blocked the attack with 2 fingers. The ghost smiled and said, "The young sect leader has indeed mastered his unique skills. He didn't hit the thunder pill, but he saw you clearly. It's better to hit the sun than to choose a day." I only saw the thunder pill curse in Yu Chenfeng's hand. She looked like she was trying to subdue the poor concubine. Even Shu Yujia was shocked, but Yu Chenfeng struck down with his palm, and it was Chu Xiaozhou who was hit. Where did he come from, and how did he break into the battle group? No one present could see clearly, but this thunderous energy also penetrated into his body, and Chu Xiaozhou was beaten back 2 steps. The cloth bag in his hand was brushed and slipped, pointing directly at Yu Chenfeng. Yu Chenfeng closed the 3 fingers of his left hand and firmly hid the tip of the cloth bag in front of him. The sudden sword energy even broke the golden armor mirror technique, and a gash was cut on Yu Chenfeng's palm. Yu Chenfeng could tell at a glance that this person was using a stone-sinking knife, so he shouted, "You are the son of Chu Zhangdao." Yu Chenfeng has a ghostly figure. With a few flashes, he came behind Chu Xiaozhou. Zeta Divine Palm kicked Chu Xiaozhou hard on the back of his spine, and Yu Chenfeng grabbed his neck. He said harshly, "We haven't seen each other for several years, but we have already progressed to such an extent. It seems that there is a successor in the basement. Since you have been poisoned with Lei Dan, I will reward you with this last pill, but you should never swing a knife at me a second time." Chu Xiaozhou was obviously dissatisfied and wanted to stand up to resist again, but was stopped by Shu Yujia's congratulations. Shu Yujia's face changed quickly and she smiled and said, "Elixirs are precious. Why don't you thank the master quickly?" Yu Chenfeng will naturally not expose Shu Yujia. He clasped his hands in fists. The sect leader is a real person. With our joint efforts, the basement will be strong forever. You will also protect the treasury's sacred objects for the Lord. Then left the scene. After Yu Chenfeng left, Cheong Fei saw his mother's gloomy face and took the initiative to quibble. But at this time, Shu Yujia, already trembling with anger, he turned around and slapped her hard. Cheong Fei was beaten so hard that a mouthful of blood spurted out. This Chu Xiaozhou was in the 5 Islands Qingchuan. The secretly cultivated elite soldiers will be the key to regaining the sacred objects in a few years. Now, because of Cheong Fei, everyone's hard work was in vain. Not only was Chu Xiaozhou hit by the thunder pill, but he also lost the last magic bullet of the old god who asked for blood. His daughter failed to achieve anything but failed. How could Shu Yujia not be angry? Now that things have happened, the old god must be rescued from the stone room first. He tried to cure him again, and then ordered Chu Xiaozhou to cut the stone gate with a stone-sinking knife, and ordered Xianzi to. I went to call the 2 people behind Huangdao's Lihuan. I watched Chu Xiaozhou raise the knife and drop it, but it was hard to have any effect in a short time. Shu Yujia knew that the inner strength of herself and Chu Xiaozhou were easy ways to open the stone door. I'm afraid we need to join forces to sentence the little girl. Just as I was thinking about it, The stone door suddenly exploded from the outside. A figure burst out of the wall with thunderous energy all over his body. It was Payi. I saw that Payi's face was quarreling at this time, as if he was about to die violently. He ran away like the wind. Just when Shu and Yujia were stunned, Shui Batang staggered out. He said weakly, "Catch Payi. The thunder energy in my body has been sucked away by him. This kid is our only hope against Yuchifeng." Payi turned out to be Wudigu, the only hope to deal with Yuchifeng. Payi ran in the dark spiritual path, his whole body full of true energy. It seems that the body is about to be violent. The eardrums and eyes have frightening bloodshot eyes, and the vision and hearing equipment have lost their function. Relying on instinct, I ran forward. As soon as I regained my consciousness, I realized that I was in front of the shrunken pavilion. The man in black with the green and yellow magic eyes jumped down from the top of the tree. The sound is like a howl in the night. "Are you about to die? Then let me give you a ride." My eyes turned from green to yellow in an instant. The 4 fingers of my right hand were bent. It actually penetrated his back, but when the palm of the man in black touched Payi's back, a raging thunder burst out of the iron and directly knocked back the man in black. Thanks to the man in black's martial arts, after a few backflips, the forbidden power was successfully removed with one palm strike. Not only was Payi not injured at all, but Payi took a few breaths and said, "I feel much better after being beaten by you." It's not that Payi deliberately provoked him, but the fists and legs of the man in black hit him. He rushed to avoid the fire and vented his true energy. His skin and flesh are suffering. This kind of catharsis is so comfortable. The more the man in black beats him, the angrier he becomes. His eyes turn from green to yellow in an instant, and the 4 fingers of his right hand are bent. It actually hit him on the head. At this moment, a purple sword energy came through the air, accurately blocked the attack of the man in black. The sword was so accurate from a distance of 100 meters, the sword fell into the tree, and the man in black did not dare to act rashly. A slim figure followed, and the tree's seducing voice slowly floated out. "I take the liberty of disturbing you, but I would also like to thank your Excellency Haiyan. I don't know what your relationship is with this young master, but he has some connections with our sect. Could you please show me your noble hand and leave me with me?" As soon as I finished my words, Xianzi and Chu Xiaozhou came over. The 3 people formed an encirclement. The man in black glanced at it and snorted coldly. "The Shurchen Dao and Xuanwu sword are all here. This battle has not been seen for many years, but in front of me, it's not your turn to negotiate the price." I just saw the man in black's 2 fingers like wolf claws suddenly reaching for the tree to choke his throat. Fortunately, Shu Yujia reacted quickly, and the Xuanwu sword drew a purple arc at a strange angle. Cleverly withstood these 2 attacks, the man in black failed to hit even a single blow. Suddenly I felt a murderous aura behind me and saw Xianzi rushing towards me. Before I even saw the sword coming out of its sheath, the beheading plan was already completed. The sword was executed in one go, which made the man in black somewhat admired. Before he could take a breath, Chu Xiaozhou came again and attacked, but it was just a flash of lightning and flint. Payi disappeared unexpectedly. Shu Yuan didn't expect that he would disappear under his nose. The man in black looked angry. Payi couldn't help but expose his whereabouts. The 3 people in front of him were not low in martial arts. It's too difficult to silence them, so the best option is to retreat into the darkness. The man in black is quite skilled in martial arts. Besides, I don't know if there is an ambush ahead. Shu wanted to get married but did not dare to pursue him. The only certainty now was that he did not know where Payi had gone, so he could only order all the forward captains to go out to find Payi and investigate the man in black. Silk, silk and satin, fragrant silk, silk that touches the soul, good clothes. In Fei's grass grows spring writes. Unlike her lover, Ming Zhanxue was naturally the only one who could save Payi. She vaguely guessed the origin of the man in black and was wary of his strength. She was unwilling to coerce Payi and fight with her, so she used the heavenly compass. The gift of etiquette is the best of Qigong. Hang up the online game wall and leave the scene quickly. Every time I leave, you will cause trouble. Ming Zhanxue enters the room as light as a goose in the rain, put Payi on the couch, and with flying fingers he touched several big acupoints on her body. There was no need to check her pulse. Just from the strong force of the fingertips, you could tell that the situation was extremely bad. A powerful thunder force was difficult to control and shocked Ming Zhanshue's body. Ming Zhanxue couldn't help but marvel. This must be how long she has been raising the thunder pill. Such majestic thunder energy is in her body, and has not formed a pill. Her meridians didn't burn out, they just kept running. This kind of situation is simply unheard of, but judging from the current situation, if left alone, Payi will definitely die of pain, but if Ming Zhanxue is rescued, I'm afraid she has to gamble something. Ming Jianxue took a deep breath, pressed the Bai Wei point on the top of her head with one hand, and the Danzhong point on the chest with the other hand. She brought up the Pihua Jinqi and slowly poured it in, guiding Pei Lai's chaotic and surging inner breath. Take advantage of the situation to break through the bumpy obstacles in the meridians and continue to complete the huge project that was startling and reviled. Orioles fly and grass grows. It was another sunny day. Pei Lai woke up from his sleep. It was the next morning. He stood up and started to squirt out a mouthful of blood again. This time the thunder force was so powerful. I was almost hit by Yu Qinfeng's thunder pill before. I had never experienced such pain. After a night of thunder and lightning, Pei Lai's mouth was naturally dry. Then he went out to find some water to drink. But as soon as he opened the door, spring suddenly appeared. Ming Jianxue had just got up to change clothes. All she saw was that the tube top was made of a fine plain collar. A circle of silver thread is rolled along the edge. The 4 lanyards at the back of the neck are also of the same style. The style is gentle and elegant, but somehow, the black slip-on bottom and the elegant crow blue color with green and purple light are lined with its delicate white pleated milky ivory skin, suddenly becoming extremely attractive. Pei Lai quickly apologized for the embarrassing scene, and Ming Jianxue said no more. After hearing so many things happen last night, Ming Jianxue learned that Wudiga was obviously controlled by Yuechen Fenglang. Then he told Pei Lai to be more careful in the future, and not to be so reckless again. But there is one thing. Ming Jianxue was curious and asked if you had practiced some kind of internal strength since you were a child. Pei Lai answered honestly. His father was a veteran from Zhongxing County. After retiring, he opened a blacksmith shop in Longkou village. At the age of 7, he was sent to Luoying City to learn how to forge iron and swords, and to learn about inner strength and mental skills. It was also a recent incident. Ming Jianxue also expressed his doubts. Reason. Although it is true that the innate qi she and Pei Lai cultivated is easier to integrate with various kinds of qi, Yu Qinfeng's Purple Thunder Ju was also built with innate qi. Ordinary masters with overbearing skills can only force Lei Jin into the air chamber, and then take medicine to wrap Lei Jin with layers of internal power over time. However, the internal power that wraps Lei Jin will be assimilated by Lei Jin over time, turning into a more terrifying Lei Dan. If a person who has been struck by the elixir can use Lei Jin for his own use, he can be considered to have obtained powerful infuriating energy. However, for most people, this infuriating energy is also a life-threatening talisman. The thunder pill in old man Shue's body has probably been cultivated for 4 or 5 years. Even a master like him cannot absorb this power. However, this thunder power did not occur in Pei Lai. It was also not resolved. When Ming Jianxue used the fire-preventing magic to help him resolve part of the thunder energy, he felt that there was more thunder energy, slowly disappearing somewhere. So Ming Jianxue boldly speculated that Pei Lai should have a long-standing aura, which he had practiced since childhood and slowly expanded, which was enough to help him temporarily accommodate the domineering Lei Jin aura. In order to heal Pei Lai, Ming Jianxue, I was also injured by Lei Jin, and my body was unstable for a while. When my blood surged, I sweated all over my body. I always feel exhausted, so from now on, I must not expose any mistakes and quickly lead them to the secret room to practice. Don't miss your whereabouts. Pei Lai knows that this time it was all thanks to Ming Jianxue. He is also very grateful to Ming Jianxue for teaching him the fire-avoiding elixir technique. These words Pei Lai said were also told by Asha back then. This scene seemed familiar. But Ming Jianxue felt that she had a bad reputation and was not worthy of being thanked. Pei Lai couldn't help but agree that Uncle Chi once said that everyone's ideas are weapons forged by themselves. If you use your own ideas to measure others, the result will only be swords against each other. A truly capable master should use his own hands to experience every weapon. Now Pei Lai understands what Ming Jianxue wants. Naturally, his views on it were different from those before. Half a month later, after recuperation, Shui Boding's internal strength had returned to 60 to 70% of its previous state, and he no longer had the feeling of smooth meridians that were forbidden by Lei Dan. The old god was in a good mood. He didn't expect that this kid Pei Lai actually had a way to resolve the thunder ban. But in the past half-month, the captain who had gone forward had been investigating the inside and outside of the temple one by one. Pei Lai seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. And what happened to the man in black that night? Who is it? Xu Yujia also has no clues, but according to the description, the eyes of the man in black were glowing with yellow light, which reminded Mr. Shui Shijun of something. A few days ago, he received a secret report that there was a force in Nanling. It is trying to move secretly to the East China Sea. It is most likely In Summing, the Ghost King who has disappeared for many years, but the witnesses are dead. It is impossible to determine the authenticity of the news now. If it is true and the Ghost King returns to the world, then it depends on the person last night. Is it possible that those unique eyes are those of the wolf-headed killer? But the news that Xu Yujie learned is that 3 of the most evil ones are dead. Even the extremely evil realms have been destroyed. But when Shui Buying was young, having dealt with them, those 3 demons cannot be killed casually. Moreover, no matter who is responsible for killing these 3 evildoers, they will definitely make a big publicity. But no one has acknowledged this matter so far. At this moment, Xianzi came to report that Du Pingchuan of Huangdao, Ling Beihai asked to see them. They received a strange box related to the captain who was traveling forward. It didn't take long. Du Pingchuan Ling Beihai holds a red sandalwood box and asks to see him. When the box was opened, a bloody palm suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The middle finger of the 10 fingers was penetrated by the soul nail. The words, "Thousand Buddha Wall," are sandwiched between purple stones, and strange symbols are drawn on the palms. Like a ghostly bat, the sky and the earth are favorable, the sun and the moon are both dark and dark. The meteor fades, the devil-seeking needle and thread, the 9 netherworlds and 10 categories. The Lord of Xianming has arrived, you ordinary people are full of sins. Why don't you come and see Shui Buying at a glance? This was a mark of the Ghost King's fame. Shu Weijia was very confused. The 5 Emperors' Cave and the Ghost King had never crossed paths. Could it be because he had faced off against the wolf head? The other party wants to help him stand out, but based on Shui Buying's experience, he feels that this is impossible. He hates the 3 people and has never dealt with each other, but the other party is so provocative. The 5 Emperors' Cave should not be afraid of trouble. The Ghost King has always acted viciously and used terrifying methods to show his power to others. If he retreats at this time, there will be endless troubles. Then the 2 decided, go meet the Ghost King tonight. The night is dark and windy. The 1000 Buddha's cave is in the rain. There were actually many Maureen monks. Shu Weijia's towering wing collar and Buddha's sword were swung out with a graceful demeanor. Shui Buying followed closely behind. A golden light looms in the eyes. In the dark night, a red lantern as bright as spitting blood hangs in the air. It swayed over suddenly, and there was a blue bat with spread wings painted on the lantern, rising and falling with the lantern, like a living thing. As I got closer, I realized that the lantern was hanging on a white bone staff about a foot long, and the bone staff was held up. But he is a barefooted kid with a green face and fangs, who is very powerful in the night. His face and exposed skin are all painted with green oil. Knowing that he is accompanied by a living person, it still makes people shudder. The blood-soaked lanterns sway all the way, and the surroundings light up one after another. The blue ghost fire swims far and near. One after another, after each group of will-o'-the-wisps, a ferocious ghost's face appeared, either green or red, holding various torture clamps in his hands. They are spring, summer, autumn and winter, resident Xing, asking the 8 great eagles, Han Yuan, Fu Chui, big head, boldness, delicacy, spiritual power and other 6 ghosts who can't stop laughing and screaming. It made a frightening strange noise. Ghosts surrounded it, and a black-tapered wind-chasing horse with skinny scales that looked like sea bones sat on the saddle. A man wearing a 7-veiled headdress and green robes hung from his waist with a sharpened steel sword and feet. Wearing powder-soled boots with shoulders hunched like a hunchback, he looks like a green-robed judge with a big painted face competing for fame. The old man Yigalu, the leader of the witch temple who danced like a dance, opened a roster with a sneer and said in a weird voice that the 5 Emperors' Cave is one of the 7 mysteries. It has been passed down for thousands of years with the ancient spirit clan's bloodline, and its martial arts are mostly related to its own lit blood. The bloodline is passed down from mother to current generation. The leader is the Black Island Warlock. Shrewd and cunning, the speaker Shui Buying recognized him at a glance. He was very fond of performing funeral rituals like this. Wraith Lost Old Man was also very familiar with Shui Buying and laughed, and said, "You still haven't grown taller in these years. Won't the 5 Emperors' Cave give you food?" Shui Buying was about to retaliate, but Shu Yujie stopped him gently. He bowed out of fear and said, "I am the master of the 5 Emperors' Cave. I have been burned by Shu Yujie. I have seen the Ghost King. I, the 5 Emperors' Cave, have never had anything to do with you. Why are you so provocative? Do you know how obedient your little devils are? Even if he commits suicide, he won't make a sound." The green-robed judge on horseback waved his sleeves and the ghost stopped making noise. I just heard him say, "I have nothing to do with the sect leader, but this time I return to the East China Sea, I have to circle around the Lianjue temple for a while. I never like to be monitored. The 4 spies of the sect master have violated my taboo, and I will clean them up." Their dramatic voices are extremely well tuned. The voice was convoluted, and the originally artificial and almost ridiculous tone made people shiver when listening to it in the dark night. A big wave of his hand, for little ghost hugged the bloody barrel and ran forward. 4 ripe melon-shaped hunyuan ornaments were strung together with straw ropes. The head of the girl in black said with a smile, "These 4 little devils are my compensation to the sect master. I hope the sect master will not do it again. The western part of the inner courtyard of the Continental Temple will be my king's territory from now on. If strangers break in, they will be shot to death. Factor Ming will not even look at it," he casually says. "You 4 please give your lives to the sect leader Shu." The man in white rode with a knife and wiped it across his neck. Blood spurted out to the sky and fell in the wind like red mist. The green ghost fire in the 4 bone lanterns was immediately extinguished, followed by the faceless master in white clothes and white face. Falling into the dust together, countless will-o'-the-wisps surrounded the bone-condensed black cone. The moment it was about to pass through the cave door, there was an explosion. A very long and very fast sharp wind pressure swept across the 4 little ghosts with painted faces. Their feet were lighted up and they choked before they had time to speak. Duda's head tilted in the wind and rolled to the ground crying, only to hear Ling Beihai say coldly, "Asking for life and asking for compensation should be done in person behind closed doors. Don't bother the Ghost King." Ing Summing returned the sword to his waist, raised his head from his horse, and suddenly spoke. "Who are you?" the man said coldly. "Under the Emperor Shijun, one of the 4 envoys of Tushan Island, the person known as K. Tungling Beihai is the man." Ghost Soldier Lao said with great interest. "Little brother Leng's precision in mastering internal power is really amazing. Why don't you go to my place for a drink of tea?" But he never expected that Yin Xioming actually stopped Mr. Shi, shook his hands at Shu Yujia, and said with a smile, "Sect Master, there is nothing to do. Let the matter be settled here. I will give you advice later. This black and impermanent life should be regarded as a meeting gift from this king to you." Yin Xioming turned the horse's head and followed the will-o'-the-wisp slowly into the darkness. Shui Bang asked loudly, "Ing Summing, are you here this time?" But in order to find my old friend, I didn't get an answer. Shu Yujia also concluded that the man in black before was the wolf hand, and immediately arranged for Xianzi to withdraw the advancing captain immediately, ask him to quietly inquire about the news. 5 days later, Deputy Middle School Mathria, Ming Zhanxue threw a few pine cones casually. Payi volleyed and hit the pine tower, knocking out all the pine nuts. The pine cones are intact, and the angle and strength are just right. Payi was finally able to control the growing innate energy. In these days, Payi absorbed some of the thunder energy. Because of the innate qi, the internal strength increased dramatically, and even the hair on the body grew too fast, and the previous appearance was basically restored. How does the Ghost King deal with evildoers? Methods of washing water. It's very cruel. Payi has clearly felt it. With the true energy lingering in his hands, Ming Zhanxue saw that Payi had been able to control his internal energy well, so he took the initiative to teach another method of sensing internal energy. The divine domain technique guides Payi to try to disperse the internal energy starting from the head, which originates from Bai Wei and is collected in the divine courtyard, and slowly flows around itself, forming a bubble-like appearance. The master of Shinting can sense that within the scope of the divine domain technique, he can use his true energy to explore and understand other things. Although Ming Zhanxue didn't open his eyes at this moment, he knew that there were 3 broken pine cones within a foot of his feet. There was a skill called Shofeng breathing, which was said to be the ultimate use of divine realm skills. Payi can instantly detect the opponent's true energy channels. Payi follows Ming Zhanshue's guidance. As a beginner, I can already walk about 5 feet wide, which is more in line with the current progress of qi cultivation. But Payi never stopped and snorted coldly. This range of perception suddenly increases. It was unexpectedly expanded to a foot long, and the arrow was released. It is simply unbelievable. But at this moment, Ming Zhanxue was affectionate and nervous. Payi quickly gathered his breath. Someone actually broke into the Arhat Hall in Jueqing. The person who entered first was this great monk who showed great signs. What followed was the little devil carrying the coffin. The Ghost King Yin Xioming only heard the powerful old ghost say something strange. The unusual monk was trapped in the sea of tyranny. I will remember this for you. He was the 8th among the 15 flying tigers. He burned, killed and looted in Qijian Mountain. He killed more than 200 officers and soldiers and robbed the treasures of the Nanling Palace. Later, he sneaked into Rinjue Temple and was supported by the people of Chiliantang, becoming the first head of Faxinuan. You work as a monk during the day, but still rob businesses, rape and kill women at night. What do you think General Zhendong will do to you if he knows that you, a monk, have done such a wonderful job? Monk Xiani saw that the other party knew his true identity, so he stopped talking and took off his cassock. His true colors are revealed. His muscles are bulging like iron. I beg you to be brave. Your appearance is majestic. His figure suddenly became much bigger. Mr. Shi said calmly. It's amazing. He used the bone-shrinking method to hide his figure. Is this Wei Wuying, who is known as the Invincible in the southwest? It's really a good material for experiments. I saw Mianyi charging out like a beast and shouting. I haven't been prominent in the world for a long time, but you guys can see clearly. My invulnerable skills show my strength, and I strive to capture the thief first, and capture the king first. He rushed towards the Ghost King and struck the ground with all his strength, but unexpectedly, he was struck by the Ghost King's hand. Next, Wei Wuying, who showed his disdain for the 15 flying tigers, and the Ghost King with such talent. He actually used pure yang internal energy, but Xianyi felt that as long as his spirit was not broken, he had the strength to fight. But he didn't expect that the next second, the Ghost King would swing Xian Ming away with a move of the mountain and river board. In an instant, Xianyi's constant training was broken, and the Xianyi figure jumped out. Bai Wuchang followed immediately. The magic is linked to the mouth-washing show. This is the king of ghosts. The mountains and rivers are swinging apart. Although Xian Ming is using palm skills, driving down with fists, still fierce and unrivaled, hard to resist. It was obvious that the entire arm bone was shattered by the shock, and was as soft as a soft worm. He was proud of the protective qigong of the 15 flying tigers. Qi Yunhenglian was broken by his punch, and it was all within his reach. Even the Dantian Qi Si has been destroyed. Even if he does not die, he will become a useless person who has lost all his martial arts in this life. The Ghost King looked at the mouth-washing fan. Monk Xianyi asked coldly if anyone was imprisoned in this temple. It has lasted for 30 years. The pain was so severe that I started to panic. I could barely squeeze out a few words through my teeth. I have been here for more than 10 years. Anyone I catch will be killed with just a few blows. But suddenly I was shocked. Are you referring to him? As he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly came out from behind. Old Ghostine, are you looking for me? Why bother with these rats? I saw the mark you left, by the way. What kind of Dharma conference is the court going to hold here? This rat is now helping the court. You have to think about killing him. How to deal with the aftermath? Inxiu Mingqiang calmed himself down and looked back. Only then did he realize that the man in black had a pair of enchanting eyes, yellow and green, shining with the light of Ninglu, as if full of joyful ridicule, and a little bit like a beast. Calmness and cruelty. Suddenly, someone came to mind. Without the teachers and students blurting out, it turned out to be you. Zhao Yulong and Yan Mingtu then turned around and told Mr. Shi. I will leave this monk to you. Let the white-faced scarred silk cover his face and replace it. The others retreated outside the door. I didn't bother me and Lang Shou to reminisce about the past. But Yan Mingtu didn't buy it and said fiercely, I really want to reminisce about the past. But what you want to do is, who is the Ghost King? The ghost roar spread throughout the palace and said slowly, I have been so hungry that I have been divided for a long time. The world has only regarded us as a thing of the past. How ridiculous to let Tianluo live at the head of the 7 circles. Now that I have returned to the East China Sea, I am like a man with evil hands. Helping the 7 factions to defeat the 7 factions is just around the corner. Unexpectedly, Lang Shou actually burst out laughing. You are stupid. Who are you, the son or the apprentice of that old ghost? How dare you come to look for me in such a big way? I guess he died suddenly and didn't explain anything to you. Otherwise, how could you not know what he had done and why? After staying here for 30 years and seeing Yeming gearing up, the Ghost King didn't panic. He said slowly, Is Lang Shou planning to attack me? In fact, you guessed it right. The Fairy Ghost King is the master of the family. This king is his only descendant. Although he is an old man, you and the evil Buddha are rarely mentioned. However, he made it clear about the death of your dear brother, and he passed on my White Walker order, specially designed to control your evil inner power. I also want to know what the outcome will be if you and I fight. Nyamingtu felt nervous, because the old ghost knew that my real husband was no longer his best friend. As expected, what happened 30 years ago had something to do with him. Just in time, I took this opportunity to trick this guy and deal with him later. Nyamingtu smiled darkly and sat down unceremoniously. His thin and slender fingertips gently caressed the smooth white bones of his head. After dressing up, he chuckled and said, It has been 30 years in the blink of an eye. It is said to be an extremely long time. In the end, I have come here. The last time I sat on this bone throne, it seems like it was yesterday. The smile is light and the tone is light, but there is no news. Tell me how the old ghost died and make me happy. What else did he tell you? It was he who asked you to come to Lianjue Temple to find me. But the Ghost King is not a fool. He claimed that the cause of his master's death had nothing to do with the wolf head. The wolf head does not have to carry a ball. I can answer you a question, but you have to tell me what happened 30 years ago. In exchange, I didn't expect that the life of the person in front of me would not suffer at all. It was just like Yin Laogui. I had to ask first if I wanted to know my name. Tell me, why did you come to Lianjue Temple to find me? The Ghost King said slowly. A man who calls himself Mr. Ghost found me not long ago. After Zhang Shi held the chips, he invited the extreme evil Dao to participate in the Seven Mysteries Conference. If you want to integrate the Seven Mysteries and participate in the conference, you must have at least one Taoist sacred weapon, and one of the three extremely evil ones is indispensable. At that time, Mr. Ghost claimed that he could go to the Allen Mountain Lianjue Temple to try his luck. Nian Mingtu laughed wildly. What a bullshit Taoist sacred weapon. After all, it's that bloody murderous demon sword again. After hearing this, the Ghost King knew that the wolf-headed drama was indeed a drama. The immortal master once mentioned the wolf-headed and evil Buddha. There must be someone who has seen the demon's sword from back then. It seems that the whereabouts of the demon's sword have been revealed. I still need the wolf head to teach me. The wolf head flies black for 2 lives. I can use my hands to drive up a left leg, carrying the throne and beating it for 30 years. I have recalled that night countless times. It all seems like yesterday. 30 years ago, this place was not called Allen Mountain. 30 years ago, it was here at Lianjue Temple. It's not called Allen Mountain yet. Ing Xiaoming sent a message to the wolf head and the evil Buddha, saying they would solve it here, the long-standing contradictions in the extremely evil realm. According to Hideaki Ying, he bought reliable information, which can be obtained here. The power is enough to unify the 7 mysterious sections. The wolf head and the evil Buddha need to witness it with their own eyes, and regarded him as the leader of the most evil ways. At that time, Wolfhead just thought it was because the old ghost was playing tricks. In order to see what tricks he was playing, Wolfhead arrived early. I went up the mountain to search, but found no ambush. Just as the wolf leader was thinking about what to arrange on the mountain road. When I came to teach old ghosting a lesson, there were 2 mountain paths up and down the mountain, but there were strange movements at the same time. The wolf leader's eyesight was very good, and he could see clearly what appeared on the down mountain path in an instant. It was a dozen men in black, chasing a young man in pleated clothes. The men in black were all good at it, but the young man was agile and sweated extremely well. He relied on the mountain road to run and saw. Sometimes he can counterattack. On the way up the mountain, it is a ruthless scholar in light clothes who chases the 3 of them. This series of chase scenes aroused the interest of the wolf head, because the 3 people being hunted were recognized by wolf leader as they were spying on the camp. 3 of the 4 dust men in prison who report confidential civilization, but cannot read there. The eldest brother Wei Qiming dares to kill Jianghu's eyes and ears, so he must have a big deal. So the wolf head naturally wants to listen to see if there is any profit. The scholar in front of him is very skilled, but it's not good enough to kill the 3 brothers at the same time. It seems that the 3rd brother was injured in a sneak attack first, then used the never-ending friendship between brothers to achieve the goal of catching them all in one fell swoop. This guy has such serious thoughts. I only heard one of the 4 guards say that you are from a noble family, but he is so cruel. After we have done the business, we have already given up both money and goods. If you want to monopolize it, all you need to do is negotiate the price. Although you unlock the mechanism at the entrance, it is up to you alone. There is no way to activate it. Scholar Chingy wiped the blood on the sword and claimed that it is for this reason that I need the heads of the 3 of you. Force your elder brother to tell you the method, and you can sell this news to me or others. Maybe you have already sold it. After all, this is the demon path. Nian Mingtu heard the conversation clearly. He couldn't help but wonder whether the old ghost Dean was telling the secret. It's the demon's sword, but Nian Mingtu doesn't believe this kind of rumor. But at this moment, a figure walked towards the road like a zombie. This person is the prison's 4 dusts, thousands of miles away. Wei Qiming, the junior brother, saw that he hurried forward to stop the elder brother, and claimed that he was cut off from the throne. The elder brother ran quickly, leaving Qin Shan behind. I didn't worry about having no firewood, but I didn't expect that Qingru's eldest brother would actually stab him with a knife at this time. He chopped off his junior brother's head. The sword swung out with an ominous aura. Even this wolf's head had been held hostage for more than 10 years. I can only think of one word: escape. That light robe makes me look like I'm only in my early 20s. His cultivation and experience are not as good as those of the mighty wolf head, but he is wary by nature and hesitates to step forward. And the group of water bandits who were chasing a young boy from the bottom of the mountain broke in at just this moment, followed by another group of reinforcements. It's hard to count the number of people in the dark. As soon as they encountered Wei Qiming, who was holding a golden sword, There was a horrific massacre with blood splashing on the sword and hands flying around. The scholar in the light robe hesitated for only a moment, then suddenly retreated and flew to the ground. Sweeping out of the forest clearing, that night was very strange. The wolf had performed light skills. They had already fled the scene, leaving the group that was chasing the boy to face the monster Wei Wuying, but for some reason. Later, I couldn't help but turn back, only to find that the scholar in the light robe who had escaped first had also returned to the scene, carrying a bloody long sword, hiding behind the trees and peeping. A pair of eyes widened with an indescribable light of excitement, and the pale face was twisted and ferocious. It's like an evil spirit has taken possession of him. It's very possible that he and Wolfhead are both thinking about the same thing. If we could control this power, and create a group of ghosts like Wei Wuying. Not to mention unifying the 7 mysteries and 7 sects, even if you want to conquer the world and become the emperor, there is nothing that Wei Wuying can't do. Wei Wuying is just a humble person. He is a camp disciple and his martial arts skills are ordinary. That golden stake and dragon-shaped knife is even more stupid and useless. But at that moment, this man struck with the knife. But he transformed into the god of war, and 2 groups of 20 or 30 people became a puddle of flesh and blood. There is no life left. But both Wolfhead and the scholar thought wrong about another thing. The one holding the sword was not the god of war, but the god of death. Under the killing god's sword, there is absolutely no one left alive, except for the young man with broken wings who has strong agility and extremely quick sexual transformation. Dozens of people who accidentally broke into the forest were all doomed. The boy with broken wings gave full play to his abilities, flexible guerrilla tactics to deal with pursuing troops, using the double cover of terrain and corpses. Under the terrifying chops from Wei Wuying, he managed to survive for a while. The crazy god of murder turned around to find a new target. Niamingtu and the green-robed scholar were shocked to realize that everything was too late. They had already lost their last chance of survival. After missing out, together with the brave young man with broken wings, the 3 of them had to fight side by side in an extremely panicked situation. He ran away and was forced to stand in front of a cliff. Wei Wuying, who was dragging the golden sword, came staggering to the ground. From time to time it raises its head and howls like an animal, emitting 2 single tones that are difficult to distinguish, as if possessed by an evil spirit. At the critical moment, the boy with broken wings burst into madness and rushed forward without risking his life. Scholars and Singi also rushed forward. The 3 of them officially faced off against the demon sword, and when they woke up again, the 3 of them were already at the bottom of the cliff. The young man with broken wings remembered that he was killed by the terrifying Wei Wuying. Pushed to the edge of the cliff, the inferior sword energy and the endless internal force completely suppressed the 3 of them. The weirdest thing is that no matter what the 3 of them use, the knife skills at the bottom of the box are, he could use the same sword skills to deal with them. The sword energy was fierce, and the more he hit, the more powerful he was. This amazing martial arts made the young man with broken wings despair. At the critical moment, Niamingtu blocked Wei Wuying's fatal knife, and in the air, he moved the 2 teenagers towards the cliff. After all, Wolfhead has the deepest cultivation level and is the first to wake up. But we have to figure it out. What exactly did the green-robed scholar take away from Dianyu Sikhen, and how does it relate to Wei Wuying's madness? But it requires more patience and probing. Niamingtu remained calm and lay motionless on the ground. After pretending to be seriously injured and unconscious, the scholar in blue robe finally woke up. His broken sword had been lost, and he picked up a stone. Suddenly he raised it and hit Niamingtu on the head. Stop! It was the boy with broken wings who was trying to stop him. He held on to the steel knife tightly when he fell off the cliff. The young man with broken wings held his hand with a steel knife before he let go. If it weren't for this person, you and I would have died by that monster's knife. If you want to kill me, please do it another day. You can't touch him today. The scholar in green robes snorted coldly. Walking in black at night. What kind of beauty could it be? Did you see the black blood and debris on the ground? This blood is not his. It's from the earthen jar tied around his waist. This smell should be the blood of a person who has been dead for a long time. This person's martial arts are far superior to you and me. Once we wake up, we will accept his slaughter. But the boy with broken wings can't help but agree. Claiming that I didn't know this person, why did he want to kill me? Besides, you are also on this mountain in the middle of the night. Logically speaking, my family is a feuding family. So should I chop off your head? The scholar in light clothes laughed wildly. You still have to stand up for your family. I saw with my own eyes that among the men in black who were chasing you, the masks were knocked off by you. There were Li Boi, a master of the Tongzhou branch of your noble sect, and the cronies of the Chishui transfer Anva. They are all familiar faces. You are so sharp that even the elders in the family are afraid of you. I have issued a kill order for you. Are you willing to do it? It is the fate of us young people to be killed by these old guys. It was decided in one thought that they had all grown old, ignorant, and despicable, but they themselves did not want to admit it. I'm going to subvert, that's why I'm here tonight, just for one. Seize the chance of fate, you and I, let's cooperate, he said. The scholar in light clothes took out a scroll from his arms and claimed that it contained something. How powerful is the demon's summoning sword? You saw it just now. Suddenly a dark shadow passed by. He snatched the scroll from the hand of the scholar in light clothes. This person was Niemingtu, who was pretending to be faint. Niemingtu opened the scroll. It turned out to be empty. Niemingtu realized that he had been deceived and crushed the scroll in anger. Niemingtu had been in the industry for more than 10 years and he had always been the only one who was a hero. Unexpectedly, today he was tricked by a junior in the world. Then he picked up the broken earthen jar and licked the blood in the earthen jar. The green wolf could not stop spinning. The scholar in light clothes finally realized the person in front of him. It was Zhao Yulong who played Niemingtu. Niemingtu was latent and cold, and his inner calm was faint, with a faint breath of fresh air under his skin. The muscles all over the body are bunched up and the bones are clicking. The whole person seems to have suddenly become thinner and longer. After the back muscles are tightened, the hairs stand up one by one, like steel-tipped needles, but their appearance obviously remains unchanged. The facial features are exposed due to their close flesh. The muzzle and nose are more prominent and pointed, the tail of the eyes are slanted, and there is a green and yellow light shining in the pupils, making it look like half man and half wolf. Due to long-term splitting of bones and flesh, nails, etc., the nails are as curved as a swamp. The yellow and shiny keratin hyperplasia is unusually close to the finger flesh. The first knuckle is horribly long. The fingertips are as flat as shovels and as sharp as hooks. When the fingers rub together, they make a scraping sound like bones. It's chilling that the two young men didn't even show any fear when they saw Niemingtu looking like this. I saw this young man holding a knife and shouting that no matter who it is, he wants my life. They all have to rely on their ability to get it. The two naturally united the front to force the wolf's head off the cliff. After all, Niemingtu had an astonishing talent. There are two people who were born together. The young men seemed to be born at the same time, fighting with two Niemingtu. This young man's sword skills were taught by experts. It's a pity that people can't lose weight fast after all. After a few rounds, the shoulder was torn apart by the wolf's head. The scholar's corpse was lightly dug into, and the sword was broken. He was unarmed. One hand grasped the wolf's claw at the tip of his neck, and the other hand grasped the old gray cloth. He was pushed with his feet off the ground, pushed all the way to the edge of the ledge, dragged and kicked off a few pieces of loose earth and rocks. His body was actually hanging in the air. Niemingtu said with a slight sarcasm, I am a wolf who eats muddy claws, but I can get in. You noble and upright wild animals, who is being pushed to the edge of the cliff now? I'm old and I don't have much patience before I slit your throat. If you don't tell me where the demon knife is, just throw it away. The scholar's face was white, and his whole body was trembling slightly. Niemingtu thought he was frightened. Just as he was about to let go, Niemingtu felt a sharp pain in his right arm when he touched the ground. Niemingtu found that his right forearm, being chased and penetrated by a riding leg with a dark brass glow. At this time, most of the wolf's head was scratched out of the ledge, being dragged down again by the weight of the scholar. He was about to fall off the cliff, but he didn't panic at all. He grinned, silly boy, you wouldn't think that the green wolf Jew. Just make me go faster, because you're going to die. I tell you with great compassion that in the era of the Dragon King, the strong and the weak died, the darkness continued all day long, the grass and trees withered, and the people ate only one child. The green wolf technique was created at that time by warriors seeking to survive by using animal blood and animal flesh. It not only allows practitioners to instantly regenerate skin and flesh, but also to recreate menstrual blood. It can also suppress pain and injuries that penetrate the intestines and stomach. I don't know how many times I, the old wolf, have suffered them, but at this moment, this young man rushed from behind and came again. Hold Niemingtu's other hand tightly. Caught by this inertia, the three of them could no longer stabilize their bodies. After falling into the cliff, I don't know how long it took, but Niemingtu woke up and his blood kept spurting out. If the fall is heavier, I'm afraid I won't even be able to recover from the blue wolf technique. Now I can only resort to dangerous moves and forced exercise to heal the injury. Otherwise, once the beastly heart subsides, the counterattack was extreme. Wolf Head hurriedly came to the scholar and Singi. At this time, the scholar was actually still breathing. The scroll that slipped beside him attracted the attention of the Wolf Head, who kept tearing at the scholar, shouting, "What is this, if you don't explain it? I'll just use your ribs to pop the skin." At this moment, an old monk came slowly from behind. Ba, Rana is walking all the way tonight. There is too much blood in his eyes. Please give me your generous hand to save people. Nianmingtu has no difficulty in rescuing an emergency. I understand the evil Buddha's vow to kill all Bichio, and I have killed many verbose bald donkeys in my life. He turned around, but unexpectedly, he turned around and saw the two young men. Sliding out of the tent, they both sat cross-legged with 5 stars in the sky. An old monk in grey robe was holding the door behind them. The 3 of them were hazy with white mist. They were at the critical moment of healing. Nianmingtu has met countless masters. The grey-robed old monk's movements are so fast that they are like the sword of his lifetime. Even if Nianmingtu wins completely, he also knew that he had no chance of winning. He was so bold at the moment that he couldn't take advantage of this moment to kill him. One day he would bump into this rat and donkey again. Taking off will be the end of me. I reach out to the ground and search in the sky. He actually inserted it into the grey-clothed old monk's heavenly spirit cap to perform exercises to heal his injuries. The worst thing is to avoid being disturbed. At the slightest, he becomes possessed by a demon and goes into flames. At worst, both corpses were dead. Who would have thought that this capture would actually fail? But the old monk would not even do anything. He couldn't see clearly either. He was sitting still. Nianmingtu's mind went blank. 72 soul-eating claws rushed out, unexpectedly recruiting Lian Mian, and only treated the old monk as a sandbag. He didn't dare to let go easily. The more he hit Nianmingtu, the more frightened he became. The old monk held the 2 of them with his fleshy palms. Exercise to heal injuries, sitting with your legs crossed then. Who exactly is dismantling his offense and defense? There are comings and goings. Nianmingtu suddenly felt his body swaying lightly. The surrounding scenery has completely changed. The large area at the bottom of the cliff was originally. The wild forest and rocks are gone, replaced by the coldness of the inferi that pierces the bone marrow. The top of my head is as dark as night, and there seems to be countless brine falling from the stone. I am writing and writing. It's not a wonder, but underneath you are a pool of sparkling green water, with tiny, bright blue algae floating in the water. The green feathers are reflected in 0 waves, as if the world is turned upside down, but the light source comes from below, and the voice of the holy monk comes out. The sound lingers in my ears. With the benefactor's martial arts characteristics, this holy alga should be able to replace the flesh and blood you want. After swallowing, exercise can heal most of it on its own. I now want to protect the heart veins of these 2 benefactors. They were ordered to take it orally to stop the bleeding. Sure enough, the cold algae gradually stopped the backlash of the blue wolf heart. With one person's internal strength, helping 2 people renew their heart pulses until the bleeding stops. This is Nianmingtu's life experience. Just as I was thinking about how to escape, I heard a cry of mourning, and the holy alga came to the place where the Buddha was kept. Cut off the vinegar first to get rejuvenation. The master is compassionate. I will never ignore this holy healing product wherever I travel. We will follow it all the way. If you encounter a Buddha stand, Brother Feng, I should be considered the winner in this round, with a gentle voice. Hearing it is like the late spring breeze. The other person's voice is full of majesty. Although his tone is calm, it still makes the whole underground cave faintly shake. There is no refining flame on the green jujube pond. There are bursts of jumpsuits. There is no reason to win or lose. It doesn't matter if there is no dispute. 10 years have passed away in negligence. The master has been seeing each other for a long time, and Nianmingtu secretly taught him how to suffer. The 2 of them brought the Ghost King and the Evil Buddha, who are both 3 evils. The cultivation level of these 2 people is definitely not inferior to that of the old monk. I have really been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. The old monk came to push the top expert to the rescue. The old monk sighed again and said with lowered eyebrows, "The general is guarding the border and is deeply concerned about the safety of the world. But he left his post without authorization because of his old monk. It's my fault." Wei Yan's voice was silent for a moment, and said, "Yonglin will make up a hexagram before he leaves. He will get colleagues from the sky. He is about the same height as Qilin. He is not new at the age of 3. Since he is fully prepared, he is not afraid that a group of people will take advantage of the situation, and Yong sets a period of 7 days for himself, and he will return if there is no day. Master, don't worry about it." The other man laughs loudly. Ling Yun is cut into a sword and pen. The floating life is only worthy of being used as a calendar. Master is not standing on a precious place, but he persuades people to stay at the border and never leave. The party is so cunning. Shi Shuichen narrowed his eyes. You too, you still can't let go of Ling Yuning. Wu Dangyong was actually able to change his destiny against the will of heaven. 10 years ago, Shi Shuichen used the technique of being obsessed with Messen to hide Ling Yuning and Ing Henji, the 2 of them. He was convinced that he lost, but that game was Kishwichen's fault after all. At that time, he promised that as long as Inghenji and Wu Dangyong promised one thing, they would stay until the day when Kishwichen's ancestor was found. Then we can have another bet. At that time, Qi Shuichen asked Wu Dangyong to swear an oath not to kill anyone for the rest of his life. He also asked Inghenji to let go of the convenience of the 9-door hand, and never use one of them for the rest of his life. For 10 years, the two of them kept their oath and would not burn out more than a month. Today's opportunity was not available. Niemingtu sank into the sacred Zao pond, pretending to be comatose, thinking in his mind how to escape unscathed. I heard that Feng Dao suspected Wu Dangyong, Jiao Tongxing's hand Inghenji, and Ling Yun's Sankai made a bet here. I heard this secret myself. Wouldn't it be necessary to be silenced? At this time, Wu Dangyong's sonorous voice slowly sounded. Yong once speculated on the way of heaven. If he couldn't see the Lingyun Baoding, he really couldn't leave willingly. As soon as the master knew the good and bad, Jin Yuan saved people. Before the bet started, Yong was willing to help the master. I saw Wu Dangyong raise his hand, and there was a splash in the pool. This young man seemed to be pulled out of the water by an invisible lock. Wu Dangyong asked the old monk that the master did not hesitate to expend his true power. These two people are related to the master, and have never known each other. The old monk replied that if the general met on the road, just don't save Wu Dangyong, it's Yongwen who is superfluous. I think this young man's spiritual roots have grown inversely, and he has a bad fate. Since I met Yong, I will change his luck and lend him 30 years of domineering life. Let's take care of the road ahead, 3 worlds and 10 directions. The Lus has the same destiny. The literary words in the Inhenji are sparse and smile. A roaring move in the shadow. Lightly scratching the scholar's other foot when he is not making a holy juju. Sinking into the water in front of him, he tapped a few of the scholar's acupuncture points, pushed the blood through the bowl with his hands, and accumulated the inner breath to warm the scholar and show his filial piety. Can one's life be changed? Brother Wu 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 is so powerful. It seems that we can only wait for this scholar to wake up, teach him to read poetry and books for a few years, and talk about the way of a saint to compete with Brother Feng's overlord fate. How about the difference of 30 years after the fight? Is Brother Feng interested in betting on this game again? Wu Dangyong did not explain. There seems to be a lack of interest at this moment. Reciting the name picture, my thoughts jumped out of the water, and I grabbed the old monk with my soul-eating claws. His throat was sinking with water, and he took out his other hand and shot it into the hole in his chest. He covered the monk in front of him and said in a loud voice, "Listen to me. I don't care what Lingyun Sankai is about you. Now I have activated the Green Wolf Scroll of the 12 cities. If anyone dares to move, even if he dies, I will crush his throat first." But the 3 people present acted as if they had not seen the name-reciting picture and acted ignorantly. Continuing to chat about his topic, Wu Dangyong asked seriously. For many years, Yong has been thinking about a question and wanted to ask the master for advice. The master took so much trouble to hide the treasure roof room. Is it the world's people, or Ling Yuning itself? Qi Shuichen nodded with a smile, showing approval. The general's insight is extraordinary. What the general said is absolutely correct, he said with a solemn face. If the contents of Ling Yuning were opened rashly, it would not only be a blessing to the world. On the contrary, it may be a disaster that will destroy the world. If the world wants to see Ling Yuning, at least his martial arts and intelligence must be better than Lao Monk, otherwise, it's too late to regret it. The recitation of the name picture at this time is like a clown. No one took it seriously at all. Yin Xing and Yin Heng also said slowly, according to the master's words, although the secret of Ling Yuning is dangerous and unusual, it is not uncontrollable. The master has seen Ling Yuning, but he refused to say it clearly. Since the master has seen it, why don't you let me wait and give it a try? Wu Dangyong also echoed. Yongni doesn't know what he wants. I would like to hear the master's words first. Qi Shuichen nodded and sighed. It doesn't matter, the abilities of the two of them are already unparalleled. If God wants to let people touch the secret of Ling Yun again, it must be the two of them. Even if I can hide for a while, I will never be able to hide for the rest of my life. I also want to know, what kind of questions will the two of you ask? As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Shuichen was pinched by the wolf's hand just now. I don't know when, I don't know how, I have already stood up. Lung Shou was left with a shocked look on his face, and Yihen also suggested that there are ready-made characters here. It can be regarded as a bet. I am waiting for these 3 people to win tonight. He is the evil Buddha known as the 3 Brights of Bliss, Wolf Hand. The Ghost King is full of joy. Brother Feng will definitely be punished according to the law because of the way he behaves, but Brother Feng promised Master not to kill anyone in his life. This time I went south, I didn't ask for leave from the court, and I couldn't hand in official duties. I am not a person who likes to kill, but Master is merciful. I don't think I have ever wanted their lives. In this way, these 3 evil people can neither be killed nor let go. It's better for us to restrain evil and teach them how to govern the world and use light and justice. After a few years, if you can educate an evil person to change his ways, even if you win a game, this will also benefit people. I don't know what you two think. Shuan smiled and said, There is no distinction between education and distinction. I am a Confucian scholar. Mastering this time, I picked a tricky question. It's just that we are both idle clouds and wild cranes, and the general is busy with official duties. I don't know if it's suitable for him. The disobedient man on the side nodded, like a rocky mountain of Jinsu. Yongzi should obey orders. Nieming listened to 3 people coming and going. He didn't take himself seriously at all. He seemed to be a powerful and evil person in both black and white. It's just 3 chips, I can't help but get angry. Some old men, I also want to lay eggs, and wait for the flesh and blood. Let's talk. The green wolf is Yue Zhao. It rushes towards Kishwichin. Kishwichin flips his palms and gathers the wind like a brain beat. With a cry, he held Nieming's ears behind his head and sighed. The donor and evil are evil, do evil, and are obsessive. This is the only way to explain it. At that moment, Nieming clearly felt the glorious light trembling in his palms. A strange energy instantly penetrated the Qinglang Ju, and Nieming felt it was unbearably hot. The head seemed to be covered by a red-hot iron hoop. The old monk's hot palm stuck to the head and made a sound. Shan Najian lost all 5 senses, and the pain was unspeakable. Amidst the screams, his eyes ended with a boiling fire. Milk and blood are wet and red, and my ears keep echoing. It's time to turn around. And other things. Nieming didn't know either. He only remembered that when he woke up, he could no longer use the green wolf technique, and the 2 of them were also imprisoned. It was Wu Dangyong who sent people to supervise him in Lianjue Temple. It was Wu Dangyong who imprisoned the wolf head in Lianjue Temple. It turned out to be Wu Dangyong. The strange thing described by wolf head is shocking. No one has ever heard of it in the world. But it was Qi Sheichin who did it. Why Wu Dangyong was imprisoned instead of Wu Dangyong is unknown. Wolfhead said angrily. It doesn't matter who will deal with me. But Wu Dangyong sent someone to beg me, but he himself ended up. The fate of the country and the family was ruined because he left his post without permission and gave the clan the opportunity to invade his wife. He also committed suicide on the city wall. Payi heard this conversation clearly. It turned out that Lao Hu, the 7 days in Baiguan that I had mentioned to myself actually happened at that time. I didn't expect that the 3 evils would actually interact with my nominal master. There is such a connection, but at this time, the Underworld War School has a question. If it was the demon's sword that the light-robed scholar, Huatong Wei Qingying, went to pick up, why would the Ghost King know about it at that time? I feel like there is something behind this story. There is another secret. At this time, the Ghost King said that he had also heard that Wu Dangyong always used the back of his sword to defeat the enemy on the battlefield and never killed anyone with his own hands. So that's what happened. The wolf head still remembers where Wei Qingying came from. The wolf head who pulled out the demon knife did not answer, but just laughed heartily. Xiao Gui too, such a bizarre story, you have no doubt whether it is true or not. You don't ask who detained your master, but he only cares about the demon's sword. It seems that the old ghost didn't tell you everything, but I pointed out the following for you. Nieming said coldly. In the past 30 years, I have recalled the experience of that night countless times. I must have been unlucky. One guy bumped into 3 old bastards with super poor martial arts. All of this is the result of someone's careful design led us to be alone, only to encounter an unimaginable opponent. In Summing finally understood. There was a colorful horizontal blue picture with gold threads on his lap. He said coldly. The agreement with the demon sword was made by the family master. The difference in the wolf's head is to doubt the former sect leader. After selling the wolf head and the evil Buddha Nieming to his life, I casually slapped my knees and legs. That's not to say that I am only sure that this stunt was not done by myself. For 30 years I have no doubts about your dead ghost master and the evil Buddha. The innocent one of the two. Even if you think about it, you may not trust me. After all, the person who started it may not be the person who set the trap. He still smiled and said, until you showed up tonight, I was finally convinced that all of this was caused by your master. He was the one who betrayed his colleagues and betrayed the sect just for his own selfish interests. He had kept his tail between his legs for 30 years. A shameless slave who is willing to be someone else's lackey. The Ghost King bows his head with a slap and rises with a hidden arrow. Nieming too. Don't think that a ghost order can't deal with you, so he sprays blood on others. Niemingtu's anger reached its peak as he insulted the first leader of his sect and threw the Ghost King's chair over with his hands. The Ghost King is like a swallow touching water, firmly stepping on the chair under his feet. With a casual move of the mountain and river board, Xianming waved away and greeted him, but he never thought of it. The green ghost hand that looked like a curse came out from under the robe. The hasty attack this time was even more unfavorable. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into a vast shadow. The shaft made a sound. The green ghost hand that looked like a curse came out from under the robe. The Ghost King couldn't resist it before, but now he was attacked hastily, which was even more disadvantageous. In the blink of an eye, the shadow disappears into the sky. The shaft makes a sound, and the bloody mist of sadness keeps popping up. The jade shoes and armor in the robe cannot cover the place. Gathered together into the weak and painful horns of the curved flesh, the critical moment. The Ghost King didn't want to escape and fight back, so he actually pulled off his cloak and covered her head with the shape of Urxi. Niamingtu's eyes were covered with flowers, and he fell to the ground holding his head, rolling and wailing. Niamingtu was convulsed with pain, his limbs were twisted, his whole body was in a ball, and he was shaking uncontrollably. I dare not open my eyes. I am so vicious and cunning. Even if I cast a spell on my wolf eyes, I feel like I am suffering from leprosy and epilepsy. I wouldn't even have the strength to stand up if I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes. The coach couldn't believe it. The hunter in the secret room suddenly realized what Niamingtu had told him. There are mechanisms in the Saha Pavilion, but they are all deceiving themselves. The doors and windows in the pavilion are all engraved with the pictures and characters of the heavenly Buddha of the Great Sun Alliance sect, the Master Chi Shuechen. It must be related to the Great Sun Alliance sect. I didn't expect that others could freely enter and exit the Sanqian Saha Pavilion. It turned out to be the exclusive prison of the Wolf Head. At this time, Mr. Xianmingshi came over after hearing the sound and claimed that his subordinates had found the 3,000 Saha Pavilions. The Ghost King immediately ordered people to take the Wolf Head there. He was locked up on the second floor. At this moment, the Ghost King suddenly trembled, and the true energy in his body was disturbed and chaotic. Sure, Lao Lianmang asked with concern. My lord, this is an internal injury. I don't know which method it is from. It's okay for the Ghost King to raise his hand. He claimed that the other party is the old wolf leader after all. You can't be careless. In addition, order someone to tidy up the dangerous room. No one is allowed to approach. Payi can see all this clearly. I was greatly shocked that this Ghost King was actually filled with red-eyed qi. Logically speaking, this qi was only effective on women. This person was so jealous that it turned out to be a woman. Payi claimed that she looked like she had been poisoned for a long time and had just activated her internal power. The red-eye poison was triggered again. Could it be possible that she had encountered Yu Chenfeng? Has Yu Chenfeng actually started trying to use red eyes? Hearing this, Ming Zhanxue also looked worried. Payi claimed, it is his duty to escort Red Eye. Now that Red Eye hurts others, he must not let it go. Senior Wei once taught him a way to detoxify her. When she becomes weak from the poison, Payi planned to detoxify her. Although Ming Zhanxue didn't know why, she saw an unshakable iron will in the eyes of this always gentle young man. She squinted a pair of bright eyes like water and smiled slyly. I have something to say first. If I didn't read the famous picture, I wouldn't be afraid. I won't let you go with my special skills. Although Ing Xiuming's martial arts is high, he is no match for me. Saying that, he stood up and opened the entrance and exit muscles. He jumped out with Payi on his arm, and the two of them performed Qin Kung Fu together, following the horse's hoof prints on the ground. We chased them all the way to Faxingyuan. In Faxingyuan, all the disciples in blue were also stripped of their faces and replaced with white scarred silk. Ming Zhanxue relied on her skillful Qigong skills to escape from the patrolling little ghosts, and arrived outside the strange room. Ming Zhanxue smiled reluctantly and said, she is the master of the 10 mysterious underworlds after traveling for a long time. After all, she still has to eat and change clothes. It goes against her desires. She has to be served by servants. Come on, let's take a look at her after taking off the oil paint. What was it like? The two of them touched under the eaves. There were clearly two people in the room, but they didn't know why. Can't hear any conversation. The two quietly looked into the house from the window. There was only one gray-haired old man in the huge house. He has a square head and big ears, a nose like a gutter, extremely deep contours, and a rough face covered with strange oil. At the end of the eye, where the trembling bones are, there are large dark spots that numb the consciousness. He looks very ugly. Although his body is a little hooked, his shoulders and arms are thick and tight. The frame is very thick, and the back of the man is unintentional. And the extremely evil person in charge of this matter is eager to unify the three realms. Yin Xiuming, the Ghost King who rules over the 10 categories and has been traveling for a long time. It's actually a woman. This woman is born with a melon face and a straight nose, slightly gutter-shaped. Compared with the beauties native to Dongxing Prefecture, Her facial features are more three-dimensional and have deep outlines. Her reddish-brown eyebrows are both thick and thick. She is particularly energetic. A pair of large xiao-like light brown eyebrows are pressed under her eyebrows. They are pointed at both ends and have an apricot-like shape with a round treasure in the middle. Her lips are also extremely plump. The upper lip is as plump as a cook's neck, and the lower lip is even more crispy and greasy. There are no cracks or fine lines on the lips. The color is as red as a rotten bridge, and the opaque breast muscles make it look even more brilliantly red. Curly hair color. It is the special emblem of the Mao people in the western region in ancient times. Although her outline is deep, her facial features still retain the softness of a Donglo woman. Her skin is also more delicate than that of a group of women, obviously because she is of mixed race. It is not as rough and dry as theirs. She is prone to premature aging, but apart from her strong local customs, what really makes her attractive is, but it is the wonderful quality of both contradiction and coordination. Men's clothing and women's body. Fat and strong, Dongzhou accent and a bunch of faces, a self-righteous acting style and a mature and cool body, ruthless methods and an age that is intimidated by maturity, sometimes shrewd, sometimes recklessly. I saw the Ghost King constantly gesticulating in sign language. This gesture is the secret of Taoism. She was communicating with the old jade in elegant language. Ming Zhangshu said that the Ghost Kings of all generations have claimed that they are the only reincarnations, and they must not let their subordinates know that she is a woman. The slave she can trust must be deaf and mute to be considered safe. Payi looked at the Ghost King's sign language and claimed that she said the bath water was enough. Asking the old jade to retreat outside the pavilion, Payi thought that in order to use his kung fu to detoxify the red eye, he needed to soak in water. The famous fortune teller saw that Payi's face turned red. He couldn't help but flutter his wings and smiled, claiming that he had heard of it. It is said that Tianyuan Taoism is a kind of scattered bow method. However, although this Ghost King was poisoned, it's not that easy to control. I casually took out a jar of poison that I brought from Tianluo Township. Even my grandma couldn't resist it. It was enough to subdue the Ghost King and his slaves, and then the drug was slowly ignited and the smoke dispersed. As expected, the maid fell to the ground in a daze. Payi also took the opportunity to break into the house. Ming Zhangshu was a little worried at this time. Payi stayed here to wait for Yu Chifeng to get back the red eyes. It seemed that he had to find a chance. I told him what happened in the ruined temple at that time. When I was thinking about it, I suddenly found a figure disappearing from several places in the room behind me. Judging from the figure, she is a woman. When she realizes it, she immediately seduces her. It seems that it was directed at him. The moonlight reflected the woman's graceful curves, as if they were thick and smooth. She is like a willow silk, with curved eyebrows and a single eye that is seductive. She is like a fairy who has mistakenly entered the human world, but she does not know that she is a murderous demon without blinking an eye. A woman's figure flashed above the 3,000 shrunken. This person was wearing a black tight-fitting night jacket. He looked around in a panic to see if anyone was chasing him. Seeing that the wind was calm, he thought that this accountant was nothing more than that. Unexpectedly, the next second the voice of Ming Zhanshu came from behind. Tian Luoxiang can only cultivate. Are you a character like you? The woman in black quickly put on her posture and said with a solemn expression. It makes famous girls laugh. Of course I can't get into the eyes of famous girls. But, someone wanted to reminisce about old times with the girl. As soon as he finished speaking, after a few searches, several figures emerged from the woods. The slim figures under the black tights were exactly the same. They are all women's bodies in light clothes, the leading woman said solemnly. Name, I didn't expect that you not only betrayed Tian Luxiang, but also fell into association with the extremely evil ways. Yu Shaoer, you have made a contribution. Please inform Grandma immediately. We have found the traitor. At this time, Ming Zhangshu still showed no signs of panic and said with a slight sarcasm. This posture seems to be Tian Luxiang. The 8 guardians are all here. Grandma, this is a huge investment. I have transferred all of you. Aren't you afraid that the old nest will not be protected? Sui Qinwan, is she here too? Seeing Zhang Shua's name, he called protectors by his name. All the protectors swarmed up and formed an encirclement. But these people didn't pay any attention to Ming Zhangshu and claimed that it's just you. In this case, do you have the consciousness to sacrifice your life? Considering that your life is not long, I will be very merciful. Let you experience the superior martial arts in the Tianluo Sutra. I only saw the great light on the top of the Saha Pavilion and the mighty Baixiang Tianluo. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the surrounding white-faced commanders. The people who were guarding the famous pictures were all dead. It must be the masters of Tian Luxiang who did this. He turned around and hurriedly informed Mr. Shi, and the Ghost King. The Ghost King in the bathroom somehow fell asleep and woke up with a splitting headache. That red knife echoes in my mind. At this moment, a man's voice came from behind. It was Payi. The two people's skin was so light. I am detoxifying the demon's sword. Why is this Ghost King so willing to be tainted by others? But at this time, I can't raise any internal energy. I don't know what this kid did to me. He reached out and grabbed Payi, trying to break away from Payi with brute force. But Payi's hands were like thousands of threads, easily restraining the Ghost King. When Guanyin knew each other, his skills often had miraculous effects. The Ghost King recognized this trick at a glance. He had also used it before when reciting famous pictures. Could it be that he was the one who recited famous pictures? Payi took the opportunity to say that the poor monk is a monk who wears dharma and practices in Lianjue Temple. His Buddhist name is Xuanru. He is the enemy of the poor monk whether you believe it or not. As the Ghost King of Hell, if you allow the poison of the red eye to spread in your body, the consequences will be unpredictable. If you don't detoxify in time, you will definitely regret it in the future. If the girl feels offended, she can investigate the characteristics of the demon sword's red eyes by herself in the future. It will not be too late to settle the score with the poor monk at that time. The Ghost King's anger has reached its peak at this time, but he is controlled by others. In desperation, the little girl's true nature is exposed. He bit Payi on the neck and fell asleep immediately. This was the drowsy period after detoxification. Payi had no time to ask her. If he met Yu Chifeng, he had no choice but to help him to the bed. He vaguely heard the Ghost King saying, "Father, don't worry, Nair is not inferior to men." It turns out that the Ghost King's name is Nair. At this moment, Payi suddenly realized that Miss Ming had not replied for a long time. Above 3,000 Saha Pavilion, the 8 protectors of Tianluo Township all disappeared. The protector who had only one breath left was also entangled by Ming Zhanshu's Jade Do Not and severed 7 meridian, and his life was cut off. Yu Shaoan lay aside and cried bitterly, claiming that the traitor would never be able to run away. The other sisters were chasing, and it would be fine as soon as Grandma arrived. At this moment, a figure swaying with a white face and scarred hair came over. Bai Wucheng's mask is shattered and he died. I saw this person walking to the Saha Pavilion and said coldly, 3,000 Saha Guichen Temple. One night of enlightenment can save my heart. Who can be saved by a broken build? Then the competition rises from the ground. With his arms stretched out, he threw Bai Wucheng's body out great force. It actually shattered the Saha Pavilion's kick. The jade goose on the house was also knocked back, fell to the ground under the rubble. A hoarse and sharp voice came out. It was so awesome that it almost shocked me to death. Who are you? Why do you want to help? The person who spoke was the name-naming disciple who was imprisoned in the Saha Pavilion. I saw this man wearing black clothes covering his face more completely than the wolf head. He said coldly, "Of course the rescue will not be in vain. I just want to make a deal with the wolf head." But wolf head refused because he was covering his face and not being candid enough. This person said meaningfully, "People in this world possess martial art but are afraid of it. It's all because they are not strong enough. I am not exempt from your wolf head's hesitation. Come to think of it, he is no longer the master of the animal world. What a pity, what a pity. I've been working hard for a while, but I ended up with the wrong person in this life." Then he took out a scroll from his arm. "Why don't you wolf take a look at this thing first to see if it's worth going back to where you were before?" Turns out this is exactly what Langshuo has been. The place where Derilian Sek hides things is not just the Saha Pavilion. The masked man told the truth to the wolf head. Brahma Rain Buddha image was engraved into his eye. Even if he read through the scriptures of the Great Sun United, he could not remove it. If I can help, combined with the methods in this, it is easy to restore the green wolf technique. It is difficult for wolf head to refuse such an offer. Then he asked, "What should I call you?" The masked man smiled hardly. "Wolf head, you can call me Kuan Yu." Without further ado, I'm going to help the wolf head recover the green wolf tech. Actually, there are still a few alive over there. Maybe it will be helpful to your green wolf. Hearing Yu Shaoan next to him was almost desperate. Payi heard the huge sound of the Saha Pavilion from a distance. He heard the sound and came to see the Saha Pavilion. It was so destroyed, whose internal strength was so powerful. Several corpses next. It looked like he was the one guarding the wolf. Payi couldn't help but worry whether Miss Ming was in danger. Suddenly he saw a woman's body in the ruin. Could it be Miss Ming? Payi ran away blind. Fortunately, this is just a person from Tianluo Township. Payi knows Tianluo Township failed to pursue Miss Ming last time. This time it attacks again. It is by no means an ordinary person, but Miss Ming will not be so easy to deal with. But no matter what, Miss Ming must be in. If I were her, after escaping from the pursuers, to stay safe, you should go to the secret room of Zhujiang Arrow Hall. In the Faxing Courtyard, the Ghost King was furious. The matter of reciting the name map is so. How could there be such a big fuss? Mr. Corp, you have to give me an explanation for this matter. Corpse Lao rushed blindly and replied. His subordinates carefully into the scene. In addition to Bai Wucheng, there were 4 Corp Tianluo Township disciples. The strange thing is that all 4 women died in Tianluo Township Pavilion's unique martial art, under the fingers of corpse washing hands and jade dew. According to the opinions of my subordinate, when we were keeping an eye on the 5 catacombs, all our strength, Tianluo Township was also keeping an eye on us. The Ghost King was furious. Send the order and go all out to arrest the spies. Tianluo Township. You will torture them yourself, Mr. Sure. If you are still alive after question, you can do whatever you want. Corpse old man returned the gift hand, wondering whether the Lord's injury had healed on its own. The Ghost King did not answer. He sure doubt. Don't say anything else. No useful information can be found during the torture this time. I will add, in the Ghost King's opinion, although this old corpse is of some use, it is still a danger to my identity. And the thief monk last night, although the strange poison on my body, I was really relieved by it, but I had to kill him. Inside the secret room of Jueching Arahant Hall, Payi has been waiting for a whole day and there is still no news. Miss Ming must be in trouble. I absolutely can't wait any longer. I must do something. Although I don't know where to find people from Tianluo Township. The Nyan Mingta locked in Sobo Pavilion has also disappeared. The Ghost King values him so much that he will never sit idly by. I might as well explore the extremely evil moral territory again. Maybe there will. This time I can only rely on Payi himself. In the dark night, Payi uses oracle skills to the extreme brit. Fall and leave. Even the wind howling in your ears cannot escape Payi's perception. Payi is as graceful as the breeze passing through the top of the tree. You succeed. You will avoid the guards and reach the backyard. In the lighted room, a girl's limbs were spread out in big letters, tied to the smooth stone platform. The lost soul held the silver knife, sat down and looked at her collarbones and nipples on both sides, drew a knife on each side, and said with a black smile, "Your classmate also said at the beginning that he was just a young boy and knew nothing about the other. In the end, he told me your position. Friendship between classmates is nothing more than that. It's a pity that I used too many things on." I didn't stop for a moment. This bottle contains the precious magic stone marrow bone. Even in Nanling, it is extremely difficult to cultivate. This thing turns into blood and feeds on human bone marrow. It will cause itching and pain in the bone marrow. It makes people want to dig out their own skin and flesh. But in order to avoid premature death of the body, the stone marrow bone controls the human body through the spinal cord. It makes its limbs stiff, unable to grasp brain. Pain continued. "Now I just need to draw a cut on your back." After saying that, he used scissors to cut the girl's skirt. Delicate skin and supple waist became Mr. Sher's plate. Mr. Sher said with a smile, while blooming the woman's waist, and I took less than a stick of incense to show my inner thoughts before. He handed over the sword that he had stolen from the Nanling royal family. "I would like to see how you would react after being hit by a stone marrow bone." Just when Xiaoyu was trembling all over and gradually despairing, a stone was driven by internal force, easily knocked out the lamp. Figure jumped out of the dark. It was Payi who came to save the beauty. Payi was there before the lights went out. I closed my eyes in advance, for Mr. Sher could adapt to the dark. Dared to use the second Guanyin stat, successfully strangled Mr. Sher's neck. Unexpectedly, Ghost Soul Sher Lao said this was just a false move, turned around and opened his mouth. Every time there was a sound, large-scale smoke spewed out from the throat. The smoke was as thick as blood. The smell is unbearable, and tiny particles like stones keep popping out, and they don't stop. This is exactly Sher Lao's evil. Poison can be absorbed into the meridians and block the true energy in just a moment. This old man sure has a unique chi called the poison control bow, which can perfectly wrap up so that it can be safely stored in the body. Mr. Sher even poisonous spirit exploring bone in his eyes through bone worm. Then he could have a clear grasp flow of chi in the companion. Mr. Sher looked at the infuriating chi in the hunter companion. It had gradually slowed down, so I dared to take the opportunity to rush, aiming at the position where I would accompany the hunting momentum. 2 quick punches, Mr. Sher's move. He had made countless masters from Nanling become his research material, but he didn't take hunting companions seriously at all. Unexpectedly, the little monk in front of me had his momentum completely blocked. He actually still grabbed Mr. Sher's fist. The old man finally died under the woman's cross. Guanyin statue number 5. Third statue of Guanyin, accompanying the hunter, under the unparalleled strength of the golden wheel hand. The moves are virtual and real. Successfully defeated Mr. Sher. Mr. Sher was also very shocked. Why was the person in front of him still able to freely release his chi? After taking a closer look, I realized that the hunting companion had actually used his internal power to remove the poison from the toad's smoke, wrapped around the throat. How on earth is this done? Accompanying the hunter, he slowly raised his breath and actually took one sip. He spit out the toad's smoke and then said, "You're a toad. If you don't release poison, you're useless, right?" Mr. Sher was sweating profusely at this time. The internal power of his poison-resistant skill was deadly and long-lasting. Only then can the venom be wrapped, which is impossible with ordinary. Could it be that he is possessing the innate true energy that Master once mentioned? Thinking of this, Mr. Sher was so excited that his whole body started to tremble. Such precious research material. I actually let myself encounter. I saw Mr. Sher holding his hands together with his fingers pressed against his arm. In an instant, the light tendons burst out. The strange knife in the room. He actually flew over without thinking. Immediately, Mr. Sher opened his mouth and spit out toad smoke covered on the blade. This magical sword is the Nanling magic weapon, and now it is stained with toad smoke. As long as Payi sees blood, there was no longer any resistance. Mr. Sher's figure was ghost, and the poisonous blade in his hand glowed with a faint purple light. Wherever he cut, there were bursts of faint light. Although Payi managed to dodge with his agility, his flow of chi was completely seen by Mr. Sher. The 2 slashes were like crescent moon, hitting Payi's arms respectively. This is exactly the moon-worshipping sword technique of the Nanling 7 family. Mr. Sher spent a lot of time to force him to find out. Mr. Sher is bound to take down Payi today, and he will attack again with one strike. Payi dodged and avoided the vital point. At this time, Mr. Sher was not in a hurry. The toad smoke had already come out of the wound, traveling all over Payi's body. He will eventually gather in the air chamber. Payi's true energy will soon stack, waiting just surrender. Taking advantage of the victory, Mr. Sher prepared to remove Payi's hands and feet to ensure safety. But just as the poisonous blade approached, Payi's true energy gathered again in his chest. A second momentum actually. When looking at the Guanyin stat, his hands were wrapped around Mr. Sher's arm. Take advantage of the situation and lift poison blade. Payi didn't look back. Hold the knife precision. Wushwangly slashed cleanly and smooth, but Mr. Mr. Shirt blocked and only the liver and lungs were pierced. This time, Payi had only one thought in his mind. Absolutely no chance for him to fight. One knife pierced Mr. Shirt, nailed it under the board. Mr. Shirt, who has done evil all his life, finally died in the woman's crotch. After all, this was Payi's first time killing someone, so he was a little stunned and dazed. Payi also knew that this was not the time to think about this and hurried forward to rescue Yushu, claiming to know a safe place. In the adjacent courtyard of Lianjue Temple, Payi brought Yushiamo to Ming Zhanxue's house. I want to find out about Ming Zhanxue and face my safe. The woman hurriedly knelt down and kowed out and said a little shyly, "The little woman's name is Yushiamo. She is a pawn in Tianluo Township, and she was ordered to inquire about the evil world. I was accidentally caught by the old man. I thought I was going to die. Fortunately, I was rescued by my benefactor. Please pay homage to your benefactor." Yushiamo saw Payi's injured arms. He expressed concern. "I don't know how serious the benefactor's injury is. Why not let the little moth clean it up for you?" Payi naturally refused and claimed that I want to ask you about. I heard that Tianluo Township is hunting for a traitor. I don't know if he has been caught. Yushiamo replied seemingly fair. The benefactor was referring to Ming Zhanxue. This is my sexy. I didn't exchanging to know about it too. Payi lied that he was an acquaintance with Mrs. Chi from your sect. Ming Zhanxue had some grudge against. Yushiamo said that he was of low stat and could not even see his grandma, only qualified to do some errands and chores. Know nothing about the pursuit of Ming Zhanxue. Suddenly Payi spurted out a mouthful of blood. Toad smoke toxin had taken effect. Facing Yushiamo's concern, Payi politely claiming that the girl doesn't need to worry about. There were some ordinary clothes in the gift cabinet. Girls can pick it up and change it. Yushiamo naturally agreed. This time, Payi couldn't help but think of everything he had with Ming Zhanxue. He wished he could get up in the morning. Those supermodels appeared in front of me. The moment I killed the corpse guy, I wasn't nervous, scared. Now that I think about it, I was too calm at that time. Was it because of Senior Wei's body seizing technique, or because of other influences? Payi knew that Yushiamo was not telling the truth at all. What would he do if he were Miss Ming? Looking at the magic sword that I snatched from the corpse man, the pattern on this knife is simple and simple. I don't know which craftsman is the work of. Please help me with the magic sword. In a room, Yushiamo has already undressed and taken off the beige chain. The girl has finished washing herself and put on mud clothes. Gather the dirty long hair into a bunch on the left chest, streaming at a pair of gold and silver bear like bathing oysters. She is sitting on the edge of the bed, head bowed under a dew flower. She looks pretty. After washing away the blood stains and dust with clean water, he looked like he was 13 or 14 years old. Although the curves of the whole body are hidden by the loose clothes, the snow-white and slender half-naked neck has an indescribable, alluring charm. Yushiamo looked at the secret medicine in his hand, thought that this journey was really thrilling. There is still one last. Although this kid has great internal strength, he is unable to use his kung fu at the moment. He must seize this opportunity to make a comeback. Then he took the initiative come to Payi and that Xianru was the benefactor. The little moth found some gold sore medicine in the house. Let me bandage your wound. Payi didn't pay much attention and looked at Yushiamo. Raise your silent and affectionate moist eye. Payi suddenly felt numb. Yushiamo greeted you with a smile. My benefactor's internal strength is really powerful. Since Xiaomo came out of the world, he has not met any man who can delay the effectiveness of Wuyan Yanxing powder till a quarter of an hour later. There are no 5 monks in the Lianjue temple, but he does not know which master's disciple his benefactor is. Raising a pair of tiny jade-like lotus-rooted arms, she pushed past his chest. Payi gently and skillfully pushed the man down on the couch. Payi felt that the world was spinning, but I couldn't use the muscles of my hands and legs, so I realized that I had been, so I gritted my teeth and kept it secret. He was obviously naked when I rescued. But where is this anesthetic hidden? He tried to raise his inner breath, but he didn't learn to be restrained. The temptation bloodline was sealed and the fire energy locked. He could always vaguely detect the medicinal energy scattered into various meridians. The anesthetic was melted into the blood, but he didn't know where it was forced out of the body. Yusol said fiercely. We did find Ming Zhanxue and let her escape, but she was also marked by Tianlu. Grandma will find her soon. Since your benefactor is asking about you, must have something to do with it. I will hand you over to Grandma. Sol's future is no longer worrying. Say it. Sol will activate the inner force. Planning to destroy Payi's arms, Yusol laughed. It's like a mature and charming girl lives inside a teenage girl's body, Iran said. Sending Buddha to the west. Since my benefactor saved the little moth, why don't you give me all your pure inner strength? Just when Yusol was immersed in the joy of his figure of Payi in front of me actually collapsed. The room was also distorted. All this. It was the stain that Payi created in the silence. This time, Yusol suddenly woke up from the water. Turned out that he was still taking a bath. Turned out that Payi had already arranged the come to guide Yusol as Shiji. Come and explore the reality. Yusol looks horrified. Everything you said just now was fake. When did you start to doubt me? This is the cutest girl in this comic. When Yusol saw that he was exposed, Payi jumped out of the jade base. Payi fled outside the window. He held the magic knife in his hand, flying to the room, chasing after Yusol all the way. Suddenly an eagle shoots out. Here on this full moon night, the eagle shoots that were originally touching the sky now flew surprisingly low. Then my slim and slender black ear was peering beside. Xianzi touches the cornice. When I reached out and looked into the air, my feet spread out in a straight line, sweeping down like a windmill. Payi was about to raise the knife with his backhand, but the woman grabbed his wrist. The other one sat firm and drew his sword and said coldly, my clan wants to see Payi's consistent impression. 5 burrow. He's Yuchenfeng's lack, so naturally he can't obey his order. One hand passes behind the back of the knife, from left hand to right hand. The smooth slashing is as smooth as the full moon in the sky. Xianzi lowered himself to the ground with one hand and quickly retreated back. Kneel down on one knee and the bruises will naturally fall on your forearm. A loud cry was heard. Someone jumped out from another eaves again. It was Chu Xiao. Payi had learned how to use his sword and did not dare to neglect it at all. The oracle technique was cast in. Chu Xiaozhou learned the hand sword sword. Payi could feel it clearly with his eyes. He dodged all the attacks. The smallest mark. Behind this incident, there suddenly came the sound of strong wind. It was enough to hit the side of the tragic time. The magical sword on the back was hit so hard that it became crippled and exploded. The bronze sword was scattered in pieces. More than 100 concentrated F were used by the sword and the fireproofing energy. 60% of it is released, and the rest is sparked out of the body. Payi kicked out several tiles, and someone on the edge said coldly, "Excellent skill. I haven't seen you today. You are completely transformed." This person is none other than Kuei-shi Ling Beihai. Ling Beihai was greatly shocked at this moment. This oracle technique actually has a larger range than mine. Could it be that his chi is the same as my Shou Feng breath? Moreover, this kid is very cautious, keeps using violently broken tiles to force him back, prevent him from using Shou Feng breath. This is the same information as described by the old god. There is a big difference. Ling Beihai shouted. He used the oracle technique. It's about one square. Keep him busy. The oracle technique won't last long. The old god will arrive soon. As soon as the audio ended, Xianzi's figure suddenly collapsed so fast that after images leaked out, the short sword was released. Just one blow. Payi felt that his skill was extraordinary. Present, Payi's ability really cannot oracle skill for too long. These three people are all very strong, and under siege, Payi was not sure he could subdue anyone. Suddenly Payi remembered that if this phone guard came, that unruly young sect leader should also be not far away. Then Payi shouted, "I remember your name is Chiong. Do you want to be like a turtle and carry out sneak attacks in the dark?" Sure enough, concubine Chiong's figure suddenly jumped out of the tree without concealing it, rushing towards Payi. This plays into Payi's plan. The seven-winged concubine of Avalokitesvara strike back of concubine Chiong's neck with a knife, catch it on the wrist. Even if this woman is dressed in night clothes, she can't stop her body. Seeing concubine Chiong being captured, Chu Xiaoro suddenly lost his mind. The stone-sinking knife wrapped in cloth and bursts of cold light, coming towards Payi and killing. Stop! The cold voice of Yongrong and Huagui came from a distance. It was Shu Yujia who came slowly and said slowly, "I told you not to hurt anyone, so why not we put away Turn to ask Bait. Old god, do you think Payi is qualified?" When Shui Baiting saw Payi holding concubine Chiong hostage, couldn't help shouting angrily. Although the three of them didn't exert full strength, this kid used 1 against 3. It's really not bad at keeping a cool head. After hearing this, Shu Yujia raised her hands as if she had made up her mind to re-elect Terra. Bird is defeated. Pei Xiaoxia, I have just offended you. I apologize to you. I am waiting to find you urgent. There is no hostility, but to cooperate deal with Yu Qinfeng. Naturally, Payi would not believe this one-sided statement, claiming that you obeyed Yu Qinfeng and surrounded and killed us over and over. How could I believe you? Shu Yujia kissed her throat and told the young hero all the reasons. It was difficult for me to send Yu Qinfeng to hold my throat and blackmail, but now the hope has emerged. I am sincere. Even your dragon new concubine. The body was not handed over to Yu Qinfeng. He threw out his Xuanwu sword and stuck it on the tiles due to. With a buzzing sound, he continued cold. If Pei Xiaoxia can't trust my concubine, you can use this sword to kill the little girl. If you sacrifice her life, you can gain the trust of the young hero and allow her to survive. I am willing to endure the pain. Payi Jianshu Yujia was so decisive that she couldn't help but hesitate. Even if what he said was true, there was no reason to help. Shu Yujia continued to talk, and let me analyze. Part 1. Yu Qinfeng has not sealed the pursuit order against your current stability is only because she does not know the secret your hiding place. Secondly, Yu Qinfeng not only planted thunder pills in our body, but also occupied a treasure of the same. This thing is called Huantian Thunder String. It has the effect of breaking the crane and repairing the severed meridian. If the young hero can work with us to find it, I would like you a little as of gratitude. Payi is worried. In just a few words, Shu Yujia took away the initiative. This skill is comparable to that of General Manager Hang Er. Now it seems that Miss Ming's disappearance should be related to Tianluo Township. She is so smart that she does not need my help. However, Yu Qinfeng and Miss Ming are in hot water, and they are actually a threat to everyone. Now that there is such an opportunity, why not give it a try? Then Payi put forward 2 conditions. First, tell me the cause of the grudge between your faction and Yu Qinfeng. Second, let me see Sha. The deaf-mute boy Shu Yujia naturally agreed and invited Payi to this. The matter of joining forces with Payi must also strict confident. Under the shadow of the full moon, body as smooth as a gourd is hidden behind the corner. The support police heard the conversation clearly and disappeared after a moment. The gentle and elegant palace lady in front of me smiled. There is just a hint of leggings on the beautiful. There is a kind of girlish playfulness and agility. Cheetah's grace is still without losing any trace of carelessness. Within the secret lock of the set, Shu Yujia asked slowly. Now Yu Qinfeng has obtained that knife, right? Lord Dianwei. Turns out that Payi became famous in Bijue Yun Shangla's battle, and it has already spread throughout the world. Shu Yujia naturally knew something after some inquiry. Payi naturally had no need to hide. Payi told all the things about the 3 mansions entering the house, the martial arts passed down by Asha's family, and so on. Knowing Payi's determination, Shu Yujia also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Payi was very curious about something. How did so many masters 5 Emperors Cave come under the control of Yu Qinfeng? It's a long story, and the real origin needs to start previous sect lead. Rather than saying that the 5 Emperors Cave is a sect, it is better to say that it is a bloodline that has existed around sacred objects since the Dragon King period. The women of the 5 Emperors Cave, possessing the pure blood of the spiritual team. This bloodline is protected by holy objects, making it easier to practice the superior imperial secret art. However, it is difficult for a pure-blooded man to have a pure-blooded heir. Over time, women were respected in the imperial cave. There are 5 major families in the 5 Emperors Cave called the 5 Islands. They have been chosen from generation to generation. Pure-blooded men with outstanding purebloods can take power and are regarded as divine kings, and pure-blooded men with high martial arts skill. The highest you can be is a divine, but if you want to inherit the title of Suz, only women. Therefore, pure-blooded men will usually take a son from each island. A woman to enhance cohesion. Shu Yujia's been Shui Shan. He is the son of Lord. In the past 100 years or so, the position of the sect leader has mostly been controlled by Hong Dao's husband's family. The ancestor of the 5 emperors Wei Wuying had become a famous old sect leader. He was shrewd and capable, and all the 5 islands were convinced. Even after the Demon Sword Rebellion and the encirclement and suppression by 7 sects, 5 emperors' cave still stood firm. The old sect master had a son and a daughter, both of whom were pure blood. However, fate played a trick on people, and his elder brother Juan was extremely talented. Her younger sister Florence has an excellent mind but is mediocre, and she is not only jealous of her brother's talent, he still wants to rely on cleansing to practice martial art. The old sect leader originally thought that it was a good thing that he had such a son to help. From now on, my daughter takes the position of sect master. There will definitely be no trouble. However, all mechanisms are counted, and nature is not included in the character. On the night of adult, the old sect leader bestowed blessing on the stone-sunken sword. Although according to the rule, the sword master and sect master cannot be held by people from other islands, but the old master of Fu Qingming has made arrangements. As long as Juan becomes Shui Baiteng's adopted son, he will marry a pure-blooded woman from Shuishan Island. Ascending to the position of sword commander is a piece of cake. Occasionally, people will appear in the cave who do not want to follow the tradition. Only this time, this person is Fu Quan. Fu Quan hopes to make his own decision and wants to explore the world outside the cave. From then on, the young man ignored the advice and went away to a foreign country, leaving my sister to face the responsibilities of the sect leader. After Fu Quan left for a few years, he helped the clan leader, who was old and sick, to travel to Heshi to compete with 10-year-old daughter Fu Lan. Although she was not able to support, Hong Dao had been the leader of Wu Dao for more than 100 years. The elders of the clan did not want to transfer power outside, so they surrounded Fu Lan. Whether Lan can take on the responsibility of being the suzerain has been debated endless. This moment, a wanderer who returned to his hometown funerals appeared in every. Fu Quan made everyone's eyes bright, not only the extremely talented Fu Quan, but also the pure-blood daughter he brought back, Fu Qijin. He is Hong Dao's current red emperor, but he was still a 5-year-old child at that time. Pure-blooded men rarely give birth to pure-blooded children. In the past 100 years, there have only been 3. These 3 are Fu Qijin, Shu Xiaoro, and concubine Qi. The elders who were so quarreling back then were very excited that as long as little girl Fu could sit on the throne of the sect leader, all kinds of conflict can be easily solved. Hong Dao continues to be in power. Who will marry whom and who will give his son Juan as his adopted son? Already quiet, but things didn't work out. They suddenly found a little girl who was only 5 years old. He actually didn't learn Diku Kung, but instead practiced another kind of. It was the manipulation technique of Xie Qianji who attacked Payi. It is said that Fu Qijin's mother in her early years. The other party were to teach Fu Qijin martial arts in return. Fu Qijin was too young and had a grandfather. Finally, there was no chance of becoming the sect leader. The elders argued endlessly again. In the end, they decided to temporarily modify the organization and let Fu Quan take the body of a man. However, Fu Quan still politely accepted the position of acting sect leader. He claimed that he came back this time just to mourn his deceased mother and wait for her to rest. He will return to life, and neither he nor Jia will become sect leader. In the end, Fu Quan failed to stay, but the idea of a man taking on the role of sect leader was remembered by someone who was in Sung Dao, god of war Xiaolongxing. He was originally a slave bought by Sung Dao in the early years. No one knows his origin. His self-created set of martial arts can actually restrain the unique skills of his disciple. The top master of Earth Dry has publicly declared that he will be the new generation leader, but the rules are not so easy to break. Xiaolongxing has an arrogant character and has many enemies. Hong Dao has been in business for hundreds of years and is deeply rooted, so the discussion turned into a dispute, and the dispute turned into a confrontation. Seeing Xiaolongxing going on a killing spree, Fu Quan returned to the island to support. Even though he was extremely talented, he could not get an advantage from Xiaolongxing. He not only lost, but also died at the hands of Xiaolongxing. Sung Dao rebelled, and the 5 caves suffered heavy loss. Finally, 4 islands joined force, finally eliminated Xiaolongxing. His name. Nowadays, 5 catacombs have also become a forbidden language. At that time, Hong Dao suffered huge loss. Xu Yujia made another military exploit, and I got lucky again. During the encirclement and suppression of Xiaolongxing, he thought of a way to subdue. Afterwards, everyone discussed his merits and recommended Xu Yujia to take over as the leader of the clan. Furolin didn't intend to give up, especially Fu Quan's death, which made her feel that the whole island owed Hong Dao. Floren racked her brains to succeed as the sect leader, but she suffered mediocrity. After failing to get support, a few days later, Floren brought someone to the island. It was Yu Qinfeng who took this irreversible step for the sake of becoming the leader of the clan. Claiming that he and Yu Qinfeng were in love, he voluntarily entered Hong Dao, the underground cave of his wife. Playing with herself, she secretly took Yu Qinfeng into the forbidden area cave and stole a sacred object and a famous watch. After that, on the pretext of discussing marriage, he set up a trap for Yu Qinfeng to injure Xu Yujie and others one by one and plant the thunder. It's obvious that Yu Qinfeng came prepared. Not only did she know the importance of sacred objects, he also knew the internal conflicts in the burrow, so he took advantage of Furolin's desire to succeed and wiped out all 5 burrows in one go. And Furolin did not end well in the end. Planting the thunder pill, Yu Qinfeng immediately showed her fangs, said that Furolin was injured while practice takes years of seclusion. Everyone knows that this woman will be silenced forever. Everyone on Hong Dao was dissatisfied, so Yu Qinfeng brought some unknown origins to clean Hong Dao. Until Fu Qijing took the initiative to surrender, people in the cave were definitely not people who were greedy for life and afraid of death. Now they endure humiliation and dirt just because the holy object fell into the hands of Yu Qinfeng. Although she promised to return the sacred objects in 10 years, who dares to believe? Xu Yujie has been tracing the whereabouts of the sacred object for so many years. Now we have found another secret stronghold of Yu Qinfeng, and the holy object must be in. Payi thought to himself, this sacred object object is so important. Maybe the moon and morning breeze will put her together with the red-eyed demon's sword when thinking about it. Shu Yujia patted her jade hand and led a person out of the hall. It was Asha. They were very happy to meet each other, and after these days of rest, Asha's complexion looks very Payi claimed that he met his sister-in-law Ming Jianshu and learned martial arts from her in order to deal Chinfeng. But Asha said that she was just Yu Chenhai's sister-in-law, and I want to avenge senior. She is just a passerby to me now. After a few pleasant, Shu Yujia interrupted the conversation between the two. Master Dianwei has also seen the sincerity of claiming the 5 category. Master Dianwei should also reveal some of his strength and let me see it. Then he ordered Xianzi to go to Payi and untie his clothes. The slender girl in black reached out to untie her belt without thinking, her expression calm and unruffled. Wait a minute. Lieso burst into tears. He really couldn't think of any way to deal with the situation. He raised his hands to stop his thought. The sect leader. There is no need to let Miss Xianzi clear up the doubt. There is no way to resolve Lei Dan. It was actually a fluke that I saved the old Shinjuan's life. Payi hurriedly explained the cult westernizing Lei Dan. Shu Yujia is smart as ice and snow. Even though she doesn't know the fire-avoiding skill, she roughly understands what he means. It's not that Payi can't suck out the thunder pills from everyone's body. It's just that without Ming Jianshu as help, he himself may not be able to use Lei Jin for his own use. He hummed softly, put down the and sneered. It turns out that Mr. Dianwei wants to do 5 business. If I don't act, when will the DNC decide to tell me? Payi knew that he was in the wrong, but he calmed down and replied, Sect Master, please forgive, just wanted to escape from the siege. Even if I really don't know how to do it, can only say that the sect leader is in the same place. Can he succeed? Shu Yujia didn't answer, so Xianzi and Fuer gave summons. Xianzi took the order and went out. He would come back with Chu Xiao soon. His face was paler than a few days ago. There was a vague aura of Qing lazy in the hall, and his bright and choked when he walked. It seems that it takes a lot to suppress the pain in the body, Shu Yujia said calmly. If you can pull out the thunder power from his body and prevent the thunder pill from taking shape, I will believe what you say. The cooperation between you and me is still as and will never change. There is nothing we can do as a sparring partner. I thought that when I got this job, I had no choice but to be a living doctor. I opened the table and chairs and helped Chu Xiao sit down cross, one hand pressed against the bullet point on his chest, and the other hand pressed against the big cone point on his back. While thinking about the route of Lei Jin entering the body that day in the secret room, he whispered to Chu Xiaozhou, when you are about to enter the palace, you must not use your power to resist. Concentrate on other things. Don't think about the meridian. The true energy is. The sparring partner mobilized the fire-avoiding qi and slowly sent it into his body. The muscles and meridians of his body reflected the intense changes in his abdomen. Pain is no less than that of being stabbed in the abdomen by a long. In the past, there were often people who could not bear the pain and simply died in order to find relief. The sparring partner did not dare to relax at all. He was cutting vertically and horizontally, fire-preventing energy, removing the outer shell of the air mass layer by layer, sweating and draining the air, turning the blood into smoke, burning flesh into charcoal. The sparring partner is busy making urgent decisions. The fire-avoiding Jinqi sent into Chu Xiaozhou's body poured back like a tide. The momentum was so great that it also sucked back Lei Jin. However, it is rare for a sparring partner to be able to suppress the out-of-control explosion Lei Jin alone. He cannot transform Lei Jin into fire-avoiding qi for urgent use. What's the difference between being hit by thunder pill? It was just transferred from Chu Xiaozhou to a sparring partner. The most auspicious moment. I suddenly felt someone sitting down behind. The skinny woman's palms and the skirt pressed against the sparring partner. The thunder energy that was originally flowing in the veins had nowhere to go. A whole group of people rushed through the hole into a new world, which was exactly like the scene when the sparring partner rescued Shui Baixing that day. This guy also practices fire-avoiding skill, and the room is filled light. Terrifying burning lasted for nearly a moment. Both of them were injured to the skin, but the thunder power gradually I don't know where it was consumed. Asha's arms were torn apart, and blood was flowing out among everyone present. Shu Yujia was the first to come to her senses and ordered Xianzi to apply the precious snake or claw and bandage Li with medicinal cloth. Shu Yujia couldn't help but be overjoyed when she saw that Chu Xiaozhou's Lei Jin had been removed. She dared to say hurriedly, although the risk of removing the Lei Jin is quite high, sure is long. From now on, we are all in the same boat. The 5 Emperors Cave will fully cooperate with you. Aran Mountain Cape Wulxiangpo, the largest city in the central part East China Sea. The master of the Black Mountain grain lineage was like a pup and killed his disciple with his own hand. All this was controlled by the support police. This bloody scene. Yu Chifeng was watching the show from the sideline. After the show, supporting the policeman, he whispered, the master wants me to keep an eye on Shu Yujia, that sexy fox. The slave family has important news to compile. This young woman with her breasts lying on her buttock and thighs is ready to be defeated. The life scene of the theater fox demon collapsed the dotted line, he said flatteringly. Recent Shu Yujia's flirtatious fox, frequently retrieving the holy medicine in stock, snake or raw. The slave family guessed that Shui Baiting was not completely dead after the explosion of thunder power, but judging from the amount of medicine used, he would not be alive. Yu Chifeng was very happy after hearing, if Shui Bai die of torture, the effect killing chickens to scare monkeys would be even better. Yu Chifeng shook her wine glass and said teasingly, how should I reward my baby Jean? Come and have a drink with the supporting police officer naturally obeyed the order. The servant next to him stopped. For safety reasons, let the supporting police officers lock their arm up. Yu Chifeng waved his hand. No need for today. How can you drink with me if your hands are attacked? You won't use blood to pull a machine on. You think so, Bao Bao Jiner? That's not necessarily the case. The master must be more the slave, so that he can support the policeman with red lip, clear lip, charming charm, seductive charm, and endless charm. This cup will help the master to dominate the East China Sea as soon as possible. This round jade bead is like like a gourd in the wind in Dong. I was swept into my arms by Moon City Wind. But Moon City Wind is Moon City Wind after all. It's easy for anyone to fall into the trap of glamour, wine and sex. But Yu Chungfeng always remains vigilant, he said coldly. It is said that when you were young, old man Shui was very blessed to you. Can't you feel the least bit unbearable watching him die? The support police did not show any discomfort and claimed that if these old guys had not encouraged my father would not have died at the hands of Shao. It would be so satisfying to watch them die one by one. After hearing this, Yu Chungfeng seemed a little relieved, green pine look on his face. After drinking down the glass of wine in his hand, the supporting policeman stared close at Chungfeng's neck, watching the drink in the glass go down your throat. It seems that I can't bear it anymore, and I want to take action. Critical moment. Suddenly, servants broke in and claimed that someone from Jindong Mansion was here, waiting in the front hall. Murong Ro. Flashing through Yu Chungfeng's mind, he didn't dare to neglect at all. They hurried out to greet Murong Ro's three subordinates. The three generals did not exchange excessive greetings. Yu Chungfeng claimed that General Murong Ro had read the documents past few days. The general has now arrived at the ancient city camp in the east of the city to take charge. Please ask Teacher Yu to personally escort the weapons as soon as possible to the ancient city camp and hand them over to the general. He also attached Murong Ro's handwriting, emphasizing that Feng Jia's arrival must not be because of a weapon or other small things may cause any distress. So I asked Teacher Yu to make sure that this thing remains intact. Even Yu Chingfeng's subordinates heard the implication. The three generals left, he said with an knowing face. General Jindong has something to say, and he is on guard against you at all times. The master is already invincible in the East China. The demon sword had the ability to cause trouble in the East China Sea back. We could join forces. Wouldn't it be even more powerful? Now that Fu Jijin is obedient to his master, why not let him use his blood thousand skills to control the general's residence? He hasn't finished speaking yet. Moon City Wind grabs a tiger's claw and grabs the serpent into the river. Love is as simple as you. Murong Ro has died hundreds of times. Remember the future orders to Jindong General Mansion. Don't show any doubt. Yu Chingfeng's face is gloomy. I thought that Murong Ro wanted the demon sword just to gain access to the forehouse. There will be no other possibility. Asking me to hand it over intact is just a small warning. Murong Ro is testing herself for finding out her trump card. Don't act rashly with stun. At first, it was me. Yu Chingfeng thought 4 towns in the world were simple. General Murong Ro of Jindong. Why does Murong Ro, who is not like human beings and is weak and gentle, give Moon City Wind, leaving an impression that is not like human beings? Suka Chengfeng prides himself on being able to see through people's heart and read each other's. They love separation, resentment and hatred, and cannot ask for anything. From Tiger King Siyue's house to 5 Emperor's Cave, I never lost my sight. Every time, I, Moon City Wind, can take advantage of this and go further. This time, my Bahuang Daoming Wei Chengfeng will reach the sky, and once 2 years ago, Yu Chengfeng came to Jindong General Mansion and saw outside the city kowtow and pray. Folk rumors say that General Murong has 3 heads and 6 arms. Recent rains caused disaster. People think that by worshipping General Murong, they can suppress the dragon. It is said that the person who introduced me to the general's mansion was Chi Fengjun. Chi Fengjun seemed to be a cautious officialdom material. He was humble and decent in everything he said and did. Looking at the lintel of Jindong Mansion, Yu Chengfeng thought to her that as long as she can capture Murong Ro, she will be the underground general who rules over the East China Sea. Now that I have controlled the 5 Emperor's Cave with the Purple Thunder Tech, I can use Akai's Qianjiji as a key help in my quest for the general's mansion. When I saw Murong Ro, I discovered her deepest weakness. Murong Ro gradually made a mistake. At this time, Murong Ro, while discussing matters in the study, Yu Chengfeng thought that his oracle skills could be used freely, so he took a peek without courtesy. Unexpected, Murong Ro looked like a frail scholar, uneven breathing, erratic footstep. The majestic General Jindong has no martial arts foundation at all, but he can be decisive in his words and his subordinate will obey his advice. I feel like something is wrong. There are 1 or 2 good people among these staff, but among the Kixwanki set, I am afraid they are not top-notch. None of this is a thing to be afraid of. Entering the study room, Yu Chengfeng expresses his loyalty and hope follow the general. Do something great, but Murong Ro's eye, but her expression seemed to have seen through everything. Murong Ro has not changed at all. Moon City Wind can't read any emotion. No happiness, no fear, desire, excitement, none. This is Yu Chengfeng's first time since practicing the 7 gods art of gore. Even if such a person is hit by Lei Dan, probably won't be able to control. In the meantime, my subordinates reported that the adult has arrived. Murong Ro asked Master Chi to accompany Yu Chengfeng to have a meal, while she excused herself for a while. During this period, Yu Chengfeng still couldn't control his thought and expanded the oracle technique 30. Find out what's going on. In the study, Murong Ro was facing a person in black and white. This person had long hair shawl. Different from Murong Ro, who is delicate. She is more slovenly and casual. I told, but he lied and refused to accept. After a discussion here, person explained his purpose of coming, claiming that the matter has been figured out, even though he erased all clues. But the only people in the world who can do that, and who are most powerful, are he and you, right? That night, when he sneaked into Ness's palace and saw Ness felt guilty as if he had seen a ghost. Then I know that there is no need to check. Murong Ro is a monster, but she is still a human being. How could she kill her own brother? Murong Ro spoke lightly about the transitional period when everything is ready to be revitalized. That thread in your mouth is more suitable for sitting in that position. From the conversation between the two, Yu Chengfeng heard clues. The person they were talking about was none other than Emperor Wu Lai, Dugu, and the other person was the legendary sinner of the royal family, Dugu Ji. Shu Qi here seems to be a little confused and crazy. Now that she is dead, she probably quarrels with the boss underground every day. I have to unluckily be the vigil for them. I also wanted this world, but unfortunately I failed. I don't want to play anymore, but I won't forgive Murong. Before you let me see what kind of world you will change, your life is mine. I won't let anyone else touch As soon as I finished, this person actually looked at Yu Chunfeng. He said coldly, "The oracle technique of detecting and practicing qi is just a master's degree, so let me teach him a lesson." Just when Yu Chunfeng couldn't believe himself, the moment he was discovered, an even greater oracle appeared. It instantly enveloped entire Zhendong general mansion. Yu Chunfeng may have practiced this kind of skill for a life, and even Bai Danju would not be able to surpass. After Yu Chunfeng got the news, quickly took the demon knife and rushed to Murong Ro's residence. Before leaving, my subordinate came to report that the traveling cap, who is known as the best detective in the world, has not found any information. It seems that Shu Yujia must be playing tricks. Yu Chunfeng then ordered his men to go to the warehouse in the north of the city to arrange and spread the word that important things were placed there. Look at the mouse bait. Is it Shu Yujia or Pei Lai? Turning his head to see Pei Lai, he was missing day and night in the virtual realm. With Wei Wuying sparring in his mind, the oracle skills of the sparring partners are getting better and better day by day. But once the oracle skills cannot be used, when you encounter an opponent whose strength and speed far exceed yours, you won't be able to hold on for a few moves. After all, Wei Wuying is experienced enough to claim that the oracle technique can release the true energy. You need your own true energy to be strong enough to last. However, if you just feel it, you don't need to fill the whole space with the qi. You just need to learn to control the shape of the qi. Wei Wuying claims that his sword is as strong as only sword. The true energy of his shot is like a spring silkworm spinning. The Wushu Qi sword supports the net and can restrain the opponent's movements. But the principle is similar to the oracle technique. Pei Lai grasped the divine wisdom in his heart and condensed his energy to silk. After a long time, he unfolded the oracle technique like a bead net. The range expanded several times, and suddenly Pei Lai felt that there were other people in the room. Sure enough, floor inside the house's loot figure jumped out. It was Miss Xian. I just don't know when this tunnel was dug. Xianzi claimed that he had detected Yu Qingfeng's stronghold in Yueqing Mansion. She wants to marry him and Pei Lai to find out what's going on and set out now. Miss Xianzi escaped the cold, shaped like a fly, walking through the wood. Pei Lai, with eyes like an eagle's shoot. The two of them are naturally much more relaxed. Also have some time to just watch. Although Miss Xianzi is usually indifferent, but after all, I am still a little girl at heart, and I can't hold back my saliva when faced with delicious. At this moment, a signal suddenly came from the eagle's shoot, and there was blood in front of 2 to 3 people. 2 of them shuttled away as if they were flying. Person standing by the river at this time is no one else. It was Chu Xiaozhou who wielded the sword. At this time, he had lost his left arm and was seriously injured. Does a female knight-errant look like in your mind? Cool and not sloppy at all. At this time, Chu Xiaozhou was seriously injured. After a 3 cold arrows, Chu Xiaozhou endured the pain in his body, flashed at Shurchin. But it's hard to prevent a hidden arrow firing a gun. An arrow pierced the thigh unexpectedly. In front of Chu Xiaozhou, another man held a popular hammer and returned to the house to see show. I want to kill Chu Xiao at any time. In his time, this person is a good shooter under Yu Chun. This person usually worked an archery match. Xianzi immediately arranged for Pei Lai to kill the person in front of him and go find the thieving Jianzhou. Just when the big man with the hammer came up to kill him again, figure suddenly appeared. Pei Lai blocked the attack with his magic sword, easily resolved. The big man with the hammer took a closer look and saw that the person in front of him was not wooden. He was dressed like this. Turned out Pei Lai. God help, I couldn't find anything after wearing iron shoes. The big man with the hammer swings the hammer as if he dares to cross the trail, entangled with the magic. Pei Lai defused the attack with a pick and 2 light jumps. This skill made the big man with the hammer obviously feel that he was not on the same level. Dared to shout and shoot him in the leg. Don't let him get away. In the wood, a man is raising a cold arrow. This time he doesn't have time to launch. A cold flame emerged from Xianzi's leg, like a ghost snake, tightly locked its neck and slashed backhand so cleanly and neatly. He ended the life person who stabbed in the dark. A scream was heard in the wood, and the big man with the hammer knew that something was wrong. Pei Lai was also hiding in the dark. His heart beat. He stared at Pei Lai coldly and said through gritted teeth, I have been practicing martial arts since I was a child. I killed people at the age of 13. I have been through mountains of swords and fire. I can fall into your hands today. If you want to block my way, you have to risk your life. The sound of flowers has just fallen. The man's hands are full of their hammer wheel. The sound of crackling wind bursts broke through the air, and then the 2 hammers were released, dutifully copying Pei Lai's miscellany. Pei Lai holds the knife with both hands to remove the power of the hammer. Another hammer bounced off the ground. But how could this escape Pei Lai's perception? A little. The handle of the knife accurately touches the hammer head. Big man with the hammer thought it was just luck, so he once again used his unique skill of 7 tracks to knock the door down. Meteor hammers colliding in the air. Change trajectory. Impact 7 times. Change path 7 times. Without exception. They were all successfully dodged by Pei Lai. Each of these disguises was expected by Pei Lai, and Pei Lai clearly in order to facilitate the collision of the iron ball. 2 iron balls are not crispy enough. The unparalleled quick slash was slashed with a super speed sword, splitting the iron ball in half like cutting tofu. The remaining strength, he successfully chopped down the big man with a hammer. At this moment, an indescribable pleasure surged to my heart. Pei Lai couldn't help but want to slash half, begging for mercy with his knife. Pei Lai suddenly realized, in the past, I would not have thought of attacking someone who begged for mercy. But what happened to that urge to kill just now? At the moment of thinking, the big man with the hammer took the opportunity to explode. A streak of bright silver flashed forward, and he drew his sword accurate and wiped the big man's neck. Xianzi couldn't help but feel cold. What are you doing at this critical moment? Fortunately, he was rescued by Xianzi. Pei Lai hurried to check Chu Xiaozhou's injury. Chu Xiaozhou's serious injury. They all started because of the incompetent concubine. That day, concubine Qiong overheard that Pei Lai had found the location of the warehouse. She didn't want Pei Lai and Xianzi to be in the limelight. Early this morning, she asked Chu Xiaozhou to go with her to find out the whereabouts of Xingwu. Before entering the house, Chunfeng and his men intercepted. Chu Xiaozhou asked concubine Qiong to go first and cut off the queen, but Yu Chunfeng broke off her arm. Chu Xiaozhou wanted to lure Yu Chunfeng away. away. But he didn't expect. He only left these two people to deal with Chu Xiaozhou, but he did not follow. Chu Xiaozhou guessed that Yu Chengfeng might have gone to concubine Chu. Pei Lai thought after hearing this. This must be a trap designed by Yu Chengfeng, but I don't know whether it is targeting the Five Emperors Cave or Miss Ming. But since the trap is set, it must be because we need to move things. The current situation was very unfavorable for the Five Emperors Cave, so Pei Lai asked Xianzi to take Chu Xiaozhou back to heal his injuries while he continued to explore the warehouse. Let's see if we can find out any information about the young leader and the holy ob. Xianzi was a little worried about. Pei Lai said that since the ambush had been effective, he would relax his vigil. Xianzi thought it made some sense, so he gave Pei Lai the blindfold and whistle he carried. Let the eagle shoots help Pei Lai. This time, Pei Lai's heart was full of hatred towards Yu Chengfeng. Cherry hooves swaying in the moonlit night. Pei Lai invades the wall like a swallow tapping the ground. The oracle spell is like a spider web covering this area. Pei Lai clearly felt that there were 2 or 3 people in the cop. The other person in the attic was breathing calmly and seemed to be the master stayed behind. At this moment, a sense of crisis surged into my heart and a figure came from behind. And Qigong is very good. Pei Lai feels busy like leaves falling, holding his breath and concentrate. Transformed into vegetation. Not long after, a figure appeared on the wall. I am still and quiet, but I can't hide my pride and bend my knee. When the wind and rain prick me deep, I can see that I am not a wise man. Pei Lai was very careful when he saw this person. It didn't seem like he was here. Then I decided to follow him to find out what was going on. I saw the woman in black coming to a secret room. This kind of familiarity is by no means the first time and quietly brought down the guard. I saw a woman in black rummaging through box cabinet. Pick up a bottle of wine and put it in your arm. Just when Pei Lai was looking carefully, the woman's figure suddenly disappeared. The next figure like a round gourd appeared in front of Pei Lai. There was a sound of searching and several silver needles thrown out. The space is very small and the magic knife cannot be used. On the contrary, this woman is very good at fighting in small space. She gently pressed her chest with both hands. The smooth and silky finger touch is still clearly discernible even if it is one step away. It made people's hearts skip. He was so to encourage. He held Pei Lai's knife-driving arm with one hand and put a silver needle between his fingers to stimulate. After several moves, Pei Lai had to abandon the knife. This woman is touching the ground with one crotch is wide open and her hind legs are hooked up. Women's flexibility is vividly displayed. As nimble as a night owl in this small space. Constantly fighting between the target Pei Lai's back of the head and attack. Pei Lai instinctively used the Guanyin attack method. Block with back spin at a weird angle, taking off the woman's mask. This woman is none other than Sister. I saw her saying, "Your master's skill is really impressive. My move is silent. Few people can escape. No wonder the slutty fox hunter Shu Yujia wants to win over you." Pei Lai did not get angry at this time, but said calmly, "It seems that you already knew about my cooperation with Master Shu, but you didn't tell Yu Chifeng, and now you are sneaking here again. Wu Xinjun, are you also going to deal with Yu Chifeng?" But at this moment, the door was surrounded by Yu Chenfeng's dead attendant. "This gentleman, am I good looking?" The young woman with eyebrow Pei said she was shocked, but she didn't show any panic at all. Facing the crowd, he brushed his red neck, twisted his round gourd-like demon body, and turned around to retreat. Let Pei Lai block the door. Pei Lai was panicking at this time. How could he possibly block so many? This brush against the red neck already had a backline, and no one noticed. Guard who was knocked down earlier. A silver needle is inserted right into the back of the hand. The silk leads are glowing red. Person who has lost consciousness. But he stood up like a zombie. He killed the person in front without warning. This was the effect of Fu Qi Jing's blood thousand machine. I saw this person just like a puppet on throwing out the snake smoking smoke from the 5 catacombs and sealing the X. This snake smoking smoke can penetrate into the body through the skin. In this small space, there is no entity. Chanting sutras can only help me hold on while after I fell down one after another. Pei Lai was not immune to this and became dizzy. The young woman with the storm in front of her brushes her bare neck. I actually grew a pair of cat and I became a little more shy. Like a wild cat, Pei Lai sinks to the bottom and loses consciousness. In a trance, Pei Lai felt like a faraway place. Someone is calling. The call of this voice. Arriving at the distant Shui Weting Xian, Sigwa, Ran Hongxia is being punished. Wang Ying fights against her injustice. Ran Hongxia did nothing wrong. Ran Hongxia said in despair. Senior sister said that the rules of the sect cannot be broken, especially since I teach teachers and teach my skill. I have to set a good example for all the sisters. Wang Ying still feels sorry for Ran Erzanju. He has been kneeling in this building for 2 days and his knees are bleeding. This senior sister just wanted to block Silence mouth and said that she would not be allowed to attend the 3 Saints Law Con. Wang Ying just couldn't stand Silence fate. Kailan hadn't deliberately smeared the relationship between Ran Hongxia and Pei Lai inside the door. She wouldn't have been punished. Although Shui Weting Xian is of the Buddha's lineage, the head of the family has already broken the convention of Shuni succeeding to the throne. Since the two are in love, why can't we talk about the relationship between men and women? I really don't know who compiled the Shui Wei Jingxin Sutra. Thinking of this, Wang Ying was even more angry and trampled the Heart Sutra to pieces. Unexpected, this scene would be seen by Kailan again. Yelled up, "Wang Ying, how dare you insult the scriptures of the sage? I'm going to tell the leader." After saying that, he ran towards the inner courtyard with a cunning smile on his. Unexpectedly, suddenly there was a crowd behind him. Wang Ying came flying towards Kailan, pressed Cylon's head and cursed her down. "You dirty little bitch, you are just resenting me for helping Pei Lai. What you cannot accept deep down in your heart is Pei Lai say, but I haven't. You direct. Tell you the truth. I don't want to stay in Shui Weting Xian any longer. For that, I will slap." Venting his anger, Wang Ying made up his mind. Not bound by the sect rule, person ran out of Shui Weting Xian. On the southern outskirts of Yucheng, a carriage was walking slowly on the road. Pei Lai was actually tied up. Pei Lai suddenly woke up and found that he was tied up in the carriage. And next to the woven towel cushion is the wing supporting towel that made me faint. The wing supporting towel at this time. She has long since changed out of her night clothes and is dressed like a young village. She is cute and smart but still charming. Pei Lai's eyes widened at this moment, and he asked in a voice, which side are you on? This famous man with a wing-supporting scarf smiled. He is not from either side of the slave family. Lord Lian Wei, how about you? You really want to help Shuyujia sacrifice your life? Pei Ligon hurriedly explained. Yue Qingfeng not only robbed my thing, but also sent people to hunt me down. Of course I have to think of some. You also want to deal with Yi Qingfeng. Why not join Force Master Shu? But according to Fukujin, Shuyujia is not that easy to meet. You might betray your teammates at some. Tell me, the wing-supporting scarf is actually attached to Pei Lai. The woman's unique body fragrance. Refreshing the mind, 3 silver needles were accurately inserted into the neck, sealing Pei Lai's 5. The wing-supporting scarf tightly bound Pei Lai. The driver drove the driver to the right path in the woods and drove around for half a day. The time it took, it seems to be longer than the previous section of descending the mountain into the city. I don't know how long it has been. The noise outside the carriage gradually disappeared, leaving the crisp sound of horse hooves. The sunlight entering the small window is unknown and dark, turned into a night shadow swaying in the wind, as if even the air became cooler. Pei Lai didn't lose consciousness at all at this time. He just used a pound of gongs and drums in time, and the infuriating energy was not blocked. He closed his eyes and stayed still, and quietly used the oracle technique. In an instant, he could use his ears, touch, smell, etc., as if countless tiny tentacles were stretched out. The movements of the wing-holding scarf are all visible. I saw him coming to the door of a place called Zaya White, one of the 4 pairs said. Please, I can't escape, can't get in or out. The machine buzzes and I want to find the main oropharyngeal wings of my son. A hoarse voice asked. Is the girl 1 or 2 masters? The winged scarf answered. It's 3. The old firewood door opened with a mute sound, and the person who greeted the winged scarf turned out to be a pointing person. The winged scarf didn't know that he was being monitored by a pair of invisible eyes, and he said, "Play." You drew the pointing person. It was still so funny. Person pushed open the door and walked out in front of the wing. Didi exclaimed in surprise. Her voice was low and elegant as she went to bid farewell, but it was a woman. He stepped forward to meet her and held hands. She almost jumped for joy as she stepped forward. She looked like a 6 or 7-year-old girl. She had not seen her for several years, and she turned out so beautiful. The woman admired her. He stretched out his hand to brush the bangs that were hanging down from her forehead. No matter how beautiful she was, she couldn't be more beautiful than the little master, he said with a smile, the same delicate voice. But at this moment, it sounded indescribably lively and cheerful. It was as if she had changed. The woman chuckled in a low voice. Although she had no intention of being flattering, her voice was so thrilling that her ears felt numb, and there was a strange itch in her chest. I can't tell whether it is extreme pain or bliss. The two of them entered arm in arm, just like a pair of sisters. Someone in the room let out a loud groan. The sound was like iron yarn grinding and a tiger roaring like wind. The 2 uncles immediately restrained themselves. Fuisha said, "Second master as well. I wish you well, sister." That second master in his mouth like a tiger roared. Junxing said, "I won't let your little master keep the stuff. He kept it secret. I don't welcome you to come at this time. You are here after all. In this case, you should have some certainty in your heart. I don't expect you to be welcome in the 5 emperors. Why don't you come back? After all, you are from your natal family. What do you think?" Although the tone is hard, the content is quite reprimanding. Yun is just a show. Pei Lai used his oracle skills to hear clearly. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Pei Lai's mind. "Baby, your consciousness is very special." Pei Lai was shocked and thought to himself. He said people he was looking for were deaf-mute. It seemed that there was another great man, but no matter how he ran away, there were only 3 breathing and heart in the room, and he could not feel the presence of the 4th person. After the greetings, the second master sat down seriously and asked, "Tell me, what's going on when you come back this time?" Brushing his neck and being silent for a moment, he guessed that there were 3 masters. "I actually want to practice the red blood divine needle. I hope the master will give me residual karma." The second master was very angry and said, "Nonsense. What is your intention in asking for this case? Scarlet blood needle, you are a little girl. He can practice." But he brushed his red neck and did not answer. After taking a deep breath, "Open your eyes again." "My eyes have turned blood red." This move turns copper into pure green like fire. Everyone present was also shocked. They didn't expect that this girl could refine the blood thousand mishisachal. But the second master still said firmly, "Even so, we will not give you the remaining karma of the red blood divine needle. You should know that back then, Fan Feiqiang was as talented as Fan Feiqiang, and after practicing this skill, he was also. The success is on the verge of failure, and you make yourself a human being and a ghost." This Fan Feiqiang and Pei Lai's memory seemed to have such a person. 30 years ago, the person who abused the demon sword Red Eye was the master of the Yushur sect, Wanli Fei Huang Fan. Turns out that 3 masters brushed the red neck are actually the remaining members of the Yushur sect. This moment, voice sounded leisurely. The man's voice was indistinguishable from male to female, with a strange warm resonance, as if it was everywhere. A soul thread protruded from his shoulder, twisted spiral golden needle. "No matter how you die, your eardrum would inevitably be pierced. Drill into the most painful and sensitive. Decide, let me ask, is what you want to do in your heart right now more important than how we..." This voice actually appeared from a jar. As soon as the weirdo finished speaking, the book is silent again. Physics can only sense the presence of 3. It seems that the person speaking is a pup. Master Yushiman asked his master. The green-faced god only had 1 head left, but he had survived for many years. The old childish voice of the green-faced god sounded. "The god of the 5 catacombs must not lose his sect's supreme martial art. Even if he has disciples, there is no need to pay attention to the affairs of the 5 catacombs. Jiner never dares to forget the teachings of the great man." The gentle voice of brushing his red neck can imagine that fair face that is usually charming, with a pale look on his paused for a moment and said quiet, "You also said that no one would hesitate to risk his life. Not as good as a wandering man. Today Jiner seeks God's true heart. This is for the people I cherish and the lives I cherish. I hope Master will make it happen." There was a crack, accompanied by the crisp sound of porcelain, and the chair was to the ground. The second master yelled angrily, "You came here with your mouth open. Do you think you can defeat us? Why should we give you the secret book?" The sound of Fuchi's neck was a little more sad. "It was only because of my mother's kindness. I didn't expect that Fu Qi's neck could actually say. The three members of Yushimen all had a thought. For a moment, the old childish voice of Qingyan became a little more lonely. Second brother, I won't give this secret book of mine, and neither should you, female disciple. In my opinion, you haven't thought it through. I'm not completely prepared either. It's because your mother is kind to me. I don't want you to regret it but I still insist on Fu Qi. Regardless of whether or not I have become the god of red diarrhea, what I will do will not change. Qing Mian suddenly came back and said, I just want you to think about practice. As for what you decide to do, I won't interfere. Although we have sworn not to interfere with the cause and effect of the world, since I have accepted you as my disciple, please remember that there are always people behind your back. Our three masters. Fu Qijing paused for a moment, then smiled and said, there were 2 big rats in my car uninvited. I can't kill him. I can't let him go. I want to remember it with the master. Tie him up and watch the big mouse. But I heard Qing Yenshin said, your own cause and effect will go by yourself. Let's go. Brush your bare neck. Don't stay too long. Bow deeply and leave. Bai Goose snorted. He had something to do. Why didn't he tell us? The fifth brother cried so well that he didn't even care about the match. Qing Shinto. So what's on his mind must be very difficult. Isn't it difficult enough that he can't involve you and me? Bai Gesha said for a moment, as if he was unconvinced, and then he let the old demon chase. With his temperament, he would not give him anything he wanted. He was much calmer than when he was angry. Qing Shin, just one night is not a problem. Give the female disciple some time to figure out whether he will come again. Sure enough, third master handed his scroll to Fu Qiji, claiming that the red blood need. It's an extremely domineering technique, far better than my Ziying Iguang. In the past 100 years, no one except Fan Feiqiang has practiced, so we can't be sure whether Fan Feiqiang's condition is related to the forced practice skill. Although you are very talented, you must be careful. You brushed your red neck and said secretly with your eye, he said a little lonely. This matter is over. Jia will come back and live in seclusion with the master. Little master, you wait for me. Brushing your bare neck and lightly lifting your seductive figure. A seductive voice sounded in Pei Lai's ear. Xie Qianji couldn't seal you 2 or 3 times. Master Dianwei, what should I do with you? When Pei Lai learned that Fu Qijing would not kill him, he did not panic at all. Can I share some of the pumpkin pie made by your second master? I'm quite hungry. Fu Qi's neck is full of breath, and the carriage rolls. Pei Lai was with silver needles all over his body, but he also managed to pump out. 2 of them were fighting around. Their impressions of each other have also changed slightly. Pei Lai asked, so you asked your masters for the secret book because you plan to use this technique? Dealing with you, Fu Qijing did not answer direct, but instead asked slightly sarcastic. Master Dianwei is in the world. Do you like to inquire about other people's private affairs so much? When Pei Lai heard what his second master said just now, he couldn't help think of his 7th uncle who brought him up. I used to blacksmith in Luying City, but I actually didn't know what the rules were in the world. Uncle Chi and Uncle Clogs are both weirdos in the eyes of others. They seem to be strict Pei Lai, but in fact they are always protecting themselves. She didn't say anything, but in her heart, she valued Pei Lai more than anything else. You and I both have such weird masters. This does touch on Fu Qijing's heart. The masters have already decided to withdraw from the world. This is the Fu family's business and has nothing to do with them. Brushing his neck to calm down, he said slowly, now Yu Chifeng will be hesitant for some time when he goes to see General Jindo. This is the best opportunity to help the 5 Emperors' treasury reverse the agenda. What happened in the warehouse in the north of the city last night will reach his ears sooner or later. If he discovers that it was me who did it, then everything I have done before will be in vain. I will not let anyone ruin my affairs, so Lord Dian, please come to my house and sit down. The carriage arrived at a dilapidated inn and an old man in a camp building. He staggered out to greet the old man. His eyes were dull and he could only whine and say some simple thing. Fu Qi, even though this person was Uncle Bai, and handed Pei Lai to Uncle Bai. Don't look at this Uncle Bai who is old and frail. But with endless strength, he easily lifted Pei Lai up without looking back. Carrying Pei Lai into the inn, Pei Lai finally discovered there is something wrong with this old man. Fu Qijin finally revealed the reason. Uncle Bai is my servant, and he is also the first rope I concocted. This Fu Qijin actually made all his servants to wish. This was originally a post station former diner. Now that the official road has been changed, there are fewer pedestrians and the house is deserted. Fu Qijin noticed that no one came and went here, so he repaired it, turned it into his own. There were also several immovable wooden strings in the house. They are all wishful ropes made by Fu Qijin for Yu Chunfeng. This wishful rope requires no thinking, has no and retains its original martial art. Unfortunately, it will die completely in about a year. But Uncle Bai is an exception. He managed to preserve part of his consciousness by some strange combination of circumstance. Light the 3 incense sticks, worshipping the souls of parent and husband. This Fu Qi is also a miserable person. Pei Lai couldn't help but be surprised. You use such skill to treat your old. Of course Fu Qijin wouldn't be so cruel. Uncle Bai was originally a wandering doctor. He was hunted down in his early years and was rescued by Guan. After that, he withdrew from the world and became a servant Fu family. Back then, Xia Longsing launched a rebellion to clean up Qi Dao. The elders on the island found hoping that turn to take charge of the overall situation. In fact, Yukijin's mother had died of illness. Uncle Bai heard that Xia Longsing was called the god of war on Sungdao and knew how powerful he was, so he urged Quan not back. He even secretly hid Fu Quan's sword, hoping to dispel the idea of going back. But even if Uncle Bai did this, Fu Quan still set foot on his way. Before leaving, what Quan was most worried about was Fu Qijin, who said with tears, Qi Dao is a father's responsibility, not yours. If I leave here and never come back, it will also be my fate. And you have to find someone who loves you and a happy home. After that, Fu Quan died at the hands of Xiao Long Xing. Uncle Bai heard the news. Feeling sorry for Quan, I felt sad and ashamed. My blood was so strong that I at least suffered a stroke. Round. The martial arts of the warrior. Most of them want to control the blood vessels in the human brain, and Shui Qianji is one of the best. Seeing Uncle Bai's eyes filled with blood, consciousness fades away. The heart pulse also gradually Fu Qijin used Qianji Rui for the first time in his life. Perhaps it was because of the stroke. After using raising Qianji Rui. Uncle Bai actually became happy. On the contrary, he survived. So Uncle Bai can still react to Fu Qijin's words and work habitually. Later, Fu Qijin brought Yu Chunfeng and discarded Rui back. They tried to exchange some of their sacred stones. Pei Lai when heard about this situation. He does look a lot like one of his uncles. It turns out that Fu Qijin helped 5 Emperors Cave all because of his father. But in Fu Qijin's heart was not all the cave. 5 Emperors Cave was not his home. Later, when Zai Longxing died, Fu Qijin was already married and a father. My husband is a good-tempered teacher. Fu Qijin originally planned to leave the world together with several masters and Uncle Bai, like an ordinary daughter's family. Serve your parents-in-law, take care of your husband, and raise your children. However, things didn't go as planned. Just 1 month later, the husband and his family were all wiped out. He died in a mysterious fire, and then it was the so-called Hongdao elder who came to visit and told me that the end of Fu Qijin was going crazy while practicing kung. Pointed himself to return to the island to succeed the divine king. Fu Qijin now understands that killing everyone is mercy. It was originally designed in order to ascend to the position of the sect leader. Her aunt Fura, who only felt sorry for her stupidity, chose to lead a wolf into the house, which not only killed herself but also killed Fu Qijin's husband. This young man took off the village girl's clothes. Close-fitting CE coated with hooks is wrapped a layer of pill folding tent. The black brocade clothes can hardly hide the proud figure. Fine snow and jade well. The windy buttocks and willow waist are so beautiful even though they are completely red. But he is also a tragic person. Pei Lai listened to Fu Qijin's experience since he has a deep hatred for Yu Chifeng. Then we should join forces with Master Shu to fight against the enemy. Fu Qijin has already seen through every. Sister Shu only has interests in her eye, can take advantage of any, including her unclear daughter Chu. Although Qijin is not sure whether the red blood god can really deal Chifeng, there is no other way now. Yu Chifeng used Lei Dan to suppress his own skill. In recent years, he has his skills with the woman Dai Yunshu. Her inner strength is unfathomable. She has never eliminated her doubts about herself, and she is even more wary of her own blood. Fortunately, the red blood god is a pupil technique few people in the world know. Although he wiped out the thunder pills in his body, he could not completely gather his true energy to practice the red blood god. The Jiuxiao thunder pill that I stole last night can temporarily say, "Gee, I don't have much time left," but Fu Qi is now. Regardless of whether he can get rid of Yu Chunfeng or not, he still hopes that Pei Lai can promise one. This month, Chunfeng has a hidden force called Wujue Village. It is located at the junction of the western sub Qingpu and Lingfeng County. Please be sure to inform Shu Yujia of this news. If I fail to remove the scars, she will make her own decision. But no matter what, I would like to ask some adults to agree to try to settle Uncle Bai and not to mention the 3 master other. Pei Lai was very anxious after hearing. Since Fu Qi knows where he is, we should quickly unlock the Blood Thousand machines so that we can act together. But Fu Qijin thought that the spy Pei Lai was of no help to his plan, so he left Ri without looking back. Hurry up and practice before Yu Chifeng comes back from Jindong General Man. Master the first level of the Red Blood Divine Need. Tens of thousands of Jindong troops were stationed in the ancient city camp. Murong Ro looked at the box, the demon knife in front of him, still unmoved. Yu Chifeng knelt down worried, claiming that his subordinates had left the sword intact after they got it, and came here to tell the general the order. Murong Ro said calmly, "You're not lying, but I remember that someone from Jingbo Mansion went to Luyin City to invest demon knife. They died in a tea shop in Willapa. It is said that Gu Shuanghan had some quarrels with Teacher Yu before. Does Teacher Yu know why he died?" Yu Chunfeng's heart tightened, thinking that she had never ordered the killing of Gu Shuang. The smasher of the 5 Emperors Cave must have acted secretly and wanted to put the blame on me. As long as I tell 99% of the truth, I don't believe you. Murong Ro can tell the truth from lying. Yu Chunfeng's head was spinning at this moment. Cowardly and blind people should be born. The subordinates speculate that it may be a deception. The general gives him some time. The subordinates will be able to find out for the general. Before she finished speaking, Murong Ro actually bowed and helped Yu Chifeng out, claiming that Teacher you didn't need to explain. I used to have an old friend who also liked to tell me things about the world. He often said that Jianghu affairs must be handled by Jianghu people, so I need people like you, Teacher Yu and Master Gu. Once upon a time, everyone thought that what that person said was as correct as the sun and the moon. But even a person like him is nothing more than a handful of ashes once he dies. Without him, everyone in the world can live the same life. So Yu Chifeng, let me remind you again. I know what kind of person you are. What you are planning is not important to me at all. People I killed and the things I did for something that you may not understand yet. Far more than you. The only reason why you are still here is just because I can use. Don't let your little thoughts of me. Without Gu Shuanghe, there are so many things going on these days, and you are the only one who can handle them. Although Murong Ro still had a calm tone, neither happy nor angry. The morning breeze in the morning was like a thorn in the back, and she was as blank as a piece of paper in front of Murong Ro. Turning around to accompany Lai, I finally regained my mobility and dared to follow the instructions of the word Xian. Climb to a high place and summon the falcon ball. The eagle whistle sound. Sure enough, not long after, there was an eagle cry. The ball flew from a distance. Pei Lai didn't have his blind. I was caught and bitten by the little ball. Fortunately, I stayed with Lai. Taking advantage of the chaos, he stuffed the note into Xiaoqiu's leg and successfully sent the message. At this time, Uncle Bai, who was half alive, I happened to have led a horse. He seemed to be very worried about the tight support. When he saw this, he accompanied Lai. Dare you get on your horse and claim that I will try my best to help your family and support the girl? If I were alive, I would definitely ask someone to come back and settle you down. Then he galloped towards Wulsong Pushi Jiawudra sunset. A woman wears satin tight-sleeved shoes. Slowly and swayingly, he came to Wulsiangpo. This person was the supporter. At this time, she was once again like a charming female master. He said, Shangguan Xiaoyan. The master said, Shu Yujia is the daughter of a coquettish fox. After being brought here, I have to personally confirm whether the master allows me to come. Is it beyond your control? This is a big deal. Even the master doesn't dare to stop. What's more, it's you, Shangguan Xiao. I didn't want to enter with bare neck, but my mind. This woman dares to come to the door like presumably she relied on her master. Suwen and Shu Yujia were not on good terms. Maybe she was really afraid that the master would change the sedan chair. There was no need for brother Shu to embarrass, so he asked manager Jean next in the door. But I didn't expect this old man who is over 50 years old. He actually lost his mind when he looked at the woman in front of him. The old man saw that the woman in front of him had a beautiful and a lot of inner emotion. Just like a ripe honeydew melon, it exudes a sweet and alluring scent from the inside out. I couldn't help but salivate. I was stunned for a moment. After turning around, dared to ask someone to open the number for lock, pull the number 2 chain and break the transmission. First, the gate of Wujua village slowly opened. There are sharp burrs all around the door. Fu Qijia secretly thinks about it. As expected, this Wujua village has some skill. Shangguan Xiaoyan stepped forward to greet, claiming to support God. Lord, I am the first to say something ugly. There are many agencies in the village. Please, Lord God, please stop walking around randomly. In order to avoid accidentally hurting the Lord Shin, I will send someone to the master. Getting the reply, the Lord Shin will have various conveniences. A group of old men narrowed their eyes and took the initiative, claimed that I am Jin Wuqi, the housekeeper of this village. I have long admired the name of Lord Fu Shi. Just let me take Shijun to rest. Uchi only believed it for a moment, thinking that this person was the one who commanded to open the door just now. In an instant, his face was dazzled, and he took the initiative to step forward and gently support the old man's shoulder. Suma's voice said slowly, Big brother, I'm here to help, but I just hope that the residence has a large bathtub and hot water for bathing. How can this old man stand? He seems to have lost his soul. Naturally, he has to arrange everything properly. Shangguan Xiaoyan was very angry and immediately ordered his men not to allow the girl to leave the house until the master came back. It was getting late. Payi asked around but couldn't find out where Wujua village. Couldn't help but doubt that he was being framed by Qi. This moment, ferocious beast emerged behind Payi. Payi was instant. What was even more frightening was that this beast actually spoke human language. Turns out that Xianzi is here. This is just a disguise that Xianzi is proud of. Payi was speechless for a while, but it's not surprising that all this happened to Xian, who is cold on the outside but middle-aged on the inside. Xianzi claimed that the Wujua village you are talking about is probably a place called Wuda village. It should be an official fiefdom given by the imperial court many years ago. About to mount the horse, Xianzi claimed that Wudezwing was the retreat place of the 5 generals of the Shongxing army. The imperial court used the name of a warrior as a seal. Given the name Wuda, when warriors join force, they are said to be able to defeat all enemy formations. Therefore, Wuda is also called Wujua. Over time, it became a popular name. Even the local natives called this Zhongxing army. It is said that the 5 emperors were alone, called on refugees all over the country to join the armed forces and formed the ZT army. From the invasion of aliens to the reunification of the world, most of the ZT army after years of fighting settled on the spot and integrated into the villages of the East China Sea. Payi's father was also a member of the Zhongxing army, but he was just an unknown soul. Bright moon hung high in the sky, and the two of them were speeding through the wood. It didn't take long. Then I saw piles and a sword tower with a wall. From the looks of it, I knew it was not easy, and tonight was the only chance to retrieve the sacred object. This woman is wearing a strong rock body, boots and slender breast. The chest, neck and back are straight, and the narrow waist is only a thin piece when viewed from the side. The body portions are extremely well proportioned, and the long and straight sleeves and legs shuttle through the form. But he is extremely agile and Xianzi holds the saber behind his back and maintains the posture of drawing the sword to strike at any time. Separate more than 10 from Payi. Keep a distance that can communicate with each other and head towards the 5 Jew pillars. As soon as the audio ended, Xianzi jumped into the air and disappeared into the wood. He was worthy of being the leader of the advancing capital. His movement skills were truly remarkable. Payi calmly observed the periphery of the 5 absolute piles, thinking that there were secret sentries on duty every night in Luing. This must be the same for these 5 absolute piles. Payi was so excited that he spread out the oracle technique like a net. If you encounter a secret whistle, you must hit it with 1 strike, and you must not give the other party a chance to tip off the information. Payi ran forward all the way. Corpse behind the mound naturally cannot escape the oracle's perception. Judging from the situation, he had just died, and he was killed with 1 blow. It was undoubtedly Xianzi who took action. It seems that he has been exploring the path. There is a well next to the body. The divided pieces of wood are scattered aside. Although Payi was puzzled, he never thought much about having to follow Xianzi. Payi came to a corner outside the pile, found a small room under the corner. It seems like there is a person lying down. I can't help but wonder, is it also the secret whistle that Xianzi pulled out? Person in the room is still breathing. Could it be that Xianzi made a mistake? Payi hurriedly jumped, but he didn't expect there was no whistle in the room. There was only one woman lying on the straw mat. Although the woman was alert, she showed no signs of panic. The hand behind the back holds the dagger tight. Asked coldly, "Who are you?" Payi was also shocked. Xianzi did not come this way. There was no real energy in the room. This woman did not know martial art, but this kind of calmness was definitely not something that ordinary handyman could have. Should I keep silent? When I hesitated, this woman's, "My child, no matter why you came here, I advise you to leave and don't put yourself. The weapons you are holding do not look like ordinary bandits. The people in this village are cruel and ruthless, far beyond what ordinary. Please leave and don't lose your life in vain." Payi secretly regretted how he could have the idea of killing his mouth, even if it was a traitorous person. "I can't abandon my true nature either," said the power of both hands. "Thank you, woman, for reminding me. I have offended. Please keep quiet and take my leave." Payi climbed up the wall. Payi hurriedly went to the other side to look for Xian. Suddenly, Payi felt someone on the other side. There were quite a Payi carefully poked it out, but I found a bright shadow flying through the rain of arrows. It was Xianzi who fell into the trap. This woman clamped her legs tight, drank her bones and weight, and shuttled through the rain of arrows. Even so, the underwear was riddled. His white and tender skin looming. Xianzi was surrounded by Shangguan Xiaoyan and his men. Pei Lai's heart tight. Who leaked our whereabouts? Could it be Sister Fu? But no matter who it is, top priority is how to respond to Xianzi's breakout. I saw Xianzi looking around coldly. There were at least dozens of bending bows and arrows behind the wall. I saw her eyebrows slightly raised and her eyes cold, as if she had made up her mind and raised the knife. Under the moonlight, Xianzi's sleeves and hair are fluttering. It's hard to imagine that this woman would face such a dangerous situation alone. Suddenly Xianzi shouted loud, "Put the bear skin on me." Shangguan Xiaoyan has no idea what he means, but there is definitely something wrong with this woman. When Pei Lai heard this, he naturally understood that Xianzi was reminding himself to hide his body and not go out. I saw Xianzi rushing forward with a sword step, drawing the sword with one hand as fast as light, raised several tiles to block the attack of arrows. Between the lightning and flint, Xianzi drew his sword, killed the killing moment completely from the middle school girl. Xianzi broke through the encirclement and ran towards the village. This was exactly what Shangguan Xiaoyan wanted. Then he ordered his men to use Baizi's sword to force him into the main building and capture Xianzi alive. I saw the watchtower of the city tower slowly open and hundred-fold arrows lined up neat. As his subordinates controlled the more powerful arrow rain broke through the tiles and penetrated the rock. The speed is so fast that even Xianzi feels. I had to try my best to jump up. He broke through the window of the main building and turned over to relieve his strength, but before he could regain his footing, floor tiles suddenly dented. Dozens of spears shot out of the ground, forcing Xianzi to retreat. In this small room, Xianzi was locked in the direct. One wave did not end, but another wave started. The wall behind suddenly opened wide. A machine doll was waiting for Xianzi to come. This time, Xianzi realized the danger, but it was too late. This doll is like a parasite, locking Xianzi tightly and making it difficult to move. Xianzi finally fell into the hands of Shangguan Xiaoyan. Shangguan Xiaoyan dared to give orders to his subordinate. Take Xianzi to the dungeon and under good supervision. At this time, Shangguan Xiaoyan still cares about why Xianzi shouted just now. Could it be that there are accomplices? Dared to hurry up and tell him to check carefully to see if there was any fish that slipped through the net. He accompanied Lai Li to see Xianzi being caught, and he deliberately led people to the atrium just to let himself continue to complete the task. Moreover, there is a trap in the manor to capture the sword. Even if you go in, it will not. Now companions have to hide and find another way to sneak. But at this moment, the search near the city suddenly became intense. It's hard to escape even if you're with me for a while. Suddenly the woman's window opened, he said calmly. She has no way of finding you. Believe me. Hold your breath immediately. Don't use any luck. Come into the house quickly. Sure enough, a man named He Huanzi was on top of the young building. True energy gathered in his eyes and swept around. After a long time, no movement was found. Shangguan Xiaoyan couldn't help but wonder if he had guessed wrong. Couldn't be trying to cheer. This Xianzi seems to have always been a little abnormal. Then he stopped thinking about it and took Huanzi to the dungeon to prepare for a meeting with the former captain. This woman turned out to be the wife of Shangguan Chu, owner of Wuda Village. He is also the original heir of Wuda Village. At that time, Shangguan Churen and he got 4 sworn brothers to help the 5th emperor's younger brother with their machine skills. After they retired together, the imperial court gave the village a special reward and named it Wuda. When the village paired, it was from Shangguan Chu, taught the art of mechanism to a subordinate named Ji, who later became the house heir. 5 men spent their military, and after settling down, they successively married wives. I hope to continue the reunion of children and heir. Except for Mrs. Shangguan and the missing Chidia, 4 married women were all women who were displaced in the war. At that time, Wei Wuying had hundreds of acres of fertile land. It was built like a castle and was favored by the people around Lingfeng County were all trying to please them. However, the good times did not last long. Due to an epidemic in Lingfeng County, 5 gentlemen died one after another. At that time, except for Mrs. Shangguan, who was already pregnant, all the gentlemen had no heirs left, and there were only a few weak women left in Wuda Village. Because several people regarded Shangguan as their leader, they elected Shangguan's wife to take charge of the overall situation. Local people spread rumors that these generals killing too many people on the battlefield and getting retribution gradually. People around him either peeked into his farmland or cut off contact. Following year, Mrs. Shangguan gave birth to a baby girl, but this did not bring improvement to Wuda Village. At that time, Murong Ro entered the East China Sea and intended to take advantage of the late emperor's great general, although the generals were already dead. But Wei Wuying is still in panic all day long. Wei Wuying was declining day by day, and it was difficult to maintain livelihood. The situation was so miserable that Mrs. Shangguan at that time could not even see where there was hope. The other 4 ladies can only stay depressed all day long. Several years passed like this, and that person at that time, she called herself Xiaoyu Chihai, the Tiger King of Wuching Mountain. At that time, she seemed to be a gentle traveling businessman. It was introduced by Butler Jean to help with the cotton and linen business in the field. It has been a long time. She was gradually getting better, and it was natural for her to meet several ladies in the village. We also became familiar with Chihai once every 6 months. One day, she actually brought a boy. It is said that they have found Madame Murder's distant nephew who was separated during the war. In this way, she successively found adopted sons for the 4 ladies, both big and small, and the 4 ladies may have listened to the slander. Gradually, Mrs. Shangguan was excluded. The sisterhood that endured years of adversity gradually dissipated. 4 ladies also joined forces and began to interfere in the affairs of the village. Gradually, even the servants changed into unfamiliar faces. Half a year later, that man transformed into Yu Chifeng, the head of the Taiying's Xiaoyu family. Mrs. Shangguan, who was kept in the dark, secretly entrusted Butler Jean to investigate her bottom line. It wasn't until one day when they kidnapped Madame's daughter, Shangguan Niaoyu, that everything was exposed. Chifeng claimed, "The eldest lady is very safe now, but Madame must do me a favor. Butler Jin's son, Jin Xiaoyan, will be your adopted son from now on." Following the letter to Shangguan, in accordance with the laws of this dynasty, those who have adopted an adopted son for 10 years, the head of the family can submit a letter to the court, and the adopted son can inherit the title as long as the wife co-opts. I can ensure that your mother and daughter are safe and will not end up like the 4 ladies. Since then, those 4 ladies. This golden butler never appeared again. Using the machine skills he learned, he made many torture instruments to help Yu Chenfeng detain the captured people. In order to frighten Mrs. Shangguan, Yu Chenfeng asked him to deliver meals to the imprisoned, hinting that the other 4 ladies would end up suitable. However, every family harmed Mrs. Shangguan and her daughter, but Mrs. Shangguan knew it well. These days are coming to an end. In 2 years, Jin Xiaoyan can inherit Wu village. Pei Lai when heard, I lament that these Vietnamese thieves have begun to lay out King Wu Temple, Emperor Wu Kei, and Wu Ju village more than 10 years ago, involving both black and white and even the government. Everywhere is a pretense of goodwill. Then look for excuses, finally fight against Nest. Use Miss Ming to gain internal power in the city. The Hulu 7 gods Ju who slaughtered the Yu family, and then in turn wanted to devour Miss Ming. Using Wu Zhuozhuang's financial resource, he recruited troops and slaughtered Emperor Wu's cave, and used the power of Emperor Wu's cave to find the next target. At the same time, Shangguan Xiaoyan also came to the secret room where Xianzi was imprisoned. This mechanism was like a retro bot attached to the background of Xianzi's fragrant. The huge weight pressed Liu Yao down on the bed. The mechanism is firmly locked. This pair of slender legs, this cold and beautiful woman, is suffering unimaginable pain. Shangguan Xiaoyan looked at the woman in front of him with a playful look on his face and said slowly, You and I are both famous people around the master. You should know that when you see me, there's no point in trying to play trick. How many of you are? But I didn't expect that this middle-class beauty didn't even know who is the person in front of. This has a big impact on Shangguan Xiaoyan. He cursed and said that he wanted to put Xianzi on this Xuanwu bed and suffer all the suffering in the world. Turning around to look at Pei Lai, Mrs. Shangguan said slowly after complaining to Zhong Chang, Perhaps it is God's will that Master Dian comes here. The young lady is bold enough to make a deal with Master Dian. Now Yu Chenfeng has not come back yet. I am assisting Master Dian in rescuing your friend. I only asked Master Dian to find my daughter for me. Say, even if you can't say, please report the whole story about Wu Wuying to Marquis Zhao. In Mrs. Shangguan's view, she is the wife of Shangguan Chur, the general of the Zhongxing army. You must never let your husband's meritorious status fall into the hands of wolves like Jin Wuch and Yu Chenfeng. Even if Wu Wuying is destroyed, there will be no regret. The only thing I can't let go of is my daughter Shangguan Miao. Pei Lai resolutely said that after becoming a member of the Zhongxing army, he would only help all his strength. But now the village is heavily guarded. The white arrows on the left wall are extremely powerful and difficult to deal with. Mrs. Shangguan was very in this match. Although Mrs. Shangguan does not understand martial art, back then her husband's machine magician attacked from the side. Most of the secret tunnels in the village driven by water power, except for Jin Wuqiu. Mrs. Shangguan knew the best. This was why Pei Lai and Pei Lai were exposed. This is because the secret sentries outside the village are set up near the well. They are connected to the city by small canal. The water in the canal circulates back and forth. Every other moment, the secret sentries will throw a piece of driftwood into the well. Drift flows smoothly into the village. If the village does not receive drift regularly, only foreign enemies will sneak in. When Pei Lai heard the name of the side attack, he admired the Vietnamese doll pool in Luoying City. The city owner spent a lot of money on blueprint for attacking from the side. No wonder the white arrow is so powerful. Mrs. Shangguan also said that her daughter had been imprisoned for these years and had nothing to do, so she wrote some sweet story. Among the adopted sons of Yu Chenfeng, there happened to be one who liked reading. His nature is not bad and he is not as ambitious as others because he loves to read the stories written in Shangguan Temple. He secret good care of Shangguan's mother and daughter. He was Shensi who lived in the tower of the dead man. Just when Shangguan Xiaoyan was about to torture Xian, a woman's voice came from behind. He could only hear the young woman smiling, twisting her waist and walking out, her foolish back following the giant swallow as it walked out of the dark. The round snow village is wrapped in the long collar. When walking, the legs are interlaced, feeling the attractive thigh. Shangguan Xiaoyan was very puzzled that this support well could come. It turned out that it was Hesperia sinense that was put in. Butler Jean claimed that Fu Xingjun was just interested in learning about machinery and wanted to see the mechanical design. Shangguan Xiaoyan rebuked angrily, You bad old man must be crazy. You think happy people are vegetarian? Fu Xingjun heard that he was neither angry nor intimidated, claiming that Shangguan Xiaoyan, You don't need to be too nervous. I know what you are thinking. Xianzi was brought up by Xu Yujie herself. My relationship with Xu Yujie is that coquettish fox. You know something about it, right? Without Xianzi, Xu Yujie is equivalent to his right-hand man. It is not easy to continue to restrict our Hong down. For me, it is a great thing. Xianzi fell into the hands of the mat and he would be very happy. However, the master took a fancy to Xianzi's pure snow qualification. He needs to be used to practice martial art. He comes back and sees a Xianzi with only half a life left. His skin and flesh are torn. Do you think he would appreciate you? Although Shangguan Xiaoyan doesn't like Fushi, he also knows that what he said is reason. Now that he has a lot of money, there is no need to create extraneous matter. Fumokiai doesn't say anymore. Just stop. It also temporarily kept Xianzi safe. On the other hand, after Pei Lai and Shangguan's wife reached a cooperation, Shangguan's wife pushed the barrel to a well. This well is the only secret entrance used for shelter. Pei Lai is also hiding in the barrel. Listen to Mrs. Shangguan's arrangement. Mrs. Shangguan told her that after going down, she must choose a waterway flows backward, otherwise she will be dead. Never lose the water gate key. After entering, look carefully at the map of this room. If you find the right way, the exit will be guarded only by Hesperus Sinensis. They want me, a gentleman, to deliver them. You must remember that you must wait until I convince Hespermum Sinensis before you come out. If you can find my daughter, give her this dagger and she will believe you. Pei Lai jumped into the water. I shuttled through the waterway and it didn't take long. Then he saw the water gate made of cold iron and had successfully opened it. Pei Lai couldn't help but sigh. This mechanism is so complex. Is it because I am obsessed with mechanism science? Or should we prepare for the changes in government and opposition party? no matter what. Pei Lai rushed to find the room connected to the dungeon before Mrs. Shangguan delivered the meal. It's morning time and Pei Lai's battle began. At the quarter of the morning, Chen Feng received Murong Ro's instruction. If you have other matters, you can arrange them yourself. Yu Chen Feng realized for a long time that there was no news coming from the warehouse in the north of the city. This matter was strange, so he prepared to go home immediately. This red brocade cleansing red make and close-fitting clothing shows off your wind and rain figure. The snow-white jade brocade is undulating, and the waist is plump and round under the flat weight. Every move is full of charm. The hook made Jin Wuchio's eyes straight, one drink after another. I have long been immersed in this beauty. Regardless of every Fu Qijin successfully looked through Wei Wuying's agency map. Jin Wuchio leaned on Fu Qijin's thigh. Delicate skin, soft touch. Jin Wuchio had long been defeated by this pomegranate skirt, but he didn't know that the danger had quite. Fu Qijin's eyes glowed red. When the eyes face each other, Jin Wuchio felt a numbness and pain, unable to move. Thousands of thoughts were like parasites entering his brain, cutting off his life. At a quarter of noon, Shangguan Xiaoyan received a message from Yu Qingfeng's flying pigeon. Speaking of Fu Qijin's sudden visit, Shangguan Xiaoyan asked Shangguan Xiaoyan to check the warehouse in the north of the city. Shangguan Xiaoyan also realized the seriousness problem. Those who dare to be busy with their wives and are best at spying will all keep an eye on Fu Qijin until Yu Qingfeng returns. In less than 3 seconds, Mrs. Shangguan prepared the meal, praying to bless Wei Wuying and my daughter. Bless that boy. At Shunshu, Pei Lai had arrived at the dungeon home level, and the equipment in the climbing room suddenly left. For skeletal found. Look at these clothes in the family level in this dungeon. It seems that this is the home arranged by Butler Jean for the 4 ladies. Suddenly, this big gear is turning rapid. Pei Lai dared to insert the sacred tree knife into the gap. The descending elevator suddenly braked. Xingzi didn't pay attention, thinking it was in disrepair. I pulled the cage back a little. It was this intern. Pei Lai successfully escaped. Pei Lai sighed. It was indeed a sword from the Nanling royal family. Without him, his hand would have been. Mrs. Shangguan successfully reached the secret room and fed Xianzi her own hand, and hinted at the cooperation with Pei Lai. Xianzi naturally understood. Careful cooperation success. Put the silver needle in your mouth. Before leaving, Mrs. Shangguan finally spoke, but Xingzi had no clue. It wasn't just one person who claimed they broke. When I was at the top tower, I vaguely saw a breath of energy disappearing next to Madame's cab. Apparently she knew how to avoid, and I have no reputation in the world, so I speculated that old Madame Ning might have united with people from the 5 category, wanting to save the temple. Mrs. Shangguan no longer hid it, and said sadly, I need them to save my temple. Can you let them go? Xingzi must you, he shouted. Old Madam, please wake up. Woody Cave itself cannot protect it now. Yu Qingfeng is on the way back. Even if there is a slight mistake, the lady may not be safe. This moment, Pei Lai suddenly showed up. Can he ensure her safety by doing nothing? I know that you and Liu Zi are her mother. Can you let the old lady go back first? Don't let this matter involve. Let's talk alone. He can help Mrs. Shangguan escape from the tight sea. Naturally, He Yanzi is Xingyu. But just after Mrs. Shangguan left, He Yanzi suddenly changed his. This Yobidan is so powerful that it is so powerful. I saw He Xingzi picking up the 2 swords and claiming that I wanted to verify. Are you qualified to save the temple? Pei Lai did not delay at all. He started to fight, threw his hand, and stuck the sacred knife on the ground, claiming that his wife. You're not like the others. I don't want to use swords again. Don't worry, brother. I get a little agitated when I use a knife late. I know you can see the energy running through me, so I can verify. Does this trick work? One in elephant's feet. Xian Pei Lai learns from Shui Lao Shiju, abandoning the Ming and make false move, although this consumes more energy. But the released energy should be able to confuse He Xingzi's judge and strike out with one. Like leaves in the wind, the Hunan Sapodilla evades this dazzling blow with its strength movement skill. Ling Lai's dagger turned into an attack with the help of Pei Lai's Xian. It turns out that this is He Fan's. It's not just as simple as being able to see. This force can also be used to imitate the other party, and even use the other party's true energy to strengthen his movement. Pei Lai clearly felt He Xingzi's eye skill. It's much more powerful than the toad monster's me. He Bingzi continued to sprint towards me, brandishing his knife and saying, you can't even pass my level. There is no talk of saving. This time, Pei Lai was slightly past. He was dodging blind. Pei Lai was also observing carefully. This Hespermum's movement skills are very special, so he immediately decided to pretend to fight back, exposing his flaws. Give him a chance to strike, and then use that move to catch him by surprise. Pei Lai once again used the 3rd piece of the Guanyin statue. As expected, Bingzi used his strength again. This is the opportunity that Pei Lai has been waiting. A single section of the firearm is activated, causing the true energy to run completely in the opposite direction. At this moment, Hespermum was unable to take advantage of the huge momentum. Let it hit the wall hard, and a mouthful of blood spurts out. Pei Lai hurriedly came behind He Bingzi and helped him stabilize his breathing. He Bingzi said slowly, like Yu Qingfeng, you can instantly reverse the energy. You have practiced single cutting with the firearm. Pei Lai did not hide anything and claimed that he had practiced innate energy due to some connection. He was so convinced by what he said that he no longer stopped. Wei Yu said with disappointment, don't blame me for not reminding. Yu Qingfeng may come back at any. Use the dragon's hooves to go down. Find your. Pei Lai cupped his hands to express his gratitude. When Pei Lai came to the secret room, he found that the string has been unlocked. 7788. This Yanzi girl has one leg raised in a straight line. Her head is tied into a pony pink silk, and her anan hair is hanging down on her chest. The white and tender toes held the silver needle and fiddled it up and down, making a clicking sound. The soul-absorbing work designed by Pangong is indeed clever, but he is distracted. Took less than half a moment to pry open the mechanism of the steel cable. Everyone in Gangsinga has this lock-picking skill, and Xianzi is the best among them. The suction cup on the back seems to be a bit troubled. The more the string is pried, tightened more and more. Pei Lai held the magical knife in his hand, cutting iron like clay. Cut off the cage with one knife. Pei Lai looked at the mechanism in front of, which looked like the lock chain that Uncle Chi had mentioned. Fortunately, they are connected by steel wire. If you only open one lock, they will become tighter and tighter. tighter. There are also stabs on the locks. If you open it forcibly, there is a risk of being strangled to the point abandoned. Payi observed it for a while and then had a plan in mind. Payi tried to use the intensive oracle magic energy penetrate through the key, seized the right opportunity to let the string lock. But the hinge of this silly, but it has already begun to embed into the skin. At this moment, Payi clearly felt the 7 rotation, deep voice and a crane. He came out with great energy and heard the sound of the playing like a stir-fried buck. All the joints exploded together, the steel, the groin, etc. bounces away from the root connection and can open the lock without grinding. He smiled bright and stood up suddenly. The master of shackles inside the lock. The soul-absorbing bow worth thousands of gold sits behind. It suddenly collapsed and disintegrated into individual parts in the blink of an eye, scattered and piled up on the ground like thunder. Every part is completely intact, only the cord joints are twisted and shattered. Without exception, Xianzi was shocked that Payi could destroy such a sophisticated mechanism, and his confidence in this operation suddenly increased. But at this time, Payi was faced with a very problem. Both Xianzi and Xianzi tried their best, couldn't shake the iron gate in front of them at all. Passage is right in front of you, but you can't get in. Yu Qingfeng is about to come back. He must find another way. Xianzi's excellent progress is all in his heart. He can only use the method of burying him alive, torture this soap bear, and let him reveal other entrance. To solve this problem, Payi quickly stopped this living treasure. Suddenly, the sound of running water became louder and louder. The iron door of this mechanism opened slowly, and Payi was shocked. Is this Jin Wuqiu or Yu Qingfeng? Just when Payi and the two are getting ready, just as he was preparing to fight, a figure from Fengyun came out. Turned out to be a support police officer. The agency opened and a demon saint helped the police officer. The beautiful lady in gilded clothes from fairyland Fengyun stood in front of the door with a raised voice. Hair as thick as satin, clouds as thick as snow, velvet red silk tight skirt. The silver needles are wrapped around the round leg, and when the skirt is swaying, there is always a feeling of parting through the clouds and seeing the moon. It is the Lord of the Red Island who supports the police. The support policeman deliberately lowered his voice and spoke urgently. There is no time. Please listen carefully to what I say next. The support policeman tossed a scroll and said, "This is what I got from Jin Wu. The layout of the installation mechanism and the secret room where the sacred objects are stored. The secret room where concubine Qiong is imprisoned has been marked. Whether you can find it or not depends on your luck." Payi held the map in his hand and asked blank, "Master Fushin, won't you go with us?" The support police officer with a dim look in his eye. "I have tried my best regarding the 5 categories. Xian, give this token to Shuyuji. She'll know what I'm doing. After today, I will no longer be the Lord of the Red Earth." Immediately, I threw the deficit token in my waist to Xian. The scene changed. The support police warned me to act quickly. Shangguan Xiaoyan has already gone out to meet the driver, indicating that Yu Qingfeng has arrived outside the village. You don't have much time. Payi looked shocked. He didn't expect Yu Qingfeng to come back. From the tone of the support police, it was obvious that he wanted to take risks. He rushed forward with a sword step, grabbed the supporting police officer's shoulders and asked, "Girl, please calm down." A silver needle was already pressed against her chin. The support police officer smiled faintly, raised a young orchid as a finger, and traced it across the back of her hand. The extremely smooth skin touch made Payi tremble. "There is a tingling sensation in my heart. Worry about yourself, Master Jian. She is very delicate and filial, and there are so many tricks in the world. If I use Xie Qianji at this opportunity, you will be You need to be more to get out of here alive. Yu Qingfeng comes back, she will come to see Xianzi or look for Jin Wuqiu. By then, we will all lose the opportunity." Payi knew that what the support police said was very reasonable, and it was not suitable to stay here for a long time, but he still persuaded. "I believe that both your masters and Uncle Bai would rather see you live well than die for revenge. Just tell me." I took Xianzi and evacuated the scene, although the supporting police did not respond directly. "But I have decided in my heart Payi is a good boy. Outside Wuju village, Shangguan Qiaoyan has successfully welcomed the return of Yu Qingfeng. Claimed that the Fushin soldiers were in the east guest, and his subordinates were worried that there was still an ambush in the 5 Emperors cave nearby. This move was also to ensure that Yu Qingfeng's move to help the God's army to safety was also praised by Yu Qingfeng, who claimed that you actually like to play tricks on weak. It's rare to be more careful this time, but it sounds like the support police are related to Xianzi. Shangguan Qiaoyan's head was spinning, and he dared to reply. Xiao Xiao had absolutely no doubts about the intention of supporting the Xinji. After he came, he also told us to be more vigilant. There was nothing suspicious. Shangguan Qiaoyan believes that this month Qifeng attaches great importance to the ability to support the police. He must be careful with his words and not lose his word. Yu Qingfeng asked everyone to come to the meeting hall, and then sent someone to notify Jin Wuqiu to come over. In the meeting hall, Shangguan Qiaoyan stated the details one by one, claiming that he felt that supporting the police did not seem to correspond with Xianzi. When Xianzi climbed the wall, the support policeman was taking a bath in the guest. This was more like the Fushin army who had his tail fixed by Shu Yujie. Without knowing it, Yu Qingfeng said hard, "Shu Yujie is a fox. Since he is so restless, let him. Xianzi's flesh and bones have become my ears and knowledge practicing martial arts. What will be the outcome? We don't wait for Jin Wuqiu. Let's go to the dungeon now." But at this moment, a person broke into the house structure. It was the support police who broke into this Yinging Hambing's lower body. It's like it's going to burst the hem of your skull. Alternate tilt angles for an unobtrusive view. This young woman still maintains her girlish look in every pose. They all showed off their seductive figures. The support policeman sneered and said, "Rona's family shouldn't break in. Will the master stop summoning the slave? He is full of jealousy and seduces people." But Yu Qingfeng attacked him supporting the police officer only felt a cold swishing sensation behind his back. I didn't even dare to take a breath, but I heard Yu Qingfeng say in a flash, "Baby, I misunderstood. I was looking for you. You just happened to come. Come with me to see Xianzi. I also want to hear your opinion. The slave family says that I just came back from the dungeon and have killed all the idle men and concubines. What will the master do with the slave family?" There is a third part of jealousy and a third part of coldness in these words. words. I don't know whether they are true or not. Yu Qingfeng's heart tightened, but it was fleeting. She smiled and held Lisa's round, said softly, of course my sister knows how important these two people are to me. These two people, I will let Shu Yujia hand over the 5 Emperors Cave to you sooner or later. How could you kill them? But the support police didn't buy it and were still jealous. I don't ask much about other things on weekdays, but the owner will definitely tell me about the 5 Emperors Cave. Now they are hiding concubine Xiong without telling me. Over the years, the slave family has long been dependent on the good and so when it comes to the importance of the 5 Emperors Cave, the slave family knows that it cannot compare with concubine Xiong. Yu Qingfeng naturally followed it. How could I do it for that idiot Xiong? Give up my leave, right? Concubine Xiong is of course not important enough in the eyes of the master. The same cannot be. Besides, the slave family has been to the dungeon before, and the ferry is indeed locked, but concubine Xiong is not there. There is an unspeakable and powerful tension hidden in the voice of the support police. It seemed that a heavy rain was coming. After hearing this, Qingfeng gave Shangguan Xiaoyan a fierce his tiger eye. Shangguan Xiaoyan admitted his mistake and should not have allowed Butler Jin to take Fu Shijun to the dungeon. Now that things have come to, Yu Qingfeng doesn't want to hear any more explanation. It seems that today, the only choice is to take Fu Chi policeman to see how concubine Xiong is being treated. Only then can we lift up this overturned jaw. Shangguan Xiaoyan dared to remind the master that if the master takes Fushenzhen must be handed. But Yu Qingfeng said, my Jina will not use blood to pull the machine again, but I have always liked to see Jina wearing hand. Jina will be obedient, right? Fu Chi policemen are still obedient in everything, and there is no difference at all. On the other hand, Pei Lai and Xianzi came to a secret room. Inside is the sacred object 5 Emperors Cave, famous lit in the secret room. Each side of the gold box was cut into 7 horizontal rows. Counting 7 rows, there are a total of 49 small bumps on each pagoda. There are small patterns engraved on picture. I'm afraid I have closer to see it clearly. However, the weirdest thing is not the appearance of this, but the fact that it rotates all the time. No need to touch with hands and no force or hydraulic. It's just an arc-shaped gold box supported by a rigid pillar. The raised reliefs on its 6 sides are constantly sliding on their own, sometimes turning vertical, sometimes turning horizontal, just like living. Pei Lai observed the gold box for more than a moment and found that its rotation was almost constant speed and constant length. It's not like the quiet moments in porn movie, where the sound of turning a ridiculous yellow foot knob is extremely quiet, as if everything is hanging in the air. No wonder Master Shu said that as long as he sees, he will know it is a sacred object. Pei Lai suddenly realized that this must be Yu Qingfeng's treasure room and hurried to find Chai Keishi. I searched corner but still couldn't find it, but I found half formula. Pei Lai thought that this must be a useful thing and asked Xianzi to take it back to Master Shu. On Xianzi's side, we also found many tongue-smoking cigarettes from the 5 categories, and thunder and fire bombs. These thunder and fire bombs are extremely difficult to make. When Yu Qingfeng snatched most of them, Pei Lai turned around and asked, this thing is so big, should we both carry it away? Xianzi shook his head crazily. It is claimed that women in caves must not touch sacred objects, and no one has opened them since ancient times. Listen to this. Pei Lai knew that he was deceived by Shu Yu, since he had never opened it. How did he know that there was a thunder string? Xianzi Amo Rant's pretty little face flushed like helpless away. Pei Lai wants to use the sacred tree knife to pry it open, but Xianzi dares to stop. Mend the hole in the underground cave. The holy object is the root of the hole, the ultimate in crystal iron. Wenyan water tombs can all be destroyed. Bloodline belly. King of the catacomb. Yu Qingfeng used to destroy the sacred objects in Shu Yujia. At this moment, Pei Lai suddenly realized something. Although Wei Wuying did not have this memory either, but the words on it turned out to be the same as what I saw in the great law of seizing the body. But the order was disrupted. The fish-footed purple beast incarnates the Dharma nature, cloud, energy, and fire. Pei Lai presses in this order. The gold box spins slower and slower. Press block no longer bound. In the blink of an eye, the 6-sided squares protruded one after another. The whole box seemed to have shrunk. Pei Lai looked at the last sign and pressed. Box rotated for a moment and finally stopped. The words on the box reorganized and arranged according to the order in Pei Lai's memory. There was no more confusion. 2 of them were kneeling together, and suddenly they saw light blooming in the golden box. A ball of bright light burst out from the cracks in the block, and the block disintegrated, falling to the ground. Bang! On the hollow steel ball, there is a white bead the size of a leaf. The skin is shiny, silvery, and smooth. 4 fruit bead leaves are full of light and moon. Come closer and take a look. There are faint cyan silk threads on the bead, just like the meridians of the human body. If it weren't for the green color, it would be like a blood pattern pearl. I just felt that the pearl was from ordinary luminous pearl. There was an indescribable slipperiness on the surface, which reminded me of slaughtering a live sheep. No matter what, the top priority is to escape from here as soon as possible. So I asked Xianzi to put away the glass bead, but Xianzi shook his head. His cheeks were rarely red, and there was a hint of panic in his cold eye. He raised his right face and said, women are not allowed to touch the holy object, let alone the holy objects themselves. In desperation, companionship is worth keeping. Suddenly, this glass bead gave birth to many tentacles out of thin air and penetrated into the companion's body. At the same time, Yu Qingfeng also came to the secret room with Zhu Jing. The young woman put her hands on her back and unconsciously raised her chest even more. When shaking the technique, curves are also displayed more clearly, just like holding a pair of precious ripe jade curtains, revealing the honey and milk of the round papaya. Yu Qingfeng said, this central control room is the core of the organization. It is also the place where I usually practice. Apart from Butler Jean, you are the first person to come in. The control lever over there uses water power to control the entire Wujua village. Underground past news house. It seems that the master just locked the girl here, even deceived the slave family into being the first one to come, porting Jean, who is still inside and outside. He spied on Yu Qingfeng, but Yu Qingfeng's answer was naturally water. He said, how could I deceive my Jean? Of course she was locked. Other secret room. Did you see those doors? The rooms in the village are exquisitely designed and extend in all directions. You can go through from. I saw these passages for the first time. Surprised. Unexpectedly, my Jeaner was not surprised at all and helped Jean change the top. In the middle of the secret room, there was a bed made of oil candles. Fu Jijin took the initiative to lie down on the bed like a night owl. She said seductively, Jeaner is just thinking. The master has arranged such a big couch in this room. I wonder who he is pissing with here. Yu Chunfeng smiled evilly and said, of course they are the pure blood toys presented by Shu Yujia. You know my Huarm Shanju and need a quiet place like this to practice. But they are far behind my Jeaner. He said that he would hold a handful of blue talismans tightly in his arm, feeling the delicacy of the skin and the softness of the body. Chunfeng's ferocious face. It has always been. I regard your blood daughter as my precious asset. Speaking of blood daughter, I am very curious. You have your hands tied now. Do you still want to take action? Pei Lai's side turned into a pearl and suddenly penetrated into his body. I was so scared that I didn't know what to do. What's even more frightening is that this thing actually invaded the skin and grew on Pei Lai's dantian. What on earth is this? Is this Shu Yu's plan? Will he die? Xianzi doesn't know why. He just heard that the sacred object comes from the Dragon King Xianli, and it is the robe and staff used to maintain the pure blood inheritance in the crypt. It is definitely not an object that hurts. There is an altar in the Forbidden Area 5 catacomb. When the sky thunders, the gods will use the sacred objects there. There is a ceremony, but Xianzi is not qualified to enter. Pei Lai was helpless for a while. Maybe he needed to find a box when he turned into a bee. Now that it is growing on my body, Shu Yujia wants to get the sacred object back. Just be so angry that you don't want to die. Let's go out first and then talk. Then we hurry to the next secret room with Xianzi. See if we can find concubine Qiu. Pei Lai has been here for too long and always has a bad feeling. At the same time, Fu Qijin finally took action against Yu Chifeng. Fu Qijin's round and white sleeves and legs towards Yu Chifeng. Threads of red light glow, regardless of the scenery behind this group of people. I didn't expect to support Qijin with his feet. I can also use Jie Qianji, which is indeed a big improvement. Taking this opportunity, I gently opened my red brocade lips with a silver needle. A whooshing sound shot towards the center of Yu Chunfeng's eyebrow. But unfortunately, this was within Yu Chunfeng's expectation. This blow was indeed powerful, but it was completely blocked by Yu Chunfeng's golden armor. A pair of bearded claws firmly grasped Fu Qijin, press him heavily on the bed. Fu Qijin was very puzzled. How did Yu Chunfeng know? I decided to do it myself. Turns out that the morning breeze this month is rough. He clearly remembered that the door leading to the dungeon was not often opened in his memory. Moreover, the soul condensation technique of the Calabash 7 Gods technique can see the movement of Fuqijin's true energy. Not just today, every close encounter in the past. Under Fu Qijin's gentle smile, Yu Chunfeng could see unbearable anger. Yu Chunfeng has always been happy about this and is eager to try it. Just claim that you always remember your husband's grudge. You always knew that I sent someone to kill your husband, right? What a pity for your blood thousand machine. I would have solved the big problem long ago. It's really clever to steal needles out of your mouth, but it's a pity that under the soul condensation technique, everything is in vain. But at this moment, corners of Fu Qijin's mouth slightly raised. He was waiting for this opportunity. At this moment, the two people's eyes met, and Fu Qijin's eyes suddenly burst into red light. Bloodthirsty needle is activated instantly. Yu Chunfeng clearly felt a burst of true energy is entangled along his own soul condensation technique. This is definitely not the blood thousand machine that he is familiar with. Yu Chunfeng seems to have fallen into a virtual realm. A pair of giant hands covered with bloody needles firmly held Yu Chunfeng. This energy is like a living. Moreover, the meridians progress and exclude. Since we are gradually controlling Yu Chunfeng, we must make a prompt decision. Protect the whole body with the golden armor strength and immediately break Fu Qijin. But his own hands did exactly the opposite. He let go of Fu Qijin. Fu Qijin seizes the opportunity to kick Yu Chunfeng on the jaw. But Yu Chunfeng still has thunder power to protect his body. Just as he expected, the first level of the bloodthirsty need. Unable to fully control Yu Chunfeng's true energy. If you want to break Yu Chunfeng's golden armor tech, you must activate the last move, 1000 Jade Viper. I saw Fuqijin spurting out a mouthful of blood, and the puppet in the Wujue costume broke through the wall. Bladed arm, still slashing towards the moon and morning wind, instantly cut off Fu Qijin's bound hand. Fu Qijin regains freedom. No more restrained hands. When Yu Chunfeng saw that this was a machine puppet 5 unique costume, he realized, I'm afraid Jin Wuqiu is no longer alive. Fu Qijin rubbed his hands and said, speaking of which, I have to thank Manager Jin for the level 4 Hades machine puppet provided, which is much better than ordinary. But at this moment, Fu Qijin's dantian felt hot, and he was gradually unable to subdue Jin. Yu Chunfeng was overjoyed when he saw that. After all, thunder pill he planted Fuqijin was extraordinary. It's not something that can be suppressed by just pill. This weird pupil technique has not yet controlled my innate true energy, but I mistakenly enlarged the meridian. As long as there is enough time, I can change the way the innate chi circulate. I will definitely be able to force out this true energy. Right now, all we need to do is figure out the direction in which this chi guides our body. After this period of time, Fu Qijin will die. Fuqijin also understands the reason. I must take care of Yu Chunfeng the dap. Then he pierced his arm with a silver needle and forcibly suppressed Lei Dan, heading towards Yu Chunfeng regardless. At the same time, Pei Lai and the two came to the last secret room. Discovered Shangguan's witty saying. Sitting in the secret room is a slender girl with narrow upper hips and short sleeves. Coarse cloth skirt is long under the hip, and the waist is slim enough, face exposed. The arms are all Yunshi's amber color, and the skin is smooth and firm. Fingernails are trimmed short for Lei. Tiny magnolia petals are covered with silk. The light color of the white, medium, and micro pen is very similar. The honey-colored skin on the back should be hard. Looks small and cute. It's Shangguan's wise word. Pei Lai dared to throw out the dagger from his waist. Said, girl, don't panic. One of your old friends asked me to give this object to you. Do you still recognize Shangguan Miao? You can recognize it at a glance. This is a knife that my father made for me when I was a child. Pei Lai took the opportunity to express his intention to come. This stone was given to me by your mother, Mrs. Shangguan. She asked me to rescue. Your mother is fine. Please leave with us. Dagger as evident. Payi naturally gained the trust of Shangguan. Xianzi asked, by the way, Yu Qinfeng recently arrested my young lady. I wonder if she has seen her before. Unexpected. I have actually seen this Shangguan Wanyu, claiming that there is a girl, very unique personality behind the screen. Is she your young lady? Sure enough. It was the unruly concubine Qiong who was just drugged by Jin, which led her. Looking at the scars on concubine Qiong's body, Payi felt sick. It seemed that he had suffered a lot this time. Xianzi dared to split the chain with his sword and concubine Qiong. Concubine Qiong suddenly woke up. When he sees idle people, he yells at Dinky Xianzi, why did you take so long to come here? Why are you still taking this kid with this rope sticks to my... Can't you see that? Suddenly Payi struck with his knife, became much quieter in an instant. Payi asked Xianzi, how about we just tell sect leader Shu that we haven't found concubine Qiong for the taskmaster Xian? Such attack failed, but it would be helpful to knock him out. The mission was completed. At this moment, Payi suddenly heard the sound of fight, which seemed like a sword passing. The sound of the wall is still some distance away. Payi also felt a faint trace of qi, one of which was familiar and the other was unpredictable. This should be the innate energy of Xie Qianjin and Yu Chen. Payi shouted back, Yu Qinfeng has returned, and it's in the dungeon. You must evacuate now. The other side. Fu Qijin listens to death and manipulates the pup. Blade is like a storm. The moon morning wind. The moon morning wind relies on its golden armor to protect its body with tranquility. He resisted the rat knife attack, gradually became familiar with the disturbed meridian. He could even resist. Fu Qijin clearly felt that there was no time left. This last blow must be dealt. The red brocade jade fingers are slender. The willow waist is graceful, and the muscles all over the body are tense. Use all your strength to control this machine. Break through walls and hunt for rock. Use this final blow to achieve nirvana. The rapid attack intersected the afterimage of Yu Qinfeng. Yu Qinfeng had no choice but to avoid the edge for the time being, but still believed that once he recovered, in the face of absolute power, these strange chance skills are all in vain. I only see the morning breeze and the tiger's claws rise to the wind. One punch breaks the neck of the machine doll. But Yu Qinfeng actually forgot that this mechanism is actually a drop of blood, and the head suddenly opened like a bloody mouth. Cover Yu Qinfeng's head tight. In anger, Yu Qinfeng smashed it into pieces. Thunderous palm. Unexpectedly, the doll's torso actually opened up like a retro. It tightly locks the morning breeze. Yu Qinfeng's movements were restored for a short period of time. Yu Qinfeng bombarded his face by him. Even if he is Jin Jia Jingju, it will time to recover. This created a chance for Fu Qijin to win. Fu Qijin leaps into the air. The silver needle in his hand stabbed Yu Qinfeng's forehead and partially. But at this critical moment, Fu Qijin felt a sharp pain in his body. Thunder is raging all over the body, and the blood is already boiling. Opportunities often disappear in a blink of an eye. Yu Qinfeng took off his restraint, grabbed the parts of the doll. He threw it out and hit Fu Qijin hard like a cannonball. This blow, Fu Qijin has no chance of winning anymore. Yu Qinfeng said fiercely, I will practice my innate energy. Decades of hard work. How can I capsize in your gutter? I will let you understand that bugs are always just bugs. In the face of strength, they only deserve to be trampled down. Yu Qinfeng stepped on Fu Qijin's back. Grab your hair and pull it up. There was no sign of pity or sympathy at all. Yu Qinfeng said in Qijin's ear, as long as I move my finger, the thunder energy in your body will start burning from the bones to the lungs. This process is comparable to your husband who died in the sea of fire. Pain is 10 times worse, but I can't bear to part. Thunder pill I planted in your body back then also contains your true energy, fire red. When you break the pill, I can reclaim these true feelings. Maybe I can also get a glimpse of the secret of blood thousand machine. When I suck you into a useless person and then drag you to the killing slate, there will be no time left. Fu Qijin and his voice will be hoarse from shouting. Not even the slightest bit of energy to struggle. She was just trembling with uncontrollable twitching. The morning breeze still had more to say and whispered softly to her ear. It seems that the great achievements are buried deep in my heart. No one shares them. It is a bit lone. Don't worry. Let's talk about it. Not necessarily so. When I tested this technique on your aunt, Yang Danfen was less than 6%, so I tore her into pieces, saving me the trouble later. Why don't you try and be better than your poor aunt? Just hold on. But at this moment, a mechanical puppet spirit sword was thrown towards Yu Qinfeng. In the vast area of vision, the saber knife cuts through the air. It was the hero who accompanied the hunter to save the beauty. At this time, Fuchi brocade was trembling smooth. There was no trace of blood on the originally delicate and charming upturned face. The lips of Weiju were as white as skin powder. There is more air coming out and less air entering. The companion hunter held the sacred tree knife across his chest, took a stand, and claimed that Miss Ming wanted me to tell you. Your inner well, she will come to get it sooner or later. Yu Qinfeng sounded like this kind of talk. Queen of Souls said forcefully, not afraid in the face of danger, deliberately mentioning Ming Zhanxue to disturb my mind. At such a young age, he is very courageous. It's a pity. You think she really dares to settle a score? The last incident with Lei Jin must have made her quite uncomfortable. You think she appreciates? She just uses you as a source of healing. You are quite talented. Tell me her whereabouts. Spare your life. Companion hunter didn't expect this old fox was not affected by words at all. Fortunately, he was sure that she didn't know where Miss Ming was. Then companion hunter said with confidence, make way for me and I will tell you the whereabouts of Miss Ming after I've seen Yu Qinfeng bargaining with the hunter. He stretched out his hand to pick up the unconscious Jin. When these pair of bearded claws rest on Fu Jin's body, then he aroused the thunder. He stretched out his hand through his soft body into the arm companion. Then, the thunderous thunder raged inside the body. Companion hunter clearly felt that if it was not dispersed in time, it would be difficult to save Dalio Jingxian. Yu Qinfeng was inexplicably pulled into the virtual realm last time. He holds a grudge and must get rid of the person in front of him this time. At this time, even if the hunting companion doesn't have to deal with Yu Qinfeng, he may not be able to dispel this power of thunder. While I was thinking, the morning breeze and bearded claws had already arrived. Companion hunter hugged and supported Jin and barely barely managed to escape. But then, bolt thunder came from the middle of the blind spot beneath the hunter. Burning sensation was so painful that I couldn't even hold my hunting knife steady. Basic morning action ability. Yu Qinfeng was already confident this time. Claimed that you relied on the oracle technique to detect my act. You even learned, but you only relied on trick. How long can you laugh? Use the kung fu you used to sneak attack on me in Luing City. Maybe there is still a glimmer of companion hunter realized. Yu Qinfeng used his own soul vision to see the blind spot of his oracle skill. From the very beginning, Yu Qinfeng was dissatisfied with his companion, so he temporarily spared his life for the sake of the secret of the demon sword. But now that Yu Qinfeng has found the 5 ultimate, he is completely murdered. Yu Qinfeng said tauntingly, now you use thunder power to enter your body and die violently. It's just a matter of time. You and I are as different as clouds and mud. I want to crush. It's as easy as crushing a piece of tofu. Accompanying Lai thought about how he had been bullied along the way. I have never thought that I have become a big shot who can influence the situation. This time why did you take the risk and come back? Just because of justice and because of Yu Qinfeng. Disgraceful behavior or admiration for the girl who has been working hard for many years, and now companion hunter finally understood a little bit about knife and tofu. I will make a knife accompany the hunter and serve Chi-Ji. Actually fell into the clutches of the hunter. Wields this magical sword and his speed increases sharp, flashing without hesitation with a swishing sound. The speed suddenly returned to its original state. Yu Qinfeng hurriedly used the broken style. The companion hunter had not only the thunder power, but also the oracle skill. Body protecting energy has disappeared. Yu Qinfeng hurriedly waved a thunder blade, and his companion suddenly turned around in the air. Relying on instinct, I defused the attack. At this time, my companion had no distraction. Even if I was stepped into the mud, I will fight to the death to cut off one of your legs. I will kill you with unparalleled speed without any hesitation. Slashes from all directions enveloped Yu Qinfeng. When there is no way to escape, Yu Qinfeng can only rely on the golden armor. Jinju, a tough guy, magical knife. Yu Qinfeng couldn't help but admire this battle. These few swords alone are enough to make a name for him in the world. It's a pity that you met me. Yu Qinfeng shouted loud, and power thunder exploded in his chest. Forced to accompany the hunter to retreat violently, the magic sword is also released again. Accompanying the hunter, he hurriedly took advantage of the situation to avoid the fire. The beautiful ghost hands of Guanyin statue come roaring. This companion hunter actually changed his true energy. It makes Yu Qinfeng unable to use the broken style condensation Ju to borrow. This method is virtual and real. The moves are exquisite. The internal strength is not mellow enough. Although under the broken style condensation Ju, these feints of accompanying the hunter are of no use. However, progress of hunting companions has already posed a threat to Yu Qinfeng. Person in front of you must be eliminated. Yu Qinfeng grabbed the hunting companion's arm. Thunder is like a chain. Accompanying the hunter was instantly numb. This strike of Zidale Ju is inevitable. At this moment, I felt a breath of death. I have experienced this kind of ice death strategy, but this time, can we escape in the blink of an eye like or? The end of the past flashed through my mind, and Zidale Ju was also hit in the chest. Powerful momentum shattered the strong body behind. The aftermath of the shock will support tight. Looking at the companion hunter in front of me, feel unbearable burning pain all over my body. My body is completely bruised, and my breath is gradually fading. Just listen to Yu Qinfeng speaking slowly. Searching Lei Jin, you have no hope of survival. From now on, you will no longer accompany this person in the world. With support, he hurriedly rushed to accompany the hunter. Can accompany the thunder power raging in the body. Then he exploded his tight body far away. The morning breeze is cold, and the road is shiny. How can I look up at the scorching sun? I have cultivated the immortal energy for more than 10 years. Don't wait, you can touch it. I'm surprised that it didn't disintegrate on the spot. The only value of your support now is to let me try. If I can successfully recover the Yangdan planted in your body, I can find a way to practice the fire death pill alone. All it takes is 5 pure-blooded women from the underground cave can reach unimaginable realm. But at this moment, Shangguan Xiaoyan came to report in a panic, claiming that the whistle had just discovered that Xianzi appeared outside the village with 2 women, and that Shangguan Xiaoyu and concubine Xiongfei should have left. Yu Qinfeng was shocked, thinking that Jin Wuqiu, this loser, had exposed his body, and he must have used some means to support Jin. He grabbed Shangguan Xiaoyan by the collar and asked loudly if they were carrying a medal. Hearing Shangguan's clever word, didn't notice. He decided to confirm it himself and asked Shangguan Xiaoyan to look at the seriously injured 2 people and claimed that they had suffered from this kind of light. You'd better not touch Pei Lai, who is about to have his meridians burned away by Lei Jin. Don't worry about it. Just keep an eye on him and support. Don't let him die. Just go and come. Shangguan Xiaoyan looked. Beauty collapsed on the ground in front of Xian became lust and said with a wicked smile, now that you are the master, it means nothing. Why not satisfy me, the owner of the village, so that I can say something nice to you? Just when Shangguan Xiaoyan's claws were about to reach out to support him, Pei Lai struck and kicked Shangguan Xiao, who was looking teeth all over the. Pei Lai was on the verge of death just now. It's as if he wasn't injured at this time. Company Lai to throw out a few tongue cigarettes. Take advantage of the chaos, pick him up and hold him tight. This tightly supported body is of indescribable quality. Not only is it soft and fragrant, there is also a sticky and sharp feeling that touches Jining's chest. Polarized fish cheese is applied to the mouth. As soon as the strength is used, blood stains slip away again. It's like applying fine powder. It doesn't stick. It's really a unique experience. Pei Lai took advantage of the chaos, him up, support him, and run away. And constantly absorbing the thunder energy from his body, he held him tightly with an expression of disbelief. This thunder energy could not hurt Pei Lai. Pei Lai said he didn't know what was going on. Maybe it was when Yu Qinfeng drove Lei Jin into his body. The sacred object in the caused some kind of change in me. Then the Dantian was like a smee. Give support a look. It's hard to believe. This is the body of the holy object. When Yu Qinfeng drove Lei Jin into Pei Lai's body, Pei Lai thought he could not suppress. Not long after, he discovered that Lei Jin had disappeared. At that time, Pei Lai didn't pay much attention, but later he received that that heavy blow. Feels like Lei Jin has severed several of his meridians. At that moment, Payi clearly felt that the holy eye was absorbing thunder energy. Not only that, it even felt like it was carrying the burn meridian. But it not only absorbed the thunder energy, but also didn't let go of Payi's true energy. At this time, Payi's true energy gradually weakened. I can hardly mention, so I feel too busy to ask about. Miss Fu, what on earth is this holy eye? Fu Jiqian suddenly remembered that the 5 underground caves brought thunder from the sky to the holy giant and allowed the holy objects to generate holy objects to continue the pure caves of the underground caves. No wonder it absorbs thunder energy. In fact, there are not many descriptions of holy object Woody Cave. But Fu Jijin has heard a saying that Fu Jijin's father didn't care about family affairs. He prefers to search for ancient books and study the history of Dongxing, focused on the origin of the sacred objects and the 5 catacombs. The original intention was to discover the secret underground cave vein. According to this book, the holy object is a living creature tempered from the remains of a true dragon. It sounds like some kind of god wants to help the true dragon continue its bloodline. It reminds me of the pure cave woman from Woody Cave to continue the descendant. Men should not have pure blood queen. The story is true. What a well thought out god he would be. Hearing this, Payi couldn't help but wonder if this holy object was treating him as a new container, right? But having said that, if it weren't for this thing, I would probably be dead. Overall, I still made a support continues unabated. You Payi could have escaped with Xianzi and the other. Why did you come back and die? Payi's eyes dimmed because he was holding on to his tight clothes. I saw the aura of death that Uncle Chi once taught. I still listened to Uncle Chi's words back. That time, the owner of Lingyuan village sent a sword very powerful. It was inlaid with iron and was extremely sharp. The water chestnut pattern increased the impact of the sword energy when cutting. But Uncle Chi said that since this sword was made from the spirit of death, he did not want to repair it, but had to go back and rebuild. Uncle Chi said at the time that this sword was made specific for revenge, and the mechanism was exhausted. Every trace of the sword rushes towards the murderous sword with wishful thinking without considering the life and death the sword holds. It seems that the sword is sharp and has the resources to move forward. Proof of synergy. Go ahead, pick up the hatchet in your hand and wave it casually. He can easily cut off this sword. Even if it is ordinary iron, the 2 swords can be combined. It can be called a living sword. Even a hatchet can break this murderous sword. Killing and dying seem to be decisive and are often more likely to fail. Life, on the other hand, requires more determination and perseverance to achieve unimaginable things. At that time, Payi saw He Huanzi using force to condense and knew it would be difficult for Kai to sneak attack Yiqingfeng. I came back because I didn't want him to die in vain. This time, Payi and the others had already arrived at the water. Most of Fuakai's thunder energy has been absorbed by Payi. Although he can't move much now, he can force Xiaqianji to move. She made arrangements on the city wall as long as she could get outside the wall. Then they can escape. The 2 of them jumped into the water gate together. Cold water touched their body. Fuakai finally made up his mind. Living towards death, Wuju pretends to hide outside the wall. Payi and the 2 men rushed out of the well. As expected, the well was surrounded and ambushed. Payi took advantage of the situation, threw out 3 remaining cigarettes, taking advantage of the chaos to break out and collide with the guard ship. Dare to blow the whistle in a hurry. The Bai Zijian on the tower. He actually shot one of his own people, and all that. It was precisely because of Jin Wuchu's orders that he had already been supported by Akai. It is precisely because of this that the wishful body was made. Payi finally succeeded in breaking, but they mobilized Rui's body. It also made the seriously injured Fuakai spit out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, Payi felt someone chasing 5 miles east. There happens to be a ferry where you can borrow water and take it away. But at this time, flesh flow on Payi's body was growing rapidly like the wind. The more Payi mobilizes his energy, the more active he becomes. But at this time, Yu Chufeng had already chased behind him and saw him jumping up. Powerful shot shot out from between his fingers, hitting the root of Periel's ear. Payi fell to the ground with a sound. The flesh flow is also uncontrollable and grows wild. Payi turned out to be Fu Qijing's wishful body. Yu Chufeng holds a single sword, and his anger has reached its peak. Said gritted, "What on earth did you do to the sacred object? You fell into the thunder of my This boy. Payi is still alive. Vision gradually becomes cloudy. Flow of flesh has covered the whole body, and the redness in the eyes slowly appeared. Payi entered his own stone sea again. At this time, the stone sea was no longer calm, and the sky was filled with red light, full of violence. Wei Wuying sat in the center. He didn't know why. This scene was very similar to the situation at body seizing method failed. Like that, I took the remaining sacred stone to fight compared with the original method of seizing the body. Even more intense. Wei Wuying said that maybe he didn't want to completely swallow the sacred. He only had a residual consciousness and could not control his body alone. Therefore, I want to coexist with Payi. What's more noticeable is the black shadow above Payi tattoo looking up. That it was the nightmare I saw late at night. That nightmare has appeared in Payi's dreams from time to time since he learned to black. Wei Wuying also saw it before, but it's hard to remember that like the uncontrollable underlying divine stone, this spherical divine stone space should be what he uses to resist external force. But the way he looks now is not like he is fighting against, but more like he is succumbing to external forces and achieving symbiosis. And Payi always felt that he and that thing knew each other. I just don't know how to flap my wing. What happened to Payi? Can only the energy in his body is flowing rapidly, but there is no subject conscious. Yu Chufeng also discovered this through breaking the Ningjue and rushed. I tried my best to kill Payi, but I didn't accept Payi, who was unconscious, suddenly jumped up. He successfully blocked the blow with his sword. Payi's eyes were still dull. It's just that the whole body is glowing with a faint red. It's the blood energy of Fui that is acting on the body. Manipulating Payi barely dodged the blow. Fortunately, the remaining power of his wings could still be used. From the bottom of my heart, I want Payi to live. I only plead with pain in my heart, Payi. Use my last strength to evoke invoke the most powerful moves in your heart. Force Yu Chunfeng to retreat. You have to survive. I don't know whether it was Fu Yi's blood thousand skills or Pei Lai's unconscious manipulation. Pei Lai's posture was full of blow. Let Yu Chunfeng dare not underestimate. Yu Chunfeng hurriedly used the tiger entanglement to kill Ju. This 10 brush strokes is the only sword technique. Hulu's 7 gods tech. This blow went forward and countless souls died under this blow. The sharp and swift sword power. From the right shoulder to the left abdomen, Pei Lai's body was like a cannonball. Jumping out, Yu Chunfeng found his chest, but it has been penetrated. Even with his oracle skills and tiger entanglement, he failed to notice how on earth Pei Lai did it. Fortunately, Pei Lai's internal strength is currently in disarray. The Shifu technique is already the strongest knotting technique of the tiger entanglement killer. He has never failed. Even the Yu family member cannot break. But since he failed today, when Yu Chunfeng was stunned, he could not break through. Pei Lai's power suddenly returned and he felt severe pain in his chest. Huali Zhu seems to be healing his wound. Pei likely took the opportunity to pick up Fu Yining and jump. Fu Yining's sleeves and legs were unable to hang down. The whole body becomes limp and loose, and consciousness gradually disappeared. His chest was rising and falling faster and faster, and Pei Lai carried his arm into the cabin. The old boatman was stunned for a moment. Are you here to sell fish? The little old man only has 1 or 2 fish today. Please come back tomorrow. Pei Lai thought to himself. It's bad. I didn't expect there were people living in the fishing boat. I didn't even notice. Waiting for the moon to catch up with the wind. Wouldn't it mean that the old fisherman was involved? What happened now? Pei Lai could only bite the bullet and said, My husband, I've chartered this. You leave. Someone is coming. Pei Lai cut off Ji Saw and heard the strong wind behind him and an indescribable heavy oppression came due to neglect like a torrent rolling down the mountain and rocks collapsing onto the beach. Pei Lai pushed the old man away. Let the rider go first. The old man beside him looked up blankly. The yellow turban muley was reflected as a black shadow falling from the sky. Black shadow as big as a grain of rice occupied the entire pupil of the eye. As if a strange bird was flapping. Pei Lai sighed help. He had no choice but to retreat. And with Yu Chunfeng's move in front of the air was gathering toward, even if the person who made the move was Yu Chunfeng, he still had to sigh that it was amazing to be able to practice swords and stones like this. Yu Chunfeng's second is the ultimate kill. It's like a standing horse turning into a mount. Contains the power to break the sky with a single sword. Pei Lai only felt that his eyes were blindingly white. His body began to move back. Pei Lai tried his best and was completely miserable, but he felt a little happy in his heart. At least he had broken up Yu Chunfeng's air blade with this knife. But when the second chief and Lao Hu saw it, they had to praise El. Pei Lai suddenly crashed into the cab, gradually losing consciousness. Easy time. Yu Chunfeng has arrived. I don't know what happened at that moment. As nightfall, only this small fishing boat floats on the water with the current. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning. Pei Lai slowly opened his eye, vaguely remembered. Pei Yu Chunfeng had really severed his meridian, but at this time he had recovered to the fullest. He couldn't help but doubt it. It was this speed that saved. I dared to look well next to me. This time, his anger was like a gas loading in his dantian. Yu Chunfeng planted this time was not a simple thunder pill, but a yang dan mixed with the chi of immortal heaven. This chi had already been connected to every part of his body. Now that the yang dan was taken away by Yu Chunfeng, forced it to activate again. I'm afraid that if his internal organs have been damaged by his true energy, he continues like this, Fu Yijing will be consumed by his own internal energy and die. After thinking about it, Pei Lai could only treat him as a living horse stock and use the chi of immortal heaven to form a young pill for him in the same position. Pei Lai put his hands on Fu Shijingpington's lower abdomen, relying on the experience of the 2 previous times of unbinding Lei Dan. The officials of the Book of Heaven and the Sea of Qi groped in turn and gradually began to untie the elixir in the body. But at this moment, the sound of swords being drawn was heard again from outside the ship. Figure gradually approaches the cabin. A woman stepped into the cabin. She was tall, wearing a plain red dress with narrow sleeve, and dismounted from her horse in a silver red pointed slender skirt. The red boot, the red belt, the sword wrapped around the red wave, and the gauze sleeves with arm patterns are all a light lotus red color. The long legs of the body are tight curved. The face in my heart is 1/3 Yin and 1/3 slightly suspicious. It is the Shui Weting Xianer Zanjuan that is famous all over the world. The wind and river thousands of miles away are stained with red cloud. Pei Lai finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the dyed red cloud. But this misunderstanding also arises spontaneously. Pei Lai is sweating profusely and is sure people can't help but think of the 2 of them having sex at the end of the bed. Before Pei Lai could explain, fatigue from supporting the tight knot pill came to his mind. As soon as his eyes blurred, fell forward. Ran Hongxia didn't know what to do for a while, so she carried everyone back to the pair to let senior sister make the decision. After all, the ship was stable and Pei Lai fell asleep soundly. It took a long time to wake up. The maid next to her claimed that her name was Payi, and she usually served the acting head. The acting head said, "Your injury is not serious. You are just weak." Pei Lai rubbed his head. He said that he was not at the Xiaolin River outside Wuzhou. How did he come to Shui Weting Xian? Turns out that this place is already Qishui outside Wuxiang. Shui Weting Xian went out to sea from the Dunlongjiang River. Those who came north from the coast were none other than the leader of Shui Weting Xian. The sword reflects the moon. The mirror reflects the moon. It is the premier giant sword on the south bank of Broken Heart. Because I have to participate in the Three Saints Dharma Conference, the acting head took this boat to go north. In the morning, found Pei Lai and his wife's boat lying across the river. According to the rules on the water, if you want to save the ship, you must not save. Pei Lai hurriedly asked, "How is the girl's injury?" The maid said that the girl has regained consciousness and is now waiting for the adults to change clothes. Then we will lead the adults to the middle hall for dinner. I also learned about what happened earlier. The conversation here was clearly heard by the red man outside the door. After all, he didn't enter the house. He held the medicine bottle a little tighter in his hand. In the middle hall of Ingwe, Pei Lai expresses his deep gratitude to the acting boss for saving his life. life. Suzy said, Pei Dian has an official position, so there is no need to be humble. Previously, Pei Dian was attacked by a demon sword and risked his life to save my disciple Shui. He is a great favor to our sect. Suzy took a sip and continued. According to what Pei Dianwei said, Yu Chifeng and Xiaolin are chasing you and the boat drifts down with the water. It is reasonable to arrive at Qishui. There is just a waterfall between Xiaolin River and Qishui. It would be a miracle if the boat fell on its own and was not damaged. Pei Lai said that he didn't know what happened. Yu Qinfeng's last blow hadn't been protected by a good knife. I might have died. Suzy praised Bahuang swordsman Minwei Qifeng and Pei Dianwei are really heroic young men. There are not many people in the world front him head on. Come on, take out the magical sword from under the table. Pei Dianwei. But this sword made Pei Lai so curious, thought it flew into the river. Why is it in the hands of Head Su Dai? Turns out that the knife was stuck in the bow of the fishing boat when the boat was discovered. Because of this fishing boat seems particularly suspicious. At this moment, Fu Qijin lifted the door and came out. He actually put on clothes dyed red cloud. Fu Qijin chose a Luhong exquisite piece with ribbed edges and a small pocket to match. Wrap a gold and red gauze shawl around the shoulders and arm. In front of the mirror, she combed her hair in a fluffy and playful way. Paired with Fu Qijin, clothes dyed with red clouds have narrow waist and narrow hips. Squeezing into their small clothes, it's a little harder to push, but it adds a bit of charm ready to come out. Seeing that Fu Qijin had chosen this piece, Suzy opened her mouth soft with a touching voice. She claimed that Qijin had this piece of clothing was a gift from the second manager Luing Qinghun. Fu Qijin heard and said blindly, turned out to be a gift received by the second Zhang Yuan. I'm really sorry. I hope the second Zhang Yuan won't blame me. Ran Hongxia's expression froze and she sat silently beside the big lion, her cheeks slightly red. Although I didn't care about what I said, my hands held the hem of the skirt tighter and this time, Fuqijin was like a drama queen. He suddenly rushed towards Pei Lai. Sir, is my uncle Bai okay? The head of Su dynasty didn't know. The slave family is originally a wandering doctor in Weicheng. However, the husband was killed by evildoers. The slave family had to live with their elderly uncle and practice medicine to make a living. That day, they met the injured Pei Dianwei in Allen Mountain. In addition to healing the Master Dianwei also helped the slave family punish the evildoer. To avenge the king's husband, I didn't expect that Lord Dian's enemies are also evil. Evil man Yuexing is looking at it, but he can't find it. He actually robbed the slave's family. The master was careless and came to rescue him alone. Thanks to the acting head, if the Master Dianwei sacrifices his life for me, common people, the slave family really doesn't know what to do. Now that I am rescued, I am so grateful that my eyes are red. Yanxian shed tears. Pei Lai was dumbfounded and couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of his heart. He had the intention to lie to me. Several Pei Lais would have been sold. After hearing this, Suzy was still gentle and said that it seems that you and Pei Dianwei are destined. I wonder what Miss Fu has planned in the future. Fu Qi's neck is slightly guarded. Now the kindness of Master Dian has been repaid. The slave family just wants to go home as soon as possible and reunite. Mr. Ping Dao Wang, Suzy said. In this case, Miss Nafu can rest assured, and when the ship arrives, Miss Fu can leave. The conversation changed, and Suzy had to take Pei Lai to meet. Under Suzy's beauty and kindness, with an invisible body, Pei Lai can only vaguely sense that this usually means danger by relying on his innate strong sense of fetal breath. Not long after, Suzy was already waiting at the stern with Suzy wore a dark green skirt that showed off the curved thigh, both plump and strong, highlighted by green onion and bright green. The undulating arcs are even more voluptuous. You can imagine how soft and elastic it is, like lying on a cloud. With every move, the curves at both ends of the waist and knees sink deeply. Tight scallion silver skirt penetrates the bone tip, and the heart of the leg is swollen and plump. Even though there are black sand-eye marks, they still make people think deep. Pei Lai jumped into the boat and claimed to let him bite the marinade, but Suzy said that Pei Lai had just recovered from a serious injury. I insisted on telling the truth. As for where to meet whom, Suzy still kept it secret, claiming that the other person's whereabouts would not be published. When the time comes, the adults will understand. Suzy bites the bitter. It seems to be an understatement. Boat goes very fast. This skill can be seen during the boat trip. Suzy asked. The waist knife has not been out of the world for a long time, but it appeared in Shui Wetingxian when I was in retreat. My master. I don't know what Pei Dian's opinion is. Pei Lai replied nonchalant. I'm not very clear about this matter. It's probably a coincidence. Suzy asked. So it was a coincidence that you encountered a great calamity when sending arrows. Pei Lai seemed to have heard some clue. Yanxing said. Kun Wu Jian was decided by the second commander Xianghe. The second command. Pei was just following orders. Suzy still said unhurriedly. No wonder Pei Dian is in position. 30 years ago, if it hadn't been for the rebellion in the Kixwenji waist sword battle, the master would not have been seriously injured in seclusion. Now that the waist sword has returned, there is an undercurrent surging in all parties. I have caution. First there is the 10,000 tribulation, and then there is the heavenly split. You have the most contact with the waist knife. For me, I can understand the situation from you. Is the best choice? For example, is that girl Fu related to the waist sword? And is it from Qishuan? And the red shadow of the waist sword you escorted is said to be the most serious threat to our faction. I don't know where the sword is now. When Pei Lai heard this, he knew he could no longer hide it. Gon hurriedly explained. Please forgive me on behalf of the head. Miss Fu has the difficulty of revealing her identity, but I can guarantee that she has nothing to do with the waist knife. Moreover, Pei thinks that the people in the 7 spins are actually no different from us. Pei Lai finally realized time. Suzy specially brought her to this uninhabited land just to find out about the waist knife. I saw Suzy put the crossbow aside. The words are a little more hard. What you say may be true, but your matter involved. Do you know that the family teacher cultivates Honger as his successor, and the Qishuan and the waist knife are the reasons why the family teacher is in seclusion? Suzy recalled counting the small jade bead, opened her eyes for a moment and looked up and said calmly, I am in charge of the family and I have not killed anyone for 10 years. I had no choice to take action today and I felt really uneasy. Suzy is playful and powerful. The rosary beads are like neck, the heart trembles like a bud, and the book is condensed to one. Payi dared to activate the oracle technique. This rosary contains powerful sword energy. Payi uses Guaning's technique to block and resolve. Suzy was quite appreciative but had no intention of stop. With a casual lift, Wanda flew up out of thin air. Let's look at you, Payi. Can you take over the sword controlling skills of my Shui lineage? Suzy made a soft sound and stepped out on the ground. She looked at a green mountain and frowned. But in addition to the strange sense of oppression in the warehouse, there is not even a trace of magic. The tip of the sword trembles smooth. It is as light and blind as silver. The toes touch the ground. The rubber body flies light. All these movements are full of chaos and uncertainty, like a mountain floating flat. Payi watched as Chuanlu spun rapidly and turned into three in an instant. Even the oracle technique cannot tell which one is the real person. This time, all the tricks Payi knew could no longer dismantle such a simple opinion. Just when Payi didn't know what to do, a burst of true energy surged out from the Huali pearl in his belly. With the blessing of true energy, Payi used the fierce killing moves of Billy's ghost hands to challenge the sword style. I barely figured it out. At such a young age, I was able to catch the situation that was too slip. Suzy did not hesitate. The sword is like a green lantern, which is to this light. The pure inner energy of the eagle behind the evil face turned into extreme energy in an instant. In the world, movement and stillness are spark, anxious and calm, finally achieving this world's too slippery green lantern. When Eugene turned into an animal, the great killer in this life was so powerful. It explodes all over, and it is impossible to resist between straight teeth. Payi's heart was greatly opened at this moment, but suddenly he remained motionless and refused to evade, until the tip of Funer's transformed sword stopped less than an inch behind his heart. Her eyes never leave Suzy's elegant face. Is it because the world has become so big that no one is afraid of death? Or do you really think I can't kill people? Suzy was floating in confusion, like a misty fairy, and sighed softly. Could it be that when I created this life's too slippery green lantern, the master said that I can release it or not? I have more palm power than sword skill, not to be named after the word sword. I have been practicing hard for 10 years. I have recently entered the realm of sending and receiving stars. Is it God's will? Payi broke out in a cold sweat and suddenly came to his senses. I bet that the senior sister of the second master courtyard is a reasonable person. He died just before disembarking. I saw Payi holding the sword with the leader. If he really wanted to kill me and silence me, why would the leader give up the sword? And with wood, Suzy raised his hand to take back. Payi can still think calmly in the face of Taishuchi. He is indeed qualified to possess the destiny of the demon's sword. Just now, Suzy left a flaw in the move. Payi used this to counterattack. Suzy would not hold back. Suzy said slowly, I can trust you for the time being, but I didn't joke with you about his realm of Qifeng 13th has not improved since the incident. Demons. Although I believe you, I don't believe that what happened recently was all accident. Pei Dianwei insists on getting involved. Keeping a distance from Honga until the truth of the matter is revealed is my only request. For the daughter of General Jinbei and the future head of Shui Tingxian, can Pei Dianwei do it? Before Payi could answer, Suzy ordered a visitor who wanted to see. It's right there. I was also ordered to bring you, and this person is Takedo Hiroshi. Bought Huangjian Zhongtaikai. Xiao Jian pointed at an old man sitting in front of the desk in the warehouse. The shaft faces a volume of documents as tall as half a person. The layers are very scary, but not chaotic, as if they have their own order. The old man buried his head in the old axes and only glanced up. Right. The gestures don't look right, but like Mark, gray forehead hair has suddenly appeared between the gaps. The note on the back of the head is inserted across the sleeves of the robe attached to the book are stained with ink. Although the old man sat still, he could not take a moment to relax. He rolled up the map and spread out 3 atlases without stop. When Payi came to Luyin City, he often listened to Guitizi's story. By the way, the martial art 5 emperors of Taizu are unparalleled in history. God captured Lu Hai, killed Jiao. Gao Huangjian also gave up the throne, but one person dared to rebuke him face. That is one of the 2 great strategists who shocked the Eastern Zhou dynasty. Today's Takedo Daoxingxi Li Tai Taiqing Xiao Jianzisha. Even people pointed out that he had written East China Sea Peace Chronicle. They didn't know that in his early years he was known as Long. It was because of his help 5 emperors conquered the world. Thinking of the characters in the book sitting in front of him today, Payi was inevitably extremely nervous. You are Payi. I heard that Heng Shuang sent you to come to Baiqing Mount find me. What did he say? An old voice with no hint of joy, anger, sorrow or joy sounded in the cabin. Payi thought about it. Although he had tried hard, after all, the red eye was lost in his own hand. It was because he failed to complete the commission of the second manager. Demon Sword were in trouble. It was right for Lao Taiqing to punish him. Then Payi made up his mind and boldly admitted his mistake, claiming that he failed to protect the demon sword. Payi was willing to be punished. I am also willing to sacrifice my life to find the red eye for time. The person who took the sword is the Bahuang sword named Yu Chifeng. But I haven't finished speaking yet. He was interrupted by Xiao Jian, claiming that if it was just the demon sword red eye, you don't have to say anything. As far as I know, the red eye is no longer in Yu Chifeng's hand. Payi's heart tightened. How did Xia Taking know about? Xiao Jian pointed out that he had naturally investigated Yu Chifeng and even Payi's announcement in Shui court. Xiao Jianji also knows everything. He guessed correct. Yu Chifeng has already dedicated her red eyes to Murong Ro. Falls into her hand. It will be unless she doesn't want it. Otherwise, no one will be able to get it back. Payi asked anxiously. Does Taiqing know? He suddenly raised his head and said, the world is a big place. What you think is may not be seen by others. That's not the case. Believe me, Murong Ro may not understand the demon's sword, but she understands people in the world. A month of morning wind can't make waves in her hand. Compared with red eye, another lost demon's sword may be more trouble. I learned from Xiao Jianji that the 10,000 calamities that 10 Jian who took away from Luoyang City was kidnapped by Tianluo Township in Linjiang Town. Only then did Pei Lai understand why Su Zi would test. It seems that the shadow of Qishuan is still behind this demon sword chaos. Pei Lai asked hurriedly, the old director, what should we do next? But now Pei Lai is finally in the eyes of the Shao. It doesn't carry much weight. Shao Jianji didn't Pei Lai in the plan to deal with the demon sword. Calling him over this time was just to inform Pei Lai. Pei Lai didn't need to intervene in what happened next. The meeting of the three saints on Dharma is about to be held. Feng Jia is coming, and Divu Tianwei cannot be absent. At this moment, he has arrived near Yicheng Shui. You, Pei Lai, go back. Pei Lai recalled the experience of so many days. Naturally, he was unwilling to leave like this and claimed that, or he passed away. Senior Wei dictated many of the characteristic points of the demon sword, asking me to convey the message to the director. These words seemed to hit Shao Jianji's nerve. Said cold, will Wei Wuying tell you? He and Du Zhuanglian are the only ones who understand the demon sword. Then he threw out a book. Pei Lai. The records of all the demon knives in this book, very detailed, illustrated with pictures, are all encompassed, and this is just a brief summary. The detailed information is even more complicated. Pei Lai couldn't help but feel anxious. Since the old director had such detailed information, why didn't he stand up and take charge of the situation that night, adjust the grievances between Ji Jian Qigong and Guan Hai Tiana? If this were the case, maybe Senior Wei would not have died. Shao Jian lifted up the fabric covering his legs with his fingers and claimed that his leg had been paralyzed for more than a year. Something happened unexpectedly that day, and it was necessary to urgently escort Red Eyes to Lingguan Temple. In addition, the enemy was secretly hiding our. It was not the best time to disclose this matter at that time. He was shocked when he saw Pei Lai. With a proud and guilty look on his face, he made a choice. He waved calmly and said what needed to be said. Can go on your way. Pei Lai bowed respectfully and left before leaving. Shao Jianji seemed to ask casually, did Wei Wuying tell you about the 6 heroes who blocked the demon sword in the final holy war? Pei Lai suddenly remembered that dream, but he didn't say it after all, because it was just a dream after all. At this moment, Pei Lai felt as if a heavy burden had been taken away from his shoulders, so light that I feel a little empty and overwhelmed. He moved steps as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Back on deck above deck, Su Zi is working together leisurely. The night breeze makes her clothes flutter. Her hair is as a waterfall and draped behind her weight like a fairy in the sky. As soon as she saw Pei Lai coming out, she stood up. With a faint smile, Pei Lai said in a low voice, please wait with me for a while. Su Zi shrugged. As if being floated by the wind, the sweaty hands smiled elegantly, and the two boarded the small valve. Su Zi held her high and walked slowly, sending her to a stone bank not far. That's where some of Chao Gong's sailors gather. Mu Xixia like to come here to sit for a while before. Master Jianwei, don't you want to have a drink? Su Zi smiled light. No need to be suspicious. Pei Lai climbed up first, although he tried his best to avoid. The outline of legs can still be seen emerging from the hanging skirt, and match. Sai Wan's round nest is looming, and the calves are as delicate as fairy dolls. The warm fragrance of sandalwood is particularly attractive as the flowers fall in the wind. Su Zi took Pei Lai into this rest, which was full of drunk Chao Gong sailors. At 3 rounds, I suddenly saw such a wandering creature as Zi. It is inevitable that the black smoke will come into contact with the string, and Pei Lai drinks wild. But Su Zi stopped Pei Lai from taking action, claiming that Lei Ankai from Chilian Tang is still looking. Don't draw attention to this little thing. It seems that Su Zian is calm and doesn't care about people's words at all. But after turning around, the wine jar at this table exploded without warning. Su Zi and the two came upstairs and found a secluded place. Pei Lai was very surprised that Su Zi could come to such a place. Su Zi said, I don't mind the various social situations, and chatted for a few words. Judging from Pei Lai's state, probably wanted to be alone for a while, so he left first. The depressed Pei Lai really needed some quiet time by himself at this time. But just before Su Zi left, suddenly a voice came from behind Pei Lai. What's the point of drinking alone? I have a jug of fine wine here called duel. I wonder if my brother would be interested in tasting it together? Hearing the word, seize the body. Pei Lai's nervousness burst out, and he did not. He dared to use oracle skills to investigate. Suddenly, breath came close to his right shoulder from behind. Its diameter was like a stone sword, and its orientation was even weirder. A sense of familiarity came to Pei Lai. The man snorted. Do you feel familiar? Let's look at how many things were taken away. Pei Lai circled his arm, and the thick green fire energy burst out suddenly. The green ghost hand came out light. After a few moves, Pei Lai then recognized the man in front of who had extraordinary achievement. The true energy is like the wind, and it only knocks down the person in front of. This person turns out to be Mu Yan. When this appearance of Yan Yu appeared in front of, familiar and peaceful feelings surged through my chest. It hurts like being hurt. This is the same reaction. It's something he's never seen before, and he's not eager. It's not like he was poisoned or injured, but it was very uncomfortable. Mu Yan's attack continued unabated, and he said in a cold voice, my master has painted the stone for decades. It was prepared for Princess Han, but now you have become. You might weigh it. Two of them changed their move. Mu Yan's inner strength is not as good as the Jade Fire divine skill. The close move is another step by the South Vietnamese ghost hand. The victory is that the shooting position is difficult to guard. Pei Lai had a slight dazzle, and Jian Elbow took one finger on each side. That inexplicable feeling of familiarity came to my heart. He thought it was caused by the Jade Fire technique, so he sealed his waist, his horizontal elbow. Feeling something in his heart, punched Mu Yun's in the left shoulder. Mu Yuns can't believe that a few days ago, Payi was just a blacksmith in Luoyang City, but now he has such strength. Mu Yuns is even more certain that this is a gift from Master. Seeing Mu Yuns' attitude, Payi dared to explain, "It is unheard of for those who have gone before to entrust things to their own decision before they die. He also asked me to work together to find out the truth about the demons." But Mu Yuns said with a hint of ridicule, "I happen to have good ear, and I only listened to your discussion after I passed away. It seems that Mr. Xiao did not want you to interfere in this matter anymore. Your expression just now didn't look like you were brave enough to take on the responsibility. Since you are hesitant, why not give the thing back and quit now? In the final analysis, you are just afraid of the consequences of seizing the society. You must have lost your life." Payi raised his head and gritted his eyes were like those of a knight. "I am not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. In order to save people that night, put life and death at risk. I never thought that I would be the last one left. Not only do I have things I want to do but haven't done yet, but I also don't want to disappoint those who have expectations. I will insist on walking my own path. Even if I meet Princess Han of your noble sect, I will tell her that." Mu Yuns said seductively, "The way to seize the society is not a dead person. There are no exceptions and there is no other way to follow me back to Longting Mountain. It's a dead end. Morality. How will you treat it? In this way, I will perform extraordinary feats to gain a chance of survival." Payi shrugged, grinning. "You will inevitably be offended by it. Don't be surprised if you look hero." Mu Yuns stared at and silently raised her head and laughed. It was so interesting. He patted Payi on the shoulder and laughed loud. "With my master's name, I would rather let all my life's knowledge go to waste than pass on my unique skills to mediocre. I want to see what kind of successor he chose before he died." Payi's words were so evil that he forgot to watch out for him. He looked like a knight and refused to catch. "Should I go back to Longting Mountain?" Mu Yuns said with a white face and hands. "How is it possible? You are not stupid. Although the appearance is very confusing, now you are my junior brother. Master has always been the most protective. I will naturally protect you. We can't stay in this store anymore. I know a good place. Let's try to change places and have a drink." Mu Yuns looked at the ashes cremated by her own hand, her eyes filled with sadness. Mu Yuns takes Payi with coming to a small boat. "I turned this sadness into strong wine and poured it into my. It also turned into lovesickness and gave it my sustenance. When the best Moon City brew is poured out." That poem sounded in Payi's mind. "Traveling all over the mountains without seeking immortality. I only remember the flowers and the moon that I want to sleep in. Cup of autumn red beauty. Bird is full of birds and the breeze is 13. Payi and Mu Yuns raised their glasses and turning grief and anger into strength. Payi think. "It is said that this spiritual consciousness was given to the master of Qigong, Han Shuas, or the senior. I can't help but worry about whether Princess Han knows that she has accepted the body-taking method." Mu Yuns said that he did not know, but even if he knew, the princess would not care about the news of blocking the master's immortal room and secretly cremating it was the secret edict gave me. Payi scratched his head and claimed that in fact, "I have always been at a critical juncture. Only then can I remember a few things. Maybe it's because I'm not from the spiritual race, so I can't fully accept the memories of my predecessor." Mu Yuns looked puzzled. "The method of seizing a body varies person to person, but it should have nothing to do with blood. This Princess Han is not from the spirit clan, but is a direct descendant of Shishan Han from ancient times. Dragon King Ingzhu raised his troops from Yukianju, transformed into a dragon body and led the spiritual tribe to march east, founded the Yulong dynasty. The dynasty declined after 300 years and finally died at the hands of the alien, the resurrected people. The Eldar race declined, and the human race living in the land of disaster united royal race in the south, defeated Dan Furin and captured the world. Afterwards, he granted Dong Jin to the imperial clan. As a reward for mediocrity, the remaining Eldar tribe divided into two factions in order to fight for peace. Among them, dominant faction was the later Jiejian Qigong. During the Jinpi dynasty, the imperial court was afraid of the far-reaching influence of the Ling clan. Then the army invaded the territory and seized the holy object Ninyao yellow clothes to warn the spirit clan, no longer seeking to rule. From then on, the Jiuyao yellow clothes became a trophy for the disgraceful imperial power as a company. All dynasties have granted him title. I only saw that he was a first-class marquis of the East China Sea, sitting on Longting Mountain. For hundreds of years, he has been uninterested in political affairs and devoted himself to exploring the interests of the Eldar clan in order to continue the stable inheritance of the true dragon lineage. However, this inheritance changed 30 years ago. The former master of his merit, Wei Wuying, had a high level of cultivation and had a close relationship with Emperor Taizu Dugui. They are also known as the two Lord East China Sea and are ranked in the Wujitian. After the debate, Wei Wuying suddenly went north and disappeared from sight. Over the years, he has sent countless to search for him, and his footprint spread all over the world. The news has always been hard to find. Only the legend of the true dragon whose achievements were revealed 400 years later. When the demon sword was in turmoil, various factions decided to elect a new princess to take charge of the overall situation. Wei Wuying opposed all opinions and advocated waiting for the return of Prince, and then led by example fight against the demon sword. Speaking of this, Payi and the two were very interested. They praised him as their master. In the final battle against the demon sword, Wei Wuying was severely injured and his skills were not as good as before. For a time, the other factions were all peeping at the princess's position, but they couldn't convince everyone. The situation dragged on like. At that time, there were conflicts in the world, and there were only 3 people who were to rule the world: Emperor Taizu Dugui, Emperor Wu Dangyong of Swords, and Han Po, the tiger commander of the Han dynasty in Shishan. But Wu Dangyong raised the banner of revenge and surrendered to Emperor Taizu. It is a well-known incident. They fought to the end, and only Duga Fa of the East China Sea was left. The 2 tigers of the Han dynasty in Shishan are in a stalemate. The Han army is full of elite soldiers. Han Pofin is not only ranked in the level of Heavenly Seal, but also a rare military wizard in a century. In the eyes of the people at the time, Han Fa had a greater chance of conquering the world. Seeing that a very brutal duel was about to break out, out. Han Pofan suddenly ordered Emperor Taizu to put down the relic. To the two men alone, Han Pofan led the entire Shishan Dao army to surrender to Emperor Tai and end the troubled time. Speaking of which, two hunting companions become heroes again. Obeying the order, although the Han expedition in Shishan surrendered, he still enjoyed the privilege of opening a mansion and garrisoning troops. Power to avoid the government is like a country within it. This situation changed subtly after the death of Emperor Taizu and Hu Shuai. Emperor Taizong Xiaoming was the first to be determined to innovate the momentum of subduing Nanling. We want to take back the military power of Shishan in one fell swoop. The person who suppressed the Han expedition in Shishan was the general of Jinshi at that time was Han Song, the son of commander. He naturally did not want to be captured without hesitation. He used retreat to advance. The imperial court was required to grant the title of first-class marquis to Han Fa in the East China Sea, or he could hand over his military power. However, there were only two first-class marquises in the East China Sea. One is the Lord of Luyin City, the other is only Seeing Qigong. Only Seeing Qigong is the blood righteousness of the neighboring. The Han expedition of Shishan is after the Mao clan. The two clans are a feud. How could Duke Qi tolerate the Mao people taking over? What Han Song didn't expect that Tao Yuanjing, prime minister, used some method to make Qigong. Han Song chose an insignificant 6-year-old child from his descendant in the clan and sent him as a hostage. The imperial court saw him that night and sent him to see only Qigong. Everyone knew it. This was just the scene before the situation suddenly changed. Send a helpless child into Qigong, who was already fighting openly and secretly. Han Song was counting on his death before Qigong to give him an excuse to raise an arm, but he saw that Qigong was not easy to deal with, so how could he give him a hand? The support of master, no one in Qigong dares rat. That's it, the court. Qigong and Han Fa maintained a delicate balance. The other factions of Qigong are afraid of Wei Wuying, so they have not dared to make mistakes for many years. Later, Wei Wuying led the Fenjiangxia family to resist the four families and bloodbath Longting Mountain, and the princess was able to ascend to the throne. But now, Princess Han ordered Mu Yuns to secretly cremate Wei Wuying just to delay the counterattack or seer. Until late at night, Pei Lai was drunk. Mu Yuns was also in a daze, and she could only feel a hand touch as warm as a mask. Cold nights in this troubled world are no longer cold. One day after he woke up, Pei Lai had a splitting headache and a bitter taste in his mouth. If it weren't for the warmth and softness beneath me, it would be like being in a fragrant cloud. It would be better to die clean. Facing the first hangover in his life, Pei Lai struck it up holding, move your body care. It takes a little time to use up your There was a huge wave in the furnace. Can't tell if it's the boat rock. My mind was still shaking. The secret was whirring towards me. Mu Xixia headed towards, but I had just lifted up the quilt. But he has a bald head with bright spots. Could it be that Mu Yuns finally became a monk? The young monk stood up and said, the young benefactor has sobered up. I'm really sorry. Female benefactors said there are no extra guests. Donor Mu should be next door. Pei Lai was hungover for a while and couldn't remember what happened last night. But the adventure the young monk had last night was indeed the first time in his life. Last night, after Pei Lai and Mu Yuns got very drunk, they wanted to ask a senior monk to perform rituals for a senior. Mu Yuns remembered that in the nearby Li temple there was a master named Hui Ming who specialized in practicing law. Two of them were in high spirit out for a while. I must invite eminent monks to welcome Master. Not long after, Master Hui Ming was put in a cloth bag and taken to the ship. At 4 o'clock, he packed the master out of bed, and at the same time he had arrived 4 dozens of miles. Pei Lai and his two masters of Qigong are good at it. Mu Yuns and the two insisted on performing rituals on the big ship, but Master Hui Ming claimed that, want to honor your master and reach bliss as soon as possible, you should go to the Manjusri Bodhisattva's throne in the Mahabhananda temple on the banks of the Qianwei River to deliver your sutras and attain salvation. He was too cowed out again and passed away. They must have invited Manjushri Bodhisattva back for their master. Pei Lai finally remembered at this time. Sure enough, a tree-core-tall Manjusri Bodhisattva was standing on the deck. Rumors today, Manjusri Bodhisattva of Mahabhananda temple appeared and ran away. Even the second commander couldn't help but laugh when he heard about this. Now that things have come to an end, everyone has completed the rituals for the seniors together. After the ritual, Ran Hongxia dragged Pei Lai to the corner of the boat. In the past few days, Ran Hongxia made a scabbard Pei Lai's sword. It was clearly Pei Lai who saved, but because of Cylon's incident, she didn't even have the courage to apologize. In fact, in Ran Hongxia's heart, Pei Lai has always been a person who will stand up in trouble. Ran Hongxia also learned about Xiao Lei taking revealed to the senior sister that there was a force behind this, trying to unite Qishuan. So Tai Ching hopes to unite 4 swords and 3 pillars. The senior sister asked Ran Hongxia to participate on behalf of Shuiwei. Ran Hongxia herself also wanted to find out what happened in the past. So I wanted to ask Pei Lai to help me. Pei Lai after last night, Pei Lai knows that what he wants to do is not to represent Luing City. Instead, he uses his identity as Pei Lai to deal with all and things he encountered. What I have to do now is to solve the problem of Fuakai and Asha. I will not give up on tracing the truth about the demon sword either, just in my own way. The next day, Pei Lai and Fu Qijing bid farewell to Shuiwei Tingxi. Fuakai nonchalantly combed the ends of his dirty hair and shook his. He hooked up his fingers and moved the missing diseased thread behind his ear. The slender ear sockets were shining with light. It seems that Pei Lai is thinking too much. He learned that Qijing does not plan to return to the 5 Emperors' cave. I plan to send him back to Zahua courtyard first, then go to Shu Yujia to settle the matter of the sacred object and help Akai Yanamai fall down the tree. He seemed to be a little angry and said, I said you know clearly about treating Asha. Shu Yujia is lying to you. You still want to go? Pei Lai said. Shu Yujia is not telling the truth, but Xianzi and I have been through life and death. What he values most is the mission. I promised him to go back. Since you don't like the 5 Emperors' cave, even if you want to take revenge on Yu Chufeng, there's no need to defend them in every possible way. Fuakai thought for a moment and said was thinking. He hated Shu Yujie. There was no one more suitable than him for the position of the leader of 5 Emperors Cave. He wanted to seek revenge from Yu Chunfeng. I didn't think I could survive. Bang Wudao can be regarded as a spirit that fought, but it's different now. Fu Qijing has a new goal. He plans to accompany Pei Lai to see Shu Yujie first and then return to Zawa courtyard. Pei Lai was puzzled and Fu Qijing said that based on his understanding of Shu Yujie, he believed that the sacred object was intact. He would not hesitate to cut open Pei Lai's belly and retrieve the sacred object. Without the support of his own staff, Pei Lai's life might not have been saved, let alone bringing out Asha. At the Three Saints Dharmakon, there were many more people coming and going in official circles than before. Pei Lai and his wife were ready to find another secluded old road. Let's go to the Wujue Village Assembly Hall in Allen Mountain together. Shang Qiaoyan waited outside the door for a long time and finally heard Yu Chunfeng's summon. I saw that the Jinwu ball at this time had been sucked dry and wet. Shang Qiaoyan was frightened for a while, reported by Daniel. All contact posts in the 5 Emperors Cave have been withdrawn. Even Jusi said that Shu Yujie and his party were missing. Yu Chunfeng Lingheng said, since I just took the Jiushu Divine Pill, I am not afraid anymore. When you come back and beg me, it will definitely be more interesting. By General Zhenong a few days ago, Yao Chunfeng went to the ancient city camp to discuss matters, but Yu Chunfeng used use of being injured to delay leaving because he wanted Murong Ro to know. I am not a person who will leave as soon as an edict is issued. But at this time, Yu Chunfeng's body was really nothing, but there is an hour every day when I stop vomiting blood, and I can't help think that I saw a ghost that day. Turns out that day, after Yu Chunfeng caught a fishing boat, he stretched out his hand to grab the old boat and wanted to kill him, but he didn't expect the next second. The two of them drifted out of thin air and fell into the water without any warning. Yu Chunfeng only felt that something was pulling on, so she dared to use oracle skills. This true energy is stagnated in the meridians and cannot be condensed. There is also a force squeezing the 5 internal organs. Suddenly I saw the old man beside. He didn't even make any move to I wonder if it was an illusion. I always felt that the old man's figure was much more shameful than when they met. An old voice sounded, thank you for that bet. Yu Chunfeng can no longer remember what happened after that. With the back Uchi's neck facing the gradually setting sun, the originally white and tender snow leaf arowana was a backlit shadow, leaving only a pair of big eyes shining bright. At night, Pei Lai sat upright and meditated. Fire closing magic skill enhanced the sense of dancing and followed the movement of the innate energy. Pei Lai's whole body seemed to have an aura that couldn't stop. Leaves and sparks flying around. Pei Lai's true energy was soft and delicate. Can not only control the spark, prevent them from extinguish, but also ensure that they avoid them as they fly. The heart moves at will. With a greeting, sparks instantly exploded the leaves. Seeing this, Pei Lai stood beside him in a state of fusion. Claimed that Yu Chunfeng's bestow condensation Ju borrowed from other people's energy. Couldn't master the transformation himself. He would borrow. For some reason, after Pei Lai's incident last time, this holy object began to respond to Pei Lai. Originally, Hyobiden definitely required both men and women to practice together, but the true energy emitted by this holy object actually allowed Pei Lai to practice it on his own, helping the redneck Ying said with a smile. This should be considered a good thing. Not only does this thing treat you as a dragon body, but it is also helping you to. The woman who has disappeared from the 5 underground caves is attacking the moon. Xinfeng's practice is going up and down. Maybe one day you can surpass she. Pei Lai knew very well that it would be difficult for him to surpass Yu Chunfeng. Gap was really too big that day. While Li Zhu hadn't helped Lord Lei Jin, there is no doubt he will die. Yu Chunfeng changes Lei Jin into a he may not be able to have such luck. The only thing that hurt him that day was the attack directed by Fu Qijing with Crab Qian. Pei Lai even felt that it was not. Fu Qijing's eyes flat, and he said seriously that he was just exploring the surrounding. We discovered some unusual situation, although they may not be directed at, but it's better to go and those were 3 giant headless. The deceased was said to be a man, wearing night clothes. Fracture in the neck was smooth, like a bone and beef shank infested with mosquito. Only after the 3 of them fell to the ground did the blood from the arteries spurt out, and military arrows sprayed horizontal. The arrow was only 1 foot away from the ground. I don't know if it's because of my superb swordsmanship, or maybe the sword is so fast blood flows among the 3 corps form a pool, and the earth cannot. It is like digging a small dark pool, and you can feel its warmth when you get close. It seems that he has just died. Hold the red neck and embroider it a little more pointedly. Hanging on the foot of a grass pillar 3 feet away, I looked for a branch and picked up a round object. Turned out to be a head with black gold eyebrow. There were marks of tallow mud on the cloth covering the head. It must have been kicked out by the murderer after the hand was severed. Along the flying trajectory, dots of spray-painted characters were vaguely visible, and the two decided to step forward to investigate. After traveling for a short time, I discovered that a carriage was surrounded. The 2 people leading the horseback are strong. One has a square head and a broad, and the temples are bulging high on both sides. The appearance is a bit worn. The other has 1 foot astride and 1 raised and sits crossed. Thin face is somewhat innocent, and the willow leaf-shaped inverted triangular eyes are like dates and ginger. Unruly hair. Doesn't look like a road bandit, but inside this fragrant car, there is a gentle and dignified woman who seems to have just returned from a pilgrimage on Mount Allen and accidentally walked into the courtyard. Inside the car, I saw a white and soft-clothed girl. She lifted up the sedan. Her wrists were as bright as jade, and her neck was as blue as a moth. There was a jade bracelet between her wrists. 5 fingers are slender, palms are soft and smooth, and the palms are indescribably pleasant. There is room for sweat, and the lips are small. The shape of the mouth is gentle and beautiful, and the sides are also beautiful. Teeth are as white as jade. It is an indescribable beauty in the world. The 2 facing each other were covered in blood and said respectfully, "Madam, I'm the Uning. This is the 7 Diao beauty. We and I are on your order to protect you. See, I rarely enter or leave your residence weekday. It's strange that Madam has never seen me. We are indeed good people." Clear throaty voice came from the car. "You are dead, tell me. My husband asked you to protect himself. Why did he suddenly show up again and ask us to change our route? My husband and I have already agreed on a meeting place. The situation changes. My husband should ask someone he knows well to come with a written document to notify you. You two have no document and are covered in blood. How can you trust me? The two of them looked a little anxious, and Dare hurriedly explained. To be honest with you, madam, our previous mission was to secretly monitor this route and clear obstacles for madam. Today we were ambushed. The action to welcome madam must have been leaked. Your excellency must be trapped in enemy lines at this moment. This shocked my heart. Someone actually besieged my husband in the East China Sea. I dared to ask him how he was doing. Li Yuanji said, Your Excellency, there is no danger at the moment. The thieves nearby have been killed by it. Madam, please rest assured. I was notified only after I passed. There are many thieves on the east bank of Chishui. You cannot go. Madam, please change the route to enter the city through Xiaolin River. Only then did we dare to answer madam's call. Just when madam was undecided, we suddenly heard a man. According to what you said, there are many thieves on the east bank of Chishui River, but we just came from there except he didn't see any thieves. Yuanji said angrily with cold eyes. The government is doing things and people are waiting around. Better to retreat. Payi then showed his gold-lettered waist card. I am not talent, and I am trying to bully the poor by the imperial court. I would also like to ask you to clarify your identity. Where do you plan to lead this lady? Mrs. Gina seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and dared to say her, Can I borrow some of your lord's tokens? Li Yuanji suddenly shouted, Don't get close to the carriage. Qi Diao jumped up and slashed Payi with his knife as if he was crazy. Faced with Qi Diao's attack, he supported Qi Jinglu and twisted his weight, daring to dodge behind Payi. At this time, his skill level was only 20%, and he seemed like that shy little woman hiding behind her husband. Slightly cowed, Qi Diao drew his sword out of its sheath with a clanging sound. The sword light drew a dazzling silver arc. Payi dared to rush the sword in front of him. The two quickly exchanged several moves, but they were evenly matched. The lady in the car dared to shout, Please stop, you two. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuanji recalled, Qi Diao was also stupid and said, Giggle, that bite of yours. It is also a knife that is easy to kill. Payi felt a sense of familiarity with Qi Diao's sword skill. The woman in the car looked at her for a moment and seemed to have made up her mind. Don't fight. Since you all say that you are working for the government, can you listen to me? It's not that I don't believe you two. It's just that I haven't seen your husband's handwriting, so I have to limit my contract to your husband. This is my own decision. The consequences have nothing to do with you two. Does this lady's implication mean that she refuses to go with the second young man? Sisu felt a little lonely. After a moment, Shisu handed out a golden hair. On the hairpin, he held a golden snow rabbit with its head, ears and legs combed. Golden rabbit has a superb performance and has neat lines and a neat shape. Two blood rubies are embedded in the eye, with a delicate and vivid appearance. Wei Ji added, If you two can't save your life, you can take this hair. My husband will understand after seeing it. This is my own idea. Two of you want to go together. I have no objection. Wei Ji turned to Payi and asked, My lord, I wonder who is this person behind you? Qijin was so well behaved. She smiled shyly and lowered her head and said, Madam, you don't have to worry about. I will accompany you, Buddha. I will continue to pay homage to the Buddha 4 times. If your husband's plan changes, I will follow. Fu Qijin's every move is like that of a newlywed wife. Seeing that Payi and Payi were very close, my wife immediately made a request, saying that my husband is also an official, but my husband's name cannot be revealed. I am really worried about my husband. Please comfort me, sir. If you have nothing important to do, can you escort my motorcade for a while? After I see my husband, I will thank you. And as soon as I finished speaking, I heard Fukijin whispering behind me, If you become this lady's bodyguard, it would be a good way to hide your identity. Just pay attention to those two. There is obviously something wrong with them. Payi then saluted with both hands and said, Dian comfort, I am a bodyguard. I am a humble officer, Sun Tzu. I would like to escort my wife to meet the husband and this besieged general. It is Murong Ro. This woman is also Murong Ro's wife. The woman in the car has a fair face and is no more than 20 years. She is extremely beautiful. What's rare is being polite and courteous, which makes people like you very much. Fu Qijin and his wife were sitting in the carriage together. In contrast, figure of Feng Yu has a charm, watery eye, always paying attention to every move outside the car. The raccoon cat asked, Why did the madam's husband go out in the wild with only a few servants and no officers or soldiers protect him since he was watching the court? The madam said with a sad look on her face, This is also my fault. I have always disliked officers and soldiers. This time I did not allow my husband to send someone to follow, so she traveled sea. She thought she would have very few guards with if she was really besieged by thieves. But what should I do? When I mentioned it, my face turned pale and I asked carefully, Those two people are thieves? Jin was not surprised by the situation of killing and robbing the society. He said calmly, I saw the family. Those two want to rob and kill the wife. They should have taken action earlier, unless they had a bigger plan. Murong Ro's situation is not optimistic. The enemy is probably the Jianghu evil sect Tianluo Township. Moreover, the emperor ambushes him first, and he has great martial arts skill. There are only a few people who know the route of the Song Sir. Either the other party has special means, or there is an evil spirit among these people. Murong Ro brought everyone in front of him and listened to their statements one by one. Ban Jiaosh, the leader of Tingxiu Balians, and Li Tao, who joined the army, never left General Murong. Simi Daoho Gaotu Rinxian said that when he informed his wife of the line, he told two brothers, Li Yuanji and Qidiao Libian, about the Song surname, did not mention the secret route of the Song surname. After hearing this, Fang Zhaoxiong became suspicious. This Yu Qingfeng's disciples are considered outsiders, and they must be the most suspect. As for Yu Yuan, he was sent to Song Ji the next day. At that time, there was a very powerful thief thief nearby. In order to protect his wife, he found another way to lead him away. We all stay here. After dealing with the enemy, the general personally led the rest of the troops to retreat. 4 of us were stubborn about the retreat route, which was the safest way. But Murong-ro didn't panic at all and claimed that she had roughly understood. We are not going anywhere. The Japanese Communist Party is here. You go to block the enemies coming from the south. It can be done. The Japanese Communist Party will naturally take orders from Songji, but they are still worried about the general's safety. But Murong-ro had already made up her mind. At this moment, several men in black appeared next to Madame's carriage. The coachman dumped the passengers to avoid his life, prepared to capture the people in the carriage. Fu Qijin jumped out of the carriage. The sleeves and legs locked the assassin's neck like a vice. Jin's muscles were the tightest. Perfect combination curves and strength. Or he could feel the delicate. The assassin lost consciousness and became the death of Shang Liu under the flower. He helped Qijin to block the rope across the river, and the carriage was stabilized again. The Qi Diaoli people seemed to be going crazy again. With Li Yuanji's permission, a mass killing spree, like a sinister ghost seeking souls and live. Li Yuanji was completely motionless. The assassin's arrow was like hitting a steel edge burst out of the body, injuring several people. This attack attracted the attention of Payi and Fuki. He was using the Jin Jia Jingju. No wonder Payi felt that Qi Diao's sword skills were somewhat familiar. They were from Yuchifeng. But now, I can only go through this hurdle first and then talk about it. The extremely evil path on the other side has already reached Murong-ro's side. But she remained unmoved. Her eyes were cold, and she didn't even show any affection. Although there were not many people accompanying, they were still relaxed and well-mannered in attack and defense. Song Gongfeng still suggested that Murong-ro. There is still a gap in the southwest corner. We should retreat secretly. But Murong-ro remained unmoved and instead asked, "It's just Tian Luo Xiang. I'm afraid it's nothing more than a human hand in search." Song Gongfeng, are you sure there are no other sects involved? Before Song Gongfeng could answer, his subordinates suddenly reported that Madame's carriage had arrived, and Li Yuanji and Qi Diao were also there. According to Madame, Li Yuanji and Qi Diao tried to persuade Madame to come, but Madame refused, and arrived here under the escort of a couple. Song Gongfeng turned around and seemed to realize something. Dared to blindly order Payi and others to be surrounded. I saw the lady biting her lip and whispering, "Husband, it's my fault. It's all my fault. Being willful. I just gave the thieves a chance. I won't do it again in the future." However, I was able to arrive safely only because of the help of Chang Sun Su and his wife, Mr. Chang Sun. It is said that Mr. Chi's men are bullying the poor. Please, please don't embarrass. But before Murong-ro could speak, Song Gongfeng shouted, "Don't let them deceive. How can Master Chi's subordinates have any position called Chang Sun Su?" These two deceived the wife's trust and got close to the general. They must be the spies of the opposite party. After saying that, he jumped up and rushed towards Payi, and the two of them dutifully. This force of oppression shocked Payi. Not daring to be underestimated at all, he raised his breath in an instant and barely managed to catch the blow. Although it's nothing serious, I admire it from the bottom of my heart. This internal strength is really powerful. After this confrontation, Payi then understood that the person in front of should be the one who ordered Li Yuanji and Li Yuanji away his wife. Then he shouted, "I am indeed not Chang Sun Su, but you are not a Rigongfang either. You are the master of the extremely evil way. Ghost King shall have his destiny." At the same time, a person stood on the commanding height, overlooking the battle in front of. This woman's skin was gorgeous, white and dazzling. The muscles in her calves were all greasy, but her thighs were extremely plump, very even and long. The base of the legs is in line with the waist of others. The skin can be broken by blows. They are as straight as freshly cut cement. The skin is smooth and moist, and the transparent parts seem to have a refreshing feel. T-shaped white mirror is full of feminine charm. This person is the master of Tianluo Township, Yamian Xiaozu. Wei Yanqi. This time, she is directing the battle at a high. Her subordinates came to report that Jindong Mansion has no longer been moved. We have surrounded it. To the west of the extremely evil road, a carriage rushed. There were only a few people in the car. Wei Yanqi gave a cold greeting. This ghost King Nijigong is fascinating. Although the two factions are cooperating this time, can't trust. Now Murong-ro only has a few dozen people under his command, but they can advance and retreat for eternity. Who is defending from the front? It is Yu Gongfeng Lu Yunkai of Yuan Pavilion. He has great martial arts skills and has a lot of Wei Yanqing cold faith. After hearing this, he immediately decided to lead the charge. Wei Yanqing moved her fingertips a little harder. As the center of gravity shifts forward, the calves tight. Bent knees and legs are straight, the looming thighs stretching out strong muscle line, like a loving spirit flying land. In a few flashes, he came to the front of the formation. He shouted at Lu Yunkai, "I will only take one thing from Tianluo Township today. Just take it and leave. You insist on stopping me, you will be offended." On the other hand, everyone was shocked when they heard Ng Xiaoming's name. Lun Heng said, "I have been following the general for many years. How can you provoke him with just a few nonsense words?" He said before he finished his sentence. The general in front of him said, "Whether what he said is true, this town will decide for itself. Answer me. You don't hold the title of Fingjuan's subordinate. Who are you?" Payi didn't dare to neglect at all. He dared to reply, "Turn to the Lord. Mrs. Lu Jianzuan is in danger because she doesn't know the situation yet. Therefore, I have concealed my name for now. I am Zhu Changshan, Lu Yiqing, whose surname is Ho. I am sitting here with the rank of Payi, who is the 7th rank official. I don't know what I call you." The person in front of me was expressionless and emotionless, said with great determination, "You are telling the truth. Turns out that you are the one under Tianwei who escorts the demon's sword. That's interesting. Headquarters Dahai Mirangru." This middle-aged scribe in white clothes with a sickly appearance. He was Jindong General Murong-ro. The person who claims to be his wife is the daughter of the Shan family of Qingdong, a wealthy family in Pushan and Wu dynasty. Shan Siyun, who was hailed as the most beautiful woman in Sanchuan at that time. She has a gentle temperament and good education. She does appear to be from a wealthy family, but Payi would never have imagined that she was the wife of the dignified General Jindong. The eldest lady of the Shan family, who only Pu Shangzhen plays with jade, is so simple, with only one maid and a mother-in-law. But sister-in-law's eyebrows are as plain as a hibiscus emerging from the water unstained by dust. In her mind, even if Murong-ro is not a three-headed, six-armed, iron-legged Tongi, she is still a town in the East China. Who knows what Wuching has become? The golden helmet and iron armor worn by Guanjian and the leopard belly shirt with sleeves are all very rich. But judging from her complexion, half of Xialao Taishing is probably more energetic than her. Not only was this Baishio man thin, but when Payi saw his radiant face, he knew that this man had no skills but no internal strength. Murong-ro frowned slightly and said, "Then it's your turn, Dongfeng, or should I call you Ghost King? What is the purpose of this move between you and Tianluo Township? I can roughly guess. I want to know how you learned about my whereabouts." The Ghost King was exposed and no longer concealed, he said coldly. "Turns out you have seen it a long time ago. Are the rumors? Do you really have the ability to distinguish truth from lie?" Turns out that Murong-ro has seen through everything a long time ago. She never uses punishment when she judges criminals. Just a few questions. This Ghost King's action was not in harmony with the people in Tianluo Township. From the Murong-ro judged that the two were not from the same place. Murong-ro judged that the Ghost King had not been lurking for a long time, and he should have followed Rigongfeng and Rinxian. Find an opportunity to lure Rigongfeng away, subdue him, extract information, and then kill him using some unique disguise technique. Instead, the bandage around the neck just proves Payi secretly felt unlucky. Xiaoxing told the support police he only wanted to investigate a corpse, but he didn't expect to get involved in such a matter. Ghost King Tianluo Township didn't even deal with me. In addition, General Jindong and the Moon City winds here will find the right moment, and we will retreat in a low-key manner. Murong-ro continued her analysis. "You want to use my wife as a bargaining chip to blackmail me into handing over what you want, but you don't want the people in Tianluo Township to know. So I sent false orders to lure them away, and brought my wife into a trap. Even if you capture my wife, if I fall into the hands of Tianluo Township, you won't be able to benefit alone." You then told Tianluo Township the route of our mess, and suggest some of them should be left behind on the grounds that the traitor could not be identified. You personally escorted me to retreat from the southwest, purpose of leaving me alone so that it would be easier. In terms of Zhenghu method, you have done a good job, but as far as I'm concerned, your plan is full of flaws. Ghost King couldn't help but admire this meticulous and delicate analysis. "Murong-ro is indeed not simple," Murong-ro said mockingly. "I didn't have much chance of winning, but in order to gain my trust, you killed many people in Tianluo Township. It really helped me procrastinate for a long time. Now the situation is very different." In summing, what he just said is true. There was a loud scare from the woods far away, and Shui Yanqing came angry. The woman flew over with a golden staff in hand. Her knotted breast and skirt covered the secret part, but her waist and jade flag looked real. Although there are two pieces of skirt on the front and back of the skirt, the roots of the legs are looming when walked, which makes people think more. Shui Yanqing threw Lu Gongfeng in front of her and shouted, "In Xiuming, you are so jealous that you really can't believe your betrayal. Are you still a warrior? The Ghost King is not to be outdone." "Crazy woman, shut up. Daozong is the place where the most powerful live. Besides, if it weren't for me, they have brought in the reinforcements." Murong-ro's voice can be heard. "Daozong is so angry. For that demonic sword, you are not willing to go out of your way to make me, Murong-ro, my enemy." Wei Yanqing, who was arrogant and domineering a second ago, looked a little panicked at time. "How can you prove that you are General Jindong if you don't wear an official seal or a Jingche set? I only know that you are the thieves who stole the demon sword. You are trapped by me today. Hand over the red eyes as soon as possible, and the matter will be settled." How could Murong-ro listen to his mercy? But Shui Yanqing is also a ruthless master. It's useless to say more. I ordered Tianluo Township to attack fierce. Murong-ro must be captured alive to regain the Taoist sect's prosperity. In Xiuming didn't hesitate when he saw the ghost whistle sound, and all the ghosts obeyed the order. Strive to capture Murong-ro alive before Tianluo Township. Suddenly, a melee began. The three parties surrounded their camp and killed anyone they saw, killing everyone he met. Payi hurriedly took the opportunity to escape, but he didn't accept. The Ghost King kept staring. Regardless of Payi's every move, he shouted like crazy, "Shameless little monk with a bumpy pussy. Now I know your name is Payi. All the ghosts are ordered to catch me first." The one named Payi. It's better not to shout, but shouting attracted Shui Yanqing's attention. This be Payi being the guy who hangs out with Ming Jianqiu? Someone, leave it to me here. Be sure to capture that one alive. Boy named Payi. Payi had a headache. All the spearheads pointed at Payi in an instant. Payi had no but to drag Ming Jian. Standing in front of Murong-ro, he pretended to say it in broad daylight. "How dare you besiege the imperial official and appoint the Payi family?" Advancing and retreating together with the general, Wei Yanqing took the golden-headed, riding along so the staff of virtual power is damaged. Takes a step forward and loosens his cloak. When the calf is lifted up hard, body suddenly grows taller and is extremely impressive. Although her exquisite and graceful figure exudes incomparable charm, everyone present feels a heavy pressure. Straight into the bottom of the under. The Uning did not dare to neglect at all, silently spitting out the four words, "Jin Jia Jin Ju." The blade roared and the crane screamed again and again. Two snorts in a moment. Turned out that the second young master was stolen and blasted back. His back fell to the ground in embarrassment. Chidiao Liren's tiger's mouth burst open and blood flowed from the corner of Li Yunji's mouth. The two of them raised their arms, their eyes gloomy, their knees bent, elbows and arms trembling. Suddenly I heard Fang Zhaoxiong's big crane. Four rings on the tips of his arms came out and crashed into the formation. The ring on the left was in an instant. As soon as the horse turned around, I thought of the camera girl with her eyebrows ringed up. This white bird mocked, and she looked like a mandarin duck ringed by a mandarin duck on the sand. Seeing the snow swallows green before her eyes, there is no way to avoid it. When thousands of armies are about to attack, the snow swallows grow tender green wings and fall. Drawing a circle with both arms, all the rings suddenly slowed down, as if a huge piece of isinglass softer than water was injected into the flying ring. The flying ring suddenly became fast, and the two lotus-rooted arms flew like spinning past, scratching their fingernails. It became a golden-green afterimage. The scattered pink dust within a 3-foot radius was drawn into invisible thread rolled between his arms, mockingly saying, "This is the famous formation Donghai. Vinal Balian. I'm afraid I'll be useless if I stay in Jindong Mansion. I don't even need weapons to deal with." The silk-wrapped hands of Tianluo are like ghost snakes. Go straight to Fang Jiaoxiong's throat, then hit him with his elbow. This is Fang Jiaoxiong. Like a kite with its string cut off, the snake jumped out. Jian Peilai was so shocked. Fu Qijing Xiaoxiong said, "This Shui Yanqing is known as a martial arts idiot among the Qishuan. Even if he hasn't reached the level of Yu Chunfeng, it seems he is not far away. We must deal with it carefully." This Shui Yanqing repelled some, and his momentum greatly increased. Dehito was sitting in the city of Sar. It would be better to surrender early, and then rush towards Peilai. Uning, Ghost King on the side rushed to block, claiming that I was so evil that I was a savage and had brought men with me. It's not appropriate for anyone to give it to you. Wei Yanqing is also angry at the Ghost King at this time. Person who wants to monopolize the demon sword with the help of disguise is obviously you. I haven't settled this debt with you yet. Take the stick of virtual power in your hand. Then he hit the Ghost King. The Ghost King was not to be outdone. Used the violent tiger to eliminate Fu and put the tough guy Shui Yanqing from the far river towards Tianluo and give him a slap in the face. In Xiu Ming through the air and landed firmly on the ground. But Shui Yanqing didn't even. The two sides' superior skills were clearly judged. At this time, Peilai was still standing in front of Murongrou. He was separated from the Ghost King Xiao's in a triangle. Suddenly, Murongrou's long and leisurely voice sounded from behind. "Your name is Peilai. You want to be on my side. You have to show your sincerity to maintain the balance between them for a moment." Peilai jumped into the fight between the two. The sacred tree sword spun and circled, attracting the Ghost King to the side. The inferior Snow Yan. 3 of them were 6 arms apart. "You push me and fight." 2 delicate flowers and green leaves stage a chaos. "You hit me and I hit it." Becomes a melee again. Swing to Tianluo. Unparalleled Chap. Mountains and rivers swing open the mysterious world. Myopic killing moves come out free. Peilai reluctantly takes a few moves. He was knocked back. At this moment, a man slowly walked over. He said slowly, "Ghost King, Man Clan, I gave you such good news. You haven't got the situation under control yet. Speak." It was none other than Mr. Ghost. He landed light. First, he was dressed in nocturnal black clothes. He was of medium build and could not be said to have any special emblem. Even the green steel sword in his hand is similar to that of other assassins. The only difference is that he wears a copper pill-style paper mask on his. The paper mask depicts Nando Showing's smiling face with close eyes. The poor brushwork makes it look particularly special under the firelight in the dark night. Weird. When the Ghost King saw the visitor, he opened his mouth and shouted, "I have already investigated through Irong. The vision may be in Murongrou's hand, but he was here to pick up his wife this time, so he didn't take the vision with him at all. If you are really as powerful as you said, it's impossible you don't know. The news that the field of vision is not here shocked Shuyan, but Mr. Ghost didn't take it serious. He shook his finger and said softly, "Think about it, you two. There are not many opportunities to ask Murongrou to hand over things. By the way, the conditions I mentioned before are still valid. If I want to participate in the 7 Xian conference, I only have one Taoist sacred weapon, which is still the ticket. I still want to help you too. As for why I showed up, I just wanted to meet General Murongwu. It's my own business." Murongrou had already figured out that she had some integrity behind the scene. "Claimed that you planned this plot. It's not the time to make a move yet, but you show up moment. I guess I can't wait any longer." Mr. Ghost didn't hide it, as he had indeed underestimated Murongrou. No one who delivered the message ran out. The reinforcements still came, and the Ghost King and others were puzzled. But the reason is very simple. During this period, Murongrou has not returned to the ancient city camp for a long time. They will come to the rendezvous point to find him. No wonder Murongrou has been sticking to this place. But Mr. Ghost appears now. He must be trying to win. Then he moved slowly towards Murongrou, and Junjun jumped up beside. He came towards Mr. Ghost and slashed it, but Mr. Ghost didn't even look back. Seizing the sword is like a golden swallow walking on the sand, standing firm on both legs, rising from nearly the same ground. The soft impact on the back. He actually lost so much that his back exploded after joining the arm. The nail axis collapsed from the inside out, and the body twitching with this blow. Everyone at the scene looked at Mr. Ghost with special eye. Mr. Ghost held the stolen sword in his hand. She seemed to be moving her muscles and bones as she walked towards Murongrou. Wei Yanqing stopped in front of Mr. Ghost. This moment, she finally understood that all this was Mr. Ghost's fault. Purpose is to kill Murongrou, but how dare Shui Yanqing do this? Murongrou is one of the 4 towns in the world. It doesn't matter if those Jianghu people under her have fallen. Murongrou died. It will no longer be a matter of Jiang. This is beyond the scope of reviving Qishuan. It is obviously pushing Qishuan into this mountain of swords and sea of fire. Wei Yanqing swung her sword and stood in front of Mr. Ghost, her tall. Although this made her belly white and body broke, people always couldn't help but take a few more glances. But Mr. Ghost didn't show any signs of movement. He only heard him say cold, "Sacrifice is sometimes necessary." Then the blade turned. "Now that we Qishuan have reallied, removing the nail in the East China Sea will be our #1 type. Let Murongrou's dog head be the sacrifice for the 7 spins comp." I don't know what technique this ghost gentleman used. His speed increased sharp, and he had already passed Shui Yanqing in an instant. Seeing this, Shui Yanqing dared to use the secret method of tie and look. The mysterious net is still strong. The graceful figure is like a gecko but still strong. The ghost is so agile that Mr. Ghost also secretly admires. At the same time, the Ghost King also realized that Shui Yanqing was right. He would not take advantage of it. Then he also rushed by, but heard a crazy sound from behind the mat. Mr. Ghost unexpectedly failed, and the steel knife in his hand suddenly disappeared. The wave of sword light surged forward, causing the Ghost King and Shui Yanqing to attack each other. This kind of move has never been heard or seen by Peilai. Peilai knew that Murongrou could not be left out now, otherwise the Qishuan sect. He must clear the situation in silence. He can only listen to Murongrou's request. balance in the chaos. Payi drives the chi of Li Zhu in his abdomen, integrated into the magical soul. These few strikes are unparalleled, and the cuts are both divine and soul. Like a swift flying through a belt, it is so agile that its true energy can overflow. Hold your bare neck, feel the air wave. I can't help feel happy. Payi has improved a lot. How many surprises can he give? Mr. Ghost was also full of praise for Payi's. However, when he used his backhand sword, he also used Wushuang Glad, but Mr. Ghost used like a big wave washing over the sand. Blade is lingering like flowing water, and the sword's intention is endless. And he successfully predicted Payi's steps to use the sword. The duel between masters left him stunned for a moment. It was already a fatal mistake. Mr. Ghost chopped Payi into pieces with one knife, and blood spurted out from his forehead. Payi covered his forehead. Before he could react, Mr. Ghost's knife had already arrived at Wolsiangpo Wind River bank. Mr. Ghost under the full moon has more mist. He jumped lightly onto a small boat. The steps are as light as red hair falling to the ground, but the people inside the boat were still aware of, just like a Ken, bronze-covered ghost ringing. Why don't you wear an ancestral mask and breathe fire? And what is inside this cabin is the bird-shaped mask with giant bats and flying feathers like wings. Tomb Abyss, Mr. Ghost said calmly. Don't worry, it's just you and me. What's there to hide? Besides, don't I have a mask on my face? Tomb Abyss has not been studied too deep, claiming that no one in Guyi is easy. The greater our ability, the harder it is to protect us. They will not be interested in prying eyes. As my most important arm, you must be careful. Mr. Ghost bravely threw out the remaining sword, and this time, Mr. Ghost missed. Mr. Ghost took a sip of strong tea and said, First you said I didn't believe it. Now it seems that Murong Ro is indeed not simple, but she probably didn't realize it completely. It's a pity that such a detailed strategy was implemented, but there was another variable. But it's not Yu Chufeng. It's your bones that accompany the hunter. It turned out that it was Mr. Ghost that night. When preparing to deal with hunting companion, he supported a Kai behind him and tried his best to use the red blood needle. Mr. Rugi is a master of both internal and external skill. The sensor is extremely sensitive to murderous weapons. I was shocked. Dare to blindly use the mind-giving message for the end of the night. I didn't expect that there is still a Yushiman in this world, but with his current skill, he simply couldn't perform the murderous stunt of the red blood needle. The situation at that time, accompanying the hunter act to make the first move. If you act rash, you will die of blood loss. The same amount of super Kai is invalid. Logically, there is no other resistance at the scene. However, Mr. Ghost saw it with his own eye. I don't know what kind of skills I practice, but the wound seemed to be alive. It's up to Mr. Ghost to stop the bleeding. When he wanted to deal with the hunter again, Ghost King blocked him with his sword and saved the hunter. The situation at this time has actually formed a situation of jointly dealing with Mr. Ghost. Just when Mr. Ghost was about to give it a final try, he heard Shui Yanqing complain. The red light of the rod of nothingness, the magic stick turns into a spear, and four perform a unique move together. Snow Yanqing overwhelmed the three colors overnight and disintegrated the White Walker Order with one shot. Unparalleled cuts and Mr. Ghost's astonishing ignorance of sword move. Mr. Ghost never thought that Shui Yanqing could be so. If it wasn't reaction, I would have used Ji Yi as a ball again. It's possible that it wasn't just the knife that was injured, although Mr. Ghost is not reconciled. But Murong Ro can't be. It was expected, but Shui Yanqing burial's move really surprised Mr. Ghost. It seems that Tianluo Township needs to be reinvestigated. Tomb Abyss looked at the broken sword in front of him slowly. Shui Yanqing will not use this martial arts unless absolutely necessary. In the entire East China Sea, I am probably the only one who can guess the origin of this style. Shui Yanqing, Queen of the Divine Spear. Tomb Abyss has seen this girl with her own eye. Her name is Xian Xiaobao. It is the strongest combination of true energy and spear skill. It is divided into heaven and earth lay foam. Water and volcanoes lead to the 8 shu. Depending on the qualifications of the cultivator, it will gradually tend to one of them. Shu can be achieved. The characteristics of the true energy will also change accordingly. Other attributes will be weakened, and this Shu spear technique, it will become extremely powerful. This skill is the unique skill of Shishan Tiger Commander Han Pofen. Han Pofen became famous at a young age. When he became a master of spear skill, he already had opponents, so very few people have seen this skill. Later, he became the general of Jinshi, and there were only rumors about his power in the world. After the death of Han Pofen, the world no longer exists. Every year I look around for the whereabouts of my secret knowledge, but I didn't think that it would actually fall into the hands of Tianluo Town. Ancient Tung Yuan predicted that this Snow Yanqing would not dare to use it much. If Han Fa discovered it, he would be in trouble. He looked at scale break on the night. Wei Yanqing practices the fourth rat in the horror. It is close to reaching great success. This technique is not specialized in one discipline. If one of the rats has enough talent to practice it after reaching great success, this rat will slowly degenerate. Repeat this process several times and experience the 8 gates one by one before reaching the highest level. At that time, power of the 8 gates can be freely deployed. The unity of offense and defense is both the soft and the strongest in the world. It is regarded as former Tiger Commander fought against one person. This life is like a strong wind, like a hunting, like an indestructible city wall, powers all things and takes shape. This kind of martial arts is so arrogant that Tomb Abyss believes even if Shui Yanqing possesses this unique skill, he will never be able to replicate the power of the Tiger Commander. However, this will be of great benefit to him who has lost his heavenly compass. It should be very beneficial. The most important part of this plan is the 3 Saints Dharma Comp and the 7 Mysteries Comp. The most important chess pieces are already in play. Let's look at Murong Ro again. The dust is flying. Bear sword rolls off the saddle. The golden crown is dazzling. This roaring whistle is none other than Benlei Zidian, the leader, and Jun Yi. The owner of the Stormy Night is about 20 years old. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, skin like bronze. The eyebrows are as deep as silk, and the body is long and broad. The arms are connected to the shoulder, and the majesty is even more delicate and strong. Murong Ro comforted her and said, "We gathered here at Bailey on the night of the wind and thunder. We have arrived 40 people. We can go straight through the clouds and repel the opponents over 100 people. You are worthy of your reputation." situation at Feng Lei Fair. I want to kill the king and accompany you to hunt the two. I don't know how to deal with Mrs. Shin dared to stand blankly in front of her and claimed that tonight all depended on the hell cup. Please allow me, husband, to take them both back for treat. Payi dared to refuse and wanted to leave this dragon pool and tiger's den as soon as possible, claiming that we were just passing by and could dare of our. Unexpectedly, Murong Ro, who had always been taciturn, took the initiative and said, as far as I know, the one whom Shuang asked you to escort or was Red Eye, Beidao Queen. I have commanded Xiao Jian. I have something to ask you about this sword. From now on, you will serve under me for the time being. After the official documents are burned, I will send them to Dugu Tianwei. Before Payi could speak, Junyu said that it was inappropriate for Payi to have sex with his master Yuchifeng. This sentence seemed to arouse Murong Ro's displeasure, and she said cold, Junyu, Wu Shuashan, although you have learned from Yuchifeng, don't forget that you are still the master of the wind and thunder. Farewell night. Then he said again, Hey Dian, although you work in Luoying City, this town has overall jurisdiction for the East China. Leaving Luoying City, you can naturally listen to the orders of this town. You can rest assured about the rest. You only need to obey my order. No one in Jindong Mansion dares to touch. Of course, after leaving Jindong Mansion, you still have to live by your own ability. Payi had no choice to deal with this situation. This support tightens the red lipped chair, and what spits out on the tip tongue is a happy and harmonious air. Her eyes are turning like a pair of apricots, and there are all kinds of charming charms in the corner of her eye. She is obviously dressed up as a young woman, but her expression is that of an innocent girl. Treating Payi's wounds softly, Mrs. Shin specially sent someone to bring Wei. She was really worried about Payi and the two of them. With a hint of worry on his face, claimed that Mr. Ghost was indeed not sick. Not only did he know about the red blood needle, even realized that I was from the Yushur. After saying that, he looked around and carefully took out a scroll from Lu's Wei. Turned out to be an invitation to the Yushur set. Turns out that after Shui Yanqing used that shot, reinforced Feng Lei farewell arrived, and Mr. Ghost prepared to retreat. Wei Yanqing stood up and led Tianluo Township to retreat northward in an orderly manner. The same is true for the Ghost King. But just when Mr. Ghost passed by the supporter, he said, turns out that the Red Emperor of Red Island is not from the cave. I have been looking for your real master for a long time. Then he threw the scroll in front of Payi. Couldn't help but worry about who this ghost gentleman. He was also familiar with Lao Hu's sword skill, assassinated General Jindo, and held the Seven Spins Conference. What on earth is he going to do? Payi looked around, lowered his head and said, Yu Chenfeng is Murong Ro's staff. These people are Yu Chenfeng's apprentice. After a while to recover, we will find an opportunity to grab the horse and run away. However, the supporter has a different idea, saying that the possibility of success and forced escape is not high at present. Although she didn't know why, Yu Chenfeng was afraid of Murong Ro from the bottom of her heart. Today, Murong Ro was executed and Yu Chenfeng didn't even show up. This is very suspicious. Now Mrs. Shin trusts us quite a lot and invited me to sit at the same table with. It's not like we don't have chips in our hand. Now that our whereabouts are exposed, even if we escape at this time, the situation may not be better. Tianluo Township is not an easy place to meet. The Ghost King is cruel and hates, and since Mr. Ghost wants to assassinate Murong Ro, maybe Murong Ro knows some information. I also want to investigate whether Mr. Ghost wants to do any. Is it a threat? Remastered. Payi looked at the policeman in front of him and was slightly in a trance. At some point, Payi got used to calling her to insert and suppress. She also reminded Payi of Ming Jianqiu. At the beginning, I didn't understand this woman at all. I even stood on the opposite side of her, sharing wheel and wool with her. I got to know her again. She is tenacious, intelligent, consistent in her pursuit of her. Later, she was hunted down, but she couldn't help at all. And then later, Lao Taiqing told himself not to interfere with the demon's sword. He once thought that there was nothing he could do, but now Jeaner, I am much calmer and more rational than I suddenly know what to do. This time I will let you do it. Let's meet in Jindong Mansion. Not only do we want to investigate what Murong Ro knows, we must also figure out what happened to Yu Chenfeng. One day, we need to let Yu Chenfeng know what despair is, to avenge Yi Si and those she has harmed. This is the path Payi chose. When Payi came to Murong Ro's tent, his heart could not be calm for a long time, and he was always uneasy. Murong Ro said leisurely, you can see the appearance of the Ghost King from the court, and your performance in maintaining the balance among the three parties makes me believe that Dugu Tianwei and Heng Shuang have chosen you to escort the demon's sword. There is something special about it. Now answer me. The thing in this piano case is you are escorting. When Payi looked at the piano case in front of his heartbeat, the lock had actually been opened. Dare to stop him silently. General, the red-eyed demon sword carries red poisonous smoke aimed at women. Mrs. Sun is nearby. Do not open it. Look at Payi's expression. Murong Ro knew that Payi didn't lie, but I still opened the piano case. But what Payi never expected was that there are actually no red eyes inside this piano case. Payi was stunned for a moment. This sword actually belonged to Senior Xia. The saber moon ring was used by me when I was searching for virtue in the old man's former residence with Ah Sha and Lao. Why is it here? It turns out that Murong Ro received the description from Xiao Jianji and knew that this was not a red eye. Now it was confirmed by Payi that the piano case uses Luoying City's special 6-button glazed lock. It is difficult to open without drawing. When Yu Chenfeng handed this box to Murong Ro, the lock is indeed in. So Payi, a song sword, needs an explanation. Payi said on 181 that he had never opened this box. Yu Chenfeng snatched it away. When I finally fought against Yu Chenfeng, I used this bright moon ring. Payi suddenly remembered that his box and knife were both used to destroy the Yu Chenfeng must have snatched it away after being caught by a famous girl. Payi said bluntly, this lock is difficult to open, but it is not impossible. With all due respect to Payi, as far as I know, Yu Chenfeng is a. Isn't it the person who is full of schemes and comrades who has the most reason? Is this the person whose packet? I saw Murong Ro waving with one hand. There was a splash outside the door, and a long black drum like a raven was blowing fierce. A sliver of shadow stepped steps into the sky. For a moment it seemed. Theater and banquet outside the hall were all crowded. I wonder if it was hindered by the tall and straight figure. Or maybe he was swallowed up by the black haze like a military battle, and the illusion of darkness in front of his eyes only lasted for a moment. Hearing the approaching wind in the morning moon, he knelt down with loyalty and lowered his hands. My subordinates are not welcome at a distance. Please forgive me, General. The voice was loud and the blood of everyone in the formation was boiling. No one looked injured at all. Murong-ro asked her to tell her what she had experienced. In February, Chifeng said, Lu Yinqing seemed to have sent the demon sword away. The master wanted to secretly use the demon sword's power to capital. It seems that Hing Shuyin directed and acted in this act of sending swords to the 4 prefectures with his approval. After my subordinates foolishly obtained this lover, not to mention changing the contract, Chain never touched. The only thing they were afraid of was that they would frame the blame. Murong-ro frowned. It was obvious that what these 2 people said was true. It seemed that something else happened during the fight. Then he ordered the 2 of them to violate the constitution for 10 days. Find out the truth. Whoever finds out the truth first will bear the responsibility. Throwing the knife and both punished. Just when the 2 of them took the order, this month's morning breeze spurted out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly there was an evil sound in the hall. Yu Chifeng knelt down with a heart and vomited out a large mouthful of blood. Kui's was iron tower-like body fell careless and looked terrified. The regicide Jade hurriedly grabbed. He helped him into the queen's chair. Yu Chifeng vomiting blood, and he could see a large area of smoky red on his chest and around his feet. The amount of blood he vomited was so shocking that it and fish roe, he would have died long ago. Even so, Yu Chifeng's face turned pale after vomiting. His gestures were limp and his breath was dying. Regicide turned around and roared. Seeing Killing Nufu outside the door, Watancher's big face cracked. He gloated and sneered. He was usually fine, but suddenly he vomited blood. He himself doesn't know. Murong-ro thought. I didn't expect the injury to be so serious. He ordered Chi to go down and rest first. In Pei Lai's opinion, this month's morning breeze didn't look like he was just pretending. Who did this? The business has been completed. Pei Lai also took leave. Before leaving, he seemed to notice something, and the person hiding behind the tent is the person who had the previous confrontation. Murong-ro. I saw this person slowly saying, this Pei Lai has a good figure, but for a moment, I felt that this person seemed to be very familiar with Murong-ro. Murong-ro faced. There was also a bit less eye. I just heard the man jokingly, it's really free for you to go guard the mausoleum. I'm afraid you died casually last night. When the time comes, you will be stubborn and refuse to admit what you and your second brother did. It's all wrong. I didn't expect that this boy accidentally. It seems that you are still destined to die in my hand. Hearing this, Murong-ro also asked Li Zhu, where is the Mr. Ghost behind the scenes last night? Do you know? Does he have anything to do with your unexpected? This person actually threw down his cigarette bag and claimed that I was too lazy. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. I can't wait to see you completely defeated and then I'll kill you with one knife. There seem to be a lot of moves against you recently. I want to see how you deal with it. Murong-ro. Don't go. Turn around and look at Yu Chifeng's side. He has relaxed a lot about this matter. He has committed suicide many times. Fortunately, apart from occasional acupuncture, there were no other effects. This matter needs to be discussed separately. At this time, Yu Chifeng, thinking of someone who might be able to save myself. He is the writing saint, one of the 9 saints of the Confucians, and Yu Chifeng got the news that he happened to appear in Wulxiangpo Aran Mountain recently. However, it is said that he has a weird temperament. For ordinary reasons, he will not help people heal. He lives in the royal Wen Hall, bloody-handed by Xingyi Huangliang, who can connect the broken flesh and bone. Don't worry, master. As long as he comes to Wulxiang, I will handle this matter. As for Pei Lai, Yu Chifeng arranged for He Xingzi to follow him quietly and mounted 20 elite armed men. Be sure to find out Pei Lai, Shi Yujie and his party as soon as possible. Where are they hiding? On the other side, Pei Lai and Shi Jin, also planning to travel to Fukujinking Jiluchen, put this round thing into the soldier's armor pant. He didn't twist the hip lift intention, and it was really a big move. His posture had to be twisted to get in, and this top is even more embarrassing. Ryunya Feng won nun peach melon stuff. After kneading and pressing, I finally managed to enter. She couldn't help but. Turned out that Shi Jin learned last night that Mrs. Shen was depressed. I went to the suburban market where I had wandered when I was a child. After chatting with a vendor there for a while, I came up with the idea of asking Murong-ro to pick me up. The strange thing is that she can't remember what we talked about now, and the appearance of that vendor. This Mrs. Shen is a person who is confident in her own eyesight. She can't remember the other person. Pei Lai also thinks this doesn't make. Maybe this will be a clue. Fukujin emphasized. Remember, we are helping Madam by thing. After we go out, we cannot go back to Zahua Courtyard direct. The most urgent thing is to get rid of the Moon City Wind first. For some reason, Pei Lai always feels that it's not that easy. Sure enough, as soon as the 2 of them came out of the tent, they were caught by Hifuzi's eye. Pei Lai and Pei Lai disguised themselves and rode horses all the way to post station. Pei Lai was very vigilant along the way. I didn't find anyone following me. I came inside the house and finally changed my disguise. Pei Lai is more concerned about Yu Chifeng's apprentice, especially the regicide. Wu Qijin heard what Mrs. Shen said. He only knew that regicide Yu was a son of Wujue village in his early years, but he did not grow up in Wujue because he inherited the master of Feng Lei Farewell Night. He became a filial piety to General Jindong very early. Although he learned from Yu Chifeng, he didn't stay with him for too long. It seems that this is Junyu, the Yung, the 7-Diao beauty, and Hunan from Wujue village. Shangguan Xiaoyan is the 5 adopted sons that Mrs. Shangguan mentioned. They are the forces cultivated by Yu Chifeng through Wu Zhujuan. However, this Yu Chifeng did not inform every disciple of everything. On the one hand, this Yu Chifeng is extremely ambitious, and on the other hand, he doesn't trust anyone. This may be his biggest flaw. After hearing this, Yukijin looked his previous self, except for his master. I can't trust other people either. This is even a rule of survival in the world. Pei Lai patted Fuchi Jinxi instantly. Yu Chifeng doesn't trust any of his own people, but you have a master Uncle Bai. And me, I think I'm starting to catch the Moon City wind. We will will definitely be able to eradicate the Moon City wind. But at this moment, Payi suddenly felt uneasy and had a feeling of being spied on. Payi felt that he should not return to Zhaohua Courtyard before he figured it out. Eradicating the Moon City wind must be done step by step. First of all, I need to ask Fu Qijin to find Qi. Fu Qijin strolled down an alley, walking flowers and trees, walking through alleys in the complicated alleyway of Zhuge Walk in the south of the city. After wandering around for a while, he suddenly disappeared and reappeared. Have arrived at a pharmacy called Hikitong. I asked the shop for 2, 4 and 4 drag. The shop confirmed it again and again. Knowing the time, helped Qijin carefully return to the inn. Look around. Suddenly Payi came out from behind. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he fell to the ground with a Payi claimed that he used Xingyun to check it and confirmed that no one was following. Feeling he had before was no longer. Maybe it was really his illusion. Yukijin said that he found a drugstore. The shopkeeper was an ordinary person, but the drugstore was an industry in Wudik. Long Xinxiang wants to call Zong. The shop usually doesn't stock any good. As long as you place an order for Long Xinxiang in quantities of 4 or 2, the middleman who arranges the goods will naturally notify Xu Yujie. The message must be left in the mouth of the stone lion at the door. This is a high-level secret of the 5K. At midnight tonight, Xu Yujie will come to see Payi alone. Fu Qijin warned, even if you save his daughter, he will not hesitate to open your stomach for the holy ob. Are you sure you want to take this risk at this time? But Payi still insisted that Chifeng this month is not only a threat to us, but also to the 5 boroughs. Talking to Xu Yujie at this time, he didn't dare to make any big move. I didn't want to occupy their sacred ob. Ruo Xu Yujie understood this. 5 catacombs are our best allies against Yichu. Now that Yichu Feng has lost his sacred ob, the catacomb's biggest weakness is laid down. As long as he still needs my help in this matter, I think we should talk about it. Although what Payi said didn't make sense, Fu Qijin was still worried that this Xu Yujie was definitely not a kind person. The holy objects are related to the survival of 5 catacombs. He will not have any bottom line in doing things. The matter is over. Yukijin can only try his best to help Payi make operations busy after talk. Let Payi take the antidote in advance and put the snake smoke in the vase. Observe the position of the window and do some tricks on the pottery figurine to hide 3 paralysis needles. As long as Payi's luck is broke, all of these will be launched. Just because Qijin no longer wants to see people he cares about die. At nightfall, figure came to the right spot on the knocking 3 times. He opened the door and walked. This person was not Xu Yujie. The person who came had a soft smile. Flying golden hairpin on his temples swayed helpless. The long-sleeved dress is thinly draped among the clouds, and you look graceful when dressed, but the whole body is only white silk flying gauze. At first glance, it looks quite similar to the sword and halberd Wushu Xu Yujie, the master of the 5K. But if you look closely at the details of what he said, there are some. It turns out that this person's name is Awan, and he is the shadow commander Xu Yujie. Occasionally, he will serve as a substitute for the sect master. Usually few people know about. This time, he was also ordered by Xu Yujie to come to the appointment. Asha's headband is in his hand. It's the proof of identity. The order Awan got. It is to confirm the authenticity of Payi and the holy ob. The rest will not be known until the confirmation is completed. The sect leader would not. Payi was curious about how this girl planned to, but the next second, Payi's jaw dropped. He saw the woman in front of him frantically untied her and took off her veil. The gorgeous clothes slipped from the fragrance, and the woman's fragrance filled the room. It turns out that Xu Yujie analyzed that the holy ob may be attracted by human flesh and blood. That is to say, it may need to exist in flesh and blood. Maybe the Eldar pure snow can bring the sacred ob back to the 5 catacombs, and this nanny is the body of pure snow in the underground cave. All I saw was that the woman in front of me was just taking off her clothes. I don't know where I took out the dagger. It is bound to use the blood of his own dantian. Try to lure the holy object away from Payi's body. How could Payi sit idly by and watch this ridiculous behavior? Even trying to dissuade him was of no avail. Awan raised his knife and stabbed his dantian. Payi jumped up, but this was just a cover-up. The dagger was pointed towards the winger but never hit it. But it was too late when Payi realized. He only saw that Awan's body was strangely soft, tangled around Payi like a python. This move is the only skill of the disciple's unique skill burning. Unless the skill is 10 times higher than Awan, it will only become tighter and tighter, making it difficult to breathe. This naughty muscle is very powerful, and the sweat secreted all over the body extremely slippery. Payi could not grasp his limbs, and it had the of inhibiting his breathing, even though Payi possessed the aura of immortality. I'm also starting to have difficulty breathing. If I don't use all my strength to break free now, there will be no chance again. Awan Buyu was shocked. Every inch of his body muscle. They are all imbued with the power of entanglement. With their spines, he was still able to struggle. Just when the 2 of them were in a stalemate, someone broke in through the window. It was Ling Beihai who hit Payi on the head, and Payi lost consciousness at this time. The real Xu Yujie finally. Xu Yujie's water charming eyes flash hint of a successful prank when he was killed light. His demeanor is still dignified and luxurious, but his eyes are completely different from the image of the Diamond Sect master who is dressed in plain clothes and worships the Buddha. I saw him wearing light clothes and an elegant posture. He walked happily to the front and sat lightly on Payi's cap. He seemed not to realize that there was anything embarrassing about the situation in front of. A cold and arrogant voice said, "It is said that this sacred object is part of a real dragon. This piece of flesh and blood of a real dragon can only be lodged in the body of a real dragon, except for one section that expresses it clearly. If it is sent to a woman or a mortal by mistake, it will soon explode. But these are ancient last words after all, and there will inevitably be some After all, body of a true dragon has never appeared. So you didn't commit sexual violence, but I became worried about whether it would be your mortal blood. Instead, I let the sacred object die slowly. This concubine cannot afford the gamble, so I keep the sacred object in the body of the pure blood of the Eldar. Maybe there is still some hope. Let's talk." The tip of the knife up Payi's cloak, provocatively cutting a little bit of Payi's Payi. Looking at the support police side, I always feel that Shu Yujia will never handle this matter so easy. I have to go and see for myself. But at this moment, someone pushed the door open and entered. Since it is Shui Bait, the next section, He Jun Pan and others surrounded Shu Yujia. Although they were surrounded, they were very polite. Shui Bait claimed that we misunderstood you before. Today you cannot destroy Shu Yujia. The support police were even more frightened at this time. They still underestimated Shu Yujia's determination to retrieve the sacred object. Almost all of them were dispatched. She didn't even care that Yu Chunfeng was nearby. Shu Yujia was saying thank you Payi for saving her daughter. Dagger in her hand had cut into her flesh. Payi roared angrily. You are indeed an evil woman. Care about is where the diamond bloodline is. What you care about is, it's just the power in your hand. Even if your daughter develops her character like that, I'm afraid she is just a tool for you to stabilize your position as the sect leader. Although Shu Yujia had a hated expression, she still didn't stop. But at this moment, suddenly, I discovered that Payi's wound stopped bleeding and that the transformation pearl was so active in Payi's body. Payi Gang said hurriedly. He said that feel her, although she was sometimes inactive and she could also absorb the true energy. He didn't look like he was going to die at all. Shu Yujia was a little hesitant at this time. Checked Payi's identity, and he was not even a descendant of the spirit tribe like Qigong. So he still insists. You want to live? Unless it can be proven that the power of the Huali Pearl can be summoned, it is impossible for everyone in the cave to believe such a thing. In this critical moment, Payi has no choice. We can only sink our consciousness and explore the depth 10 seas that we have never experienced before. Turns out that the Huali Pearl was once covered in Payi Divine Stone. But now I have been staying quietly in this pavilion. Payi doesn't know if she is a relic of the real dragon, but he is indeed not being of the spirit clan. Payi could only choose to try to communicate at times. Just when Payi reached out, touched the tentacle, a sacred stone suddenly came into my mind. This power of caves came from a long and distant place. Payi had a splitting headache and couldn't control him for a while. Suddenly a black shadow shot out Payi's back. It is the shadow that Payi has dreamed about for a long time. At this time, the shadow finally felt Payi's weak and turned against the guest. Gradually eroding Payi, black shadow finally felt unprecedented and was finally able to go out and fight. Payi actually subdued Shu Yujia. Payi's eyes were all red. At this moment, Shu Yujia actually felt a sense of pressure. His acupuncture points were obviously sealed. True energy still overflows and screw. Just listen to Payi saying frantically, give me the knife, give me the knife. With brute force, he broke the wooden board behind him. This special beef tendon rope was stretched to the limit. Shu Yujia lost consciousness and almost fell to the ground. But after all, he was the lord of the 5 categories. He calmed down instantly and prepared to restrain Payi first. Put his knees on Payi's chest and used the secret skills of the cave. But I didn't expect that Payi's 4 swords were so sharp, protected his whole body. While the already tight beef tendon rope was cut into pieces, and the costume of Shu Yuknot was also torn, and the snow-white frozen body was looming. In just this moment, Payi had already rushed behind. This speed is many times faster than before. He subdued Shu Yujia from behind. Shu Yujia guarded his wrists well and was brutally pulled to the back. My chest involuntarily stood up. My posture was really embarrassed, and the situation was really critical. Ling Beihai and his wife outside the door. Suddenly I heard a commotion in the room. Quickly sounding the alarm, something was wrong, and the two rushed into the room. Ling Beihai has a quick eye on mobile phones, and the iron whip in his hand is like a ghost snake, successfully wrapped around Payi's wrist. This kind of weapon is controlled by others. At the same time, it is easy to be caused by others. I saw Payi grabbing the iron whip with his arms rounded. The iron whip is no longer under the control of Ling Beihai. After knocking down Awan beside him, Ling Beihai also threw him heavily against the wall. Ling Beihai felt a sweetness in his throat, wondering what happened to Payi. This weird energy. My own hand wind is temporarily resting, and I can't analyze this power at all. At this time, Shu Yujia had been locked around the neck by Payi and was forcefully pinned to the ground. Just when his life was hanging by a thread, the silver needle in Payi's sleeve suddenly broke. Tao Yong's 3 silver needles shot out. Jie Qianji, who hit Payi in the back and supported Qi's neck, came into play at this time. Power of thousands of opportunities invades the Payi stone sea. Like silk and falling spot, Payi began to be restrained. Although this little power, it is not enough to restrain conscious the black shadow, but it gives Wei Wuying in the stone sea. An opportunity was created. Facing Wei Wuying's ray of conscious, black shadow completely ignored. However, Wei Wuying looked calm at this time. Claim that I don't think you defeated. You just seized an opportunity, and you didn't completely devour him because I am also a part of Payi. As soon as the audio ended, Wei Wuying turned into Payi's. One punch shattered the black shadow's conscience, and then loudly reminded Payi, concentrate your mind and recite the secret in your heart. Silent. You are the master. Payi in the room only felt a numbness and regained consciousness. The seductive Shu Yujia was lying in front of him at this moment. Payi didn't know what to do for a moment. The door was kicked open with a bang. But Baiting picked up Payi and cursed, little bat, you are so bold. Just tell me not to take action. Shu Yujia dares to stop you blind. Instead, he asked Ling Beihai, who had just been guarding Feng Sanchi. He had detected this strange power of his. Ling Beihai said clearly, I have never seen this kind of true energy. It is not an attribute that I understand. I don't know which momentum it comes. I am not even sure if it is true energy. Unexpectedly, Shu Yujia said with surprise on her face, God bless the 5 place. Although it is hard to believe, Payi is probably of dragon bloodline, and what the Huali Pearl has just activated should be the Dragon King's leg. What is the secret of the Dragon King's bloodline? The spirit race is the oldest race in the Eastern Holy Continent. They have lived a long life and understood the secret of heaven and earth. In the end, he can transform into the shape of a dragon, soar into the ethereal realm, and become one with the universe. It is called dragon transformation, but the spirit race that is so powerful has one biggest weakness. It is extremely difficult to reproduce. In the face of the dwindling members of the same race and the increasingly prosperous human race everywhere, the leader Ingzu hoped that the spirit clan blood would stay on the earth forever. forever. So he raised an army to unify the Eastern Jin dynasty. Taking over the world, British soldiers ordered their subjects to intermarry human race. This allowed the Eldar tribe to weave and prosper their industry, but they also lost the ability to transform into dragon. After ruling for more than 100 years, the hero died in Longting Mountain and transformed into a dragon. Before leaving, he passed on his wife Xianling and told her the method of dragon transformation. Xianling perfectly inherited the power of the spirit bloodline, its strength, wisdom, and extraordinary lifespan. However, as death approached, she gradually realized that her father had lied. She can no longer transform into a dragon. Ingzhu hopes that her people will stay and live and die together with everything on earth as a dragon, but unable to have the destiny of a dragon, the unwilling Xianling wanted to escape the shackles of death, so he gathered all his wisdom. A new method was created to allow her consciousness to continue until the day she finds the method to transform into a dragon, but this requires another person's body. Xianling sealed his body in the northeast China Sea and began to study the method of retransforming into a dragon. However, proliferation of the spirit ray, the lifespan of the physical body has become shorter and shorter. Xianling had to change his body for decades, but he never found a way to transform into a dragon, and 300 years passed. When Xianling sees the body of Shao, his 22nd generation descendant, finally got into Uning. According to what Xianling said, a heavenly Buddha came to the world. The Buddha is 3,000 worlds away and 1,343 million years older than this world. Those whose powers are eternally combined, either born nor destroyed, came to this world through great causes and conditions. When the Buddha descended, it was as if the sun was falling and the stars were sinking. Glowing fire covers the sky. Feelings of love walk over the wall. The earth shakes and the mountains shake. The mountains collapse and form a series of platforms. When Xianling reached the top of the mountain, he saw light shining everywhere. Does the sky smile when it sees the mysterious spirit? It walks through the night fire without burning. The overtones of the opening greet the top of the mountain. Buddha's words are profound, empty, and sharp. Only Xianling can understand the words of the Buddha. Xianling asked the heavenly Buddha for the method to transform into a dragon. The Buddha listened to his prayer. Xianling emerged from the ice of the East China Sea 300 years ago. The preserved body of the true dragon is tempered with boundless mana to become the Li Pearl. The heavenly Buddha said to Xianling that if the dragon swallows this pearl, the blood of the blue dragon can return. But your blood is weak and you have already become a dragon. If you want to recreate the dragon body, you have to wait another opportunity. Xianling didn't believe it, so he tried to strengthen the Li Pearl, but it almost collapsed. So he said to the heavenly Buddha, if the world-honored one can allow the blood of the blue dragon to return to the earth, I can make the ignorant people believe they are the Buddha. For thousands of generations, let the Dharma bloom like the holy lotus, as eternal as the red sun. In the beginning, Xianling ruled the Eastern Territory as Shao. Heavenly Buddha helped Xianling create a new world, and Buddhism was also implemented in the Eastern Territory. But after several decades, Tianfu not only failed to provide a method to retransform into a dragon, even if it is gone forever, for Xianling, time is constantly snatching away his own off. Time and time again, she finally lost patience and she felt Tianfu has found the way to transform into a dragon, but he deliberately hid it. So, purge against the Dainikiran sect has begun. Xianling wants to find out the whereabouts of Tenbutsu among these believers. Amidst the constant killing, the Lien sect believers also turned to the dark. Xianling is determined to find the way to transform into a dragon in a chaotic era. It lasted until the last emperor of the Yulong dynasty, Angzhu, and the rule of the Spirit clan was finally destroyed by Mrs. Dan. The legacy and will of the Spirit clan eventually became the Tianyuan Dao sect and spread throughout the world, including the Five Emperors Cave. After changing clothes, Wali's sisters Shu Yu and Enyen finally decided to cooperate. Payi. The reason why she dared to give it a go tonight, it was because his clothes and royal food helped the Five Emperors Cave to solve Lei Dan's serious problem. This is also thanks to the half antidote Payi asked Xianzi to bring back. Now that the two parties reached a cooperation, Payi revealed the news of Yu Qingfeng's injury to Sister Shu. Maybe this was an opportunity for them. The next day, Payi accompanied Jin paired back to Zawa Court. Since ancient times, it has been said that men are talented and women are beautiful. The beautiful hero supports Jin and Payi. Every moment along the way, they have already made a mark on each other in their heart. Regardless of whether they are compatible or not, this relationship is in the heart of the hardworking supporter Jin. After all, it is indelible. Among the 7 turbulences that year, the Master was the most hunted. In the end, only 3 people were left to support Master Jin. The 3 of them concealed their name, evaded pursuit, and ended up in a remote village. With that encounter, at that time, the mother who supports Jin is not pregnant yet. The youngest came to the thatched cottage, claimed that the elder brother was injured. I need gold and iron water to save my life. The water in Madam's iron suit is easy to boil for a long time. I beg for a bowl to save my senior brother and support Jin's mother, who is kind-hearted and ignores the cold weather. I fill the biggest bowl. I saw the youngest cut his wrist with a knife and blood dripped into the water. Turned out that the senior brother needed 9 wooden pig iron. Only the water of gold can sustain life. Although there is no gold at the moment, the youngest has been practicing the energy of gold medicine since he was a child. His blood can also make up. That's why we took this step, Jin's mother learned about. Then he took the initiative to take off the pure gold chicken heart pendant left by his mother. There are gold and silver goods in poor village, but this pendant is a dead. But if there is even a chance that it is true, can save one person. That's worth. Although Jin is just a bowl of water's kindness, but after so many years, I have never forgot. 3 masters are all supporting Jin. From the perspective supporting Jin, there are only 3 3 people in Yusha, and they are the 3 people who are the best to me in the world. No matter what the world thinks about Yushiman's martial art, but the distinction between good and evil is only in the human heart. The 2 of them were chatting comfortably and gently. Anyone who looked at them would think they were a warm and welcoming young couple. The carriage and horse are very slow, but when he arrived, he supported Jean and knocked lightly on Chime. He said again that there was no way for him to escape or get in or out of Yushiman. The door was opened half a crack. The person who opened the door was the 3rd master's guide again. He slowly brought the 2 of them into the forest. The martial arts in this forest are very unique. It's just that I can't control living, and suddenly I feel stiff. Turned around suddenly I became aware of Payi's existence, and then there was a rush of footsteps. I saw the youngest holding the burden on his shoulder with one hand and wearing a white cotton robe tightly on his body, showing that he had just taken a shower. Pulled the silk strands of dark green satin under his. From the instep to the heel, the entire body was exposed, and his skin was white and rosy. Very delicate and cute. She asked in surprise, "Who is this person? Why did you bring an outsider back?" I saw Fu Zhujin's eyes darken, and he claimed that his name was Payi, and he saved my life. "Not an outsider, little master. Do you still remember my gallery? It's been 5 years. I still can't let go. Let's talk." I took the 3rd master's hand, and a faint red light. 2 instantly connected with each other. The 3rd master understood, and Payi. 2 brought Payi into the room and went to the master to tell. Except for Tong Jing, 3rd master's boudoir is rated with the decorations of ordinary women. It's not that he is contempt. How can you believe that he is actually one of 3 masters of Yusha? Looking back, Uncle Chi and Uncle Clogs are also what everyone calls weirdo. It seems that there are many things that you still have to understand on your own. Suddenly, Payi felt a faint breath floating in the air. Just when Payi was confused, Yu Chengfeng suddenly pinched and supported Jean outside the door. Bo Gung broke. "Why did Yu Chengfeng appear here?" I saw Yu Chengfeng's palm hitting the back of Jin's neck. Yang Lu Xiuhua lost consciousness in an instant. Payi was shocked. Looking back, I found that the sacred tree sword was not me. I can only jump my bare hand. The green ghost hand is as powerful as the Guanyin statue. The wind is roaring towards Moon City. The city wind greets me this month, but it's like the bestiality is coming out. The teeth are sharp and the eyes are getting fierce. The figure gradually became larger and larger. The technique used is not the 7 gods of Hulu. Changes in these forms, Chengfeng's palm went. It also became more swift and violent and gradually turned to attack. And when Payi was confused, his hand, he was bound up in when they met, I saw Yu Chengfeng's bearded claws and took out 2 throwing knives. He yelled, "Watch carefully, the last one of the warrior." How did he die? 2 whooshing sounds broke through the air. Flying knife flew towards Qi Jinghua. If you shoot Qi in the neck, you will definitely die. These little bits and pieces of Japanese language that helped Qi Jing flash rapidly in Payi's mind. No matter what you do, can't abandon the cocoon. Payi jumped up without hesitation. Use your body to block Fu Qi. Let flying blade cut into injected into the bone. This critical moment, a strange voice of dissent came out of Payi's mouth. "Die air. Stop." Although the sound is not loud, but it's like ants entering the brain, making the body numb. Payi suddenly came to his senses and realized who was talking just now, and the one that was shot at him was not a flying knife, but Chap. The rope on my hand is also missing, and behind him is the 3rd master Ziling, and in front of me is no longer the Moon City wind, but the Tiger Corp and White Moth Eve. Suddenly Payi spoke uncontrollably. "Boy, as soon as you entered the Tiger Eve, you were eager to think, get rid of the Tiger Evil first." This kid was very determined when he stood up to protect others. "I can feel it," Payi exclaimed. This is not his own voice. At the same time, the 2nd master in front of me also exited the husha and returned to his human form. Fu Qijing's eyes full of worry because he knew that it was the master's blue bird floating tech. Payi had endured it for so long. He wondered if there would be any danger. I saw Payi's expression change, and the strange child's voice sounded again. "Don't worry, I'm sensible. I've seen this kid this time. His consciousness is extraordinary, and the blue bird floating technique will not harm K. Let's clean up. Come to my room. I have something to say." There is only one sinus flame in the master's green-faced magic rest, which is blown out by the cool breeze. The corner of the bed is still blocked by light. No matter how hard I look at it, I feel a headache. It's like there are thousands of needles in the furnace. The master is taking advantage of the time when dusk is approaching. When the energy of spitting gold is strong, sit upright and ask questions about how to get. Accompanying Lai, Danchi hurriedly knelt down to pay homage to the senior. The green-faced god smiled. Although his old eyes were hard, his tone was very leisurely. "The rivers and lakes are dangerous. Given the current situation of Yusha, I have to be you for the rest of my life. Your reaction to the temptation really under the influence of Lao Fu Qingyao's floating method, you should have regarded your 2nd child as another person. Jia never mentions the enemy. I heard that you grew up in Baraling City. I'm curious about your spiritual conscience. Who did he study under?" Payi lightly answered. "It's Senior Wei Wuying. I asked the junior to read a few words, but I was taught by Senior Wei. I'm sorry that the junior can't tell me the detail." Grand Master continued after a long pause. "Everything in the world is unpredictable. This old boy actually walked in front of my 3rd division. Since it is the legacy of the deceased, I will ask again later. It's so rude, but you come here to ask for help and you don't mention this or that. How do you expect me to trust you? You must also know that I have lived here in seclusion for many years and no outsiders have ever come. Now that you are here, can you guard this place with us if necessary?" The consciousness of Zhou Xiaoyuan is like staying here and staying with Gina for a long time, supporting Qi Jin's little. Suddenly flushed with excitement, he helped Qi Jin's face. As ashamed as a peeled red stone willow, I clenched it with both hands. The red gauze skirt of vanilla and the leg bones as plump as flesh scales are slightly torn for a red plastic page. Just the most beautiful picture of a confidant. Grand Master stopped Qi Jin, who was about to speak, and claimed that I was talking to her and asked her to answer. Payi was also slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask. The difference between the white moonlight and red clouds in my heart is different from my own cloud and mud. No one thinks highly of themselves. How should I answer at this? I saw that Payi was doubtful. "Senior is right." Payi Lai is just a blacksmith in Luyin City. He has been along the way. After encountering all kinds of things, I met many such as Senior Wei and Miss Jenner. Let me have the courage to stand up to others. Today, I prioritize completing the mission entrusted by Senior Wei and the second manager of my family. Make sure my friend is safe. Blacksmith Payi has no other worries and is willing to be with Miss Jenner. Let's return to Uning together. Manhwa Court. Although Jin felt a bit of joy, it was fleeting and he no longer ignored the great master's obstruction. Voice said, "This disciple regards Payi as a relic. Now he should say there is something different about the god." The disciple took the liberty to ask the master. He had already passed the test of the master. "I beg you, master, please stop forcing him to come. If master is unhappy because of this, Jenner is willing to accept the punishment." The green-faced god sighed slightly and said, "Don't be nervous, baby. This is the only question Grand Master has to ask. As for the fate of you young people, it's your own fate. But with Pei Xiaoxia's word, from now on, our third master will recognize you as one of our own. Anyone who wants to embarrass you must first ask Riava and get master's approval." Ryukijin feels happy and relaxed from the bottom of his. It was rare for him to laugh. Master saw that it was already getting late. Payi had already endured the bluebird bat practice for a long time, and it was not appropriate to act rash, so he asked the old demon to clean up the side room and give Payi a good rest. Starlight falls on the eye tile. Romance is like silk. Cool breeze passes through flowers and trees and is indescribably refreshing and charming. Ryukijin invited Payi to take a bath in the backyard and finally revealed the woman's under the starry night. The red brocade belt and eyebrows slightly droop. The complexion is froth, colorful begonia of the past. Tonight is like a froth. A woman's thoughts are not hidden in her heart. They are all written on her. In fact, he looks adorable. Gently add firewood and boil water for Payi. The hard hot pot makes his fair skin look even more rosy. This bathroom is more comfortable than a hot spring. Moreover, the water wheels are all driven by Mu automatic. All this is the technique remastered. The purple bell can be attached to all Mu so the water wheels and Mu dolls can move independently. Things like adding firewood can only be done manually. The master practiced the blue bird floating heart technique. "We need the earth spirit energy all year round, so we built this bathhouse special. Likes to bathe here in the first snow, and when the jujube trees will be covered with crystal. It is so beautiful." Payi saw Fuchijin's thought about it and said, "Jia, what I said to the master today was not to respond to you." Fuchijin's eyes were still staring at the fire. "I know, I'm very happy, but we all still have a concern buried deep in our heart, right? Do you still remember that you were stunned by me the last time you came to Zhao Courtyard? I searched you at that time and you fully collected a handkerchief with the word Dian. The eunuch Diku has already conducted an investigation on you, and I also know it. You never mentioned the rumors about you and Sameji Naga. It was probably protect her. I was also concerned about and wanted to protect my gallery, but I didn't do it. Once upon a time, flames of revenge against Yu Chifeng had swallowed me up. It was because of meeting you that I felt that my life had other meaning. But the gallery will not come back to life after all, and this concern will only be with me forever. But you are different. I know you did it because of the girl. She is Ran Sengchuan's daughter, Shui Weting Xuan's heir Changyuan, and deliberately avoids but is concerned about such things and has worldly view. It doesn't have anything to do with. I'm very happy that you said that to Master, but I don't want you to have a long relationship because of this. In Zhao Courtyard, you should belong to the outside world. If you are tired, come back. Jia will still prepare a tank of hot spring water." Payi felt bored at this moment and secretly swore that he would definitely kill Yu Chifeng. The next morning, the morning glow turned half of the sky. My aunt's birdsong sounded, and the distant track and field. Payi slept so comfortably for the first time in these days. It turns out that this is Jia's favorite life. Payi was sitting cross. He hadn't practiced in the sacred stone for several days. "I don't know if this senior can still respond to." Payi entered the scene and found that the sacred stone from last time was still here, and this thing could also make him feel a sense, but it seems that there is still a little bit of anxiety. Payi thought to himself, "Can I use it to train my mind and turn it into the enemy I need to overcome most?" The heart moves at will. Figure of Yu Chifeng appearing suddenly in the interior scene. Only the sacred stone in front of you can be seen. The completely transformed Yu Chifeng is no different from the real person. He has even picked up the knife. The sense of oppression brought to Payi in the past. It also appeared again. Payi reluctantly controlled himself to calm down. This was exactly the purpose of his training. Let's first assume he doesn't use all his strength right away and see if he can find some solutions from his move. Payi transformed into a magic sword prepared to strike. He must not let his tiger entwining sharp press. Payi jumped up and started with a straight sword that would hit the moon and ride the wind. Let him defend himself and then use his resilience. In addition, he used the oracle technique to interfere with Chifeng's perception. Let him think this is a flaw. This month Chifeng is so conceited. The last move is probably his Thunder Ju. Payi then used the seventh form of Baile's ghost hand to remove half thunder power and guide the other half to the Huali Pearl. Then the unparalleled flashing sword was swung before any abnormal movement. The threat of these two knives is big enough. Then he will face the one he used last time. The 10 forms of the fourth stance of the tiger and shark tech. Yu Chifeng's dense knife net looks like a defensive move. In fact, we attack and deal with. Payi will never be able to escape. Payi calmly observed Yu Chifeng's knife path. That's it. Starting from the punching knife on the upper left and ending with the cutting knife directly below. Resistance is Payi's forte. Payi took the risk and fought hard, fighting for his sword and grabbing the dodge in the order in which the sword was drawn. Barely passing through the knife net, I finally went straight. Successfully defeated Yu Chifeng. But Miss Ming said, "There are a total of 6 moves in this tiger entwining shark. I have only seen this one for the time being. We also need to consider Yu Chifeng's broken condensation style. Although he is not efficient enough, he can crack one style. It can be considered a good start. Just when Payi was about to end the training, Yu Chifeng stood in front of him. He actually grinned, moved on his own, and swung his knife towards Payi, very domineering. Moreover, this is not the sword technique Yu Chifeng has used. Payi can't control much anymore, no matter who it is. If you look like Yu Chifeng, Payi will kill you. Suddenly, the divine stone space collapsed. This guy can also reshape the terrain, and he cleverly hid behind the pillar, preparing to ambush Payi and extinguish the sword energy. Chopped into pieces together with the stone. Payi at this time, I no longer have the calmness I had during training. Payi roared angrily, unparalleled roared toward, but was skillfully dodged. Even if it takes his own life, he will kill Yu Chifeng. Just when Payi gradually lost control, a voice sounded in Payi's mind. Wake up, Payi. Don't be influenced by die in the virtual world. You will really die. Wuying just fell Yu Chifeng's sword. It has come to my chest. The mountain and the moon are floating. Blue birds are flying, and the road is full of spiritual threat. Ing appeared in Kung. This critical moment, a figure emerged from Payi's body. This man has white hair and a childlike face. His body is like a bird and bee, 2 wings on his back and powerful claws. He blocked Payi's knife with one hand. Then he shouted, Payi, this is your virtual state. Wake up, it's too shameful. Then he flapped his wings and successfully knocked back Yu Chifeng. Payi finally realized at this time that it was not Yu Chifeng at all. He is the master of this virtual realm. With his mind firm, Payi once again takes the initiative, manipulating space stones to instantly envelop Yu Chifeng. This blow also returned it to its original appearance. This man, who is like a bird or bee, praises him continuously from the sideline. He said slowly, this person is Gina's biggest threat. Payi finally heard. This person turned out to be the face of the master's father. Turns out that despite the master's usual appearance, focus of his practice is on spiritual consciousness. It is not difficult for Payi. I saw the great master looking around, and he couldn't help but tremble. That your spiritual consciousness space is too live. I have studied spiritual consciousness all my life, and this is unheard of. There is more than one consciousness beside. Payi's consciousness was also felt in the black thing. Just the injury on Payi's left hand is. It is said that the injuries Payi suffered in the virtual realm can be recovered if he is willing, but the injury still. This is a sign of damage to the conscience. In the virtual realm, the injured person is his own fault. If it is not repaired in time, even if he exits the virtual realm, his left hand will be used. Fortunately, the great master is here. Restoring spiritual consciousness is his strong. During this period, Payi also told about his experiences along the way. Most of the techniques of the Ushur sect are related to spiritual consciousness. For them, physical body is just the skin. Divine consciousness is the essence. Divine consciousness not only determines who you are, but also determines your strength, and we can also determine your qualifications for cultivation. Powerful spirit consciousness is hard won. I saw the master raised one hand and easily condensed into a green-faced ethereal spirit. Can lock part of Payi's consciousness. When he can no longer feel the injury on his left hand, the restoration of his consciousness will be completed. Current situation of the green-faced god and the white goose is the result of the fusion of blue bird stone and white tiger stone. Being able to control the beast stone is a blessing. Although the master got it, the ability to freely enter spiritual consciousness, but at a corresponding price. Baisha's consciousness is still affected by the white tiger stone. Not to mention the fusion of spiritual consciousness between. It is conceivable that Wei Wuying's warlock is more powerful. Taoist sect has the same origin. Such a technique is even if you only see it makes sense. Black consciousness. It must not have been created by Wei Wuying's magic. It must have coexisted with Payi a long time ago. This dark shadow should have existed since Payi was a child. For some unknown reason, he did not annex Payi. Instead, they hid behind each other and grew up. Payi had a private fight with him in his dreams since he was a child, and also developed a powerful spiritual consciousness. Black Shadow's own patient level should be higher than that of Payi, but his consciousness is controlled by Payi, so he cannot compete with him for control of his body. He can only use his power to save Payi's life, critical moment of life and death. The most difficult thing about this spiritual practice is to control oneself. Some minor achievers lose themselves just because they can create something that satisfies them in the virtual world. As everyone knows, what really determines who you are is not what you want, but what you have experienced and what choices you have made. Only by understanding this layer of Payi's spiritual cultivation will he not go astray from self-reliance to self. Only in this way can we fully grasp the conscience. While talking, the injury on Payi's hand was also healed. The next day, Payi and Fu Qijing left Xiaohua courtyard. He helped the Kai change into the clothes of a village girl, but without any hemp clothes, it was still difficult to conceal her proud appearance. Turning over the splashing well where the horses collapsed, Lu Yaofeng really not suitable wearing this dress. The movements on the saddle are really awkward and uncomfortable, but Fu Kai felt that this outfit was more in line with his identity and made it easier to get along with Mrs. Shi. The two of them traveled all the way and left Xiaohua court. After Payi and the others left, the third division also began to discuss funeral arrangements. Turns out that Qing Mai's hand learned about it from Payi. Uning's red eyes reappeared, which was the main reason for Wei Wuying's fortunate death. The old demon couldn't help but worry. When this demon sword appears in this world, will it be the same as before? After the demon sword rebellion, someone deliberately brought disaster to Red Eyes and Uning. It was framed on the heads of the turret and attracted various factions to insert and suppress. The old demon, who was still a child, had already tasted the bloodshed, but now, the fact that the old demon can be calm shows that all these years of practice have not been in vain. Qing Mieshan took out the scroll given by Gina last night. A man who called himself Mr. Ghost wanted to convene the 7 Mysteries Conference, which specify only those who are strong in the evil sect can participate in the meeting. I heard from Gina 5 Emperor's Cave also received the same invitation, and the condition offered was to get rid of an enemy for the turret. Obviously, he didn't know much about the three travelers. Bai Goose couldn't help but wonder, could this Mr. Ghost be the one who was hiding behind the scenes and deliberately using the demon knife? Qin Mieshan said that there were countless clues about the demon sword back, and the forces behind it were unpredictable, and it was probably not just one or two. But Mr. Ghost's ostentatious way of doing things is not like the power behind the scenes back. At most, it has something to do with Qin Mieshan has told Gina not to care about this matter, but according to his character, he supports Gina. They may not listen, so this time, the three travelers may have to get act. Now that Gina has been involved, three of them have long wanted to take act. Those who risk their lives are not as good as one. The three masters are not acting today to find out the truth behind this, only for the people around me to be able to live well. Qin Mieshan claimed that we must be extremely careful not to let Gina know too much. After all, the other party can even Uning. Once he makes a move, Wei Wuying will kill you. We must not expose Uning's true secret. Speaking of hunting, the two met a family of three on the road. The little boy jumped towards the hunter. The woman scolded the child for being ignorant. I quickly apologized to my companion for not being a family. They also slowly gathered towards the hunting companion. At this moment, Yuzijin suddenly discovered that a killer mark had been engraved on the bamboo. Yuzijin enlarged it in a unique way. Danku exclaimed, the waves in his chest rising and falling, reining the horse and exclaiming, be careful when accompanying the hunter. The audio has just finished. The child in front of him suddenly took out a dagger and jumped up, fierce look in his eye. Fortunately, the hunter was already prepared and could easily grab the child's dagger with two. The child in front of him was shaken away with a palm. This person had an unbelievable look on his face. Did I miss a flaw somewhere? It turns out that I have been accompanying hunters for many years and my heart has been split open when it is wet. Cuts are smooth and neat. The speed of the hatchet must be quite fast. Such woodcutters are rare. I saw the woodcutter showing his weapon. Fu Qijin recognized her at a glance, the silver hook ghost mother. As expected, the masters on the East China Sea killer list. This person's moves are clean and smart. The ruthless blade gradually enveloped the companion's body. Just when Fu Qijin was worried, the children also rushed behind, claiming that this woman actually recognized. Dagger in the hand rises fall. Fu Qijin's figure is easy to grasp. After fighting, Hoyan easily dodged low. The child secretly his tongue, thinking that this girl's reaction was too quick. But if you have to compare my ghost boy, you're not even close. I saw her figure moving, constantly relying on the rebound of the bamboo joint. Her slash position was hard to figure out, and he launched a vertical knife attack. Look at the hunting companion. The knife has not even been unsheathed. Easily block attack. Hunting companionship today is different from the past. All I saw was a flick of the silver hook, and an invincible person was thrown out. Cut off all the bamboos around him and accompanied the hunter to jump. Forced to go to heaven, the ghost mother seizes the opportunity. The seven evil spirits blow arrows and cover the hunter like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, accompanying hunter rotating magical knife. But her cheek was still scratched by this silver hook ghost mother. Best thing is to attack together. As long as the enemy is injured, add zombie bomb. I saw the figure of my hunting companion turning strangely in the air, using the Guanyin image to capture Berg with one hand. In previous game, he was defeated easily and fell to the ground. Then he lifted it with one kick. This ghost mother away. Corpse powder exploded on the spot and gradually enveloped the hunter. Look at the support police again. The villain's knife is less than an inch away from his chin, but it would be difficult to make any progress if I were not afraid of ruining my clothes. This speed support police officer can't stand it at all. The evil boy's body is completely out of control. She was struck by the blood thousand chin, and the ghost mother covered her face. Great pain. But I think corpse powder has completely wrapped the hunt, and I will definitely die. But the next second, I discovered that the scratches on my companion's face had long since. This was the difference in strength. The hunting companion is going to ask who is the mastermind behind the scene, but support for the police has long been incomplete. They don't know the identity of their employer. Just say that the other party is a young man with lazy eyes. This ambush location was also provided by the other party. I just support the police and worry about setting up an ambush. Person behind the scene. I wonder if you know about Salhua Courtyard. Accompany the hunter to think for a moment. Now he has no choice to trace his whereabouts. Although that plan is not perfect yet, I have to give it a try anyway. The next day, I met Miss Xianzi. I saw Xianzi taking off the disguise of animal skin. Words such as firm, crispy, soft, etc. popped up in the mind of companion hunter. Pair of straight and slender jade legs are well stacked. Lu Yahweh makes his curves even more delicate and beautiful. Xianzi met with the hunter this time to send a message to Shu Yu, the master of cold and funny tap. It must be vivid and vivid. Your phone conveys it without moving. I saw Xianzi's momentum suddenly rise, pointing at Pei Liahe Chi Dao. This is from what I said tested out. Do you think this thief Donghai's #1 sword is from Bai Jiao? Pei Lai, you are too courageous. Do you know the risks of this plan? It will definitely bring disaster to the underground cave. Now that I have grabbed the collar of the hunting companion, don't think that the sacred object is on you and you can do whatever you want. You are going to die. Also need my permission. For the sake of the cave, can also imprison you if necessary. However, thief is injured this time and we really need to understand clearly. I have already persuaded Mystery, but I have to speak. Huang Muyang is only interested in the disease. Most other things must be done by ourselves. The thief is not seriously injured this time. I will never accompany you on the adventure. This virtuous girl's message is as clear as a spell. The cold sweat of accompanying a hunt. Xianzi, after completing the delivery mission, he looked relaxed and was very happy to be with his companion. This cool girl finally has a smile. At the same time, Shi Junyu finally invited Mr. Yi Huangliang, who is known as one of the 9 saints of Rumen. He has an eccentric temper, speaks straightforward, and doesn't care about any martial arts rule. I only saw Yi Huangliang in the moon and the morning breeze. Then he sneered and said, "You have a sinister look on your. You are a sinister man. You will never be lucky in your life. I'm not strong enough to heal your injury. Please, I didn't even bother to hold my hand, turned around and walked away. The morning breeze didn't move even a single inch. He stood up to apologize and asked him what happened. Wei Wuying sneered. I have heard of your symptoms. Do you want to make a diagnosis? I must use a golden needle to explore, and most of them have empty degree. I also need to use true energy to enter the body to find out the path energy and the location of the energy throughout your body. Are you going to show it to me? Aren't you afraid that I'll take the opportunity to make an attack? Yu Chifeng was so crowded to not speak, and his expression was cloudy and uncertain. After all, Bai Xingyi Huangliang was invited by his brother in tears. Who knows if they are colluding? Not to mention using a knife. Even a gold needle king blood will not. Huangliang sneered a few times. Who showed doubt? Look, you are hesitating. Not to mention, I'm only 70% sure that I can find out the cause of the disease, so please do it. Yu Chifeng hurriedly stood up, clasped his and said, Filial Payi, sir, Myongdang Takeda. No one else can ask. How could you be suspicious? According to sir, let go and lose control, even if the cause of the disease has not been found. Previously promised beauty of dry ground and pure snow was given by you as usual. You has only one thing to ask. I beg you to perform acupuncture here so that I, an incompetent disciple, can learn a lot. Yu Chifeng is full of calculation, thinking that her innate energy is as solid as stone, and it will not be a problem to take heart at critical moment. Huangliang looked around and grinned. This was already not easy for Yu Chifeng. It's not my own style to learn skills from others. For the sake of beauty, I will make an exception. I saw Huangliang untying his waist, use thread to move needle and pick stick, like stroking the strings of a piano, letting go for a moment. Very good. It's exactly what I expect. This injury cannot be cured. Please ask for Yu Chifeng's injury. Who did it? Even Huangliang couldn't be cured. Huangliang took out an acupuncture needle and stuck it in front of Yu Chifeng. What hurts you is the 5 invisible sharp energy. It's thinner than this needle, so you can't feel it, but it's sharper than Xian Tai Wu Jing, and it accurately penetrates into 5 places where the true energy must pass. If you don't take advantage of your innate energy, even I would hardly notice. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Meeting such an opponent who was so focused on the situation was almost like meeting a fairy or a ghost. Such air threads are embedded in the closed door. Shishue Tian Shu and Shermen respective. The 5 acupoints of the waterway. Yu Chifeng Ni Yun internal power. Cutting magic power of these 5 parts of the Jinqi Sutra is different from that of a round bow. The veins will be hurt during transportation. The reason why Huangliang said it couldn't cure it is because neither the needle nor the qi can twist it so thin. You and I want to pull out these 5 qi threads. It's like digging out fish bones with a shovel. The only way now. Just Yu Chifeng, don't use your true energy rapidly. But if these 5 qi threads are consumed, they will dissipate in as short as 10 or 20 years, or as long as 40 or 50 years. In Yu Chifeng's view, this method is like a tiger without claws, so different from a cat. Naturally, I won't agree. People who want to come also know that the world's martial arts skills reached his level. There are only a handful of, but he never imagined that there is still a Huangliang in the world. Huangliang said that there is a since the fish bone cannot be removed, then smash it together with the meridian node. This is usually done. Of course it will make you improve your internal strength, but you have already changed your flesh, which is my strength. You have my master. Can protect 50% of your internal strength until the meridians recover. Based on your innate energy, it is estimated that you will be able to return to your current state for 7 or 8 years. This matter is very important. Yu Chifeng didn't dare to make a hasty decision, so he wanted Huangliang to stay here for 2 days. Think about it for yourself. But you didn't expect that Huangliang would show no mercy at all. Only once did teacher you need to come to my place. I'll be waiting for you at Lianjue Temple within 3 days. It's too late. Yu Chifeng frowned. Roy Huangliang's word correct. This Allen Mountain is probably going to be visited, but you have to be fully prepared to avoid falling into trap. Immediately, Qi Diao and Li Yuanji were ordered to lead all the men from Wujue village to block all intersections in Allen Mountain. Secretly monitor Huangliang in the 5 categories alive. Intensify the interrogation and order Jun to request the Li Sichuan and Yunji to go up the mountain on the grounds of reviewing the safety of Allen Mountain. Yu Chifeng gritted her teeth and thought to herself that she finally got where she is today. How could she be easily manipulated? Even if there is no problem, after knowing his own luck method, we must never let him leave Yu Chinpu's farm. The jade knot is tied up and the veil is lightly lifted, and a cup of fragrant tea is poured, and the demeanor is graceful. Elegant manners, unique to mature women, body and charm are perfectly integrated and attract attention. But meeting his cold eyes made people feel like pouring cold water on, making them extremely cautious. Shu Yujie has already received the news from Huangliang. Thief is lucky. He can regain 70% of his. It will be even more troublesome to stay dormant for a few more years. After all, Shu Xiaozhou wants to resume martial arts. I don't know how long it will take. The stone is gone, and the ghost mother's machine has failed. So, Shu Yujie thought it was worth a gamble with Pei Lai. Yuchenpu suburban mountain god temple. Buakai is like a little lady. Quietly stay by Pei Lai's side. Not long after, Xianzi's voice impairment was not cured, and Shu Yujie brought the news. If the morning wind this month moves the true energy, the maximum time you can stick to 2 sticks of incense is. Shu Yujie also decided to cooperate fully even if he could not kill. We have forced him to be seriously injured and difficult to treat. Fuakai is still worried that this flirtatious fox will not want to use Pei Lai's life change for the moon thief's serious injury. Pei Lai seems calm, saying that he is not without option. Send a message to Mrs. Shun and proceed as planned. General's tent in the ancient city camp. As night fell, Mrs. Shun claimed that her husband was besieged by evildoers a few days ago. I repeatedly prayed to the Buddha for peace in my heart. Now that everyone is fine, why should I fulfill this? Murong Ro hesitated a little, but I thought that it would be difficult for my wife to stay in the military camp all the time, since it is military service. He also wanted to inspect the Allen Mountain and immediately ordered his commander, Chuan Yunji, to escort his wife along the way. Mrs. Shun retreated to both sides and returned to the tent alone. I hurriedly met Fuakaisi and said that although I know that my husband is a capable person, but if the thief can do such a thing to Wu Wei. Sooner or later it will be detrimental to my husband. Every time I see the way he looks at me, I am scared. I am doing it for myself by helping. I just regret that Siyun has little ability, can only help so much. Fu Kai Nabima said firmly. Madam, don't worry. Regardless of success or failure in this matter, Jia will never harm you. Then the two agreed to meet at the ghost market in the northern Southweching at noon tomorrow. Fu Qijing was overjoyed. All he had to do now was go back to Zahua courtyard and meet Pei Lai. As for Pei Lai, what needs to be solved is the tale that has been following behind. Why bother with it? Pei Lai sets up an ambush, and the two meet in the fort. As all this time, almost everyone knows why this is the case. Why bother? I've already learned. See, Dirt Road 7 Gods Jew this month riding the wind has adopted 6 adopted sons one after another, except for the desire to kill the king. They all grew up under his close supervision. He also only teaches everyone one of the 7 divine techniques. The reason why he does this seems to be to cultivate power for himself. But what is the basis for this speculation? Maybe it has something to do with the last trick of the 7 gods that he has never mentioned before. Among the adopted sons, Yu Chunfeng disliked Tian's character the least, but helpless. He was the only one among them practiced the breaking style condensation technique. But why bother? Gradually, he discovered that maybe his talent in breaking the condensation technique was even rarer than Yu Chunfeng understood. Why bother with? Not only can it march, but the cyclonic pattern also slows down and becomes clear in the eye. Yueji knows that Fu Chu is even more frightened. He deliberately tends to have no ambition because Fu Chu knows Yu Chunfeng very well. Only in this way can he survive. Just pretending to be stupid is not a long-term solution. So why bother? Get a few senior brothers in Kung. Not only the move, why worry about? You clearly see how each chi moves and produces its effect. Gradually, He Fei mastered the purple thunder technique and the tiger winding sand technique. However, the more he continued to practice, the more he realized the unfathomable power of Yu Chunfeng. In order to survive, why bother? I have to hide deeper and continue to obey Yu Chunfeng's order. But today, why bother with? Although I have taken care of the silver hook ghost mother and several killers, but it also left a reminder of the killer signal on the bamboo. Fight with Pei Lai, Gengshi, from the shallower to the deep Akaris. In fact, it's a glimpse into Pei Lai's true intentions and strength. But in the face of Pei Lai's rapid progress, why bother using pastel condensation technique one after another? Tiger entwining sand technique and thunder technique. Although not nearly as powerful, Yu Chunfeng Hulu's 7 gods and half technique moves are used very proficient. But why worry about? After all, I didn't budget. The holy object on Pei Lai can not only absorb part of the thunder power, can also transform part of it for its own use. Lost for a moment and fell into why bother? I finally recognized Pei Lai has what it takes to challenge Yu Chunfeng. Recently, the document appointing the heir to the title of Wu Zhuezhuang has been issued by the imperial court. Yu Chunfeng has given an order. Once the document arrives, he will not suffer from this. He'll miss Miaoyu's mother, Mrs. Shangguan, with her own hand. Why bother? He no longer had the will to fight. Finally chose to side with Pei Lai. At the same time, help Akai back to the place agreed Pei Lai. There was no mark indicating safety here. Logically speaking, Pei Lai should have arrived before Fu Akai hurriedly searched for each other. But deep in the bamboo forest, I happened to see Pei Lai let go. Why bother? Shueji is soft and has a narrow chest and narrow waist. Flick of the sword moves through the bamboo forest. It is obviously a wild dance that is touching. Qigong's skill that lasts a lifetime. She is also capable and mature. She wears a village girl's narrow sword. Although her movement is restricted, Fu Akai is devoted to her. Finally found Pei Lai. But I saw with my own eyes why Pei Lai was let go. Fu Akai looked puzzled. What if he let him go? What if he tipped off Xiang Yu Chunfeng? Why not detain him? But unluckily, Pei Lai did not explain. He just hugged Akai's shoulders and said sternly, Gina, Yu Chunfeng has obtained a lot of information. We can't take any risk. Tomorrow's operation must be cancelled. I will be responsible for informing the 5 emperors' cave. Fu Akai can never accept, since there is no need to worry about. He may know Zhaohua Xiang Yu. Why should he let him go? You, Pei Lai, know very well that I don't want to involve the 3 masters. So why do you do such a thing? Fu Akai felt sad for a while and turned around to leave. As the saying goes, a woman can't help but say what's on her mind. It's because she is careless. It's hard to meet the cowardice of old friends. Pear blossoms and spring rain are not as good as yesterday. Pei Lai can only swallow the yellow lotus dumbly at this time because there are some things that he must not say at this time. Looking at Fu Akai's depressed back, 3 masters couldn't help feel a little worried. They remained in as if they were deliberately avoiding. Fu Qijing also gradually felt that something was wrong. It was related to Zhaohua Xiaoyu. It was impossible Pei Lai to let Uzi go without discussing with Fu Akai. Couldn't help but doubt Pei Lai had other plans. The next day, Zhu Yuling Chuanyun served as the leader, and he was riding across the county horse to help Shen Suyun's frame. Step by step, emptiness and stillness, the moon and spring breeze, one car at a time, following the carriage of the general's wife. Procession winds and twists all the way. I was late when I arrived at a street that had been abandoned for a long. The stone-paved street still showed trace of road. Both sides were occupied by greedy criminals and homeless people. The entire street was built with rammed earth houses. It seemed to be a commonly known ghost market. Mrs. Shen raised the incense curtain as planned and ordered to rest here. Seeing the surrounding environment, Shiju was not at ease, so he immediately ordered Chuan Yunji to guard the sentry, lead a small team of troops to stand on a high place, and hide themselves. Fu Akai hid in a room and observed everything in front of him. He didn't expect he would bring so many of Kawagumo Nao's elite. Could it be that He Xingzi really told Yu Chunfeng the detailed plan? Regicide wanted to make arrangements, so he hurriedly reported to Yu Chunfeng that something was not quite right. He Bingzi never came to meet him. There is no news yet about the manpower deployed from Wu Zhuezhuang. He just finished speaking. There was a sudden explosion behind the team, and there was a panic. The lady ordered the light guards to whip the horse. 2 horses looked at each other as if they were frightened. Break out of the team and run deeper into the town. The desire to kill the king comes to mind immediately. This is an ambush, but no matter what, I must protect the safe general's wife first. We ordered my lieutenant lieutenant to lead most of the centaurs in pursuit of the carrot, making sure to ensure the safety of my wife. Then I took Yu Chunfeng to evacuate her. But at this moment the old voice of Yitsung sounded. If others want to leave, they can leave, but Yu Chunfeng must stay. The visitor looks directly at the 5 Emperors cave. This entry man is decorated with 2 angry characters. Bao was full and 2 arrows shot through the air, heading towards Fuakai and Lingbei poster agency web baiting jump. The snake's ashes just covered. Fuakai resist an arrow at this moment. Fan has to take care of himself and fully trust that boy Lingbei. I saw Lingbei swinging his iron whip, instantly rolling up rocks to resist and soaring into the original place. The sound was like a copper hammer hitting the ground, shaking the wings of Wei Wuying, as if he was moaning for his life. Your Excellency, you are doing 2 things at one time. You are looking down on me, Lingbei. All I saw was an iron whip that was 2 feet tall, easily break rocks and curl up arrow feathers. With a flick of the tongue, the arrow feathers are like full shot towards Mr. G. Mr. G didn't expect that person in front of him used a whip to make arrows with such power, but I underestimated. I must fight all my Lingbei swung his poster so fast that he bounced his body towards the wall, eagerly closing the distance. There is a weapon in the world that is longer than a 2-foot-long whip. It is the bow and arrow. This strategy of getting closer is something Ji Shaoran often encountered. I saw him biting the river rope and holding 2 bows and turning around. Vian's arrows flew towards Lingbei with 6 arrows, 2 feathers. They keep interchanging and thrusting in and out in the middle, just like Yan Xiang. When they arrive in front of me, they are still the same. There is no change in the momentum of the arrow. Lingbei is difficult to shoot down with a whip. Body is bent back. Originally, it was condescending. The infinite calmness is so exciting that it can never be recovered. Dare to grab the wolf tooth arrow closest to you. There will be all kinds of danger. Mr. G also praised him for using the strength of his arrow to increase his evasion speed. This is the first time someone has dealt Vian arrow feathers like. However, long-range combat is a world where long bows have no leakage. This arrow was thrown without missing a beat before I even thought about it. On the other hand, Fuakai has already penetrated into the team, flying in groups behind them. Dexterous and soft body and leg skill. Capture team was completely in disarray. Wei Wuying seized the opportunity. Lifting the cauldron with true energy, he raised the stone grinder with one hand and smashed towards the carriage. I just heard the carriage shatter into pieces, and the fat body was blocked by the rap force of the old god's army of thunder, and thousands of troops disappeared into nothing, and the stone ground fell suddenly. Even the stone pavement was not damaged. It was the slave killer who took action to protect Yu Chunfeng. I just heard Yu Chunfeng say, "Ma, come on, do it with me. Your mighty divine army is not worthy of killing slaves. Kill this old man. I will relieve you of your 3-year sentence." On the back of the slave-killing body is a knife box, red-black leg, right fat black surface is like the bottom of a pot. Expressionless, almost immense. 2 bowls of black mercury and bronze figures decorated with silver, embedded in the bulging cheek flap. The white part of the eye almost invisible. There were not a trace of reflection. It would be really dark and difficult to distinguish. Sha Nu asked, "Should I carry the sword or not?" Yu Chunfeng said with a smile, "If you want to kill the White Emperor army of Mohegan God Island, you must show your strength. Promise you not to carry the knife." Killing the slave squinted his eye, and it seemed that it took him a long time to understand. Before he could take off the belt of the knife case, he suddenly stretched out 5 fingers and said slowly, 8 years. Yu Chunfeng said with a smile, "You are comparing it to 5 years. But if you can torture Shui baiting until I am satisfied, and you get the support level today, I can reward you in the future." When I heard about killing a slave, my interest soared and I dared to untie the leather tie. When the knife case was separated from the body, he raised his eyebrows slightly and let out a low groan of pain. Shui Baixing took a closer look and saw the inside of the belt. It is filled with sharp euro-shaped copper nails. Positions seem to be arranged in a logical way. Can't tell which meridians and acupuncture points are used. Kill the slave and remove the septum. Pain was so severe that my body was shaking uncontrollably. Copper nails I wore were stained blood. It was shocking, but in the blink of an eye, Princess suddenly raised her head, killing her slaves and exhaled, as if she had changed into a different person. His eyes were cold and cruel, full of violence and resentment, and he gritted his teeth and said in a tearful voice, "I haven't been so awake for a long time. Flexed my muscles and bones by killing slaves, cracked my knuckles and turned around a pair of red faces covered with bloodshot eyes. It seems that all the resentment against Yu Chunfeng had been transferred to Shui Bai." Shui Baixing staggered his feet, ducked to the side, and punched the rib, velvet, and knees several times. Even the iron plate penetrated unparalleled strength, as if punching on soft cotton. The hand is slightly slow, that is, being clamped by muscle. Shui Baixing is old. Competing with young people relies on cultivation and experience. Take advantage of them. Attacking the enemy at its weakest point is the most labor-saving way. Coupled with the astonishing destructive power of the snake's centipede, one strike can often make final decision. Country is determined. However, killing the slave is not immune to the iron fit, and his speed is extremely fast. Shui Baixing pokes him here and there, and hits him more than 100 times. Killing the slave seems to be nothing, but with the old god's body and bone, if he were to explode a stone, he would probably end up fate of a giant snake of sinews and bone. Lingbei's death sentence has not ended yet. Ji Shaoran knows how to attack, force, and shoot from a long distance. The opponent cannot get close to you. Hiding room shooting is the first choice, but your own arrows can break the sound of string. You can't see the hidden attack. The sword strike will be unavoidable, but Lingbei was able to try his best to avoid the vital point before hearing the sound of the string. There is indeed some ability for Mr. G. As long as he shoots enough arrows, Lingbei's position can be locked. Ji Shaoran once again used the perfect shot, the lead arrow. There was a tremendous amount of momentum. Lingbei lowered his head cold. The arrow was inserted into the back again and embedded in the ground. The knot of life and death was avoided again. Lingbei accidentally grabbed an arrow feather on the ground. Suddenly I thought there was still some residual chi on this arrow. Immediately I understood the perfection of this archery skill. Then he threw it aside and interrupted the wolf fang arrow arrow embedded in the ground. It turns out that it started from the first arrow shot by Mr. G. It left a mark on Ling Beihai. This unique energy can only be seen by Mr. G's hunting bow. In addition, every arrow shot by Mr. G, there is a trace of this kind of energy attached to the arrow feather. No matter how Ling Beihai avoids them, they always follow. It becomes a mark for Mr. G to determine his position, and the more arrows he shoots, the more accurate his position is. Ling Beihai's hand wind dispersion is from other perception tech. The more wounds on the body, the more sensitive breath perception will be. I saw that Ling Beihai's whole body was filled with energy, and the wounds all over his body were bursting with blood and blending into the true energy. This kind of detection technique was like a real thing, bringing Ling Beihai's perception to its peak, extremely low. 30 length, 21 length. 13. Ji Shaoran used Fian arrow feathering, this time at different speeds at level 8. Spike arrows from different angles to block and slow. 9 length, 6 length, 3 feet long. Cold broke through the tiles and hit the horse's leg successfully. A wolf fang arrow shot up behind Mr. G's back, flew up into the bow, cast an afterimage. The arrow feathers are like meteors, chasing the afterimage of Ling Beihai with arrow. Ling Beihai hit the arrow regardless of the arrow, and whipped his head with an iron whip. Finally shattered Ji Shaoran's long and short bows. Ling Beihai didn't dare to stop. He raised his wrist, and the spirit snake used its unique skills and came towards the door. But he saw that Ji Shaoran had a silk cow scarf stretched on the tips of 2 of the 10 fingers of his left hand. Fasten the clothes tightly with your right palm and put the thread on. Pull it up and release it. There was a loud whooshing sound. Fluorescent lights exploded in front of my eyes. Shown Ling Beihai front door. This killer move of a string of stars requires no this distance, even if the guarding wind disperse can't be avoided, can only be reached by the corner of the eye. Seeing Ling Beihai cheating, he jumped up. Bloody arrow came out of his mouth. It shows that the teeth and tongue were injured when catching the arrow, and blood flowed. Blood mist kept splattering while talking. It shocked. At this moment of surprise, Ling Beihai, he hooked into the source of the well and turned around strange, hitting Mr. G in the back of the head. One blow caused Mr. G's skull to burst. Blood. After dying, Ling Beihai took half a step back. The wound in his heart must have been severely bruised. Gritting his teeth without saying a word, he bent down and covered his eyelid with his fingertips. He whispered in a low voice, "Good man, go ahead and face all the things in the world. Don't let you worry. He has not forgotten the purpose of this trip. Although this unknown archer failed, did he die in the middle of the mission? Seeking benevolence will lead to benevolence. He was raised with no shame, and he also had a task he had to complete." Ling Beihai's mouth moved slightly, ignoring the messy hair and face, hanging his immobile left arm, dragging the rattling whip tied towards Yu Chunfeng, then walked away. When I looked up, I was dumbfounded and speechless. The slave killer will vent all his anger on this and black old man. After all, after missing this time, he is not sure when he will be sane next time. Shui Bai's retreating movements have obvious slowed down and are actually spinning around. From time to time, I rub my fists together and sneak a few punches, and the drops fall like rain. Like an annoying mosquito, killing slaves suddenly started to sound, and the true energy surged out from the whole body. Shui Baiting was punching his waist and eyes before it touched his skin. Fat circle in the advertised aisle is soaring like iron. Force of the feedback, the roaring sound wave shook Shui Baiting's body off the ground, flew back. Shui Baiting has never seen such hard skills before. He can actually shrink and stretch his palm, absorb the power of the blade, and the sky can be as hard as iron in an instant. His snake chief 100-legged style uses the power of hundreds of soldiers to attack enemies' vital points in endless variation, but he only needs to protect his head. I didn't expect this slave killer to be so difficult to deal with. Yu Chunfeng was very happy when he saw Shui Baiting was in a hard. This slave killer was no ordinary Kunlun slave. It took a lot of effort to subdue these two brothers. The immortal Kunlun body resists swords and is even better than Jin Jiajing. Yu Chunfeng held the black gold sword in his hand and slowly watched Qijing. Fu Qijing was already defeated at this time. Unexpectedly, Yu Chunfeng had such a card hidden beside. Yu Chunfeng looked at the game in front of without a trace of sympathy. He said fiercely, "What happened today? You and the 5 emperors cave. Everyone has to pay a price. I will use the pure-blooded woman from the imperial palace to restore my power. Then I will reward you for killing slaves. I will keep your hands, but only those charming hair of yours. I have to be ruined. I won't let you use that hearted thing again. The opportunity for children's mad. Anyway, I don't mind if kill slaves or not." After saying that, up the black gold sword and charged forward to kill. Huakai dared to stand up to meet the enemy again, controlling Rishan to besiege Yu Chunfeng. These half-hearted under the moon city Feng Wujin's sword, like a toy. In the blink of an eye, flesh and blood flew across the sky, dismembered and flying. After all, Yu Chunfeng's skill far exceeds that of Fuakai. Although he is blessed with weird skills like Shuiqian, he still has strength. The unbridgeable gap once again met was subdued by Yu Chunfeng. Yu Chunfeng clearly felt that Payi had reshaped the Dantian Kai. The Akai was still weak. Such a reluctant blood thousand machine has no at all. As for the red blood divine needle, can't even be used. Seeing the black gold sword, I want to cut off both eyes of Fuakai. A sound of congratulations came from behind the moon city wind. "You must die today." I saw Payi jumping down with a magic knife in his hand. Yu Chengfeng hurriedly avoids the sharp edge. Fuakai finally got out of trouble. Payi stopped Fuakai Lu Ya when said, "I spent so much time trying to persuade you not to come, but I still can't hide you, but it's okay. Leave everything to me next." The great master who was hiding aside watched heart-stopping 2 days ago in Payi's virtual realm. Xingbianshu knew about Fuakai's enemy Yu Chunfeng also saw that the martial arts used was the 7th Tiger's God tech and learned that Suka Chengfeng's 7th Tiger's God's tech. It's not a complete 6, but it's still 6 out of 7. In this way, there is still a chance for Payi. Xingbianshu once heard the immortal master mention that this martial art involves body, energy, sword and palm, although it has been passed down to the world. But in the past 100 years, no one has been able to master the 7. It is said that if you can practice them all, there are only a few enemies in the world. According to Payi's strategy, although Huang Liang and Mrs. Shin can be used to weaken the available unveiled power of his men. But according to Qin Bianxin, although Moon Thief has not yet mastered the 7 tick with his current martial art, cannot be defeated by a large number of people. With his martial arts stat, Yu Chengfeng can reach this level, and his mind is by no means idle. The martial arts he displays on weekdays, if you still have reservation, it will be even more dangerous. Even if you are lucky enough to rush, you may not be able to detain him. If such scheming villains are allowed to escape, I'm afraid Jing, Payi, and even those close to him will never have peace. Qin Bianxin will never let such a thing happen. Qin Bianxin's blue bird Fuxing Da. His killing move is to form a blue bird ambush formation, which requires the combined efforts of 3 divisions to form the formation. This formation does not distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. Anyone who enters this formation has a sacred stone that is too weak. He will be directly killed by the god. Even if the divine stone is as powerful as the Moon City wind and can resist the divine killing, his 5 senses will be taken away by the divine stone. Time comes, Payi can seize the opportunity as long as he sticks to the 10 C's and silently recites the mantra of the Qingbian god cult. As long as you inform the 5 Emperors Cave in advance and deal with anyone other than Yu Qingfeng, and you must not enter the formation, the blue bird ambush formation, no small matter. Qin Bianxin and Payi will both bear great risks at that time, so they are afraid that Fu Qijing will cause chaos there and will forcefully use the red blood needle. That's why Payi stopped Jier from going to the place of decisive battle. But at this moment, everything was for. Uakai looked at the black mist rising in front of his eye. He immediately realized that it was a blue bird ambush. The worry in his heart rose to his throat. At this moment, Ling Beihai also came to the front. Fu Qijing dared to stop him blind. This was an extremely powerful killing formation. There is no distinction between friend and foe, and Payi is fighting with Yu Qingfeng among them. In a battle of life and death, I saw this blue bird flying in great formation, with large gray wings rising, as if falling into an irrational fog. Blood and qi in the body are surging, and I can't help feeling nauseous and vomit. The real power is running. All 5 senses are out of control, as if everything is upside down. My can't reach the ground, and my whole body is hanging in the void. Even my companions who came side by side have disappeared. Yu Qingfeng stabbed his chest, endlessly turning his head and ear, as if he was following something hard to hear. Eyes wandering and face pale. There were at least 5 stab wounds on the shaft. The cloth on the window was soaked blood, every drop of blood. The drops shattered into the yellow mud under my. The Moon City wind was completely unaware of. My 5 senses are like frightened beasts chasing invisible shadow. When Payi's sword was raised, the leopard also tried to lower his head and jump out. The magic sword in his hand was dazzled. Slash Yu Chengfeng fiercely with this sword move, nearly gigantic. But with Yu Chengfeng's accomplishment, no matter whether he dodges or fights back, Payi will not succeed easily. But he keeps his eyes open. But it seemed as if he couldn't see any. The sharp magical sword hit his left shoulder. Dark light flashed at him. Yu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and turned sideways. Cloak is fluttering like a huge formation. While avoiding the vital points of the meridian, the red crow reamer has been trapped. Only then did the blood flow out violently. Yu Chengfeng shouted loud, "Where is the killer slave? Come and help me quickly." Unexpectedly, this slave killer smiled black and showed a hint of joy. He was happily so. Today is a good day. The immortal Kunlun body practiced by the slave killer is good at switching between hardness and softness. The muscles are as soft as sand, and the right shoulder is under the knee. If you bend your arms for movement, you can move as fast as lightning without being affected by your huge body. The strength is truly unmatched. The strength is even more valuable to the knee. You can destroy a whole body of flesh and blood, turned into a pillar of iron sand weighing hundreds of kilograms, and counteract impact feet and sword. Shue Baiting's white hair flew backward. Silently, the shoulder fists on the left and right roared out like a torrential rain, killing slaves without dodge or dodge, like a pair of bodhisattvas, both black and long. The sound of fist-pumping fists never stopped, and the heavy sand pressed by the wind swirled all over the ground. It is hard to The fierce fight that is solid and melting lasts for I don't know how long. Fleshy lips of Shuan Chinu are easily distorted. The sound effects are sideways, and the hollowness of the old man's fist is half seen. His right arm, as thick as an elephant's leg, spread out and violently swung Shue Baiting out. But Shue Baiting looked proud at this moment, with a pair of bloodshot yellow pupils, and the word "Ob" revealed a fierce and unyielding light. I just heard the sound of bones breaking from Kilnu's body, but it didn't stop. Just as I took a step forward, my fat body, when I felt ground, a large amount of yellow sand was thrown out. Turned out that the kneecap had been broken unconscious and could no longer bear the astonishing weight. But Chaumi's violent bone-crushing sound has not stopped. In the arm, behind the waist, and in the spine, up to the place where the calf was struck by that shriveled and thin fist as cool as a pine cone, a delicate and crisp cracking sound could not help her. In an instant, all that was left was a ball of fat without any from the bone. Who could have imagined that the slaves would be killed when they died in the eye? Even more so, he doesn't care, relying on the brute strength and will of the body, relying on muscles to squirm. He propped himself like he was going crazy, heading towards Wing Ridge to kill. At this time, Shue Baiting had no to stand up. Killing the slave looked at the windswept Fu Wing Ridge in front of him, as if he was locked in a soul, and he wanted to fight for his own. I must take this alluring creature into my arm, hold it against my chest, and hold it in my hand. Only by crushing it into pieces can you satisfy your murderous and violent. During the Jade Bird sentence formation, the green-faced god suddenly sensed the crisis of supporting his wings outside the formation. I saw him forming a seal with his hand and said coldly, "Payi, don't move yet. Lock your conscience." The most powerful killer in Jade Bird's sentence array already unfolding. Yu Chengfeng suddenly turned around and could see a long shadow of a thin man in green clothes who seemed to have long hair and a petticoat, but his appearance could not be clearly seen. Yu Chengfeng has been walking around the world for so many years, and he will not be frightened by the evil spells. He raised the knife and shouted, "I'm afraid you're just playing a gun." I saw a long shadow in green clothes, waving a long sword in his hand, Ling Lai slashing through the air. Yu Chengfeng hurriedly defended defended with the sword and the 7 god calabash. I used it instinctively. This slash was like an illusion, and there was no way to block, but he actually cut Yu Chunfeng into a cross wound and blood spurted out. Faced with this kind of evil spell, Yu Chunfeng knew very well that she could not escape. The Zidu lay condensed in the palm and exploded according to the black shadow in front of her. Black shadow instantly collapsed in all directions, but when it condensed again came Furolin, the poisonous soul who died at the hands of Yu Chun, 2 brothers from the Yu family. These lingering figure, misty and unreal, but it caused substantial damage to Yu Chunfeng's mind and body. Let Yu Chunfeng use all the killing moves of Gord's 7 gods. These figures are like retro body, lingering. Chunfeng still firmly believes that the scene in front of her must fade. She possesses the fire-killing elixir, and there must be a way to break this illusion. Are you suspicious by nature? Should you conceive yourself this time? A provocative female voice suddenly sounded behind Ming Zhanshue's figure appeared, once again defeating Yu Chunfeng's psychology. Ming Zhanshue struck Yu Chunfeng with one knife after another, feeling pain. Yu Chun became more and more irrational, spitting out blood one after another. Conversation with Ming Zhanshue that day in the back mountain gradually came to mind. That day in the ancestor's coffin in Yuejia Cemetery found the gourd 7 god, the last desperate act. According to Rek, each of the 6 unique martial arts is practiced in its own way. If you can master them all, only then can we have a glimpse of life. Death is the power to cleanse the marrow. It must be combined with the sand to form a solid shape, and the thunder pill will exhaust the true energy of the 6 absolutes, breaking through one's own momentum. When the power of the 6 ultimates is activated, they serve each other. Power is in, then the tendons are burned and the meridians are cut off, and the internal strength is destroyed. This time, if you practice according to the Jiuxing method, your life will be fulfilled. If the 6 martial arts are fully practiced, it will be difficult to reshape the meridian body. As soon as his fate appeared, Yu Chunfeng had to work harder. Seeing that he was about to find a way to break his fate, he refused to be resentful. It has reached its peak now. Since you want my life, I will grant it to you. Yu Chunfeng condenses the thunder pill in his palm. The violent thunder energy directed towards the middle and lower parts of his body instantly filled his meridian. At the same time, Shanu outside the formation finally grabbed Fui's. Shanu's lump bat hugs Fui's neck and waist. The smaller body, flat belly, and plump hem are all reduced to toys in Shana's hands at this time. This Shanu is like a knife, as if he has no pain. Let Ling Beihai stand aside. No matter how he cuts or kills, it will be of no avail. This Shanu's arm, it has been condensed into twist, and there is no break. Wei Baiting is on the side and is really anxious. He shouts and attacks the head, but at this moment, Fui's neck has been blocked by a pair of giant hands, and his head may be squeezed out at any time. At this critical moment, the hair holding the wing's neck flashed a strange red light. Bloody needle instantly invaded Shanu's court. Although in the current state of holding the wings and neck, he can only control it for a moment, but it is enough for Ling Beihai. The snake whip is weird, kneaded into a shape like a drill. The disciple's unique skill was to coil a snake and drill it into the middle of Shanu's head. Finally, Shanu's life was taken. This burly body, he lost his balance in an instant and couldn't help him falling towards the sand formation. The exhausted Ling Beihai and Fu Wing neck uncontrollably thrown into the floating formation of this light bird. Bracing my wings and neck, I dared to shout to protect the court, but it was too late. An indiscriminate attack already coming towards Ling Beihai. With its wings on its neck and its body filled with blood, it can still hold on for a while. But Ling Beihai is in danger. Yu Chunfeng is now violent. It seems that I can no longer hold on anymore. This time, it is the 3rd division. It is difficult to decide the moment. Former tour master, just for the future. No matter what is good or evil, in the end we are heading towards the road of destruction. This time we will set up a new world. Even if Yu Chunfeng is killed, Ling Beihai is allowed to die in the hands of the 3rd division. What's the difference? What's the difference between using this to compare and not comparing? The 3 masters put away their bow skill. Foggy gray wings around them began to tremble, and the sunlight ripped through the entire space velvet. Yu Chunfeng finally got out of the fog, and Oracle immediately noticed the existence of 3 division. The hand raised the knife and dropped 2 thunderous slashes, rushing violently into the house. It's not good to accompany the hunter and the secret set. He dares to block with his magical knife. Blade is actually fused with the golden armor power technique. True relationship. Plated Thunder Jew. After reading the hunting companion, a saw hole was also split in the earthen wall. A large urn with green tiles was exposed from the split wall panel. The urn was cracked toothfish knife mark, indicating that it was a red-black reamer that locked the inside of the house. A man and a woman sit cross-legged on both sides of a large. Each puts a palm on the urn. The woman wears a purple robe. Fair skin, slim and plump figure, long hair like a water, with most of his face attacked. The man is tall and as bad as a tiger. The whole body is covered white hair, and the wind blows out wave strong animal odor. It no longer looks like a human being. Listen to the stroke of the pen. The lower right edge of the urn is cracked, revealing a lot of black hair. The tip hair turned from black to gray, as if the breath of life had been out. In a blink of an eye, the hair was as green as a looking glass, scattered all over the place in the wind. The man and woman who were making love to each other had their heads twitching, and the corners of their mouths turned red. The complexion is pale, indicating severe internal sore. Holding Chi's neck against his chest, he saw 2 people with a jar in the room. He lifted up his skirt and stood up, running towards the broken house. Yu Chunfeng relied on clues to determine that these people were the remnants of the wanderer, and urged Lei Jining. But at this time, Yu Chunfeng's whole body was burning. Thunder power had filled his body, and his meridians began to melt. Tiger roar shook the sky. When Bai Xie released the white tiger god, he rushed towards Yu Chunfeng. Hearing a tiger's roar, a white shadow jumped out of the wall of the house without even touching the ground. Xin Ke has arrived behind Yu Chunfeng. 2 beast claws crushed the wind and roared, and the clothes were shattered. Dots of blood, like a dark sky full of blood rain, scattered out in all directions, but obviously no match for Yu Chunfeng. Wei Baiting on the side also jumped up to join the battle, but both of them were at the end of their strength. Under Yu Chunfeng's desperate attack style of the 7 furious gods, he could not get past 10 moves. Wei Baiting was old and weak. After a huge fight, he was stabbed in the chest again and was no longer able to fight. Ling Beihai's injury condition is not optimistic either, and Akai has only 3 successes left and is unable to do anything. No match for Yu Chifeng. Internal strength is exhausted through training. Even the gecko magical power with extraordinary power. It will take at least a moment of teasing before I can stand up. Although Yu Chifeng suffered from saw wounds on his abdomen, he was the only person at the scene who could still wield a knife. The situation was suddenly reversed. The so-called winner is the one who can stand to the end. King Nianchen looked at everything in front of him and couldn't help die. In desperation, this Vietnamese thief forcibly used his life skill. This is the fight to the death. Current Yu Chifeng. There is no way anyone here can match. There is a glimmer of hope. There is only one way, and that is to train to fully utilize another aura in the body. After all, King Nianchen has been traveling around the world for many years, so there is a way to try. It just needs the help of Zilingyan and Shuiqian, and it needs to be fought for long enough. The white moth smashed a pit into the ground. Electric flashed on the shaft, and smoke glue floated out from the pore. His blood boiled all over the place. He howled in pain in the pit. He stood up, took a step forward, and was able to barely choke himself to kneel down. Suddenly he inserted 2 claws into his abdomen. When I pulled it out, I saw 2 lumps of glue sticking to the palm of my hand. There are medicine, wood and electric snakes rolling around. I can't tell whether they are burned organs, flesh and blood. There is blood and smoke flying out of my abdomen. Half thunder force in his palm disappeared, and then blood slowly flowed out. Ling Beihai saw that he actually dug out flesh and blood of the thunder force hidden in his body with his own hand. He was shocked to know how to fish. This moment, the only one who can barely move is Ling Beihai, and this basement man finally showed his passion. My name is Ling Beihai. This year I will die under the sword of Yu Chifeng, but I don't regret it. I am the son of a shepherd tigress at the northern end of Huangdao. I have never had half a master. I have never practiced martial arts day. The moment I was born, I was already destined to be a mother-in-law. It's so cold in the place where the mother is released. I use birth rings to tie the animals to make up for the lack of eternal strength. Slaves are not worthy of having a surname. Many years later, I received the kindness of the owner of Huangdao Island, and I also named myself Ling Beihai to commemorate the land under the clouds I grew up on. But even if I have a name, I still can't change my background as a slave until the noble Lord God. On the day when I named the knitting method I created, I will never forget pure and handsome God with the sleeves of a brocade robe and his rich arm glued a piece of dry ink from the deck. With his usual gentle smile. I don't know much about literature, but when I heard that name, I still trembled all over and couldn't calm down for a long time. 1,000 Medicine Snake Table. How can the martial arts I created as the son of a slave woman be named after the character snake? The noble and pure-blooded elders Qishir also protested one after another, facing the retainers who were so excited that they almost lost their sense of proportion. The king of gods is just using his hands and doesn't care. Just turned around and looked at me affectionately. The Lord God's words were so gentle at that time. I still remember every word. The name of 1,000 Medicine Snake Table is in the hope that one day the whipping will be like a spiritual snake spitting out pearls. Smooth 1,000 medicines, whether it's a god or a slave, they are all just representations of time. You can only die for the people you really want to protect, for what you want to do. This moment, I finally understood the Lord God's instruction. The earth is dry and difficult. Never sink or sink. In this half moment, I, Ling Beihai, will protect. I saw a shadow leaping toward. Ling Beihai raised his left arm and made a few swishing sounds. The tip of the scaly rattle's tail has been wrapped flag on the back of the arm. The leather was cut open by the sharp, and a trace of dark gold flashed across the exposed dark. Not even a trace of blood was left behind. The morning breeze was calm. Ling Beihai used unparalleled strength to release the handle of the whip. Blood burst out of the tiger's mouth. Ling Beihai's pale animal face has a bloodless soul. Wu Zi pursed a cold and arrogant smile, as if he was seriously injured and unable to do anything. The person who was dying was not himself. The mortal enemy of Huangdao standing in front of Yu Chifeng ignores Yi Huangliang's warning and uses Shiqing's true power rash. The strange blood-vomiting syndrome may break out at some time. He's the one who can't waste any more time. Grasping the red-black leg knife again, threw himself at Ling Beihai. Ling Beihai seemed to be in a trance, standing motion. The red-black feet, the strength and things move. Even the bronze, metal, and iron precision cannot stop. His body is as wide as flesh and blood. The huge knife head was inserted into the belt, hanging on the right side and coming out from the back, and the words kept coming. Yu Chifeng pushed forward with flying, and in a blink of an eye, the giant blade penetrated half of the body. Blood-stained black wind was as smooth as grease, almost making him fall into Ling Beihai's arm, and he couldn't help burst into laughter. Are you not dead yet? Before the rainfall, there is an indescribable feeling. Sharp pain penetrated his left eye, and half alien world was dark. Only then did Yu Chifeng realize that he had been plotted against. Afraid of the thing piercing my eyes and entering my brain, I endured the pain and stopped, leaning back suddenly. A hair stained with blood drops was pulled out of the eye socket. The hammer was struck to see, and the redness spread in the wind. The end of the hair was held in Ling Beihai's mouth. Continued to breathe in, and the sharpness blade penetrated his body. Calculate the distance, pour it into your hair. The soft black silk becomes blunt and becomes steel needle. Wait for the morning breeze to bring your eyes to the needle point. Huge blade penetrated the body. Ling Beihai's body, knowing that his life was about to end, pulled out a diseased hair, still stabbing at the enemy. From that day on, the stubborn young man vowed to repay the man with his life. For his kindness, he carefully cherishes his life. Every mission always chooses a foolproof method. Come to complete the mission, be cautious and step by step, waiting for an opportunity worth dying to. This Ling Beihai fell. Ling Beihai fought desperately for half an hour. Look at Payi at this time. His eyes were starry red, and his violent aura surged out. It was like he was a completely different person. The aura of holding the sword with one hand made the third mask and Fu Ji unable to open their eyes. This strong, murderous aura. Yu Chifeng felt something was wrong. It was exactly the same as the aura of Luoying City at that time. Even more dangerous than that time. Chifeng knew Payi must be killed. Although Yu Chifeng is at the end of his cross, but it is still strong. With the blessing of thunder, black gold sword makes a fierce sound and is quite capable of breaking stone and breaking the ground. Calabash 7 Gods technique, the second style of the ultimate killing thunderblade whirlwind, with Yu Chifeng as the center, rotating rapidly, guiding dense under the urging of Lei Jin. This hurricane-like slash, now it's as refreshing as a thunderstorm. With this power, Yu Chifeng think kill any. 36 cut. One cut becomes another. 36. One cut makes another cut. Unexpected. Payi, who was behind the broken stone, would just take a simple stab and all that be memorialized. In Payi's eyes at this time, the 36 swords were like a real murderous blade often only requires one slap. Yu Chifeng also felt abnormal and oppressed, dared to blindly use the invisibility technique of Nirvana, just to avoid the edge temporarily. Payi's sword had reached his chest, and with one strike he broke Yu Chifeng's golden armor bit and Yu Chifeng panicked and used the fire-killing pill technique and all the purple thunder technique. But Lei Jin, who he is proud of, being reabsorbed by Payi, he stabbed him casually, blocking out the sky and making no money. Feels like the space around me is already lonely. Yu Chifeng burst out like a kite with its string broke, blood spurting from the mouth. No energy left to fight anymore. Yu Chifeng clearly understood that even if he would not be able to win. What is in front of me is not Payi at all. This is a murder weapon. This time, after Payi defeated Yu Chifeng with great interest in killing, turned to look at Fu Kai, and the two rushed forward without thinking. In the panic, Fu Kai dared to use Chishui Qianji and shouted to Payi loud, "How can these two people be Payi's opponent?" They meet each other. Then he saw Payi pinching the back third master's neck one hand. The magical sword in his hand is about to pass through the hall. Fu Qijing's eyes filled here. Could it be that blessings and misfortunes depend on each other? The third master wanted to die tragically at the hands of Payi. This moment, deep in the stone sea, third master used the purple light transformation technique, blocked Payi's consciousness, and made the dark figure think that Payi no longer exists. Xie Qianji helped Akai. It can help it maintain a trace of contact with the body. By now, Payi can clearly feel the moves, black shadow, and the way the true energy flows. But from now on, Payi has been silent even if the master summoned. There was no response, as if he was addicted to this power and couldn't At this time, Payi was like riding a horse on a river. 7 book. All these scenes are getting blurry and blurry. Can only remember the exhilaration, power subtle. In Payi's mind, he heard Qijing's call, and a trace of clarity returned. Payi hurriedly rushed toward Black Shadow, just like his master chained. Black Shadow somehow chained. Then he was imprisoned in the fen. Payi said, "Right, you are very strong. I can't defeat you now, but I will become stronger in my own way. But not with a knife. Swing it at my loved one, but with the power of a knife. Payi protect." Payi finally regained the initiative over his body. A woman throws herself into her arms in the suburb, full of concern. Payi, who had just regained consciousness, felt that his lower body was soft. Body fragrance of the woman supporting Akai was refreshing. "My consciousness is a little clearer, although I almost forgot who I am." But Payi is back. But one wave has not subsided, and another wave has arisen. Yu Chifeng, who was seriously injured, took action with one sword and captured the third master. Cold blade shocked the suburb. But suddenly, the hair under the third master's sleeves glowed with a dazzling purple light. Purple shadowy Guangdao activated instantly. Caught off guard, Yu Chifeng only felt that his eyes were blurred. "My consciousness is attached to the wooden block next to me." Payi hurriedly jumped up, recalling the black shadow's technique of moving chi and moving the sword just now. The unparalleled quick slash was instantly annihilated. Yu Chifeng spurted out a mouthful of blood. This moment, he was finally defeated. His feet were in chaos, and the buildings were broken. The battle to kill the Vietnamese thieves cost the 5 emperors' cave a heavy price. Xu Yujia looked at Lin Beihai's body. "I couldn't help feel traumatized. I didn't expect that Yu Chifeng would fight against a trapped beast. It was so ferocious." The attack on Wujua village was also extremely dangerous. Yi Huanzi hadn't acted as an internal coordinator, almost losing the whole game. Wei Beiting was also seriously injured. Ling Beihai served as the defender of Huangdao. His foundation is still shallow. I didn't expect him to be able to achieve such an extent despite his old bone, but I owe him a word of admiration. Xu Yujia dressed up as her mother and immediately announced that she would pass on my order, welcoming Ling Beihai, ranking in the catacombs of Valhalla, looking for suitable candidates in the coming year. Yan Lian, his disciple's secret skill, 1,000 medicine snake pearl. His mother, Daiyu, the elder outside the family ancestral hall. Fu Akai looked at Xu Yujia, who was calmly making arrangements, trusting on. He knew very well that in fact Xu Yujia was the one who understood Ling Beihai's character best. Of course, he would not be chosen among the many island guards on Huangdao. Now, Xu Yujia's plan is considered successful. The casualties are certainly sad, but if 5 Emperor's Cave can turn the crisis around and even return to glory, it will be worth thousands of dollars. For Xu Yujia, she was a little worried after not seeing Yu Chifeng's death with her own eye. At the end of that battle, Fu Akai and his companion chased Yu Chifeng, a wooden bridge to a cliff. The hunting knife is as fast as a shadow, and the ghost technique, ghost hand standing on the wall, is difficult to prevent. Finally subdued the seriously injured Yu Chifeng, Fu Akai took the opportunity to stab Moon Thief in the chest from behind, causing his chi to explode. Broken body and fell into the cliff. Fu Akai felt relieved when he thought, "Fortunately, all these years of errands have not been in vain." But no matter how you plan, after all, I and Xu Yujia are not the same people. After all, 5 Emperor's Cave is not a place that belongs to you. And now the hunting companion. But he stayed alone in Murong Ro's army, facing the many consequences of killing Yu Chifeng alone. Everyone knew that he was full of evil deeds of burning, killing, and looting, but a few people know. This is a great evil weighed between the government and the hunter will drag out the Moon Thief's scandalous behavior. I thought Murong Ro might shrink, but the loss of such a good player in the world. Murong Ro remained calm, as if nothing had happened. In fact, there is no need to say more about these evil deeds. Murong Ro also roughly knows the kind of person Yu Chifeng is. It's just that in the government and the public, political tactics play a big role. role. But now that Yu Chenfeng is dead, there are many things that can only be done by hunting companions. There are 3 reasons why Murong-ro was handed over to the hunt. First is the 3 Saints Dharma discussion comp. Ensure the Queen's safety and find the enemy in the dark. Second, explore the economic context of Chilean Tang and key figures information, as well as the forces involved behind the scene. Morning Wind will leave in the 3rd month, and you will accompany me to represent Jindong Mansion. Going to compete in the 4 prefectures entering the Wind Con. I am sure to win the 1st place. The hunter is shocked. If you participate in the 4 prefectures Jinfeng, you will definitely be angry with the fool from the upstream cinema. But Murong-ro's order has been issued. There is no room for any discussion. During this period, the negotiations with Dugu Tianwei can only be completed by the hunter himself. Companion Hunter has always doubts in his mind, which has prevented him from making a decision for a long time. Today, Companion Hunter finally had the courage to ask why he is as evil as the moon and the morning breeze. The general still wields it, even if he doesn't care about the detail. But the general never expected that he would cause human tragedies such as Wu Zhuan. After this battle, the Companion Hunter has obviously grown up and finally began to calculate the gains and loss. Murong-ro said coldly, Yu Chenfeng is conceited, and he will continue to do small evils in revenge for a greedy person. Then let me tell you what is the great evil. As soon as he finished speak, carriage stopped on the commercial road west of Wulxian. Flood of land caused hundreds of thousands of people to become refugees. The court should have provided disaster relief on the spot. For some unknown reason, these refugees took advantage, tide, and migrate. Along the way, countless people buried their bones in the wilderness. Coincidence, since they flowed into the East China Sea. Gangs have demonstrated one after another in Guangshan along the way, just as the law conference was about to be held, introducing them to Wulxian, leaving their hometown, facing precarious situation. I'm afraid every citizen here has his or her own tragic situation. But Murong-ro couldn't help. The movement of the refugees was obviously arranged secretly by someone to make the refugees come to Jindong Mansion and the 3 cities law conference. The people who can bring about this situation are not simple in their tactics. Even if Murong-ro organizes refugees, open up wasteland farming. 100,000 refugees were organized and integrated into Kato. They will definitely be branded as rebels who will live or die at that time other than these 100,000 refugees. The way of power. Defeat the enemy with one thought, even at the expense of genocide and massacre of the above the temple. This has been the case since ancient time. This is the path of great evil, and this is what Murong-ro is doing, wanting to change the world. How to do it at all costs. Murong-ro has wanted to realize her political ambitions all her life. What kind of political ambition does Murong-ro have? Even if everyone despises, he will not hesitate to do so. The essence of the unifying emperor of the ancient Eldar race. It's just that all races are afraid of surrendering. Each race is actually a self-contained entity. In the past, the Eldar race declined. The world will fall apart immediately. After 100 years, the world became peaceful until the Ren Emperor invaded the Ling Emperor and ruled the world. He used thunderous methods to cut off the written characters of various ethnic groups, merged the forms of marriage and ancestor worship, forced the etiquette of respect and inferiority, and implemented governance in counties and counties. All the resistors were suppressed. Finally, the Dongxing Shenzhou was roughly crushed into a ball in the mountain of corpse and sea of blood. Future generations will not lose. The invading Ling Emperor is cruel, and the fear of evil is there will be no success. However, it was the evil he did that caused subsequent dynasties to change no matter what. At the end of the war, Dongxing can often be reunited. If not, it would have been when several tribes from the north invaded. The human race perished. How should we evaluate such evil deeds? Murong-ro has always had her own political aspirations for the world. Destroy the Baiguan clan, reduce the Nanling vassals, and take back the military power of Xishan. Suppress Jianhu's sword. Baiguan, Nanling, Xishan Daozhong officials are assigned by the imperial court. From now on, there is no longer any need for the 4-antenna town. There is no need for soldiers to guard the border. Instead, point talents and gather the talents all over the world to share the central authority with the emperor. The various martial arts sects were disbanded, and the people except farm tools were strictly prohibited from possessing weapons and swords. The royal power and law will check and balance each other, and the power and law will be determined to rule the world. From parents and ministers to martial arts sects, everyone must follow the law. Even an emperor must abide by the law and must not abuse royal power. This is Murong-ro's ideal activity, and if anyone stops me, Murong-ro, I will eliminate anyone. What Murong-ro said. Payi never thought that although he benefited a lot, he always felt that there was something wrong with it. But Payi couldn't tell, and he didn't wait for Payi to answer. Murong-ro threw out half of the tiger talus and claimed that you are now the special envoy of Jindong Mansion and report everything directly to me. Shizifu Festival and the transfer of less than 3,000 people in the ancient city camp. You don't have to ask me again. You have to do the rest yourself. First, you need to get all kinds of information. Payi feels very busy. Head to Wulxiangpo immediately. Sakiyo Yureijo Hikiyoko in the same hospital. Dugu Tianwei is enjoying the food. During the dinner, a girl with slender figure and fair skin was wearing a small gold. He leaned over to scoop up the mandarin fish after the autumn. The chef with amazing knife skills was slicing and picking at the same time. Cut into translucent plum-style fish fillet. Pick it up on the girl's flat blade will never touch the skin. It's like cutting noodles from a distance, putting them into a pot. Dugu Tianwei is astonished by the sight. Mandarin fish in autumn. After applying the knife, they don't know it for a while, and they swim down the river. Grilled in this boiling pool. It's just medium rare and medium rare. This is the flow block pool specially built by Yueching Puching Yinliangzi and Dugu Tianwei. The most wonderful thing is the trained Jew. This girl has a cold physique and is calm without being alarmed. Only by adding 5 years of secret knife skills passed down by masters from the capital can you achieve delicious food. Dugu Tianwei looked at the cook in front of him. As the saying goes, all colors, flavors, and fragrances are available. Let's power of being a chef and protecting the elderly. And we can't help but sigh. Liang Zitong was was secretly happy. This Marquis Zhaoshan is indeed as rumored. He indulges in pleasure. He can make friends with him. Three Saints Dharma discussion He will be able to deal with Murong Ro in the future. Also have more money while chatting. His subordinates did not annoy him at the reporting point, asking for a meeting outside. He said that he had brought news from Jindong Man. Dugu Tianwei was disappointed for a while because of the news from Murong Ro, so he reluctantly summoned. Payi told Murong Ro to let him represent Jindong Mansion in the competition and report it truth. I thought Dugu Tianwei would curse loud, but his eyes lit up when he heard it. Throw your head back and laugh. Take a few shots. Since his eyes are dim and he has fallen in love with you, then you can do whatever he asks you to do. When the wind blows in the forehouse, you can carry the other. After meeting a shot, we just surrendered. Wouldn't we have one? After that, we used the excuse of being disappointed. Kicked Payi out of the bank. We sent someone to guide Payi to the back room to rest. Payi pressed for a while, thinking that this city lord is really unreliable. Since he wants to admit directly in the forehouse's chief, does he really not know what kind of person Murong Ro is? Senior Qin wanted to stop the demon's sword causing chaos. Xiao Laokai devoted his whole life to researching the secret behind the demon's sword. And Murong Ro wants to create an ideal world. Some of them want themselves to do some are unwilling to involve themselves, and some directly give themselves orders. Should I do? It would be great if Sister Yin is here at this time. Thinking of the maid actually broke. Turns out in order. Second manager Zhao Heng went to Chiefing Pavilion to keep him company. The second manager ordered him to wait here specifically for Payi. Hearing this, Payi thought, I am now the special envoy of Jindong Man, so I should have a way to ask for an audience. In the afternoon, Payi hid in a motorcade and prepared to sneak into Fengqi Palace. Unexpected, someone held Bo Gung at bay with a knife. The women behind him are all toned snake demons full of charming elasticity, holding Kun's multiple arm hooks that are half a circle large. Half of the sword was flicked in the gap, and the blood was faint and thin. After seeing that it was Payi, his chest was swollen and rising and falling. Dare to put away your sword in a hurry. This person turned out to be Ran Hongxia, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. It turned out that Payi bumped into him by mistake. The northern officials who sneaked into the carriage actually dyed the blue skirt of General Jinbei and dedicated it to the queen. Just as promised, Ran Hongxia came to Yueching for business with General Jin, so I asked my daughter Ran Hongxia to help me give it away. This box contains an extra copy of the ancient Disheng Buddhism. When the Yi clan attacked Bai Yujing, the golden book was left behind. Later there were rumors that someone had hidden the golden book in a Buddha statue in the ruined temple escaped disaster, but after Bai Yujing was rebuilt, the golden book has disappeared. It is said that this golden book contains information about the eight-leaf messenger, which is very important to Buddhism. A few days ago, there were rumors in the court that Murong Ro had obtained this book but delivered it secretly in order to win the Dharma Con. But Ran Sun Kun unexpectedly found these golden books in the north. After thinking about it, dedicated the book to the queen. Murong Ro had always been willing to die Tsing Kun. People in the court thought that by dying the blue Murong Ro was betraying the queen. She wanted to take credit, but Ran Hongxia felt that by doing this, she was secretly helping Murong Ro out of trouble. In Ran Hongxia's impression, her father rarely interfered. It seems that this meeting of the three saints on Dharma is not. Ran Hongxia ran into Payi when he came to the city today and decided to help him. The one who sits in the Jinhua guard is Zhu Lu, first bitch in the central plain. He has an upright man under his command who is said to have a very sensitive nose. Payi simply hides in a box. He may not be able to get away with. In the current situation, we can only use some countermeasure. It won't be too long. Carriage arrived. Mr. Jing has already prepared some tea and waiting for the red glow. Ran Hongxia did not get out of the car, fear of delaying current affairs. Public did not stop. Just when I passed the city gate, I used the oracle to invest. Payi clearly felt this old man's oracle skill. Ran Hongxia dared to ask Payi to hug her tight and share the water moon Venus there. Breathe like a woman breathe. Payi clearly felt the soft female body dyed red and the refreshing body fragrance. The two of them couldn't help feel a touch of redness on their body, and Payi also avoided the tea ceremony. Happy thank jump out of the carriage. At this time, Zhu Lu, who was far away in the attic, seemed to have discovered something. A young girl behind Ran Zhu Lu noticed the arrival of Ran Hongxia and dared to avoid it first. After all, the two of them knew each other well. It was not convenient to meet at this time, and Payi also successfully met Heng Shui. The woman in the attic has flowers, and her small, white and thin forehead still reflects a faint plum blossom make. Black velvet obiuhan wrapped in a new red Lu plays with two lilac satins flickering among the crowd like ivory. The small carved hands titled crisp, revealing half of the slender and gorgeous pink scenery. Beautiful face that makes people yearn, as if she was awakened from a dream. There is an unintentional beauty in her heart. This person is the sister Heng Shui that Payi misses day and night. In Chiefing Pavilion, Heng Shuang was a little anxious when she saw Payi, claiming that you mistook Chiefing Pavilion for some place. That person Zhu Lu has a false reputation. You rushed and so rash. I'm afraid you don't have enough brain. But after seeing Payi come back safely after a hard journey, Heng Shuang couldn't blame him any. Favoringly watching Payi grow a little tall, Payi explained his experiences in simple terms, told it to Heng Shuang. On the other hand, Ran Zhu Lu personally received Ran Hongxia and gave him this. Dai Hongxia didn't talk too much, just said a few polite words and then left first. Ran Zhu Lu secretly praised Ran Hongxia for not asking any questions, being calm, and for leaving decisive. I couldn't help but wonder if I had made a mistake just now. Heng Shuang listened to Payi's explanation of Dugu Tianwei's reaction just now and felt that it was not that simple. Dugu Tianwei seemed to be speaking in a disorganized manner. In fact, he was not what everyone saw in his heart. He asked Payi to act according to Murong-Ro's order. Maybe it's because the situation has changed. Recently, Shuan got a piece of information. In previous years, 3 prefectures were in fact, and the participants were none other than Qi Liantang, Qi Fengzhao, and Lu Yingqing among them. Qi Fengzhao and Qi Liantang have always been on the same side, while Murong-Ro has always tried her best to suppressing Lu Yingqing's red drama with the surname Ho. This provides an opportunity for Jindong Mansion and Qi Liantang form an alliance. Since Lei Wanli, the chief helmsman of Qi Lian, disappeared, business of Qi Liantang, he handed it over to Lei Menhe Dao, 4th Taibao of the Beijing camp. This person actively hooked up with Murong-Ro and supported the Jindong Mansion, allowing Qi Liantang to secure his position as the leader of Chao Yun and Yueqing in addition to military training. As a result, became the largest force in Takeda. Murong-Ro also used Qi Liantang to accumulate a lot of financial resources. As a result, the soldiers and horses are so strong that even the emperor would not dare to underestimate. Just look at this short period of time. The Qifeng Pavilion, which was built from scratch, would definitely be indispensable without the financial support of Qi Liantang and Yueqing Haoshan. As Qi Liantang's power grew, committed many evil deeds in the East China Sea, including overt and covert robbery, bribery of local officials, and annexation of Jianghu sects. Lei Menhe wanted to hug Jindong Mansion's thigh tightly to help him overpower the other Taibao of Qi Lian. But Murong-Ro is not an ordinary person who is greedy for money. In recent years, Qi Liantang has been extremely arrogant. Murong-Ro will not do it because the situation is out of control. She suddenly proposed that the 4 palaces should be sealed, which is very thought-provoking in itself. Payi listened to Heng Shuang's analysis and thought it was very reasonable. Murong-Ro indeed used the 3 saints Dharmakant as an excuse to let him investigate the gang activities in Yue. Heng Shuang recently learned that Qi Liantang has obtained the exact information about demons Taibao who usually do not show up in active recent and are said to have committed some murders. Moreover, among their targets was Payi, person who had contacted Wei Wuying before his death. They understand that they hold the demon sword, but it won't become the key to sword style. I will try my best to control the demon swords. So Qi Liantang is determined to cap Payi. Heng Shuang looked through the window. Pair of small ivory hands folded on her chest, revealing the sleeping girl. Her gentle wit can't hide her proud figure. Her chest is dark and her waist is soft. Under her gauze skirt are 2 round, straight legs. Proportions are slender and perfect, and it is difficult to add or subtract even a single cent. Payi lifted himself up from the wall of tower and heard someone below laugh. You picked flowers and found the queen's home. You can be regarded as the number 1 among the flower pickers. You are so ambitious. It's not easy. Payi was shocked and his chastity was slightly turbid. Body lifted up like smoke, condensed in the air, and fell straight down. Payi took advantage of the situation and turned around, but the person in front of him was able to easily avoid it. Payi asked coldly, "Who are you?" and dared to break into Qi Pavilion. The person in front of Wen Yan was slightly startled, but he moved. Payi Wushwang arrived in the blink of an eye, but he was easily opened by this man. He didn't know when he drew his sword and made a gash behind Payi. Although Payi couldn't see her, he could feel the speed and accuracy of this man's sword, and realized the state of sending and receiving from the heart. Could it be that he is Lord Zhulu Rin, who is known as the fastest swordsman in the capital? People in front of me were drifting away. I guessed this through Payi's sword skills and thought that the sword was horizontal. This person is outside. It is widely rumored that the sword emperor Wu Dengyong received a title from Luying City. Ren Zhulu said easily, "Since you are here to see your master, let's end the matter here. Payi, I know you are working for Murong-Ro now. I will inform Uning if anything happens in the future. Just ask him to inform me. After that, it will be enough to make point and disappear into the wood." Payi was surprised for a while. How could Lord Ren, Queen's confidant, be so casual? But now he is both public and private. The top priority is to find out what happened at Qi Liantang. The next day, Payi came to the Wang family medicine warehouse, learned to help a Kai ask 4 or 2 pieces of dragon string, and this person really understands it as soon as he hears it. Claimed that Master Shu will send someone to contact you yesterday. In a secret conversation with Heng Shui, Payi discovered that what he lacked was an effective intelligence net, and Qi Liantang is a local snake in Moon City. Here, Heng Shui doesn't have much to do. On the contrary, Qi Liantang's eyeliners are probably everywhere. At this time, all Payi could think of was the Cap 5 Emperor's cave. Payi returned to the inn, but he found Ran Hongxia waiting for him outside the door. Outside the station, a girl in red is leaning on the railing alone, looking at Yanglu Bibo outside the railing. The jade-like white face, light lust just like the frozen snow, and the fingertips stroking the scabbard are also hard to look at. It was Ran Hongxia. Ran Hongxia found out some information and immediately wanted to discuss Payi. Payi is naturally very willing, since we are also enthusiastic about checking the get. Ran Hongxia heard that the Chui family's destruction was probably related to Qi Liantang. Payi was shocked. He just got some information about Wei Jingzhao as a friend of the head of Su Dine. Why did Qi Liantang do this murderous act? Turns out that the situation of Qi Liantang has always been very favorable. It is said that they are like Mr. Chui looking for a purchase. Things failed. Not long after, something happened to the Chui family. The old man had a son named Chui Yanwei who escaped by luck. Now Qi Liantang is looking for him everywhere. Payi thought. Thing he wants to get, even if he wants to destroy the family, is probably a demon sword. This also explains why Chui Jingzhao did not specify the details when he wrote a letter asking for help. But how could this Chui family be related to the demon sword because of his scholarly legacy? But in any case, the Chui family is gone. This Chui Yanwei is stained with red cloud. No matter what, I must do my best to protect, otherwise there is no way to revert to the eldest. Everyone said that Qixian left the capital and rebelled against Tao. But looking at the recent actions of Deputy Headmaster Liu of Haitian Men and Qi Liantang, who is the evil sect, mentioning Qixian, Payi couldn't help but think of supporting himself and wanted to make an excuse to avoid this topic. Shui Weting Hongxian. The reason why disciples and Qixuan are prohibited from contacting each other is because 30 years ago, Qixuan betrayed the alliance at the end of the Demon Sword War, causing the master to retreat to this day for healing. But at this moment, Ran Hongxia was thinking that the Qixuan of today is no longer the same person as, and she couldn't help but ask, Payi, what kind of person are you seeing in the seven? Payi said, right. Of course there are people who regard human life as trivial, but they are only a minority. Most people are not like. They also have people and things they want to protect, and they also have affection and pride that they identify with. Someone repays the kindness of dripping water. Daughter of a benefactor. Decade. Someone died fighting to protect. He said that he opened the cupboard easily. Payi screamed out, right. The idle girl actually hid in the cupboard. Then opened the note, and sometime follow me to see the sect leader. Only then did Payi realize that Shu Yujia must have sent here. At this time, Ran Hongxia also heard the strange movement and hurried over to check the situation. Payi panicked and closed the cupboard door, hiding the girl in the. But dying Hongxia's face turned red, as if he had discovered something. He was living in a foreign palace. Thanked Payi for helping him and left the inn. Picking up leave, Payi followed Xianzi to a small boat in the river. Beautiful mature woman in a boat, a suburb full of ambition. His graceful demeanor and elegant temperament are exact unparalleled skills. When he pointed at Payi, she pursed her lips and smiled. A hint of girlish chop flashed through her greasy eyes. A sudden hint of playfulness amidst the dignity. To add to the beauty, Shu Yujia caressed the body of Payi sword beat and claimed the effect of Huali Pearl. I'm afraid it's beyond speculation. Since the threat of Yu Chengfeng has been removed, several elders in the 5 islands forward their opinions on Shu Yujia's handling of the Huali Pearl. They may think that Shu Yujia only took up the position of sect leader in recent years, and his foundation is still shallow. If they can get the Huali Pearl in Payi's belly, they can beat Shu Yujia. Therefore, Shu Yujia also took this opportunity to give Payi a warning. It is understood that someone deliberately leaked the news that the reason why Murong Ro re-employed Payi was just because Payi obtained Wei Wuying's inheritance and used the power of the demon sword to get rid of Yu Chengfeng. Qixuan is not the only one who is secretly looking for Payi. There is also Chilean. Payi couldn't help but ask, this news be released by the 5 emperors? Shu Yujia smiled slightly that he couldn't tell for sure, but it was definitely not my concubine. I am more concerned about your safety than Mr. Dian, but I don't want to hide it. There comes a day when the pearl in your belly cannot be kept. I will use all means to ensure that I am the first, the one who disemboweled you. Shu Yujia smiled. Xian's eyes narrowed like a cat with a fish. Payi saw the danger in his eyes again. With his naughty feet shining bright, Payi suddenly felt that the boat was moving forward very quiet. But the speed is not slow. Payi is not panic at all. He asked coldly, Master Shu, are you trying to bring me back to the 5 emperors? The mature and beautiful lady smiled charming. Your alertness now is completely different from when you were in and out of the world. Shu Yujia lightly pressed his jade finger against Payi's chest and said with a smile, Payi, I've decided to block. Tell me why you came to see me. Payi told me Shi Lian Tang's evil intention, but he lacks their intelligence. I would like to ask the sect leader to read my friendship or and provide me with 1 or 2. Shu Yujia hindered the meeting, led the group to walk slowly, and asked instead of answering the question, why Murong Ro? Do you think that allowing you to replace Yu Chengfeng is just what she wants? Any information about Chi Lian Tang? What she wants is that you can help to solve the problems in the world. There is no intelligence force of one's own. All this will be impossible to talk about in terms. My catacombs are mediocre in 7, but when it comes to spying on intelligence, forward captain is unparalleled in the jungle. Since ancient time, intelligence trading has been the 5 catacombs, the lifeblood of survival. Maybe you, Payi, were originally an insignificant person, but now the world is undercurrent due to the demon sword. There will only be more and more people who want your life. You must have the strength to be worthy of your adventure. I want to help. I bet you are the one who can survive to the end. As soon as I finished speaking, boat docked at the shore. Shu Yujia brought Payi to a house. There are actually all the former captains in this yard. In the courtyard, the captain marches forward. All young girl, with straight thighs and pear-shaped buttocks. Every style. The hem has a strong shield, and the muscle lines of the buttocks and legs stretch out the trousers, which is both beautiful and coordinated. Like an antelope, full of primitive wild covered gold, revealing 2 big apple-shaped eyes, willow plum trees and lining feathers, sharp eye, unspeakably power. Shu Yujia said righteous. Since you, Payi, can't force to stay in Wadai, why not let Wodiga be tied to you as long as you agree to one day? With strength in hand, I will definitely protect 5 boroughs with stability and comprehensiveness. This is my sincerity. Say it nobly and seriously. He said in a cold voice in front of. If Xianzi disobeys order, he will start from now on. You serve Payi's order, even if you live or die. You must not disobey order, even if it is my order. Payi's justice must come first. There must be no mistake. Payi is your master. All of a sudden, everyone is arrogant. Everyone bows down to Payi. Payi also knows. How could this Shu sect master easily believe that one day he could save the 5 catacombs? This was not so much helping him as it was that they were actually Shu Yujia monitoring the eyes of Li Zhu in his body. Shu Yujia does not deny because he now feels right. 30 years ago, after the Demon Sword Rebellion, the 7 factions worked together and launched a bloodbath against Qixuan. 5 catacombs had information transactions with the 7 sect and 7 spin. Under the operation of sect leader Payi, they were not greatly for this reason. The remaining 6 factions of the 7 spins had a feeling that the 5 categories secretly communicated with the 7 sects to withdraw money. From then on regarded the 5 boroughs as enemies. Naturally, the 7 factions will not treat the people of Qixuan as their friend. There are originally many conflicts among the 7 sects, but recently someone used the demon sword to cause bloodshed and pointed the sword at the demon. 4 pillars and 3 swords are likely to reunite. At this point, a new round of purges was launched against Qixuan, but at this time, another loud-mouthed man named Mr. Ghost appeared and claimed that he would reunite with Qixuan. None of this is a coincidence. The crisis is already close at hand. This person used the demon sword to provoke Qixuan to provoke Murong Ro. We don't know what the plan is, but what is certain is that Murong Ro can't tolerate Qishuan anymore. So I sincerely want to cooperate, Dian. If you are still not at ease, then take a look at this arrangement. Wuying has just fallen. Shu Yujia Yusho gently clasped her hands together. Figure slowly walked out of the room. This person turned out to be a baby. He held his pink cheeks tight and held his arms. The waves were about to come out. A pair of sexual eyes were full of catastrophe. Delicate lip line holds a naughty smile, like a little girl who has succeeded in a prank. But when I saw Payi lie, I felt a little more gentle. Turns out that this courtyard was entrusted by Shu Yujia to take over the management in the name of the Red Emperor. If Pei Dian does not accept, it will be up to Fu Jijin to lead the marching cap and collect intel in the city. Pei Lai was naturally happy, but he didn't show it too much. He just said directly to the Rian people in front of Pei Lai is just a black who was entrusted by his senior. Eliminate the demon sword rebellion and find out the truth behind it. The road ahead is dangerous without the order of the sect leader. Guan Yu, will you fight side by side with me? Since Pei Lai killed Yu Chifeng, my feelings are in the hearts of the cap who are going forward. Having already established a good image, these people must be willing to follow Pei Lai. The leader Xianzi girl is even more sincere. I like completing tasks. Pei Lai is very pleased. I just hope that everyone cherish life in this troubled world. What Pei Lai wants. This is a world where everyone can control their own. This is Pei Lai's way. Hear this. The trees are about on green snails, and they are walking together. Han Shao said, my surname is Shin. From now on, we are all on the same boat. I hope that your excellency will not forget what I said today. I will ask your excellency to arrange the rest of the matters on your own. After that, he left the house. Fu Chi-nek playfully approached Pei Lai and said with a smile, so what news does our master need? Pei Lai's cheeks turned red and he dared to say hurriedly, everyone, I urgently need news from Chilian Tang right now. In particular, who in Chilian Tang is targeting the Chui family and the whereabouts of Wei family's young master. I'll collect some by the way. Information about the gangs that have recently entered Yueching Valley. Bao Bao's sister added on this. The opponent is Chilean. Extinction should not be underestimated. I believe that Xu Yue has a plan for a long time. Xianzi, you come and announce the plan. Sure enough, everything has been arranged. Let's move on. Captain's soldiers were divided into 3 groups. Because the clan was best at disguising that they were responsible for sneaking into the weapons business in the Chilean tank to collect clues. Be sure to lock down the important people. Captain of the Shaolin clan uses light skill, base breath, and heavy skills to track and explore key information. Uncle Man's group is responsible for mobility and logistics. They must pass the information to Fushunjun and Xianzi and ensure that the traces are erased. And Xianzi stayed with Pei Lai as much as possible to protect. The audio has just finished. Everyone took action. Although Fu Qijin can come to help Pei Lai this time, he can't stay here forever. So I took Uncle Bai over so he cleaned the courtyard. The second master was injured the most. However, the white tiger stone has a power to recreate and he will be able to recover in a few days. The other 2 masters. It also requires a long period of which is why Fu Qijin cannot stay for a long time. Not far outside the house. But Beiting slowly said to Xu Yuji, you did read that right. This person is indeed quoting. The true energy absorbed by Li Zhu is rare in his rapid growth. It is indeed possible for him to become a great person, but you are not afraid that he will turn into an evil dragon one day. Although Xie is worried, power of the 5 Emperors Cave is currently greatly damaged. If he is not careful, he may become a sacrifice at the 7 Mysteries Con. Pei Lai was born in Luyin City and has a background in Jindong Mansion. Isn't there a more suitable candidate than him? And if he really turns into an evil dragon with Huali Zhu in his mouth, best way to kill the dragon is to get close enough to the dragon, right? I haven't seen Yan Hongxia for many days. Her appearance seems to be cleaner. Originally, she was a toned snake demon full of charming elasticity. Now it is even more divisive. The arm hook 10,000 uses has been enlarged half a circle. The sword is half bent in the gap. The blood stains are light fine. I don't know if I forgot to remember it. The sleeves are still loose. Only the bulging chest, full of breath, seems to be wrapped around the 2. The big, plump snowshoe rabbit takes advantage of the rain to stretch out its arms and legs, giving it the air of a sickly beauty. Ran Hongxia has been inquiring about Mr. Chui these past few days, but she has hit a wall every time and found nothing. Today I happened to come to this tea house to drink tea. Suddenly a peeper girl who was singing came up to me, claiming that the little girl hasn't opened for a long time today. Please do me a favor. Let's play some peeper music. Ran Hongxia is depressed. Who cares about listening to music? So I reward the girl with a drop of money. Want to send the girl away? The girl said softly. The heroine has a kind heart, but the little girl has nothing to repay. This is a kun dance composed by the little girl herself and given to the heroine as a token of gratitude. After saying that, she left the tea house. Ran Hongxia opened the note. It was Pei Lai's message. Wei Yenhua appears on the other side of the granary in the south of the city. Pei Lai and Xianzi are rushing. The 6th Tai Bao of Chilian Tang seek for a reward to the internal and external disciples who initiated Chao Yun, looking for Chui Yenhua. Wei Yenhua actually appeared in Chao Yun's granary today. 2 disciples from the Chao gang. They started fighting for the bounty, only to be noticed by Uncle Man and the other. Now the Chilian Tang have gone to notify the 6th Tai Bao. I think he will arrive soon. After the Qianxin captain's inquiry, there was a meeting between Chilian Tang Shijua Tai Bao. There seems to be mutual disact. The person who is interested in the Chui family this time is King Jini Lei Tingchong of the Taibo County. The 8th Tai Bao, the 7th Tai Bao, Fragrant Car and the Thunderous Night, the 10 Tai Bao, Yan Jingfeng and Lei Mingyao. They kept this matter very secret from each other, and were especially wary of the big eunuch and the fourth eunuch. If it weren't for the sixth eunuch who arranged spies everywhere. It is also difficult for Xianzi to find out. Most of the Shijue eunuchs of Chiliantang do not show their faces outside. There are rumors in the world that as the chief helmsman Lei Wanli disappears long time, the conflicts among the Tai boss are getting deeper, and which also creates opportunities for hunting companions. After investigation, Lei Tingqiu, the sixth Tai Bao, mainly practices the outer three-way hard skill. The Taibo Thunder comes in and out at night. All take the Kibeoxian car. It is said that the mechanism in the treasure car is very powerful, but the 10 Taibao have never exposed their martial art. In the blink of an eye, the two of them came to the granary in the south of the city. This virtuous girl was dressed in a smart outfit. The brocade leopard belly used by warriors wrapped up a thin jade tooth plate style narrow waist. It also highlights the two jade melons that look like su tao. Wherever they pass, they are known from cat-shaped swallows falling, beautiful and floating. Through the window, two of them saw Ji Yen were hiding behind the rice barn, but the hunting companion discovered that there are some strange wounds on his body. They seem to be healed with the help of medicine, and the medicine should be good. Person who doesn't tend to her wounds often doesn't notice. It means someone is taking care of her. Time is running out, so I'll accompany the hunter to get ready. We won't wait for the red glow now. Let's take her back. But at this moment, the granary was open and someone came wearing a rich and beautiful dress. The black fingers of the bone-hanging wild man are full of gold jade ring. The tip of the wrist is solid, double black diamond arm hook, and the inner tendons are as big as the sea wrist. He used it to wrap around Gung Zhao's thigh, which made the giant man weigh as little as a few dozen kilograms and move as usual. This person was none other than the sixth Tai Bao. Now go to Jini Lei Tingqiu. This person is the murderer of Master Chu. As soon as Ji Yanwei saw this person, she knew that there was no way to escape. She could only fight to the death, but Ji Yanwei couldn't. But he was kicked to the ground and could not move at all. Burly Lei Tingqiu stepped on Ji Yanwei's head and said, "Ma, you should know you can't run away, right? Hand over the sword." The audio has just finished. I don't know when there was a sharp guide above the rice warehouse. Just when my subordinates saw it strange, Payi also appeared and came behind Ji's thug. He raised his hand and threw it up. Then a sleeve and leg struck towards the door. This force easily made it fall into the granary. Thugs in folding clothes saw someone acting wild, dared to take out your weapons and rush forward. But in Payi's eyes, these people's movements were as slow as death. The only bit of vitality is concentrated in the hand holding the knife, and the upper and lower balance is unbalanced. The route and landing point of the knife attack. It's all obvious. Payi is like a serpent in a leisurely wandering among the thugs, twisting and turning. It was easily solved, and several people in front of me were lost. The sixth Tai Bao noticed that the person in front of had extraordinary skills and looked somewhat familiar. But just when I was about to take, breeze comes through the window. His figure was so fast that he stopped as soon as he said it. The afterimage condensed into the image of a young master Qingyi, flawless face and a jade fan in his hand. His lips were red and his teeth were white. His body was slender and his eyebrows were very delicate. He's pretty enough to be handsome, but he looks arrogant and frivolous, with an air of looking down on others. He said proudly, "You must be Payi." The sixth Tai Bao suddenly realized that you actually dared to deliver it to your door yourself. Before he had time to take action, young master Qingyi fell grace, and others had not had time to take notice. Payi shook the hilt of his sword and swept away several points. Wu Meng turned around in the air and fixed the entire row of bone-penetrating nails. That young master Qingyi was full of dark energy. This god got the nickname Yanjing Fingyu in every move he made. In addition to his meritorious service, he was extremely clumsy in his qinggong. With one finger, the dark energy comes out like a heavy rain hitting the eye. It is good to die. I don't want to miss today. Famous dark air spirit shadow ecstasy thorn was easily broken by the person in front of me. At the same time, many more thugs rushed. Xianzi tied around his waist and beat. The waist branches can almost be grasped palms of hand, and the chest rises, falls regularly. Even though my body is thin, I can still stand up. There is still a small bulging groove squeezed out. The sleeves and legs that are longer than straight kick the enemy. Narrow waist, reversed diastole in the palm of your hand. Strong elastic muscle. Feels grace, and the skin is as smooth as applying powder. The girl's firm and tender abdominal muscles will suppress the power. They all bounce back as if they had caught a mermaid twisting her weight and springing her. Sixth Tai Bao Leitung rushed to Payi in front of him. He didn't even pay attention to the backstage of Jindong General's mansion. He returned to the room and faced Payi. It's just a whip kick. However, Payi jumped up and easily escaped. Wei Wuying. This reaction is indeed evident. But Lei Tingqiu, the sixth eunuch, threw his cloak at Payi and tried his best. Gather your right fist and hide it behind like a giant gold braid through the wave. The convex shape like thunder. Payi blindly used the non-returning golden will hand to block, then used the fire-avoiding infuriating energy and the thunderbolt ghost hand to relieve the force. Although his body was still holding back, he did not suffer any substantial damage. Lei Tingqiu did not hesitate to praise. After receiving this blow, there were only a few who were still alive. This move is surprising. The real killer move comes in the second half. But the fist that was bigger than a sandbag was suddenly blocked by a thin. Responding to the surprise with his fist, Lei Tingqiu felt that Payi's it must be used. I saw Payi transforming his fist into a long one, and Guanyin turned in the opposite direction, turning all this huge formation power. The internal power surged so fiercely that it even knocked back Lei Tingqiu for several meters. Lei Tingqiu clearly felt that Payi's blow even absorbed part of his own internal power. The news he had received. He was just a blacksmith in Luoying. He accidentally learned the secret demon sword. He just pretended to ignore the power of God and made him a 7th grade sesame officer. He didn't expect to be so powerful. After Payi successfully repulsed Lei Tingqiu, he took the opportunity to drag Cui Yanwei up and rush towards the main entrance. They actually closed the door to arrest, which shows that all the elite, the guards outside the counterattack door, are the weakest. But at this moment, a snow-white Qibao boxcar Toatsan came in. This car is for one person. Two-wheeled cart is much larger, but smaller than the ordinary four-wheeled and has a rounded body. The lines limbs are very graceful and there are no doors or windows on all sides. The ivory carriage is decorated only with silk and gold carving. There is no naked horse in front of the carriage, but a lifelike carved steel horse instead. This 7 treasure box car was approaching fierce. Payi was busy trying to avoid Cui Yanwei. The Qibao box car breaks through the move, heading towards Cui Yanwei to kill him. Critical moment. Power Horse stood in front of Cui Yanwei. The woman who came to the rescue was tall, narrow sleeves as a mountain of red wood, red boots and a red belt, and a sword wrapped in red wave. The gauze half sleeves with arm patterns are all in a light lotus. They have long and tight legs, slim curve, and a sharp. There is 3 points of yin qi and 7 points of subtle appearance. It is the famous Shuiwei Tingxian or Zanjuan that is dyed red. Thousands of miles of wind and river. And what's inside this 7 treasures box is also the 8 treasures thunder. Lei Tingqiu, Lu Taibao on the side, narrowed his lustful eye, following the cicadas, looking at the slender and strong alluring cave that is dyed red with red cloud. Then I glanced at the silent character Xian next to me, and thought that my daughter, who is fair and slender, is not bad at. She has a pair of combs and a beautiful dress. She is quiet and beautiful, and her eyes are almost overwhelmed. I only heard Ran Hongxia told, I was ordered by my master to entrust Pei Dianwei to find the Cui family. Please forgive me for taking the Cui family master. Pei Dianwei back to answer the order. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard the sound of the 7 treasure box inside the car like a loud bell. My benefactor sat down and said, in the second Zhangyuan, we are looking for this young master of the Cui family. The reason is a deal between me and the Cui family. Wei Jingzhao, the head of the Cui family, deceived me first, so I have a few questions that I want to ask Miss Wei. As long as he answers, the second commander can take him away at any time. According to Bataibo Lei Wan's description, the Cui family originally had a Juntian sword. Wei Jingzhao sold it to the 8 Taibao for a price of 200 taels, and he also signed and printed the word, but he sold a fake sword. This kind of behavior does not respect the moral principles of the world. Hearing this, Cui Yanwei hurriedly denied it. According to Cui Yanwei's description, the Cui family was not involved in political, but it is said that this sword, a murderer's secret, is hidden, and the secret holds a message for death, heavier than Mount Tai. So after Mr. Cui took the knife, he hid it carefully. It is absolutely impossible to sell swords casually. This Juntian sword was originally well hidden, but 3 months ago, Mr. Cui went out to purchase an important batch of ancient pills. One night after he left, the study in the mansion suddenly caught fire. After hearing the news, all the servants rushed to put out the fire. This study belonged to Mr. Cui. The house where important books and ancient pills are stored has very good fire and heat insulation. Fire sources are also controlled. It is expected that this house will not catch fire. After everyone put out the fire, they discovered that the source of the fire was inside the house. A sword kept in the dark. The blade of the sword sent out silky threads and burned through the iron box where it was placed. After Mr. Cui came back, I found out that he had gone there just to make acquisition. A strange needle named Huanling's jade box was used to hide the sword. He put the sword into the box and ordered the whole family not to spread the word about it. The news still leaked out. People from Chiliantang came to force Mr. Cui to hand over the sword. Mr. Cui refused, so they wrongfully accused the Cui family and robbed the weapons of Chiliantang. There were more than 40 members of the Cui family. Most of them died in the hands of Lei Tingqiu. The 2 people had different opinions, but the 8 Taibao said, I have proof of my own. My eyes are dyed red and my eyes are thick and frozen. My hair is hanging down. Pink breasts rise and the chest rises and falls evenly in peace. Craftsman's daughter's fearlessness, face of danger. At this time, it was most vivid and vivid. There was a bunch of faint swords behind his back, and the jade rabbit on his chest could not help but stand up a little. She's ready to come out, but her waist is so slender that people can't help hold her in her arm. Payi secretly observed everything in front of him. When he fought with the 6 Taibao just now, the 10 Taibao didn't come to help. He didn't seem to have any subordinate. Now it seems that he has nothing to do with the tough 8th Taibao. It seems that it is even harder to deal with, but it is the 8th Taibao. This motorcycle does not look like a traditional. It looks like the mechanical singer Jia Lingbo and Lu Ying. Moreover, the chain attack just now was vaguely mixed with his internal power. Payi secretly asked Shenzi to do a few things. Ran Hongxia said leisurely at this time. Ba Taibao, you said, do you have the words written by Cui Jingzhao himself? Can you let me wait for a while? Unexpected. What the 8 Taibao said was true, and he actually asked his subordinates to hand over a letter. Content of the letter was consistent with what the 8 Taibao said, and the handwriting was confirmed by Cui Yeyue that it was indeed written by her father. But Ran Hongxia still asked, since you, the 8 Taibao, promised to absolve the Cui clan members of their responsibility, why are you still pressuring Cui Yeyue so hard? The 8 Taibao still had good reason, claiming that the sword he gave me was incomplete. The key to the reason why this sword has the power of fire, there is a gem on the sword. It is said that the master of King Fengzhou is, after the last demon sword rebellion, I accidentally used it to make a sword, and its power suddenly increased. However, the sword given by Cui Jingzhao was obviously missing something on the hill, so as long as Mr. Cui tells the whereabouts of the gem, can keep him safe. It all seems reasonable, but Ran Hongxia believes in conspiracy and doubts fate, and her determined look is extremely delicate, not gentle at all. Turns out that senior sister Su Zi is quite skilled calligrapher. He and Cui Jingzhao have been pen pals for many years. It is well known that Mr. Cui loves to use homophones in his letter, and this handwritten letter contains evidence of Qi Liantang's murder and robbery in the Cui family. Study according to the symmetry of the 7 characters in the Zhuang encirclement room to seize the sword and kill people. Read on the dyed paper. Seeing that the incident was revealed, the 8 Taibao jumped up from the Qibao incense cart and rushed towards Ran Hongxia. Behind him, Kurunoma was bound towards Cui Yanwei on the other side. Ran Hongxia had already seen the purpose of the 8 Taibao, so she used her sword to cross the tree block and threw Cui Yanwei behind. Payi successfully caught Ran Hongxia in midair. This series of acts, she didn't even look back as she believed that Payi would definitely stay behind, and the battle in this warehouse. The curtain has also been opened, and the red clouds are blooming, waving the golden sword, and the dragon's hair is scattered. All of them have slender and graceful bodies. The sword moves are wide open and closed. I only saw the willow demon hides from the silver spear. The soft clothes point to open the border. My dear husband and nephew Wan Ning, a woman named Jira. How can a body of flesh be better than a chicken or a crab? Tabo is actually able to use his true energy to drive mechanisms and launch attack. Golden sword of Dian Hongda. A huge amount of accumulated acid skin suddenly surged up. Sweat dripped from the tip of Gaoting's nose. Drops fell on the bluestone bit by. On the other side, the 6 eunuchs took advantage of the chaos and rushed towards Payi, hoping to take advantage of the chaos and rush Yan Yu. According to the rules of Chilean, Taibao cannot attack each other. That's why the 6 Taibao decided to take action. During this time, the 6 Taibao's true energy surged. The iron rings on my arms jingled. This move shook the golden ring. She opens mountains and seas and fills rivers. Payi used the magic knife to block Xiao. Taking advantage of the force to counter it, the 6 Taibao jumped up using the black gold ring in their hands to increase the destruct power on Ob. Since it was easy, broke the bluestone on the ground. The 6 Taibao couldn't help praise him even though he didn't hit a single blow. Pei Dianwei was worthy of being a black. His ordinary weapon was struck by the golden ring. It will be shattered instantly. Payi also understood the opponent's attack method. Now that he has put away the magic knife, slowly moving the fire will be a single decision. That is, the sound and image moves are integrated into one, and the golden wheel that does not retreat turns the hand into an attack. The dense palm wind is surging incessantly. Each palm is stronger than the other. These 6 Taibao use their true energy to vibrate with the Wujing ring, which is really powerful. In the past, he relied on this to be so domineering that he had no box compared with the master's Payi encounter. It's simply not worth mentioning. This is the golden wheel hand that never returned. He actually caught the golden ring formation easily and used its skill. Since the black golden ring of the formation has changed its shape, the true energy could no longer be shaken. Payi refused to fight and punched violently with both fists. The black gold iron ring was actually broken into pieces. Back door of the 6 Taibao array was fully open. Shocked and broken-faced at this moment, Ren Hongxiao was in crisis and was forced into a corner by the Qibao Xiang. The 10 Taibao who have not taken action. The soul-shadowing thorns of ecstasy are like pear blossoms carrying rain, falling towards the red-dyed vest. In times of crisis, Payi's magical skills spread far and wide, and success brought dying red clouds. Wei on the side. Unexpectedly, he was stabbed in the right shoulder. The idle girl moved as fast as a rabbit, as fast as her voice was broken, and as quiet as a chilling cicada. She ducked and drew the sword. Lu Yao leaned over. Her clothes were even tighter. Her hem was steadily raised. Her legs were as tight as Chap, and her muscle lines full of explosive wild. The rapid transformation between movement and movement is like the blending of ice and fire, even more like old and beautiful girl moistening her chest. Seeing 10 Taibao's thunderous bite, they used hidden weapons. Xianzi quickly seized the moment of being stuck in the air and rushed towards the thunderous bite. I don't know when the dense poisonous needle flew and stabbed. I was about to caught in the thunderous bite and was thrown out. A stroke of wisdom. In return, Lei Mingji didn't expect that his body would be scratched by his own spiritual shadow and ecstasy thorn, so he used the technique of shocking the cicada to escape from its shell. He used the white smoke to become invisible. He didn't expect that this woman's lightness skills were as good as his own. Thunder bites the heart and soft. When she landed, her lips were already green. She quickly pulled out the needle, took the medicine and put it into her mouth, but caught in the smoke. Payi punched hard, knocking her feet off the ground, and vomited the medicine into her palm. Payi backhand slapped it into Chui Yenyue's mouth. Craftsman who saw her lip fading away. I felt a little relieved. I exhaled a few times and took out the medicine. The old man finished it in one go. It was too fast to splash water. The Taibo Thunderbolt drew his sword at night, and I was shocked. The teacher stewed smoke can poison the eye, but this boy was not but he said coldly, "You don't know my teacher very well. You think it's so simple? Can detoxify. Now even if you hand her over me, it's hard for me to keep her alive." As expected, just after the transformation of Yi, Chui Yenwei took a mouthful of blood again. Worded out. Turns out that this pill needs to be taken by Lei Ming. Taking them together can only delay the onset of poison. The medicine in his mouth has been bitten and swallowed by Lei Ming. But even so, the other half of the medicine, it's also in Payi's. You don't take out the antidote. The 10 Taibao also died soon. The 8 Taibao died late, but she poured out. Sure, Taibao was poisoned. She rarely thought about and she was afraid that she didn't even bring the final antidote with. At this time, Lei Ming's bite was as if his eyes were red with blood, a determination to die together with Chui Yenwei. Chui Yenwei is not afraid of life and death at this stage, but she is unwilling to do so and has not followed what that person said. Using this to take revenge, Payi was shocked. Turned out that there are still people obstructing it and the toxins in her body. The direction is a bit strange. This time, Lei Wan suggests there is a secret medicine here. Although it can't completely remove the poison of the ecstasy thorn, it can temporarily help her suppress the poison. Her own conditions. Just ask questions, but I can see through this kind of rhetoric with just one glance. The medicine you mentioned is not only unable to suppress the toxin, but it also has other. Your so-called secret medicine is a mysterious medicine that can make people listen to hundreds of steps, and you are one. The scum who enjoys this process, Payi knows in his heart, must be a drag this time outside. But in fact, the person who really influenced the Bataibo project was not Payi and others, so Payi. I boldly made a proposal and said that I want to have a solo contest. The limit is one stick of If there is no life or death, the side with the upper hand will win. You win. I will hand Mr. Chui over to you. Miss Ran and I will not interfere anymore. I win. Not only do you want us to leave, but you also feed your medicine to Shitaibo and ask him to hand over the real antidote. Ran Hongxia and Shitaibo. Everyone was shocked. Ran Hongxia took a breath. The muscles all over her body were unknown to the medical skill. The toned curves in the military uniform. The parts are tighter and more. I can't help but get closer to the companion. I have a shaky temperament. Tears in her eye. The woman's loyalty and reluctance are hidden. The daughter of a general in military uniform is as shy and sweet as Zaijia Bi. Even if you don't mean to be charming, it is refreshing. Payi knew that Ran Hongxia was worried about him the bottom up, but the other party had murderous intention at the beginning. There is no chance of winning by forcing a breakout. Fighting with her is the only way out now. Payi jumped up and the 7 treasures bar made a kicking sound like a turning mechanism. There was a dull clicking sound, but you couldn't see any changes in the car body. Countless hidden weapons came towards. Just hearing a click, a dazzling light burst out from the tip of Bai Lai's arm. The magic of the sword finally came out of the body, and the mist crashed into the swirling fluorescent light. Fireworks shattered into tiny pieces like dust, blocking the hidden weapons like a heavy rain. The Qibao trunk cart is huge inside. After all, it is not as good as a living thing. I want to get away. Who would have thought that there would be a crackling sound and the elect pattern would fly away? The wharves of the Carver's agreement exit at speed. He hit her in the chest. To this day, Payi always believes that agencies have their own limitations, but it's not this car. It is huge and difficult to handle, but has agile reactions like a living, and its weapons are tricky and difficult to defend against. Moreover, the configuration is meticulous, and it seems that every blind corner has been considered for reinforcement. This car must have weakness. For example, the wheel axe belly of the car, or the damaged part of the machine emperor's teeth. But the problem is that you can't get close at all. The dense pit sound is like a gong in the Snow White carriage. 4 swords of Mars were covered with scars on the surface. They cut into the car body unintentionally. At the moment of cutting, blade edge was always slight, and even the sharp magic knife was difficult to work. Uncle Chi once said that only the temperature of the Earth's fire in the western regions can make water gangs steelingly dead. It is most suitable to be used as a surfer arm. It is as smooth as a mirror and cannot be cut by any sword or sword. Even Wei Wuying City can only use this water in small quantities on the A size, and the armor, weapons, and hooks of this car are actually made of solid water gene steel. However, although this water gene steel is resistant to sharp energy, not very flexible in case of collision, blunt up, it's easy to fight. The premise is that the hardness of this blunt weapon must be comparable to that of water. Think of this. Payi took the opportunity to spin the magical knife skillfully and inserted it into the soft part of the chain. The spear of Yi and the shield of Gongzi collided violently. This extremely hard Shui Jingyang finally had a crack. This Shui Jingyang, once the first crack appeared, repeatedly attacking that spot will cause the entire piece to collapse. Payi aimed at the crack, and his unparalleled lashes full and smooth. But as soon as he made 2 cuts, he was noticed by Thunderpill. The Qibao box car suddenly turned around and threw it away. There were guns hidden throughout the car body. Swords and sickles turned over and around, and there were endless hidden weapons. Payi was forcefully forced back to and received a few more wounds on his body. Payi dodged and sprinted without that one knife. Then he cut a big hole in the rice barn. Rice gushes out like water. For a while, the ground was completely full of this way. The ability of the Qibao trunk cart has also been reduced a lot, although it is only slightly. But Payi had the upper hand in dexterity. Payi regarded the crack as the scabbard of Lao Hu's Chap, unparalleled act, relying on the sharp edge of the sacred tree sword. Finally broke this 7 treasure box cart. At this time for burning incense has finally arrived, but I didn't expect that Lei Tingwan would not admit. Claimed that he only damaged my car a little. How can it be seen that the compensation points are not in profit? He immediately ordered his men to surround Payi. Payi had already acted all the idle guy who is always, I don't know when he disappeared. At this time, he had fled with the military talisman to find the leader of the depletion camp, leading a group prepared to surround the granary. Payi and Ran Hongxia also fell into a bitter fight. Ran Hongxia naturally leaned behind Payi. Her smooth shoulders and back closely connected, and the softness coming from the hem was like sinking into a sharp call. Seeing that when the court rises, it actually rises from the ground, and the hip bones become tight. 2 of them are connected, their hands leaning on each other. Payi felt a slight coolness in his. He and Payi advanced and retreated. The coordination was so wonderful that suddenly, power burst of true energy broke through the roof and entered with overwhelming momentum. Payi held the dyed red clouds under his body, and the soft floating body made dyed red clouds tremble. I saw this person of a bear man and a tiger. He was not tall and very strong. He was dressed in fast boots and carried a bag on his shoulder. He had a dusty appearance. He had a dark face that showed indescribable vicissitude. He was like an old corpse resting in the middle of the road. This person was none other than the great Tai Bao of the Red Lian Tang dynasty. Kenshing Wanqing Lei Fenkai only saw Lei Fenkai snorting and scolding. It seems like done a lot of work during the days I've been away. What a mess. When the other people saw this pseudo-dark, everyone took a breath. Payi was even more shocked. He was the big eunuch who was trying to get me everywhere. Lei Fen opened his voice like a bell and said confidently, "You are Payi, right? It was because Chief Heng Air protect. I couldn't catch. I didn't expect you to come to my door now. Let me see what you got from Wei Wuying. What kind of ability did he have?" Lei Fen opened his true energy like a. This kind of coercion can only be found in Master Chunfeng and Shuyan. Having experienced such a crisis, Ran Hongxia said hurriedly, "Great eunuch, do you know that several of your brothers, in order to grab a powerful sword, did not hesitate to rush the Wenten bed and breakfast into the Zhao family and exterminate, and now they are still killing the only remaining bloodline of the Chui family? Poison and threat. Last time in Luoying City, kept saying that you were suspicious. This time the demon sword is actually a conspiracy. How should the 3 swords everywhere be used to defeat it? Aren't you worried that the affairs of the Chui family are also part of Yao Dao's conspiracy, and several eunuchs have taken the lead in guiding the conspiracy? Is it Qi Lian Tang?" Lei Fen opened his angry eyes and crossed Chibo Xiangcha Thunderpill and said hurriedly, "Boss, you know I like to make some mechanical props on weekdays. This is something that Jun Tian has not seen for a long time. You should ask the 4th Chap. Now, the operation of Chilean tanks depends on you and Lao Si. We are doing this just to get some benefit from Lao." Lei Fen Kai didn't say much, thinking that this 4th guy didn't run Chilean Tang's business well, but he kept secrets from me to find out the clues about the demon sword. What was he planning? This moment, a report came from outside that the rice warehouse was surrounded by 3,000 troops from the camp. But Lei Fengkai didn't panic at all and said, "Pei Dianwei, how do you want to end it now?" Pei Lai asked the 10 Tai Bao to hand over the antidote. The 6th Tai Bao and the 8th Tai Bao were all murdered, brought down a whole family. I also hope that the chief eunuch will hand them over to the general's disposal. Lei Fengkai looked at the sky and laughed. "Pei Lai, is this your first day in the world? With just a few words from you, you want me to hand someone over to you? How do I know? Are you part of the demon sword's conspiracy? What's more, what should I do with the people in Chiliantang? It's not outsiders' turn to tell me what to do. My 500 Zangians are outside the city. As long as I light the bonfire of the main altar, they are hypocritical and argue that Chiliantang is not afraid of killing a group of invading officers and soldiers." Then Lei Fengkai waved his hand and asked someone to take Lao Shi back. But at this moment, Ran Hongxia discovered that Sui Yiya had disappeared in full view of the dyed red clouds sit in front of the dead. The military uniform and short skirt are tightly tied, and the red clothes and red sleeves are. Even the skin is tender and rosy, dignified, beautiful, gentle and quiet. Handing over the book of the daughter of the door and self-cultivation makes this girl happy to meditate in solitude. As if she is honest, beautiful, and not evil. Beauty remains unsullied in the world. Dai Hongxia will write a book about all the recent events and explain the failure of the mission to the senior sister. Due to Mr. Chui's mysterious disappearance that day, no war broke out. Now, based on analysis, it is most likely that it was the operating mechanism of the Qibao boxcar. He secretly took Mr. Chui away, but as long as he didn't get what he wanted, Mr. Chui's life would not be in danger. Pei Lai always felt that there were all sorts of weird things about this man. When he first met Mr. Chui, Pei Lai could feel that he was very scared. Logically speaking, his father gave him the sword master's fire crystal. He should stay as far away from Chiliantang as possible, but he hid near the main helm of Chiliantang, and no one discovered him for so long. There are many old and new scars on his body, and the toxins in his body will accumulate in the meridian. In the end, he suddenly disappeared under the eyes of everyone. This is really on the surface. Pei Lai sent Xiao Jiang back just to paralyze Qilian, and tonight, Pei Lai is going to explore Qilian with Ran Hongxia. Ran Hongxia was shocked and visited Chiliantang at night. This is too risky. As the largest garrison fact, Chiliantang's strength like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. It was normal for Pei Lai to go. Pei Lai suddenly snapped fingers. Xianzi actually got out of it. It turned out that when Xianzi escaped today, found a secret pass, extremely secretive, penumbral 4. One of them is probably leading to the main rudder, and according to the inspection Xianzi, in this secret passage, there are only traces of the wheels of the Qibao incense. In other words, the only one who knows this secret passage is the 8 Tai Bao Thunder King. The 8 Tai Bao is in Chiliantang, most likely just like the 7th Uncle Yu Lu Yingqi. The core mechanism of reincarnation is 4, and the 10 enlightened eunuchs cannot deal, so this is an opportunity. I saw a trace of uneasiness flashing across my face was dyed red. I thought to myself, is the risk too great? I should wait for the instructions from my senior sister before taking action. And what is the origin of this Xianzi who is so good at sneaking? Even if I am worried, but Ran Hongxia still agreed to the infiltration operation. It can be found at the foot of the beacon chain. The chief helm of Chiliantang group gathered quiet. It was night. Foot of the beacon chain. One person is dressed in black, and the cat demon's hunchback is wrapped around a rock. First god, bright almond-shaped eyes moved to support the police. Tonight, the support police came to participate in the first meeting of the 7 spins as wanderer, and the great master Qin Yeshin was also hidden by under the loose night talus. Fate of the travelers was laid 30 years. This trip to Qin Yeshin is also to pry out the truth. I just don't know why Mr. Ghost chose the meeting place foot of Chiliantang. Not long after, I still saw a piece of white paper lanterns in front of like gold. The dim light reflects a paper mask floating in the air. The voice floats leisurely in the wood. You are truly trustworthy people and can ward off your subordinate. Coming alone is not only a sign of courage, but also a great trust in my Qishuan rejuvenation cause. No one answered in the cold wind. No one wanted found out at this time. Information for the opponent. Of course, the less the Mr. Ghost seemed very satisfied with this reaction and continued. Tonight I will ask you to take a reassurance and release my sincerity and capital for the revival of Qishuan. Say it. Throw out the lantern next to you and claim that this lantern is your ticket to tonight. Next time, I'll ask you all to participate holding the holy flag. The supporting policeman grabbed the lantern in his hand. There was a skull painted on the lantern. The supporting policeman looked around. Behind the invisible white paper lanterns on the left and right is the leader of the current evil sect Qishuan. I thought to my sister Shiu's flirtatious fox must be there too, as well as Tianluo village's Yami and Yakiza's Snow Yanch, and the ghost king who didn't even know she was a girl. Even her subordinates knew she was a girl. Poppy Ming, Fox Gate. Could it be that the leader of Shouju, which has been extinct for a long time, also came to attend? I saw that Mr. Ghost was the first to show off his lantern. Fox suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. There were a few more exclamations in the quiet. This Mr. Ghost. He turned out to be a member of the Fox. Wasn't this Fox sect exterminated long ago? This moment, baby boy with a loose umbrella said, I heard Fox sect family inheritance back. Are you an Inca, sir? The wolf head hiding this voice sounds real. It is definitely a refugee evil Buddha. No wonder the will-o'-the-wisp mark on my lantern. Only 1/3. Mr. Ghost did not answer direct. Whether it is a servant or a descendant, it is not important to you. The secrets of the 7 mysterious sects are the basis for the existence sect. I, the Fox sect. Everyone has heard a little bit about the relationship with the demon sword in the past. I believe everyone is familiar with the secret of the demon sword. I also have a strong interest. Let's talk. Mr. Ghost took out a strange ghost whistle and said in a series of sounds, when it is not controlled, it is just a demon sword. Once it can be controlled, it is the real Taoist sacred weapon. Tonight, let me use the Chiliantang sacrificial flag to show off the power of the demon sword, and only listen to the demonic whistle. Echoing in Chiliantang for a long time, Xianzi's pair of long, straight legs are staggered on the ground. Jinchu's waist and hips are raised, and the pair of jade melons gradually touch the ground, like wild cats foraging in the forest. The thin breasts between the boots tighten and straighten the back. The golden and narrow waist is only a thin piece when viewed from the side. The slender and skeletal texture makes people unable to resist. Holding each other in the arms, the secret beauty of Chilian Payi and the three of them carefully followed the trick, and suddenly there was a whistle. It enveloped the entire Chilian hall. For a long time, Payi suddenly felt a splitting headache, and traces of restlessness sprang out from the depths of the stone sea. When holding my head in pain, turning around and grabbing Xianzi's money, violent consciousness came to his mind. Payi drew his sword and struck. Payi was half conscious at this time, threw Xianzi down in one fell swoop, and was about to raise the knife and drop. Ran Hongxia shouted loud, and Payi instantly regained consciousness, yelling "Dece." At that moment, Payi seemed to remember a voice in his mind, but that conscience, he was obviously locked in the depths of his consciousness, and although the voice just now was very small, he was very sensitive. Payi vaguely recalled the direction from which the sound came. Sure enough, there was a huge passage behind the wall. The ruts in this road are new. According to the information, the residences of the 10 Taibao of Chiliantang are located on the 10 small mountain. From this point of view, this secret passage should lead to the residence, the 8 Taibao. The other end leads to the pier. This secret passage should be used exclusive table to travel by car. The residences of the 6th Taibao and the 10th Taibao were also nearby. Time was running out. Payi decided to split up and investigate the 8th Taibao himself. The 6th Taibao is farther away. Ran Hongxia is in charge, and Xianzi has the fastest. He is responsible for determining whether there is another exit at the other end of the secret pass, and then meeting him at the 10 Taibao. At this time, the 6 Taibao residences were being injured by Bai Ri and were furious. There was a squeaking sound in the back tank. At this time, the subordinate suddenly came to report and found the young master of the Chui family, Lian Dao, who is nearby, is alone. 6 Taibao listened. He hurriedly took everyone to find out what was going on. He thought Wei Yanwei can be captured today. You can also get the status you deserve, let alone Payi. Even that girl from Shui Tingxian wants to make him surrender to her. 6 Taibao trotted along and found Chui Yanwei kneeling not far away. Black knife in front of me is not Yingxin's Wian. Suddenly a strange whistle sounded. Wei Yanwei's eyes are red. Picking up the black knife on the ground, the knife suddenly turned red all over. Hot flames burst out from the blade. For a moment, the surroundings were like a sea of fire. Wei Yanwei is like a demon soldier in the sea of fire, making people shudder. On the other hand, Payi also discovered the secrets of the 10 Taibao. Payi took a peek at the figure of 10 Taibao Lei Mingyao. She was undoubtedly a very beautiful woman with a powerful personality. When she narrowed her eyes, she looked like a wild cat. Berry-like delicate lip, pink and moist, bright red at the beginning, lighter in color towards the edge, forming a groove at the corner of the mouth, lining up in nasolabial fold. Rather than saying beauty, it is better to say it is a demon. Cats become demons. It was nothing more than this. Suddenly, the man in front of me took out a piece of Yishi Luan Ho Xiang, put it directly into Lei Mingyao's mouth. Then they kissed, and the tip of his tongue was as small and slippery as a loaf. The meaning of the words is perfect, and the smooth touch is extremely. This moment, suddenly someone pushed open the door and walked. This person actually looked exactly like the person in front of. The servants respectfully called him Payi. At this time, Payi finally understood. The person who administered the medicine was none other than the 8th Taibao Lei Tingwan. I don't know what kind of disguise he used to disguise himself as this boy when he went out. No one noticed even inside the Chilean Lei Tingwan order. This Lei Mingyao has used medicine once and he has to go out for 2 days. I still have 3 days worth of night shooting incense. Secret room. Take good care of. Don't create extraneous problems. Payi has a clear view of everything. At the same time, Mr. Ghost took the leader of Chishuan and slowly walked into Chilean. Everyone along the way was easily dealt with, but Mr. Ghost was the only one who took action. I just heard the wolf say coldly, "What kind of killing move do you have? Don't forget that the Shijua Taibao is inside this wind and fire chain." But Mr. Ghost is very confident that he has already checked that not all the 10 Ju Taibao are inside the ob, and that the sword master has also activated offline. In order to catch Qi Liantang off guard, we helped to remove some hidden sentry. It's not too much. Everyone was shocked when they heard the word sword master. Turns out that everyone knows the demon sword is an ominous weapon. Once you are bewitched by and become a sword master, you will have to exhaust your energy and live or die. However, there was a reason why the demon sword was called a container during the Dragon King period, and it was not just random. They can all be integrated with the demon sword and exert their maximum power. Especially tonight, the Ember of the Dao Sect, the authority of the Dragon Court, the demon sword Li Go, and the perfect sword master selected by Li Go, plus the secret sword command in Mr. Ghost's hand. At that time, as long as all the Chishuan people work together, stop Liangkai and ask for help from Zhizonging outside the city. Tonight will be Liming of Qilian, one of the 7 major sects. On the other side, Ran Hongxia also successfully sneaked into the residence. A woman's phantom emerged late at night. The autumn wind was full. The curved star valley. Tight hem swayed every night. The lines of the legs convey the beauty of swords. One foot is on the handle of the sword. The scenery under the skirt can't hide the green blaze. This person is died, Hongxia asked coldly. Tell me where the 6th Taibao went. As soon as he finished speaking, fire in Qilian Hall burst into flame, and shouts started everywhere. At the same time, boy took given by Bataibo and opened the secret room with excitement on his. Little did he know that Payi had already sneaked behind him and easily subdued the young man. One move. This young young man was very eloquent and claimed that I would not tell anything about Master Ba. You might as well kill me. It would be much better than falling into Master Ba's hands later. Besides, if you want to kill me here, Bedaibo and Chilean Tang will definitely lose their and those two will be robbed. Suddenly, Pei Lai's eyes were cold, and he stabbed the young man's shoulder with a knife. He kept bending the flesh and scraping the bone. The young man could not withstand such torture and told everything. It turns out that the 10th Taibao Lei Mingyao was the concubine of the chief bodyguard Lei Wanli back. This is not a secret among the Tenju Taibao, but I don't know why the 8th Taibao is so interested in. As for Cui Yanwei, I don't know where this concubine is. There is a secret room. You can go there to find. Pei Lai was in a trance for a while. He actually did such cruel act. In panic, Pei Lai picked up key and rushed into the secret room. At first glance, this secret room is the place where Thunderbolt dispenses medicine. Everything is very complete. Yi's Luan Xiang is also here. As the Taibao of Chilean Tang, he has his own secret path. Even the preparation of medicine must be done in the secret room. It's really strange. There is an entrance to the second this room. Boy doesn't have. Pei Lai uses the oracle to sense. I was very happy. I was lucky. It turned out to be the 7-axis chain lock I encountered last time in which I was familiar with the road. Pei Lai successfully unlocked it after a while. This second secret room was more like a clothes drying. This should be the place where he disguises himself. But deep in this room, Pei Lai was shocked. There are many human head models on display. Big Taibao and 6 Tai. They are all lifelike and so evil that they use disguise techniques to kill people. Take their skin. This thunderbolt. How exactly was it made? When he was confused, Pei Lai actually had his own clay sculpt. Although it was not completed, it was beginning to take shape. This thunderbolt saw me for the first time during the day. He was able to have a photographic memory. Hu Yenji once said that experienced martial art. Ancient statues can be used to fill the bones with clay to restore the appearance. Is it the disguise of the thunderbolt? Based on this, Pei Lai picked up the bamboo tube on the. There was something like beef tallow inside. After condensation, it is almost like chicken. This should be the method of disguising thunderbolt. And this clay sculpture with smooth edges should be the original appearance of the thunderbolt. Pei Lai was afraid for a while that one day he would show up in front of Sister Yi, Miss Ran and Jeaner with his face. What should we do? In the darkest place of the world, people are using all possible means. It's best to take this thing back and show it to the great master and the other. Pei Lai conveniently took away Wei Wuying from the Chui family. But when he walked out of the secret room, the disheveled Lei Mingyao, but he appeared in front of. He only saw the girl squinting her eye. Her cheeks flushed, her breathing was rapid, and her soft satin tube top was tightly undulating and rising and falling violently. Bones of Anhui are shaved like 2 coral. The round concave in the middle that is indescribably attractive. Piece of flattened jade under the banner is also like a piece of jade. It's just a little short of tears coming out of my chest. It's just the right amount of thinness, leaving a hint of slender chest, shoulders and neck. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is skinny. Cross-section of Lian Hong's tube top is plump and has straight. The golden sleeves are all out of shape, which is really dizzying. This person is sure Taibao Lei Mingyao. Lei Mingyao is about to enter Wei Valley at this time. He only feels that Pei Lai is in front of him. It was also done by Thunder Pill, extremely proactive and enthusiastic. But at this time, Pei Lai suddenly lost control, touched a cruel fate and locked Lei Mingyao's neck. It seems like he wants to strangle the person to death. Just when Lei Mingyao was about to stop, at some point Xianzi appeared behind him and said with a serious look on his face, "Is it necessary to kill him quiet? I can help." Only then did Pei Lai suddenly react. Seeing Xianzi preparing to draw his sword, Pei Lai stopped him and explained, "I am somehow different today than before, although I have not lost conscience. But there is always some confusion." Xianzi claimed that he did not find Shi Taibao and Cui Yanwei over there, so he came all the way. But when he was on the roof just now, he seemed to see the hill on the right side of the sword practice place. There was something strange, and Pei Lai was startled. That's the direction Miss Ran went to, the Taibo res. The commotion at the sword training place caused by one person. He was holding a long flaming sword, which was terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, the man seemed to have endless strength. Lu Taibao Yui and others scrambled to escape. Unable to stop, the Taibao was shocked. Could it be flaming sword was a deformed demon's sword? Moreover, it was a scene of a sea of fire. It also seems familiar. This undercurrent is certain. Has it finally found me? Lian Tang? At the same time, destroying several Yufeng outposts and allowing the demon sword to cooperate is definitely not a coincidence. Someone is targeting Chilean. You dare. Let your subordinates keep an eye on it first and try your best to reduce casualties. I will arrive soon. There was a burst of resentment into Taibao. Taibao's heart was found. Even if there was a huge conspiracy, how dare I, Lian, fall into the sand? Now the boss must have expected this scene back. Back then, the chief bidder was at the height of his power in Chilean Tang. I chose to retire without hesitation. I once lamented that fighting between dragons and tigers was the way the world would always be. How could there be a final winner? The only mistake I made in my life was that I shouldn't have let my wife have sex to give birth to those 5 children who died in infancy. As I grow older, a dream that has lasted for many years becomes more and more real. The chief bidder at the time couldn't tell whether it was a dream or not. It's still a memory. The chief tyrant at that time was seriously injured because of the demons. Everything changed at that time, so he was suspicious. Someone is controlling the chess game. I must live until he appears. It is useless to say more about this matter. Boss told the business affairs and asked the 4th child to do it. He is good at it. I won't tell anyone where I retreat, but if there are major matters related to to life and death. You can contact yourself according to this clue and leave the baby picture of Xi Zhongning to Lei Yongkai. The fortune of Qi Lian Tang in the 30 years since then. Also handed over to Lei Yongkai. Whoever comes tonight is not good. Maybe it means it's time for the babies to come out in full force. Lei angrily opened the door and walked out of the newspaper office. Body is as light as a swallow, and the feet are on the iron rope of the infant concubine. In just a few steps, boarded the Eagle Tower. But he didn't expect that Eagle Tower would be on top. Mr. Ghost has been waiting for a long time. Unnamed fishing village near the ferry. The Bataibo Thunderbolt disguised himself as a young man and came to visit the master late at night. He apologized and said, "The disciple was careless for a moment and the Qibao incense cart was actually destroyed by the boy named Pei Lian. It seems like he knows a lot about water mirror steel, and what he holds in his hand is a knife called the sacred tree." I just heard an old man's voice slowly drifting out from inside the fishing, saying that you don't have to worry about this boy Pei Lian for the time being. I know it well. I will arrange the water mirror steel for repair as soon as possible. The old man is more concerned about the news about Song Biao's father. The Sataibo Lei Menhe has been checked, but recently he seems to be more and more convinced that Lei Wanli will not come back. There are various signs that he is beginning to take over power. As for the Thunderbolt, he will follow the instruction. I spent a lot of energy on Shataibo but didn't find. I only found one place called Wanmei Temple. It should be Lei Wanli's hiding place, but we checked the nearby temple. He also couldn't find a place called Wanmei. Even the people on the ship had never heard of this place, but he still didn't believe it. Lei Wanli will really retire. At this moment, Thunderbolt discovers that the Great Sage of Fire and the Beacon Chain has such a chain. They must be targeting Chiliantang. Maybe Lei Wanli will lose his temper. Thunderbolt rushes back to Chiliantang to observe the situation. On the other side, Lei Nikai and Mr. Ghost Great Taibao were fighting fiercely. Lei Nikai's moves were wide open and close, just like an evil tiger attacking a stone. It was extremely fierce for a while. Mr. Ghost was of no help either. I saw Wolf Show sitting aside and slowly said, "Mr. Ghost, would you like to borrow a knife? Don't you have a unique swordsmanship in your fox sect?" I didn't expect the identity of Mr. Ghost, the head of the wolf. So sure, Mr. Ghost will still care about it for a week, Xing said. Tempted, just save it. You are also considered a veteran of the 7 spin. Naturally, I understand that once the Tianhu sword comes out, I am not willing to leave a fire. Rongage, I will leave one hand. Everyone. Person coming is Lei Yongkai. This person is of first-class importance among the 7 sect. Killing him will shock the 7 sect. Needless to say, ordinarily, killing this lair should not be a matter for my family. You can help me get rid of this gangster. You will not only automatically be qualified to participate in the 7 spins conflict, but I will also share the secret of the command swordsman with them. As soon as he said these words, the wolf head rushed. The secret of the command sword master was to Qing Mian Shin on the side clearly felt the aura of wolf spirit in that man. He must be the old wolf head. This person missed the demon sword rebellion back. He didn't expect to be alive in this world. It seems that he has found a way to break the seal in Sobo Pavilion, but he deliberately hides. Another figure also ran out of the red light on this person's body was the true master of the extremely evil way. With a backhand sword and a slight command he came to attack. This great eunuch was Lei Yongkai. He was indeed not an ordinary person. One move Lu He Jewelry Spy Zhongnan, the true energy is as solid as stone, and it even feels like a knife cutting it when touched. It seems that after Lei Wanli disappeared all these years, it is no fluke that Chiliantang can remain standing with only one big unit facing the siege of 3 people. Lei Yongkai is also under great pressure. Spy Zhongnan is Iron Palm Lu, he's only jewelry. He never thought that these Chishuan Union would really join forces one day. Then he took advantage of Mr. Ghost's palm and headed towards the Phantom Sound stage alone. As long as he lit the Phantom Sound stage and used 500 fingers to move the shadows, he would be able to calm down the fire. Mr. Ghost also saw the purpose of Lei Yongkai and shouted that it was not good at this moment. A figure appeared in front of Lei Yongkai. It was Nanming Evil Buddha who took action. This woman was dressed in night. Even though she was so tight, she had a figure that had the beauty of both a girl and a lady. It is also quite easy to recognize. The mature and wild figure is like holding up a jade, but it is delicate and has a sword like and a waist branch like a water snake. Force of luck tightens even more, like a charming shadow in the dark night. People can't help but take a few more glances. It's Shu Yujia who has quietly arrived, waiting for an opportunity to take action. Faced with the obstruction of the evil Buddha, Lei Yongkai refused to take a step back and moved forward indomitable. We just want to see if the thief in front of us can resist Lu He's iron palm. I saw the evil Buddha clasping his hands together. Lei Yongkai unleashed such overwhelming energy that he actually hurt him. Waves of energy flowed through the air, enlivening his energy and blood. The supporting policeman on the side could see it clearly and couldn't help but suspect that this person was a descendant Chishuan blood armor sect who had disappeared for a long time. This blood armor sect was already sparsely populated. After the last demon sword rebellion, all the members of the disciple were lost. His unique martial art, the empty throat bloodblade, is specifically designed to target the infuriating energy released from the enemy. Boiling vibrations will injure ones, and the martial arts of the sword palms that release the true energy, thunder infuriated Luha palms, are exactly what they want. Lei Yongkai, who had suffered a loss since his face was full of excitement and since his anger could not be used. Then let's fight with fists and kick, then throw out a whip kick and successfully drive away the evil Buddha of refugee. At this moment, Shu Yujia saw the opportunity and jumped out. Seeing the poison as a formation, he would not take the real person, but he cut off fire ceiling plat. One look at the supporting policeman's figure, and he knew that it was the slutty fox cut off fire ceiling plat and really refused to do so. The temperament to take a little risk. This Lei Yongkai Feng fire tower was beheaded. One-handed steel roof as a last resort. The table was kept intact. This also gave everyone the opportunity. In Xiuming, Nieming Tu, Shu Yujia, and the refugee evil Buddha all showed their abilities in unison. In order to protect one's life and pursue profit. One looks for strength when the wind blows. He abandons his palm skills and kills from different directions. There is no empty door. Life hangs by a thread. There is no need to hold back when the thunder is angry. The wind blows in the east. Thousands of cities pass through to the west. Don't fight between the south and the center. 3 springs and 4 generations in the north are unified. The palm power is formed around the whole body. Perfectly round hemisphere about 1 foot in diameter. All life within the hemisphere has been lost. What you can see by reading the words. The skin feels like an unknown tranquility. Countless palm shadow. Layers upon layers form a strange space where vitality suddenly stops, with a halo of translucent palm shadow passing through the head, face and body without pain or feeling. It seems that even the body has become thinner. The road is rounded into a ring. Palm shadows the universe of the imaginary formation, and the 4 generations are unified. God's way return. These 2 chi collide in the body, intertwining and circling to form an integrated attack and defense move, instantly neutralizing everyone's attack. The great Tai Bao of Chiliantang. As expected, he is so strong. This moment of advantage. There was enough thunder and anger to create a torch, but at the moment the beacon was lit, a strong force shot out of his body, and he smashed the table. Force of strength. It was Tianluo Xieshiri Yanqing who broke through with a blow. Lei Hawkeye also recognized this martial artist at a glance. I really have the qualifications to compete. The remaining light of heaven is like a tiger descending from the mountain, but it can violently remove rock, pull out the distant river. There is a loud bang in the black land. Everyone felt the ground beneath their feet was shaking. Wei Yanqing successfully suppressed Lei Hawkeye with just her own strength. This moment, Mr. Ghost happened to appear behind Lei Hawkeye and pierced Lei Hawkeye's back muscles with a strike hand knife. He was secretly delighted. The thunder is angry, but it becomes a trend and floats out of the barrier. It's enough to see that the iron rope is 100 feet away. This Lei Hawkeye had long planned to escape. Rumor has it that the hidden skill of the iron palm sweeper turned out to be kung fu. Everyone felt a pity. They didn't expect that after such an encirclement and suppression, Lei Hawkeye would still be allowed to escape. However, Mr. Ghost claimed that as long as he couldn't exchange her, it wouldn't be a big concern. But what worries Mr. Ghost is that with the power of the demonic sword Li Hu, he should have already reached this point. But why hasn't it arrived yet? Kunwu is wondering. The dyed red clouds were soaked in fragrant sweat, and the red intestines were stretched to reveal a touch of exquisite firmness. Graceful curves full of strength and beauty. The soft silk curls together. The wet fever sticks to the jade leaf lip, lining the. She is even more sinister in her tenderness. Fortunately, Payi came to the rescue. They fought several times. This heat wave actually turned the magic sword dark red. Inadvertently, the scorching fire snake went straight to Payi. Fortunately, the red glow jumped up. Regardless of whether the body technique is clever or not, he barely withstood the powerful blow, but lost virginity and sat on Payi's body. The skin-to-skin contact between hip bones contains a plop fragrant sweat. The shy 2 people's cheeks were red. They didn't know what kind of chi this was. It was as hot as fire and as stone-like, like a conscious flaming blade. And for such a long time, his inner strength seems to be endless. However, he was not affected by the hot breath at all. At this time, Payi revealed the reason. Golden stone that was originally inlaid on the sun-reflecting table was now inlaid on Chui Yenyue's back. That terrifying internal power should be related to those gold stones. And around Chui Yenyue's gold stone, there are traces of stitching on the skin. It seems that he used this gold stone to control the sword of. As soon as these words came out, Ran Hongxia suddenly felt appalled. Chui Yenue would never be able to do this by. There must be others behind. At this time, Chui Yenue once again rushed in desperate. The flaming blade brought by the blade made Payi and the 2 of them exhausted. This flaming blade is too evil. The one who took the 10,000 tribulations demonic sword and Ah San are not on the same level. Ran Hongxia proposed to revert, but at this time, Payi's eyes were red and his face was excited, thinking that the gold stone was. There must be a secret to the demon's sword. It seems that it relies on its own ability. It will definitely be able to stop the demon's sword, but then it will be necessary to rely on the unparalleled cut and force the swordsman with one hand. But at this moment, only it was heard, and the magical sword was cut off one blow. Fortunately, dyed red clouds were not afraid again, and we were able to avoid the disaster. But dying Hongxia has been through a long battle. Seeing the knife about to enter the belly and cut the flesh, Payi finally woke up at this moment. A handful of the red rosy blue demon will be held in one's arm. Holding the sun pig and sheep in hand, he stood up and fought back, claiming that he had almost forgotten that the famous girl taught him martial art. Why? I am very strange today. I want to figure out that demon knife. So much so that I lost my original intention. As a blacksmith, I should have noticed that the magic sword was so hot. Fuse must be broken. The loss of the sword also reminded Payi of learning martial art and wanting to persevere with the sword. Never let the power of life be lost to those who think they are superior to others. On the eaves in the distance, Lei Hawkeye watched the battle in front of him. He originally thought that Payi was the culprit who manipulated the demon's sword, but I didn't expect that Qi Liantang was so scared that in the end it was this kid who was risking his life to help. Those guys were going to chase you soon. Even if you, Payi, didn't die under the demon's sword, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape this disaster. The most important thing right now is to meet up with Shizong. You die here. Just think that Lei Nikai owe you a life. Lei Nikai escaped from danger and waited for the return of Zhizongning. Not long after, a small boat arrived. Gao Yun, deputy commander of the Zhizongning Easy Depart, saw something strange at the helm, but there is no sound, not a beacon call. Come here and wait according to the rule. Follow the procedures. Gao Yun needs to check the toe. Lei angrily meets this person holding an assassin's hook blade. I'm soaked to the skin, but the process I couldn't help but have a suspicion. Logically speaking, it should be Yijin, the leader of the Yitzi department. However, according to the procedure, the messenger of the Yitzi department was passed to Gao Yun. At this moment, a person suddenly jumped out of the cab and grabbed Gao Yun's neck from behind. This man was seriously injured in the Great Cold Road. Don't unlock the messenger too. This guy is a traitor. I was also attacked by. The wound on my back is proof that the big eunuch recognized this person at a glance. Gao Yun held the hook knife, stabbed Yijin, and Lei Onkai jumped up. Between the successful rescue of Yijin and the dilemma, many years ago Yijin saved Lei Onkai's life. This time it's considered a tie. Although Gao Yun is the most popular among the younger generation, he is indeed a master, but he won't be able to push Yijin to this. Looking at Yijin, Chief Eunuch couldn't help but think of the days when he was trying to manipulate him. At that time, both of them were about 9 or 10 years old. There were more than 100 seedlings in a group. Lei Onkai and Yijin were the only ones to survive. If Yijin hadn't saved Lei Onkai by hiding it from his superior, he would have died in that trial long ago. The trial of Zaizong. In the end, Master Korea must. Creation of Zaizong Sakura is the most important thing. It is Jianchua Chiching who only obeys the Feiying order throughout his life. Big Eunuch is the only Song Biao's father once said. The reason why I chose Lei Onkai is because he seems to be unintentional and hard, but there is still anger in his heart, cannot be cut off. But I didn't expect that I would become a life and death friend with Lei Onkai. Today, there will be betrayal. Lei Onkai has discovered it a long time ago. The injury on Yijin's back was Gao Yun's killer move, but it was obvious that he had already succeeded. Yijin was kept alive. Gao Yun was a traitor. There would be no need to do. There are still traces on the messenger tube that Yijin tried in it. Chief Eunuch's face looming. In the end, feelings became your weak. Turned out that 6 years ago, during the operation to annihilate Heijing, the overlord of the western region, Yijin secretly hid his little daughter. The two actually fell in love and became pregnant with Yijin's child. He threw the open telegraph box overboard and shouted, I have followed the agreement. Unlock the messenger tube. Don't forget your promise. Let it go. Someone on the shore catches it steadily. The messenger tube with a single word book. The person on the shore. It is Ling Fingzhui and Lei Menhe, 4 eunuchs of Chilean. Lei Laosi is thin and dark, even though he is wrapped in rich clothes. A hand full of jade paper can't hide the gangster spirit at heart. Without the Chilean, without the beacon flags in the sewers of Zhonghengshan, the Thundergate crane is just a weasel. Even in its clothes it doesn't look like a human being. This time, Big Eunuch jumped up from behind and put his hand on the back of Yijin's head. It's really sad. I didn't expect that Yijin would believe Lei Menhe. With a strong push, Yijin's head hit the stone slab hard. His brain burnt and blood flowed out. This ruthless act does not forget the great Taibao's reputation in the world. Lei Onkai said coldly, Old Fourth, are you a person who doesn't know Qishuan and is setting the main altar on fire? Or is it because you colluded with Qishuan to plot against Lei Menhe? Looked disapproving and claimed that this beacon chain is your chief rudder. For me, the entire business is Chilean. Just burn it. At worst, I will rebuild it later. You are supporting the entire Chilean tank. It is me, Lei Menhe. Hearing this, Lei Onkai took the lead to take action. Lei Menhe actually dared to move his finger. This was already a violation of the rules set by the general target. At this time, Lei Menhe also started to get angry. The moment when the palm power was gathered together, Thundergate crane roared and showed 2 Vajra Judge Pen, this netherworld iron judge. This is Lei Menhe's only defensive move. Lei angrily opened his mouth with an evil smile. With a cry and a palm to grab, the inner strength of the male soul penetrated from the Vajra Pen barrel. The shock caused the mouth of the Lei Men crane to burn. Unexpected, Lei Onkai was injured. Still so strong, he insisted, and Lei Menhe found it difficult to resist. Lei Menhe shouted, Where are you people? Don't come out again. I'm going to die. At this moment, Lei Onkai felt a bit hazy, awe-inspiring and bewildered. There was some vague scolding in the empty space. The actual distance was hard to measure. He turned around and shouted, Lei Lao Chi, I thought you would only love drinking and eating meat in your life. I didn't expect that even you would join Lao Chi in this muddy water. Lei Menhe said sarcastically, This is turning from darkness to light. Lei Onkai, you haven't even taken care of Lao Chi's drinking money once in all these years, right? Over the years, I have been getting worse and worse in Chilean tank. The broken soldiers are not even as good as those in Luing City. He was also tricked entering the 4 mansions by Morong Jun. It was time to make some changes. Lei Onkai was extremely angry. I shot out another palm in the distance, but there was nothing in front of it. There was a violent explosion. Lei Onkai naturally recognized Jutaibeo's methods and added thunder to the fire. In the woods, Jutaibeo Yun is a high-ranking official. He has a blue crane and a yellow robe. He has a long body and a jade face. He dances with willow. He has a somewhat refined taste, but he speaks vulgar words. Do you claim that I need money to add fuel to the fire in the hall? This Matianju, Lei Siming, has always been following Lei Men. It's not unexpected that he appears here, but I didn't expect this Kitaibo Jinjin Huaying Lei Ji. Actually, Lei Men. Gray shadow wanders among the trees under the moon. Its steps are frivolous, topsy-turvy. Its long, greasy hair is draped over its head and face, and it is leaning against the tree, holding the wand with a human head for sacrifice. And he drinks drunkard in a casino. Lei angrily cursed. Lei Jifeng, you were involved in Lao Si's matter. You used Huang Fan to change the formation on me. You have violated the iron law set by the general bid. The thunder of time makes me take a sip of strong liquor and claim that I am the one who committed the crime. Whether it is my cup, whether it is killing me, or whether it is a tile. Just want you to bring me to the chief bidder. Let him tell me before he punishes. What is the right thing to do in a situation where everyone has their own thought? Flower camp has just fallen. The human-headed spirit fan staff in Lei Jifeng's hand. The gas ghost fire. He even dragged Lei Menhe to the town. This was not in Lei Menhe's plan at all. Lei Jifeng said slowly, Big brother, fourth brother, Chief Biao said that all of us, the Tenju Taibao, are his flesh and blood. Although Big brother is usually strong, fourth brother, if you want to control the whole Zaizoni, won't you push your eldest brother to a dead end? Today I put you into this yellow square illusion formation just to let you clearly hear or ask the general man to come out. Either you two stand up and say that you really want to lead Chilean Town, publicly distribute the power of Zhizonging and guarantee that the Tenju Taibao will no longer fight brother. Then I will release this person from the formation. Dedicated to assist. Boxes dyed red, clothes are red, the sword is red, tough man's eyes are full of copper flame. As if in a dream, the slender figure shuttles among the fire snakes, stretching out of exquisite type, the graceful curves full of power and beauty. I saw the dyed red box being used one one after another to release the pillow and the breeze. Now that the breeze is gone, I still have no worry. He even got a chance to get close to Payi. This makes Mr. Ghost, who shines in the distance, the more surprised he was. Turned to the other side and heard the words of the seventh time. Layman, his face turned gloomy, and claimed that our lives all saved by the ball. Jillian Tang should not be in this situation today. I, Lei Minghe, promise you that no matter what other people do, as long as I stand up and take charge, Boss Lei will retain the decree and support 2 movies and the other 3. The 9 co-supervisors heard that Lei Minghe was so silent. The 7th eunuch was furious and took the initiative to withdraw the formation of the 4 eunuchs. Now we are ready to see the performance of the big Tai Bao. But I didn't expect that this person, Lei Minghe, was despicable and shameful. As soon as he solved the formation, he suddenly took out the judge's pen, actually penetrated Kitaibo directly in the back. Kitaibo felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. The staff was instantly released. The hand could not reach the formation eye. The formation had been arranged. There was no way to get rid of it, and the big eunuch was firmly locked in the formation. This scene was so frightening that Jataibeo Lei Siming was sweating cold. He was timid and did not dare to step. He only dared to tentatively try to break up the fight. But at this time, Lei Minghe had already become red-eyed and roared angrily. This old 7th man almost killed us. Watch out for your heavenly thunder fire. Thunder Deng Kai comes out. It will be difficult for us. As soon as he finished, thunder and fire in the distance suddenly exploded, and a harsh sound enveloped the area. I didn't expect this to happen. Unexpectedly, he still lost his good work. At this moment, Lei Deng Kai spurted out a mouthful of blood. Although I am not an expert in losing good skill, my skill of turning stone layers is still up. I can already feel the real terrain around. Lei Deng Kai remembers Lao Chi's formation. The formation eye is a sword that can absorb the true energy. His own vision. Your hearing is disturbed by that, but if you lose your good internal power, you try to resist the internal power, the object will rebound. Just calculate the strength of the rebound. Lei Deng Kai can find the formation eye. Speaking of this, Lei Deng Kai used it again, and as expected, he noticed the location of the formation eye through the feedback of the sound. Raise your hand and destroy the staff. 1 palm. Raymond and the 2 of them were complete panics. They didn't expect Lei Deng Kai was really a monster. He actually broke Lao Chi's formation. When Jataibeo saw the opportunity, he dared to throw away Traveler Pill. Apply oil on the soles of your feet and run away. Lei Deng Kai's physical condition at this time is not suitable, but in the end he can run away. But the monk cannot run away from the temple. This piece of paper is still in his hand. At this time, the 7th Tai Bao is very weak. Only then did he realize that when the chief escort handed the to Lei Du Kai, he had already anticipated brothers would play tricks on each other. It seems that there are many reasons and secrets that he really cares about in his heart, not Jilian Tang, who is a bodyguard. At this time, Lei Ji, I just assumed that the familiar head escort was dead. Lei Deng knelt down with sincerity and comforted. One of us will die. Old 7, you have tried your best. In the world of your choice, the chief escort is already dead. You will be reunited. Suddenly a voice came from behind and said coldly, but in the real world, Lei Wanli is still alive. Isn't it? It's a rare opportunity to meet the seriously injured Tai Bao alone. Tell me everything you know, idle girl. It can be called the strongest assist in this combat. I saw Payi jumping up and slashing forward with the sun shining in his. The demon sword Li Gu unexpectedly spilled out of the rat sword and the fire snake, invading Payi like a body covered with bones. Turns out that Li Gu's power will parasitize Payi, but if the physical body is not transformed by the essence of the fire sword, even the most qualified knife court, I can't help but feel the true energy contained in the Li Gu knife. This moment, Payi felt that the blood all over his body began to boil. The true energy contained in this knife could not be transformed even by the innate true energy. Suddenly a mouthful of blood spurted out, and as the drop of blood fell, a trace of timeless and outstanding breath echoed in his mind. Payi seemed to feel, my own blood was so hot. As this drop of blood falls on the palm of your hand, Payi's true energy increased sharp, and he actually broke the entanglement fiery snake. In just this moment, Payi successfully locked Cui Yenua's right hand, finally caught the demon sword Li Gu. Mr. Ghost, who was watching the battle in the dark, was shocked. Even the sword corpse was. Without the shock of the fire sword, you come into contact with the power of the Li Gu knife, you will definitely be burned to the point of madness. This is Mr. Ghost. It has been tried and tested many times, let alone Payi. It was still a failure. At this moment, a shadow came out of the air. Hun Wan's legs were as soft and straight as a crab whip. Even through layers of clothes, I can still feel it clearly. His skin is as fine as powder. Every time the curve is as smooth as water. There is no half of the spine. Apart from the beautiful cloud, there is no sign of any disease. I saw Xianzi draw his sword. He'll throw out several shuri, accurately hitting Cui Ye's back body. The source of fire shock. It actually started to fall off. This blow really had a big impact on Cui Ye. Not to mention the speed of the scale knife has slowed down. Cui Ye's figure is also very unstable. Sure enough, this shocking stone is the key. Cui Ye couldn't even hold the knife. This moment, a strange whistle sound. Payi suddenly felt dizzy. Mr. Ghost had already arrived behind Cui Ye. Diamond iron points on finger. Then he took off Cui Ye's shotgun. Looking back at Payi, this sword order still had an impact on. Payi looked at Mr. Ghost in front of him. All this planning was due to his behind the scenes. Mr. Ghost thought for a while. Unexpectedly, Payi could still maintain his sanity under the influence of the Hao Dao order. Either Wei Wuying did something to him. Either Gao Luchan is hiding something from his own. Maybe Gao Luchan is just hiding it from him. Takayanagi Zen and Kofun, but I always feel that their relationship is unusual. I saw Mr. Ghost saying loudly, Masters of the Seven Mysteries, the great eunuch has just escaped, but it doesn't matter. Anyone can kill the person in front of me now. There's no need for a demon sword. He is the guest of honor at the Seven Mysteries Xianzi's more able to share the command of the demon's sword. The sound of flowers has just fallen. Xianzi's face is as frost and his body is weak and boneless, like a nighthawk tapping the ground, passing behind Mr. Ghost. But Mr. Ghost is indeed no ordinary gangster. Under the strange rotation, he is like a charming sentient being. He easily ducked behind Xian. Shu Yujia on the side was shocked. Xianzi's attack was flawless. Even an expert would be hard-pressed to completely avoid it. This ghost gentleman has been hiding his strength. He may be more dangerous than he thought. One of the Kixuans came out with a faint cry and said fiercely, "This little monk and I happen to be having a bit of a feud. Today is the day of his death." This sound is very familiar to Payi. It is the wolf-headed killer. The sound of the flute has a great impact on him. Unable to move at all. Critical moment. A red-clad silk stood in front of Payi. Qin Feng 13 powers are completely natural. Mr. Ghost said leisurely, "Don't underestimate these chefs. That's Wei Wuying Xuan's second match, right? Whoever captures that young man first, the second commandery will be his. This is the head of heaven." At this moment, figure suddenly rushed behind Xianzi. He wanted to put his hands on, but Shu Yujia dared to stop him in front of, claiming that this person is the captain of our underground cave. Don't let anyone touch. Then he turned around and ordered word by word. Things are difficult today. Don't act rash. If necessary, collect the body and execute it. In times of crisis, a lingering wind blows. Gold-decorated snake's waist is reflected when someone comes to board the fortune. The hip bones are as plump as a sweet ripe. They are tight and lean on each other, showing a blushing frozen body charm. Huge contrast with the Sahan snake sword in his hand adds a bit of color. That figure that combines the beauty of a girl and a lady. He is a very good person. Even if he accompanies hunting for a long time, he will be beautiful. Shu Yujia's wild strength. It's not easy to forget. At this time, another undisguised voice sounded. "Everyone, this person belongs to my Tianluo township. I have important things to do." Asked him. The sound of flowers has just fallen. Face is color. The master of the 10 bases who has been traveling for a long time to watch the booth. But he claims that I have a feud with this young monk, and I want to make a decision. Unexpected. At this moment, 3 of them started fighting for the first hunting companion. Mr. Ghost couldn't help but remind Mr. Shui that his resignation caused controversy on us last time. We must not let him escape this time. No matter what secret you want to ask, together we will be resourceful. But Shui Yanqing is worthy of the title of martial arts idiot. Don't discuss with others at all. Just go your own way. Mr. Ghost had no choice but to change his tune and claim that we should put aside the dispute. The second in charge of Shui Ting Xian and the 7 major sects is my enemy, Shi Xian. Get rid of him. It is also a great achievement. My previous promise is still valid. The wolf heads the listener without any hesitation. He dodged and rushed forward. Ghost King was also about to make a killing move. Snow, flames, and green energy sink into the dantian. Try your best to come out. The slender jade legs are inserted into the third. The voice said firmly, "Rana Zanju, leave that boy Payi to me, and I'll give you a chance to challenge. If you beat me, I will let you go." But at this time, the Ghost King has also arrived. I saw Ran Hongxia using a move, the trembling wind's dark fly, and the sword style was like a tide. However, it is as sharp as a wing. This style is quite similar to Shui Yanqing, but in the end Shui Yanqing is better. The obscene stick is pointed forward, using strength to overcome strength. It has the strength to move forward. The red willow waist suddenly tight, leaning back and lowering the weight. The leg muscles become tighter, softer and rounder, and the soul dances to the ground. Steady your body. Bending down to release the force. He retreated to the point of and dodged the impact of the wolf's head, but the wolf's head aimed at the opportunity and struck again. The critical moment, Payi arrived. Sword. Mr. Ghost standing in front of Ran Hongxia was shocked. The influence of this sword order weakened, so then it sounded. This time the order was even clearer and weirder. Payi's dizziness hit him. The wolf head made a killing move, but was stopped by the Ghost King. Several people scrambled to kill Payi. This scene is a bit beyond Mr. Ghost's expectation, but as long as Ran Hongxia is involved, it will definitely be a fight to the death. This kid will never sit back and watch Ran Hongxia get killed. However, there are still 3 of the 7 strings no move. The warriors must have some connection with this kid. The other 2 seem to be difficult to use. Driven by the power of the demon's sword, Fu Qiji, under the black cloak, is so anxious that he doesn't know what to do. The green-faced god sent a message and told him to calm down. With Fu Qijin's martial art, took action rash, but nothing could be changed. And in the current state of Qing-faced god, what he can do is limited. But it's not a bad idea to give it a try. Payi gritted his teeth, thought to himself, not everyone here can handle it alone. Then he whispered, "Miss Ran, your opponent is too strong." Mr. Ghost wanted our lives. Fortunately, there seemed to be some conflict between them. I have a plan. From the square down, it's Lian Dao Cliff. The map shows that there is a bridge on the. You can go back to the secret passage of Payi. I'll give you a signal later. We ran over there. Before Ran Hongxia could react, Payi had already rushed out, and Payi also knew this may not be the best plan. But if you want to make it out alive, you can only gamble on. Then Payi threw out the Yi Zhuyang and flew towards Jianwei. Mr. Ghost stopped him in front of. If something goes wrong with this, Wuma said that he would never let him go. It was just such a moment of. Payi had already arrived.